Chapter 1. The Fishing God System. In the early summer, as dawn began to break, Lucci set off towards the river on his electric scooter. The gentle breeze caressed him, and the verdant grass swayed as the birds took flight. In contrast to the clamor of the bustling metropolis, Lucci found solace in the tranquility of this small town. Just 10 days prior, he had been a dedicated office worker in the city, striving tirelessly to realize his girlfriend's dream of purchasing a home. However, just as he had finally saved enough for the down payment and was preparing to propose, his girlfriend unexpectedly ended their relationship, soon after which she began dating his affluent boss. Disheartened, Lucci resigned from his job and returned to his hometown, Lingnan. Lingnan is flanked by rivers on 3 sides, and during a recent stroll, Lucci noticed an abundance of anglers far more than when he attended high school here years ago. This surge in fishing enthusiasts was undoubtedly a reflection of the improved living standards and the rising demand for leisure activities. Lucci resolved to spend a month at home before seeking employment. Pondering how best to occupy his time, he decided to join the ranks of anglers. Today marked his inaugural day of fishing. Although it was barely past 6 in the morning, he could already spot several fishermen along the riverbank. As the saying goes, better to fish at dawn or dusk than to fish through a long afternoon, suggesting that anglers are among the earliest risers. After parking his scooter, Lucci chose a spot where the current was gentler and retrieved the fishing gear he had purchased the day before. His equipment consisted of a lightweight carbon rod, 3 pretty line rigs, 2 sets of hooks, a box of spare weights, 2 floats, a box of earthworms, a rod holder, and a folding stool. In comparison to an elderly gentleman nearby who had set up 4C fishing rods, Lucci's modest setup seemed rather inadequate, yet it sufficed for a novice. He meticulously attached a line rig to the rod tip, inserted the float into its holder, and strung a small worm onto the hook. "Big fish, here I come." With a surge of enthusiasm, Lucci grasped his rod and flicked it gently, sending the bait splashing into the water mere meters away. He stood vigilantly, rod in hand, intently watching the float as it bobbed upon the rippling surface. However, after 20 minutes elapsed, the float remained still. In contrast, the elderly man had already reeled in 2 fish weighing over a pound each. Lucci persevered for another 10 minutes, but the float showed no signs of activity, causing his confidence to wane. Just then, the elderly angler caught another carp. Lucci approached the man and humbly sought advice. "Sir, you're quite skilled. Why am I unable to catch any fish?" After releasing the carp back into the water, the old man turned to Lucci. "Young man, you are a novice, aren't you?" Lucci nodded. "Indeed, today is essentially my first fishing experience." "First time fishing? That's not so bad. At least you didn't tangle the line when casting," the old man chuckled. "Ah, you are quite humorous." Sir, Lucci laughed and offered the elderly gentleman a cigarette. "I don't smoke," the old man replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then observed Lucci's fishing rod and remarked, "Your method of threading the worm is ineffective. The worm is dead, making it less appealing to the fish." The old man proceeded to demonstrate a technique that allowed the worm to wriggle enticingly on the hook. He concluded, "When fishing for small fish like crucian carp with worms, you must occasionally lift the rod to check the bait. If the worm loses its liveliness, replace it promptly." "Thank you for your guidance, sir." Lucci returned to his previous position and continued fishing, following the old man's advice. 10 minutes later, the float wobbled gently before plunging beneath the surface. Lucci swiftly lifted the rod, and a small crucian carp leapt from the water. At last, he had caught his first fish, no longer an empty-handed angler. The old man's counsel had indeed proven invaluable. Filled with joy, Lucci continued to fish. Although the float moved twice more, he was unable to hook anything. Seizing a moment when the elderly man was free, Lucci approached him once again for advice. The old man shared insights about the signs of crucian carp bites and the optimal moments to lift the rod. He added, "Of course, nothing is guaranteed. Experience merely enhances the likelihood of a catch. It does not ensure that one will not return empty-handed." After expressing his gratitude, Lucci resumed his vigil. In the subsequent hour, the float stirred 3 times, each time presenting a different signal. Lucci, employing the old man's wisdom, seized the right moments to lift the rod and successfully caught 3 crucian carp. With not a single empty cast, his spirits began to lift. Meanwhile, The elderly gentleman appeared to be battling a substantial catch, vigorously reeling in the line. Curious, Lucci approached to observe. "Sir, do you need assistance?" Seeing the old man struggle, Lucci inquired. "In no need," the old man replied. Landing a large fish requires a certain finesse, and the old man was reluctant to entrust the task to Lucci. Besides, the thrill of the battle was an enjoyment in itself, and he preferred to handle it alone. It should be a big catfish, over 40 pounds. The old man panted, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "If I catch it, it will break my record of 35 pounds from 2 years ago. Over 40 pounds. The weight left Lucci astonished. The old man fell silent, fully engrossed in the struggle, with the fish darting in and out of the water in a dramatic dance. The only sound was the whirring of the reel. As the sun rose higher, the old man was drenched in sweat, yet the fish continued to fight fiercely. After several rounds of tugging, the fish began to tire, and its belly surfaced, revealing an enormous catfish. The old man's face lit up with joy as he began to reel it in slowly. However, just as the fish was less than 10 meters away, it surged with newfound energy. Caught off guard, the old man slipped and fell into the river, rod and all. Despite the fall, he clung tightly to his fishing rod, using one hand to paddle through the water. But the combination of his fall and the fish's powerful thrashing caused the line to snap under the strain. "My fish!" he cried out, a blend of anguish and regret in his voice. "Sir, please come back up." Lucci knelt at the riverbank, extending his hand towards the old man, submerged in the water. The elderly man attempted to swim towards Lucci, but found himself utterly drained, his body succumbing to exhaustion as he began to sink rapidly. "Sir," as the water engulfed the old man's head, Lucci leaped into the river, hoisting him up and then swimming towards the shore. "Are you all right, sir?" Lucci asked with concern. "I am. I'm fine," the old man gasped, his eyes fixated on the direction the fish had escaped, murmuring, 40 pounds, at least 40 pounds. After resting for a moment, the old man regained some strength and asked Lucci, "Young man, what is your name?" "Lucci." "Thank you, Lou. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it today." Despite the recent ordeal, the old man exhibited a remarkable sense of humor and resilience. Drenched in his wet clothes, the elderly man added Lucci on WeChat before gathering his fishing gear to head home. Just before departing, Lucci overheard the old man murmuring, 40 pounds, at least 40 pounds. Watching the old man's retreating figure, Lucci chuckled and shook his head. Having also soaked his attire, Lucci decided it was best to conclude his fishing for the day. At that moment, ding, the binding of the fishing god system to the host is complete. A girl's voice resonated suddenly within Lucci's mind. "What's happening?" Lucci was taken aback. It took him several minutes to fully grasp that the narrative from a novel had manifested in his reality. He had acquired a system named the fishing god. Overwhelmed with joy, he focused his thoughts, and a transparent panel, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Host name: Lucci. Experience points: 0 fishing level, level 1 novice. Unlocked fish species: crucian carp. Unlocked achievements: none. The panel contained various information regarding Lucci's fishing endeavors. System: what is your purpose? Lucci inquired. This system is designed to assist the host in becoming a fishing master, the system replied. Is that all? Lucci felt a twinge of disappointment. While a fishing master was indeed a rare title, to him, fishing was merely a form of recreation rather than an ultimate life goal. To encourage the host to enhance their fishing prowess, the system has prepared generous rewards. For each fish caught, the system will grant the host certain rewards based on the size and type of the fish. What kind of rewards? Lucci suddenly became intrigued. In due time, the host will come to know. The system refrained from disclosing further details. Very well. Lucci decided not to probe further. He would soon discover the system's true capabilities through his fishing success. Thus, he opted against returning home to change his clothes and instead equipped new bait to continue fishing. 10 minutes later, the float began to jiggle, then rose several notches. Lucci swiftly lifted the rod, and a crucian carp leaped from the water. Ding! Congratulations, host, on catching a crucian carp. Experience points 10. Reward: 10,000 yuan. As Lucci removed the hook from the fish's mouth, the system's voice echoed. 10,000 yuan? Lucci hurriedly pulled out his phone to check his bank account. And indeed, he found an additional 10,000 yuan. The system's rewards were genuine. The reward for catching a single crucian carp surpassed his earnings from an entire month of work. The system is incredible. Lu Qi was exhilarated. His life was destined to change from this moment onward. Chapter 2. A carp worth 10,000. As he pondered, Lu Qi recalled that prior to the 100th chapter, only a selection of fish species had been illustrated. The image depicted a North American sturgeon caught after the 100th chapter. In his excitement, Lu Qi considered that since he would receive rewards for each fish caught, fishing at a pond or reservoir would undoubtedly yield greater efficiency than angling by the riverside. Thus, he shared this notion with the system. Currently, the master is a level 1 novice. Only wild fishing can yield rewards, and the use of a rod weighing less than 2 kilograms is permitted. The system reminded Lu Qi. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi felt somewhat exasperated. It seemed the system was deliberately complicating matters for him. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he understood the system's intent. If he were to set up multiple rods at the pond and catch fish indiscriminately, it would not significantly enhance his angling skills. The system's regulations were designed to prevent him from being overly ambitious, encouraging him to progress steadily. With this realization, Lu Qi harbored no grievances and switched to new bait to resume fishing. After more than 2 hours of casting and reeling, he had managed to attract a few carp to his spot. Subsequently, he experienced various fishing signals, bobbing, pecking, and drifting, culminating in a total catch of 6 carp and 3 tilapia, with a success rate exceeding 70%. Ding! You have caught a carp. Experience points. 10. Reward. 10. 000 yuan. Ding! You have caught a carp weighing over half a kilogram. Experience points. 30. Reward. 30. 000 yuan. Ding! You have caught a tilapia. Experience points. 10. Reward. 10. 000 yuan. The minimum reward for each fish caught was a remarkable 10. 000 yuan. If the fish's weight surpassed a certain threshold, the rewards grew even more generous. After just over an hour of fishing, Lu Qi had earned over 100,000 yuan, surpassing his annual income from previous years. With each cast and retrieval, Lu Qi's fundamental skills became increasingly refined. He could now accurately cast the bait to the desired location. Ding! Gentle reminder. The master has reached 4 hours of fishing today. This system is equipped with an anti-addiction feature during the novice phase. Only the first 4 hours of fishing each day can yield experience and rewards. The system suddenly informed Lu Qi. Anti-addiction? Lu Qi felt a bit disheartened. He had hoped to earn another 100,000 today. However, he acknowledged that without such a feature, he might be tempted to reside by the river, drawn by the bountiful rewards. Since the system had indicated that his time was up, Lu Qi had no choice but to pack away his rod. Ding! Today's system task. Enhance the line tying skill to proficiency. Completing this task will yield additional rewards, the system announced as Lu Qi prepared to head home. Wait, I've already fished for over 4 hours. Can I still undertake tasks? Lu Qi inquired. Yes, tasks issued by the system can be completed outside of the 4-hour fishing period. The system replied. All right. It must be said that the tasks set forth by the system were quite relevant. Currently, Lu Qi did not possess the skill to tie lines, relying instead on pre-made setups. After gathering his fishing gear, Lu Qi rode his electric scooter home. As Lu Qi passed by an automatic teller machine of a bank, he stepped inside and inserted his bank card. Upon checking his balance, he found that the substantial rewards from the system remained intact. He attempted to withdraw cash and successfully extracted 5,000. Rest assured, esteemed master, the funds awarded by the system will be displayed as legitimate sources of income. Presenting no issues, the system seemed to discern Lu Qi's apprehension and reassured him. With the system's explanation, Lu Qi finally felt at ease. Upon returning home, Lu Qi prepared a simple lunch before heading to a fishing tackle shop to purchase some gear. He then embarked on an online search for tutorials to learn the intricacies of line assembly. Detailed guides were readily available on how to thread the space beam, attach the bobber seat, and tie the main line to the subline with an H-shaped loop, presenting various methodologies. Lu Qi diligently practiced, replicating the instructions over and over, experimenting with different approaches. After half an hour, he met the system's requirements. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed master. Your main line tying skill has advanced to proficiency, earning you 100 experience points, and your fishing power level has risen to level 2, the system announced. With joy, Lu Qi inquired, now that I am at level 2, can I fish in the pond? The system replied, fishing power levels 1 to 3 categorize you as a novice. Thus, you cannot fish in the pond. However, with each level increase, you will gain a fishing luck value bonus. Under identical circumstances, the probability of catching fish at level 2 is 15 times that of level 1, and level 3 is 15 times that of level 2, and so forth. A fishing luck value bonus? This felt somewhat like cheating. If he could elevate to level 9, the chances of catching fish would be several dozen times that of level 1. He could easily catch fish that rivaled those in the pond. Imagining the financial gains, Lucci was eager to enhance his fishing power to level 9. However, due to the system's anti-addiction feature, he would have to wait until tomorrow to fish. Buzz. As Lucci prepared to search for fishing tutorial videos, his phone suddenly vibrated. Hey, Lucci, are you back in Lingnan? Why didn't you give me a heads up? A cheerful voice resonated from the phone as soon as he answered. The caller, Zhou Jiaming, was a good friend from Lucci's high school days. How did you know I was back? Lucci chuckled. I heard it from my mom. She ran into yours at the market this morning, Zhou Jiaming replied. No more chit-chat. We must meet tonight. Let us drink until we drop. Sorry, I have some matters to attend to today. Let us reschedule. Lucci declined the invitation. Planning to spend the day studying fishing techniques. Nothing to be embarrassed about. There's no need to be so formal with a buddy, Zhou Jiaming insisted. As for your ex from Yangshi, frankly, she looks rather ordinary in the photos, so it's no surprise you two parted ways. Don't dwell on it. Lingnan has plenty of beautiful ladies waiting for you. I'll get my sister-in-law to introduce you to her friends. Lucci recognized that Zhou Jiaming was attempting to comfort him, aiding him in overcoming the melancholy of his breakup. But after the events with the fishing god system, he had long since moved on from that chapter. Thanks, Jiaming. Let us catch up tomorrow, he replied. All right, tomorrow we shall drink until we can drink no more. Ending the call, Lucci immediately immersed himself in the study of fishing techniques. The following day, at precisely 5:30 in the morning, before dawn had graced the sky, Lucci set off towards the riverbank, armed with bait. Given the system's stipulated fishing duration of merely 4 hours, it was imperative to utilize this time wisely by pre-baiting the area to attract fish. Upon reaching the riverside, Lucci retrieved the carefully prepared bait, fermented rice grains. These grains were somewhat scattered, so he wrapped them in a tissue, casting them towards the chosen spot. As the tissue dissolved upon contact with the water, the grains descended more cohesively to the riverbed. Since he could only wield a single fishing rod, he established 2 bait spots. After completing the task, Lucci returned home for breakfast. Xiaoqi, where have you been? His mother, Liang Mei, inquired while preparing the morning meal. Her curiosity piqued at his early return. I went to the river to prepare the bait, Lucci replied. You went to prepare bait before dawn. Liang Mei might have chided him on a typical day. Yet she recognized her son had recently endured a heartbreak, and that fishing might serve as a healthy diversion, thus she refrained from further comment. After breakfast, the sun had fully risen. Lucci glanced at the time, lifted his newly purchased tackle box, and set off to fish. Buoyed by the prospect of a substantial earnings today, as he approached the riverbank, he suddenly noticed a red Mercedes parked ahead. An elderly man was retrieving a fishing box from the trunk, none other than the gentleman he had fished beside the previous day. Accompanying the elder was a striking young woman. Tall and elegant, her jeans accentuated her long, graceful legs and shapely figure. Her flowing locks cascaded down her back, framing her delicate waist. When the girl turned, Lucci was captivated by her exquisite features. She resembled a celestial being, her porcelain skin glowing softly in the morning light. While Lucci had encountered many beautiful women in the bustling city, none could compare to the enchanting presence before him. Chen. Lucci was astonished to realize that this breathtaking beauty bore a striking resemblance to Chen, the school queen from his high school days. Yet, he hesitated, uncertain if it truly was her, as several years had passed since he last saw her. After assisting the elderly man with his fishing gear, the girl waved goodbye and departed in her vehicle. It was only then that Lucci approached the elder to greet him. Good morning, Xiaolu. The elderly man smiled at Lucci. What a coincidence. My granddaughter just drove off. Otherwise, I would have introduced you. To Lucci's surprise, the stunning girl was indeed the elder's granddaughter. Chen Lao, does your granddaughter often accompany you fishing? Lucci inquired with curiosity. Yes, quite frequently, Chen Hongshan replied, pride illuminating his expression. He jested. That girl is exceptionally beautiful, but she has many admirers. Moreover, she doesn't fancy men who fish regularly. Otherwise, I would have introduced her to you. Lucci laughed and waved his hand dismissively. Chen Lao, please don't tease me. I am not joking. You are indeed my savior, the elder responded warmly. Chen Hongshan remarked, I am well acquainted with that girl's character. If I were to inform her that you are my savior, it would surely enhance your standing considerably. However, I must apologize, dear Lu. For the sake of my elder self's continued fishing endeavors, I did not disclose the incident of my fall into the water to my family yesterday. And I must trouble you to keep it a secret. Lucci understood this. If the elder's family were to learn that he had been dragged into the water by a large fish and nearly drowned, they would undoubtedly worry and prevent him from fishing alone in the future. Chapter 3. The 7-kilogram grass carp. An astonishing reward. Lucci parked his small electric scooter and walked alongside Chen Hongshan toward the riverbank. Young Lu, are you not working these days? Chen Hongshan inquired. I have resigned. I no longer wish to work, Lucci replied. Is it difficult to find work? How about I introduce you to a good position? Given that Lu Qi was his lifesaver and noticing that he seemed dissatisfied with his job, Chun Hongshan wished to offer him an opportunity with favorable benefits. Thank you, Elder Chun, but I must decline. From now on, I aspire to be my own boss. I have no desire to work for others, Lu Qi stated. Observing Chun Hongshan's demeanor and the fact that his granddaughter drove a luxurious Mercedes CLS worth hundreds of thousands, Lu Qi surmised that Chun Hongshan indeed had the capacity to offer him a good job. However, with his current fishing endeavors yielding tens of thousands in a day, he saw no reason to endure the tribulations of being an employee. It is commendable for the youth to have ambition. Should you ever wish to return to employment, simply let me know, Chun Hongshan replied, his tone tinged with a hint of disappointment as Lu Qi's aspirations seemed rather lofty. Nevertheless, he refrained from discouraging him. Upon reaching the riverbank, the two men set down their fishing boxes and busied themselves. I must catch that big fellow from yesterday, Chun Hongshan declared resolutely while assembling his fishing rod. Lu Qi smiled, realizing that Elder Chun would likely never forget the immense fish from the previous day. Compared to yesterday, Lu Qi added an extra step to his fishing routine, finding the bottom depth for adjusting the float. Since the bait had settled at the riverbed, attracting fish to the lower water layer, it was essential to ascertain the depth of the fishing spot to properly position the bait within the fish's stratum. After assembling the line and rod, Lu Qi wrapped heavy lead around the lead seat and cast into the water. The weight of the lead surpassed that of the float, fully submerging it. He repeated this action, adjusting the float upward until it was level with the water's surface, thus completing the preliminary depth finding. Next, he fixed the upper spacer bead as a depth marker and lowered the float by a distance equivalent to the length of the leader line. He then began trimming the lead until the float was exposed at a depth of 4 marks. Following this, he attached the bait and made fine adjustments to finalize the depth finding. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. After completing these preparations, Lu Qi commenced his official fishing. Today, his bait remained earthworms. In less than 5 minutes, he caught a crucian carp. Sound of notification, caught 1 crucian carp, experience points, 10, reward, 5,000 yuan. The system's voice rang out promptly. Lu Qi was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, why has the reward changed to 5,000 yuan? Was it not 10,000? The system clarified, as the master's fishing proficiency level increases, the rewards for catching smaller fish will gradually diminish. Despite understanding that this rule was intended to motivate him towards larger catches, Lu Qi felt somewhat disheartened. However, this minor disappointment swiftly dissipated as he began to reel and fish one after another. For the next 20 minutes, he managed to catch a crucian carp every 3 to 4 minutes. Remarkable, to harvest such a bounty of crucian carp in such a short span. Chun Hongshan approached Lu Qi, offering a word of praise. I came here an hour ago to prepare the bait, which is why the fish are biting so quickly. Lu Qi explained. Indeed, quite impressive. Not only do you know how to find the bottom, but you can also prepare bait. Chun Hongshan chuckled. The two engaged in conversation while fishing. Mr. Chun, is your granddaughter named Chen Qiya? Lu Qi inquired. How do you know? Chun Hongshan replied, surprised. So it is indeed Chen Qiya. I graduated from Lingnan High School in the same class as her, Lu Qi clarified. You were classmates. It seems I must introduce you too, Chun Hongshan said with a smile. In a few days, I will be celebrating my birthday with a banquet at home. You must come. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Lu Qi hesitated, feeling that attending would be a bit awkward since he only knew Chun Hongshan. Young man, don't be so shy. Didn't you say you want to be a boss? A boss cannot afford to be timid. Chun Hongshan encouraged. Tomorrow, I will bring you an invitation. You shall attend as my fishing friend. It's settled. Just as Lu Qi was about to decline Chun Hongshan's kindness, the bell on Chun Hongshan's rod rang. I've got to fish on. I can't chat any longer, he said, hastily returning to his own rod. This left Lu Qi somewhat at a loss. With the bobber signaling another round of activity, he had no choice but to set this matter aside for the time being. Over the next hour, he caught 8 more crucian carp, 2 tilapia, and 1 carp. Ding! Congratulations, master! You have unlocked a new fish species, carp. Additional experience points awarded, 50. Thus far, Lu Qi had unlocked 3 species, crucian carp, tilapia, and carp. After catching the carp, the bobber remained still for nearly 10 minutes. Lu Qi decided to try baiting a second spot. 10 minutes later, the bobber was tugged to one side. Lu Qi lifted the rod just in time. The fishing line tightened, and the rod bent into an arc. This fish was no small fry. Lu Qi dared not pull too forcefully. He could only follow the fish's movements to maintain control. He adeptly utilized the rod's elasticity and the length of the line, relaxing when the fish pulled away and reeling in as it retreated, always keeping the rod tip at an optimal angle. His rod was rated for a weight of 2 kilograms, with a main line of 10 and a subline of 0.8. Theoretically allowing him to catch fish weighing 7 to 8 pounds if his technique was sufficient. Do not snap, do not snap. The rod was bent alarmingly several times, and Lu Qi's heart raced. Fortunately, he navigated each challenge without mishap. Patiently, he played with the fish, unwilling to rush it ashore. After nearly 10 minutes of tugging, the fish finally grew weary, unable to resist any longer, and broke the surface. It was a sizable grass carp. Lu Chi was overjoyed. He pulled back while retreating, maintaining a certain angle between the fishing rod and the fish. At last, the grass carp was brought to the shore. Lu Chi swiftly picked up the landing net, covered the fish's head, and scooped it into the net, then dragged it onto the bank. Ding! Congratulations, master, on catching a grass carp weighing 7 pounds. Experience points, 500. Reward, a set of lottery numbers. Ding! Congratulations, master, on unlocking a new fish species, the grass carp. Additional experience points, 200. The system's voice echoed. Lu Chi was taken aback. Lottery numbers? Did that imply he would know the winning numbers for the next draw? This reward was extraordinary. After all, the prize pool for each lottery draw was at least 2 to 300 million. Filled with excitement, Lu Chi prepared to inquire about the specific lottery numbers. Just then, Chen Hongshan approached, marveling at the large grass carp Lu Chi had caught. Using worms to catch such a big grass carp, your luck is truly impressive. And that rod of yours can haul in a 7-pound fish. Most seasoned anglers can't achieve that. Chen Hongshan, a fishing veteran, held a degree of admiration for Lu Chi's skill in playing the fish. Haha, it's just good luck. Lu Chi replied casually while asking the system, what are the lottery numbers you rewarded me with? The system responded, the lottery numbers for this draw are hidden within your phone number. Chapter 4, Sister-in-law's best friend. The lottery numbers are concealed within my phone number? Lu Chi quickly began analyzing his phone number in his mind, realizing that the possible combinations amounted to an overwhelming number. Utilizing his knowledge of permutations from high school, he estimated that there were at least several thousand combinations. System, this reward is somewhat unfair. My phone number can create so many combinations. How am I supposed to convey that to the lottery shop? Lu Chi complained. Could you narrow it down a bit? Certainly. Once the master completes today's task, the system will assist in narrowing down the lottery numbers. The system replied. Initially, Lu Chi had merely voiced his complaint, but he was astonished that the system actually agreed. He could negotiate with the system. This system was quite user-friendly. All right, I'll await your task for today. Lu Chi communicated secretly with the system. Xiao Lu, are you going to release this fish? Chen Hongshan asked Lu Chi. Of course. Lu Chi replied without hesitation. This large grass carp had presented him with a tremendous opportunity for wealth. How could he possibly take its life? Seeing Lu Chi genuinely return the grass carp to the river, Chen Hongshan felt an increased admiration for him. After all, Lu Chi did not appear to be wealthy, and this large fish could fetch a good price. Xiao Lu, you should consider upgrading to a better rod. Otherwise, if you encounter a fish over 10 pounds, no matter how skilled you are, you won't be able to reel it in, Chen Hongshan advised. I have 2 surf casting rods at home. I can bring them to you tomorrow. Lu Chi had researched a considerable amount of fishing knowledge the previous day and knew that surf casting rods and sea fishing rods looked similar. In fact, several of the rods on Chen Hongshan's rack were surf casting rods. The shore fishing rod and the sea fishing rod bear a striking resemblance, both featuring line guides, reels, and handles, and are designed for long-distance casting, often leading to confusion between the two. However, there are indeed distinctions, generally speaking. Shore rods tend to be more expensive and have a broader range of use. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, Mr. Chun, as a novice. This rod suffices for me. Lu Chi politely declined Chen Hongshan's kind offer. Indeed, a hand rod is conducive to honing one's skills. Chen Hongshan nodded in appreciation. Recognizing Lu Chi's patience in fishing, a quality not often found in hasty newcomers who often opt for an array of sea rods or lures right from the start. After conversing for a while, they resumed their fishing. Unbeknownst to them, for hours had swiftly elapsed. Ding, a gentle reminder. The fishing time for today has reached 4 hours. The system chimed. Mr. Chun, I'll call it a day and head back now, Lu Chi said as he packed up his gear and bid farewell to Chen Hongshan. All right, you go ahead. I shall continue fishing for a while longer, Chen Hongshan replied, seated under the sunshade, gazing out at the riverbank. Lu Chi rode his small electric scooter home, checking the system panel along the way. Host name, Lu Chi, fishing skill level, level 2, experience points, 1400. Unlocked fish species, crucian carp, tilapia, common carp, grass carp, achievements, none. Although the fish caught today was 3 times that of yesterday, the cash reward remained similar to the previous day, amounting to over 100,000, due to the decline in the cash reward per fish. However, the most significant reward of the day was not the cash, but the unannounced lottery numbers. System, what about today's tasks? Why haven't you issued them yet? Lu Chi inquired of the system. Ding, today's task is released. Learn the knowledge of hooks, fishing lines, rods, and other fishing gear components, achieving a level of thorough memorization. Completing this task will yield corresponding rewards. The system promptly issued the task. Lu Qi first returned home to study online. The types of hooks can be categorized into several kinds: sleeve hooks, ISO hooks, new Kanto hooks, Marusii hooks, and ISCNI hooks, among others. Sleeve hooks are characterized by their longer shank and moderate gape, making them suitable for catching more cautious fish. ISO hooks, known as universal hooks, are relatively small and have a high catch rate, but they also frequently snag debris, rendering them unsuitable for fishing in weedy or debris-laden waters. New Kanto hooks are ideal for larger fish, such as sizable common carp and bighead carp, whereas Marusii hooks, with inward-facing points and rounded bottoms, are also referred to as snakehead hooks, making them less likely to lose fish. ICNI hooks are suited for bottom fishing and are designed to prevent fish from escaping once hooked. After a thorough study of fishing line specifications, Lu Qi gained a comprehensive understanding of these commonly used fishing tools. Upon completing his online studies, he also visited a physical tackle shop to purchase various sizes and types, enhancing his understanding through hands-on experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing today's task. Experience points, 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to fishing skill level 3. The system will assist the host in narrowing down the current lottery numbers. The hidden lottery numbers are embedded within your phone number and consist of 3 consecutive digits. The system's notifications chimed in succession. Upon listening, Lu Qi immediately took out his phone and jotted down various possible combinations in the Notes app. The range had indeed narrowed significantly, with only a little over 20 combinations satisfying the condition of 3 consecutive numbers. This indicated that for just over 40 yuan, if he purchased all these combinations, he would surely win the current double color ball lottery. However, Lu Qi was still somewhat hesitant, as this seemed too incredible, involving the prediction of the future. If it were ultimately proven true, it would lead to a new understanding of the capabilities of the fishing god system. Lu Qi opened the webpage to check the current double color ball prize pool. The prize pool was 400 million. I shall drain the prize pool. Lu Qi felt a surge of excitement and immediately rode his electric scooter to the lottery store. To drain the 400 million prize pool, he needed to win 80 first prizes of 5 million each. Additionally, with 1 or 200 million injected into the prize pool from each period's sales, it meant that at least 100 first prizes of 5 million could be drawn this time. Lu Qi was not greedy. He first asked the lottery store owner to print a ticket containing over 20 entries, then multiplied it by 99, totaling exactly 100 entries. Hello. That will be 4,600 yuan. The lottery store owner looked at Lu Qi as if he were a plump sheep. Such a sale of over 4,000 yuan could earn him a few hundred yuan in profit. Though many people bought lottery tickets these days, it was still quite rare to spend several thousand yuan in one go. Lu Qi collected his tickets and promptly scanned the code to make the payment. Young man, I see fortune smiling upon you. You are bound to win big tonight, the lottery store owner said with a smile. Lu Qi merely smiled in response, knowing that this was a common phrase the owner used for every customer. Next, all that remained was to wait for the lottery results, which were to be announced at 9:30 that night. In the afternoon, Zhou Jiaming called again to invite Lu Qi out. The last time the two met was during the New Year, and Lu Qi was eager to see his friend, so he accepted the invitation. At 7 in the evening, Lu Qi rode his electric scooter to the Wanyu Hotel, where the restaurant was considered quite expensive in Lingnan. In the hotel lobby, Lu Qi spotted Zhou Jiaming, who was accompanied by 2 women. One he recognized, Zhou Jiaming's wife, Liang Min, who was also Lu Qi's high school classmate and had been the belle of their class. Captured by Zhou Jiaming. The other woman, wearing glasses and standing next to Liang Min, was unfamiliar to Lu Qi. She was quite striking, clad in a blue gown that accentuated her graceful figure, making her and Liang Min appear as 2 exquisite blossoms side by side. Ha Qi, Zhou Jiaming, a robust figure resembling a black bear, gave Lu Qi a warm embrace. Lu Qi, it's been half a year. You look even more handsome. Liang Min teased Lu Qi, then smiled as she introduced the woman beside her. Let me introduce you to this stunning beauty, my best friend, Li Ting. Little Ting. This handsome guy is Lu Qi, whom I often mention. Hello, Lu Qi greeted simply, and Li Ting nodded in response. In truth, Lu Qi's mind was primarily occupied with the fishing god system, leaving him little inclination to pursue romantic interests. However, he understood that Zhou Jiaming and Liang Min had his best interests at heart and felt it inappropriate to refuse their kindness. Chapter 5. The two-faced woman, Zhou Jiaming, ushered everyone into the private dining room, deliberately arranging for Lu Qi to sit opposite Li Ting, allowing them to see each other clearly. Xiao Ting, Lu Qi is quite an exceptional student, a graduate from a prestigious university. Lu Qi, Xiao Ting is also impressive, an outstanding employee at Tianshang Bank. As soon as they settled down, Liang Min began to sing praises about Lu Qi and Li Ting. A graduate from a renowned institution must have a substantial monthly salary, right? Li Ting, appearing refined yet direct, immediately inquired about Lu Qi's monthly earnings. Most graduates earn decent salaries, but our field is rather average. I've been working for 2 years and my salary hasn't even reached 10,000. Lu Qi candidly replied. So little? Li Ting expressed astonishment. Liang Min was taken aback by Lu Qi's honesty. She discreetly kicked him under the table and exchanged glances with him before interjecting. Though Lu Qi's current salary may not be high, it surpasses that of many others, and he possesses great potential for advancement, especially being a graduate from a prestigious university. To be precise, I am not currently earning a low salary. I have no salary at all, as I resigned recently and am currently unemployed. Lu Qi had no inclination to pursue romance, and aimed to dissuade Li Ting's interest by revealing his true situation. Upon hearing this, Liang Min was utterly speechless. She had never encountered someone so straightforward. Zhou Jiaming was initially surprised, but quickly grasped Lu Qi's intention. It seemed he had no interest in Li Ting. Qi, is Li Ting not attractive enough? Taking advantage of a moment when he went to the restroom, Zhou Jiaming privately asked Lu Qi. She is quite beautiful, but right now, I am not in the mindset for such matters, Lu Qi replied. I know you are a person of deep feelings, yet your ex-girlfriend has betrayed you. You must completely forget her and start anew. Li Ting is the most beautiful among your sister-in-law's friends. Do not give up so easily, Zhou Jiaming earnestly advised. Believing Lu Qi was still attached to his ex, Lu Qi shook his head with a smile. Rest assured, the breakup has long ceased to affect me. I simply do not wish to pursue a relationship at this time. Seeing Lu Qi's resoluteness, Zhou Jiaming temporarily abandoned his plans to matchmake him with Li Ting. Liang Min also thought the prospect of uniting Lu Qi and Li Ting was futile. Unexpectedly, after the meal, Li Ting proactively said to Lu Qi, could you give me a ride home? Zhou Jiaming and Liang Min were taken aback, as this was entirely unexpected. Lu Qi was equally surprised. I came on an electric scooter. No worries, an electric scooter can accommodate another passenger, Li Ting smiled. Haha, yes, it can indeed carry another person. Liang Min, sensing a turn of events, kept signaling Lu Qi. Lu Qi, if Xiao Ting is fine with it, why would you mind having an extra person on the back? Alright then. Given that the conversation had reached this point, refusing would be disrespectful to Liang Min. And Lu Qi had no choice but to agree to take Li Ting home. Lu Qi, let us go, Li Ting said. Following Lu Qi to the parking area for electric scooters outside the hotel. Once the two had walked away, Zhou Jiaming remarked to Liang Min, dear. Li Ting seems quite promising. She didn't mind what Qi said. I find it a bit puzzling as well. Liang Min, lost in thought, understood that her close friend was indeed quite concerned about wealth and appearances. Perhaps Lu Qi's looks aligned with her preferences. This was the only way Liang Min could rationalize the situation. Where do you reside? Greenland Community. Lu Qi rode his small electric scooter, escorting Li Ting home. The limited space on the scooter brought them close together, allowing Lu Qi to catch a whiff of her perfume. Lu Qi, you are quite honest. Li Ting initiated the conversation. In this society, is honesty truly a virtue? Lu Qi asked with a smile. I believe it is a virtue. I prefer honest individuals. Li Ting's words significantly indicated her interest in Lu Qi. Initially, judging by her attire, Lu Qi had assumed that Li Ting was a pragmatic girl. But her statement made him reconsider her character. Lu Qi, have you ever had a girlfriend? Just one. Really only one. Of course. That's a relief. As their conversation continued, Lu Qi suddenly felt a soft, warm body pressing against his back. Li Ting had embraced him from behind. Stunned, Lu Qi had not anticipated such boldness from her. For a moment, he was at a loss, allowing her to hold him. He could even sense the softness of her form. Lu Qi, stop for a moment, Li Ting said after a while. He halted the scooter and turned to ask, what's wrong? With her glistening, affectionate eyes fixed on him, Li Ting leaned in to kiss him, caught off guard by her swiftly approaching face. Lu Qi was momentarily paralyzed. In an instant, he felt her warm lips against his. Li Ting was quite proactive, attempting to deepen the kiss with her tongue. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Qi turned his head, halting her advance. What's the matter? Li Ting asked, puzzled. Well, since this is our first meeting, we should get to know each other better, Lu Qi delicately suggested. I know you're honest, but given my boldness, shouldn't you, as a man, be a bit more daring? Li Ting replied with a hint of melancholy. Love at first sight is common. We can take our time to understand each other later. Lu Qi hesitated before responding. Xiao Ting, to be frank, we may not be well suited for one another. Initially, when Li Ting expressed her fondness for honest individuals, Lu Qi had been impressed. However, her subsequent assertiveness left him feeling anxious, as he feared encountering a femme fatale. After all, it was their first meeting. And her willingness to kiss him felt entirely unreasonable. What do you mean by not suitable? Am I not pretty enough for you? Li Ting's voice rose, her expression darkening with anger. No, it's not about who is worthy of whom. Just as Lu Qi attempted to explain, Li Ting, infuriated, interrupted him. Lu Qi, don't think you're so remarkable. I wouldn't even glance your way if it weren't for me. With a monthly salary of less than 10,000. You can barely support yourself. The transformation from her previously demure demeanor to one of fury made Lu Qi grateful for having rejected her kiss. For he had just witnessed Li Ting's true colors. Since you looked down on me, why did you act that way just now? Lu Qi was genuinely curious. Could it be that Li Ting is truly a femme fatale? Yet, Liang Min would never introduce him to such a woman. I have my reasons. In any case, you, a mere nobody, have missed your chance with me. Li Ting dismounted her electric scooter, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Qi one last time. Farewell, loser. Oh no. Never to meet again. With that, she slung her designer bag over her shoulder and gracefully turned away. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Qi was lost in thought. A bank employee, yet she claimed that a monthly salary of 10,000 was insufficient to keep a dog. This woman is not to be underestimated. Chapter 6. A windfall of 400 million. Lu Qi informed Zhou Jiaming of the recent events, as the couple had kindly facilitated their introduction, making it necessary to update them on the situation. How strange. Upon hearing Lu Qi's account, Zhou Jiaming also found Li Ting's contradictory behavior quite peculiar. Jiaming, what is the real story with Li Ting? Lu Qi was eager to understand the nature of this woman. I'm not entirely sure. I only know she works at Tianshang Bank and gets along quite well with your sister-in-law. I'll ask her for you. After hanging up, Liang Min soon called Lu Qi. Lu Qi, Li Ting and I come from the same village committee. She works at the bank, and we occasionally go shopping together. I thought she was decent, which is why I introduced her to you. If my sister-in-law believed she wasn't a good woman, she wouldn't have referred you to her. Liang Min first clarified her relationship with Li Ting, then added, Jiaming has already informed me of what transpired between you two on the road. Based on my intuition as a woman and my understanding of Li Ting, she likely has some issues. I truly apologize, Lu Qi. I can't claim to fully understand her. Sister-in-law, you needn't say that. I know you are on my side. Liang Min's apology eased Lu Qi's mind. If she had knowingly introduced him to a problematic woman, it could have jeopardized his relationship with Zhou Jiaming. Sister-in-law, considering Li Ting's attire and demeanor, her spending habits must be quite extravagant. Is her family wealthy? Lu Qi inquired further. Her family is merely a bit better off among farmers, but she often live streams after work and has garnered quite a few fans online. Earning some money from it, Liang Min explained. I'll try to find out why she behaved that way tonight. All right. Regardless of whether I can uncover the truth, Li Ting seems unsuitable for you. Trust my instincts. There are significant issues with her. Liang Min offered Lu Qi a few more words of caution, clearly concerned for his well-being. Upon returning home, Lu Qi pushed Li Ting's matters from his mind, for the lottery results had just been announced. He opened the relevant application to check the winning numbers. The current winning numbers for the double color ball were red zone 01, 02, 03, 12, 22, 23, blue zone 03. This time, there were 130 first prizes, each worth 5 million. He won. Lu Qi leaped with excitement. The system is brilliant. The double color ball numbers he received were correct. He had won a staggering 100 first prizes, although the number of first prizes awarded was exceedingly high, resulting in a mere 4,500,000 yuan for each winner. It is still a substantial sum, with each ticket yielding 4,500,000. A total of 100 tickets amounts to 450 million. Even after deducting 20% for incidental income tax, a staggering 360 million remains. Within just 2 days of acquiring the fishing god system, he has become a billionaire. This is a wealth that Lu Qi had never even dared to dream of. The fishing god system is truly remarkable. In his excitement, Lu Qi realized that with the support of the fishing god system, his extraordinary life might just be beginning. Xiaoqi, what has you so excited? His mother, Liang Mei, observed Lu Qi's animated demeanor, mistakenly believing he had found a new girlfriend. Lu Qi planned to claim his prize before gradually revealing the news to his parents. He smiled and said, Mom, I intend to buy you and Dad a luxurious new home, a spacious apartment with a view of the river. The current residence of Lu Qi's family, a unit allocated when his parents married, is less than 90 square meters. He had long wished to provide his parents with a grander home, but had lacked the means until now. You won't need to use family money for your wedding and house, and that would suffice for me. Liang Mei chuckled, shaking her head. Are you underestimating your son? Just wait, soon you shall see. Lu Qi replied with a mysterious smile. Liang Mei did not take his words to heart. She merely hoped Lu Qi would swiftly recover from his heartbreak and seek employment rather than spending all his time fishing. That night, lying in bed, Lu Qi contemplated how to spend the more than 300 million. First, he would buy a large house for his parents, then a car for himself. It seemed that no matter how he spent it, 300 million could last a lifetime. However, Lu Qi was a man of dreams. As he had expressed to Chen Hongshan, he aspired to be a businessman, a magnate who contributes to society and makes a mark in the world. Thus, while 300 million seemed inexhaustible, investing in a significant project could deplete it quickly. Before dawn the next day, Lu Qi arrived promptly at the riverbank to prepare his fishing spots. Today's location was approximately a kilometer from yesterday's fishing site. He had inquired with Chun Hongshan about the sections of the river with the most carp and received a general indication of where to go. Indeed, today's target fish was carp. Compared to crucian carp, carp were easier to catch and offered greater rewards. The bait he used today was a pre-packaged carp bait from the tackle shop. After setting up 2 fishing spots, Lu Chi returned home for breakfast and, an hour later, returned to the riverbank with his fishing gear. Preparation before fishing was paramount. Lu Chi chose a size 3 hook from the new Guangdong series, which was effective for medium-sized carp. For particularly large carp, a hook would be more suitable. The bait was no longer worms, but pellets specifically designed for carp. Mixing the bait required skill. Despite following the instructions meticulously, Lu Chi's first attempt resulted in slightly crumbly bait. Nonetheless, it was usable. After preparing adequately for fishing, Lu Chi cast his line into the designated spot and settled onto his fishing box, patiently awaiting a bite from the fish. 10 minutes later, the bobber began to exhibit signs of activity. As it dipped into the water, Lu Chi promptly lifted his rod. A carp, measuring 4 fingers in size, was swiftly landed on the shore. The system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Caught a carp weighing 1 pound. Experience points, 20. Reward, 10,000 yuan. This marked merely the commencement of his bountiful day. As time progressed, the system notifications continued to chime in sequence. Ding. Caught a carp weighing 1.5 pounds. Experience points, 30. Reward, 10,000 yuan. Ding. Caught a crucian carp. Experience points, 10. Reward, 5,000 yuan. Ding. Caught another carp. Experience points, 20. After more than 3 hours, Lu Chi had caught a considerable number of carp, yet none exceeded 2 pounds. The heaviest weighed merely 1.5. Just as he thought the day would conclude without further excitement, the bobber quivered twice before rising sharply. He quickly lifted his rod. The fishing line tightened, and the rod bent with vigor. He had hooked a significant catch. His heart raced as he braced himself for a fierce battle. However, the fish was exceptionally vigorous. Darting fiercely, suddenly, with a loud snap, the rod jolted several times. His line had broken. Upon inspection, he discovered that the 0.8 mm leader line had snapped. Lu Chi felt a pang of regret, not for the line itself, but for the fish that had escaped. That fish was likely larger than the grass carp he had caught the previous day. Had he managed to reel it in, he could have anticipated a substantial reward from the system. Alas, all was now rendered futile. Sighing, he realized the necessity of enhancing his fishing skills and upgrading his equipment. Otherwise, even a large catch would remain beyond his grasp. Lu Chi could empathize with Chun Hongshan's previous disappointment when he lost the big catfish. Indeed, today, Chun Hongshan remained at that very fishing spot, waiting for that elusive catfish. Chapter 7. The top brother. Unbeknownst to him, the 4-hour limit for novice fishing had elapsed. He had successfully caught 15 carp, 5 crucian carp, and 3 tilapia, earning over 200,000 yuan in cash rewards. After packing his gear, Lu Chi made his way to yesterday's fishing spot to find Chun Hongshan, who had asked him via WeChat to meet after his fishing expedition. Old Chun, did you catch that big catfish? Lu Chi inquired with a smile upon meeting him. Haha, I doubt it. Chun Hongshan laughed, then produced an invitation card from his pocket and handed it to Lu Chi, saying, "This is my birthday banquet invitation. You must come." "Sure, I will." In truth, Lu Chi was not particularly keen on attending, but it was difficult to refuse such heartfelt hospitality, especially since Chun Hongshan had invited him multiple times. Seeing Lu Chi accept the invitation, Chun Hongshan nodded with satisfaction and asked, "How was your catch today?" "Not bad. No skunks. I caught over a dozen carp." Lu Chi replied with a smile. "Good lad. In just a few days, you hardly seem like a novice anymore." Chun Hongshan praised him, then added, "Once I catch that big catfish, let us have a competition." "Old Chun, you flatter me. My skills cannot compare to yours." Lu Chi quickly waved his hand. Indeed, in terms of technique, Lu Chi was not yet on par with an experienced angler like Chun Hongshan. However, Lu Chi possessed the system's fishing luck bonus. Under the same fishing spot, and with equivalent resources, he may not necessarily catch fewer fish than Chun Hongsan. After a brief conversation, Lu Chi returned home, displaying remarkable self-discipline for such a young lad. Observing Lu Chi's departing silhouette, Chun Hongsan's eyes shimmered with admiration. He noted that Lu Chi arrived early each day to fish, yet his fishing sessions were consistently limited to around 4 hours before he departed. It is no small feat for a fishing enthusiast to maintain such strict time management. Ding. Today's system task has been issued. Learn to prepare bait, master the techniques of bait preparation, and understand the composition of bait for crucian carp and carp. On his way home, Lu Chi received the system's task for the day. He then proceeded to the fishing tackle shop to purchase some bait to take home. Preparing bait involves mixing the formulated powder bait with water and kneading it into bait balls. Among the myriad techniques associated with fishing, Mastering bait preparation is of paramount importance. Bait can be broadly categorized into three main types: base bait, primary bait, and state bait, along with a supplementary category known as little medicine. Base bait is indispensable, constituting the majority of the total bait, serving as internal support to enhance the overall integrity of the bait. Primary bait primarily serves to enhance flavor and stimulate fish to bite. State bait functions to regulate the consistency of the bait, which includes types such as thread powder, sticky powder, and snow powder. Lucci dedicated the first half hour to studying the relevant knowledge of bait preparation. Only after mastering the theory did he proceed to practical application. With the prior learning, he no longer needed to consult the instructions and was well aware of how to prepare bait for crucian carp and carp. After several attempts at practical preparation, the bait he created met the system's requirements in terms of color, aroma, and consistency. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the first lesson on bait preparation, earning 300 experience points. Upon completing today's task, Lucci contemplated when would be the opportune moment to claim his prize at the lottery center. For first prizes, redemption must occur at the Provincial Welfare Lottery Center. Given the magnitude of Lucci's windfall, worth hundreds of millions, he refrained from making direct inquiries via phone to avoid the risk of his number being leaked, which could lead to others uncovering his personal information. If word got out that he possessed a ticket valued at several hundred million, some individuals might resort to unscrupulous actions. It is crucial to note that lottery tickets are anonymous. Whoever possesses the winning ticket can claim the prize. Weighing all considerations, Lucci resolved to wait 2 days before proceeding to claim his reward. In the afternoon, Lucci received a call from Liang Min Lucci. Under the threat of our severed friendship, Li Ting finally divulged some previously unknown details to me, Liang Min stated. What I am about to share must remain confidential. Understood. Lucci replied, keenly attentive, eager to discern the true nature of Li Ting. Previously, I mentioned that Li Ting has amassed quite a following online and frequently engages in live streaming. During one of her streams, a top supporter generously gifted her hundreds of thousands. Shortly thereafter, she met this top supporter and they became intimate. This individual is a wealthy married man who offered Li Ting a monthly allowance of 50,000, stipulating that she need only meet him twice a month, to which Li Ting acquiesced. Later, Li Ting inadvertently found herself pregnant. The wealthy man asserted that he had no sons, promising a compensation of 5 million as long as Li Ting bore the child. Tempted by the allure of such vast wealth, Li Ting's resolve began to waver. However, she harbored a desire to keep her circumstances hidden from family and friends, leading her to consider finding a boyfriend as a facade, or more precisely, a willing partner to take on her burden. Upon hearing Liang Min's account, Lucci felt a chill creep down his spine. How outrageous. He had nearly become an unwitting pawn in this game. It was no wonder Li Ting, an ordinary bank employee, looked down upon those earning a mere 10,000 a month. She had been supported by a wealthy benefactor all along. Liang Min continued, explaining that Li Ting had initially intended to keep this matter to herself, yet she was deeply troubled, torn between the lure of 5 million and the fear of her family's discovery, while also fantasizing about the prospect of elevating her status by marrying into affluence. It was this inner turmoil that compelled her to confide in someone, hence her disclosure to me. You must promise not to breathe a word of this, she insisted. Rest assured, I am not one to gossip, Lucci replied, determined to keep her secret safe. I truly apologize, Lucci. I almost made you an unwitting pawn, Liang Min said sheepishly. Come over to our house tonight, and I shall prepare a sumptuous meal for you. Lucci politely declined Liang Min's invitation, only to receive a call from Zhou Jiaming shortly thereafter, compelling him to agree to meet for a drink that evening. That night, Lucci arrived at the Hung Tai community. Zhou Jiaming, a semi-wealthy second-generation heir whose family was engaged in construction, had purchased a lavish apartment there. Achi, you've arrived, Zhou Jiaming exclaimed with enthusiasm as he opened the door. Liang Min was in the kitchen, skillfully preparing dishes, and upon seeing Lucci, she called out, Achi, please make yourself comfortable. The food will be ready shortly. Once, Lucci had envied Zhou Jiaming for marrying such a beautiful and capable wife, but now, he felt little of that sentiment, as he believed his future spouse would surely surpass her in beauty and virtue. Achi, my brother. Allow me to start with 3 self-imposed shots. At the dining table, Zhou Jiaming chuckled ruefully. We meant well, but almost turned you into a pawn in this affair. It was clear that Zhou Jiaming and Liang Min genuinely wished to introduce a suitable girl to Lucci. Jiaming, Liang Min, I appreciate your good intentions, but let's let this matter rest, Lucci said with a laugh. Haha, very well. I shall find an even finer young lady to introduce to you. The 2 longtime friends clinked their glasses, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. Achi, if you're not fond of working in the big city, why not come back and work with me? Given your capabilities, while I can't promise an annual income of 1 million, I can assure you at least 200,000 to 300,000, Zhou Jiaming suggested, aware of Lucci's recent fishing escapades. Brother Jiaming, I appreciate your kindness. But I have already made plans for my future, Lucci replied. Oh, what are your plans? Zhou Jiaming asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Liang Min also turned her attention to Lucci. In due time, you will find out, Lucci replied with a mysterious smile. He knew that eventually, he would reveal the news of his lottery win to his friends and family. Otherwise, relying on the system for substantial gains would only raise suspicions about the origins of his initial funds. Chapter 8. The astonishing appearance of the giant crocodile fish, Achi. Whatever you choose to pursue, my unwavering support is assured. Should you require financial assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Lending you a few $100,000 is utterly feasible. Zhou Jiaming proclaimed with great generosity, and upon realizing the potential impropriety of his words, he turned to Liang Min with a cheerful grin, inquiring, am I not correct? Dear wife? Liang Min offered Zhou Jiaming a playful glare, but encouraged Lucci, saying, what Jiaming says is true. If you need any assistance, feel free to let us know. Listening to the words of this amicable couple, Lucci genuinely felt the profound bond of friendship that had been cultivated over the years. As the saying goes, many are eager to add embellishments to your success, yet few are willing to lend a helping hand in times of adversity. Thus, a friend who proactively offers support during your struggles is one to be cherished. Achi, do you recall Chen Qiuya? Zhou Jiaming continued the conversation. The belle of our high school? Lucci inquired, intrigued as to why Zhou Jiaming had suddenly brought up Chen Qiuya. Indeed, the very same Chen Qiuya, whose beauty is only slightly eclipsed by your sister-in-law's, Zhou Jiaming remarked. Liang Min found this flattery quite pleasing. In truth, Chen Qiuya surpassed Liang Min in beauty. Liang Min could only be regarded as a class beauty, while Chen Qiuya was undeniably the school's queen, a rare gem indeed. Zhou Jiaming continued, in a few days, it will be the grand celebration of Chen Qiuya's grandfather's birthday. I have fortuitously acquired an invitation. Would you care to join me for a bit of fun? Is Chen Qiuya's family wealthy? Lucci asked. Although he was aware that Chen Hongsan was indeed Chen Qiuya's grandfather, he was not well versed in their family circumstances. The current richest individual in Lingnan is none other than Chen Qiuya's father. Do you doubt their affluence? Zhou Jiaming replied. Really? Lucci was taken aback, surprised by the extent of Chen Qiuya's family's wealth. Thus, at her grandfather's birthday celebration, an assembly of dignitaries is certain to be present. While we may lack the standing to engage with these magnates, we can certainly make the acquaintance of their younger kin. Zhou Jiaming suggested, how about joining me? You may even charm a wealthy heiress. Lucci understood that Zhou Jiaming intended to help him expand his social network, and this gesture touched him. I cannot accompany you. Lucci replied, shaking his head. Why not? Do you not intend to establish yourself in Lingnan? Zhou Jiaming queried, puzzled. Lucci chuckled, because I already possess an invitation. What? Zhou Jiaming and Liang Min stared at Lucci in astonishment. For it was known that only the affluent or distinguished were graced with an invitation to Chen Hongsan's celebration. How had Lucci obtained one? With the conversation having reached this juncture, Lucci felt compelled to disclose his acquaintance with Chen Hongsan. Ah, no wonder you fish daily. It turns out you fish alongside old Chen. Zhou Jiaming exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. How about I join you tomorrow for fishing as well? Introduce me to old Chen. Lucci explained, I did not pursue fishing to meet him. Rather, it was through fishing that I fortuitously became acquainted with him. However, the stretch of river where I currently fish is not close to his usual spot, so if you accompany me, you would not have the chance to meet him. Lucci was not averse to introducing Zhou Jiaming to Chen Hongsan, but he felt that bringing Zhou along would appear overly contrived. Haha, I was merely jesting. Zhou Jiaming chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Lucci said, rest assured, on the day of his birthday banquet, I will certainly introduce you to old Chen. Haha, I shall rely on you then, Achi. Zhou Jiaming chuckled, initially intending to expand his network, but unexpectedly finding himself depending on Lucci to meet Chen Hongshan. Upon returning home, it was already 9:30 in the evening. His mother, Liang Mei, was still awake, watching television in the living room. Xiaoqi, come here. Liang Mei beckoned Lucci over. What is it, Mom? Lucci assumed his mother was going to inquire about his drinking escapades. Liang Mei picked up her phone, opened an album, and presented a photograph to Lucci. Can you help Mom identify this fish? Lucci glanced at the image, which depicted a large dark silhouette floating on the green lake surface, resembling a long, crocodilian snout. Mom, where did you take this photo? Lucci asked. At our scenic area, of course. Liang Mei, an administrator at a local tourist site, explained, for the past few months, the fish in our lake have gradually diminished. Initially, we had no idea why, but later, someone spotted a crocodile on the lake's surface, leading us to suspect that it was consuming the other fish. Today, our team finally captured a photo of the crocodile in the lake. This very image you see, but it doesn't quite look like a crocodile. Lucci remarked. That is not a crocodile. It is a northern snakehead, an invasive species. Northern snakehead? Does its presence relate to the dwindling fish population? Liang Mei inquired. Indeed, it does. This fish is quite voracious, devouring any fish it can swallow. Lacking natural predators in our country, it disrupts the ecological balance. Having perused various fish-related knowledge in recent days, Lu Qi had gained some understanding of the northern snakehead. Is that so? It seems we must engage someone to catch it, Liang Mei said with a hint of indignation. I wonder who introduced this invasive species into the lake. It's likely someone who released it, Lu Qi speculated. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, ding. Special task activated. Catch 2 northern snakeheads to save the fish in the scenic lake. Upon completion, you will receive a special reward. Special reward? Upon hearing this term, Lu Qi's eyes brightened. This was the first time the system had prefixed special to a reward, even surpassing the previous lottery numbers that lacked such a distinction. Clearly, this reward was bound to be extraordinary. However, after an initial surge of excitement, Lu Qi felt deflated, as the northern snakehead in the scenic lake likely weighed at least 60 to 70 pounds. System, are you jesting? I plan to catch a 50 or 60-pound creature with a mere 4-pound test rod. Lu Qi expressed his disbelief. In order to assist the host in accomplishing this special task, the host may utilize rods beyond the usual regulations, the system replied. Lu Qi's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting that I can use any rod? Indeed, the system confirmed. With this newfound confidence, Lu Qi felt reassured. The northern snakehead was known for its insatiable appetite and was relatively easy to catch, provided he had a sufficiently strong rod. This fish was incredibly powerful, with razor-sharp teeth capable of severing steel wire. Mother, there's no need to hire anyone. I will gladly assist you in catching the alligator gar for free. Lu Qi said to his mother. Can you really catch such a large fish? Liang Mei expressed her skepticism. Absolutely, trust me. Tomorrow, I shall procure a suitable fishing rod and reel it in. Lu Qi declared confidently, patting his chest. All right then, I will inform my superiors. But we can only grant you 3 days. If you fail to catch it within that time, we will have to enlist professionals, Liang Mei stated. Rest assured, 3 days is ample time, Lu Qi replied with unwavering assurance. Chapter 9. The incident the following day, Lu Qi hurried to the fishing tackle shop. However, after visiting 3 stores, the heaviest rod available could only withstand 20 kilograms. Although the shopkeepers insisted that these rods could handle fish weighing over 100 pounds, Lu Qi remained unconvinced. After all, he was targeting the ferocious alligator gar, and it was his first attempt at catching a creature of such magnitude. To ensure absolute success, he needed a rod of superior strength. Since he could not find a more robust rod in Lingnan's fishing stores, he resolved to purchase one online. However, that would take 2 days for delivery, while the scenic area had only allotted him 3 days to resolve the issue with the alligator gar. What was to be done? Old Chun, do you possess an exceptionally strong rod capable of reeling in ferocious giants weighing 60 to 70 pounds? Lu Qi inquired over the phone. Chen Hongshan had fished for many years and might have a powerful rod in his collection. As expected, Chen Hongshan replied, indeed. I have a rod with a maximum weight capacity of 38 kilograms, and the accompanying reel has a braking force of 36 kilograms, making it easy to handle fish of 100 pounds. Wonderful. Old Chen, could you lend me the rod for a few days? Lu Qi asked eagerly. What exactly are you planning to catch that requires such a powerful rod? Chen Hongshan inquired with curiosity. Just some big fish, Lu Qi answered vaguely. He hesitated to divulge the specific details to Chen Hongshan, fearing that he might want to accompany him. Under ordinary circumstances, he would welcome Chen Hongshan's company. But this involved a special reward from the system. If they fished together and Chen Hongshan caught the alligator gar first, Lu Qi would be left in despair. You're being mysterious with me. Chen Hongshan chuckled and then said, I'm at home now. You can come by to pick it up. Great. Please send me your location via WeChat, Lu Qi replied. Since he had never been to Chen Hongshan's residence, he relied on the navigation system to guide him. After a brief drive, he arrived at an expansive villa. The property featured a wide front lawn and a lavish backyard, resembling a grand estate. Lu Qi pressed the doorbell equipped with a video intercom. Who are you looking for? A voice from the intercom inquired. I'm here to see old Chen. Evidently, Chen Hongshan had informed the housekeeper in advance, as the gate opened automatically, and a housekeeper emerged to escort Lu Qi inside. The front yard was adorned with a rockery, a fountain, and a pavilion, meticulously arranged to create an exquisite ambience. Lu Qi had never imagined that the small town of Lingnan could boast such luxurious villas. Upon entering the grand hall of the villa, Lu Qi encountered Chen Hongshan. Dressed in a traditional Tang suit, Chen appeared more dignified compared to his casual fishing attire. Oh, little Lu, you've arrived. Come, have some tea. Chen Hongshan warmly invited Lu Qi. Taking a sip of the exquisite Longjing tea poured personally by Chen, Lu Qi inquired. Elder Chen, are we not going fishing today? Chen Hongshan replied, I still have some preparations for the birthday banquet, so I shall forego fishing today. In truth, Chen Hongshan did not fish every day. His recent obsession with a sizable catfish had compelled him to go daily. What do you think of this tea? he asked, pouring another cup for Lu Qi. This exceptional Longjing, sourced from ancient tea trees, was reserved for only the most esteemed friends, as most would hesitate to share such a treasure. Delicious, Lu Qi remarked, though he was not a connoisseur of tea. He could discern that this brew was far superior to ordinary varieties, fresh, sweet, and leaving a delightful aftertaste. Chen Hongshan smiled and suggested, "Shall we have lunch here?" "No need to trouble yourself. I must go fishing. I'll leave once I retrieve my rod," Lu Qi responded. "You young man, truly unaware of what you intend to catch," Chen Hongshan teased. "Wait here, I'll fetch a rod for you." With that, Chen Hongshan entered a room on the first floor, leaving Lu Qi alone in the hall. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Lu Qi instinctively glanced over. Descending gracefully from the second floor was a girl clad in a flowing white dress, her skin as pale as snow, her features exquisite, and her demeanor ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being alighting from the heavens. This girl was none other than Chen Qiuya. How beautiful! Lu Qi marveled silently. Chen Qiuya, once somewhat naive in high school, had blossomed into an unparalleled beauty. "Who are you?" she inquired, noticing a stranger standing in her family's living room. Her voice was as melodious as a songbird, vibrant and clear. "Oh, I am a fishing companion of Elder Chen," Lu Qi stood to respond. Upon realizing Lu Qi's identity, Chen Qiuya approached him. Up close, Lu Qi was captivated by her beauty. Her eyes sparkled like black gemstones, her delicate nose resembled a work of art, and her lips were a luscious pink, her skin flawless and smooth. In addition to her angelic visage, Chen Qiuya possessed a perfectly proportioned figure, curvaceous and elegant, embodying the essence of beauty. If beauty could be quantified, Lu Qi would rate Liang Min an 85, while he would bestow a perfect 100 upon Chen Qiuya. "May I ask your name?" Chen Qiuya inquired, gazing at Lu Qi. "Lu Qi," he replied. "Lu Qi, I have a favor to ask. My grandfather is quite elderly and disinclined to have a caretaker accompany him. I worry about him fishing alone. I hope you can look after him while you are out fishing together." Chen Qiuya spoke with utmost courtesy. "Of course," Lu Qi nodded. "This is my business card. If anything arises during your fishing trips with my grandfather, please do not hesitate to call me." Chen Qiuya handed Lu Qi a business card. "Certainly." Lu Qi accepted the card. After exchanging a few brief words, Chen Qiuya departed. After a while, Chen Hongshan emerged with a fishing rod bag and a tackle box in hand. "Everything you requested is here," he said, handing the items to Lu Qi. "Thank you, Elder Chen." Lu Qi felt a swell of joy. With this set of equipment, catching a large alligator gar should pose no challenge. Clutching his gear, Lu Qi set off with enthusiasm. Suddenly, while riding his small electric scooter, he witnessed a traffic accident ahead. A dump truck, driving too close to the edge, had knocked over an electric bicycle. The woman riding it fell to the roadside, blood quickly staining the ground. The dump truck's driver, whether unaware or willfully negligent, failed to stop and drove away. "Oh!" The woman lay in a pool of her own blood, wailing in agony. Lu Qi hurriedly halted, dialing emergency services while rushing to her side. Her injuries were severe, her cries growing fainter, as if her consciousness was slipping away. She urgently needed to be taken to the hospital. However, his small scooter was ill-equipped to transport such an injured person. A car would be far more suitable. Yet, despite the many vehicles passing by, none stopped to assist. Just as Lu Qi felt a sense of desperation, a red Mercedes-Benz pulled over, and a girl in a white dress stepped out. It was none other than Chen Qiuya. "What happened?" she asked, quickly approaching with concern. "She needs to be taken to the hospital immediately," Lu Qi replied gravely. "Then let's lift her into my car." Chen Qiuya responded decisively. "All right." Together, they carefully lifted the woman into the vehicle. Chen Qiuya started the car and sped toward the nearest hospital. Within 10 minutes, the woman was admitted to the emergency room. "Thank you, Miss Chun," Lu Qi said, noticing the bloodstains on her hands, regarding her with newfound respect. "Do you know the injured woman?" Chen Qiuya inquired. "No," Lu Qi replied. "Then why thank me?" "We are in the same situation," she remarked. "Aren't you afraid of being falsely accused?" she asked. "Not at all. We have the means. Even if we were accused, we could manage the expense," Lu Qi joked. "You certainly have a sense of humor," Chen Qiuya smiled. "Since you are not worried about the complications, I'll leave the rest to you while I take my car for a wash." "No problem. You go ahead," Lu Qi assured her. The back seat of her Mercedes was indeed stained with blood and required cleaning. Before leaving, she requested Lu Qi's phone number. Watching Chen Qiuya depart, Lu Qi mused to himself, what a kind-hearted beauty. He remained in the hospital for an hour, until the injured woman's treatment concluded. The hospital successfully contacted her family, and the police completed their report. Shortly after leaving the hospital, he received a call from Chen Qiuya. "That auntie isn't in critical condition, is she?" It turned out Chen Qiuya had asked for Lu Qi's number to keep tabs on the injured woman's situation. "She is not in life-threatening condition. Her family has been contacted," Lu Qi replied. "That's good to hear," Chen Qiuya remarked. The dump truck you mentioned has been traced back to one of our subsidiary companies. I have instructed the driver to turn himself in at the Public Security Bureau, and the company's management is preparing for compensation and an apology. Chen Xiaoya's father owns the largest real estate development company in Lingnan, which also encompasses 2 construction firms. While escorting the injured woman to the hospital, Lu Qi relayed the circumstances of the traffic accident to Chen Xiaoya, astonished at how swiftly she had tracked down the driver responsible for the incident. It could be said that she had truly followed through in assisting others, which endeared her to him even more, rekindling his affection for the former campus belle. Chapter 10. The fishing hook is straightened. Oh no, my fishing rod. After concluding his call with Chen Xiaoya, Lu Qi suddenly remembered that his electric scooter was still parked at the scene of the accident, with his fishing rod left inside. Given the time elapsed, it was possible that someone had taken it. Disturbed by this thought, Lu Qi flagged down a taxi at the hospital entrance, urging the driver to speed toward the location where he had left his scooter. That fishing rod was a prized possession of Chun Hongshan, worth a considerable sum, and losing it would be difficult to explain to him. Moreover, that rod represented his hope for catching the elusive giant snakehead. Without it, he might fail to complete the system's task and miss out on special rewards. 10 minutes later, he finally returned to the site of the accident. To his relief, the electric scooter was still there. The fishing rod bag and tackle box were intact as well. It turned out that the traffic officer handling the incident had been diligently guarding Lu Qi's belongings. He let out a long sigh of relief and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the officer. After a simple lunch at a nearby eatery, Lu Qi made his way to the market. To catch the snakehead, he needed some special bait. Arriving at a fish stall, he purchased 4 grass carp weighing around 2 to 3 pounds each, requesting the vendor to cut them into sizable chunks and remove their scales. These large fish pieces would serve as bait for his quest to catch the snakehead. With everything in place, all that remained was the right moment. Lu Qi set off for Yunxiu Mountain Scenic Area, the only 4A-rated tourist destination in Lingnan, located just a few kilometers from the city center. His mother, Liang Mei, worked at this scenic area. Is this your gear, Xiaoqi? Upon receiving Lu Qi's call, Liang Mei arrived at the entrance of the scenic area to meet him, still skeptical about her son's ability to catch such a large fish, given his limited experience. Don't worry, Mom. I might not need 3 days. I could resolve the invasive snakehead issue today, Lu Qi reassured her, aware that his mother remained doubtful of his fishing prowess. Words were futile. He would let his actions speak for themselves. Together, they arrived at the lakeside within the scenic area. The lake, neither too large nor too small, spanned over 30 acres. Lu Qi unloaded his gear and began assembling his rod. This was his first experience with a shore fishing rod. Despite having watched instructional videos, he still felt somewhat awkward while attaching the fishing reel. His tackle comprised a rod capable of handling 38 kilograms fish, a reel with a drag strength of 36 kilograms, a braided line with a tensile strength of 36 kilograms, a titanium leader line rated at 34 kilograms, a size 16 hook, and fresh chunks of large fish as bait. After considerable effort, a complete fishing rod was finally assembled. During this time, several colleagues of Liang Mei were drawn over to observe. Lu Qi, that rod must cost several hundred, right? Inquired a plump lady. Ahem, roughly that, Lu Qi replied, uncertain of the exact price of top-tier fishing rods. But he was certain that Chun Hongshan's rod was worth at least several thousand. Nevertheless, he had no interest in explaining the intricacies of fishing to someone utterly unfamiliar with it. Once all preparations were complete, Lu Qi officially commenced fishing. Everyone, please stand back, he instructed. This was his first attempt at long-distance casting with a shore rod. To ensure safety, he confirmed that there were no overhead wires nearby and asked the onlookers to step further away. He aimed for the deep waters at the center of the lake, as previous sightings of the alligator gar had occurred in that very area. With the rod held high behind his head, he gripped the reel firmly with his right hand and the appropriate position at the end of the rod with his left, focusing intently on the center of the lake before casting with force. Splash! The bait soared through the air and splashed into the water, but it only reached a distance of a mere dozen meters. Lu Qi reeled in the line and prepared for a second cast. This time, he achieved slightly greater distance, yet it still did not exceed 20 meters. Even the lady, who knew nothing of fishing, could discern Lu Qi's lack of proficiency. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Qi realized that long-distance casting was not as effortless as he had anticipated and that he would need to practice more. Ame, is your Lu Qi up to the task? The plump lady voiced her skepticism regarding his ability to catch an alligator gar, given his awkward casting. He should be able to, Liang Mei replied, though her confidence was not particularly high. However, in support of her son, she added, after all, it's free. Let him give it a try. Upon hearing the word free, the other employees at the scenic area fell silent. The reason their supervisor permitted Lu Qi to fish was precisely because he did not charge for it. Otherwise, hiring someone for such a large lake would undoubtedly cost thousands. After 3 attempts, Lu Qi finally cast the bait close to the center of the lake. Now, All that remained was to wait for a fish to bite. According to reports, alligator gars have a hearty appetite and consume nearly any small fish, making them relatively easy to catch. Yet, half an hour passed without so much as a ripple on the bobber. The onlookers gradually dispersed. "Son, you keep fishing. Mom has to attend to other matters," Liang Mei stated, unable to linger any longer. She left a bottle of mineral water for Lu Qi and went about her own tasks. With no one watching, Lu Qi felt somewhat more at ease. He reeled in the bait, replaced it with a larger piece of fish, and cast it a few meters away from the previous spot. Were the fish simply sated? Were they not hungry at all? Another half hour elapsed as Lu Qi rotated through 3 different casting positions, yet the bobber remained motionless. It was disheartening to know that the system indicated 2 large alligator gars resided in this lake, yet not a single one had made an appearance. Lu Qi could not help but doubt that both alligator gars had gorged themselves and were now uninterested in feeding. Just as he was about to change his casting position once more, the bobber twitched slightly and then suddenly sank. Lu Qi quickly lifted the rod. The fishing line tautened swiftly, causing the lake's surface to ripple. A tremendous force surged through the fishing rod into Lu Qi's hands, compelling him to grip it with all his strength. A big catch. However, before Lu Qi could revel in the moment, the force in his hands abruptly vanished, causing him to stumble backward several steps, nearly losing his balance. What was happening? Bewildered, Lu Qi reeled in the line, only to be astonished to find that the fish was gone, and the once curved hook was now straightened. To his disbelief, the size 16 hook had been completely straightened. This was utterly astonishing. Logically, a size 16 hook, robust and thick, should have been capable of handling a 100-pound fish without issue. Glancing at the rod, Lu Qi finally discerned the problem. The initial drag force of the reel had not been set correctly. The maximum drag force of the reel was 36 kilograms, and Lu Qi had used this as the initial drag force. Consequently, when the hook pierced the alligator gar, the startled fish exerted an unexpected burst of strength, overwhelming the hook with excessive force and causing it to straighten. Learning from this experience, Lu Qi adjusted the initial drag force to 1/3 of the maximum, intending to gradually increase it once the alligator gar was hooked. Chapter 11. Battling the Giant. Special reward. Lu Qi affixed a new hook, calibrated the drag force of the reel, and baited the hook with a sizable fish chunk before casting it to the spot where the alligator gar had previously taken the bait. Given that the hook had already pierced the fish, Lu Qi surmised that the alligator gar, having felt pain, might be hesitant to bite again. However, 10 minutes later, the alligator gar surprised Lu Qi. The bobber plunged swiftly beneath the surface. Lu Qi promptly lifted the rod. A force coursed through his hands, albeit not as intense as before, since this time the reel was set to only 1/3 of its drag capacity. The water surged as the line was relentlessly pulled from the spool, rapidly unspooling several meters in mere moments. With one hand gripping the rod and the other on the handle, Lu Qi gradually increased the drag force of the reel. 18 kilograms, 24 kilograms. When the drag force reached 24 kilograms, Lu Qi found it nearly impossible to control the rod with one hand. He could only lift the tip of the rod while slightly squatting, pressing the base of the rod against his thigh. Yet, even with a drag force of 24 kilograms, it did not deter the hooked alligator gar from fleeing into the distance, the line hissing as it was drawn out. Lu Qi diligently cranked the handle of the reel while adjusting the angle of the rod and line, striving to mitigate the alligator gar's forceful escape. However, the formidable creature beneath the water proved to be exceptionally fierce, and the situation of the rapidly drawn line showed no signs of improvement. Consequently, Lu Qi continued to increase the drag force, elevating it from 24 kilograms to 30 kilograms. With such a formidable drag force engaged, the speed at which the line was drawn began to slow. However, this also meant that nearly 30 kilograms of force was now acting upon Lu Qi, who strained to maintain control of the rod beneath his legs, preventing it from being yanked away. The giant creature beneath the water, thwarted in its advance, began to thrash from side to side before eventually swimming back. Seizing the opportunity presented by the creature's retreat, Lu Qi furiously cranked the handle, reeling in the line as swiftly as possible. Having just reeled in 7 or 8 meters of line, the colossal creature beneath the water abruptly changed direction, exerting its strength and pulling another 7 or 8 meters of line from the reel. Thus, Lu Qi found himself ensnared in a fierce struggle with the behemoth. Minutes passed, and Lu Qi's arms ached, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he had only managed to retrieve around 10 meters of line. Such a formidable creature typically requires the combined efforts of 2 or 3 individuals to gradually deplete its strength. Battling it alone was indeed a daunting task. However, Lu Qi had no alternative. To earn the system's rewards, he had to land the creature by himself. Fortunately, after the earlier tussles, Lu Qi gradually honed his technique. He no longer fretted over the occasional meter of line lost. Instead, when the creature surged, he would lower the drag on the reel, allowing himself a moment's respite. Though this meant the line would be further drawn out, it was destined to be a protracted battle. Another 15 minutes elapsed. Lu Qi gasped for breath. And the creature in the water was also losing its vigor, surfacing to leap and thrash about, splashing water high as it made its final attempts at escape. Staff from the scenic area noticed the commotion and rushed over to witness the spectacle. "Wow, what a massive fish!" they exclaimed, eyes wide as they beheld the elongated alligator gar, nearly the height of an adult. Although some had previously captured distant photographs of the fish, they had only seen it suspended in the water, unclear and indistinct. Now, they could observe the magnificent creature thrashing at the surface, sending up sprays of water 2 meters high. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, tethered to the other end of the line, held steadfast, impressing the onlookers with his unwavering grip on the creature. The struggle had entered its final, slow phase of reeling in. 20 meters, 10 meters, despite its ferocity. The alligator gar had exhausted its strength after such relentless combat. At last, it was drawn to the shore, where staff fetched large nets to assist Lu Qi in bringing the creature onto dry land. With a long sigh of relief, Lu Qi could finally relax. Ding! Congratulations. You have caught an alligator gar weighing 80 pounds, earning 3,000 experience points. The system's voice echoed in Lu Qi's mind. What about the reward? He silently queried the system. There remains another alligator gar in the lake. Only when you catch that one will your mission to save the little fish be deemed complete, the system replied. Son, do you really need to push yourself this hard? Liang Mei approached with a tissue to wipe Lu Qi's sweat, her heart aching at his weary appearance. Had she known the struggle involved in catching this fish, she would have dissuaded him from attempting it. Mom, this is great exercise. There's nothing wrong with it. Lu Qi smiled, reassuring her. Meanwhile, the staff hurried to bind the creature's lengthy jaws with rope before it could bite anyone, then proceeded to measure its length and weight. 1 meter 60, 80 pounds, exclaimed one of the staff. No wonder the fish in the lake have dwindled so much. Everyone began to pull out their phones to capture images of this magnificent fish. It was their first encounter with an alligator gar, and certainly the largest fish they had ever seen. Div data thank you to image source user a magnificent image of the alligator gar. Thank you, Xiaolu, for helping us catch this culprit. The leader of the scenic area expressed gratitude towards Lu Qi, noting that thanks to him, the area saved at least a few thousand yuan. No need for thanks. There is still another alligator gar in the lake, Lu Qi replied. Everyone was taken aback. There is another one of these strange fish in the lake? The leader inquired eagerly. Yes, Lu Qi affirmed with a nod. Could you assist us in catching the other one as well? The leader looked at Lu Qi with hopeful eyes. Certainly, but I need to rest for a bit, Lu Qi responded. Youth indeed brings vigor. The leader smiled, and then turned to a young man nearby. Xiaozhong, go fetch 2 bottles of Red Bull for Xiaolu. After a half-hour break, Lu Qi felt rejuvenated. He baited his hook with a large piece of fish and resumed fishing for the alligator gar. This time, the weight was significantly shorter, after changing his casting position twice. Within 20 minutes, a massive creature was hooked. Once again, he found himself engaged in a struggle, similar to the previous experience. However, Lu Qi's stamina was not as robust as before, suggesting this catch might be slightly smaller. Gradually accumulating experience, Lu Qi managed to handle the battle with greater finesse. Despite the lingering fatigue, his posture had improved considerably. After 20 minutes of effort, the great beast was successfully landed. Congratulations, Master. You have caught an alligator gar weighing 60 pounds, earning 2,000 experience points. Congratulations, Master. Your fishing power has reached level 4. Congratulations, Master. You have completed the task of protecting small fish, earning a special reward, a doubling of your physical attributes. The system's voice echoed incessantly. Upon hearing the special reward, Lu Qi was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of joy. Though the reward was not monetary or material, it was something that money could not buy. What does physical attributes entail? It refers to the various capabilities demonstrated by the body's organ systems during physical labor or sporting activities, primarily encompassing speed, strength, endurance, agility, and flexibility. Thus, the significance of physical attributes is evident. In fishing alone, without a robust physique, one cannot reel in colossal creatures. For instance, after catching 2 large alligator gars today, Lu Qi felt utterly exhausted. If the alligator gar had been an additional 10 pounds heavier, he might not have been able to land it. With such physical attributes, attempting to contend with sea monsters weighing hundreds of pounds would be tantamount to folly. Of course, Lu Qi's physical condition was not poor, it simply lacked strength. Now, the system would aid him in doubling his physical attributes. This enhancement would undoubtedly equip him with the capability to battle even more ferocious and gigantic creatures in the future. Chapter 12, Fishing in the Rain. A big carp bites Lu Qi. Your fishing skills are remarkable. Handsome brother Lu has done a commendable deed. The employees of the scenic area showered Lu Qi with praise. Hearing the accolades for her son, Liang Mei smiled. pleasantly surprised by how proficient he had become at fishing in such a short time. "Mom, I'm heading out now." Lucci had no inclination to linger and bask in the accolades of others. He hastily bid farewell to his mother and swiftly returned home. Upon entering his room, he locked the door behind him. "System, expedite my physical enhancement," Lucci urged, eager to receive the system's special reward. "Understood, please bear with me. The initial 10 seconds may be somewhat painful," the system replied. With a chime indicating the commencement of the reward, Lucci felt his entire body ignite with heat, as if engulfed by flames, inflicting considerable discomfort. However, forewarned by the system, he gritted his teeth. The 10 seconds of agony gradually subsided, replaced by an indescribable sensation of comfort, as if warm currents flowed through his being, every pore wide open, akin to the legendary Zhu Beiji savoring the ginseng fruit. This exquisite feeling lingered for 20 seconds. Ding! The special reward has been dispensed. Your physical attributes have doubled compared to before, the system announced. Completed? Lucci's eyes sparkled as he tested his body, indeed feeling lighter and brimming with vitality. He approached the corner of his room and grasped a dumbbell resting there. The 20 kilograms weight, which had previously posed a significant challenge for him to lift with one hand, now felt effortless as he completed a dozen repetitions with ease. "It appears my physical prowess has truly doubled. The system is remarkable. A doubling of physical attributes does not merely equate to a doubling of strength. Enhancements in bone density, muscle intensity, and various other factors suggest that his strength may have increased several-fold. It could be said that Lucci now possessed capabilities akin to those of an elite athlete. This extraordinary reward served as a delightful surprise, deepening his appreciation for the system's abilities. After a brief assessment of his physical prowess, Lucci turned his attention to the system's attribute panel. Host name: Lucci Fishing Power Level. Level 4 Experience Points. 7,500 Unlocked Fish Species. Crucian carp, tilapia, carp, grass carp, alligator gar. Achievements: none, in comparison to before. The changes on the attribute panel were minimal. System, why have I not received any achievements after catching that 80-pound giant? Lucci inquired, gazing at the barren achievement column. When you obtain achievements in the future, you will come to understand that they are not easily attained, the system replied cryptically. With that vague response, Lucci decided to set aside the question and instead asked, "Now that my fishing power is at level 4, can I upgrade my rod?" With a fishing power level of 4, you may utilize rods with a maximum weight limit of 4 kilograms, which may include both hand rods and shore rods. The system informed him. Finally, he could use a shore rod, with the maximum weight limit raised to 4 kilograms. It would be feasible to catch large fish weighing 20 or 30 pounds with proper technique. Armed with such a rod, he would not need to worry about being unable to reel in larger catches while fishing in Lingnan, as encountering fish exceeding 30 pounds in the rivers there was quite rare. "Can I now fish in ponds or reservoirs?" Lucci asked once more. "Not yet, master. You must upgrade your fishing skill to level 5 before you can fish in the pond and reservoir," the system responded. "Very well," Lucci said. And after inquiring about the system, he rushed to the fishing gear store to enhance his equipment. "Son, your grandmother's health has not been well lately. If you have time tomorrow, could you accompany your mother to visit her?" His mother, Liang Mei, inquired during dinner. Should we go in the morning or afternoon?" "Let's go in the afternoon." "All right then." Since this would not interfere with his morning fishing, Lucci agreed to his mother's request. In truth, Lucci was rather reluctant to visit his grandmother, for his 2 uncles and aunt were quite snobbish, looking down upon their family simply because they had earned some money. During the New Year visit, Lucci had overheard some unpleasant remarks. The following morning, the weather was unfavorable, with rain falling steadily. Yet, regardless of wind and rain, nothing could deter a fisherman from pursuing his passion, especially Lucci. Of course, this was contingent upon the rain not being a thunderstorm or torrential downpour. Fishing outdoors during a thunderstorm poses risks of lightning strikes, and a fishing rod can attract lightning when cast. Today's rain could be classified as light to moderate. So Lucci donned his raincoat and took an umbrella as he set out. Before long, he arrived at the riverbank. Indeed, aside from him, there were several other fishermen braving the elements. Tenacious fishermen. Today's target was still the carp. Due to the rain, the water current was swift, and the oxygen levels in the upper layers of water had increased, causing most fish to stay near the surface. Under these circumstances, the effectiveness of baiting was diminished, so Lucci decided against it. He set up his rod holder, erected a fishing rod, and held a hand rod in his hand. Generally speaking, fishing during or after rainfall in summer tends to yield better results, as the oxygen levels rise and the water temperature decreases, invigorating the fish. Indeed, despite not baiting, within 10 minutes of waiting, Lucci felt a tug on his rod. Ding! Caught a carp. Reward: 5,000 yuan. After upgrading to level 4, the cash reward for catching the same fish had diminished. Just the day before, he had received 10,000 yuan for a carp, but today it was only 5,000. Ding. Caught a carp weighing 1.5 pounds. Reward, 10,000 yuan. Ding. Caught a tilapia. Reward, 2,000 yuan. Lucci steadily caught several fish with his hand rod. However, after trying 3 different casting spots with his fishing rod, he had yet to catch anything. Could it be that the rain made fishing along the shore more fruitful? Just as Lucci pondered whether to switch his distant cast to a closer one, the bell on his fishing rod began to ring. A fish was on. He swiftly placed down the hand rod and took hold of the fishing rod. A formidable pulling force transmitted through his hands, and the fishing line sizzled as it was drawn from the reel. The hooked fish was substantial. The reel paired with this rod had a drag force nearing 4 kilograms, yet Lucci set it to maximum, and the line continued to be pulled out. This fish must weigh over 10 pounds. Lucci's face broke into a smile as he began to maneuver the fish using a technique of letting out and reeling in the line. This method, known as playing the fish, entails encouraging the fish to swim continuously, thereby exhausting its strength. When the fish began to stall, remaining motionless, Lucci gently oscillated the fishing rod, transmitting force through the line to the hook in the fish's mouth, causing it to feel pain and prompting it to swim again. Gradually, Lucci noticed that this fish exerted force infrequently and often stalled, leading him to suspect it was a large carp. After approximately 10 minutes, the big fish finally revealed itself, confirming Lucci's suspicion. It was indeed a large carp. As the fish began to thrash and show signs of distress, Lucci carefully brought it closer and netted it. Ding! Congratulations, master! You have caught a rare large carp weighing 18 pounds. Earning 600 experience points and a B-level opportunity reward, announced the system in a pleasant tone. Chapter 13. The Beauty's Blunder, a B-level opportunity reward? This was the first time Lucci had received such a reward. System, what exactly is an opportunity? Lucci inquired. In simple terms, it is a chance to earn money, the system replied. This reward sounded promising, so Lucci requested, please provide me with the specific details of this B-level opportunity. Considering that the lottery ticket has not yet been redeemed and your capital is limited, I suggest you redeem the lottery ticket before acquiring the opportunity information, the system advised. I see, very well. Lucci had been fishing for several days, obtaining a cash reward of 600,000, and combined with the down payment funds he had prepared for buying a house, he had over 1 million. Yet, the system indicated that his capital was insufficient, suggesting that this opportunity was indeed extraordinary. Having worked for only 2 years with a monthly salary of less than 10,000, the down payment money was not entirely his own, with more than half coming from his parents' assistance. It seemed he would need to redeem the ticket tomorrow. Lucci resolved to visit the Provincial Welfare Lottery Center the next day, confident that the over 300 million funds would suffice to make the most of the system's B-level opportunity. For now, the fishing continued. After releasing the large carp, the rain gradually ceased. The fishing conditions after a summer rain were quite favorable, and with the system's luck enhancement, Lucci managed to catch over a dozen fish, though none were large. Ding! Caught a white strip fish, experience points 10, reward 3,000 yuan. Ding! Caught a silver carp, experience points 30, reward 10,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking a new fish species, experience points 100. Although he did not catch any large fish, he unlocked 2 new species, the white strip and the silver carp. Thus, his 4-hour fishing session for the day came to an end. With his fishing ability elevated to level 4, the effective fishing time remained at 4 hours each day. After finishing fishing, Lucci headed to Chun Hongshan's residence to return the premium fishing rod. There's no need to return it. This rod is a gift for you, Chun Hongshan said with a smile. At my age, I lack the ability to fully utilize the rod's performance. This statement held truth, given Chun Hongshan's age. The likelihood of successfully catching a massive fish with a breaking force of 36 kilograms was slim. However, this rod belongs to Chun Hongshan. How could Lucci possibly covet another's treasure? He graciously declined, saying, Old Chun, you flatter me. We shall fish for titanic creatures at the reservoir together in the future, and there will be ample opportunity to employ this rod. Lucci firmly returned the rod to Chun Hongshan. Do you have any idea how much this rod in real cost? How can you refuse it? Chun Hongshan exclaimed, his irritation palpable, yet his admiration for Lucci deepened. This set of fishing gear was valued at over 30,000, a sum that most would find hard to decline. All right, Old Chun, let us not dwell on this. Allow me to show you something. Lucci retrieved his phone and displayed a photograph to Chun Hongshan. A carp of such magnitude. Upon glimpsing the robust fish in the image, Chun Hongshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Under equal weight conditions, a carp appears larger. An 18-pound carp can visually rival some 30-pound fish. How many pounds is it? Chun Hongshan inquired enviously. 18 pounds, Lucci replied. Good lad. After all these years of fishing, the largest carp I have ever caught weighed merely 13 pounds. You have surpassed my record in just a few days. Chun Hongshan expressed both envy and a tinge of frustration. But did you borrow my rod solely to catch this carp? It seems a bit of overkill, he continued. To use a rod rated for 38 kilograms to catch an 18-pound carp, it borders on using a cannon to swat a mosquito, Lu Chi remarked. Old Chun, allow me to show you something even more thrilling. He grinned and flipped to a photograph of a crocodile fish from the scenic area. Upon seeing a crocodile fish nearly the size of a human, Chun Hongshan's eyes widened even further. What a colossal creature. At that moment, Chun Qiuya entered the hall and overheard their conversation. Something thrilling? So large. Chun Qiuya instinctively assumed that Lu Chi was showing her grandfather some inappropriate images. This fellow is leading my grandfather astray. With a frosty expression, she approached and snatched Lu Chi's phone, her face a mask of disapproval. You must not show my grandfather such things. Lu Chi and Chun Hongshan were momentarily taken aback by her sudden action. Qiuya, what are you doing? Give the phone back to grandfather. He wishes to see, Chun Hongshan urged. Grandfather, don't let this guy lead you astray. Chun Qiuya responded, a mix of embarrassment and irritation flaring in her voice. Led astray? What are you talking about? Grandfather is merely looking at pictures of large fish. How can that lead him astray? Chun Hongshan asked, bewildered. Pictures of large fish? Chun Qiuya's confusion deepened, and she finally glanced at Lu Chi's phone screen. Realizing that the images were, in fact, of large fish and nothing inappropriate at all. What an embarrassing fiasco. Chun Qiuya, always poised, found herself in an unprecedentedly awkward situation. You two carry on. I shall retreat upstairs. With her ears burning, she feigned composure, flicked her hair, and gracefully exited the room, returning Lu Chi's phone as she left. Lu Chi and Chun Hongshan exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by her reaction. Lu Chi, where did you catch this magnificent creature? Chun Hongshan's gaze returned to the phone screen. His eyes ablaze with desire, reminiscent of a bachelor beholding a stunning beauty. Catching such a colossal fish is the dream of every angler. At Yunxiu Mountain Scenic Area, Lu Chi replied, the true objective of your fishing expedition is undoubtedly those two sizable arapaima gigas, isn't it? Chun Hongshan finally comprehended that the large carp from earlier was not the target of Lu Chi at all. Indeed, Lu Chi nodded in affirmation. You little rascal. Indulging yourself without inviting me. Chun Hongshan feigned indignation. My apologies, Chun Lao. The situation is such that Lu Chi provided a reasonable explanation, asserting that he had gained entry to the scenic area due to his mother's connections, making it inconvenient to bring others along. Chun Lao, we will have plenty of opportunities in the future to fish for colossal catches, be it the giant grouper or the bluefin tuna. I would gladly take you along. Lu Chi promised, hoping to placate Chun Hongshan. Oh please, you can tell me all this once you achieve financial freedom. Chun Hongshan retorted with a smile, acknowledging that fishing for either the giant grouper or the Atlantic bluefin tuna required a substantial economic foundation. Otherwise, one would be unable even to rent a fishing boat. However, the fact that you can say such things indicates you still have a conscience. I shall let this slide this time. Chun Hongshan set aside his feigned anger. In truth, he was not upset at all, merely jesting with Lu Chi. Lu Chi exhaled in relief. He cherished the goodwill of Chun Hongshan and did not wish to jeopardize their rapport over this trivial matter. He declined Chun Hongshan's invitation to lunch, opting instead to return home to dine with his mother before driving his father's BYD to his grandmother's house. Is Dad not coming? Lu Chi inquired of his mother during the ride. No, he has to work, Liang Mei replied. Lu Chi sensed that work was likely just an excuse. His father, Lu Run, was a quintessential honest man, having served for over 2 decades as a grassroots staff member, earning less than 4,000 yuan a month. His grandmother often compared his father unfavorably to his 2 uncles, claiming his father lacked ambition. Both uncles and their wives also looked down upon him. Consequently, his father was not fond of visiting his grandmother's house, only doing so during the spring festival and her birthday celebration out of obligation. Chapter 14. No more pretense. I'm coming clean. Lu Chi and his mother purchased some fruits and health supplements, driving straight to his grandmother's home. Her residence was situated in a village over 20 kilometers from the city, where his 2 uncles co-owned a quarry, making them among the wealthiest individuals in the village. Upon entering the village, they could see 2 adjacent 4-story villas from a distance, with a courtyard larger than a basketball court enclosed by a fence. This was indeed the home of Lu Chi's uncles. As the courtyard gate stood open, Lu Chi drove the BYD inside. His grandmother and 2 aunts were present at home. His grandmother had recovered from her illness and appeared to be in good spirits, engaging in conversation with her for a while. Aki, weren't you working at the sheep market? Why have you returned? His grandmother inquired during their chat. I resigned. I plan to develop my career in Lingnan, Lu Chi replied. His eldest aunt interjected, developing in Lingnan? It seems there aren't many major companies there. I no longer wish to be an employee. I aspire to be my own boss, Lu Chi stated. Your own boss? Do you have the capital? His eldest aunt questioned. Aki, I'm not trying to discourage you, but graduates from prestigious universities earn tens of thousands a month. while you barely make a fraction of that. With your current abilities, starting a business might lead to significant losses. It's better to have a steady job, she cautioned. Since learning that Lucci's salary after graduating from university was rather modest, both of his aunts have not refrained from making snide remarks, insinuating that his university education was in vain, as his monthly earnings were less than those of a laborer on a construction site. You needn't trouble yourself with such concerns, Aunt, Lucci replied. Oh, dear, this is merely a heartfelt reminder for you. His elder aunt chuckled mockingly, her tone dripping with sarcasm as if ridiculing Lucci's aspirations. Ame, since Xiaoqi is no longer working in the sheep market, I presume there is no need for him to purchase a house there. Kindly return the 30,000 you borrowed from our family. Your brother is currently in need of liquidity for his business, the second aunt suddenly addressed Liang Mei. In that moment, Lucci was taken aback, instinctively glancing at his mother, realizing that she had borrowed money from his aunts to help him with the down payment. Liang Mei lowered her head, remaining silent for an extended period. It had taken considerable effort to borrow that 30,000, and now, before her son, her sister-in-law was pressing her to repay the debt, showing utter disregard for her dignity. With both brothers possessing fortunes in the millions and the quarry yielding daily profits in the thousands, could they truly be lacking in such a sum? Observing his mother's reaction, Lucci swiftly comprehended the extent of the humiliation she must have endured to secure the loan in front of his aunts. Aunt, please provide me with your account details. I shall repay you immediately. Lucci felt a surge of irritation. The second aunt, without hesitation, relayed her bank account number to him. Lucci promptly transferred 35,000 to her, declaring, the additional 5,000 is for your interest. Hearing this, Liang Mei grew anxious, grasping Lucci's hand. Son, what are you doing? No interest is necessary. Your second aunt agreed to the terms when borrowing. Mother, it's quite all right. This is merely a trifling sum. We can afford it. Lucci reassured her with a smile. A trifling sum? The second aunt replied with a cold laugh. Ame, this is what your Lucci has asserted. I shall gladly accept the 5,000 as interest. While Liang Mei pondered how to reclaim the 5,000, Lucci leaned in close and whispered in her ear, Mother, trust me, that 5,000 is truly insignificant, hardly worth mentioning. Feeling her son's confidence, though unsure of its origin, Liang Mei instinctively chose to believe him, relinquishing her intention to retrieve the 5,000. Ame, with such a temperament, your Lucci is bound to encounter numerous challenges in society, the elder aunt remarked sarcastically before departing. Ame, since your Lucci is so formidable, I trust there will be no further need to borrow money from us. The second aunt sneered, shaking her gold chain as she followed the elder aunt out. Even their grandmother shook her head, saying, Xiaoqi, as a university student, why stoop to their level? Lucci smiled slightly, responding, Grandmother, I am not stooping. I merely wish to convey that we too possess our dignity. All right, dear, let us change the subject. Liang Mei quickly interjected to avoid further confrontation with their grandmother. After such an incident, Liang Mei did not linger long, bidding farewell to her grandmother after a brief interval. Before parting, Lucci pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to her, saying, Grandmother, here is 10,000. Please use it to purchase something you enjoy. Although Lucci harbored a certain disdain for his grandmother's pretentiousness, he recognized her as family and felt compelled to honor her, holding a thick stack of 100 yuan bills. His grandmother stared blankly as Lucci's car disappeared from view. Despite her two sons earning a living, they seldom provided her with money, making Lucci's generous gift of 10,000 yuan an extraordinary exception. Mom, what is the story behind this money? His two aunts inquired, having witnessed the exchange from upstairs. I have no idea. Xiaoqi said it was for me, his grandmother replied, equally bewildered. Did you lend money to Ame recently? One aunt asked. No. My monthly allowance comes from you all. How could I have money to lend? She retorted. The two aunts exchanged glances, the modest sum they provided each month, along with the fact that she always spent her own money for medical expenses, made it implausible for her to save up 10,000 yuan. Then it's puzzling how that boy gave you such a large sum, one aunt remarked, perplexed. Perhaps he was provoked by our earlier conversation. Trying to put on a facade, the other aunt scoffed. With his temperament, he will inevitably squander all the savings his parents have amassed. Nodding in agreement, the second aunt suddenly exclaimed, could it be counterfeit? The trio simultaneously scrutinized the stack of bills. The first aunt, who owned a currency detector, eagerly led the others to verify the authenticity of the 10,000 yuan. If it turned out to be fake, Liang Mei would never be able to hold her head high before them again. The verdict soon arrived. The bills were genuine. The two aunts internally grumbled about Lucci's willingness to flaunt such a substantial amount of money. Son, what on earth are you up to? On the way back, Liang Mei looked at Lucci with confusion. The 5,000 yuan in interest, plus the 10,000 yuan for his grandmother, meant their family had spent a total of 15,000 yuan on this outing. Liang Mei felt a pang of regret. Lucci smiled, unfazed, and replied, "Mom, I plan to tell you later, but I can't keep up the charade any longer. I am, in fact, a billionaire." "A billionaire? At a time like this? Can't you speak to your mother properly?" Liang Mei was both exasperated and amused. "Mom, have you been following the news lately? Someone in Lingnan won a 400 million yuan lottery," Lu Qi said slowly. This news had been circulating wildly in Lingnan these past few days, and Liang Mei was certainly aware of it. "Son, you're not implying." Liang Mei's eyes widened as a thought struck her. Chapter 15. Planning a dark operation? Liang Mei stared intently at Lu Qi, her heart racing. Lu Qi grinned and nodded. "That's right. The one who won the 400 million is me." This statement fell upon Liang Mei's ears like a thunderclap. She struggled to articulate her emotions, feeling dizzy as if caught in a dream. Her son had won a 400 million jackpot. Pinching her own hand for confirmation, the pain assured her it was no dream. "Son, you're not joking with me, are you?" Liang Mei asked, her excitement palpable. "Mom, do you really think I would deceive you about something like this?" Lu Qi replied with a smile. At last, Liang Mei was thoroughly convinced of the truth. This signified a monumental shift in the fate of her family. Over the years, she and her husband had endured scorn for their inability to earn a decent living. After painstakingly nurturing their son to attend a prestigious university, they had hoped for a turnaround, only to discover that his post-graduation salary was disappointingly modest. Throughout her life, she had seldom held her head high in the presence of relatives and friends. Unbeknownst to her, Liang Mei's eyes began to glisten with tears. "My son, though you have become a billionaire, we must maintain our humility." Once the initial excitement subsided, Liang Mei earnestly cautioned Lu Qi that if certain relatives learned of their son's wealth, they would undoubtedly come knocking for loans. She was particularly wary of her two brothers. Despite their modest fortunes, they would surely concoct various excuses to ask for money if they discovered her son possessed billions. She understood these people all too well. "Mom, don't you think I am already discreet enough?" Lu Qi replied with a smile. "However, we should not shy away from being proud when the moment calls for it." Liang Mei nodded in satisfaction, appreciating her son's understanding of propriety. "Son, when you mentioned buying a spacious apartment to me the other day, it was because you had indeed struck gold, wasn't it?" Liang Mei finally comprehended why her son had made such a statement. Lu Qi nodded, affirming, "Yes." "Have you claimed your prize yet?" "Not yet. I plan to go tomorrow." "Take your father with you. It isn't safe to go alone." Initially, Lu Qi had intended to claim the prize by himself, but his mother insisted on having his father accompany him for safety. That evening, Liang Mei shared the news with Lu Ren. The usually reserved Lu Ren was also aflame with excitement upon learning that his son had won several hundred million. "Fortune has finally smiled upon our family," Lu Ren exclaimed with heartfelt joy. "Dad, our luck is only just beginning." Lu Qi responded with a grin. "Old Lu, take the day off tomorrow and accompany our son to the provincial capital to claim his prize," Liang Mei commanded. "All right," Lu Ren concurred, also sensing the potential dangers of Lu Qi going alone. That night, the couple was so exhilarated that they struggled to sleep, finally drifting off around 2 in the morning. A mere 2 hours later, just before 4:30, Lu Qi rose to go fishing. Fishing was of utmost importance. Even winning a billion-dollar prize could not delay it. However, in order to set out with his father before 10, he had to rise early. Initially, Lu Qi thought that waking at 4:30 would be sufficiently early. Yet he was surprised to find several other fishermen already present by the river, their lights flickering. He wondered if they had been fishing all night or simply risen even earlier than he had. Today, Lu Qi chose a fishing spot several kilometers away from his previous locations, as his target was catfish. The site was recommended by Chun Hanshan, who informed him that the murky and deep waters, coupled with the shade of large trees, concealed numerous catfish. The bait typically used for catfish consists of animal entrails, earthworms, or shrimp flesh. Since catfish possess small eyes and rely mainly on their keen sense of smell and touch to forage, Lu Qi opted for the most pungent black earthworms. Preparation for fishing is essential. A single hook is baited with a black worm, exposing both ends, and then the rod is cast into the water. Utilizing a combination of a hand rod and a shore rod without pre-baiting, one can still find success at a resourceful fishing spot, where fish are abundant. With the right bait, catfish are relatively easy to catch. The float twitches twice, and Lu Qi promptly reels in a sizable catfish. Ding! A large catfish caught. Reward, 10,000 yuan. Over the next 2 hours, he manages to catch around 10 fish, including mud catfish, large catfish, and bullhead catfish. However, none exceed 2 pounds. It is typical for mud catfish and bullheads to weigh under 2 pounds, given their natural size, but mature large catfish are considerably heavier. By the end of 4 hours, Lu Qi has yet to catch a catfish over 2 pounds, ultimately due to the insufficient resources at this location. In fishing, resources take precedence. Without them, even the most skilled angler with the best equipment cannot catch large fish. "Son, do you really need to fish every day?" Upon his return home, Lu Qi's mother, Liang Mei, chuckled and shook her head. Her son, a billionaire, was still so enamored with fishing. I can't help it. I have fallen in love with it. Lu Qi replied with a smile. What if your future wife forbids you from fishing? Liang Mei teased. If she doesn't support my fishing, she can never be my wife. Lu Qi laughed. All right, let's hurry and have breakfast. Having achieved financial freedom, it is good for Lu Qi to have a hobby. Far better than those who indulge in vice. So Liang Mei continued to support his passion for fishing. After breakfast, Lu Qi and his father, Lu Run, set off for the provincial capital, with Lu Run driving and Lu Qi seated in the passenger seat, engaged in conversation with Chen Hongshan. Old Chen, the fishing spot you suggested yesterday was rather mediocre, no big fish. I asked if there were fish, and you said there were plenty, just not big ones. If there are fish, that's what matters. Who can guarantee big catches during wild fishing? Lu Qi found Chen Hongshan's logic sound. Any angler who could catch as many fish in 4 hours would surely boast about it on social media rather than complain. I know a place where large catfish reside, but there's a duck farm nearby, which makes the air a bit unpleasant. Would you still want to fish there? Chen Hongshan continued. Well, please share the location with me. All right, young man, I have faith in you. Chen Hongshan smiled as he sent the fishing spot to Lu Qi, embodying the spirit of a true angler who would endure unpleasantness for the sake of fishing. Though Lu Qi hesitated, the prospect of catching a large catfish with additional rewards beyond cash solidified his resolve. After 3 hours of driving, Lu Qi and his father arrived at the provincial lottery center. Claiming a grand prize should have been a joyous occasion, yet Lu Qi faced a frustrating complication. The financial officer at the lottery center informed him that his account only held 50 million, while the remaining 310 million would be disbursed in 12 installments over the next year. Originally, a leader had taken him into a room alone, subtly implying that a donation would be necessary to receive the check. Lu Qi felt a surge of irritation upon hearing the finance department's words. He could no longer contain his fury and exclaimed, "A year? Will you next say it should be spread over 10 years? I have not denied you time to prepare. I have already delayed my claim for several days. Your prize pool clearly states several hundred million. Where has that money gone? Did the director invest it? Let me make myself clear. Today, I must receive at least 200 million. The remainder should be delivered to me within a week. Otherwise, you will face a swarm of reporters tomorrow. Some individuals, when spoken to respectfully, may take it as an opportunity to exploit the honest." Upon Lu Qi's outburst, the finance department and the leader exchanged glances before responding. We will report this to headquarters first. Chapter 16. You enjoy, I earn every year, hundreds of billions are raised. How could there be a shortfall of several hundred million in cash? It ultimately depends on whether the leaders wish to delay. The reason for the delay is straightforward. Even a few hundred million in the bank would yield several million in interest over 6 months. The destination of that excess interest remains a mystery to all. Lu Qi was not easily deceived by their tactics. After half an hour, the finance department and the leader returned to Lu Qi, stating, "Mr. Lu, we have communicated with headquarters. We can disburse 100 million today, with the remaining amount to be paid within 6 months, provided you make a donation of 5 million. Lu Qi, upon hearing this, was enraged to the point of laughter, responding with dignity. First, I must receive at least 200 million today. I will not leave without it. Second, this 360 million is rightfully mine, a part of my own assets. How I choose to allocate it, including any donations, is solely my prerogative, and I need no guidance from you. Third, I have already paid 90 million in personal income tax, contributing significantly to the nation. You have no moral authority to coerce me." In truth, Lu Qi was not averse to making a donation. However, having witnessed their style today, he had no faith in their integrity. A nearby leader spoke sternly. "Young Lu, we are merely following protocol. Do not make this difficult for us. All winners of the grand prize follow this procedure. We cannot alter our rules simply because you have won hundreds of millions." Lu Qi retorted with a cold smile. "Rules? What rules? The rule of withholding funds and refusing to disperse them? You are not thinking clearly. I suggest you return tomorrow," the leader said, his face darkening as he turned to leave. "I assure you, if you do not disburse 200 million to me today, every major website will know every word you spoke to me today," Lu Qi declared emphatically. "I will allocate 1 million to promote the entire prize claiming process across all major media." His resolute words halted the leader in his tracks. "Young Lu, the prize claiming process is confidential information. If you dare to disclose it, you will violate the confidentiality agreement, and we have the right to withhold your prize." The leader's tone was laden with threats. Confidentiality agreement? Huh. Which law of the state stipulates that the prize claiming process is confidential information? Engaging in philanthropy necessitates transparency, yet your approach to the prize redemption process resembles that of an illicit operation. Are you apprehensive that the public might discover the conversations you and I had in that room? Lu Qi remained unflinching, confronting the leader with unwavering resolve. Observing Lu Qi's steadfast gaze, the leader realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Previously, those who came to redeem their prizes were subservient, acquiescing to every demand. It now appeared that should they fail to disburse the 200 million today, the ensuing uproar would surely resonate throughout the city and beyond. Ah, young Lu, do not be vexed. Let us discuss this amicably. The leader quickly shifted his demeanor. Under Lu Qi's unwavering stance, the officials feigned the convening of a meeting, ultimately consenting to release 200 million to Lu Qi today, with the remaining 160 million to be transferred in 3 installments within a week. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, Lu Qi and his father emerged from the bank, driving back to Lingnan. At that moment, Lu Qi's account had swelled by 200 million. I never anticipated that redeeming a prize would be so convoluted, Lu Ren expressed with a sense of wonder. He had remained by Lu Qi's side throughout the process, and had it been him, he would likely have meekly accepted the lottery center's terms, settling for a mere 50 million, lacking the audacity to contest like Lu Qi. Father, let not such thoughts trouble you. We are wealthy now. I shall transfer 5 million to you for your spending money. Lu Qi chuckled, refusing to dwell on the distressing aspects of the redemption, for this world often burdens the vulnerable. No, do not send me such a sum. Just transfer it to your mother. Lu Ren promptly protested. Father, I appreciate your bond with mother, but every man deserves a little personal reserve, Lu Qi remarked, proceeding to transfer 5 million to his father. A few months prior, when he expressed his desire to purchase a home, his parents had unhesitatingly offered all their savings to support him. Now that he had acquired wealth, how could he possibly be stingy with his parents? Very well, I shall safeguard this money for you, Lu Ren replied, being a man of simplicity, unsure of how to spend such an amount. Preferring instead to protect his son's fortune, Lu Qi shook his head in amusement. Finding a good man like his father is a rarity indeed. It is no wonder that despite his grandmother's criticisms, his mother has never disdained his father. The father and son returned home in high spirits, where Liang Mei had prepared a sumptuous feast. Welcome home, my affluent son, she greeted with a beaming smile. Haha, mother, I am but a nouveau riche. I still have a distance to traverse before I can call myself truly wealthy. Seeing his mother's joyful expression, Lu Qi felt immense happiness. Liang Mei rolled her eyes at Lu Qi, playfully reproaching him. Who speaks of themselves in such a manner? Lu Qi responded, although I may be a nouveau riche now, I am destined to become a respected magnate and a great entrepreneur in the future. As Lu Qi's ambitious declarations echoed in the air, Liang Mei and Lu Ren exchanged glances. While their son's windfall was indeed a cause for celebration, they harbored a latent concern that sudden wealth might extinguish his ambition, leading him to a life of aimlessness. However, for the moment, they set aside their worries, for their son still cherished his aspirations. A family joyfully dined together. Mom and Dad, why don't you consider not working anymore? Lu Qi suggested. Liang Mei replied, your father can take a break from his job, as it brings him nothing but stress. As for me, I must continue working, otherwise, I would find myself at a loss on how to spend the day. Life is meant to be enjoyed, to savor the world around us. So, Mom and Dad, why not resign tomorrow and embark on a month-long journey before returning? Lu Qi ardently proposed, having toiled for half their lives without truly relishing the fruits of their labor. Lu Qi naturally wished for them to experience joy now that circumstances permitted. Upon hearing their son's proposal, Liang Mei and Lu Ren felt a flicker of temptation. Ultimately, they heeded Lu Qi's advice and resolved to travel for over 10 days, exploring the heart of their homeland and other enchanting locales. This is how it should be. From now on, your role is to indulge in life while I take care of the finances, Lu Qi remarked with a contented smile, having successfully persuaded his parents. That evening, Lu Qi secured his room and discreetly inquired of the system. System, I have gathered sufficient capital. Now I wish to explore investment opportunities. Affirmative. The system is about to present the master with a B-level opportunity. Ding. In the next 2 days, silver futures are projected to surge by 15 points. The opportunity provided by the system was succinct, yet Lu Qi felt a surge of excitement upon reading it. Lu Qi was no stranger to futures trading. During his university days, one of his affluent roommates frequently engaged in trading from their dormitory, prompting Lu Qi's curiosity to register an account. Albeit he had not actively participated but was familiar with the process. The fluctuation limit for silver futures in the domestic market is typically set at 8. And a 15-point increase over 2 days suggests a nearly continuous surge, a rare occurrence. However, given the current pressures of international inflation, this was not entirely surprising. With a leverage ratio of 6 times for silver futures, a 15-point rise over 2 days would yield a profit of approximately 90 points, nearly doubling his investment. Yet, amidst the excitement, Lu Qi felt a tinge of disappointment. Presently, his capital stood at over 190 million, having allocated 5 million to each parent. And a 90-point profit would amount to approximately 170 million. This was indeed a staggering profit, But had the lottery center been willing to cash out $360 million today, he could have garnered over $200 million in the futures market. By this reckoning, he had missed out on several tens of millions. Nevertheless, he allowed himself a moment of discontent, knowing that with the system at his disposal, many more lucrative opportunities lay ahead. The following morning, Lu Qi prepared to go fishing. However, the fishing system's anti-addiction protocol reared its head, insisting he take a day of rest and refrain from fishing. Isn't it enough that I am limited to fishing for only 4 hours a day? Now, I must be forced to rest. Lu Qi chuckled incredulously at the system's overly meticulous measures. Since he was barred from fishing, he decided to enjoy a leisurely morning instead. After sleeping until 8 o'clock, he had breakfast and opened the futures trading software to commence his operations, transferring his $1.9 billion capital entirely into the futures account. As the clock struck 9, the futures market opened. In the first half hour, the price of silver dipped by 2 points. During this interval, Lu Qi seized the opportunity to invest $1 billion in a long position. For the next hour, the price of silver remained relatively stable, allowing Lu Qi to seize the opportunity to invest $90 million. After 10:30, as the system had predicted, the price of silver began to soar. From a decline of 2 points, it transformed into an increase of 3 points. In less than 10 minutes, it had surged by 5 points. Numerous short sellers were ruthlessly caught off guard. Upon glancing at the back-end profits, Lu Qi felt his heart race as he beheld the long string of numbers. In just 10 minutes, he had turned a loss of several million into a profit exceeding $50 million. This was utterly insane, and this was merely the beginning. Within the next 5 minutes, the rise in silver futures escalated from 3% to 8%, hitting the upper limit. Countless short accounts were obliterated. Meanwhile, those like Lu Qi, who had taken long positions, reaped substantial rewards. At this moment, Lu Qi's profits had already surpassed $100 million. The futures market is indeed this frenzied. In 1 minute, one can ascend to the heavens, and in the next, plummet to the depths of despair. It is akin to gambling. Everyone, do not panic. It will surely drop in the afternoon. Those who have not been liquidated should merely increase their margin. In the futures community forum, some short sellers were still urging others to increase their positions. Such individuals have already become gamblers. Lu Qi had no intention of warning them. For this is the nature of the market. He is under no obligation to aid those gamblers, and even if he did, they would likely scoff at his advice. After the lunch break, the futures market resumed trading. The countless limit orders for silver futures showed no signs of abating. Until the market closed, the price remained at the upper limit. Lu Qi's profits remained unchanged, still exceeding $100 million. In just half a day, he had earned over $100 million, a feat he had never dared to dream of. Yet, the day was not over, as the night session awaited. At 9 o'clock, the night session commenced as expected. Many believed that since silver futures had risen so much during the day, the price would surely retract at night, prompting numerous individuals to shift from long to short positions. However, the market swiftly taught them a lesson. Within 10 minutes of the night session opening, the price of silver surged by 7 points, nearing the limit. A significant number of short sellers faced liquidation. I shall never touch futures again. It is too terrifying. Some individuals, having lost excessively, flocked to the forum to lament their misfortunes. This exemplifies the ruthlessness of the futures market. For every winner, there is a loser. At this juncture, Lu Qi's account profits had soared to $200 million, exceeding even his expectations. This was due to the fact that when he purchased during the day, the price of silver had already dipped by 2 points. This rise and fall resulted in an absolute increase in silver exceeding the 15 points predicted by the system. Realizing that the price of silver was unlikely to rise further, Lu Qi prudently closed his position at the peak. In the span of a single day, his initial $190 million transformed into $390 million, a staggering profit of $200 million. Lu Qi's heart raced even faster than when he had claimed his winnings the previous day. This was utterly insane. In the future, without a systematic opportunity, one must never venture into the futures market. While exhilarated, Lu Qi also fully recognized the terrifying nature of the futures market. Earning $200 million in a day could just as easily translate into losing $200 million. System, are there opportunities more valuable than B-grade business ventures? Lu Qi inquired. Certainly, there are A-grade business opportunities and even S-grade ones beyond B-grade, the system responded. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. A single B-grade opportunity had already earned him $200 million. How much could an A-grade opportunity yield? And what about an S-grade? The mere thought of it thrilled him. Lu Qi silently resolved to diligently pursue fishing in hopes of obtaining even higher-level opportunities as rewards from the system. The following day marked Chen Hongshan's birthday, and Lu Qi planned to fish in the morning before attending the celebration in the afternoon. At 6 in the morning, he rode his electric scooter along the riverbank, flowing downstream towards the fishing spot Chen had mentioned. It wasn't until he had ventured far from the city that he discovered the duck farm. The farm was situated on a hill beside the great river. During rain, the waste from the ducks would wash into the river, resulting in an abundance of catfish in that segment. An unusual odor lingered in the air, though it was bearable. Lucci parked his scooter and chose a spot where the water was relatively murky to begin fishing. He used the most pungent black earthworms as bait, employing a size 10 barbless hook. Compared to barbed hooks, the advantage of barbless hooks lies in their ease of removal after catching fish, while the downside is a greater likelihood of fish escaping. A couple of days prior, Lucci had encountered catfish that aggressively devoured the bait, with some even swallowing the hook entirely, complicating retrieval. Therefore, today he opted for a larger hook and switched to a barbless design. With 2 surf rods assembled, he baited them and commenced fishing. Ding! Caught a mud catfish weighing 2 pounds. Experience points 40. Reward 10,000 yuan. Ding! Caught a largemouth catfish weighing 6 pounds. Experience points 50. Reward 15,000 yuan. This fishing spot was indeed teeming with catfish. Within half an hour, Lucci had caught several, each weighing over a pound. Although he received no rewards beyond cash from the system, the abundant experience points significantly aided in enhancing his fishing prowess. After 2 hours, a substantial catch finally approached. The 4 kilograms drag reel was still drawing out more than 20 meters of line. Catfish possess greater strength underwater than most fish, and the force exerted by this particular catfish suggested it was no light weight. With a 4 kilograms rod, Lucci merely had to ensure the rod did not break and the line did not snap, leaving him free from concerns about exertion. After a lengthy battle lasting several minutes, he finally caught sight of the creature, a largemouth catfish exceeding 1 meter in length. After a strenuous struggle, the catfish's strength was nearly depleted. Lucci gradually reeled it in closer, then carefully used a landing net to secure it. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a largemouth catfish weighing 20 pounds. Experience points 1,000. Cash reward 50,000 yuan. The rewards from the system were not particularly extraordinary, but the experience points were plentiful. Lucci thought this would be the largest fish he would catch that day, yet to his astonishment, half an hour later, another surprise awaited him. This one was even more formidable. The fishing line was pulled out by several dozen meters. In order to prevent the fishing line from becoming ensnared in the thorny brambles along the shore, Lucci occasionally stirred the rod to coax the underwater creature into altering its escape route. This endeavor lasted for 20 minutes. When the formidable fish finally surfaced, a smile crept across Lucci's lips. Indeed, this catch was considerably larger than the previous one. With one hand gripping the landing net, he hoisted the substantial catfish onto the bank. It is generally quite challenging for an average person to lift such a hefty fish with one hand, as the principle of leverage dictates that a 10-pound fish may require 30 to 40 pounds of force to lift. However, with Lucci's current physical prowess, lifting a fish weighing 50 to 60 pounds single-handedly posed no difficulty whatsoever. Ding! Congratulations to the master for catching a rare largemouth catfish weighing 38 pounds, earning 3,000 experience points and a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the master for elevating fishing skill level to level 5. The system's notifications rang out in succession. Although he did not receive any particularly special rewards, the substantial experience points facilitated Lucci's advancement to a higher level of fishing skill. With level 5 fishing prowess, he would now be able to fish in commercial ponds. With the system's luck enhancement, Lucci was confident he could outsmart many commercial pond owners. A slight regret lingered, however, as the level 5 fishing skill still did not unlock the use of spinning rods, and the effective fishing time remained capped at 4 hours each day. After fishing for a while longer, Lucci concluded his fishing expedition for the day. He had successfully caught a total of 12 largemouth catfish, 4 mud catfish, 2 tilapia, and 5 Nile tilapia, amassing over 4,000 experience points and nearly 500,000 yuan in cash rewards. Lucci then checked his system attributes panel. Host name: Lucci fishing skill level, level 5 experience points, 12, 500 unlocked fish species, crucian carp, Nile tilapia, grass carp, whitebait, herring, catfish, including mud catfish, largemouth catfish, tilapia. Achievements: none. Upon returning to the city, it was nearly 11 o'clock. The birthday banquet for Chun Hongsan, the wealthiest individual in Lingnan, was set to commence at noon at the prestigious Riverside Hotel. When Lucci arrived at the hotel, Zhou Jiaming and Liang Min were already waiting for him at the entrance. "Achi, why have you arrived so late?" Zhou Jiaming inquired. Given the significance of attending the birthday celebration for the father of the richest man, most individuals would treat it with considerable importance and arrive early. "Oh, I went fishing this morning," Lucci replied with a smile. "Lucci, I heard from Jiaming that you've become quite enamored with fishing lately. It seems to be true," Liang Min remarked, casting a playful glance at him. Today, Liang Min was adorned in a light blue evening gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Haha, indeed. I can hardly part with fishing now, Lu Qishir openly acknowledged. With such sentiments, how am I to introduce you to any young ladies? Liang Min expressed her concern. Sister-in-law, Jiaming, shall we head inside? Lu Qishir deftly shifted the topic when it came to discussing women. Liang Min shook her head with a wry smile. Realizing that helping Lu Qishir find a romantic partner would not be an easy task, the trio presented their invitations and entered the banquet hall together. As the father of Lingnan's wealthiest man, Chun Hongsan's birthday celebration was naturally a grand affair, attended by numerous prominent figures from the upper echelons of Lingnan society. At that moment, Chun Hongsan, clad in traditional Tang attire and sporting a warm smile, sat at the front of the banquet hall, with his granddaughter, Chun Xiui, standing beside him. Today, Chun Qiya donned a resplendent red gown, exuding grace and elegance, utterly flawless. Every individual who laid eyes upon Chun Qiya felt an ineffable sensation, as though a celestial being had descended upon the earth. Undoubtedly, Chun Qiya stands as the unrivaled beauty of Lingnan. Even Zhou Jiaming could not help but marvel, though he quickly added that she still paled in comparison to his wife. Liang Min shot Zhou Jiaming a disapproving glance before redirecting her gaze back to Chun Qiya. As a fellow beauty, she could not help but acknowledge that Chun Qiya's allure was so profound that it evoked not a trace of jealousy within her, for her visage, figure, and demeanor were all too exquisite. Alas, the competition is fierce. Otherwise, Lu Qi, you should certainly give it a try, Liang Min whispered. What can't my buddy attempt? He is worthy of pursuing any beauty. Zhou Jiaming scoffed, though he felt a pang of insecurity in his own words and hastily shifted the topic. Qi, allow me to recount some distinguished individuals present here. Over there is our Lingnan's food magnate, Lao Jinming. His canned goods are exported worldwide, and beside him stands his son. That individual is the electronics tycoon of Lingnan, operating 2 factories with over 1,000 employees each. The 2 accompanying him are his wife and daughter, and those 2 are leaders of the city. Under Zhou Jiaming's guidance, Lu Qi became acquainted with some prominent figures of Lingnan. These individuals took turns offering their congratulations to Chun Hongshan on his birthday. It is said that the son of the food magnate, along with several other wealthy heirs, are vying for Chun Qiya's affection, yet the most formidable competitor remains that gentleman. Zhou Jiaming gestured towards a well-dressed young man in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Who is he? Lu Qi inquired with curiosity. His name is He Tianyi. Although He Tianyi merely serves as the assistant branch manager of the Tianshang Bank's Lingnan branch, his father is quite significant. Being the vice president of the entire bank's Guangdong province branch, Zhou Jiaming elaborated. The influence of a vice president at a provincial branch on businessmen, particularly real estate moguls, may surpass that of senior provincial officials. You see, the individual currently attending to He Tianyi is none other than the wealthiest man, Chen Funan. He Tianyi is nearly the sole young person to receive personal attention from Chen Funan, Zhou Jiaming stated, for reasons unknown. Lu Qi felt a slight discomfort upon hearing Zhou Jiaming's words, reminiscent of the day when Chen Qiya accompanied him to the hospital to tend to the injured. A virtuous lady is best suited for a gentleman. Naturally, Lu Qi harbored thoughts about the kind-hearted and enchanting Chen Qiya. However, he was painfully aware that he was merely a newly affluent individual, lacking any advantage in comparison to Chen Qiya's wealthy suitors. Subsequently, Zhou Jiaming introduced several of his acquaintances to Lu Qi, aiding him in expanding his network. In truth, Lu Qi did not require a deliberate effort to broaden his connections. Yet he deeply appreciated Zhou Jiaming's thoughtful gesture. Once the distinguished individuals had concluded their birthday wishes to Chen Hongshan, Lu Qi joined Zhou Jiaming in extending his own. Old Chen, I wish you fortunes as vast as the East Sea and longevity akin to the South Mountain. Youngster Zhou Jiaming wishes for old Chen to always wear a smile and enjoy familial bliss. Good, good. Chen Hongshan nodded with a smile. Through this exchange, Lu Qi successfully introduced Zhou Jiaming to old Chen, ensuring that the elder recognized Zhou Jiaming as a cherished friend. Chapter 19. Taking the beauty to fish in the Black Pit after the birthday banquet concluded, Lu Qi returned to fulfill the day's task of studying fishing knowledge assigned by the system. The Chen family bid farewell to their guests and returned to their luxurious riverside villa. Dad, I wish to discuss something with you, Chen Funan said. His face flushed from the wine as he invited Chen Hongshan into the study. What is it? Chen Hongshan inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Funan replied, I intend to marry Qiuya to He Xinchang's son, He Tianyi. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongshan's expression grew serious. I recall Qiuya mentioning that she does not favor He Tianyi. Dad, this is no longer a matter of Qiuya's preferences. My company is on the brink of collapse. Chen Funan sighed deeply. Over the past year, banks have tightened their lending, and my company expanded too aggressively last year, leading to high loan rates. As a result, securing new loans this year has become exceedingly difficult. Currently, we are severely lacking in funds. 2 of the 4 residential projects under development have already been forced to halt. If we do not secure additional funding soon, our financial chain will break, and my company will face total ruin. The seemingly prosperous tycoon of Lingnan was, in reality, burdened with billions in bank loans, poised to transform from a millionaire into a debtor at any moment. This year, he had already injected several hundred million of his personal assets into the company, hoping to sustain it until the banks resumed lending. Unfortunately, the situation had not improved, and several banks had even blacklisted his company from receiving loans. Chen Hongshan, filled with frustration, retorted, "I advised you last year to hold off on developing that land in Fashi, but you refused to listen. Look where we are now. Who could have predicted that securing loans would be this challenging this year?" Chen Funan replied bitterly. Hearing such disheartening news so soon after the banquet, Chen Hongshan's mood soured. With a stern countenance, he asked, "Is selling part of your projects to others not an option?" Chen Funan responded with a wry smile, "Given the current climate, everyone is merely trying to stay afloat. Who would dare take on someone else's mess? In the absence of bank loans, will you not seek alternative sources? Don't those friends of Lao Jinming often associate with you? Why not ask them for assistance?" Chen Hongshan suggested. "Dad, my company currently requires 200 million in funds. Do you honestly believe that a businessman like Lao Jinming would lend me such a sum? I have also considered financing from them, but their demands are exorbitant. 200 million for 30% of my company's shares. It's nothing short of extortion. You know well that Shengjin real estate represents over a decade of my hard work. How could I possibly sell it off so cheaply?" Chen Funan lamented. "So, you choose to sell your daughter instead?" Chen Hongshan remarked with a stoic face. "Dad, it isn't quite so simple. He Tianyi is a graduate of a prestigious university. Quite handsome, and a marriage between our families would be a fitting match," Chen Funan asserted. "If the He family were a pit of fire, I would never push my daughter into it." After hearing Chen Funan's extensive grievances, Chen Hongshan grasped the severity of Shengjin real estate's predicament. If they failed to promptly rectify their financial chain, it seemed inevitable that this affluent family would soon become a laughingstock in Lingnan. "Speak to Choi yourself." Chen Hongshan was in a state of turmoil and cautioned, "I warn you, I have only one precious granddaughter, Chuya. If she is unwilling, even if we face bankruptcy, you must never force her." "Of course, father, I shall fully respect Chuya's wishes," Chen Funan replied. Chen Hongshan, a retired official, had seen his son's South real estate enterprise, Shengjin Real Estate, rise rapidly, in part due to his influence. Thus, even though Chen Funan had become exceedingly wealthy, he dared not act recklessly in front of his father. At that moment, Chen Chuya entered from the study. Chen Funan was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Chuya, did you overhear my conversation with your grandfather?" Chuya nodded lightly. "Father, you must be aware of my father's current predicament," Chen Funan said bitterly. "But I truly dislike He Tianyi," Chuya replied, her eyes slightly reddened. Months earlier, Chen Funan had intended to facilitate a match between Chen Chuya and He Tianyi. During that time, Chuya had taken the initiative to investigate He Tianyi, discovering that despite his outwardly virtuous demeanor, he engaged in unsavory activities that did not align with her ideals, something her father was likely aware of as well. Seeing his daughter's eyes glisten, Chen Funan's heart softened. While Shengjin Real Estate was the culmination of his decade-long efforts, Chen Chuya was his only daughter. It seemed that the path of a strategic alliance was no longer viable. "Chuya, since you refuse to heed your father's arrangements, I may need to sell the villa to raise more funds," Chen Funan sighed. "We've lived in this villa for so many years. Can you bear to part with it?" "Better to sell the villa than to sell my daughter," Chen Hongshan interjected sternly. "As long as Chuya is happy and content, I would not mind living in a humble abode." That evening, Lu Qi intended to call Zhou Jiaming to ask him to accompany him to the provincial city for a car purchase. However, he received a call from Chen Hongshan instead. "Old man, you haven't drunk too much today, have you?" Lu Qi joked. But Chen Hongshan did not engage in their usual banter and responded directly, "Xiao Lu, I am feeling rather down. Tomorrow, accompany me to go fishing at the Black Pond. I need to catch some big fish to lift my spirits." Lu Qi was taken aback. It seemed strange for Chen Hongshan to be in such a low mood right after his birthday celebration. "Elder Chen, may I ask what troubles you?" Lu Qi inquired with concern. "Nothing in particular, just a simple matter of feeling unwell. Come to my house tomorrow, and we shall drive together." Chen Hongshan thought it inappropriate to confide his troubles to someone younger, so he merely offered a brief explanation before ending the call. Genuinely concerned for Chen Hongshan's well-being, Lu Qi arrived at his residence the following morning after breakfast. At that time, a BMW X5 was parked beside the fountain in front of the villa. Chen Chuya and Chen Hongshan were loading fishing gear into the trunk. Today, Chen Chuya was dressed in outdoor sports attire, her alluring figure beautifully accentuated. Her curves were ample, her waist was trim, and her legs were long and straight, embodying the essence of a devilish figure with an angelic face. "Xiao Lu, have you had breakfast?" Chen Hongshan asked. "I have." "Good, then place your equipment in the car. We are ready to set off. All right. Lucci also placed the fishing gear into the trunk of the BMW X5. Come on, let us get in. Chen Hongshan was the first to open the rear door and take a seat. Lucci had initially assumed that Chen Hongshan intended for him to be the driver. But to his surprise, Chen Qiuya took the driver's seat. Miss Chen, are you coming along as well? Lucci inquired, astonished. She is feeling a bit down. It's best for her to join us for some fresh air, Chen Hongshan replied. Chen Qiuya was feeling low as well. Lucci instinctively glanced at Chen Qiuya's exquisite face. Compared to their previous encounters, she appeared notably aloof today, a hint of coldness etched upon her features. Lucci found himself puzzled. What could have transpired that left both Chen Hongshan and Chen Qiuya in such dismal spirits? Chapter 20. The boar attacked. Chen Qiuya expertly started the car, and the trio set off. The atmosphere during the drive was somewhat subdued, with both Chen Qiuya and Chen Hongshan remaining silent. To alleviate the awkwardness, Lucci proactively initiated a conversation with Chen Hongshan. Old Chen, given your background, you could frequently visit the black pits for fishing. Yet, since I've known you, you've always preferred wild fishing. Chen Hongshan responded. I believe that wild fishing embodies the essence of the sport. Fishing alone amidst the cold river snow, a solitary boat with a raincoat and hat. One drifts through the misty rain of life. That is the pinnacle of fishing, which is why I seldom venture to the black pits. That makes sense. Lucci found himself agreeing with Chen Hongshan's perspective. He took out his phone and opened a photo from the previous morning, smiling as he said, Old Chen, let me show you my catch from yesterday. Chen Hongshan gazed at the photo of the massive catfish, resembling a creature from a fantasy, and couldn't he help but gasp. Goodness, that's incredible. I've fished that spot no less than 5 times, yet the largest catfish I've caught was under 10 pounds, and you, on your first visit, managed to land such a giant. Haha, it's merely luck, Lucci chuckled. Indeed, Lucci was fortunate, benefiting from a system of enhanced luck. The higher the fishing skill level, the greater the luck boost, thus increasing the probability of landing large fish. Luck is also a part of skill. I wish I could have such fortune. As a seasoned angler, Chen Hongshan genuinely envied Lucci. In merely a week of acquaintance, Lucci had already caught substantial grass carp, koi, and catfish, all from the wild. Many anglers may spend a decade without achieving such impressive results. While the two fishing enthusiasts conversed in the back seat, Chen Qiuya drove in silence. The car gradually entered the wooded hills on the outskirts of the city. Half an hour later, they arrived at a reservoir nestled deep in the mountains. The reservoir was sizable, and it appeared quite deep, likely harboring sizable fish. Old Chen, it's been a while since you last visited. As the three alighted from the vehicle, the reservoir owner's wife greeted them warmly. Is it crowded today? Chen Hongshan asked her. You're the first to arrive today. No one else is here yet, she replied. Very well, you may attend to your duties. We can manage on our own. All right, I wish you great luck in catching big fish today, Old Chen. Knowing that Chen Hongshan preferred solitude while fishing, the reservoir owner's wife finished her greeting and walked away, not rushing to collect payment. Old Chen, how much is it for a day's fishing here? Lucci inquired while unloading the gear from the car. 500 per rod for the day, Chen Hongshan answered. The charges here are not insignificant. Are there many large fish? Lucci inquired. I have visited 4 times and caught 2 grass carps weighing over 30 pounds, along with 3 big head carps exceeding 20 pounds. Chen Hongshan replied. That's impressive. It seems there are quite a few large fish here. Lucci's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had yet to catch a sizable grass carp and was determined to achieve that goal today. A few moments later, the three of them transported their fishing gear to the designated fishing spot by the reservoir. By then, the sun had risen. Lucci first assisted Chen Hongshan in setting up a sunshade, then proceeded to install another one. Miss Chen, you can fish under this sunshade, Lucci said to Chen Qiuya, who stood a short distance away. Chen Qiuya, donning sunglasses and a duck-billed cap, stood gracefully at the water's edge, gazing into the distance. The gentle breeze tousled her long hair, accentuating her spirited demeanor. Miss Chen, noticing her lack of response, Lucci gently called her again. Oh, what is it? Chen Qiuya seemed lost in thought, having not heard Lucci's previous words. I said, this sunshade is for you. You can fish here, Lucci reiterated. You can keep it. I'm not fishing, just here to observe, Chen Qiuya replied. Lucci insisted, a sun hat is sufficient for me. I don't need a sunshade. Anyway, since I've given it to you and you're not fishing, you can rest under it. With that, he returned to his own preparations. Throughout his days of fishing, Lucci had never utilized a sunshade, relying solely on a sun hat. Once the area was arranged, Lucci and Chen Hongshan began to prepare their bait. One crafted bait for grass carps, while the other focused on big head carps. Presently, Lucci's skills in bait preparation appeared nearly on par with Chen Hongshan's. Chen Qiuya stood for a while, admiring the distant mountains before reclining on a chair beneath the sunshade to watch as the two men prepared their fishing spots. After finishing the bait preparation, Lucci commenced crafting the fishing bait. Suddenly, He sensed someone's gaze upon him and instinctively looked up. There lay Chen Qiuya, elegantly sprawled on the chair. Exuding a languid charm, her figure was alluringly curvaceous, and her impressive silhouette remained prominent even while reclining. Beneath the large sunglasses that concealed her eyes, it seemed as if she was observing him. A wave of nervousness washed over Lu Qi, prompting him to avert his gaze and continue preparing the bait. 10 minutes later, both Chen Hongshan and Lu Qi simultaneously baited their hooks and commenced fishing. Chen Hongshan cast out 4 rods, disregarding the fact that each rod cost 500. He was intent on enjoying the experience. The reservoir proprietress discreetly watched from a distance. Upon seeing the 4 rods before Chen Hongshan, her smile radiated brightly, knowing 2,000 was in her grasp. As for Lu Qi, he only used 1 rod, not due to reluctance to spend an additional 500, but because the system permitted him to use only 1 rod in this particular fishing venue. The rod he employed was also a surf rod, with a maximum casting weight of no more than 5 kilograms. Given that a 5 kilograms rod posed a considerable risk of breaking when encountering a fish exceeding 40 pounds, Lu Qi opted for the surf rod, which made reeling in the fish comparatively easier. After casting their lines, the next step was to wait for a bite. However, since they had just started baiting, the fish had yet to enter the area. Thus, the floats of both Lu Qi and Chen Hongshan remained still for the first 10 minutes. Chen Qiuya, feeling somewhat bored, rose from her spot and strolled towards 2 lychee trees a few dozen meters away. It was the season when lychees ripened, and the trees were laden with pink fruit. As she stood beneath the trees, she tiptoed to pluck a cluster of lychees. Suddenly, she sensed something approaching her. Turning her head, she was startled to see a large wild boar charging toward her. In recent years, wild boars had proliferated, but they seldom attacked humans unless one was particularly unfortunate. Evidently, Chen Qiuya found herself in such a predicament. An ancient adage states that a pig is more dangerous than a bear or a tiger, emphasizing the peril posed by wild boars. Instinctively, Chen Qiuya began to run towards her grandfather. "Grandpa," she called out, but soon realized that if she reached her grandfather and Lu Qi, she would inadvertently bring danger to them. Thus, she altered her course and sprinted towards the distant house of the landlady. Chen Hongshan and Lu Qi, upon hearing Chen Qiuya's cry, turned their gazes in her direction. Alarmed, when Chen Hongshan spotted the massive wild boar, weighing over 100 pounds, charging behind her, his heart sank. The boar's speed quickly closed the distance between it and Chen Qiuya. Unfortunately, Chen Hongshan was still dozens of meters away, unable to intervene in time. Just when Chen Hongshan was filled with dread, a figure dashed like the wind between the wild boar and Chen Qiuya. It was Lu Qi. Chen Hongshan barely had time to ponder why Lu Qi was moving so swiftly when he shouted, "Lu Qi, do not confront the wild boar directly." In her flight, Chen Qiuya instinctively glanced back upon hearing her grandfather's voice. To her shock, Lu Qi had already positioned himself behind her, blocking the boar's path. The wild boar, fierce and unyielding, did not halt at Lu Qi's arrival. Instead, it lunged at him like a freight train. "Be careful." Both Chen Qiuya and Chen Hongshan felt their hearts leap into their throats at the sight. Unexpectedly, Lu Qi did not evade the attack. Instead, he raised his leg and kicked towards the wild boar. "This is the end." Chen Hongshan felt despair wash over him. Having faced wild boars in his youth, he understood their brute strength. Lu Qi's leg could easily be crushed. "Damn you!" With a fierce exclamation, Lu Qi delivered a powerful kick to the boar's head. With a resounding thud, the boar, weighing over 100 pounds, collapsed to the ground, skidding several meters and stirring up a cloud of dust. The fallen beast lay twitching on the ground, leaving Chen Hongshan and Chen Qiuya in a state of disbelief. Such extraordinary human physical prowess was no trivial matter. The density of bones comparable to steel. Chapter 21. The handsome man who takes fishing seriously. A wild boar, weighing over 100 pounds, was kicked away just like that? What immense strength that required. Both Chen Hongshan and Chen Qiuya were astonished. In the distance, the landlady of the reservoir stood in stunned silence. Goodness, that creature was truly formidable. Lu Qi, rubbing his foot, winced in pain. "Lu Qi, are you hurt?" Chen Qiuya rushed over, her eyes filled with concern. "It's nothing, just a bit of pain," Lu Qi said with a grin, picking up the sunglasses that Chen Qiuya had dropped. He wiped away the dust and handed them back to her. As she gazed at the sunglasses he offered, and then at his sunny smile, a ripple of warmth stirred within Chen Qiuya. What an optimistic man he is. After such a perilous incident, he remained so carefree and untroubled. "Little Lu, are you all right?" Chen Hongshan rushed over and knelt down to inspect Lu Qi's foot. Wearing beach shorts, Lu Qi's foot was slightly red on the top, but otherwise, he appeared unscathed. "I'm perfectly fine, no need for concern," he declared, demonstrating his well-being by hopping in place. "You remind me a bit of a powerful hero from the movies." Chen Hongshan marveled, his worries finally dissipating. "I may not be a hero, but my physical condition does exceed that of the average person. Now that his extraordinary abilities were apparent, Lu Qi decided to embrace them rather than downplay them. Not just better than average, you could compete in the Olympics. Chen Hongshan was still in awe, recalling Lu Qi's remarkable speed and that astonishing kick. Once assured that Lu Qi was unharmed, the trio turned their attention to the wild boar on the ground. The creature's convulsions grew less frequent until it finally lay still, dead. A wild boar, renowned for its toughness, fearless of trees or rocks, was slain by your kick, Chen Hongshan exclaimed in astonishment. Thanks to your intervention, Qiya was spared from peril. The consequences could have been dire. After expressing his amazement, he felt deep gratitude towards Lu Qi, still haunted by the image of Chen Qiya being chased. Lu Qi, I truly appreciate your help, Chen Qiya said softly. What is there to thank? Anyone with my abilities would have acted similarly, Lu Qi replied, believing his actions were purely instinctual. Must you be so humble? Chen Hongshan shot a look at Lu Qi, feeling a mix of frustration and admiration. He thought it absurd for Lu Qi to downplay his heroic deed. Yet, contemplating his granddaughter's impending marriage to He Tianyi, Chen Hongshan refrained from admonishing Lu Qi. Regardless, you saved me, Chen Qiya acknowledged. Lu Qi's humility and lack of desire for recognition only endeared him to her further. Had anyone else saved her, they would have boasted about it. Yet Lu Qi dismissed his own valor with such grace. At that moment, the reservoir owner's wife hurried over. Mr. Chun, Miss Chun, are you both unharmed? Humph. Little Jia, why didn't you inform us about the wild boar's presence here? Chen Hongshan was furious, realizing that had the reservoir owner warned them earlier, the danger could have been avoided. Mr. Chun, I sincerely apologize for what transpired. I assure you, I did not intentionally conceal this information. There has never been a wild boar near the reservoir before. This one must have come down from the mountains for some unknown reason, the reservoir owner's wife said, her voice trembling with fear of incurring Chen Hongshan's wrath. Aware of his formidable background, the events have transpired, and Lu Qi, wishing to prevent Chen Hongshan from becoming overly agitated, stepped forward to mediate. Elder Chen, please temper your ire. It appears the proprietress was genuinely unaware of the wild boar's presence. To express my apologies, I shall waive your fishing fees today, and indeed, for all your future visits here. The reservoir's proprietress felt emboldened to make such a promise, knowing that Chen Hongshan never took home the fish he caught. Thus, even offering complimentary fishing to Chen Hongshan would not result in a loss for the reservoir. At most, it would mean foregoing the profits from Chen Hongshan. Just as Chen Hongshan was about to express his frustration and declare he would no longer fish here, Lu Qi gently guided him toward the fishing rods. Elder Chen, do not let your health suffer. You have a bite. Let us continue fishing. Chen Hongshan sensed Lu Qi's genuine concern for him and chose to overlook the proprietress's oversight. At that moment, a bell on one of Chen Hongshan's fishing rods chimed, indicating a fish was on the line. Xiuya, this place may not be entirely safe. Perhaps you should return home for now, Chen Hongshan suggested before lifting his rod. With Lu Qi here, I feel quite secure, Chen Xiuya replied, gazing trustingly at Lu Qi's figure. Very well, Chen Hongshan conceded, reasoning that since Lu Qi possessed the prowess to vanquish a wild boar with a single kick, he would be capable of managing any further disturbances. Furthermore, as per the proprietress's account, there were no wild boar nests in the vicinity of the reservoir, and the appearance of a wild boar had been an anomaly. The likelihood of encountering another today was slim. Thus, Chen Hongshan resumed his fishing with a sense of ease. Haha, this fish is splendid. Chen Hongshan's spirits lifted considerably as he reeled in a hefty catfish weighing 20 pounds. 5 minutes later, he caught another catfish, this one weighing over 10 pounds. Chen Xiuya sat quietly beside them, observing the two men as they fished. Noting that Lu Qi had yet to catch anything, she inquired, Lu Qi, why do you not use the same bait as my grandfather? His bait might be more effective. Your grandfather's target fish is the catfish, while mine is the black carp. Hence, our baits differ, Lu Qi explained, turning to meet Chen Xiuya's gaze. She rested her delicate hand on her cheek, her bright, sparkling eyes fixed upon him, exuding a charm that was both endearing and elegant. I see. So, does that mean my question was rather naive? I can only say that a week ago, I was just as uninformed as you, Lu Qi replied. Is that so? I wish to learn more about fishing. Could you teach me? Certainly. My first question is, why do you have 2 hooks on your fishing line? Using double hooks and baits increases the chances of a fish biting, while simultaneously reducing the likelihood of a larger fish escaping the hook. Chen Xiuya blinked her long, fluttering eyelashes, resembling an inquisitive child, as she posed various questions to Lu Qi. He patiently addressed each one, and truthfully, imparting such fishing knowledge to Chen Xiuya filled Lu Qi with a sense of accomplishment. Moreover, having a stunning beauty accompany him while fishing was a delightful experience. Oh, Lu Qi, you have a bite. As the bell on Lu Qi's fishing rod rang, Chen Xiuya immediately sprang from her seat, appearing even more excited than Lu Qi himself. Lu Qi remained composed as he prepared to reel in the line. The fishing line was incessantly pulled from the reel. Goodness, it must not snap. The formidable fish beneath the surface was relentless, drawing out 20 meters of line in mere moments. Lu Qi felt a twinge of anxiety about the line breaking, as he had chosen a fishing line with a maximum tensile strength of only 5 kilograms to protect the reel. The fish he had hooked likely weighed over 15 kilograms, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Lu Qi certainly did not wish to falter before the enchanting lady. Thus, he maneuvered the rod, shifting left and right, following the direction in which the fish attempted to escape. The stalemate between man and fish persisted for 10 minutes. Grandfather, why does it seem so much harder for Lu Qi to reel in the fish than it does for you? Seeing Lu Qi struggle to bring the fish ashore, Chen Qiya felt a pang of concern. There are 2 reasons. Firstly, the fish Lu Qi hooked may be quite large, and secondly, the rod and line he selected are not as robust as mine, Chen Hongshan explained. Why didn't he choose a rod and line as strong as yours? Chen Qiya inquired. Her curiosity piqued. He likely aims to hone his fishing skills, hence the choice of a less formidable rod, Chen Hongshan speculated. Ah, I see. Chen Qiya gazed at Lu Qi's resolute profile, finding a hint of charm in his earnest pursuit of fishing. Previously, she had not been particularly fond of young men who fished frequently, as she perceived them to lack ambition. Yet now, she was unaware that her attitude had subtly shifted. Chapter 22. Forgetting worries, moments passed, and the great fish in the water gradually lost strength, surfacing at last. It was a magnificent catfish, exceeding a meter in length. Lu Qi continued to play the fish for a while, and after a few struggles, it flipped over, revealing its white belly. With calm determination, Lu Qi reeled it in, bringing the grand fish to the shore. How enormous! Chen Qiya exclaimed, excitedly grabbing the net to assist in landing the fish. However, her strength proved insufficient to lift the fish, which weighed over a meter. Observing Chen Qiya's earnest efforts and the flush on her cheeks, Lu Qi chuckled and extended his hand to help, finally bringing the catfish onto the bank. Ding! Congratulations to the master for catching a catfish weighing 35 kilograms. Experience gained 500, reward 30,000 yuan. The system's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. Lu Qi felt a slight regret for not receiving any reward beyond cash. Nonetheless, the day was still young, and perhaps even larger prizes awaited. Wow, the first catch exceeds 30 kilograms. Chen Hongshan assisted in weighing the catfish, unable to help but admire Lu Qi's fortuitous fishing prowess. Lu Qi, let me take a picture of you with this magnificent catfish, Chen Qiya said with a smile, pulling out her phone. Sure, Lu Qi replied, gripping the fish holder with one hand, lifting the catfish effortlessly. Chen Qiya happily captured 2 photographs. After the photo session, Lu Qi placed the catfish into the fish keeper and baited the hook with a snail to continue fishing for more catfish. Ding ding. A few minutes later, the bell on one of Chen Hongshan's rods rang out. He had a total of 4 rods, and the frequency of catches was impressively quick. Upon lifting the rod, Chen Hongshan's face lit up with joy. Hee, I've hooked a big one too. However, mere minutes later, Chen Hongshan's smile faded. For the fish he had hooked was far too vigorous. He was already panting with exertion, yet the fishing line continued to be drawn out. Xiao Lu, come and assist. All right. Given Chen Hongshan's advanced age, landing a true giant required the efforts of 2. Lu Qi took over the rod from Chen Hongshan, distinctly sensing the immense strength of the creature beneath the surface. Nevertheless, as long as the fish was not over 100 pounds and the rod was sufficiently sturdy, Lu Qi could easily reel it in. 3 minutes later, a massive, plump fish was drawn to the shore by Lu Qi. Haha, this should break my record. Lu Qi, quickly help me weigh it. Witnessing the magnificent creature, Chen Hongshan was elated. Lu Qi utilized a fish grip to secure the fish's mouth, then lifted it for weighing. 50 pounds. Upon confirming the final weight, Chen Hongshan's face lit up. This had indeed surpassed his previous record for a fathead fish. His prior record was a 42-pound catch from a different fishing hole 3 years ago. Grandpa, let me take your picture. Seeing her grandfather so joyful, Chen Qiya smiled as she captured the moment. Chen Hongshan cradled the hefty fish against his chest, first taking a photo alone and then inviting Lu Qi to join him for a picture together. In this moment of joy, Chen Hongshan temporarily forgot his worries. Fishing for large fish in a black hole truly had a remarkable effect on his mood. Lu Qi, let's see if you can catch one heavier than mine today, Chen Hongshan remarked playfully. Over the past few days, Lu Qi had consistently landed substantial fish, leaving Chen Hongshan feeling both envious and somewhat disheartened, as he, a seasoned angler, found himself outmatched by a novice. Today, however, he finally had a chance to revel in triumph before Lu Qi, even if it was the latter who had helped him reel it in. Grandpa, you have 4 rods, and Lu Qi has 1. How can that compare? Humph, are you on Grandpa's side or his? Watching her grandfather act like a mischievous child before Lu Qi, Chen Qiya couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Chen Lao, I would be content if I could catch a catfish over 40 pounds today. 50 pounds feels too far-fetched. Given the number of large fish in this reservoir, catfish over 50 pounds certainly existed, but in black holes, such sizable catfish were often slippery, having been caught before, making them exceedingly tricky to reel in. Lu Qi, feeling vexed, had his fishing line snap while attempting to catch his second fish. System, this is unacceptable. A 5 kilograms test line is insufficient for black hole fishing. Lu Qi complained to the system. To protect the fishing rod, a line with a test strength exceeding the rod's capacity cannot be used. Otherwise, the rewards received will diminish. The system reminded Lu Qi. Frustrated, Lu Qi had no choice but to continue using the 5 kilograms test line. Xiao Lu, would you like to borrow one of my rods? Chen Hongshan empathized with the frustration of having a line snap while battling a large fish. Understanding that Lu Qi was choosing not to use a stronger line to safeguard his reel and rod. No need, Chen Lao. I am determined to use this rod to catch a fish over 40 pounds. Lu Qi declared resolutely, witnessing Lu Qi's tenacity. A flicker of admiration sparkled in Chen Qia's eyes. In the ensuing 2 hours, Chen Hongshan managed to catch 3 silver carp weighing under 20 pounds, along with 2 grass carps, each weighing over 10 pounds. Lu Qi, on the other hand, successfully reeled in 4 grass carps of similar weight. With only a single fishing rod, Lu Qi nearly matched Chen Hongshan's score. Young man, today I must outdo you, Chen Hongshan declared, casting a proud glance at Lu Qi. However, his smugness was short-lived, as Lu Qi soon hooked a larger fish. This fish was evidently substantial, as it took Lu Qi 10 minutes to coax it to the surface, demonstrating a penchant for staying firmly anchored to the bottom. Fish that remain stationary are notoriously more difficult to catch than those that simply flee, for the aim of reeling in a fish is to deplete its stamina, and remaining still allows the fish to regain its strength. Little Lu, take it easy, and whatever you do, don't snap the line, Chen Hongshan anxiously observed. Though he had previously provoked Lu Qi, he would genuinely feel joy if Lu Qi managed to land a remarkable catch. Lu Qi, determined not to repeat the mistake of losing a fish, exercised great patience. After another 10 minutes, he finally conquered the formidable creature, drawing it to the shore. How magnificent! Chen Qiya exclaimed, awestruck by the sight of the massive fish. It was a grass carp over a meter long and remarkably plump. Ding! Congratulations, master, on catching a rare large grass carp weighing 60 pounds, earning 2,000 experience points and an A-grade opportunity as a reward. As the large grass carp beached itself, the system promptly bestowed Lu Qi with his reward. Goodness, this is my first time at a black pit, and I've already shattered my record. Although the fish had yet to be weighed, Chen Hongshan estimated its weight to be over 50 pounds based solely on its size. Indeed, upon weighing it, the fish tipped the scales at a full 60 pounds. Using a 5 kilograms rod to catch a 60-pound behemoth, your skills are quite impressive. Chen Hongshan generously praised Lu Qi. Hearing her grandfather's commendation, Chen Qiya joyfully captured a photo of the two with the large grass carp. Lu Qi, could you teach me how to fish? She inquired after the photo session. However, immediately after asking, she felt a twinge of regret, sensing that she had been a bit too forward with a male companion. Of course, Lu Qi replied with a smile. Actually, never mind, I don't want to learn anymore. The bait is a bit dirty. Chen Qiya's ears turned slightly red as she turned to head back to the car. Lu Qi, oblivious to her embarrassment, assumed her distaste for the bait was genuine. Chapter 23. I wish to acquire your company. Since returning to the car, Chen Qiya had not re-emerged. Lu Qi felt an inexplicable void. He managed to catch 2 more grass carps weighing around 10 pounds each, but to him, anything under 30 pounds was merely a juvenile fish. Old Chen, I think I've caught enough for today. After 4 hours of fishing, Lu Qi began to reel in his line. It was his first experience at a black pit. And overall, the day had been fruitful, particularly with the capture of a remarkable 60-pound grass carp. Well then, let's call it a day. Chen Hongshan, having caught several large fish over 20 pounds, also felt fatigued. They did not take the fish home, but opted to sell them back to the reservoir owner at a price of $2 per pound. As for the wild boar carcass, it was also left for the proprietress to handle, for wild boars are currently a protected species, and selling them would be illegal. The two gathered their belongings and returned to the vehicle. Chen Qiya stepped out and inquired, Grandfather, shall we head back? Chen Hongshan smiled and replied, Indeed. You must be feeling a bit bored, right? System, what is the A-grade business opportunity you have awarded me? On the journey home, Lu Qi secretly communicated with the system. Shiwa Biotechnology Company is a firm dedicated to the research of biopharmaceuticals, currently operating at a loss with a mere valuation of several tens of millions. However, in 2 months, the company is set to develop a skincare product that remarkably addresses acne and its marks, while also providing whitening and moisturizing benefits. Destined to become a nationwide sensation, with future annual profits exceeding $5 billion. The system relayed the details of the A-grade opportunity to Lu Qi. Upon hearing this, his eyes immediately lit up. The A-grade opportunity was indeed of a higher caliber than the B-grade. A company projected to generate annual profits exceeding 5 billion is presently valued at only several tens of millions. Lu Qi took out his phone, preparing to search for information about this company. He had a nagging feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Suddenly, he looked up at Chen Qiya, who was driving ahead. On the first day he visited Chen Hongshan's home, Chen Qiya had given him a business card. That card bore her two titles: Vice President of Shengjin Real Estate and President of Shiwa Biotechnology Company. The President of Shiwa Biotechnology Company was right before him. What a coincidence! Uncertain if he had remembered correctly, he asked, "Miss Chen, are you the President of Shiwa Biotechnology Company?" "Lu, just call me by my name." "There's no need for formalities," Chen Qiya replied, having already regarded Lu Qi as a friend, given that he had once rescued her. She had a favorable impression of him and naturally preferred not to be addressed so distantly. "I am indeed the President of Shiwa Biotechnology." "What of it?" Chen Qiya was curious as to why Lu Qi had suddenly inquired about this. With Chen Qiya's affirmative response, Lu Qi felt a sense of relief, as this alleviated much potential trouble. He continued, "Then you must be quite familiar with the owner of this company. Could you introduce me?" Chen Qiya tossed her hair and replied, "I am the owner of this company." "Huh?" Lu Qi was taken aback. What an incredible coincidence. "What's wrong, Lu? Do you not believe me?" Chen Hongshan, witnessing Lu Qi's astonishment for the first time, chuckled and said, "Qiya is a top student in biopharmaceuticals. She founded Shiwa Biotechnology right after graduation and serves as both its president and chief researcher. However, the company is currently operating at a loss. To sustain it, Qiya has to take on a part-time role at her father's company, though she does not particularly enjoy working in real estate." Chen Hongshan shared some details about Chen Qiya's situation. Lu Qi listened in quiet admiration. It was astonishing to learn that her position in Shengjin real estate was merely part-time. People are simply incomparable. "Grandfather, please do not speak so highly of me. After 2 years, I have accomplished nothing and am even considering selling this company," Chen Qiya said. A hint of reluctance evident in her eyes as she spoke. Undoubtedly, the most significant asset of their family is Shengjin real estate. In order to preserve Shengjin real estate, they can only sell Shiwa Biotech to raise funds. Moreover, with Shengjin real estate itself in peril, she can no longer draw a substantial salary from it to support Shiwa Biotech. Why sell? The biopharmaceutical sector is the future. I believe such companies hold great promise. Upon hearing that Chen Qiya intended to sell her company, Lu Qi was taken aback. "Quite simply, I lack the finances to sustain her venture." Chen Qiya succinctly articulated the plight of Shiwa Biotech. "Your grandfather and father are very supportive, aren't they? Couldn't they assist you?" Lu Qi inquired. Chen Hongshan sighed and replied, "Young Lu, to be frank, Qiya's father South Shengjin Real Estate is also in a precarious position and cannot assist Qiya's company." "What?" Lu Qi was astonished. The esteemed tycoon of Lingnan finds himself in such a predicament? Given this situation, Lu Qi felt no qualms about acquiring Chen Qiya's company, especially since she herself was prepared to sell. "Qiya, I wish to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "I intend to acquire your company." "What?" Now it was Chen Qiya's turn to be stunned, as was Chen Hongshan. After a moment of astonishment, Chen Qiya chuckled softly, finding the man adorably naive. However, she recognized Lu Qi's good intentions and gently replied, "Lu Qi, I appreciate your kindness. But the challenges facing Shiwa Biotech cannot be resolved with a mere few $100,000. In Chen Qiya's estimation, Lu Qi's savings likely did not exceed $1 million. "I understand. How about this? I will offer 100 million to acquire 80% of Shiwa Biotech's shares. What do you think?" Why does Lu Qi not seek to acquire 100% of Shiwa Biotech? There are 2 reasons. First, Chen Qiya is the chief researcher and president of Shiwa Biotech, a pivotal figure. If Lu Qi does not leave her some equity, he fears the opportunity may become uncertain. Any research-oriented company must retain some shares for its core researchers. Otherwise, the company cannot thrive. Second, he has already considered Chen Qiya a friend, and Shiwa Biotech represents 2 years of her dedication. It would be unreasonable not to allocate a portion of its future fruits to her. As for the premium on the acquisition, that is entirely normal. Any promising company will naturally incur a premium during acquisition. At this moment, both Chen Hongshan and Chen Qiya displayed expressions of bewilderment upon hearing Lu Qi's words. "Lu Qi, let us not discuss Shiwa Biotech anymore. Let us change the topic," Chen Hongshan suggested. Both he and Chen Qiya believed Lu Qi was jesting. "Elder Chen, Qiya, I am not joking. I am not short on funds," Lu Qi asserted solemnly. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Qiya perceived the seriousness etched on Lu Qi's face. Based on her understanding of him, he was indeed not jesting. Chen Qiya was now astounded. Chen Hongshan was equally shocked. This young man, whom they thought would merely fish, turn out to be a hidden billionaire. Chapter 24. The peculiar negotiation. Chun Hongshan and Chun Qiuya were utterly astonished. It was not that they had previously looked down upon Lu Qi, but rather that he had presented himself as exceedingly low-key, far from the demeanor of a billionaire. Pray tell, which billionaire is often seen riding a small electric scooter while clad in oversized shorts? Could it be that the individual who won the 400 million lottery prize last week is you, Xiaolu? Chun Hongshan quickly recalled the news he had seen the previous week, which had become a topic of casual conversation among the people of Lingnan. Indeed, it is I. Since Chun Hongshan had already guessed, Lu Qi felt no need to deny it, for the lottery winnings conveniently explained the source of his initial fortune without raising any suspicions. So, you have achieved financial freedom. Chun Hongshan genuinely felt joy for Lu Qi. Chun Qiuya, glancing through the rearview mirror at Lu Qi's radiant face, mused that this man was truly unique. Unlike most young people who suddenly acquire wealth and indulge in extravagance, he still found time for fishing. What do you think, Qiuya? I am offering 100 million to acquire 80% of Shiwa Biotech. Lu Qi reiterated. Initially, Chun Qiuya thought Lu Qi was jesting. Thus she did not take it seriously. However, a warm current flowed through her heart upon realizing that Lu Qi's intention was to assist her, to win her favor. What man would offer her such a substantial sum without any strings attached? This man, though somewhat foolish, is endearingly so. Lu Qi, your offer is too generous. Chun Qiuya gently shook her head, declining Lu Qi's proposal. She understood his goodwill, but could not take advantage of him. Qiuya, I hold great confidence in Shiwa Biotech. I believe it will yield returns far exceeding 100 million in the future. Lu Qi was unaware that Chun Qiuya had misunderstood his intentions. Seeing that she not only did not raise the price, but also considered his interests, he became even more resolute in his desire to acquire only 80% of the shares. Why do you hold such high hopes for Shiwa Biotech? Because you are a distinguished student in biomedicine, and Shiwa Biotech represents 2 years of your hard work. This reason was merely an excuse fabricated by Lu Qi, as the true motivation lay in the opportunities presented by the system, a detail he could not disclose to Chun Qiuya. Nevertheless, her heart swelled with emotion, for no one had ever believed in her as he did. Even her father and grandfather regarded Shiwa Biotech as a mere toy, doubting its potential for success. In truth, had it not been for the crisis at Shengjin Real Estate, even an offer of 100 million would not have compelled Chun Qiuya to part with Shiwa Biotech. To her, it was akin to a child, and she firmly believed that one day, this child would grow into a towering tree. Lu Qi, I appreciate your trust. If you insist on acquiring the shares, I will sell you 80% of Shiwa Biotech for 40 million. While she felt reluctant, Chun Qiuya considered it fortunate that Shiwa Biotech could find such a commendable buyer as Lu Qi. Thus, she was willing to retain only 20% of the shares. Qiuya, shall we each take a step back? I will offer 50 million for 80% of the shares. That is still too high. Listening to their negotiation, Chun Hongshan shook his head with a smile. In all his years, this was the first time he had witnessed such a business discussion. The seller persistently pressed for a lower price, while the buyer steadfastly insisted on raising it. It is crucial to recognize that this is a transaction worth tens of millions to billions, not merely a matter of a few dozen dollars. I interjected, urging them to cease this back and forth. Chun Hongshan broke the impasse, suggesting, Qiuya, since Lu Qi holds your company in such high regard, you should acquiesce to his offer. After all, 50 million could potentially transform certain aspects. Under Chun Hongshan's persuasion, Chun Qiuya ultimately consented to Lu Qi's acquisition proposal. However, she stipulated one condition. Almost in unison, Chun Qiuya and Lu Qi voiced, you go first. Their inexplicable rapport prompted a light chuckle from Chun Qiuya as she playfully urged, you may speak. Lu Qi, scratching his nose, stated, my condition is that upon my investment, you must continue as the president of Shiwa Biotechnology, for you are its very soul. I will do my utmost, Chun Qiuya replied, albeit with a hint of reservation. Should the Chun family face bankruptcy, her passion for research would likely wane. Why do you say utmost? Lu Qi inquired, unaware of the Chun family's predicament. This, she explained, related to the condition she had just mentioned. Chun Qiuya elaborated. You must lend me 50 million. Only then will I allow you to invest and remain president. She proposed this condition because Shengjin Real Estate required 200 million to navigate its crisis. After liquidating assets such as her family's properties and vehicles, she anticipated raising around 60 to 70 million. If Lu Qi could lend her 50 million, combined with his 50 million investment in Shiwa Biotechnology, they would nearly reach the required 200 million. Lu Qi, upon hearing Chun Qiuya's stipulation, found himself both amused and incredulous. Chun Qiuya had initially helped him save 50 million, only to now request the same amount from him. Would he be willing to lend it? Firstly, Chun Qiuya still retained shares in Shiwa Biotechnology, which would likely be worth billions in the future. She could afford it. Secondly, Her previous assistance in saving him 50 million demonstrated her character and loyalty, which were entirely deserving of his trust. Therefore, he was inclined to agree. Very well. I shall lend you 50 million. Lucci readily accepted her condition. Without hesitation, he consented to lend her the money, allowing Chen Xiuya to once again deeply appreciate this man's kindness towards her. Let us finalize this agreement. Chen Xiuya turned back, her face illuminated by a radiant smile that exuded boundless beauty. Lucci was momentarily entranced, marveling at how this woman was utterly captivating. Even the slightest change in her expression could leave one spellbound. Chen Hongsan observed the entire negotiation process, growing increasingly fond of Lucci. In a moment of vulnerability for his granddaughter, this young man had stepped forward to provide her with formidable support. Upon returning to the city, Chen Xiuya first escorted her grandfather home before proceeding to Shiwa Biotechnology with Lucci. The company, located in the Lingnan Development Zone, primarily focused on developing products for women and predominantly employed female staff. As Lucci sat in the passenger seat, he listened intently as Chen Xiuya elaborated on the intricacies of Shiwa Biotechnology. A delicate, enchanting fragrance wafted into his nostrils, compelling him to glance at Chen Xiuya. He noticed a seatbelt crossing her chest, accentuating her figure in a striking manner. Truly remarkable. Lucci swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on Chen Xiuya's delicate arms gripping the steering wheel, her skin as white as mutton fat and smooth as jade, provoking an irresistible urge to caress them gently. Earlier, in the presence of Chen Hongshan, Lucci dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts, but now, with only Chen Xiuya and himself in the car, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain his eyes. Chen Xiuya, sensing Lucci's surreptitious glances, felt a distinct difference from the furtive stares of other men. This time, she experienced a trace of delight and a hint of bashfulness. Lucci, I heard from my grandfather that you were in the same year as me at Lingnan High School. Chen Xiuya initiated a conversation. Indeed, Lucci nodded. You were in class 12, right? The boy who broke the high jump record at the inter-school sports meet? Chen Xiuya turned her head to glance at Lucci. Lucci was taken aback. During high school, he and Chen Xiuya were not in the same class. She was the school belle, and while he remembered her distinctly, he never expected she would remember him. I felt like I had seen you before the day I met you again. But it wasn't until my grandfather mentioned your situation yesterday that I recalled you were from class 12, she continued. To think that a mere nobody like me could be remembered by such a prominent figure as the school belle, I am truly honored. Lucci chuckled self-deprecatingly. You still consider yourself a nobody? You consistently ranked in the top 5 in exams and dominated the high jump at every sports meet, making you quite the celebrity at Lingnan High, Chen Xiuya replied, a smile dancing on her lips. However, you have changed quite a bit since high school. I didn't recognize you at first. Lucci was genuinely surprised that Chen Xiuya remembered his circumstances so clearly, considering the numerous wealthy suitors and handsome admirers who pursued her each year. Chapter 25. Purchasing a car in the office of the CEO of Shimi Biological. Lucci and Chen Xiuya signed the legal documents concerning the transfer of equity. From now on, Lucci would hold 80% of the company's shares, becoming its de facto controller. The true power within a company does not lie with the president or the chairman, but rather with the substantive controller. Lucci, I assure you, I will do my utmost to repay the 50 million you lent me, but I cannot guarantee that the 50 million you invested will yield a return. Please refrain from spending money as you did today. Chen Xiuya offered him sincere advice. Lucci felt a surge of happiness at her concern, contemplating whether Chen Xiuya might harbor feelings for him, perhaps even beginning to manage his finances. By the way, Lucci, you are currently unemployed, right? Would you consider taking a position at the company? Chen Xiuya continued. Lucci waved his hand dismissively. I intend to go fishing. I have no time for a job. Hearing this, Chen Xiuya pouted slightly, a look of exasperation crossing her face. Can't you have a bit of ambition? With that charming pout, her soft, rosy lips appeared extraordinarily alluring, and Lucci felt an overwhelming desire to kiss her fervently. Where's the lack of ambition? I have just invested in a promising future company. Lucci retorted with a smile. Chen Xiuya appeared somewhat speechless. Is this investment for your career, or is it just to win me over? It has nothing to do with ambition, does it? Certainly, she would never voice these thoughts. Overall, her feelings towards Lucci were quite positive, with only one dissatisfaction, his lack of ambition. What Chen Xiuya remained unaware of was that Lucci's primary motive for investing in Shiwa Biotechnology was not to pursue her. At noon, Lucci summoned Zhou Jiaming. He had arranged with Zhou the previous night to accompany him to the provincial capital to purchase a car. Achi, what kind of car do you intend to buy? Zhou Jiaming inquired, driving his Cadillac. I wish to acquire a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Lucci replied. The G-Class was a dream vehicle for many young men, and Lucci was no exception. Now that he had the means, he was determined to realize this aspiration. Additionally, its off-road capabilities would cater to his frequent fishing excursions in the wilderness. I know you dream of owning a G-Class, but I meant what car are you buying today? Zhou Jiming presumed Lu Qi was jesting. Lu Qi chuckled. As I just mentioned, I'm buying a Mercedes-Benz G-Class today. What? Zhou Jiming was taken aback. He was acutely aware of Lu Qi's circumstances and knew he could not afford such a vehicle. However, Lu Qi did not appear to be joking. Where did you procure such funds? Zhou Jiming questioned, incredulous. I won the lottery. Haven't you heard about someone hitting the jackpot recently? That someone is me. The news of Lu Qi's lottery win would inevitably reach Zhou Jiming, and there was no need to conceal it, as Zhou was his closest friend. Wow! Zhou Jiming exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. My buddy has become a billionaire. Hey, focus on driving. Lu Qi reminded him as Zhou's hands left the steering wheel in his exhilaration. Haha, I'm just too thrilled. Ah Qi, you must take good care of your friends from now on. Zhou Jiming remained exuberant for a full 10 minutes, clearly overjoyed for Lu Qi. Upon arriving at the provincial capital, the two headed straight to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Lu Qi had previously contacted the sales representatives, who confirmed the availability of a G-Class. Mr. Lu, welcome. A female sales representative greeted him warmly. Despite Lu Qi's modest attire, she did not dare to be dismissive, having encountered exceptionally discreet wealthy clients before. In the garage, Lu Qi laid eyes on the white G-Class. It was simple, robust, and artistic, standing there like a stunning beauty, captivating the gaze of every man. Mr. Lu, we have only one Mercedes-Benz G500 in stock, likely the only one available in Guangzhou. If you wish to purchase it, there will be a markup of 150,000. The sales representative informed him. As Lu Qi prepared to test drive the vehicle, upon hearing of the markup, he immediately turned to leave. I will never buy a car with a markup. Wait, Mr. Lu, please don't go. The sales representative quickly interjected, smiling apologetically. We can negotiate the price. If you find the markup excessive, I can request my manager to reduce it. Lu Qi replied calmly. I will not pay a single penny extra. I intend to pay in full today. Upon hearing this, the sales representative's eyes brightened. It appeared she had encountered a wealthy client. Although pleased, she hesitated. Well, that is quite difficult, Mr. Lu. As you know, this model is in high demand and usually requires a few months of advance reservation. Without an increase in price, you will have to wait several months. However, by spending just a little more, you could save those months of waiting. The saleswoman, eager to showcase her talents, attempted to continue her pitch as Lu Qi stepped away. Hey, Mr. Lu, she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his, as if fearing he might leave. The saleswoman was quite attractive, with a generous bosom, and as she embraced him, Lu Qi felt the softness pressing against his arm. He withdrew his hand, displeased, and stated firmly, I will say this one last time. If you raise the price, I will not purchase anything from your store. Seeing Lu Qi's resolute demeanor, the saleswoman could only step aside to call her superior. Mr. Lu, congratulations. After my efforts, our manager has agreed to sell you the car at the original price. She declared with a smile after the call. All right, let us inspect the vehicle. Lu Qi and Zhou Jiming examined the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and confirmed it was in perfect condition. Let us proceed with the payment. Sure. Please, Mr. Lu, make yourself and your friend comfortable in the VIP lounge while I handle the paperwork. No need for the VIP room. We'll just wander around. Very well, Mr. Lu. Should you require anything, our staff is at your service. After leaving the garage, Lu Qi strolled through the showroom. Ah Qi, that saleswoman was quite forward. Based on my experience, if you spend a little, you might find yourself with some company tonight. Zhou Jiming whispered with a mischievous grin. Have you done that before? Lu Qi inquired curiously. Zhou Jiming quickly shook his head. I wouldn't dare. My sister-in-law is very strict. I've only heard stories. Forget it. I have no interest in a car that has been through many hands, Lu Qi replied, shaking his head. Understanding Lu Qi's character, Zhou Jiming opted to change the subject. As they wandered through the showroom, they encountered a man and a woman approaching. The man was clad in high-end international brands, while the woman wore a low-cut dress that revealed ample cleavage. Upon seeing them, Lu Qi paused momentarily, and the couple reciprocated the surprise. The man was Feng Zipeng, Lu Qi's former boss, and the woman was his ex-girlfriend, Fan Xiaobing. Just a month prior, Fan Xiaobing had ended her relationship with Lu Qi and immediately started seeing Feng Zipeng. Reflecting on the details of Fan Xiaobing's meetings with Feng Zipeng during their relationship, Lu Qi realized she had been unfaithful to him while they were still together. In simpler terms, Feng Zipeng had stolen his girlfriend, and Fan Xiaobing had betrayed him. In the past, Lu Qi harbored intense resentment towards both individuals. Yet now, he felt little because, without them, he might not have obtained the fishing system that altered his destiny. Lu Qi, are you following us? Fan Xiaobing furrowed her brow and questioned him, despite Lu Qi not provoking them. Following you. Lu Qi laughed. Is this your domain? What brings you here? Don't tell me you're here to buy a car. With your income, you'll likely never afford a Mercedes. Fan Xiaobing retorted mercilessly. Lu Qi shook his head with a smile, unable to believe he once dated such a woman. Seeing that Lu Qi remained silent, Fan Xiaobing assumed he felt guilty. She continued, Lu Qi, I warn you not to follow me anymore. I am now with Xiping. He treats me very well, and I love him dearly. Xiping has even promised to buy me a Mercedes. As she spoke, a strong sense of pride illuminated Fan Xiaobing's face. She was grateful for her choice. Otherwise, continuing with Lu Qi would only lead to daily worries about mortgage payments, and she would never be able to drive a nice car. Chapter 26. Who is this person? Observing Fan Xiaobing's condescending and dismissive demeanor, Lu Qi remarked coolly, if you're unwell, please visit a hospital instead of bothering others here. What do you mean by that? Fan Xiaobing, like a dog whose tail had been stepped on, pointed an accusing finger at Lu Qi and shouted, You dare to follow me and still have the audacity to argue. Staff, please escort this man out. Lu Qi found no desire to further engage with Fan Xiaobing. He merely watched her, considering her nothing more than a clown in a circus act. Upon hearing the commotion, an employee from the 4S dealership hurried over. Excuse me, miss? Is there a problem? This person is following me. You must remove him. Fan Xiaobing ordered. Miss, I believe you are mistaken. The employee began to explain on Lu Qi's behalf, but Fan Xiaobing interrupted loudly. What misunderstanding? Do you truly believe someone dressed like him could afford a Mercedes? This guy is a pauper, earning less than 10,000 a month. Miss, you might be confusing him with someone else. Mister, Lu has just purchased a Mercedes G500 worth $2 million. The employee, concerned about losing their VIP customer, quickly interjected. Impossible. You're being deceived by him. He couldn't possibly have $2 million, let alone even 200,000. Fan Xiaobing was adamant that Lu Qi could not afford such a luxury vehicle. Mister, Lu has just completed the payment. The employee's tone turned serious. Please be mindful of your words. Otherwise, we reserve the right to ask you to leave. What? Fan Xiaobing was taken aback, as was Feng Xiping beside her. Could it be true that Lu Qi had indeed purchased a Mercedes worth $2 million? Was Lu Qi's vehicle even superior to Xiping's? That seemed impossible. Yet, the staff had no reason to deceive them. Lu Qi, you must be buying it for someone else. You're merely laundering money. Fan Xiaobing concocted a plausible scenario in her mind, convincing herself that Lu Qi's G-Class was not his own, but merely registered under his name temporarily by someone involved in money laundering. Feeling somewhat reassured by this thought, her confidence returned. Miss, you are disturbing our client. So please leave. The 4S dealership staff were indifferent to the origins of Lu Qi's funds. They were only aware that Fan Xiaobing had significantly disrupted their VIP customer. Haha, Lu Qi, it seems I was right. Fan Xiaobing, now more convinced of her assumption, mocked. You truly are a useless pile of mud, unable to stand on your own, resorting to money laundering for others. Xiping, let us go buy our own BMW. After belittling Lu Qi, Fan Xiaobing left, feeling as if she had won a great victory. Throughout the entire ordeal, Zhou Jiaming stood quietly by, confident in Lu Qi's ability to manage the situation. Yet, Lu Qi's approach took him by surprise. Ah Qi, why did you not refute that woman just now? Zhou Jiaming inquired, curious as to why Lu Qi remained silent in the face of Fan Xiaobing's ridicule. Lu Qi, with an air of calm, replied, even if I had countered her, Fan Xiaobing would still have labeled me a nouveau riche, rendering any comeback ineffective. Just wait and see. I shall undoubtedly strike back at her fiercely next time, making her regret her betrayal. Faced with a woman who had once betrayed him, Lu Qi's composure compelled Zhou Jiaming to acknowledge that Lu Qi's character had surpassed his own. However, Zhou Jiaming couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Qi's wealth was merely a product of lottery winnings. And escaping the label of a nouveau riche would not be an easy feat. Meanwhile, Fan Xiaobing had already aligned herself with a wealthy heir. Regarding Lu Qi's ability to fulfill his promise of a resounding comeback against Fan Xiaobing, Zhou Jiaming dared not harbor excessive hope. As dusk fell, Lu Qi drove the pristine white Mercedes-Benz G500, now adorned with a temporary license plate, out of the dealership. The opulent cabin, robust power, and comfortable handling offered Lu Qi an entirely new experience. The finest vehicle he had previously driven was Zhou Jiaming's Cadillac CT6. Yet that experience paled in comparison to the Mercedes-Benz G500. Lu Qi felt like a child who had just acquired a new toy, exhilarated as he raced the G-Class along the highway. Upon returning to Lingnan, Zhou Jiaming expressed his envy. I can't help but feel envious. I wish I could borrow some money from you to buy one. Are you truly considering it? Lu Qi asked. Haha, I was merely jesting. If your sister-in-law found out I borrowed money for a car, she would surely break my legs, Zhou Jiaming replied with a laugh. Just let me take it for a spin occasionally, and I would be thoroughly satisfied. The two dined at a restaurant near Lingnan High School, where Zhou Jiaming called his wife, Liang Min, to join them. Lu Qi, you extravagant millionaire. Today you must treat us generously, Liang Min teased upon her arrival. Already informed of Lu Qi's situation by Zhou Jiaming. Not a problem, order whatever you desire. For the next month, no, for the next year, I shall cover your sister-in-law's dining expenses. Lu Qi proclaimed generously. You do have a heart, making it worthwhile for your sister-in-law to have been contemplating introducing girls to you during this time. Liang Min playfully chided Lu Qi, clearly pleased with his attitude. Meanwhile, during Lu Qi's meal with the Zhou couple, a family meeting convened at Chen Xiui's home. Funan. Xiui has managed to gather 100 million in funding for you, Chen Hongshan stated proudly. What? Chen Funan's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Chen Xiui. Xiui, where did you acquire such a substantial sum? I sold most of my shares in Shua Biotechnology and borrowed 50 million from someone, Chen Xiui explained. Chen Funan was momentarily taken aback. He had always regarded Shua Biotechnology as merely a toy for his daughter, never anticipating that someone would be willing to pay so handsomely for its shares. Even more astonishing was the fact that someone had lent his daughter 50 million. Xiui, you are truly impressive. Which wealthy gentleman lent you the money? Introduce him to your father. Chen Funan wore a smile. Believing that the substantial sum of 50 million he could lend to Chen Qia must originate from those elite second-generation wealthy individuals outside Lingnan. He was not a young master. And as for introductions, they were unnecessary for the time being. Chen Qiya chose not to introduce Lu Qi to her father, Chen Funan, as she understood that her father was an astute businessman. Should he discover that Lu Qi was not from a wealthy background, but rather an ordinary lottery winner, he would undoubtedly covet the remaining billions that Lu Qi possessed. Not a young master? Chen Funan was immediately puzzled. How could one amass such a fortune without being a scion of wealth? Funan, do not inquire further about this individual. Suffice it to say, he is a benefactor of our Chen family, replied Chen Hongshan, who also preferred to keep Chen Funan away from Lu Qi. In his eyes, Lu Qi was a rather naive person, and premature exposure to businessmen like Chen Funan would not bode well for him. Very well, Chen Funan conceded on the surface. Yet his curiosity about this enigmatic figure only deepened. Chapter 27. The initial encounter with lure fishing. The following morning, Lu Qi planned to drive to the reservoir from the previous day to fish for large head fish. Having a car would facilitate future excursions to hidden fishing spots. However, the system informed him that rewards could only be obtained during the initial visit to each reservoir or pond. Furthermore, the fish caught in subsequent visits would need to exceed a certain weight, varying by species, to earn experience points and rewards. For instance, catching a green fish required exceeding 15 pounds for experience to be granted. System, are you intentionally making this difficult for me? Lu Qi lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, if the system did not impose such restrictions, he wouldn't have to wait for ocean fishing. He could simply fish in hidden spots to reach maximum level. Thus, he decided to switch to wild fishing today. Apart from yesterday's reservoir, Lu Qi was at a loss for good hidden spots and resolved to explore further after today's fishing. As for the fishing method, he intended to try a new technique known as lure fishing. Lure fishing is a method that centers on using artificial bait to mimic weak creatures in the water, enticing larger fish to strike. This technique requires a combination of skill with rod, bait, and reel. Compared to traditional fishing methods, lure fishing does not necessitate baiting a spot and is easy to carry. It involves repeated casting and reeling, making it a healthy and elegant pursuit. Target fish for lure fishing typically include aggressive carnivorous species. In the Guangdong province, the fish one can catch using this method include blackfish, white-browed fish, catfish, perch, largemouth bass, red-eyed trout, and catfish. This time, Lu Qi refrained from consulting Chen Hongshan about fishing locations. After all, he had reached level 5 fishing skills and was no longer a novice. He needed to learn to seek and discover fishing spots on his own. He drove his vehicle along the riverbank, flowing downstream. After a while, he passed a river dam. Fish that prefer to swim upstream typically congregate below the dam, while the outflow of the dam, with its swift current and high oxygen content, tends to attract aggressive carnivorous fish. Lu Qi parked his car and proceeded to the riverbank below the dam with his fishing gear. At that moment, he noticed someone already fishing with lures in that very spot. Just moments ago, Lu Qi had not paid attention, but as he approached, he realized that the figure before him was a short-haired young woman. She adorned her arms with black sun protection sleeves, a blue waist pack hung at her side, and atop her head sat a sun hat, complemented by an action camera. Standing at approximately 165 centimeters, her figure was curvaceous, with well-formed, straight legs and a rounded posterior. This marked Lu Qi's first encounter with a female angler, particularly one engaged in lure fishing. The young woman skillfully executed a side cast, accurately placing her lure in the area just below the water's surface. Her fluid movements indicated that she was no novice to the art of lure fishing. Choosing not to interrupt her, Lu Qi began assembling his own fishing rod. The rods are categorized into straight hand and pistol grip types. The distinction lies in the smooth handle of the straight hand rod versus the protrusion resembling a pistol trigger on the pistol grip variant. Typically, straight hand rods are paired with spinning reels, while pistol grip rods are used with bait casting reels. Lucci opted for a straight-hand rod combined with a spinning reel. He selected a braided fishing line, as many target species in lure fishing possess teeth that could easily sever nylon lines. The final consideration was the choice of lure. As a novice, he decided on a spoon lure, often regarded as a versatile option in the lure fishing domain, akin to worms in traditional angling. Its effectiveness lies in its reflective properties to attract predatory fish, and it comes in various shapes, including diagonal cut spoons, spoon-shaped lures, willow leaf spoons, and spinning lures. Uncertain about which specific type to choose, Lucci resolved to test each one to see which would yield the best results. At that moment, the angler turned to him, having heard the commotion behind her. "Hey there, please don't come too close, or my lure might accidentally hook you," she cautioned. All lure baits feature sharp hooks, and it is customary to ensure that the area is clear before casting. If not, one must employ appropriate casting techniques. "Understood," Lucci replied, looking up to finally see her face. She appeared to be in her 30s, possessing striking beauty, while perhaps not as flawless as Chinquia's. She would easily score a 9 out of 10 in attractiveness, a rare gem indeed. Her demeanor differed from that of Chinquia's, exuding a blend of maturity and allure, coupled with an undeniable spirit. Lucci was astonished. It was indeed a rarity to encounter such a stunning woman engaged in fishing, as he had initially assumed her to be in her 20s. "If you intend to use a spoon lure, I recommend opting for a 4-gram or 7-gram spinning spoon. You'll likely catch perch here," she advised, noticing Lucci's hesitation before the array of lures. "Thank you, miss," he replied, attaching the 7-gram spinning spoon to his line. With preparations complete, he commenced fishing. Casting with a lure is an art in itself. On his initial attempt, Lucci managed to cast only 10 meters, falling short of his intended target. However, after 3 or 4 casts, he was able to deliver the lure to the desired distance. In addition to casting, the retrieval of the lure requires finesse. Lucci employed a steady, smooth retrieval technique. During the few minutes that Lucci was learning the technique of casting and reeling in, a young woman nearby caught a small perch. She glanced at Lucci for a moment, then resumed her fishing. 10 minutes passed unnoticed, and Lucci gradually mastered some skills in overhead casting and reeling. Suddenly, a splash echoed as a fish leaped from the water, thrashing violently, a sign that the young woman had hooked another fish. Lucci was secretly astonished. This woman appeared to be an adept at lure fishing. It is noteworthy that in China, there are not many fish that can be caught with lures, and some enthusiasts have fished for years without catching as many as the number of artificial baits they have purchased. Yet this woman, in less than 20 minutes, had already caught 2 perch, undeniably showcasing her prowess. This instilled in Lucci a sense of pressure and motivation. As the possessor of the fishing god system, he could not allow himself to be outdone by a woman. Determined, Lucci secretly challenged her. Although he lacked her technical skill, he compensated with the system's luck bonus. After a while, Lucci also began to catch fish. While he was steadily reeling in, the tip of his rod suddenly dipped, a signal that a fish had bitten the lure and was making its escape. Lucci swiftly lifted the rod, and indeed, he had hooked a fish. He accelerated the rotation of the reel's handle, and soon a 3-finger-sized perch was dragged to the shore. "Ding! You have caught a perch," gaining 100 experience points and a reward of 10,000 yuan. Although this perch was not large, the experience points awarded were significant, prompting Lucci to inquire about the system's reasoning. The system responded, "Fish caught with lures and huaxia yield relatively more experience points." "Ah, that explains it." Lucci was instantly invigorated. Over the next 2 hours, he consecutively caught 7 perch while the young woman managed only 6. The final perch he caught weighed an impressive 1.5 pounds, a rarity in the wild, and he was rewarded with 500 experience points from the system. "Impressive, young man," remarked the woman. Her interest piqued as she looked at Lucci. "You must have just started using lures, right?" Lucci replied, "Today is my first experience with lure fishing." Upon hearing that it was his first time, the woman was taken aback. "It is quite extraordinary to catch so many fish on one's inaugural attempt at lure fishing. You are quite intriguing. Perhaps we shall meet again." She smiled gently at Lucci, then began to pack her things and rode off on a Harley motorcycle. She was a woman of remarkable charm, both mature and alluring, yet exuding an air of vigor. However, Lucci could only spare her a fleeting glance, for Chinquia's was undeniably the most beautiful. He resumed his fishing. Lure fishing demands considerable arm strength and wrist dexterity. Most individuals would require a rest after 2 hours of continuous fishing. Yet, due to the enhancements provided by the system, Lucci found 4 hours of uninterrupted fishing to be no challenge at all. In the subsequent 2 hours, Lucci successfully caught 5 perch, thereby acquiring a preliminary mastery of 5 fishing rod techniques: thrusting, sweeping, spinning, rapid, and slow. As the 4-hour fishing session drew to a close, Lucci reflected on his achievements of the day. He had caught a total of 12 perch, earning himself 1,600 experience points and a monetary reward of 200,000. In the afternoon, Lu Qi was invited by Chun Hongshan for a cup of tea. Old Chun, this Longjing tea is truly exquisite. Where did you procure it? Upon savoring the superb Longjing brewed by Chun Hongshan once more, Lu Qi felt it was as delightful as the last time, and he wished to purchase some to gift to his father, who also had a fondness for tea. This tea was gifted to me by a comrade. The leaves are sourced from ancient Longjing trees over 100 years old, which are not available on the market. If you like it, I shall gift you 2 taels, Chun Hongshan generously offered. Though he cherished his collection of premium Longjing tea and seldom indulged in it himself, he was exceptionally generous towards Lu Qi. Old Chun, I cannot take what is dear to another. Lu Qi chuckled, waving his hand. Chun Hongshan, knowing Lu Qi would decline, continued to pour tea for him, showcasing his tea-making skills. Alas, it seems I may not have the opportunity to enjoy tea in such a splendid environment again. Chun Hongshan gazed out at the flowers and trees beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, sighing heavily. What troubles you, Old Chun? Why do you say such things? Lu Qi asked, perplexed. Autumn Ya's father's Shengjin real estate is facing a financial crisis. We need to liquidate assets to help the company weather the storm, Chun Hongshan confided, revealing his concerns to Lu Qi. Are you even considering selling the villa? Wasn't the 1 billion Autumn you received from me insufficient? Although Chun Hongshan had mentioned the crisis at Shengjin real estate the previous day, Lu Qi had not anticipated the situation to be so dire that they would need to sell their property to raise funds. Not enough. Shengjin real estate requires 2 billion to survive this crisis, Chun Hongshan lamented. I have a deep affection for this villa, and truth be told, I am reluctant to part with it. But there is no other choice. Who can blame me for my son's lack of ambition? Lu Qi fell silent after hearing this. The financial gap at Shengjin real estate was too vast, and the outlook was rather bleak. Thus, even if he wished to assist, he could not hastily offer 1 billion. For business is business. However, there were other ways he could extend his help. Old Chun, I happen to be in the market for a house. I have viewed several properties, but found none satisfactory. Since you are preparing to sell this villa, how about selling it to me? Lu Qi proposed. The Chun family's villa was situated in the most prime riverside location in Lingnan, classified as a top-tier luxury residence, and its decor resonated with Lu Qi's aesthetic preferences. Acquiring this house would conveniently alleviate his housing concerns. Do you genuinely wish to buy it? Chun Hongshan inquired. I truly do. My family currently resides in a modest 80-square-meter apartment. We need a larger space, and I am quite fond of your villa, Lu Qi admitted candidly. Chun Hongshan was naturally eager to sell the villa to Lu Qi, yet determining a fair price posed a dilemma. Emotionally, he wished to sell it to Lu Qi at a price below market value, but doing so might hinder their ability to raise the necessary 2 billion. Lu Qi, this villa is quite expensive. This morning, we had professionals assess its value, which is approximately 40 million, including the furnishings, Chun Hongshan remarked. The construction cost of the Chun family's villa did not exceed 10 million, yet substantial sums were spent on renovations and those lavish furnishings. The professionals provided an appraisal of 45 million, which meant Chun Hongshan offered Lu Qi a 5 million discount. The price of 40 million was somewhat higher than Lu Qi had anticipated, as he had not realized the furnishings were so costly. Some sets of furniture cost over 1 million, and a single painting could be worth hundreds of thousands. Nonetheless, this price was still within his means. The lottery winnings of 360 million had already been deposited, and the futures market had yielded an additional 200 million. After deducting the investment in Shiwa Biotechnology and the 100 million loan to Chinchuya, he still had 460 million on hand. Old Lu, I find 40 million to be quite reasonable. I shall purchase this villa, Lu Qi declared with great flair. What are you buying? A soft melodic voice, laced with playful reproach, interjected. Turning, Lu Qi saw Chinchuya had approached them unbeknownst to him. Today, she had styled her hair into an elegant bun. Wearing a white blouse paired with a fitted skirt, her flawless, porcelain legs exposed to the air, exuding the aura of a stunning CEO. Lu Qi, did I not advise you against frivolous spending? Chinchuya pouted slightly, her gaze filled with mild reproach. Observing her demeanor, Lu Qi couldn't help but smile, as she resembled a wife chastising her wayward husband. Curiously, he asked, Chuya, how have I been frivolous? You won 360 million, spent 100 million yesterday, and now you aim to spend 40 million again. At this rate, you will exhaust your funds swiftly, Chinchuya pointed out, tallying his assets. How do you know I only have 360 million? Should I divulge my gains from the futures market as well? Lu Qi replied, grinning. What? You made several hundred million in the futures market? Chinchuya gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. I prefer not to disclose the exact figures, but suffice it to say, I am not merely a fisherman. I possess ambition. Lu Qi seized the opportunity to counter Chinchuya's previous insinuation of his lack of drive. Seeing Lu Qi's earnest expression, Chinchuya was taken aback, as was Chun Hongshan. They understood that Lu Qi had only recently won the lottery, and the notion that he had accrued such wealth in the futures market in such a short span was astonishing. After their initial shock, A glimmer of intrigue ignited in Chun Xiuya's beautiful eyes. This man had become all the more enigmatic in her eyes. Very well. Since you are so adept at earning money, I shall sell you this villa. She acquiesced to the transaction. For the Chen family. Selling the villa to Lu Qi was indeed the most prudent choice, as it saved a considerable amount of time that would otherwise be spent seeking other buyers. In Lingnan, only a handful of families could afford to purchase a villa for 40 million. And those families would likely attempt to leverage the Chun family's predicament to negotiate a lower price. Old Chun, where will you reside afterwards? Lu Qi inquired. We shall stay in a model apartment provided by Xingjin Real Estate, Chun Hongshan replied. This revelation took Lu Qi by surprise. It was unexpected for a family of such prominence to move into a model apartment. Well, Mr. Chun, this villa is quite spacious, and it feels rather empty with just my parents and me living here. How about you and Xiuya continue residing here instead? A villa of this size requires a certain liveliness, and Lu Qi has already regarded Chun Hongshan as a close confidant, while he also harbors affection for Chen Xiuya, making him quite willing to have them stay. No. Chen Hongshan hastily waved his hand. Although Lu Qi had agreed to their stay, what if Lu Qi's parents disapproved? He did not wish to live under the scrutiny of others, nor be labeled as someone who relied on others for shelter. Rest assured, my parents are very hospitable. They would certainly welcome you both here, Lu Qi reassured. He understood Chen Hongshan's concerns and continued, if you still feel uneasy, I can simply charge you a monthly rent of 1 or 2,000 yuan, allowing you to stay here as tenants. This proposal brightened Chen Hongshan's eyes. Paying rent would mean they were not living for free, nor would they be seen as intruders. Haha, clever lad, I never thought of that. In that case, I see no reason to move. Chen Hongshan grew increasingly fond of Lu Qi, as the young man's character embodied the qualities he envisioned in a future grandson-in-law. What about you, Qiuya? Lu Qi turned his gaze towards Chen Xiuya. Having lived here for several years, Chen Xiuya felt it would be quite an adjustment to move elsewhere. Seeing her grandfather was staying, she decided not to leave. However, she pondered whether it was appropriate for her, a young woman, to reside in a male's home. Regardless, she reassured herself, it doesn't matter. After all, I have paid the rent. Then she addressed Lu Qi. Lu Qi, I am concerned about leaving Grandpa here alone, so I'll stay to keep him company. Don't worry, I will pay you 5,000 yuan in rent each month. All right. Lu Qi was delighted to hear Chen Xiuya's agreement to stay, as no young man would refuse the opportunity to cohabitate with such a stunning beauty. Thus, it was a win-win situation for everyone. Xiao Lu, I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude for your repeated assistance, Chen Hongshan remarked appreciatively. Mr. Chen, you have secured funding, and I have acquired a satisfactory residence. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, so there is no need for thanks. Lu Qi replied with a smile. Though he spoke lightly, Chen Hongshan knew that without Lu Qi's timely intervention, this villa would likely remain unsold for quite some time. Being a man of clear principles, Chen Hongshan remembered every favor Lu Qi had done for them. He wished to repay Lu Qi in some way. But given the current circumstances of the Chen family, he found little to offer. Perhaps the best way to reciprocate was to encourage his granddaughter to pursue a relationship with Lu Qi. From Chen Hongshan's observations, it seemed both youngsters harbored mutual affections. Xiuya, you and Lu Qi should head to the real estate bureau to complete the paperwork. He deliberately created an opportunity for Chen Xiuya and Lu Qi to be alone together. Okay, Chen Xiuya nodded. Also, just take one car, and remember to be environmentally conscious, Chen Hongshan added. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiuya felt her ears flush slightly. Her grandfather was clearly trying to facilitate her relationship with Lu Qi, but this was a tad too obvious. Lu Qi felt a secret delight, musing that this friendship across the ages was indeed worthwhile, and he vowed to cherish and honor his elder henceforth. Thus, he set off in his newly acquired Mercedes-Benz G-Class, accompanied by Chen Xiuya. Seated in the passenger seat, Chen Xiuya's slender legs, encased in a black fitted skirt, were perfectly poised together, their alabaster skin smooth and delicate, almost ethereal in their perfection. Lu Qi's heart raced slightly, for as he adjusted the gear, his hand could almost brush against those exquisite legs, perhaps even delve into deeper secrets. A subtle fragrance wafted into Lu Qi's nostrils, emanating from Chen Xiuya, dreamlike and evocative, stirring his imagination. Clearing his throat, Lu Qi hastily suppressed those restless thoughts. Lu Qi, you've been such a tremendous help to me. Thank you so much. Chen Xiuya's soft voice shattered the silence within the car. Gratitude must translate into action, not just words, Lu Qi jested lightly. What do you have in mind? Chen Xiuya's gaze sharpened, her legs instinctively pressing together tighter. I wasn't thinking of anything, Lu Qi replied, somewhat bemused, realizing her reaction was overly sensitive. Chen Xiuya quickly added, I apologize for misunderstanding your intentions. How about this? I'll cook dinner for you tonight. At her words, Lu Qi's eyes immediately sparkled. The prospect of the most beautiful woman in Lingnan cooking for him was something many would envy. That sounds wonderful, but can you actually cook? Lu Qi inquired with a grin. You'll find out tonight. Chen Xiaoya tilted her chin slightly, exuding a hint of pride, seemingly confident in her culinary skills. Lu Qi couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. After completing the necessary procedures at the real estate bureau, the luxurious villa belonging to the Chen family would, in due course, legally become Lu Qi's. He intended to move in that very night, as his parents were away on vacation. And he found the old house rather dull when alone. Hearing Lu Qi's plans, Chen Xiaoya remarked, "The villa is well equipped, just bring a few clothes." "That sounds good. I certainly want to sell the old house, so there's no need to move everything." Chen Xiaoya then drove Lu Qi to his old neighborhood. "Xiaoya, please wait for me a moment. I'll be right down," Lu Qi said after parking the car. "Let us go up together," Chen Xiaoya suggested, eager to see Lu Qi's old home and learn more about him. Hence, they ascended the stairs together. The old house, without an elevator, was situated on the 6th floor. "Ah Qi, is this your girlfriend?" She's stunning, even more so than the stars on television. An inquisitive neighbor exclaimed upon spotting Lu Qi with a girl. Chen Xiaoya's fair complexion flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of shyness. "Mrs. Li, you've misunderstood. She's just a friend," Lu Qi explained with a smile, mentally commending Mrs. Li for her enthusiasm. The old house comprised 1 living room and 3 bedrooms, spanning less than 80 square meters, with furnishings and decor that exuded an air of nostalgia. Chen Xiaoya hadn't anticipated Lu Qi's old home to be so modest. As Lu Qi busied himself with packing, Chen Xiaoya leisurely explored the residence. On one of the walls, she discovered Lu Qi's academic certificates from his school days, along with several photographs of him with his parents. These images chronicled Lu Qi's transformation from childhood to university. He had been quite an adorable child. Chen Xiaoya admired each photograph, ultimately fixating on Lu Qi's high school graduation picture. The principal and director in that photograph bore a striking resemblance to those in her own graduation picture. She had never anticipated that one day she would grow so close to a boy from her high school. "Xiaoya?" Chen Xiaoya was lost in thought when Lu Qi's voice suddenly interrupted her. "Ah," she exclaimed, snapping back to reality. "Have you finished packing?" "Just a few sets of clothes," Lu Qi replied, gesturing toward his suitcase. "Shall we head back to the villa?" Upon returning to the villa, Chen Xiaoya provided Lu Qi with a detailed overview of the various floors, noting that the first floor was designated for the housekeeper. "I'll take the 3rd floor," she decided, as she resided there as well, and Lu Qi naturally opted for the same. "The best room on the 3rd floor is mine. I'll clear it out for you shortly." As the owner of the villa, it was only fitting for Lu Qi to occupy the finest room, so Chen Xiaoya intended to relinquish her space for him. Lu Qi peered into the room from the doorway, chuckling as he waved his hand. "This room has a rather feminine decor. I think I'll stay next door instead." Although he could have altered the room's aesthetic as the owner, he chose not to do so, understanding that this consideration was for her sake, which warmed her heart. Eventually, Lu Qi settled into the room adjacent to Chen Xiaoya's. While not as spacious as hers, it was equally luxurious, featuring its own expansive balcony. Chapter 30. How to Protect That Foolish Boy. Chen Hongsan informed Chen Funan over the phone that he had sold the villa. Oh. Upon learning that both Chen Hongsan and Chen Xiaoya could continue residing there, Chen Funan immediately realized that the young man was pursuing his daughter. The 1 billion Chen Xiaoya had raised must have also come from him. When had Lingnan acquired such a figure? In the office of the chairman of Jinlong Real Estate, a shrewd glimmer flashed in Chen Funan's eyes. He had heard that someone recently won a lottery worth several hundred million. It must be him. Chen Funan had already discovered that someone had invested 50 million in Chen Xiaoya's company. Being a savvy businessman, he quickly deduced Lu Qi's identity. "I must persuade that foolish boy to invest the remaining funds in Shengjin Real Estate." In Chen Funan's eyes, Lu Qi was nothing more than a naive youth. After all, how could he possibly invest 50 million in his daughter's company, valued at only a few tens of millions, and simultaneously acquire a villa worth 40 million? He was clearly a fool entranced by his daughter's beauty. Dealing with such a simpleton posed no challenge for him. With this thought in mind, Chen Funan first called Chen Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, could you assist your father in convincing Lu Qi to invest in my company? If we secure Lu Qi's investment, Shengjin Real Estate will not only weather this crisis, but also advance to greater heights." Chen Funan spoke with a tone of pleading. Chen Qias knew this would happen. Previously, she refrained from introducing Lu Qi to her father, fully aware of his character. If he were to learn that Lu Qi had won several hundred million, he would undoubtedly covet that fortune. However, the situation was now unavoidable. "Dad, one must learn to be content and possess a sense of conscience. Lu Qi has assisted us immensely, and you still harbor thoughts about his remaining wealth? I hope you will immediately dismiss such notions, lest you tarnish the fragile image I hold of you." Chen Qias stated with solemnity. "Qias, how can you say such things? I am not merely taking his money. This is a splendid investment. Lu Qi's 200 million stake will yield returns in the billions for Shengjin real estate in the future, Chen Funan declared with conviction. Chen Qias dismissed these arguments, asserting, Father, I must earnestly advise you to refrain from pursuing Lu Qi any further. Otherwise, I assure you, not only I, but even grandfather shall not spare you. With that, she ended the call. Why is she so protective of that foolish boy? Chen Funan mused, somewhat speechless. He had no intention of heeding Chen Qias' warning. After all, Lu Qi's 200 million was of paramount importance to Shengjin real estate. Consequently, he planned to approach Lu Qi privately, confident he had 100 ways to manipulate such a naive youth. However, 10 minutes later, Chen Funan received a call from his father, Chen Hongshan. The elder reprimanded him vehemently, stating in a furious tone, Chen Funan, I warn you. If you dare to covet young Lu's interests again, I will sever our father-son relationship. Moreover, this villa now belongs to Lu. I have arranged for your belongings to be sent to Zhao Meihua, and you need not return to the villa. Zhao Meihua, Chen Funan's secretary, was essentially recognized as his public mistress. Staring at his phone in disbelief, Chen Funan was utterly perplexed. What charm did that foolish boy possess to inspire such fierce protection from both his daughter and father? His father even went so far as to threaten a severance of their relationship to safeguard that young man. Left with no choice, Chen Funan reluctantly abandoned his plans to lure Lu Qi into investing in Shengjin real estate. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qi remained oblivious to the protective measures being taken on his behalf by Chen Qias and Chen Hongshan. As the new proprietor of the villa, Lu Qi reorganized the staff. Initially, there were 2 security guards and 2 maids. Now, he retained only the 2 maids, offering the others half a year as salary before dismissing them. In the evening, Chen Qias honored her promise from earlier in the day by personally preparing dinner. Intrigued by the prospect of whether this young lady could indeed cook, Lu Qi approached the kitchen door. He beheld Chen Qias with her hair elegantly styled, exposing her graceful neck, adorned with an apron, as she focused intently on preparing the ingredients at the sink. Her perfect profile, alluring curves, and voluptuous form ignited within him an impulse to embrace her from behind. In her diligent endeavor within the kitchen, she radiated a charm that was both virtuous and refined. One must admit, the beauty of the same woman can manifest differently depending on her state and surroundings. Qias, do you require any assistance? Lu Qi inquired. No need. Just wait for my results. Chen Qiuyan glanced back with a smile, exuding confidence and composure. Very well, I shall respectfully comply. Lu Qi returned to the living room to engage in conversation with Chen Hongshan. Their discourse inevitably gravitated towards fishing. Old Chen, do you know of any prime spots for lure fishing? Lu Qi inquired, as he intended to indulge in lure fishing the following day. Given his considerable experience in the technique, Chen Hongshan shook his head. I have not dabbled much in lure fishing. While the method is both healthy and elegant, it demands relentless casting and reeling, which does not appeal to Chen Hongshan. He prefers traditional fishing, where one casts bait and patiently awaits a catch, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Lu Qi, why not forego lure fishing? How about we go after bigger fish tomorrow? Chen Hongshan proposed. Since meeting Lu Qi, his fishing frequency had notably increased. Where shall we go? I relish fishing in uncharted waters, Lu Qi emphasized. Not the reservoir from yesterday, rather, a different black hole. After the incident with the wild boar at the reservoir, Chen Hongshan was reluctant to return there. Very well. With Chen Hongshan's invitation, Lu Qi temporarily revised his plans for lure fishing. Grandfather, Lu Qi, dinner is ready. An hour later, Chen Qiuyan brought the prepared dishes to the table. Bitter melon stir-fried with beef, braised ribs, honey-glazed abalone, blanched seasonal vegetables, and chicken soup with cordyceps. 5 delectable dishes in total. Visually appealing, they were sure to whet the appetite. Qiuyan, you are quite skilled. Upon tasting the dishes, Lu Qi could not help but give Chen Qiuyan a thumbs up. Not only were the dishes aesthetically pleasing, but they also boasted delightful flavors. Particularly, the honey-glazed abalone was succulent and tender, which Lu Qi especially adored. Chen Qiuyan's culinary skills were now on par with his own expectations. This was something Lu Qi had never anticipated. A girl so beautiful could also cook. And he found himself regarding this young lady with newfound admiration. So how do you find my cooking? Chen Qiuyan inquired with a cheerful smile. Quite remarkable. You've surpassed me. Lu Qi praised enthusiastically. Seeing Lu Qi so enamored with her cooking, Chen Qiuyan beamed with satisfaction, her heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. My Qiuyan can grace both the hall and the kitchen, though she is quite busy and seldom cooks. This time I benefited from your presence, little Lu. Chen Hongshan chuckled. This remark caused Chen Qiuyan to blush slightly, feeling as though her grandfather was promoting her. Chapter 31, A Wonderful Morning After Dinner. Lu Qi and Chen Hongshan played chess for an hour before returning to his new room. The lavish king-sized bed, luxurious bathtub, and high-tech toilet filled the space with a modern and artistic ambience. In stark contrast to his previous modest room, it was a world apart. This is the life of the affluent, Lu Qi mused. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Chen Xiuyan was enjoying a bath. She reclined in the circular tub, eyes closed. Her form concealed beneath the bubbles. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Chen Xiuyan opened her eyes. Xiuyan, it's me, Lu Qi. The voice of Lu Qi resonated from outside the door. Wait a moment. Chen Xiuyan emerged from the bathtub. A few minutes later, she donned her nightgown and approached the door. Lu Qi, what brings you here? She inquired, gazing at him from the threshold. After her bath, Chen Xiuyan resembled a lotus flower freshly emerged from the water, her skin delicate and flawless, emanating an ethereal fragrance, the curves beneath her silk nightgown subtly alluring. Noticing that she seemed to be without a bra, Lu Qi's heart raced. Xiuyan, it appears I've run out of shampoo. May I borrow yours? I had Aunt Fong buy some today, but it seems she forgot to get it for you. Please wait a moment. Chen Xiuyan turned to fetch a bottle of shampoo for Lu Qi. I still have 2 bottles here, just keep one for yourself. All right. Lu Qi quickly accepted the shampoo and returned to his room. The sight of Chen Xiuyan in her silk nightgown was undeniably captivating, and while the fabric concealed much, the hints of her silhouette were enough to ignite one's imagination. That night, Lu Qi slept soundly, indulging in a delightful dream, one intimately connected to Chen Xiuyan. The following morning, Lu Qi drew open the curtains and stepped onto the balcony. The lush flora nearby and the distant scenic river lay before him. Rubbing his eyes, he was suddenly dazzled by a sight. In the garden, a yoga mat was laid out, and there was Chen Xiuyan practicing yoga, clad in a cropped yoga outfit. Her enchanting physique was on full display. It is often said that a woman's figure is revealed in her yoga attire, and without a doubt, Chen Xiuyan's form was exemplary, curvaceous and flawless in every aspect. What truly held Lu Qi's gaze was her remarkable flexibility. He watched as she performed a split, her upper body resting gracefully on the mat. Goodness, her flexibility was extraordinary. Lu Qi found himself entranced, pondering the myriad of poses such flexibility could facilitate. When Chen Xiuyan lifted her head and caught sight of Lu Qi, who was gazing at her with rapt attention, a blush flitted across her cheeks. Nevertheless, she greeted him with poise. Lu Qi, good morning. Cough. Good morning, Xiuyan. Lu Qi, caught in the act of spying, felt a twinge of embarrassment. After exchanging pleasantries, he hurried back to his room to freshen up. Once refreshed, Lu Qi descended with a basketball in hand. The villa's backyard boasted a court, perfect for his passion for the sport. As he passed the lawn, he noticed Chen Xiuyan still engaged in her yoga practice. Do you practice yoga often? Lu Qi paused to inquire. Yes, I quite enjoy it, Chen Xiuyan replied. No wonder you have such an enviable figure. Lu Qi complimented sincerely before heading off to play basketball. Has this fellow become quite the charmer? Chen Xiuyan mused, a graceful smile gracing her lips as she watched him depart. Upon reaching the basketball court, Lu Qi began practicing his shots. During his university days, he had a deep fondness for basketball and was a key player on the class team. Since entering the workforce, opportunities to play basketball have become scarce. Now, however, my backyard boasts a personal basketball court, a delight that cannot be overstated. To my surprise, after making a few shots, I discovered that despite having not played for several months, my shooting accuracy was remarkably high, even surpassing my peak performance during university. A moment of reflection revealed the reason. My physical attributes had been enhanced significantly, encompassing coordination, agility, and jumping ability, all crucial elements in basketball. At my current level, competing professionally would pose no challenge. After practicing for 7 or 8 minutes, I realized that both my ball handling and shooting had surpassed my university peak, with a shooting percentage nearing perfection. Additionally, I found myself effortlessly executing slam dunks. In high school, I had been the champion in high jump, possessing considerable leaping ability, yet could only manage a lackluster dunk in games. Now, however, dunking felt effortless, making it entirely feasible in competition. After finishing her yoga session, Chen Xiuyan approached the court to watch me play. Observing my flawless shooting form, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Upon noticing her presence, I began to showcase a variety of impressive layups. This guy truly looks handsome while playing. Each time I executed a beautiful layup, her heart fluttered slightly. Lu Qi, could you teach me how to play basketball? She inquired after watching for a while. Of course, I replied enthusiastically. What man would refuse the opportunity to teach a girl he admires? Xiuyan, have you ever played basketball? I asked, casually glancing at her midriff, which was tantalizingly exposed by her cropped yoga top, revealing a glimpse of her smooth, fair skin and an exquisite navel, both youthful and alluring. I haven't, she admitted. I was never interested in basketball before. It was only after witnessing my impressive skills that she felt inspired to learn. Given that she was a novice, I decided to provide hands-on instruction. Xiuyan, your shooting hand should be like this, and the other hand like this. As we engaged in the teaching process, some physical contact was inevitable. Such flirtatious interactions caused our hearts to race, given our mutual affection. The softness of her skin captivated me, and at one point, I inadvertently brushed against her curvaceous form, the sensation lingering vividly in my memory. When she attempted to shoot, the sight of her ample bosom was nearly overwhelming. Unbeknownst to her, she was utterly captivating in that moment, diligently learning to shoot and dribble under my guidance with a serious expression. I must admit, teaching such a stunning beauty clad in yoga attire was both a pleasure and a challenge. After half an hour, our morning practice concluded, and together we returned to the villa. This marks the first morning of Lu Chi's stay in the villa, an unforgettable and enchanting dawn. Chapter 32. Activating the fish finder function after breakfast. Chun Qiya departed for work, while Lu Chi accompanied Chun Hongshan to fish at a private pond. After a 30-minute drive, they arrived at their destination, a reservoir smaller than the previous one, and it was Chun Hongshan's first visit. However, he had heard from friends that this location was abundant with large fish. At the edge of the reservoir, several anglers were already casting their lines. This reservoir is teeming with big fish. There have been catches of blue catfish weighing 50 pounds, big silver carp of 40 pounds, and several pounds of white bass, boasted the burly owner of the reservoir. How much for a day? Lu Chi inquired. Each rod costs 1,000, came the reply. That seems rather exorbitant, Lu Chi remarked. Exorbitant? You'll break even if you catch just 3 or 4 large fish. In truth, the owner typically charged only 600 for a day, but upon seeing Lu Chi arrive in a Mercedes G-Class and noticing his unfamiliarity, he decided to inflate the price. And for half a day? 700. That's 300 less. Young man, fishing for half a day is nearly the same as a full day. Lu Chi attempted to negotiate, but the owner remained adamant, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. After all, they had come all this way and could not leave empty-handed. After settling the payment, Lu Chi and Chun Hongshan began to select their fishing spots. Chun Hongshan had fished at the previous reservoir several times. Thus he was familiar with the locations that yielded larger catches. However, this was their first time at this reservoir, so they needed to deduce where the big fish might be hiding based on the surrounding environment. Lu Chi contemplated that he needed to elevate his fishing skill to level 6 swiftly, as only then would the system unlock the fish finder function. Brother, what have you caught here? Lu Chi asked a middle-aged man who was fishing nearby as they strolled along the reservoir's perimeter. Blue catfish, silver carp, and white bass. The man replied. Are there many white bass here? Lu Chi continued. Quite a few, but they are rather difficult to catch. Upon learning of the abundance of white bass in this reservoir, Lu Chi decided to continue using his lure fishing technique today. System, if I catch a 5-pound white bass, how much experience will I gain from traditional fishing versus lure fishing? Lu Chi discreetly inquired. For catching a 5-pound white bass in a private pond, traditional fishing grants 20 experience points, while lure fishing yields 80 experience points. Upon hearing the system's response, Lu Chi was even more resolute in his decision to pursue lure fishing today. By the way, how much do you charge for a day of fishing here? Lu Chi asked the middle-aged man before departing. 600, the man replied. In that instant, Lu Chi realized he had been taken for a fool by the reservoir owner. However, he chose not to confront the owner, adhering to the principle of you do your thing, and I'll do mine. Generally, Lu Chi would not take the fish he caught, but today he decided to make an exception. Xiao Lu, I'll be fishing right here. After a brief walk, Chun Hongshan chose his fishing spot, a section of the reservoir that jutted inward. Good. Lu Chi assisted Chun Hongshan in setting up an umbrella and arranging his fishing area. Chun Hongshan began to prepare his bait. The inward jutting area of the reservoir was indeed an excellent spot for fishing white bass. However, Chun Hongshan had already chosen this spot. Should Lu Chi engage in lure fishing here, it would undoubtedly disrupt Chun Hongshan's catch. Thus, Lu Chi opted for an alternative location on the mountainside. Once he selected his position, he began to retrieve his lure rod. This time, he chose a spinner as his bait. With his preparations complete, he cast his line. Initially, Lu Chi employed a slow retrieval technique interspersed with pauses, combining a leisurely reeling motion with brief, rapid stops. After several casts without a bite, he decided to adopt a different method, utilizing wrist flicks to create a left and right darting motion of the spinner in the water. 10 minutes passed with no success, leading Lu Chi to suspect that this fishing spot might be devoid of the sought-after fish. Just as he contemplated relocating, a splash erupted nearby as 2 fish leapt from the water's surface. Indeed, they were the very fish he sought. This indicated that the location did harbor the desired species. Was it possible that I had chosen the wrong swimming layer? Contemplating this, Lu Chi cast his lure once more, mentally counting as he did. Previously, he counted to 15 before reeling in. This time, he began reeling in after counting to 7. Suddenly, he felt a distinct resistance in the handle. Quickly, Lu Chi lifted the rod and accelerated his reeling. He had hooked a fish. Moments later, an adult fish was brought to the bank. Ding! You have caught a fish weighing 3 pounds, gaining 50 experience points. Lu Qi did not release the fish but placed it in his keep net. This catch marked the beginning of a fruitful day for him. Ding. You have caught a fish weighing 4 pounds, gaining 80 experience points. Ding. You have caught a fish weighing 5 pounds, gaining 100 experience points. Ding. You have caught a fish weighing 8 pounds, gaining 200 experience points. Within 2 hours, Lu Qi had successfully reeled in over 10 fish, accumulating a significant amount of experience points. He inquired of the system, "Why am I receiving only experience points and no monetary rewards?" In light of the master's considerable personal wealth, the system will no longer dispense monetary rewards. The system replied, "What about other rewards?" Lu Qi quickly asked. "Other rewards will continue to be issued, as usual," the system assured him. Relieved, Lu Qi mused that the system's monetary rewards amounted to only a few 100,000 daily, so their absence was inconsequential. He then changed his fishing spot to continue pursuing the fish. Having yet to catch a fish exceeding 10 pounds, he decided to switch his bait from a spinner to a minnow. This change proved to be effective. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have caught a fish weighing 12 pounds, gaining 600 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your fishing skill has increased to level 6. The system has activated the fish finder function. As his skill advanced to level 6, the system finally enabled the fish finder feature that Lu Qi had long desired. Detecting that the master is fishing, "Would you like to activate the fish finder function?" Activate. Lu Qi eagerly tested the system's fish finding capabilities. Ding. The fish finder function has been activated for the master, with a detection range of 50 meters. As the fish finder function commenced, the world before Lu Qi transformed dramatically. It was as if a fish finding radar were installed in his eyes, allowing him to discern precisely where the fish congregated in the water, particularly the larger specimens. Although he could not yet differentiate between species, this ability proved immensely beneficial for his fishing endeavors. "Handsome lad, you'll need to pay more for that," exclaimed Lu Qi, filled with excitement, as a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. It was the owner of the reservoir, who had noticed from a distance that Lu Qi was reeling in fish one after another, all of considerable value, particularly the prized Chinese perch, each worth over $1,000. If this continued, the owner would suffer significant losses. "Why should I pay more when we agreed on 700 for half a day?" Lu Qi surmised the owner's reasoning for the price increase. However, he noted that had he not caught fish worth 700, the owner would not refund any money. Thus, why should he be charged more for exceeding that amount? The reservoir owner explained, "The 700 price is for ordinary rods, but you are using a lure rod, which warrants a fee of 1,500 for half a day." Lu Qi, instead of expressing anger, chuckled, "Isn't a lure rod still a fishing rod?" The owner, maintaining a stern demeanor, responded, "Regardless, you must pay more, otherwise, you cannot take the fish you've caught." Lu Qi calmly inquired, "I certainly intend to take my fish. If I fish for another 2 hours, how much extra will I need to pay?" "For 2 hours, an additional 500 will suffice." "Are you certain there will be no further charges?" "Of course." Lu Qi felt a deep disdain for the owner's fickleness and lack of integrity, resolving to teach him a lesson in ethics. Chapter 33, Star-Class Chinese Perch, Breaking City Records in Truth. The fish in the reservoir do not equate to those sold in the market, as there are costs associated with fishing, transporting, and marketing them. Therefore, even though Lu Qi had caught a perch valued at $1,000, the reservoir owner still stood to profit. Yet, the owner was impatiently eager to extract more money from Lu Qi, illustrating the insatiable nature of greed. "Handsome lad, I wish you a delightful fishing experience," the reservoir owner said, leaving with a contented smile after collecting Lu Qi's additional payment. He presumed that someone driving a Mercedes G-Class would not be concerned about a few $100s. As Lu Qi observed the owner's retreating figure, a harmless smile crept across his face. He then redirected his attention to the water's surface. Within a 50-meter radius, he could clearly see where the schools of fish were gathering, particularly the larger ones. Based on their shapes, he could roughly identify which were perch. At that moment, 30 meters to his left and 3 meters underwater, he spotted a fish resembling a perch, larger than any he had in his catch bag. Lu Qi executed a precise side cast with his lure, delivering it accurately to that location. As the lure sank to a depth of 3 meters, he began to retrieve it with a twitching motion. The lure was now perilously close to the fish, and just after reeling in a little over a meter of line, the fish launched an aggressive attack. A tremendous force surged through the handle of the reel into Lu Qi's hand. Quickly, he raised the rod and accelerated his retrieval. He had hooked a fish. This one was indeed larger than any he had caught previously, exhibiting tremendous strength. Even the 5 kilograms drag of his spinning reel struggled to contain it. Yet, the more ferocious the fish became, the more exhilarated Lu Qi felt. After 5 minutes, Lu Qi finally managed to haul in a substantial catch, a magnificent bigmouth bass. Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have caught a rare bigmouth bass weighing 17 pounds, earning 2,000 experience points. A 17-pound bigmouth bass is indeed a rare find. Just this one fish could fetch 600 to 700 yuan in the market. And this was merely the commencement of Lu Qi's conquest of the reservoir. Subsequently, Lu Qi continuously altered his position, casting his lure wherever there were bigmouth bass to be found. Utilizing the system's fish-finding feature, he could precisely deliver his artificial bait to the exact location and water layer inhabited by the bigmouth bass. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught a bigmouth bass weighing 10 pounds, earning 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught a bigmouth bass weighing 13 pounds, earning 800 experience points. It must be said that this reservoir harbored quite a few bigmouth bass. Within a mere hour, Lu Qi had caught 10 large specimens, each weighing over 7 pounds. The reservoir owner was oblivious to Lu Qi's ongoing success. At that moment, he was savoring tea in his room, having profited over 3,000 yuan from Lu Qi and Chen Hongshan, as Chun was using 4 fishing rods. However, Chen Hongshan had noticed Lu Qi's impressive haul and approached to observe. Xiao Lu, it seems you've caught quite a number of bigmouths. Chen Hongshan remarked with a smile. It's not much, Lu Qi replied with a faint smile. Out of curiosity, Chen Hongshan lifted Lu Qi's landing net, but to his surprise, he couldn't raise it. Lu Qi reached over to assist. With a splash, the net was lifted, revealing a throng of hefty bigmouth bass thrashing within. Each was several pounds, with some exceeding 10 pounds. A rough estimate suggested that the total weight of the fish in the net surpassed 200 pounds. Chen Hongshan's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder he couldn't lift it. He had never witnessed anyone catch so many bigmouth bass in a single day. Generally, if an ordinary angler catches a few fish weighing a few pounds, they consider themselves fortunate. My goodness, this is what they call a bumper catch. And it's a bigmouth bumper catch. Chen Hongshan was utterly in awe of Lu Qi. Catching one netful is impressive, but I aim to catch 2. Lu Qi declared. Are you planning to take these fish with you? Chen Hongshan inquired curiously. Indeed, as the reservoir owner has been exceedingly unreasonable, Lu Qi recounted the owner's earlier actions. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongshan felt a surge of indignation. Then we must take every fish we've caught. He ought to understand the importance of integrity. Following this, Lu Qi moved to the opposite side of the reservoir to continue fishing, as he had nearly exhausted the supply of bigmouth bass on the hillside. Chen Hongshan abandoned his own rod to accompany Lu Qi and observe. A few minutes later, Lu Qi pulled in another bigmouth bass weighing 7 to 8 pounds. Goodness, watching you makes me want to try my hand at lure fishing, Chen Hongshan remarked, feeling an itch to fish himself. Chen Lao, I have some lure rods in my car. Would you like to join? Lu Qi asked with a smile. Never mind, look over there at those 2. They haven't caught a single fish. Chen Hongshan pointed to 2 anglers nearby. It turns out that other anglers have also noticed Lu Qi's situation and have switched to using lure rods. However, after casting for over 10 minutes, their arms grew weary. Yet not a single fish was caught. It is truly said that comparison can breed discontent. What kind of lure are you using, handsome? 2 anglers approached Lu Qi, humbly seeking his guidance. A slender, red-headed, white-bodied minnow, he replied. Thank you, handsome. The 2 anglers eagerly followed Lu Qi's example and changed to a minnow lure. In fact, in the art of lure fishing, the most crucial aspect is not merely the selection of the artificial bait, but rather the ability to locate the fish and present the bait precisely where they dwell. Unlike Lu Qi, who had the keen vision to discern the underwater landscape, the others could not achieve similar results, even with identical rods and lures. As Lu Qi approached a protruding section of the reservoir, he noticed, about 50 meters ahead and 4 meters deep, a massive fish. Judging by its shape, it appeared to be a big Chinese perch. Lu Qi felt a surge of excitement, for this fish was significantly larger than his previous catch. He carefully cast his bait towards the fish's location. On his first retrieval, the fish showed no interest in the lure. The second attempt yielded the same result. What a cunning creature. Undeterred, Lu Qi cast the lure once more. This time, the behemoth responded, striking the bait with ferocity akin to that of a shark. Lu Qi swiftly lifted the rod and began reeling in. He had hooked a fish. The struggle was intense. The fish possessed immense strength, pulling the line even against a drag of 5 kilograms. Lu Qi skillfully maneuvered the fish, cautious not to snap the line. After 15 minutes of exhilarating battle, he managed to land a colossal Chinese perch exceeding 1 meter in length. Ding! Congratulations, master, on catching a star-rated Chinese perch weighing 30 pounds, breaking the fishing record of Lingnan City. Experience points, 5,000, and a Class A business opportunity reward. The system's voice echoed in Lu Qi's mind. He was momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming joy. He had shattered the fishing record for Chinese perch in all of Lingnan City. For any angler, this is a tale to boast about for a lifetime. While Lu Qi reveled in his triumph, Chen Hongshan's eyes widened in disbelief, for this was the largest Chinese perch he had ever seen. Goodness, you have truly opened my eyes. Chen could find no words to adequately describe Lu Qi. If pressed, he would deem him a fishing prodigy. Other anglers at the reservoir were drawn to the sight of the giant perch. The last time I saw one this size, it was in a dream. This fish must be at least 10 years old. You are truly remarkable, handsome. Everyone expressed their admiration for Lu Qi, eagerly pulling out their phones to capture the moment with the gigantic perch. After snapping photos, the crowd returned to their gear, invigorated and ready to embark on a serious fishing endeavor. When the reservoir owner emerged from his quarters, he was astonished to find 6 or 7 anglers, all casting lures. What on earth is happening today? He pondered, bemused. It was indeed his first experience witnessing all anglers utilizing lures simultaneously, though it may seem peculiar. The reservoir owner was quite pleased, for the difficulty of catching fish with lures indicated that these anglers could take fewer fish, thereby allowing him to earn more money. Chapter 34. The reservoir owner was on the brink of tears. Sir, your time has come, the reservoir owner said to Lu Qi, gesturing at his watch. If you wish to continue fishing, you must pay extra. Very well, Lu Qi replied. I shall conclude my fishing for today, and I intend to take all the fish with me. Of course, you have the right to do so, the reservoir owner responded readily. He had collected a total of 1,200 yuan from Lu Qi, believing that even if Lu Qi were exceptionally lucky, he could only catch fish worth just over 1,000 yuan, ensuring his profit remained substantial. A slight smile graced Lu Qi's lips as he raised a fish net from the water before the reservoir owner's eyes. Splash! The moment the net emerged, the reservoir owner's eyes widened in disbelief. The net was brimming with fish, all of which were substantial, particularly the sizable ones. The total weight of the fish was estimated to be around 200 jin. Each individual fish, weighing over 5 jin, commanded a market price exceeding 30 yuan per jin. This meant the entire catch was valued at over 6,000 yuan. The reservoir owner was astounded. Was this even humanly possible? Boss, I intend to take all these fish. You have no objections, do you? Lu Qi inquired with a smirk directed at the reservoir owner. The owner's lips twitched. Initially, he considered retracting his agreement. However, upon reflecting that, combined with Chuan Hongshan's 2,000 yuan, his loss would not be substantial, he reluctantly conceded. Of course, I have no objections. Splash. Lu Qi lifted another net, which was equally filled with fish, including an enormous specimen. The reservoir owner was momentarily struck dumb, unable to fathom the sight before him. He rubbed his eyes, but the sight of the overflowing net remained. He was utterly bewildered. Can someone explain what transpired in the last 2 hours? Did this fellow traverse the reservoir with a trawler? Yet, he observed no large nets or boats in sight. If no fishing boats were present, how could this man have caught so many fish in merely 2 hours? And all of them were high-value specimens. The reservoir owner racked his brain in confusion. Boss, I also caught these fish, and I wish to take them, Lu Qi stated to the bewildered owner. Upon hearing this, the reservoir owner's face turned pale. The value of the fish in the 2 nets combined exceeded 10,000 yuan. It seemed that nearly all the large fish in the reservoir were present. Allowing them to be taken would result in a significant loss for him. No, the reservoir owner firmly rejected. Ma Sen never engaged in losing enterprises. Why not? Lu Qi asked nonchalantly. Because I suspect these fish were not caught, but rather netted. Ma Sen replied gravely. Oh, with your intellect. Do you believe that I alone could stand on the shore and catch so many fish? Lu Qi was eager to see what kind of trouble this unscrupulous reservoir owner could stir up. Humph, there's no way these fish were caught by you. Either you employed numerous rods while I was distracted, or you were simply lying. Ma Sen intended to persist in his deceit. Isn't there surveillance? You can check the footage to see how many rods I used, Lu Qi remarked nonchalantly. The surveillance is broken, Ma Sen thought. Knowing that a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, what could this brat do to him? The dispute attracted the attention of other anglers. Ma Sen, all these fish were caught by this young man using a lure rod. A middle-aged angler who frequented the spot interjected. Impossible. No one could catch so many fish in such a short time. In truth, Ma Sen was beginning to believe that Lu Qi had indeed caught the fish. But he was determined to be obstinate. I can testify, the middle-aged man asserted. So can I. Ma Sen, you must let this young man take the fish today, or we will no longer come here to fish. Ma Sen's actions incited the anger of the other anglers, who rallied to support Lu Qi. Realizing he had stirred public ire, Ma Sen understood that these wealthy regulars could inflict significant losses on him if they chose to abandon his reservoir. Well, handsome, since so many are vouching for you, I'll concede that you caught these fish. You may take them. Ma Sen forced a smile that was more painful than a cry. Observing Ma Sen's distress, Chen Hongshan chuckled. Lu Qi truly had a way of dealing with such unscrupulous reservoir owners. Speaking of which, handsome, you can't possibly take all these fish. How about I refund your fishing fee and you release the fish instead? Ma Sen asked, attempting to ingratiate himself. Who said I wanted to release them? Lu Qi replied coolly. Ma Sen's lips twitched. Was this young man toying with him? If he neither took the fish nor released them, what could he do? Lu Chi addressed the surrounding anglers. Thank you all for standing up for justice on my behalf. I shall gift each of you a fish. Haha. This young man is charming. Lu Chi distributed a 10-pound fish to each angler present, garnering widespread praise. As for the remaining fish, Lu Chi sold them to one of the anglers for 5,000 yuan. Although he could have fetched a higher price at the market, he found it too bothersome to run around for a few extra thousand. Ma San watched in silent fury, his face darkened with anger, forced to swallow his resentment. Haha. Thinking of that unscrupulous owner earlier brings me great relief. Chen Hongshan laughed heartily on the way back. Elder Chen, have you ever encountered such a dishonest reservoir owner before? Lu Chi inquired with a smile. Never. As the fish I catch never exceed the fees I pay, Chen Hongshan replied with a grin. Indeed. Every time Chen Hongshan engages in fishing at the Black Pit, he employs 4 rods. Regardless of the quantity of fish he catches, the proprietor of the Black Pit remains in profit. Moreover, upon catching a fish, Chen Hongshan typically releases it immediately, without even placing it in a keep net. It can be said that the Black Pit owner adores fishing enthusiasts like Chen Hongshan. Xiao Lu. I once thought that lamenting over the Black Pit owner was merely a jest, but I never anticipated it would actually occur today. Fishing with you is far more enjoyable than with anyone else. Chen Hongshan gazed at Lu Chi with admiration. Previously, he seldom fished in black pits, as he deemed it devoid of meaning, visiting only once every 2 or 3 months. However, through Lu Chi, Chen Hongshan has discovered the joy of fishing in black pits. Continuously reeling in large fish, he astonished the entire crowd, even causing the reservoir owner to feel a tinge of fear. Such a method of fishing is indeed exhilarating. Old Chen, how about we continue our escapade at the Black Pit tomorrow? Lu Chi inquired with a smile. Haha, let us do it. Chen Hongshan eagerly replied, and tomorrow, don't release the fish. Let us see the expression on the Black Pit owner's face. Lu Chi chuckled, as he had stirred the playful side of the old man. He asked with a grin, Old Chen, do you truly believe I will have an abundant catch tomorrow? With your luck in fishing, how could it not be plentiful? I would even believe you could catch a 1,000-year-old turtle. Chen Hongshan could not fathom why Lu Chi found fishing easier than anyone else. In his eyes, Lu Chi was nothing short of a fishing prodigy. Author's note, my heartfelt gratitude to all the friends supporting this book, especially to those who have given 5-star reviews, and watched videos after urging for updates. Chapter 35. The young man has promise system. You mentioned earlier that I caught a star-grade fish. What does star-grade signify? Is there a hierarchy beyond this? Lu Chi inquired subtly while conversing with Chen Hongshan. Previously, the system had described the fish he caught as rare, but today, it introduced an additional classification. The system responded, indeed, when a fish is rare to a certain extent, it is categorized into 3 levels, star grade, king grade, and emperor grade. Star grade fish are seen once every 5 years in a city's fishing community. King grade fish are seen once every 5 years in a province's fishing community. Emperor grade fish are seen once every 10 years in the world of fishing. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Chi could not help but be astonished. These classifications of fish are exceedingly difficult to catch, particularly the emperor grade fish, which are seen only once every decade in the global fishing community. Implies that one would nearly have to break a world record to attain this classification. For now, Lu Chi dared not contemplate the emperor grade fish, but the king grade fish could serve as a target. After all, today, utilizing the fish finding feature for the first time, he managed to catch a star grade fish. So who knows what the future may hold regarding the king grade fish. Lu Chi then opened the system's attribute panel. Hostname, Lu Chi fishing level. Level 6 experience points, 36,000 unlocked fish species. Crucian carp, tilapia, grass carp. Catfish, including mud catfish, big mouth catfish, and pond catfish, spotted bass, bluegill, and mandarin fish. Achievements, record holder for spotted bass in Lingnan City. Rare fish, 1 star grade fish, 0 king grade fish, 0 emperor grade fish. The once barren achievement column now boasts a newly acquired accolade. Below it, a section labeled rare fish has emerged. Today, having caught a star-rated fish, Lu Chi was rewarded with an A-level business opportunity. One could only wonder what rewards awaited those who would reel in a king-level fish. Lu Chi felt a surge of anticipation. On his way back, he passed a hillside adorned with wildflowers. He halted his vehicle by the roadside and said to Chen Hongshan, Old Chen, please wait a moment. Chen Hongshan assumed Lu Chi had stepped out for a brief respite, but to his surprise, 10 minutes later, Lu Chi returned with a vibrant bouquet of wildflowers. Young Lu, what have you got there? Chen Hongshan inquired, momentarily taken aback by the sight of a man gathering wildflowers. For Chioya, Lu Chi replied, a hint of shyness in his voice. Chen Hongshan's heart swelled with delight, and he teased, this young man has a bright future ahead. I support your pursuit. His words unmistakably conveyed his endorsement of Lu Chi's affections for Chen Chioya. Overjoyed, Lu Chi expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your support, old Chun. I will certainly strive to make it happen. Upon returning to the city, Lu Qi shared lunch with Chun Hongshan before proceeding to Shiwa Biological Company, bouquet in hand. In the president's office, Chun Xiuya lounged on the sofa, donning a white lab coat, her exquisite face bearing a trace of fatigue. Knock knock. The office door echoed as Assistant Xiaohong ushered Lu Qi inside. Lu Qi, what brings you here? Chun Xiuya elegantly rose to greet him. I came to see if President Chun was keeping up with her meals, Lu Qi responded with a smile. Upon hearing him address her as President Chun, she cast him a playful glance, inadvertently revealing her captivating charm that left Lu Qi momentarily mesmerized. Have you and your grandfather finished fishing for the day? Chun Xiuya inquired. Yes, I only fish for a few hours daily. I possess quite a bit of self-discipline, Lu Qi chuckled. Indeed, very disciplined. Fishing every day, Chun Xiuya remarked. Though she acknowledged that Lu Qi was unlike most anglers who would spend all day by the water, rarely exhibiting such restraint. What do you have behind your back? She noticed Lu Qi had been concealing something. A bouquet of flowers, just for you. He presented the vibrant assortment. Seeing the colorful wildflowers, Chun Xiuya's face lit up with joy as she accepted them, bringing them to her nose for a delightful whiff. The weariness faded away, and with a smile, she said, Thank you, but these flowers don't look as if they were bought. Cough, cough, you've caught me. I picked these while fishing, Lu Qi admitted, scratching his nose sheepishly. Even a billionaire like you is pinching pennies on flowers? She teased with a light laugh. In truth, it was precisely because she recognized these flowers were not purchased from a shop that she cherished them even more. The thought of Lu Qi remembering to gather flowers for her while fishing warmed her heart. Of course, I must save so you won't accuse me of frivolous spending again. Lu Qi joked. Chun Xiuya shot him another playful glance before happily arranging the bouquet in a vase. Xiuya, are you very busy with work? You seemed a bit tired just now, Lu Qi inquired with genuine concern. Recently, I have been engrossed in a series of bacterial experiments, indeed quite busy. Chun Xiuya remarked. That 50 million you invested cannot go to waste. We must yield some results. Lu Qi understood that in 2 months, Shiwa Biology would undoubtedly achieve remarkable success. He softly replied, Xiuya, I have faith in your success, but do not overexert yourself. Listening to Lu Qi's encouragement and concern warmed Chun Xiuya's heart. I am not overexerting myself. I still maintain a regular work schedule. Lu Qi responded. Your commitment to a regular work schedule is commendable. Now, here is a question. Our diligent general manager, would you be so fortunate as to allow me to treat you to dinner after work tonight? Did we not just dine together last night? Chun Xiuya asked with a playful smile. Last night was a family dinner. Tonight is a working meal. Lu Qi stated with utmost seriousness. What family dinner? Nonsense. Chun Xiuya playfully chided Lu Qi, thinking that if last night were indeed a family dinner, it would imply that she and Lu Qi were family. If you continue to speak such nonsense, I shall not accompany you tonight. Chun Xiuya pouted her delicate, rosy lips. All right. Seeing Chun Xiuya acquiesce to his invitation, Lu Qi's mood brightened. To ensure Chun Xiuya's rest was not disturbed, he lingered at Shiwa Biology for a while before departing. System, what A-level business opportunity have you rewarded me with today? Upon returning to the villa, Lu Qi inquired about the A-level business opportunity he had received. In the coming week, digital B currency will experience a continuous decline, totaling a 40 drop, the system replied. Lu Qi had some understanding of digital B currency. It was a game favored by foreigners, where futures leverage could reach dozens or even hundreds of times. This implied that 100 million in capital could leverage a market of billions. Previously, profits were made in RMB, but this time, it was about harvesting the foreign investors' gains and earning in USD. The thought of capitalizing on foreign investors' losses amused Lu Qi. However, due to certain regulations, trading futures in digital B currency was relatively complex, requiring considerable preparatory time. Fortunately, Lu Qi's wealthy university roommate, who had dabbled in futures trading while in the dormitory, was now engaged in this very industry. Maintaining a good relationship with his university peers, Lu Qi called his roommate to arrange a meeting for the following day. Chapter 36. A rage for the fair lady in the evening. Lu Qi arrived ahead of time at the high-rise restaurant of the Binjiang Hotel. This restaurant, situated on the 30th floor, offered diners a panoramic view of Lingnan City's nightscape, making it a popular choice among the youth. Sitting by the window, Lu Qi waited for a while until a woman entered the restaurant, dressed in a black bodycon dress paired with a polka-dot chiffon blouse. Her tall and graceful figure was complemented by her strikingly fair legs. What was even more astonishing was the ethereal beauty of the woman, exuding an extraordinary aura. The entire restaurant seemed illuminated by her radiance. The majority of the male patrons were captivated by her presence. The woman was none other than Lingnan's most beautiful woman, Chun Xiuya. It was no wonder that she was hailed as Lingnan's beauty. She was simply stunning. If I could marry Chun Xiuya, I would willingly sacrifice 20 years of my life. Get real, with your background, You don't even have the qualification to pursue Chen Qiuya? A group of affluent young individuals engaged in hushed discussions, initially believing that Chen Qiuya was dining alone. To their astonishment, she took a seat across from a young man. Who is that fellow? I've never seen him before. Is he part of our elite circle in Lingnan, or does he hail from another city? They had never witnessed Chen Qiuya dining with a man, and thus their gazes towards Lu Qi were filled with envy and jealousy. However, Lu Qi paid no heed to the frivolous chatter of the wealthy youth. His entire focus was on Chen Qiuya. Lu Qi, I was caught in traffic for a while. How long have you been here? She inquired. Not long. I just arrived, he replied. Thus, a heartwarming dinner commenced. Lu Qi relished the feeling of being able to gaze upon Chen Qiuya, for her beauty was truly captivating. Simply looking at her visage was a feast for the eyes. Chen Qiuya noticed Lu Qi frequently glancing her way. Rather than feeling discomfort, she experienced a tinge of delight and bashfulness. Qiuya, I genuinely believe your culinary skills surpass those of any five-star chef, Lu Qi remarked. How could I possibly compare to the chefs of luxury hotels? Chen Qiuya responded with a gentle smile. Honestly, if I weren't concerned about your well-being, I would wish to savor your cooking for the rest of my life. Lu Qi stated earnestly, silently adding a thought about the exquisite honey-glazed abalone that he yearned to indulge in daily. Flattering talk, I hardly believe you. Chen Qiuya playfully shot him a glance of mock annoyance, her heart swelling with sweetness. Observing that she seemed unperturbed by his sweet words, Lu Qi seized the moment, gazing into her beautiful eyes, and asked, Qiuya, may I dine on your creations for a lifetime? This indirect confession sent Chen Qiuya's heart racing. She indeed harbored feelings for Lu Qi, but thought it too premature for such a declaration. Lu Qi, tasting once merely reflects a fleeting preference. After you have sampled my cooking several times, then you may pose such inquiries, all right? Chen Qiuya replied with reason. Her words implied that their acquaintance was still in its infancy, and they had yet to truly understand one another. Perhaps with time, they could rationally assess their compatibility. Lu Qi discerned her meaning and cheerfully responded, Qiuya, thank you for granting me this opportunity. All right, let us not dwell on that any longer. Let us eat, she said, her gentle gaze revealing warmth as she observed Lu Qi's cheerful demeanor. As they enjoyed their cozy meal, a sharply dressed man emerged from the elevator, arm wrapped around a provocatively dressed woman. The man held her waist with one hand while the other caressed her ample figure. Come on, He Shao, don't be like that. The woman cooed playfully. Ha, flirt, just wait until after dinner to see how I handle you. The man, He Tianyi, retorted, giving her a firm squeeze before resuming a more serious demeanor as they entered the restaurant. Suddenly, upon spotting Chen Qiuya, He Tianyi pushed the woman aside and stormed over. Fuming, Qiuya, who is he? Why are you here, He Tianyi? Chen Qiuya inquired, her brows furrowing in discontent. Qiuya, I have invited you to dine with me several times, yet you have consistently declined, and now you are dining with this guy. He Tianyi's face was filled with indignation, as if Chen Qiuya had betrayed him. Dining with whomever I choose is my prerogative. It has nothing to do with you, Chen Qiuya retorted. Humph. Your father has already consented to your marriage to me, so you cannot engage in any flirtations with other men. He Tianyi exclaimed loudly. At this proclamation, the entire restaurant was thrown into an uproar. What? The billionaire has betrothed his daughter to He Tianyi. It seems quite plausible. I heard Xinjiang Real Estate is facing a financial crisis, and He Tianyi's father is the vice president of Tian Commerce Bank's Guangfu branch. Many present were momentarily convinced by He Tianyi's words. He Tianyi, cease your nonsensical claims. Chen Qiuya fumed, irritated by the surrounding gossip. Nonsensical? Your father explicitly promised you to me. He Tianyi replied coldly. So, strictly speaking, you are now my fiancé. Here, leave this to me. Lu Qi stood up, offering a slight smile to Chen Qiuya before striding toward He Tianyi. What do you think you're doing? I warn you, I am not to be trifled with. Just as He Tianyi attempted to threaten Lu Qi, he found himself lifted off the ground by Lu Qi's grip on his shoulder. Lu Qi's hands were like iron claws, inflicting excruciating pain upon He Tianyi. Let go of me, or else. He Tianyi threatened again, but the immense agony caused him to grimace. Goodness, that fellow is fierce. Two wealthy heirs who had initially considered aiding He Tianyi hesitated, daunted by Lu Qi's strength. This guy is truly reckless. Chen Qiuya had not anticipated Lu Qi's sudden aggression toward He Tianyi. Feeling a mix of concern and admiration, Lu Qi's not-so-imposing figure appeared to her as a towering tree, instilling a sense of security. Speak. Is Kia truly your fiancé? Speak honestly, or I shall crush your bones. Lu Qi glared at He Tianyi with fierce intensity. All right. I confess, I was just speaking out of turn. Chen Qiuya is not my fiancé, and Chen Funan has rescinded our private agreement. Under duress, He Tianyi had no choice but to comply. Only then did Lu Qi release him, patting He Tianyi's suit and stating calmly, in the future, when you encounter Kia, watch your words. Understood? Understood, understood. He Tianyi fled the restaurant, his expression turning malevolent. You dare embarrass me publicly. You shall regret this, lad. Lu Chi. Try not to be so reckless next time, Shen Qiya admonished as He Tianyi vanished. I cannot tolerate anyone tarnishing your reputation, Lu Chi replied with a smile. What is the worst that could happen? A few days in the detention center? They cannot imprison you for such trivial matters. I am calling grandfather. With that, Shen Qiya promptly dialed Chen Hongsan. Hearing her assertive words, Lu Chi was somewhat astonished. It seemed Chen Hongsan, despite being retired, still wielded considerable influence in law enforcement circles. No worries, He Tianyi was the one who first harassed you. As long as you don't leave him severely injured, there won't be any repercussions. Chen Hongsan declared authoritatively over the phone. At last, Lu Chi was completely at ease. He had previously prepared himself for a few days of imprisonment. Given He Tianyi's considerable background, please refrain from being so impulsive in the future, Chen Qiuya gently advised as they were heading home. Yes, I shall heed your words, Qiuya. Lu Chi replied, feeling a warm glow in his heart as he noticed the concern in her beautiful eyes. The following morning, Lu Chi and his elder friend Chen Hongsan continued their fishing expedition. However, today their destination was not the Black Pit, but a natural lake known as Lingnan Lake. Lingnan Lake is the largest water system within Lingnan City, spanning an impressive area of 17 square kilometers, teeming with a myriad of fish species. For the past decade, fishing had been prohibited in Lingnan Lake, but it had only recently reopened to anglers. The previous evening, Lu Chi had seen on the news that someone had caught a colossal catfish weighing 70 pounds in Lingnan Lake, prompting him to alter their plans from fishing at the Black Pit. Although there are plenty of large fish in Lingnan Lake, the vastness of the water makes it challenging to catch them. On my last 2 visits, I was unable to land anything substantial, Chen Hongsan remarked. If Lingnan Lake were closer to the city, he would frequent it more often, but its considerable distance and poor access meant that even he had only visited a couple of times since it reopened for fishing. Old Chen, I am confident that you will catch a big one this time, Lu Chi exclaimed with a smile. Haha, let us hope I can benefit from your good fortune, Chen Hongsan replied, filled with anticipation. After driving for an hour and a half, the pair finally arrived at Lingnan Lake. The expansive water stretched out before them, seemingly endless. Scattered along the shore were a few other anglers. As Lu Chi approached the water's edge, he promptly activated the fish-finding feature of his fishing system. Within 50 meters, he could discern precisely where the fish were lurking, particularly the larger ones. After walking over 200 meters along the lakeshore with Chen Hongsan, they had yet to spot any significant catches. It was evident that the larger fish resided in the deeper waters far from the shore. Xiao Lu, I shall fish here for a while, Chen Hongsan said, selecting a spot. Very well, I shall join you, Lu Chi replied, setting down his gear as he noticed an abundance of smaller fish, which provided an excellent opportunity to unlock additional species. In Lingnan City, there was no place with a more diverse array of fish than Lingnan Lake. Thus, the elder and the youth set up their rods along the shore. Once his fishing skill reached level 6, Lu Chi could still utilize only 2 rods simultaneously, with a maximum catch weight of 7 kilograms. Currently, he employed a number 1 hook and bait for miscellaneous fish, targeting the smaller varieties. Ding. Caught 1 yellowtail mullet, experience points, 10. Congratulations, master. You have unlocked a new species, yellowtail mullet, experience points, 200. Ding. Caught 1 bream, experience points, 10. Congratulations, master. You have unlocked a new species, bream. Experience points, 200. Over the next 2 hours, Lu Chi steadily caught numerous small fish, thereby unlocking 5 new species, red-eyed trout, yellowtail mullet, carp, mullet, and bream. As a result, he had unlocked the majority of fish available in Lingnan, with only a few remaining species yet to be discovered. Beside Lu Chi, Chen Hongshan had also caught quite a few small fish, yet his aspirations were not set on these diminutive catches. Rather, he sought the larger fish that had resided in Lingnan Lake's depths for several years. Old Chen, waiting here is futile. The big fish rarely approach the shore. We should rent a boat. Having accomplished his goal of catching small fish, Lu Chi was now ready to pursue the larger specimens. Given that the fish finder system had a detection range of only 50 meters, a boat was essential for exploring the majority of the lake's bottom. All right, let us rent a boat to reach the central island. Chen Hongshan concurred, realizing that remaining in one spot was not a viable strategy. Thus, the two made their way to the dock to rent a small boat. In the center of South Spirit Lake, several small islands could only be accessed by boat, and at that moment, a few anglers had already settled on 2 of them. Lu Chi, let us head to that unoccupied island, Chen Hongshan suggested, pointing towards a solitary island devoid of fishermen. Certainly. As Lu Chi navigated the small vessel, he activated the fish finder to assess the underwater conditions. As the boat ventured deeper into the lake, the system began to reveal an increasing number of large fish. Lingnan Lake, having been a no-fishing zone for a decade, indeed harbored a wealth of substantial fish, and Lu Qi grew more convinced that this place was a paradise for anglers. This one weighs at least 30 pounds. It must be a silver carp, and that one looks to be over 40 pounds, likely a blue carp. Prior to reaching the island, Lu Qi identified numerous fish weighing between 30 and 40 pounds, with a few possibly exceeding 50 pounds. Little Lu, which direction do you think I should fish in? Upon reaching the island, Chen Hongshan surveyed the surroundings and sought Lu Qi's advice. That direction seems more promising. Lu Qi indicated towards the south, where several large fish, each over 30 pounds, lurked just 30 meters beneath the surface. Eager to share in Lu Qi's fortune, Chen Hongshan was keen to heed his guidance. As for Lu Qi, he did not rush to cast his line. After assisting Chen Hongshan in setting up the sunshade, he leisurely navigated the boat around the lake. He was eager to discover the true size of the largest fish lurking in Lingnan Lake, convinced there were specimens larger than the 70-pound fish previously caught. Is that a giant catfish? It must weigh around 50 pounds. And that one, a sizable carp? It resembles a small pig, surely over 40 pounds. Gradually, Lu Qi encountered several rare large fish. Although these fish were scarce, they could hardly be deemed exceptional enough to warrant a star rating. Suddenly, Lu Qi's breath caught in his throat as an enormous fish entered the detection range of the system. Judging by its shape, it appeared to be a carp, potentially exceeding 70 pounds. Such a hefty carp was indeed a rarity in Guangfu. System, can a 70-pound carp be rated? Lu Qi inquired. The master must catch it for the system to provide an answer, the system replied. Lu Qi felt a twinge of frustration. Just as he prepared to retrieve his fishing rod, the colossal fish swam beyond the system's detection range. He hastily maneuvered the boat in pursuit. After searching for over 10 minutes without success, he stumbled upon another giant fish, a blue carp measuring over 1.5 meters in length. Lu Qi estimated it surely weighed more than 70 pounds, with the possibility of exceeding 100 pounds. Lingnan Lake indeed harbors hidden talents. Lu Qi was overjoyed to discover a colossal wild bluefish weighing 100 pounds. Securing a star should pose no challenge. This time, he refrained from hastily retrieving his fishing rod, opting instead to follow the giant bluefish from a distance aboard his boat. After half an hour of careful observation, Lu Qi surmised that this magnificent creature favored deeper waters for its habitat. He utilized his phone's GPS function to mark the location. Noting that the margin of error was approximately 20 meters, a discrepancy insignificant enough to hinder his return to this area. Once the marking was complete, Lu Qi still did not take out his fishing rod, as the one he possessed was unlikely to yield such a behemoth. Chapter 38. Do you know who my brother is? Having confirmed the presence of a 100-pound giant in Lingnan Lake, Lu Qi decided against further exploration. For even if he were to detect more giants, he was unable to catch them at present. The immediate priority was to elevate his fishing prowess to level 7, thereby granting him access to more formidable rods. Thus, Lu Qi navigated his small boat back to the island where Chen Hongshan was located. Haha, Lu Qi. I just caught a 25-pound carp. Chen Hongshan eagerly shared his joy with Lu Qi. This impressive catch had shattered his personal best in wild carp fishing. Congratulations, Elder Chen. I believe today will bring you even greater rewards, Lu Qi remarked, glancing at Chen Hongshan's 3 rods. Noticing 2 or 3 fish weighing 20 to 30 pounds swimming near the bait below. Hee, I must be benefiting from your good fortune. Chen Hongshan attributed his success to Lu Qi, recalling that he had failed to catch any large fish during his previous 3 outings. Yet today he had already surpassed his record in wild carp fishing. Ding ding. Just as Chen Hongshan finished speaking, the bell on his rod rang, signaling another catch. He quickly raised the rod to reel in the fish, which was putting up a formidable fight. Moments later, he landed a 22-pound bighead carp. Haha, I nearly broke my wild fishing record again. Chen Hongshan was in high spirits after reeling in several large fish. Compared to Lu Qi, Chen Hongshan found it easier to catch fish, as the 3 rods he employed were exceptionally robust, unless he encountered a creature weighing 60 to 70 pounds or more. He had little to worry about regarding snapped lines or broken rods. After Lu Qi assisted Chen Hongshan in photographing the bighead carp, he stepped aside to set up 2 fishing rods of his own. There was no need for baiting the area, as he could accurately deliver the bait right to the fish's mouth. Over the course of the following hour, Chen Hongshan witnessed a true display of luck, as Lu Qi's fishing rod seemed to be in a constant state of activity, with a large fish being reeled in every few minutes. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on catching a big carp weighing 20 pounds, earning 600 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on catching a big grass carp weighing 15 pounds, earning 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on catching a bighead carp weighing 27 pounds, earning 600 experience points. The system's notifications echoed repeatedly in Lu Qi's mind. While Chen Hongshan was already elated with his 2 large catches, in comparison to Lu Qi, he felt somewhat overshadowed. However, Chen Hongshan was not disheartened. Rather, He found great enjoyment in the spectacle of others reeling in fish after fish. The thrill of witnessing such fortune in fishing was indeed delightful. Xiao Lu, when it comes to luck in fishing, you may claim the second spot, but no one dares to contest the first, Chen Hongshan remarked with a smile. Haha, my luck has always been quite good. Lu Qi readily accepted this notion of luck, for otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. On a neighboring islet, two young men were engaged in filming a fishing video. One cast the line while the other recorded, yet after a considerable time, they had only managed to catch a fish weighing around 10 pounds. They soon noticed that on the adjacent isle, a fellow was continuously pulling in fish, and most of them were substantial catches. Consequently, the two set sail towards that isle, intent on claiming it for themselves. Hey, this isle is ours now. You should fish elsewhere, commanded the youth with a prominent nose, adopting an imperious tone. Faced with such brazen arrogance, Lu Qi merely smiled rather than becoming angry and replied, You can give us $1 million, and we will leave. The prominent-nosed youth was taken aback, then retorted angrily, You little brat, are you looking for trouble? Lu Qi gazed at the youth with a look of pity, as if addressing someone with limited intellect. With your level of intelligence, can you not discern who is truly seeking trouble here? Damn it. The prominent-nosed youth, incensed, was about to strike Lu Qi. Ahu, stand down. We are civilized people who engage in reason. The dark-skinned youth behind him intervened, then turned to Lu Qi and Chen Hongshan, saying, Gentlemen, grant my friend Su a favor and fish elsewhere, allowing us to occupy this isle. Lu Qi inquired nonchalantly, On what grounds? The prominent-nosed youth barked, You little rascal. Don't be so brazen. Do you know who my elder brother is? Lu Qi chuckled, Not a clue. The prominent-nosed youth seethed, You truly are blind to the obvious. My brother is Su Jiawang, the undisputed king of fishing in Lingnan. He has 300,000 followers on Douyin. 300,000 followers? How terrifying. Lu Qi laughed, finding amusement in the youth's ignorance, which brought a sense of joy. Humph, my brother just caught a massive 70-pound catfish yesterday, creating a sensation on Douyin, boasted the prominent-nosed youth. Hey, Ahu, let's keep a low profile, Su Jiawang said, yet his expression bore no semblance of modesty. But what does that have to do with me? Lu Qi asked coolly. It has everything to do with you. Do you think you could ever catch a 70-pound beast while fishing in the wild? I doubt you've ever even caught a 40-pounder. The prominent-nosed youth sneered. Don't be so shameless. You have 10 seconds to disappear. As the 10 seconds elapsed, Lu Qi and Chen Hongshan remained unmoved. Damn, the prominent-nosed youth truly intended to act, and Su Jiawang ceased to dissuade him. The outcome was swift. Lu Qi delivered a powerful kick, sending the prominent-nosed youth tumbling to the ground. Su Jiawang's eyes nearly bulged out. How could a 200-pound brute be knocked down in a single encounter? It took half a minute for the prominent-nosed youth to rise again. You will regret this. He stammered, now fearful and preparing to flee. Don't leave. This isle is yours, Lu Qi declared as he began to pack up his fishing gear. Chen Hongshan was taken aback, somewhat perplexed by Lu Qi's actions. Yet he proceeded to pack up his fishing rod. You two truly disgraced the fishing community of Lingnan. Before departing, Chen Hongshan scolded Su Jiawang and his companion. Observing Lu Qi and his companion leave on their boat, the young man with the prominent nose sneered, Humph, those two must be intimidated by my brother's reputation. Su Jiawang found this reasoning plausible. Otherwise, why would the other party suddenly relinquish such a favorable fishing spot? Xiao Lu, why should we yield our fishing position to them? Chen Hongshan inquired, voicing his confusion. In truth, even if those two imbeciles hadn't come, I intended to change our location, Lu Qi replied. We've caught too many fish there already. The bite has become quite poor. I see. Although Chen Hongshan was unsure how Lu Qi determined that the fishing conditions would deteriorate, he had faith in Lu Qi's judgment. After Su Jiawang seized Lu Qi's small island, he believed he would experience a similar streak of large catches and consequently began a live stream on Douyin. However, an hour passed, and he had only managed to reel in 2 small fish, ultimately finding himself awkwardly shutting down the stream. Big brother, how could this happen? In the same spot. That kid keeps catching fish, yet I can't land anything? You're the fishing king. The young man with the prominent nose, Ahu, asked in bewilderment. Su Jiawang's face darkened. He too could not comprehend this predicament. Lu Qi's fishing session for the day had concluded. He had accumulated around 10,000 experience points. But his fishing ability could not yet reach level 7, necessitating a return to the waters on the morrow. Old Chun, I've had my fill for today. I must head to the provincial capital this afternoon. Are you returning now? I wish to continue fishing. I plan to fish all day. Over the past few hours, Chen Hongshan had caught 4 large fish, and his craving for fishing had been thoroughly ignited. He would not easily put away his rod. Very well. I shall return to fetch you in the evening. Observing Chen Hongshan's enthusiasm, Lu Qi chuckled and shook his head. Chapter 39. Astonishing profits. Lu Qi set off from Lingnan Lake and drove for 2 hours to reach the Yang market in the provincial capital. At an international financial services company, Lu Qi met his university roommate, Ning Zheng. Their last meeting had been at a class reunion a year prior, so their reunion inevitably included a round of pleasantries. "Chigu, are you interested in trading digital currency futures?" After the pleasantries, Ning Zheng broached the purpose of Lu Qi's visit, which Lu Qi had briefly mentioned over the phone the previous day. "Indeed, you are the expert in this field, so I sought your assistance," Lu Qi replied. "Chigu, my advice would be to dabble in digital currency, but it is best to avoid the futures as the risks are considerable." Ning Zheng was aware that Lu Qi's monthly salary was modest, and engaging in digital currency futures could lead to bankruptcy in just a day or two. "No worries, my friend just won several $100 million in the lottery. I can afford it." Lu Qi shared with Ning Zheng the news of his lottery when exceeding $400 million, feeling no need to conceal this from his friend. "Wow, you are the first among our dormitory to become a billionaire." Ning Zheng felt a mix of envy and happiness for Lu Qi. In their dormitory, for individuals once engaged in animated discussions after the lights were turned off, contemplating who among them might ascend to the status of a billionaire. The consensus at that time was that Ning Zheng was the most likely candidate, given his affluent background and advantageous connections. However, "Chigu, despite having attained billionaire status, I still advise you to refrain from investing excessively in Bitcoin futures. A modest sum of several $100,000 would suffice for some experimentation." As a professional, Ning Zheng is acutely aware of the substantial risks associated with Bitcoin futures. It is not merely a matter of 400 million, but even 40 billion could be lost overnight. If one is to indulge, it should be in a manner that is exhilarating. "I am specifically venturing into Bitcoin futures, as the current price is at a recent peak, and I anticipate a significant downturn shortly," stated Lu Qi with great confidence. "And how much do you intend to invest?" Ning Zheng inquired. "I plan to start with 200 million for some experimentation," Lu Qi replied. "What?" Ning Zheng was astounded. Even their company's major clients would hesitate to wager such an amount on Bitcoin futures. This was undeniably the behavior of a gambler. Dare I say, even more reckless than that. "Chigu, I cannot assist you with this," Ning Zheng declared solemnly. "You have worked hard to acquire such wealth. I cannot stand by and watch you squander it on foreigners." Lu Qi found himself both amused and exasperated. He understood that Ning Zheng had his best interests at heart. Yet he was not merely giving money to foreigners. Rather, he aimed to outsmart them. "Very well, Ah Zheng, since you refuse to assist, I shall seek out other managers in your company," Lu Qi stated. "Wait, Chigu." Ning Zheng, feeling a surge of anxiety as Lu Qi disregarded his warnings, sought to stabilize the situation. "How about this? You start with 50 million. If you lose it all, you swear never to touch Bitcoin futures again. What do you say?" Ning Zheng believed that someone like Lu Qi, who had suddenly come into wealth, would have a strong desire to gamble, and mere admonitions would be futile. It would be more effective for him to experience the harsh realities of the futures market firsthand to temper his ambitions. "All right," Lu Qi feigned agreement with Ning Zheng's suggestion. Subsequently, Ning Zheng assisted Lu Qi in establishing an international Bitcoin futures trading account, and, through the channels of their company, funded this account with $8 million. "Chigu, please do not utilize leverage exceeding 10 times. Remember that," Ning Zheng earnestly reiterated before Lu Qi departed. "All right, we'll discuss this further tonight." To alleviate Ning Zheng's concerns, Lu Qi could only superficially agree. However, after leaving Ning Zheng's company, he proceeded to another firm within the same building and deposited $30 million into his futures account. This meant that Lu Qi had cumulatively invested over 200 million renminbi in his futures account. Having completed these preparations, Lu Qi commenced trading on the international futures market, employing 20 times leverage to short Bitcoin. What does 20 times leverage imply? Profits and losses are magnified 20-fold. If Bitcoin rises by 5 points, Lu Qi would face liquidation, losing all his funds. Conversely, if Bitcoin drops by 5 points, his profits could double his initial investment. Why did Lu Qi not opt for an even higher leverage? Due to his concerns regarding potential fluctuations in the price of currency, it seemed prudent to initially employ a leverage of 20 times. By the time these matters were settled, the clock had already struck 5 in the afternoon. Owing to Ning Zheng's fervent insistence on gathering that evening, Lu Qi found himself compelled to contact Chen Hongshan. "It's all right. You carry on with your affairs. Do you think I'd be left without a ride?" Lu Qi expressed with a hint of embarrassment. "I'm just worried that Xiaoya might blame me for leaving you alone." "Your words are amusing. Do you consider this old man a child? Rest assured, with just one call, Xingjin Real Estate can dispatch at least 10 people to pick me up." Chen Hongshan replied with a chuckle. This was no exaggeration. Despite Xingjin Real Estate grappling with a crisis of financial insolvency, it still boasted a substantial workforce. That evening, Lu Qi, Ning Zheng, and another roommate from Yang Market, Huang Sun, convened at a restaurant. "Chigu, congratulations on no longer being a beleaguered worker." Ning Zheng and Huang Sun raised their glasses in a toast to Lu Qi, as the eldest among them. Lu Chi had always been affectionately referred to as Chi Good during their university days. Haha, thank you. Although we've scarcely seen each other since graduation, I can still feel the enduring camaraderie among us. Lu Chi responded warmly. Aside from Zhou Jiaming, these 3 university roommates were likely his closest friends. Chi Gu, even though you are now a billionaire, do take care. Many billionaires have faced bankruptcy. Huang Sun remarked with good intentions. I heard from a Zheng that you are trading B-currency futures. That endeavor is perilously risky. Ning Zheng had invited Huang Sun precisely to collectively dissuade Lu Chi from such endeavors. All right, I hear you. If I were to lose all my investments this time, I promise I will never engage in B-currency futures again, Lu Chi affirmed earnestly. Upon witnessing Lu Chi's willingness to heed their advice, Ning Zheng felt a sense of relief, thinking that even if Lu Chi were to lose 50 million, he would still remain a billionaire. Unbeknownst to him, however, Lu Chi's investment far exceeded 50 million, amounting to over 200 million. After the gathering with his 2 roommates, it was already 11 in the evening, and Lu Chi checked into a nearby hotel. Once inside his room, he opened his laptop to review his international futures account. The account displayed that over the past few hours, B-currency had declined by 4%, and those who shorted B-currency with a 20-fold leverage had realized profits of 80%. This indicated that with a cost basis of 200 million, Lu Chi's profits had already reached 160 million. This had transpired in merely a few hours. Despite having witnessed grand spectacles before, Lu Chi felt a surge of excitement. According to the system, B-currency was projected to continue its descent over the following week, cumulatively reaching a drop of 40%. It appeared that the system's predictions were accurate, as B-currency was on a steady decline without significant fluctuations. Observing the minimally fluctuating graph, Lu Chi resolved to increase his leverage to 100 times. What does 100 times leverage entail? A mere 1% drop in B-currency would yield profits equivalent to his initial investment. A 40% decline would generate profits 40 times his investment. This signified that barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Chi's profits over the next week could reach between 7 to 8 billion. How utterly insane. Lu Chi pondered whether to invest more money into his account the following day. However, reflecting on the substantial earnings of 70 to 80 billion, he reasoned that seeking more might provoke foreign entities to resort to drastic measures. Closing his notebook, Lu Chi prepared to take a shower. At that moment, his phone rang, revealing a video call from Chun Qiuya. Chapter 40. The boat has been towed away. Upon connecting the video call, Chun Qiuya's fair and stunning visage graced the screen. Although he had seen her numerous times before, each encounter left Lu Chi in awe. Qiuya, are you still awake at this late hour? Lu Chi asked with a smile. Aren't you still awake as well? Chun Qiuya, clad in silk pajamas and reclining against her headboard, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, revealed a delicate neck, exuding an aura of languid beauty. I just finished a gathering with my 2 roommates. Lu Chi's gaze remained fixed on the screen. Just your 2 roommates? No other female classmates? Chun Qiuya inquired nonchalantly. Surprised by her question, Lu Chi felt a surge of joy within. Could it be that Qiuya's late-night call was a means of checking up on him? It seemed she cared for him deeply. Indeed, it was just the 2 of them. We parted ways after the gathering, and I'm currently in my hotel room. Lu Chi showcased the surroundings of his room with his phone. Well, I didn't ask to see your room, Chun Qiuya replied, lightly brushing her hair with her delicate fingers. Lu Chi turned the camera back to himself, asking, by the way, Qiuya, is there something you wanted to discuss? Her crimson lips parted slightly. I sent you a message earlier, but I didn't see a reply. Opening the messaging app, Lu Chi indeed found an unread message. My apologies, Qiuya. I was so engrossed in conversation with my roommates that I neglected my phone. I wasn't worried about you. Anyway, I'm off to bed now. Good night. With a casual wave, Chun Qiuya ended the call. A subtle smile graced Lu Chi's lips. It was rather late for a video call, yet she claimed not to worry about him. This incident further cemented his belief that Chun Qiuya held him in high regard. The following morning, Lu Chi made his way directly from Yangshi to Lingnan Lake. Upon his arrival, Chen Hongshan was already there. Xiao Lu, please help me choose a fishing spot, Chen Hongshan exclaimed, as though he had found a savior. After Lu Chi's departure the previous day, Chen Hongshan had only managed to catch a single fish weighing over 10 pounds, a stark contrast to the efficiency experienced during Lu Chi's presence. Certainly, Lu Chi replied with a smile as the 2 boarded a small boat. They navigated towards the largest island in the lake. Old Chen, let us fish here. Lu Chi selected a spot on the island. Within a 50-meter radius, several sizable fish swam in the deeper waters. The 2 proceeded to prepare their bait and began fishing. Lu Chi skillfully cast his line beside one of the larger fish. The fish noticed the bait, sniffed it twice, and then swam away without taking a bite. Lu Chi cast his line again, yet the result was the same. The fish remained uninterested. Is it not a grass carp? At first, Lu Chi mistook the shape for a bluefish, so he switched to a mixed bait and cast it beside the large fish once more. This time, The fish finally showed interest, albeit cautiously, nudging the bait with its lips before taking it into its mouth. Has this fish become sentient? Lu Qi felt a twinge of frustration and reeled in the hook to rebait. On this occasion, the large fish was relatively less cautious. It swam over, sniffed the bait, and promptly took a bite. Lu Qi quickly lifted the rod. Splash! The fish beneath the surface thrashed vigorously. However, this fish, weighing around 30 pounds, stood little chance against Lu Qi's rod, which could handle up to 7 kilograms. Minutes later, Lu Qi successfully brought the fish to the shore and netted it. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught a star-level bream weighing 36 pounds, earning 4,000 experience points. To Lu Qi's astonishment, this fish was neither a bluefish nor a grass carp, but rather a bream. A wild bream weighing 36 pounds was indeed a star-level catch. This was an unexpected delight. This bream became Lu Qi's second star-level fish. Lu Qi. This is not a grass carp or a bluefish. It is a bream. Chen Hongshan initially thought it was a grass carp due to the similarities between large breams and grass carps, as he had never encountered such a sizable bream before. Chen Hongshan excitedly weighed the fish. 36 pounds. The largest wild bream I have ever seen barely exceeded 20 pounds. While 36 pounds is not excessively large, a bream of that weight is indeed formidable. This could possibly be a record in our Lingnan fishing community, Chen Hongshan remarked while snapping photos with his phone. Reflecting on the two individuals who had mocked Lu Qi the previous day, Chen Hongshan found it amusing. Surely not. Someone must have caught an even larger one before. Lu Qi chuckled. In truth, Lu Qi knew he had not broken Lingnan's record, as the system had not informed him of any such achievement. Regardless of whether he had set a new record, a wild bream weighing 36 pounds was certainly impressive. Chen Hongshan could only admire Lu Qi's fishing luck. After chatting for a while, the two resumed fishing. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught a large catfish weighing 37 pounds, earning 600 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught a rare tilapia weighing 30 pounds, earning 1,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, master. Your fishing skill has reached level 7. With the capture of a rare tilapia, Lu Qi's fishing skill finally ascended to level 7. At level 7, the system expanded his fishing detection range to 100 meters. He could now wield a rod with a maximum weight capacity of 12 kilograms. A 12 kilograms rod could contend with creatures weighing hundreds of pounds. Chun, keep fishing. I'll grab my rod from the car, Lu Qi said, swiftly switching to a 12 kilograms shore rod, eager to confront the true giants of the waters. He navigated his small boat to the deep water area he had marked with his phone the previous day. After a 10-minute search, he finally spotted the colossal creature that exceeded 1.5 meters in length. The colossal entity was positioned approximately 300 meters from the spot where Lu Qi had discovered it the previous day. It appeared to be a gigantic catfish. Lu Qi, employing catfish bait, cast his line from a small boat onto the surface of the water above the immense creature. The bait descended 7 meters, reaching the layer where the creature resided. At that moment, the bait was less than a meter away from the giant. It must be noted that these colossal beings, having matured for 7 to 8 years, were exceedingly cunning. Despite Lu Qi's bait landing right beside it, the creature not only refused to bite, but also swam away effortlessly. For the next half hour, Lu Qi pursued the creature, casting his line repeatedly, yet the giant remained indifferent to his offerings. Just as Lu Qi prepared to switch to a third type of bait, the underwater giant finally stirred, slowly taking the bait into its mouth. Lu Qi immediately retracted his rod, and the fish hook pierced the creature's lip. In pain, the giant fled, plunging deeper and farther into the water. The 12 kilograms drag of the reel was evidently insufficient to contend with such a formidable foe. Standing in the boat, Lu Qi found the entire vessel being dragged forward by the immense creature below. Remaining composed, Lu Qi recalled the adage that one need not fear a creature fleeing, but rather one that digs in. A creature desperately trying to escape would eventually exhaust its strength. Even a fully grown adult could not tow a boat for long, let alone a fish. Hey, brother, look over there. That guy's boat seems to be pulled by a fish, exclaimed Ahu, a follower of Su Jiawang, from a distant island as he noticed Lu Qi's unusual predicament. What nonsense. You must be mistaken. Su Jiawang initially scoffed at the notion. For a fish capable of dragging a boat would have to weigh at least 60 kilograms. Brother, I am not mistaken. My eyesight is excellent. Ahu insisted anxiously. Su Jiawang, somewhat nearsighted, squinted to see more clearly. Gradually, as the small boat drew nearer, Su Jiawang's astonishment grew. Holy cow, he gasped, realizing the enormity of the creature capable of pulling a human-laden boat so far. Surely it weighed over 70 kilograms. After fleeing for quite a distance, the underwater giant began to dig in, remaining motionless in the depths. Had this occurred near the shore, Lu Qi might have faced greater difficulty. However, he resolutely cranked the handle to reel in the line, allowing the boat to slowly advance and close the distance to the creature. Hey handsome, I'll give you 3,000 yuan. Let me handle the fishing for this giant. Su Jiawang shouted to Lu Qi. He believed that if he managed to live-stream the catch of this colossal creature, he could gain at least 100,000 followers. Paying no mind to such attempts at deception, Lu Qi remained focused on his battle with the underwater giant. Hey handsome, 5,000 yuan. I'm raising the offer to 5,000. Su Jiawang declared, adding, with your skill level, you won't be able to land such a creature. You'll just snap your line. If you let me fish it, not only will you receive 5,000 yuan, but you could also become my personal disciple. You would be the heir to the title of Fishing King. Lu Qi nearly burst into laughter at this absurdity. The heir to the Fishing King? Perhaps more fittingly, the heir to a jester. Chapter 41. The Starry Catfish breaks records again. Seeing that Lu Qi offered no response to his demands, Su Jiawang seethed with indignation. Ahu! Take the boat and sabotage him. Su Jiawang declared darkly. If he won't let me fish, then he shan't fish either. However, Su Hu hesitated, timidly inquiring, brother, are you certain you want to cause trouble? Gazing at Ahu's cowardly demeanor, Su Jiawang recalled Lu Qi's formidable combat prowess from the previous day, causing his resolve to waver. Never mind, he sighed, your brother isn't that petty. Su Hu breathed a sigh of relief. He truly wished to avoid provoking Lu Qi. Brother, do you think that fellow can actually catch the fish? Su Jiawang scoffed. Not everyone possesses your brother's skills. If he manages to reel in that massive creature, I shall relinquish the title of Fishing King to him. As the two conversed on the island, Lu Qi continued to reel in the line. Gradually, the small boat drifted above the colossal fish, which remained submerged 8 meters beneath the surface. With a 12 kilograms rod, it was impossible to forcibly lift such a behemoth. Thus, Lu Qi grasped the fishing line and began to pull it upward slowly and steadily. To catch this immense creature, Lu Qi had deliberately selected a strong fishing line with a tensile strength of 40 kilograms. Were he on land, he would never dare to use such a robust line. For if the line were fully drawn from the reel, it would risk damaging the reel and snapping the rod. However, the risk was significantly diminished on the boat, as the vessel would be dragged along when the fish made an escape, thereby slowing the line's release. At present, Lu Qi held onto the fishing line, gradually drawing it up. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters at last, the enormous head of the fish began to emerge within Lu Qi's sight. Come on, struggle, struggle. Su Jiawang watched with greater anxiety than Lu Qi, fervently wishing for the creature to thrash about and snap the line. He truly did not want to witness someone else catch a fish larger than the 70-pounder he had caught 2 days prior. Yet, Su Jiawang's prayers went unanswered, and the colossal fish was ultimately pulled from the water. Goodness, what a massive catfish! Su Hu exclaimed, his wide eyes nearly popping from his head. Brother, this fish definitely exceeds the one you caught the other day. The flames of jealousy ignited in Su Jiawang's eyes, and his expression darkened as he retorted. The big fish has merely surfaced. It has yet to be caught. Just wait and see how he intends to net this giant alone. Under normal circumstances, one could not net such a creature without the cooperation of 2 individuals. Presently, Lu Qi gripped the fishing line with one hand while wielding the net with the other. One-handedly netting a 100-pound fish? What a joke! Su Jiawang mocked as he awaited Lu Qi's impending embarrassment. However, to his astonishment, the large net enveloped the fish's head, ensnaring it within the net, and then effortlessly dragged it onto the small boat. Brother, he has caught the big fish. Su Hu exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. I'm not blind. I don't need you to point that out. Su Jiawang's face darkened ominously, jealousy rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Brother, does this mean you will lose the title of Fishing King? Su Hu asked innocently. Su Jiawang felt an overwhelming urge to kick this fool for bringing up such a sensitive topic, without mentioning the peculiar figures of Su Jiawang and Su Hu. After a vigorous struggle, Lu Qi finally succeeded in pulling the colossal fish onto the small boat. This was a giant blue fish measuring over 1.5 meters in length, its scales resembling dragon scales, each larger than an adult's thumb, and its enormous mouth capable of accommodating a fist. Ding! Congratulations, master, you have caught a star-level blue fish weighing 108 pounds, breaking the Lingnan record. Experience points, 8,000. Reward, 1 skill. The system's voice resonated promptly. Unsurprisingly, this giant blue fish achieved star-level status. While Lu Qi felt a surge of joy, a hint of disappointment lingered, as he had hoped to shatter the record for Guangdong province, but had only surpassed the Lingnan record. System, what is the record for Guangdong province? Lu Qi inquired with a touch of reluctance. You are still 10 pounds short of breaking the wild fishing record for Guangdong, and 20 pounds short of the fishing record. The system replied. Lu Qi had to concede, marveling at the talent within the fishing community of Guangdong. Although there was a slight regret, overall, Lu Qi was exceedingly pleased. He navigated the small boat back to the island where Chen Hongshan awaited. Chen Hongshan had previously caught sight of Lu Qi's situation from afar, but could not discern the details. Now, he stood expectantly on the shore. Before long, Lu Qi approached in his small boat. Chun Hongshan finally beheld the giant fish on board, rendered almost speechless by the shock. Following his astonishment, Chun Hongshan erupted with joy. Lu, hurry, let us weigh this magnificent creature. Although Lu Qi already knew the weight of this giant, he complied with Chun Hongshan's request and weighed it again. 108 pounds. This is the first time I've witnessed someone catch a true 100-pound giant, Chun Hongshan exclaimed, his excitement prompting him to take numerous photographs of the fish. I thought you had gone somewhere. Turns out you stealthily went fishing for this giant. While exhilarated, Chun Hongshan felt a tinge of regret for not witnessing the entire process of the catch. I was sailing and noticed a small whirlpool that resembled a large fish surfacing. So I decided to wait there, Lu Qi briefly explained. After taking the photographs, the two prepared to return the giant fish to the lake. At that moment, Su Jiawang and Su Hu approached in their boat from another small island. Hey, don't release it just yet. Let us take a picture with the giant. Su Jiawang called from a distance. If it were anyone else, Lu Qi would have been inclined to accommodate such a modest request. However, given the lack of decorum exhibited by this streamer, he feared that after the photo, Su Jiawang might boast about catching the giant himself. Consequently, Lu Qi made no delay and promptly released the giant blue fish back into the water. Su Jiawang could only watch helplessly as the creature submerged. His initial intention of capturing a photo to flaunt online thwarted. Hey, how much did that giant weigh? Su Hu inquired. Not much. It doesn't compare to your 70-pound catch, Lu Qi replied nonchalantly. Su Hu's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, recalling how he had mocked Lu Qi for never being able to catch a fish weighing 70 pounds. Realizing their folly, Su Jiawang and Su Hu could only turn away in shame. 108 pounds. Remember, it's 108 pounds. Chun Hongshan loudly informed the two individuals behind him. Upon hearing the weight, Su Jiawang's body trembled, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. Perhaps in his lifetime, he would find it exceedingly difficult to surpass that number. After Su Jiawang and his companion departed, Chun Hongshan chuckled and remarked to Lu Qi, your luck in fishing is beyond description. I am now eagerly anticipating what colossal creature you will reel in next. Haha, Lingnan Lake is truly my angling paradise. Lu Qi smiled as he gazed upon the vast expanse of the lake, aware that beneath its surface lay hidden yet more magnificent beings. It is no exaggeration to say that for him, equipped with a fish-finding system, this 10-year fishing ban in the large lake translates to a veritable fisherman's haven. Chapter 42. Li Ting's astonishment. The effective fishing time at level 7 increased to 5 hours, allowing Lu Qi the opportunity to fish for an additional half-hour today. However, he chose not to continue fishing. Instead, he leisurely drifted on his small boat across the lake, secretly activating the fish-finding system. He sought the other giant fish he had discovered yesterday. This colossal fish resembled a carp and was estimated to weigh over 70 pounds. Lu Qi believed that landing a wild carp of such weight should pose no problem. The question remained whether he could break the record. Unfortunately, after searching for half an hour, he could not locate the giant carp's presence. Although the system's detection range had expanded to 100 meters, the lake was simply too vast, and the fish were not stationary. What is that? As he passed through a shallow area abundant with reeds near the mountains, Lu Qi spotted something beneath the water. Initially dismissing it as a piece of wood, he quickly realized that would not appear during fish detection. He then focused his gaze on the object. The wood was embedded in the mud, motionless. Suddenly, as a small fish swam by, the wood moved. A head abruptly emerged from the mud, swiftly snatching the small fish. With this movement, Lu Qi finally discerned its form, his breath caught in his throat. Was that a dragon? No, it was a fish resembling a dragon in shape. In awe, Lu Qi pondered what species it belonged to. A black fish. It took him a full 10 seconds to confirm that it was indeed a black fish. However, this black fish was enormous, differing from the ordinary black fish, particularly with its large dorsal fin, giving it an appearance akin to a certain dragon-like form. At that moment, beneath the water, after devouring the small fish, the massive black fish returned to lie motionless in the mud. This black fish was estimated to weigh over 40 pounds. Lu Qi's heart raced with excitement, itching to cast his line immediately. A wild black fish over 40 pounds was exceedingly rare, and he was certain it would be a remarkable catch. However, as the effective fishing time for today had concluded, he could only mark this location and return later to fish. Compared to other species, blackfish tend to have a smaller range of activity, so he should be able to find it again later. At noon, Lu Qi drove back to the villa, with Chun Hongshan accompanying him. After reflecting on yesterday's experience, Chun Hongshan resolved to fish for as long as Lu Qi did, vowing not to succumb to greed. Lu, are you planning to fish at Lingnan Lake tomorrow? He inquired during lunch. Certainly. I haven't had my fill there yet. Lu Qi replied eagerly. Lingnan Lake, a pristine natural reservoir, imposes no restrictions on the number of fishing expeditions. Abundant with sizable fish, Lu Qi harbored hopes of reeling in several high-quality catches. And if fortune favored him, perhaps even a couple of king-class fish. Haha, I finally feel less bored. I feel rejuvenated. Chen Hongshan chuckled, finding the experience of fishing alongside Lu Qi far more enjoyable than solitary outings. In this pleasant atmosphere, the two finished their lunch. In the afternoon, Lu Qi and Chen Hongshan engaged in a couple of chess matches before driving to Tianshang Bank. Previously, they had won 360 million. But the lottery center initially disbursed only 200 million, with the remaining 160 million to be paid in 3 installments. Among these, 60 million had been transferred to his account at Tianshang Bank. Due to the incident involving He Tianyi, Lu Qi intended to transfer this 60 million to another bank. 10 minutes later, Lu Qi arrived at Tianshang Bank. At the counter, Li Ting was on duty, and coincidentally, Lu Qi's ticket number was for her station. Upon seeing Lu Qi, Li Ting's expression shifted slightly, and with displeasure, she remarked, Lu Qi, what are you doing here? Lu Qi shrugged, of course. I'm here to conduct business. Li Ting, however, was not convinced. She maintained a cold demeanor, stating, Lu Qi, we are no longer possible. Please stop pursuing me. At her words, Lu Qi chuckled, amused by her confidence. Am I here to take you back? Without further ado, he tossed his bank card to her. Help me with a transfer. Can't you just do the transfer on your phone? Li Ting replied, believing he was merely trying to bother her, as such transactions could easily be completed via mobile banking. I do not have the privilege to transfer large amounts from my account at your bank, Lu Qi explained. Li Ting laughed, finding his excuse rather weak. You, a nobody, do you really have millions in your account? Nevertheless, she did not dismiss Lu Qi, as he remained a customer deserving of service. Then please fill out the remittance form, Li Ting instructed, taking Lu Qi's card. Lu Qi submitted the completed form. But as Li Ting examined it, her brows furrowed. Lu Qi, could you refrain from causing trouble? Where's the trouble? Lu Qi asked with a smile. Isn't it obvious? You filled in 60 million for the remittance. Li Ting exclaimed, tossing the form back to him. Fill it out again, or I will call the next customer. Well, my card is in your hand. Want you know if I am causing trouble by swiping it? Lu Qi replied innocently. Li Ting was skeptical of Lu Qi's words, but to expedite his departure, she impatiently swiped his card. There, you should be satisfied now. Time to go. However, before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fixated on the computer screen, where the account balance displayed an astonishingly long string of digits. Li Ting's heart raced as she counted, revealing a staggering 8 digits. Over 60 million. In Lu Qi's bank account, there astonishingly resided over 60 million. After the initial shock, Li Ting suspected a malfunction in the system. However, upon rechecking Lu Qi's account, she found the figures remained unchanged. A mere salary of 8,000 a month. And yet his account boasted more than 60 million. Sister Yu, could you please verify if there is any issue with this card? Li Ting inquired, handing Lu Qi's bank card to the staff at the adjacent counter. The staff member scanned the card, and her expression shifted dramatically. This card is legitimate. He is one of our bank's esteemed clients. Please notify the client manager immediately. Sister Yu solemnly informed Li Ting. Li Ting was left utterly bewildered. The individual she had looked down upon as a mere nobody truly possessed 60 million. Had he been feigning his status all along, perhaps to test her character? Overwhelmed by her astonishment, regret washed over Li Ting for having insulted Lu Qi as a lowly individual that night. Had she shown a bit more patience, she might have captured the attention of this hidden tycoon. Lu Qi, I am truly sorry. I had no idea you were so wealthy, she hastily apologized. It's all right. Not everyone wears their wealth on their sleeve, Lu Qi replied nonchalantly. Under Li Ting's remorseful gaze, the client manager respectfully escorted Lu Qi away. Chapter 43. The man by the pool. Mr. Lu, may I offer you some tea? The client manager received Lu Qi with utmost deference. Mr. Lu, our Tianshang Bank currently has a wealth management plan. Clients investing over 10 million can enjoy an annual return rate of 7%. This means that with your investment of 60 million, you could effortlessly earn over 4 million in a year. The client manager enthusiastically began to recommend various investment products to Lu Qi. For others who had struck it rich, managing their winnings and earning millions annually would suffice for a lifetime. Yet, for Lu Qi, such offers held no allure. I'm not interested. I merely came to make a transfer, he stated flatly. Mr. Lu, we have another investment option with even higher returns, the client manager persisted, unwilling to let such a significant client transfer millions away. If that cash were to leave their branch, it would severely impact their performance. Thus, the client manager extolled the virtues of their bank's financial products with fervor. However, Lu Qi remained unmoved, responding, Manager Lu, let us be honest. There is someone at your branch who has displeased me, and I intend to withdraw my funds. The client manager's expression hardened. Mr. Lu, please tell me who provided you with inadequate service, and I will ensure their dismissal. Lu Qi replied coolly, your assistant branch manager, He Tianyi. Upon hearing this, Manager Liu was momentarily taken aback, then managed a wry smile. Mr. Liu, without a strict protocol, we cannot simply dismiss employees at will. I hope you understand. Internally, Manager Liu mused that even he dared not offend He Tianyi. Dismissing him would be a farce. Then I suppose my request cannot be accommodated, Lu Qi said, rising from his seat. Complete my transfer within 10 minutes, or you shall receive a court summons by tomorrow. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, we will certainly assist you with your transaction, the client manager responded, attempting to placate him. As it became evident that this significant client could not be retained, Manager Liu was left with no choice but to arrange for Lu Qi to complete the transfer. 10 minutes later, Lu Qi emerged from the Tianshang Bank. Lu Qi. A girl rushed out of the bank. It was Li Ting. Lu Qi, I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. I'm not the person you think I am. I've just been overwhelmed by persistent harassment lately, which has left me irritable and led to my misunderstanding of you. Li Ting's eyes glistened with remorse. Listening to her insincere words, Lu Qi felt utterly exasperated. Even at this juncture, she still pretended to be innocent. However, he refrained from confronting her directly about her entanglement with the top donor, as it would put his sister-in-law, Liang Min, in a difficult position. Lu Qi, please allow me the chance to apologize. Would you join me for dinner tonight? If you can forgive me, I am willing to do anything you ask, she pleaded. Grasping Lu Qi's arm, her softness pressing against him, Lu Qi withdrew his hand with distaste, stating, Li Ting, there are some things I would prefer not to say. But if you insist on dragging me into your troubles, you have approached the wrong person. At his words, her expression shifted slightly, as she realized that Liang Min had disclosed her situation to Lu Qi. Lu Qi, I was also forced into this situation. That scoundrel took advantage of me, she sobbed, wiping her eyes, her tears swirling with feigned fragility. Can you help me? You are the only one who can free me from his grasp. Li Ting spun a tale to present herself as a victim, attempting to evoke Lu Qi's sympathy through her fabricated misfortune. Lu Qi was genuinely impressed by her acting skills. Even now, she continued her performance. She had willingly sold herself for money, yet dared to portray herself as the victim. Such a person was even more despicable in Lu Qi's eyes. Keep up the act. I must take my leave, Lu Qi declared, having no intention of wasting his time on her. He swiftly shook her off and drove away. As Lu Qi sped away in his luxurious vehicle, Li Ting's feigned fragility vanished in an instant. I shouldn't have revealed those things to Liang Min. It seems deceiving him is out of the question, she lamented inwardly. Glancing at her own belly, she contemplated that bearing a child for the top donor would yield 5 million, while that previous man had 60 million in his bank account. Had she remained an untainted woman, perhaps she could have pursued Lu Qi, driven a luxury car, and resided in a grand mansion. Her choices had perhaps been exceedingly misguided. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. In the evening, Chun Xiaoya returned, elegantly dressed in a fitted blazer paired with a snug pencil skirt. Exuding the grace and prestige of a beautiful CEO, Lu Qi was pleasantly surprised to see her wearing stockings today. The sheer, flesh-toned stockings wrapped around her long, shapely legs, emanating a unique allure. As she bent down to change her shoes, her curvaceous form stretched the fabric of her skirt, causing Lu Qi to swallow hard. After setting her belongings down, Chun Xiaoya approached Lu Qi and sat beside him, inquiring, Lu Qi, are you and Grandpa still going fishing tomorrow? Yes, we are. Why do you ask? Lu Qi replied curiously. I have the day off tomorrow with nothing planned, and I'd like to join you both for fishing. Chun Xiaoya expressed. Sounds great. Lu Qi responded enthusiastically. Lu Qi readily nodded in agreement, reveling in the delightful sensation of having Chun Xiaoya by his side while fishing. The vivid scene of that day at the reservoir lingered in his mind. What angler would not yearn for the company of such a stunning beauty to support and accompany him on his fishing endeavors? Xiaoya, is your company not busy at the moment? He inquired, surprised by her sudden proposal to join him for fishing, given that she had been leaving early and returning late these past few days. My experiment has entered a phase of repeated verification, so I can leave the subsequent procedures to others, Chun Xiaoya replied softly. Normally, she would not take a break at this time, yet deep down, she longed to spend more time with Lu Qi and to understand him better. He was a man she yearned to know more about. Thus, accompanying him on a fishing trip provided an excellent excuse to remain by his side. Then tomorrow, I'll teach you how to fish. You've been working hard lately and need to unwind. Fishing is a splendid way to relax. Lu Qi chuckled. Chun Xiaoya replied with a gentle nod. Xiaoya, the night is lovely. Shall we go swimming? He extended an invitation after dinner. The villa's backyard boasted a large swimming pool, albeit somewhat unkempt, as it had evidently been neglected for some time. Lu Qi had arranged for the maid to clean, disinfect, and refill it. You go ahead, I can't swim. Chun Xiaoya shook her head. Lu Qi was taken aback by this revelation, laughing as he said, That's all right. I can teach you. Never mind. I don't even have a swimsuit, she replied before heading upstairs. It seemed he would have to purchase a swimsuit for Xiaoya. As he watched her ascend the stairs, her graceful figure swaying. A smile graced Lu Qi's lips. From her earlier tone, it seemed that if she had a swimsuit, she would not mind swimming with him. He couldn't help but envision her in a swimsuit. With her flawless physique, it would likely leave him breathless. Alone in the backyard, he approached the azure pool, sparkling under the lights. Standing at the edge, he took a leap into the water. How refreshing. It was the first time he had swum since graduating from university. He swam several laps, feeling invigorated. In a room on the third floor, Chen Xiuya stood by the window, secretly observing the robust figure in the pool. In truth, she was not incapable of swimming. Rather, she was afraid to do so, a fear rooted in the loss of her mother. Watching Lu Qi swim with such exuberance ignited an impulsive desire within her to join him. Yet, as soon as this thought surfaced, the deep-seated fear surged back, leaving her pale. Chapter 44. Golden Boy and Jade Maiden. Unbeknownst to Lu Qi, the secret that lay behind Chen Xiuya's hesitations, he returned to his room after swimming. System. You mentioned rewarding me with a skill today. What skill is it? He inquired. The reward from the system, given to him when he caught a star-rated big catfish, was neither monetary nor an opportunity for business, but rather a completely new type of skill. The system responded. The master may choose either Tai Chi or Bagua as a skill. The revelation of martial arts left Lu Qi pleasantly surprised. With many more fishing destinations ahead, particularly in foreign lands such as the Amazon, he anticipated potential dangers like giant snakes, fierce beasts, or savage natives. The possession of martial skills would undoubtedly enhance his safety. System, upon selecting this skill, can I become a master of Tai Chi or Bagua? Lu Qi inquired eagerly. Certainly not. This reward will only assist you in mastering Tai Chi or Bagua proficiently. To ascend to the pinnacle of mastery, you must catch higher-level fish to obtain subsequent rewards, the system replied. Although it was not as splendid as Lu Qi had envisioned, the proficiency in either Tai Chi or Bagua would likely double his combat capabilities. System, I choose Tai Chi without hesitation. Lu Qi made his selection, as Tai Chi is renowned as the most celebrated of all Chinese martial arts. Beep. Reward distribution in progress. As the system's voice faded, Lu Qi felt a slight pain in his head, followed by an influx of vast information flooding his mind. Subsequently, waves of warmth surged from his fists, coursing through his body. The entire process lasted approximately 10 seconds. Beep. Reward distribution completed. The master has proficiently mastered Tai Chi, the system reported. Lu Qi felt as if the knowledge of Tai Chi had been ingrained in him since childhood, devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity. He began to practice with great enthusiasm. This was a martial art aimed at practical combat, distinct from the Tai Chi exercises and push hands performed by the elderly in parks. Combining softness and hardness, balancing the real and the illusory, one could strike with force yet retreat to defend. After completing a set, Lu Qi felt that with this martial art, his combat prowess had at least doubled. System, you are truly remarkable. Lu Qi increasingly recognized the power of the fishing god system. After practicing Tai Chi, Lu Qi opened his computer to log into his foreign futures account. Today, the digital B currency exhibited slight fluctuations, yet the overall downward trend persisted. With a total decline of 4 points, Lu Qi employed a 100-fold futures leverage to short sell, thus realizing a 4-fold profit today. His total earnings had now approached $200 million. What a thrill it was to earn billions daily, especially at the expense of foreign individuals. Such a splendid life would continue for several more days. The following morning, Lu Qi drew back the curtains and stepped onto the balcony. Below on the lawn, Chen Xiuying was practicing yoga. The pale golden morning light bathed her delicate, fair skin, emanating a sacred and soft glow, making her appear as an angel emerging from divine radiance. Witnessing such a delightful scene upon waking filled Lu Qi with a profound appreciation for life. However, aside from the aesthetic pleasure, Chen Xiuying, clad in a cropped yoga outfit, also stirred a visceral excitement within him. She was strikingly endowed. Her ample curves evident beneath the snug yoga attire, complemented by her porcelain skin and gracefully slender waist, alongside her full and rounded figure, which irresistibly drew Lu Qi's gaze. However, recalling the events of the previous day, Lu Qi refrained from staring for too long. After exchanging greetings with Chen Xiuyi, he retreated indoors to freshen up. Once he had completed his ablutions, Lu Qi donned his athletic wear and made his way to the lawn below. He chose not to disturb Chen Xiuyi, instead opting to practice Tai Chi a few meters away from her. Before long, Chen Xiuyi noticed Lu Qi's movements. She shifted into a different yoga pose, turning her face toward him. Gradually, she realized that Lu Qi's Tai Chi was quite impressive, possessing both an aesthetic quality and a certain complexity. This fellow certainly had a myriad of skills. After observing for a while, Chen Xiuyi changed her pose and resumed her yoga practice. One engaged in Tai Chi while the other practiced yoga, both demonstrating a level of professionalism that painted a delightful scene. At that moment, Chen Hanshan, out for a morning stroll, happened to witness this enchanting tableau. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl, he marveled, his heart swelling with anticipation for a future where Lu Qi and his granddaughter Chinxiui might become a couple. Choosing not to intrude, he wandered off to the riverside outside the villa. Once Chinxiui completed her yoga session, Lu Qi concluded his Tai Chi practice. Lu Qi, you were practicing Tai Chi just now, weren't you? Chinxiui inquired, her clear and lovely eyes fixed on him. Indeed, Lu Qi replied with a smile, his gaze briefly lingering on the exquisite little navel at her waist. You possess an impressive array of talents. Fishing, basketball, swimming, Tai Chi. Chinxiui remarked with a hint of a smile. Lu Qi chuckled, I'm a treasure trove of skills. There's much more for you to discover in the future. Amused by his self-praise, Chinxiui couldn't help but giggle. You're quite the braggart. Haha, I can't help it. My abilities speak for themselves. They continued to converse merrily, their morning exercise coming to a delightful conclusion. Xiui, I heard from Xiao Lu that you plan to go fishing today? Chen Hongshan asked during breakfast. Yes, I'm taking a break today to unwind with some fishing. Chinxiui nodded in affirmation. Unfortunately, I have matters to attend to and cannot join you. Is it all right for you and Lu Qi to go alone? Chen Hongshan proposed. Startled, both Chinxiui and Lu Qi exchanged glances. Grandfather, what do you need to do? Chinxiui's beautiful face flushed slightly, as her grandfather was clearly attempting to create an opportunity for her and Lu Qi to be alone together. It felt rather overt. Meanwhile, Lu Qi inwardly rejoiced, grateful for the old man's subtle assistance. It's just a matter concerning your father, Chen Hongshan replied. This rationale was rather convincing, leaving Chinxiui with no grounds to argue. Even though grandfather cannot accompany you, I trust Xiao Lu to take good care of you. You can feel assured going with him. All right, grandfather. Though a little bashful, Chinxiui worried that retracting her agreement might hurt Lu Qi's feelings. Thus, she and Lu Qi embarked on their journey to Lingnan Lake, with Lu Qi at the wheel and Chinxiui seated beside him. Every time Chinxiui occupies the passenger seat, Lu Qi can't help but be enveloped by a delicate and ethereal fragrance, prompting his mind to wander. If only Chinxiui were his girlfriend, this hour-long journey could be filled with countless possibilities. Alas, they are left with only conversation. Xiuya, I've recently taken to trading digital Bitcoin's futures, Lu Qi remarked. Is that so? I'm not very familiar with Bitcoin futures, but I've heard that they carry significant risks. You should exercise caution, Chinxiui gently advised. High risks often yield high rewards. In just the past few days, I've managed to recoup the 100 million I invested for you, Lu Qi replied with a subtle smile. Chinxiui gasped, her mouth slightly agape. 100 million is a figure unattainable for most ordinary individuals. Yet this man has managed to earn it in such a short span. What a genius in futures trading. You truly are a prodigy. While others may earn in the thousands, you deal in hundreds of millions, she mused, her gaze drifting to Lu Qi's profile as he drove, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. She recalled his words from that morning and couldn't help but acknowledge that he was indeed a treasure of a man. 100 million is hardly excessive. If you desire it in the future, I can readily provide you with several 100 million at a time. Lu Qi chuckled. Such boastfulness. Chinxiui playfully pouted her rosy lips, yet a sweetness coursed through her heart. Unbeknownst to her, when Lu Qi mentioned several 100 million, he was not referring to money. Chapter 45. A delightful day upon arriving at Lingnan Lake. Chinxiui gracefully alighted from the car, her long, elegant legs drawing the attention of two nearby fishermen, their eyes widening in astonishment. Beautiful women are a rarity in the fishing world, and a captivating beauty like Chinxiui is truly exceptional. How fortunate the fishermen felt to have such a stunning companion while fishing. Filled with envy and admiration, they cast glances at Lu Qi. However, Lu Qi and Chinxiui remained unfazed by the onlookers as they rented a small boat for 500 yuan. Lu Qi, aren't we fishing from the shore? Chinxiui inquired. Large fish often hide in the depths, far from the shore, and given the vastness of this lake, renting a boat is essential, Lu Qi explained. Indeed, Chinxiui acquiesced, fully trusting Lu Qi's knowledge of fishing. Xiuya, I'll take you to that small island over there and set up 2 fishing rods for you. Lu Qi pointed towards a distant isle. Actually, I have a slight obsession with cleanliness and would prefer not to handle the bait. I'll watch you fish and assist with the catch. Chinxiui candidly admitted her minor quirk. Understanding a girl's desire for cleanliness, Lu Qi smiled. Actually, you can fish without getting your hands dirty. There's a method called lure fishing, which allows you to catch fish without touching the bait. Really? Chinxiui's interest was piqued. Though she had little enthusiasm for fishing, she wished to learn this beloved sport of Lu Qi's. Of course, I'll teach you shortly. Lu Qi replied with a gentle smile as he steered the boat towards a shallow area rich with aquatic vegetation. In a region teeming with greenery, Lu Qi employed the system's fish-finding feature and detected several black fish. He halted the boat and retrieved the lure rod. As the target fish was the blackfish, Lucci opted for a rod with considerable rigidity. For the lure, he chose a frog lure, specifically designed to attract blackfish in areas abundant with aquatic vegetation. The frog lure floats on the water's surface, and its hooks are cleverly positioned to avoid snagging, presenting a clear advantage over other lures. What purpose does this little frog serve? Chun Kiwia inquired, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. This is a frog lure, a type of artificial bait. Lucci gradually elucidated the principles of lure fishing to Chun Kiwia. It's astonishing that there is such depth to fishing, and that fish would actually bite on such artificial bait. Chun Kiwia exclaimed in surprise. The frog lure at least mimics the form of a frog. While the shiny spinners may appear more artificial, carnivorous fish still attack them upon detection. Lucci introduced several representative types of lures to Chun Kiwia before proceeding to demonstrate the lure fishing technique in practice. Standing at the stern of the boat, he cast the frog lure into the waters where the black fish resided. This was, in fact, Lucci's first experience fishing for blackfish. Employing a technique of pausing and rapidly retrieving the line, he made the frog lure dance enticingly on the water's surface. Observing him, Chun Kiwia felt an unexplainable charm radiating from Lucci, stirring her heart. With unwavering focus, Lucci skillfully retrieved the line, but this time, the underwater blackfish did not take the bait. Although the lure fishing method is both healthy and elegant, it often requires numerous casts to catch a fish. And the variety of fish that can be caught with lures in China's waters is relatively limited, which explains the small number of lure fishing enthusiasts. Lucci explained this to Chun Kiwia. I believe that with a few more casts, you will surely catch one. Even if you don't, it's perfectly fine. Chun Kiwia gently encouraged him, concerned that she might be a source of pressure. Hearing her tender encouragement, Lucci felt a wave of gratitude. Such a beautiful and understanding lady was right beside him. How fortunate he was. Lucci cast the frog lure once more. The green frog danced on the water's surface, and he watched intently. Suddenly, a dark shadow surged from below, striking with lightning speed to seize the frog lure and drag it toward the depths. Lucci swiftly raised the rod, using his waist strength to bring the black fish to the surface before it could retreat into the aquatic foliage. Once the fish broke the surface, reeling it in became a simpler task. Wow, how impressive! Chun Kiwia cheered, clapping her hands in delight as Lucci brought the black fish aboard the boat. This was her first-hand experience of catching a fish with a lure. Ding! You have caught a black fish, experience points 50. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking black fish, experience points 400. The system's voice echoed in Lucci's mind. Observing Chun Kiwia's excitement, he asked her if she wished to learn. She nodded obediently. Lucci then guided her through the process of casting the rod, his hand gripping her smooth, delicate one as he stood behind her. The boat was small, leaving little room to stand, bringing them uncomfortably close together. And Lucci found himself captivated by the sight of her snow-white neck and translucent ears right before his eyes. As Chun Kiwia cast her line, her alluring curves inadvertently brushed against Lucci. The exquisite sensation ignited a feverish warmth within Lucci, compelling him to take a step closer to Chun Kiwia. Consequently, any slight movement from her would result in inevitable contact between them. This ambiguous interaction quickened the heartbeats of both individuals, who already harbored mutual affection. All right, Lucci, I believe I've grasped the basics. It's your turn now. Moments later, a charming flush adorned Chun Kiwia's face. Approaching 25, her mature figure could scarcely withstand such suggestive proximity. Let me guide you a little longer. Lucci's warm breath brushed against her delicate neck, and he found it increasingly difficult to restrain his hands, yearning to embrace her from behind. Lucci, please refrain. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Chun Kiwia asserted earnestly, do not let me down. Her words jolted Lucci's heated mind back to clarity. He quickly retreated, increasing the distance between them. Chun Kiwia exhaled quietly, her weakened body regaining some strength. Kiwia, my apologies for my abruptness, Lucci said sheepishly, scratching his head. Let us focus on fishing, Chun Kiwia replied, holding no resentment towards him, for deep down, she too cherished the earlier moment of intimacy, nearly losing control herself. All right. With Chun Kiwia not appearing upset, Lucci felt a surge of joy, sensing that good fortune with Kiwia was on the horizon. Next, Chun Kiwia practiced the art of lure fishing. She cast the bait with grace and then elegantly reeled it in. It must be said, the sight of such a stunning beauty engaging in lure fishing epitomized elegance within elegance. Unable to resist, Lucci took out his phone to capture the moment. Under Lucci's guidance, 10 minutes later, Chun Kiwia successfully caught a black fish. Wow, I've caught one too, she exclaimed, bouncing with joy, her ample curves swaying with her movements. Witnessing the radiant smile on her face filled Lucci with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. As long as Chun Kiwia was happy, he was overjoyed. Chapter 46. What a big, dark one. Catching her first fish with a lure, Chun Kia truly experienced the joy of fishing. She continued to enthusiastically fish for blackfish, though, unlike Lu Chi, who seemed blessed with luck, her efforts required multiple casts at the spots he suggested before she could reel one in, and even then, she often lost them. After more than half an hour, she had hooked 6 blackfish, though only 3 made it to her. Lu Chi, however, was in no rush to fish himself. He watched Chun Kia with gentle eyes, assisting her by removing the hooks from the fish's mouths whenever she succeeded. "I'm so tired." After over half an hour of casting and reeling, Chun Kia's arms and wrists began to ache, beads of sweat forming on her exquisite forehead. "Lu Chi, I think I'll stop here for today," she said sweetly, handing the rod back to him. "Did you enjoy it?" Lu Chi asked, his eyes filled with affection. "It was delightful. No wonder you come fishing every day." Chun Kia accepted the tissue handed over by Lu Chi, wiping the perspiration from her forehead. "So, you will no longer oppose my fishing endeavors, right?" Lu Chi inquired with a smile. Chun Kia pouted slightly and replied, "I have never opposed your fishing." "Haha, indeed. Now, prepare to witness my performance," Lu Chi proclaimed with a radiant confidence. Chun Kia found herself filled with anticipation. Under Lu Chi's guidance, she managed to catch 3 fish in just over half an hour. But how many could Lu Chi catch in the same span? Lu Chi first maneuvered the boat to a different location, casting a frog lure onto the aquatic vegetation. He let it bounce lightly into the water, avoiding a loud splash, and then, while reeling in, he deftly flicked the rod tip to make the lure dance enticingly on the surface, luring the black fish to attack. Suddenly, a splash echoed as a black fish surged from the depths, swiftly seizing the lure and dragging it toward the weeds. Lu Chi promptly lifted the rod to reel it in. Before long, he pulled a black fish aboard the boat. "Lu Chi, you're amazing." Chun Kia gazed at him with admiration. "Amazing? This is only the beginning." Encouraged by her adoring gaze, Lu Chi released the black fish and cast his line once more. In the following 20 minutes, Lu Chi caught 8 black fish in succession, hardly experiencing a single empty cast. Chun Kia watched with glistening eyes. A man who excels at something becomes undeniably charming. In Chun Kia's eyes, Lu Chi had mastered fishing, and his earnestness made him incredibly handsome. "Kia, how is my technique?" Lu Chi turned to her. "Not bad, but where are the big fish? Grandpa said you often catch big ones, yet today there have been none." Chun Kia refrained from overly praising him to keep his pride in check. "Big fish. Just wait. One will be along soon, and it will be a substantial one. So don't be frightened. I'm not that timid." Chun Kia pouted, though her heart began to flutter with curiosity about what kind of big fish Lu Chi might catch. For Lu Chi, the black fish he had caught earlier were merely an appetizer. He steered the boat to the spot where he had discovered a sizable black fish the previous day. Utilizing the fish-finding feature of his system, he noted that the large black fish remained in its muddy hideout, seemingly undisturbed. Given its size, catching it should not pose a problem. The challenge lay in whether he could attain a king-level catch. A hint of nervousness tinged Lu Chi's thoughts as he switched to a larger frog lure and cast it near the large black fish. The lure danced on the water's surface, mimicking a real frog, enticing nearby predators. On his first retrieval, the large black fish remained motionless beneath the surface. The second cast yielded the same result. Lu Chi cast a third and a fourth time, even varying his retrieval technique. Yet, the large black fish remained steadfast, immovable as a mountain. It was worth noting that Lu Chi benefited from a system luck enhancement, giving him nearly 10 times the probability of catching fish compared to an average person. In such circumstances, the large black fish remained untempted by the thunder frog, revealing its remarkable caution. Chun Kia observed quietly from the side, although she did not comprehend why Lu Chi cast repeatedly to the same spot. She had faith that he possessed his own reasoning. Did this formidable black fish only prey on the small fish that swam perilously close to its mouth? Contemplating this, Lu Chi switched to a minnow lure and cast again. The blue and white minnow sank to the bottom, gliding past the black fish as Lu Chi retrieved the line slowly, mimicking the movements of a small fish. On the first retrieval, the black fish remained indifferent. The second attempt yielded the same result. The level of caution and cunning displayed by this black fish surpassed Lu Chi's expectations. He mused that, apart from himself, no one else could successfully catch this creature. With the system's luck enhancement, it seemed rather challenging to hook this large black fish. Lu Chi cast the minnow once more. This time, the black fish finally reacted, swiftly turning its head and seizing the minnow that passed by. Lu Chi quickly raised the rod. The hook pierced the fish's mouth, and in pain, the black fish thrashed violently. Were it not for the robust fishing line, it would likely have snapped under such ferocity. However, Lu Chi employed a 38 kilograms main line paired with a 36 kilograms titanium leader. The fish's furious struggle proved futile as it attempted to escape into the depths of the aquatic vegetation. The line hissed as it was drawn from the reel, and the small boat was pulled forward. "Wow," Chen Qiuya gasped in astonishment. The size of the fish Lu Qi had hooked must have been immense to drag the entire vessel. With one hand raised, holding the rod under his arm, Lu Qi steadily cranked the reel, engaging in a battle with the black fish. Although not as colossal as the catfish from the previous day, its strength was formidable. Carnivorous fish are generally more ferocious than their omnivorous counterparts of the same weight. The line whizzed out over 20 meters. As the small boat was pulled forward, it somewhat slowed the line's release, allowing the black fish to exhaust its energy. Moreover, the fish's considerable size made it difficult to navigate through the abundant aquatic plants. After nearly 15 minutes of intense struggle, Lu Qi finally managed to bring the black fish aboard the boat. So large and so dark, Chen Qiuya exclaimed, her eyes wide in awe. To her, it resembled a monstrous creature. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on catching a star-level black fish weighing 40 pounds, setting a record in Lingnan City. Earning 10,000 experience points and a skill reward. The system's melodious voice resonated in Lu Qi's mind. He felt a tinge of disappointment. Such a sizable black fish. Yet it fell short of the king level. What a pity. System, how many pounds is it lacking to reach the king level? Lu Qi inquired, unwilling to concede. It is still 5 pounds short. The system replied. Lu Qi nearly choked in frustration. It was merely a few pounds shy. Div data Fankyetup image, source user Wong level black fish image. Div author's note. I am grateful for the support and encouragement from every friend. Chapter 47. Fear not, be a little brave. Lu Qi firmly grasped the lower jaw of the enormous black fish with a fishing device, lifting it effortlessly with one hand. The massive creature dangled in midair, creating an even more stunning visual spectacle. Lu Qi, it's so big, Chen Qiuya exclaimed, a hint of fear evident in her demeanor as she hesitated to approach. Don't worry, you can touch it, Lu Qi encouraged with a warm smile. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Chen Qiuya cautiously extended her delicate hand to touch the giant creature. Suddenly, the creature stirred, prompting Chen Qiuya to scream and retreat a step in fright. I can't do this, Lu Qi. I have a fear of large objects, she admitted, ultimately unable to muster the courage to touch the black fish. It's perfectly safe, just look. To reassure her, Lu Qi boldly reached into the fish's mouth, feeling its sharp teeth. He thought it essential to help Chen Qiuya overcome her phobia of large creatures. Otherwise, it would lead to greater troubles in the future. Be careful. It might bite your hand. Chen Qiuya gasped, her heart racing at the thought of the black fish snapping its jaws shut on Lu Qi. It won't. I have its jaw firmly controlled. It can't close its mouth, he replied gently. Encouraged by Lu Qi's reassurances, Chen Qiuya ultimately conquered her psychological barrier and touched the giant fish, not wanting Lu Qi to perceive her as a timid girl. That's the spirit. Be a little braver. Observing Chen Qiuya tenderly caressing the black fish, Lu Qi nodded in satisfaction, patting the fish's head before releasing it back into the water. System, what was the skill reward I just received? Lu Qi inquired silently. The system responded. As a future fishing master, culinary skills are an essential asset in the wild. Merely fishing without savoring the catch is unwise. This time, the system rewards you with master-level culinary skills, enabling you to relish exquisite fish dishes from around the world. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi felt elated. The culinary skill was no less valuable than Tai Chi. While Tai Chi might rarely be applicable in life, culinary skills could be utilized daily. Historically, Lu Qi had mostly released the fish he caught, not out of cruelty, but due to the hassle and his mediocre cooking skills. Bringing fish home only to create an unsatisfactory dish was an effort in futility. Now, with master-level culinary skills, he could bring back some suitable fish for cooking. As for selling the fish for money, he never entertained that thought. With the system by his side, was it necessary for him to toil for a few $1,000s? System, please grant me the reward now. Beep, reward distribution in progress. 10 seconds later, Lu Qi had acquired master-level culinary skills. Qiuya, shall we catch some fish to prepare a whole fish feast tonight? Lu Qi suggested, eager to test the new culinary prowess he had just obtained. Sounds great. Chen Qiuya expressed her enthusiastic agreement with the proposal, as she was eager to savor Lu Qi's culinary skills. The waters of Lingnan Lake are exceptionally pristine, and the fish that thrive here possess a far superior texture compared to those found in ordinary reservoirs and rivers. However, Lu Qi could not bring back every species of fish. He meticulously selected 3 varieties renowned for their delectable taste: the Chinese perch, the mandarin fish, and the bighead carp. Both the Chinese perch and mandarin fish are lauded for their tender flesh and have been cherished by poets and scholars throughout history. Meanwhile, the spicy fish head dish crafted from bighead carp has garnered immense popularity among the modern youth. Thus, as Lu Qi sought to catch these 3 types of fish, he discreetly searched for the giant carp. As time passed, Lu Qi successfully caught several Chinese perch and mandarin fish using his lure fishing technique, keeping 3 perch weighing around 5 pounds each and a few mandarin fish weighing 1 to 2 pounds. He planned to host a fish banquet that evening, inviting Zhou Jiaming and his wife, and intended to gift them some fish to take home. Surely, his sister-in-law, Liang Min, would be delighted, as high-quality Chinese perch and mandarin fish are often unavailable even with money in the market. Having caught enough Chinese perch and mandarin fish, Lu Qi prepared to target the big-head carp. Approaching noon, the sun was becoming quite fierce, and noticing beads of sweat forming on Chen Qiuya's fair neck, he suggested she take a break in the car. "It's all right," she replied, shaking her head. She wished to continue watching Lu Qi fish. She found it quite entertaining to observe him. "Are you not afraid of getting sunburned?" Lu Qi teased with a smile, as most girls typically dread sun exposure. "If you can manage to make me tan even a shade, then I concede defeat," Chen Qiuya replied with a hint of playful pride. "I am the kind of person who naturally doesn't tan." "Haha, I am quite the opposite. I can get dark even without sun exposure," Lu Qi remarked, extending his arm to compare with Chen Qiuya's delicate one, starkly contrasting in color. In truth, Lu Qi was not overly dark, possessing a bronzed complexion. But Chen Qiuya's fairness made most men appear darker in comparison. Suddenly, a large fish entered the detection range of their fishing system. Judging by its shape, it was indeed a sizable carp. However, it was slightly smaller than the one they had previously encountered, but still substantial enough to pique Lu Qi's interest. He carefully maneuvered the boat, trailing behind the large fish until it began to move within a confined area, at which point he prepared his fishing rod and bait. "What kind of fish are you preparing to catch?" Chen Qiuya inquired, her curiosity piqued. "This is a specialized bait for carp. I intend to catch a big carp," Lu Qi replied in a hushed tone. They were now merely a few meters away from the large carp, and speaking too loudly could easily scare it away. Sensing Lu Qi's cautious demeanor, Chen Qiuya cooperatively fell silent. With everything in place, Lu Qi cast the bait onto the water's surface above the carp. The bait descended slowly, finally settling less than a meter from the large carp. It must be noted that big carp are quite astute among fish. When faced with the alluring aroma of the bait, they approached cautiously, merely nudging it with their lips. The float bobbed slightly, indicating the fish's interest. Chen Qiuya fixed her gaze on the distant bobber, her heart racing with anticipation. If it were up to her to fish, she would have been unable to resist the urge to reel in the line. Before long, the bait on the hook had been nearly devoured by a large carp. Lu Qi had no choice but to pull up the rod and rebait. However clever the carp may be, it remained just a fish. In a moment of weakness, it succumbed to the alluring aroma of the bait once more. Lu Qi swiftly raised the rod, and the line hissed as it was drawn from the reel. Yet, this carp lacked the strength of the previous catfish and blackfish, and the line was released at a leisurely pace, causing the small boat to drift slowly. After 6 or 7 minutes of play, Lu Qi brought the sizable carp alongside the boat and used a fish controller to secure it. "Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught a rare large carp weighing 55 pounds, earning 800 experience points and a B-level business opportunity." Although there were no stars awarded, the system still granted Lu Qi a reward. "Lu Qi, you are truly impressive." Chen Qiuya had never witnessed such a large carp before, her mouth agape in astonishment. She marveled at how this man excelled at fishing, reeling in another sizable carp in less than an hour. Chapter 48. Barbecue. Chen Qiuya took a photo of Lu Qi with the large carp, and as he released the fish back into the water, she approached with a tissue to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Thank you." Lu Qi grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth. He felt immensely satisfied to have such a captivating beauty assist him in wiping away the sweat while fishing. "Look at you, so exhausted yet so cheerful," Chen Qiuya said softly, her gaze warm as she regarded Lu Qi, the sunlit, confident young man whose presence weighed increasingly heavily in her heart. In truth, Lu Qi was not particularly tired. It was merely the heat that caused him to sweat profusely. Haha. Most people would boast about catching a fish this size for a lifetime in their community. How could I not be happy? Lu Qi chuckled. Chen Qiuya could relate deeply, remembering how her grandfather would return home elated every time he caught a fish over 10 pounds, eager to share the news with her. "Are you hungry? Would you like some biscuits?" Chen Qiuya offered a packet of small biscuits to Lu Qi. It was now noon, and Lu Qi indeed felt a pang of hunger, especially as he glanced at Chen Qiuya's alluring figure, which only heightened his appetite. With an hour and a half drive back ahead of them, Lu Qi was unconcerned for himself, but wished to ensure that Chen Qiuya would not go hungry. "Qiuya, there's a barbecue place over there. How about I grill some fish for you?" Lu Qi discovered a barbecue site a kilometer away on his phone. "Sounds great." Chen Qiuya nodded enthusiastically in agreement. The two then departed the lake and drove to the nearby barbecue venue. This outdoor establishment nestled in the woods primarily catered to those who came to Lingnan Lake for fishing and recreation. Lu Qi and Chen Qiuya chose a shaded barbecue spot. Subsequently, Chen Qiuya took charge of igniting the charcoal, while Lu Qi prepared the ingredients. The so-called ingredients consisted of 4 perch, each weighing around a pound. With few bones and tender flesh, perch was particularly well suited for grilling. Lu Qi had little experience in fish preparation, having been chided by his mother for his clumsiness in the past. However, at this moment, the kitchen knife felt like an extension of his own hand, deftly wielded with precision. Within minutes, he had expertly processed 3 fish, marinating them with a selection of spices. He returned to the grilling area, holding the prepared fish. The charcoal was not yet ready, and Chen Xiui was diligently fanning the flames. "Let me take over," Lu Qi offered with a smile as he set down his items. "Wow, you did that so quickly," Chen Xiui exclaimed, her surprise evident upon seeing the fish already prepared. "Knife skills are part of culinary art. You need not doubt my cooking," Lu Qi replied, taking the tools from her. Soon, he had the charcoal ignited, set up the grilling rack, and placed 2 perch on it, brushing oil on both sides, marking the commencement of their barbecue. Chen Xiui observed Lu Qi's meticulousness in every task, whether it was fishing or grilling. Each action, brushing oil, flipping the fish, adding spices, was executed with an unhurried grace, exuding a distinct masculine charm. She sat quietly beside him, her beautiful eyes occasionally sparkling with admiration. As the minutes passed, an enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. The increasingly rich scent made Chen Xiui swallow involuntarily, whether it was due to her hunger or not. She found this grilled fish more fragrant than any she had previously tasted. After another 10 minutes, the perch on the grill bore a golden brown hue. Under Chen Xiui's eager gaze, Lu Qi placed the grilled fish onto a plate and offered her a piece. "Quick, try it," he urged. Chen Xiui picked up her chopsticks to peel back the fish skin, revealing the tender, white flesh beneath. Eagerly, she lifted a piece to her mouth. The fish skin was crispy, the meat succulent, and the flavor exquisite, perfectly enhanced by the seasoning. "It's absolutely delicious." Chen Xiui involuntarily closed her eyes, savoring the delightful explosion of flavors on her palate. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes, and Lu Qi quickly asked, "How does it taste? Just okay?" "No. It's extraordinary. This is the best grilled fish I have ever had." Chen Xiui's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lu Qi, realizing that this man was indeed a treasure. Even his grilled fish was remarkably delectable. With her heartfelt praise, Lu Qi felt reassured. It seemed the master-level culinary skills awarded by the system were indeed well-deserved. Thereafter, Chen Xiui focused solely on the grilled fish, relishing each bite, while Lu Qi began to enjoy the other fish. "Wow, this flavor could make a fortune at a barbecue stall," Lu Qi mused after tasting a piece of fish. Questioning if he had truly grilled it himself, it was simply too delicious, making even the typically graceful Chen Xiui abandon her composure. A few minutes later, Chen Xiui finished off a fish weighing over a pound. Though the weight had significantly diminished after grilling, it still exceeded her usual appetite. "Lu Qi, I want more," she said, licking her oily red lips, clearly unsatisfied, her expression resembling that of a little greedy cat. This filled Lu Qi with a sense of accomplishment, and he jokingly quipped, "Why not refrain from eating, lest you gain weight?" "No, I still want more," Chen Xiui replied with a hint of playful charm. All right, I'll get you some." Lu Qi proceeded to grill a fish weighing over a pound for Chen Xiui, who, once again, left only the bones on her plate. "I'm so full." Chen Xiui contentedly patted her small belly. "Xiui, I never expected a beauty like you could eat so much," Lu Qi teased with a smile. Chen Xiui felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks flushing as she replied, "It's only because your cooking is too delicious. You must be responsible if I gain weight." "No problem. I'll take full responsibility," Lu Qi declared, patting his chest. Chen Xiui found this remark rather suggestive and quickly averted her gaze. Unable to meet Lu Qi's eyes, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Upon returning to the villa, Lu Qi called Zhou Jiaming, inviting him and his wife for dinner that evening. "Jiaming, I've moved into a new house. Come over to celebrate tonight." "Oh, which neighborhood did you buy in?" "Not a neighborhood, but an independent villa." "An independent villa sounds great. With your wealth, you should indeed have one. Where is it located?" "You know where the richest man, Chen Funan, lives, right?" "Of course, why do you ask?" "The villa I bought is the very one owned by Chen Funan. They sold it to me." "What?" Zhou Jiaming was astonished. His good friend had actually purchased the villa of the wealthiest man. "Goodness, you've turned the tables, taking over the wealthiest family." After the initial shock, Zhou Jiaming was extremely excited. "I'll head over with my wife after work." At 6 in the evening, Zhou Jiaming and his wife, Liang Min, returned home to change clothes before driving to 66 Lingnan Riverside Road. "Dear, did Lu Qi really buy this place?" Liang Min gazed at the grand villa from outside, still feeling it was somewhat surreal, despite knowing Lu Qi was worth billions. "Of course it's true." Qi mentioned that Chen Funan sold his property to help Xinjiang real estate through a crisis, and he seized the opportunity to purchase their villa. Zhou Jiaming was aware that Lu Qi had acquired the Chun family's villa, but he was oblivious to the fact that the richest man's daughter, the stunning school beauty Chen Xiuya, still resided there. Chapter 49. The whole fish feast. The villa's gates opened automatically as Zhou Jiaming parked the car inside. When they stepped out, a housekeeper approached to greet them. Walking through the fragrant courtyard, Liang Min felt as if she were in a dream. What woman wouldn't he wish to be the mistress of such a grand residence? At that moment, Lu Qi was busy in the kitchen, while Chen Xiuya and Chun Hongshan sat in the living room. It wasn't he that they were unwilling to help Lu Qi. Rather, he had insisted that he would handle the entire fish feast on his own, and they should not assist. When Zhou Jiaming and his wife entered the living room and saw Chun Hongshan along with the enchanting Chen Xiuya, they were momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Zhou Jiaming understood Chun Hongshan's presence, as Lu Qi and Chun Hongshan were fishing buddies, and Lu Qi had attended Chun Hongshan's birthday celebration. However, Chen Xiuya's appearance was quite unexpected for Zhou Jiaming and his wife. Mr. Chun, Mr. Lu's friends have arrived, the housekeeper announced. Chen Hongshan and Chun Qiuya quickly rose to welcome. Xiao Zhou, how have you been? Greetings, Mr. Chun. Chen Hongshan, recalling Zhou Jiaming, warmly extended his hand for a handshake. Chen Qiuya also greeted him with poise. This was Liang Min's first close encounter with the celebrated beauty of Lingnan City, and she found herself captivated by Chun Qiuya's flawless appearance and noble demeanor, even as a woman herself. Mr. Chun, where is Aki? He is in the kitchen preparing a whole fish feast. Zhou Jiaming eagerly expressed his desire to clarify matters with Lu Qi and swiftly made his way to the kitchen, with Liang Min following closely behind. Upon entering the kitchen, they spotted Lu Qi busily attending to the stove. Aki, Jiaming, sister-in-law, you're here. Lu Qi turned and smiled. I'm occupied at the moment and can't entertain you just yet. Please take a seat in the dining area. Aki, how is Chen Qiuya here? Zhou Jiaming approached and inquired quietly. Oh, Mr. Chun and Qiuya are now tenants in my home. They reside here, Lu Qi replied with a grin. What? Zhou Jiaming and Liang Min were taken aback. Lingnan's most beautiful woman residing in Lu Qi's house. After their astonishment subsided, Zhou Jiaming playfully punched Lu Qi's shoulder, chiding. What a huge development, and you didn't inform your friends. Honestly, what is your relationship with Chen Qiuya? We share the bond of landlord and tenant. As well as friendship, Lu Qi chuckled. Liang Min's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It can't be that simple. By my intuition regarding women, if Chen Qiuya is willing to stay at your place, she must have feelings for you. It does seem that way, Lu Qi nodded. With Lu Qi's admission, Zhou Jiaming felt a surge of excitement. Just a short while ago, at the birthday banquet, they had perceived Lu Qi and Chen Qiuya as belonging to entirely different worlds, with Lu Qi unable to gain an edge among her many suitors. To their surprise, in such a brief span, Lu Qi and Chen Qiuya had developed a flirtatious relationship. Our former school goddess is on the verge of becoming my buddy's girlfriend. Zhou Jiaming exclaimed in admiration. Aki, you are the pride of our class 12. Ahem, Jiaming, sister-in-law. It's still premature to declare anything. When the time is right, I'll inform you, Lu Qi replied. An hour later, the whole fish feast was nearing completion. Lu Qi invited everyone to gather at the table and unveiled the dishes one by one. Steamed tongue sole, braised mandarin fish, and tofu soup, pan-fried tongue sole, chopped chili fish head, mandarin fish with seasonal vegetables, 10 exquisite dishes, each a feast for the eyes and palate, all centered around fish. The appetites of Chun Hongshan and his companions were immediately piqued, especially Chen Qiuya, who had just savored Lu Qi's grilled fish for lunch and was well aware of his remarkable culinary skills. The ingredients for these dishes were primarily the tongue sole, mandarin fish, and bighead fish that Qiuya and I caught together today, Lu Qi proudly explained. Upon hearing that Lu Qi and Chen Qiuya had gone fishing together, Zhou Jiaming felt a renewed admiration. His friend had befriended Chen Hongshan through fishing, and now it appeared he was on the path to win Chen Qiuya's heart through the same means. Impressive. Liang Min smiled. Aki, your fishing skills are commendable. I've heard it's quite challenging to catch such large tongue sole and mandarin fish. Haha, Xiao Lu's fishing skills are truly impressive. You should join him one day to witness it firsthand, Chen Hongshan said with a hearty laugh. Chen Lao's words piqued my curiosity. I really wish to experience it. Aki, would you mind bringing your sister-in-law along for fishing? Liang Min asked with a smile. Of course, I would be delighted to have my sister-in-law and brother Jiaming join the fishing expedition, Lu Qi replied with a grin. Now, everyone, please sit down and savor my grand fish feast. Chen Qiuya could hardly contain her excitement, being the first to take a seat and pick up her chopsticks. Liang Min observed with some confusion. This first beauty appeared so graceful, yet was so eager to eat. When Liang Min finally tasted a piece of the braised mandarin fish, she understood why Chen Qiuya was in such a rush. The dishes were exquisite, so delightful that words failed her. Aki, your cooking is simply outstanding. Liang Min and Zhou Jiaming exclaimed in astonishment. Although they had known Lu Qi for many years, it was their first time tasting his culinary creations, as his parents had always been the chefs during their previous visits. Xiao Lu, you truly are a hidden gem. Chen Hongshan also gave Lu Qi a thumbs up, declaring that among the many delicacies he had tasted in his life, This fish feast undoubtedly ranked among the top 3. Haha. I owe it all to the fish caught in Lingnan Lake. I could never make them so delicious from any other place, Lu Qi humbly replied. As everyone enjoyed their meal, laughter and conversation flowed freely. The entire fish feast left everyone thoroughly satisfied. Liang Min kept a close watch on Chen Qiuya and ultimately concluded that her admiration for Lu Qi likely stemmed significantly from his culinary prowess. After the meal, Chen Qiuya took Liang Min upstairs for a tour while Lu Qi strolled with Zhou Jiaming in the villa's backyard. Aki, your life has undergone a complete transformation, Zhou Jiaming remarked sincerely. As a good friend, he had once harbored concerns for Lu Qi, but now, Lu Qi was living a life beyond the imagination of most. As for me, relying on my father, my prospects are increasingly bleak, Zhou Jiaming said with a hint of bitterness. Why such pessimism? Lu Qi inquired. You know my father is in the construction business, but this past year, the situation has worsened, with fewer projects and increasingly challenging payments, Zhou Jiaming sighed. How much did you earn last year? Lu Qi asked. Thanks to my father's connections, I made around 700,000 last year, but this year, I doubt I can even reach 500,000, Zhou Jiaming replied. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qi said, how about this? I'm planning to invest in a project. Come help me, and I'll offer you a salary of 1 million a year, plus bonuses upon successful completion of the project. What project are you considering? Zhou Jiaming knew Lu Qi was wealthy, but investing in a poor project could lead to significant losses. I am planning to take over the property project that Shengjin Real Estate has in Foshan, Lu Qi explained. No, absolutely not. Zhou Jiaming immediately countered. Aki, you must remain calm. That project by Shengjin Real Estate should not be touched. I've heard that construction has halted, and they owe the bank billions. Zhou Jiaming's warnings were not lost on Lu Qi. However, this is a B-level business opportunity bestowed upon him by the system today. According to the system, in half a month, a prestigious primary school will be established near the abandoned real estate project of Shengjin Real Estate in Foshan. If we take over that dilapidated project now and resume construction, sales will undoubtedly flourish, and homes will be in high demand. Taking over this development could yield profits of at least 700 to 800 million. Chapter 50. The Mixed-Race Beauty Jiaming. Trust me, if we take over Shengjin Real Estate's project in Foshan, we will surely profit, remarked Lu Qi. Seeing that Lu Qi was not heeding his advice, Zhou Jiaming grew anxious. Qi, may I ask, is it Chen Qiuyi's influence that has led you to this decision? Of course not, Lu Qi replied, shaking his head. Is it to curry favor with the Chen family that you are pursuing this? Zhou Jiaming inquired further. Neither, Lu Qi again shook his head. Then I fail to comprehend why you would take on an abandoned project burdened with debts amounting to hundreds of millions. You must understand that even capable developers dare not approach Shengjin Real Estate's projects. Zhou Jiaming's tone grew serious, as he suspected that Lu Qi had lost his senses in his pursuit of Chen Qiuyi. Taking on that project would require at least 200 to 300 million, nearly depleting all your funds. Should you incur losses, the money you won in the lottery would vanish, and you would revert to your former state of life, unworthy of chasing after the school beauty. To awaken Lu Qi to reality, Zhou Jiaming even resorted to a tone of reprimand. Listening to Zhou Jiaming's words, Lu Qi not only remained unperturbed but also smiled. Indeed, the truth can be bitter to hear, yet it is the hallmark of a trustworthy friend. To persuade Zhou Jiaming that he was not merely influenced by Chen Qiuyi, Lu Qi felt compelled to demonstrate his capabilities. Jiaming, I possess an exceptionally keen eye for business opportunities. In the brief period following my lottery win, I have already earned several hundred million in the futures market. Is what you say truly the case? Zhou Jiaming found this revelation utterly astonishing and struggled to believe it at first. Of course, why would I deceive you? Lu Qi replied earnestly. At this point, Zhou Jiaming was completely taken aback. How long had it been since Lu Qi won the lottery? Not even half a month. Yet he had already amassed such wealth in futures trading. What a remarkable talent. You are impressive. Zhou Jiaming's astonishment culminated in those 3 words. So, Jiaming, can you trust my judgment in business now? Lu Qi asked with a smile. If you can earn such substantial profits in the perilous futures market, then taking over a dilapidated building is trivial. I shall follow your lead from now on. While Zhou Jiaming still had many questions swirling in his mind, he decided not to dwell on them any longer. Since Lu Qi was ready to invest 200 to 300 million in cash, he need not hesitate. Rest assured, sticking with me will yield rewards, Lu Qi chuckled, patting Zhou Jiaming on the shoulder before assigning him some tasks. Tomorrow, assist me in registering a company. You will represent us in the negotiations with Shengjin Real Estate, and we must complete the transaction within a week. Understood. Zhou Jiaming was well-versed in engineering and was familiar with these processes. Lu Qi entrusted the specifics of the company to Zhou Jiaming's capable hands. With the system at his disposal, he is destined to expand his enterprise, necessitating the assistance of trustworthy individuals. Among them, Zhou Jiaming undoubtedly stands as one he can rely upon. As he bid farewell to Zhou Jiaming and his wife, Lu Qi placed the remaining perch and pike on their vehicle, acknowledging their thoughtfulness, a gesture not unworthy of the kindness his sister-in-law had shown him in the past. Liang Min, with a beaming smile, leaned closer to Lu Qi and confided, "Just now, my sister-in-law conversed with Chen Qiya for a moment. From her assessment, it is clear that she holds a fondness for you. Trust in her judgment. Time is of the essence, as Chen Qiya has never had a boyfriend before." Liang Min relayed the information she had gathered from Chen Qiya before departing with Zhou Jiaming. After seeing them off, Lu Qi returned to the villa. As he passed by Chen Qiya's room, he recalled Liang Min's remark about Chen Qiya never having dated before, implying that this goddess-like beauty still preserved her most cherished possession. The following day, the system instructed Lu Qi to take a rest. Nevertheless, he did not indulge in sleep, for he was aware that the morning light would reveal a breathtaking view. Yet, upon reaching the balcony, he found no sign of Chen Qiya practicing yoga on the lawn. "Qiya, are you not exercising this morning?" Lu Qi messaged her. Chen Qiya replied via voice message, "I am already on my way to the office. An important experiment yielded results last night, and I must verify them promptly. Do not neglect your morning exercises in my absence. Avoid being lazy." With that, Chen Qiya reminded Lu Qi. It seemed he would have to engage in his morning routine alone today. Although the absence of Chen Qiya made the exercise somewhat tedious, he was reminded that his health was ultimately his own responsibility. After breakfast, Lu Qi sat down to play chess with Chen Hongshan. Chen Hongshan possessed remarkable chess skills, and Lu Qi had yet to win a single match against him in their previous encounters. Thus, this time, Lu Qi set his sights on achieving victory in at least one game. "Checkmate. Haha, little Lu, you've lost again." Chen Hongshan chuckled with satisfaction. "You have already lost 2 games. According to our agreement, if you lose 3 in a row, you must prepare pan-seared perch for dinner." He reminisced about the delightful feast from the previous night, particularly the unforgettable pan-seared perch. "No problem, but if I win this 3rd game, you must have Qiya cook for me," Lu Qi challenged, both men intently focused on this crucial match. Just as they were engrossed in the game, the maid approached and announced, "Old Chun, Miss Chen Jinyu has returned and is waiting outside the main gate." Upon hearing the name Chen Jinyu, Chen Hongshan's hand trembled, causing the chess piece to clatter onto the board. "Do not let her in," he ordered, his expression darkening. "What is the matter, old Chen? Who is she?" Lu Qi inquired, taken aback by Chen Hongshan's unexpected outburst. "An unfilial daughter." Chen Hongshan seemed reluctant to discuss Chen Jinyu, and then directed, "Little Lu, let us end our game here for today." With that, he rose and retreated upstairs to his room. "Aunt Fong, who is Chen Jinyu?" Lu Qi could only turn to the maid, who had served the Chen family for many years. "It's nothing, just tell me." "Old Chen won't hold it against you." Aunt Fong finally revealed Chen Jinyu's identity to Lu Qi. She is the daughter of Old Master Chen. It turns out that Chen Jinyu is the sole offspring of Chen Hongshan. Once, Chen Hongshan cherished this little daughter immensely. Over a decade ago, Chen Jinyu went abroad for her studies, but before she could graduate, she defied her father's wishes and married a foreigner. From that moment, Chen Hongshan severed all ties with her. Chen Jinyu's marriage was far from blissful. Less than a year after their union, her husband tragically perished in a car accident, leaving her to raise their daughter alone. Old Master Chen, despite his hard exterior, had a soft heart. Over the years, he discreetly provided considerable assistance to Chen Jinyu and her daughter. However, each time she returned from abroad, he barred her from entering his home and refused to meet her. Sighing deeply, Aunt Fong reflected on the situation. Lu Qi was taken aback by this sorrowful tale from the Chen family. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped outside and opened the grand door. As it creaked open, a mature and alluring woman in black stockings, accompanied by a striking mixed-race girl with golden hair and blue eyes, came into view. Chapter 51. The future brother-in-law. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s. With captivating beauty, short hair, and dressed in a black mini dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her silky legs, clad in sheer stockings, exuded an air of mature elegance. Beside her stood the mixed-race girl, possessing features that harmoniously blended exotic allure with the gentleness of Chinese beauty. "Is this Chen Jinyu and her daughter?" Lu Qi marveled silently at the exquisite pair of mother and daughter. "Are you Miss Chen Jinyu?" Lu Qi approached the enchanting woman to greet her. "And you are?" "Hello, Sister Chen, I am Lu Qi, a friend of Old Master Chen," he introduced himself. "Oh, my father has such young friends?" Chen Jinyu observed Lu Qi with playful curiosity in her enchanting eyes. "Sister Chen, Old Master Chen is not in good spirits at the moment. Perhaps you should return home first?" Lu Qi suggested. "I am well aware of his temperament. Brother Lu Qi, please convey a message to my father. I can no longer support Xiaojing, so I must return her to him," Chen Jinyu replied, turning on her heel and stepping into a nearby taxi. The vehicle sped away swiftly, leaving the mixed-race girl standing alone with her suitcase. "Is she really leaving just like that?" Lu Qi was nearly stunned by Chun Jinyu's audacity. Could such behavior truly be that of a mother? Is it certain that the mixed-race girl is indeed Chun Jinyu's biological child? Brother Lu Qi, my mother doesn't want me anymore. The mixed-race girl gazed at him with a pitiful expression, evoking sympathy even in the most stoic of hearts. Your name is Xiaojing, is it? Yes, Brother Lu Qi. I am Chen Xiaojing. Xiaojing, come inside with me. We shall seek your grandfather. Uncertain of how to handle the situation, Lu Qi decided to take Chun Xiaojing back to the villa. Upon entering the villa, Lu Qi instructed Xiaojing to wait in the living room while he ascended to the second floor to inform Chun Hongshan of the recent events. Upon learning that his granddaughter had been abandoned at the doorstep, Chun Hongshan erupted in fury, chastising his unfilial daughter for her increasingly outrageous behavior. Though Chun Hongshan was reluctant to meet Chun Jinyu, he still held a deep concern for his granddaughter, Chen Xiaojing. Thus, he descended the stairs alongside Lu Qi. Upon hearing the footsteps, Chen Xiaojing, who was reclining on the sofa, quickly sat upright. Grandfather. Upon seeing Chun Hongshan, her expression instantly reflected her distress, tears welling in her eyes. Chun Hongshan hurriedly approached to console her. Do not weep, my dear Xiaojing. Share your troubles with your grandfather. Grandfather. Ever since we moved to Huaxiao, my mother has stopped working. She spends her days dreaming of making money through short videos and often goes fishing. 3 months ago, she signed a contract with a short video company, but when her performance fell short, they demanded compensation in the hundreds of thousands. We no longer have a place to live. Chen Xiaojing recounted, her voice quivering with sorrow. What an unfilial daughter. She should lead a diligent life instead of seeking shortcuts through crooked means. Chen Hongshan chastised Chen Jinyu, then comforted Chen Xiaojing. Fear not, my dear. If your mother cannot support you, your grandfather shall take care of you. You are so kind. Thank you, grandfather. Chen Xiaojing exclaimed as she embraced him. Initially, Lu Qi felt a twinge of emotion, but the longer he observed, the more he suspected that Chen Xiaojing might be putting on an act. Could this be a performance orchestrated by Chun Jinyu and Chen Xiaojing? Grandfather, may I stay in the room next to my sister? Chen Xiaojing wiped her tears and prepared to fetch her belongings. Ahem, Xiaojing, wait a moment, Chun Hongshan interjected, somewhat awkwardly. This villa has already been sold to your brother Lu Qi. Huh, that's impossible. Grandfather, you must be joking. Chen Xiaojing instinctively disbelieved. Chen Hongshan sighed and shook his head. Your uncle's company is on the verge of bankruptcy. In a desperate bid to save it, he had no choice but to liquidate our assets. It was at this moment that Chen Xiaojing began to grasp the reality that their grand villa had indeed been sold. Grandfather, where will you all live now? Your grandfather and your sister Qiuya will still reside here. This good friend, Lu Qi, is kindly allowing us to stay, asking only a nominal rent, Chen Hongshan explained. Feeling a bit embarrassed. Chen Xiaojing was taken aback, turning to glance at Lu Qi. Being astute, she quickly discerned the underlying circumstances. Would a friend so readily permit others to reside in their home? Clearly not, unless this Lu Qi was pursuing her sister. Brother Lu Qi, the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your extraordinary presence. You must be my future brother-in-law. In a bid to secure her own place in the villa, Chen Xiaojing began to flatter Lu Qi. Lu Qi found himself bemused. Was this girl not a foreigner? How was her Chinese so proficient? Nevertheless, he could not deny that being referred to as future brother-in-law brought him an undeniable sense of satisfaction. Future brother-in-law, would you allow me to rent a room here for 500 a month? Chen Xiaojing approached and wrapped her arms around Lu Qi's, her delicate face radiating charm. Despite her youth, the early maturity of Western girls was evident, and Lu Qi unmistakably felt the truth of that notion in her embrace. Observing Chen Xiaojing's obsequious demeanor, Lu Qi realized that her previous innocent charm was merely a facade, revealing instead a whimsical young lady. This requires further contemplation. Lu Qi did not immediately acquiesce to Chen Xiaojing's request. Future brother-in-law, if you allow me to stay here, I promise to help you win my sister's heart. Chen Xiaojing declared earnestly. This girl certainly knew how to negotiate. Moreover, she was quite clever. The repeated address of future brother-in-law nearly caused Lu Qi to lose himself in thought. Xiaojing, please refrain from such address. Lu Qi replied with a serious expression. How about this? I can rent you the room, but you must dedicate half an hour each day to assist the 2 housekeepers with tending to the plants and cleaning. Chen Xiaojing readily agreed. No problem. Cleaning is my forte. Back at home, I handled all the cleaning while Chun Jinyu never lifted a finger. Also, please refrain from calling me future brother-in-law in front of my sister. It might upset her, Lu Qi instructed. Rest assured, future brother-in-law, I will only call you that when my sister is not around, Chen Xiaojing responded cheerfully. This girl was indeed quite shrewd. The presence of such a quirky mixed-race beauty in his life, Lu Qi believed, would undoubtedly enhance his relationship with Chen Qiuya. Chapter 52, Sisters Thus. Chen Xiaojing moved into Lu Qi's residence, where he arranged for her to stay on the 3rd floor. In the afternoon, Chen Hongshan went out to facilitate Chun Xiaojing's transfer paperwork. Lu Qi remained in his room, focused on the digital B-currency futures. Knock knock. The door is unlocked. Please enter. Chun Xiaojing breezily pushed the door open and stepped in. Brother Qi, am I disturbing you? She asked sweetly. Not at all. What brings you here? Lu Qi turned to face her. Nothing much. Just wanted to thank you for letting me stay here. Chen Xiaojing replied with a bright smile. Lu Qi chuckled. This whimsical girl was surprisingly polite. Seizing the opportunity, he sought to learn more about her. Xiaojing, you must be a foreigner. Why did you choose a Chinese name? I have an English name as well. It's Aikilai, Chen Xiaojing answered. Have you been studying in Huaxia since childhood? No. I only moved to Huaxia with my mother a year ago, she replied. After chatting for a while, Lu Qi gathered some information about Chen Xiaojing. Brother Qi, you must be wealthy. Purchasing this villa must have cost a fortune. Are you a second-generation rich kid? Chen Xiaojing suddenly inquired. Lu Qi smiled. I am not a second-generation rich kid, but I am indeed quite affluent. Then how do you earn your money? Chen Xiaojing asked, her azure eyes sparkling with curiosity. What? Are you quite interested in making money? Lu Qi asked playfully. Without hesitation, she nodded. Chen Jinyu has always wanted to earn a lot of money to buy me a big house, but the more she struggles, the poorer we become. Therefore, I hope to discover a good method of making money to ease her burdens. Lu Qi felt a warm sensation in his heart. It seemed this little girl possessed a remarkable understanding of her circumstances, still considering her mother despite her abandonment. Xiaojing, the way I earn money carries high risks and requires significant capital. It is not suitable for your mother, Lu Qi advised. Oh. Chen Xiaojing's gaze dimmed slightly as she said, Brother Qi, I shall not disturb you any longer. Observing her courteous demeanor, Lu Qi silently nodded, despite her whimsical nature. This little girl could be quite obedient when she chose to be. As Chen Xiaojing stepped outside, she noticed a basketball in Lu Qi's room and inquired, Brother Qi, do you enjoy playing basketball as well? Indeed, do you also play? I am a key player on my class's girls' basketball team. Chen Xiaojing replied proudly. Lu Qi was somewhat taken aback. Brother Qi, can we play basketball together sometime? She asked with eager anticipation. Of course, we can play right now, Lu Qi responded, as he was also inclined to stretch his legs. Wonderful. Chen Xiaojing exclaimed joyfully. Brother Qi, wait for me while I change into my jersey. 10 minutes later. Clad in their jerseys, Lu Qi and Chen Xiaojing arrived at the backyard basketball court. As soon as she stepped onto the court, Chen Xiaojing began to showcase her skills, executing a couple of layups. Brother Qi, how am I doing? She asked, tilting her small face upward, seeking praise. Not bad at all, Lu Qi smiled and nodded. He had to admit, Chen Xiaojing's skills were commendable among high school girls. With Lu Qi's compliment, Chen Xiaojing beamed with delight, passing the ball to him. Brother Qi, it's your turn. Lu Qi casually shot a few three-pointers. Swish, swish. Each shot was a perfect net. Chen Xiaojing was astounded. Brother Qi's shooting skills surpassed even those of their physical education teacher. In the following moments, Lu Qi executed several dunks and performed some flashy tricks. The admiration in Chen Xiaojing's water-blue eyes for Lu Qi was unmistakable. She had never witnessed anyone play basketball so impressively in reality, aside from professional basketball stars on television. Brother Qi, you are amazing. After half an hour of exercise, Chen Xiaojing had become a little fan of Lu Qi's basketball prowess. In the evening, Chen Xiuyue returned home. Sister, I finally waited for you to come back. Chen Xiaojing exclaimed as she rushed into Chen Xiuyue's arms, burying her head between her sister's ample bosom, which made Lu Qi, who was nearby, feel a twinge of envy. Chen Xiuyue affectionately patted Chen Xiaojing's head, saying, My dear, you've grown quite a bit since I last saw you. Though the two cousins did not see each other often, their bond was strong. Sister, today I met Brother Qi. He is such a wonderful older brother. After chatting for a while, Chen Xiaojing began to speak highly of Lu Qi. Hearing this, Chen Xiuyue felt a sweet warmth in her heart. What woman wouldn't desire the praise of her family for the man she admired? Xiaojing, this is Brother Lu Qi's home. You must behave while living here, understand? Chen Xiuyue cautioned her cousin, well aware of her mischievous tendencies. I understand, sister. I will be very obedient. Chen Xiuyue noticed that Chen Xiaojing had indeed matured considerably, which brought her comfort. Xiaojing, please help Aunt Fong wash the dishes, Lu Qi said after dinner. All right, Brother Qi. Chen Xiaojing immediately sprang to her feet, her little hips swaying as she dashed to the kitchen to lend a hand. Lu Qi, why does Xiaojing obey you so readily? Chen Xiuya inquired with curiosity. Did I not inform you over the phone? We have an arrangement. Living here entails spending half an hour each day assisting the two housekeepers. Lu Qi replied. Yet, despite his words, Chen Xiuya felt a sense of peculiarity, for Xiaojing's earlier demeanor seemed entirely voluntary, devoid of any sign of coercion. Xiaojing, it appears you are quite fond of your brother Lu Qi, Chen Xiuya remarked while the sisters shared a moment in their room that evening. Brother Qi kindly allows me to reside here, so of course, I must heed his words. Besides, he excels at basketball. I am his little fan. Chen Xiaojing grinned. Chen Xiaoya smiled. It was evident that the allure of an idol had its effect. Sister, shall we bathe together? Very well. The sisters entered the large bathtub to strengthen their bond. Wow, sister, you are truly beautiful. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoya in her entirety, Chen Xiaojing gasped in awe. She had always thought her mother, Chen Jinyu, possessed the most exquisite figure, yet her cousin Chen Xiaoya surpassed all expectations. Xiaojing, refrain from touching. Let us wash properly. Chen Xiaoya blushed as she playfully pushed away Xiaojing's curious hands. Sister, no wonder Brother Qi adores you. You are simply stunning. Chen Xiaojing exclaimed with envy. Do not speak nonsense. Your Brother Qi has yet to see me. Chen Xiaoya blushed further, her explanation only adding to the confusion. Sister, honestly tell me. Do you like Brother Qi? You little imp, refrain from asking such adult questions. Hee, not answering means you agree. The sisters chatted and played, the scene exuding pure joy. Meanwhile, Lu Qi was in the adjacent room, quietly reveling in his good fortune, not from witnessing the delightful interaction of the sisters, but rather due to the plummeting price of Bitcoins today, having shorted them with 100-fold leverage. He had amassed a staggering $500 million in a single day. To date, he had earned nearly $1 billion in the Bitcoin futures market. Chapter 53. The video blogger. The following day, Chen Xiaoya found herself too pressed for time to engage in her morning exercise, as she hurried off to the company. Meanwhile, Chen Hongshan took Chen Xiaojing to report to her new school, leveraging his connections to enroll her in Lingnan's finest institution, the same school Lu Qi had once attended. Lu Qi drove alone towards Lingnan Lake, resolute in his mission to catch that colossal carp, unwilling to relent until he succeeded. On his journey to Lingnan Lake, Lu Qi spotted a woman ahead riding a motorcycle. With her short hair and curvaceous figure, she exuded both sensuality and a spirited demeanor. Chen Jinyu? Lu Qi was taken aback to recognize her as Chen Xiaojing's mother. His impression of Chen Jinyu was less than favorable, as she had abandoned her daughter to others while indulging in her own leisure. Thus, he refrained from initiating a greeting. A few minutes later, upon arriving at Lingnan Lake, Lu Qi was retrieving items from his trunk when Chen Jinyu approached on her motorcycle. Surprised to see him, she gracefully parked her bike and flashed Lu Qi a charming smile. Lu Qi nodded in response, then proceeded to the dock to rent a boat. Brother Lu Qi, may I hitch a ride on your boat? A soft, alluring voice echoed from behind as Lu Qi stepped aboard. Turning around, he found it was Chen Jinyu. Today, she donned a snug outdoor sports outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. In her hand, she held a lure rod, and a lure waist pack was fastened around her waist. Brother Lu Qi, could you take me to that island over there? Then please come aboard. After all, she was the daughter of old Chen. Her request was not unreasonable, and Lu Qi naturally acquiesced. Thank you, Brother Lu Qi. Chen Jinyu then took a seat on Lu Qi's boat. Brother Lu Qi, thank you for taking care of Xiaojing. During their journey to the island, Chen Jinyu remarked. Lu Qi was slightly taken aback. It seemed that Chen Xiaojing had already informed Chen Jinyu about the circumstances of the villa. Sister Chen, don't you think it's a bit excessive to leave your daughter with her father and venture out alone for leisure? Lu Qi couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Rather than being offended, Chen Jinyu chuckled. Brother Lu Qi, you are quite upright. No wonder you became friends with my father. Observing Chen Jinyu's carefree demeanor, Lu Qi lost interest in continuing the conversation and turned his attention back to steering the boat. After a moment of silence, Chen Jinyu spoke up from behind. Actually, there are two reasons for this. Firstly, the school Xiaojing previously attended was subpar in every aspect, and I have long wished to transfer her to a better institution. However, I lack the means to do so and cannot bring myself to ask my father for help. Thus, I resorted to this method to have him assist Xiaojing in finding a better school. I believe his connections can make it happen. The second reason is that I am currently engaged in short video production, which often requires me to film outdoors, making it difficult to return home on time and care for Xiaojing. If this continues, she may find herself in precarious situations. Chen Jinyu gradually revealed her reasons for seemingly abandoning Chen Xiaojing, which took Lu Qi by surprise. It turned out that her apparent neglect was, in fact, a means to secure a better education and living environment for her daughter. This woman was not as heartless as he had initially thought. With your education, finding a good job should not be difficult. Why pursue short videos? Lu Qi inquired further. That is indeed my predicament. I had to drop out of college when Xiaojing was born. Additionally, I dislike a conventional office job and prefer a more flexible work style. Chen Jinyu candidly admitted her personality. Seeing Chen Jinyu speak with such sincerity, Lu Qi's impression of her began to shift. What kind of short videos do you produce? He asked. This kind, Chen Jinyu replied, opening Douyin to showcase some of her published short videos. Lu Qi browsed through them briefly. They were all fishing videos filmed with a head-mounted camera, where only her hands were visible throughout. In addition to Douyin, I also publish on several other platforms. Amassing around 400,000 followers across the internet, Chen Jinyu stated. How much do you earn in a month? Lu Qi asked. Currently, it's over 10,000. Earning over 10,000 in a month may seem considerable. However, one must recognize that Chen Jinyu tirelessly drives to various locations daily in search of fish. After accounting for numerous expenses, her net profit likely falls short of even 10,000. Why do you never show your face in these videos? Lu Qi inquired. His curiosity piqued. Given Chen Jinyu's beauty and figure, combined with her skills in fishing, it would be effortless to attract millions of followers online. As there are few women in the fishing community who genuinely understand the art of angling. I do not wish to rely on my looks for sustenance, Chen Jinyu replied, surprising Lu Qi with her unexpected sentiment. A woman of such alluring beauty and sensuality concerned about this? Observing Lu Qi's astonishment, Chen Jinyu cast him a sidelong glance. Do I strike you as that kind of woman? Lu Qi instinctively nodded, not merely because of her appearance, but because of the impression she conveyed through her attire and manner of speaking, which seemed rather liberal. You men are so superficial. Chen Jinyu shot him another glare before stating, all right, please let me off at this island. Lu Qi complied, setting her down on the shore while he continued his pursuit for the colossal carp. Was she merely born enchanting, not a reckless woman? This question occupied Lu Qi's mind as he sought the giant fish. Chen Jinyu's choice to remain faceless in her videos and avoid showcasing her physique suggested she was indeed not a loose woman. After more than 20 minutes of searching, Lu Qi finally encountered the giant carp of the day. He discreetly followed the majestic fish with his boat. Once the carp settled into a small area, he swiftly baited his hook and cast his line. The fish was cautious, and this particularly clever giant carp required 3 changes of bait before it tentatively nudged the bait with its lips. Yet, Lu Qi remained patient. One cannot lack perseverance when dealing with such a cunning creature. After 10 minutes, the giant carp seemed to sense no danger and swam over to gulp down the bait. Lu Qi immediately lifted the rod and reeled in the line, the hook piercing the upper jaw of the carp. The fish's reaction was unlike any other large fish Lu Qi had caught previously. Rather than darting away in panic, it buried its head into the mud. It was firmly anchored. Lu Qi tugged the rod a few times, but the carp remained motionless, its head buried deep in the silt. Such a massive creature that anchors itself from the outset poses a challenge when fishing from the shore. However, Lu Qi adeptly maneuvered the handle, gradually reeling in the line as his small boat inched closer to the carp's position. The fish remained still, but as he reeled in, the boat could advance. This is the advantage of fishing for giants from a vessel. 40 meters, 30 meters, the distance between the boat and the giant carp diminished. As the gap closed, Lu Qi rhythmically raised the tip of the rod, creating a pattern of tension and release that transmitted waves of discomfort through the line to the hook embedded in the carp's jaw, provoking the fish to swim in an attempt to escape. Indeed, the anchored giant, realizing it could not alleviate the pain while buried in the mud, began to thrash its tail, straining to swim away. Now this was more like it. Witnessing the fish finally attempt to flee, Lu Qi broke into a smile. To capture a large fish, one must first exhaust most of its strength. Otherwise, even if the boat is positioned directly above the fish and one attempts to pull it upward using a hand line, the moment the fish struggles with all its might upon breaking the surface, that tremendous force could straighten the hook or tear the fish's lip. The fleeing carp dragged the small boat forward, pulling it a full 300 meters. On a distant island, Su Jiawang, who had just landed, attempted to strike up a conversation with Chen Jinyu. Greetings, beautiful lady. I am Su Jiawang, the fishing king of Lingnan. The 70-kilogram giant catfish that caused a stir in the Lingnan fishing community a few days ago was caught by none other than me. Su Jiawang confidently introduced himself, when suddenly, beside him, Su Hu shouted, Brother, look, that kid has hooked another big fish. What are you shouting about? Su Jiawang expressed his displeasure at Su Hu's interruption of his grand introduction. Brother, that kid has hooked another big fish. Su Hu pointed toward the distant small boat. What? Su Jiawang's expression instantly darkened as he squinted toward the small boat, where indeed he saw Lu Qi, whose vessel was being pulled by a gigantic creature beneath the water. Does that person on the boat often catch large fish? A melodious voice inquired, belonging to none other than Chen Jinyu. Su Jiawang was about to deny it, but Su Hu beat him to it. That kid is incredibly lucky. Just a couple of days ago, he caught a 108-kilogram giant catfish. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinyu's eyes sparkled with interest. A 108-kilogram giant catfish. If the entire fishing process could be documented and uploaded online, it would surely attract countless viewers. Chapter 54, The Royal Carp, A Bountiful Catch. In the distance, after the large carp had towed the small boat 300 meters, it began to thrash about. Lu Qi turned the handle to reel in the several dozen meters of fishing line that had been pulled out, reducing the distance between the small boat and the large carp to 30 meters once again. At this range, the changes in tension at the tip of the rod could be distinctly felt through the fishing line to the hook lodged in the carp's upper jaw. Lu Qi teased the rod tip, continuing to provoke the large carp. At this point, the carp had expended most of its strength and could no longer drag the small boat, only able to float closer to the surface. A massive carp then emerged before Lucci's eyes. It must be a royal one. Lucci fervently prayed within himself. He raised the fishing rod high and continued to coax the large carp on the water's surface. The carp, now at the end of its strength, flailed on the surface for 2 minutes before revealing its belly. Lucci steadily reeled in the line, bringing the large carp alongside the boat, then used a fish gripper to secure its mouth and lifted the majestic creature onto the small vessel. Ding! Congratulations, master, on catching a royal-grade carp weighing 82 kilograms. Breaking the Guangfu record. Experience points, 15,000. Reward, 1 S-grade business opportunity. The system's melodious voice chimed in at the perfect moment. Lucci was instantly overjoyed. After days of waiting, he had indeed caught a royal-grade fish. This was the first royal fish he had ever landed. Meanwhile, on the distant island, Su Jiaowang and Su Hu stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out, for that enormous carp appeared to be the size of an adult. Wow, brother. That fellow must be a fishing god. Just 2 days ago, he caught a gigantic green fish, and now he is reeling in a colossal carp. Su Hu exclaimed in astonishment. As they gazed at the massive fish from a distance, Chen Jinyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lucci, steer the boat over here. I want to film a video of that big carp. Chen Jinyu shouted towards Lucci. Su Jiaowang was taken aback, realizing that this exquisite lady was acquainted with the young man. At that moment, Lucci was contemplating releasing the large carp. After all, such an aged giant fish doesn't possess palatable flesh, so he had no intention of taking it back. Hearing the call, Lucci turned towards the small island and understood Chen Jinyu's request. Since she was filming fishing videos, allowing her to capture this magnificent carp was certainly agreeable. Thus, he navigated the boat alongside the island, and Chen Jinyu leaped onto a small vessel, using her portable camera to record the impressive fish. Truly remarkable. It's twice the size of the largest carp I've ever seen. She marveled, observing the fish's mouth, which was as wide as a bowl, and its scales larger than coins. Once Chen Jinyu finished filming, Lucci released the grand carp. However, she did not disembark immediately. Instead, she addressed Lucci. Lucci, steer the boat over there. I wish to discuss something with you. She preferred that Su Jiaowang and his companion did not overhear their conversation. Intrigued by what Chen Jinyu wished to discuss, Lucci steered the boat 100 meters away. Lucci, I've heard that you often catch large fish. Would it be possible for you to document the process? Chen Jinyu inquired. I'm not particularly interested in that, Lucci replied, shaking his head. Lucci, if you share those videos of your big catches online, it would be a boon for those who lack the time to fish or who wish to catch large fish but have not succeeded. By watching your fishing adventures, they could experience the joy of virtual fishing, Chen Jinyu continued. Her words resonated with Lucci. He had occasionally watched fishing videos on Douyin, feeling exhilarated whenever the protagonist caught a big fish. Since obtaining the fishing god system, he had contemplated sharing parts of his fishing experiences without revealing his identity. However, the thought of filming and editing was somewhat tedious, leading him to abandon the idea. Lucci, if you find it cumbersome, I can assist you with filming and editing the videos, Chen Jinyu offered eagerly. Lucci was well aware that Chen Jinyu intended to monetize his videos. He recalled Chen Xiaojing's words, my mother wants to earn money to buy me a big house, but the more she struggles, the poorer we become. Thus, Lucci replied, that is not out of the question, but you must avoid filming my face or disclosing any personal information. Every video must be approved by me before publication. Seeing Lucci acquiesce to her request, Chen Jinyu was overjoyed. Thank you, Lucci. I will adhere strictly to your requirements. By the way, my current account has a fixed style. I need to create a new account to publish your fishing videos. Could you suggest a name? Let us call it Bounty Fishing Bureau. Lucci casually named his account with a rather juvenile moniker, inspired by a popular online group known as Explosive Protection League. He hoped that this venture would also gain traction. What a delightful name. Although it was somewhat childish, Chen Jinyu found it quite appealing. She continued, for the time being, I will manage this account on your behalf, but the ownership remains yours. Any profits generated will belong to you, and I will only take a third as commission. How does that sound? Lucci was indifferent to the modest revenue that video views might generate. However, he was pleased with Chen Jinyu's declaration. As a single mother, her aspirations to earn money for her daughter's betterment were commendable, and he was willing to assist her if he could. With that, Lucci resumed his search for fish. Lucci, the account has been registered. Take a look. Chen Jinyu handed her phone to him, revealing that she had established an account named Explosive Protection League across various platforms. Since the account was already set up, it was imperative to catch 1 or 2 sizable fish today to ensure a triumphant launch for the league. After sailing for over 10 minutes on the lake, Lucci had not encountered any particularly large fish. However, as their small boat passed through the area where he had caught a large black fish 2 days prior. He was astonished to discover that the black fish was still residing there. What a loyal fish, Lucci mused, contemplating that if he failed to find a larger fish, he might have to catch the black fish again, playing the role of the bully. While Lucci was occupied with his search, Chen Jinyu remained quiet on the boat. She struggled to comprehend the purpose of his aimless drifting, yet she sensed that this young man possessed a certain uniqueness. After more than half an hour of searching, Lucci finally encountered a colossal creature. This specimen was remarkably long, likely exceeding 1.5 meters. At first glance, Lucci thought it was a grass carp, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was even more elongated, with a distinct mouth. This must be a catfish. Catfish are known for their aggressive nature, voracious appetite, and formidable predatory instincts, often referred to as the tiger of the waters. This particular catfish was as large as a small train, undoubtedly weighing over 60 pounds. The prospect of catching a king-class catfish was not beyond the realm of possibility. Having just reeled in a king-class carp, he was fortunate to encounter another fish with king-class potential. At that moment, the catfish was lurking 3 meters underwater, akin to a composed predator moving stealthily, waiting for small fish to swim by before launching a sudden attack. This was undoubtedly an opportune moment for fishing. Since Lucci's target fish for the day was the large carp, he had not assembled a rod for catfishing. Additionally, he needed to maneuver the small boat to track the catfish, leaving him unable to assemble the rod himself. This was where Chen Jinyu's assistance became invaluable. "Sister Chen, could you help me assemble a lure rod?" Lucci requested, as he could not ask her to operate the boat, given she was unaware of the underwater situation and would be unable to pursue the large catfish effectively. "All right, what configuration do you need?" Chen Jinyu, being an experienced angler, found assembling the rod to be no challenge at all. "Choose the 24-meter fishing rod from my bag and select the 4000 model spinning reel. The fishing line should be the number 5 braided line, and for bait, use the largest minnow in the box," Lucci instructed. Chen Jinyu paused slightly upon hearing this. The larger the model of the spinning reel, the greater its size and line capacity. The 4000 model was already quite substantial, and Chen Jinyu had never used one that large. Furthermore, the number 5 braided line was relatively thick, with a maximum pulling force exceeding 50 kilograms, which she had also never experienced before. "Lucci, are you sure it's the 4000 model spinning reel and the number 5 braided line?" Chen Jinyu asked, fearful that she might have misheard. Indeed, Lucci nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, Chen Jinyu comprehended that Lucci was preparing to catch something substantial. Consequently, she retrieved the fishing rod from the bag and commenced skillfully assembling it. In no time, Chen Jinyu had completed the assembly. "Lucci, I finished putting together the rod," she announced. "Great. Wait for me," Lucci replied as he increased the boat's speed, closing the distance to the large catfish to 40 meters. He then halted the small boat, took the fishing rod, and began to cast. The minnow bait was launched towards the target spot and began to sink. When it descended to 3 meters underwater, it was just over 2 meters from the catfish's mouth. Lucci employed a slow reeling technique, gently rotating the handle to mimic the tail movements of a small fish in the water. After retrieving 2 meters of line, the minnow swam past the catfish's mouth, a mere 30 centimeters away. Typically, catfish are aggressive and would strike at a small fish passing so close. Yet this large catfish remained motionless, continuing to swim forward. Perhaps, having matured over the years, it sensed that the small fish's movements were somewhat unusual. The first cast yielded no results, so Lucci proceeded with a second attempt. This time, he adopted a stop-and-go technique, reeling in 3 turns, pausing for 3 seconds, and repeating the cycle. However, this too failed to provoke an attack from the catfish. These older fish are quite astute and can discern the difference between a fake bait and a genuine small fish to some extent. Lucci mused internally before casting again. On this third attempt, he continued with the stop-and-go method of reeling. This time, the catfish finally sprang into action. It flicked its tail, opened its mouth wide, and snapped at the minnow bait. Lucci quickly lifted the rod, which bent dramatically. He had hooked a fish. Below the surface, the catfish began to flee frantically. Its strength was even greater than that of the 108-pound carp, pulling out over 30 meters of line in mere moments, and the small boat was simultaneously being dragged forward. Truly, it was a tiger of the water, exhibiting tremendous power. Given that the maximum drag force of the reel is only 12 kilograms, had this been on shore, the line would likely have been completely pulled out, potentially damaging the reel or snapping the hook. However, aboard the small boat, Lucci felt relatively unconcerned. At this point, the boat was moving at a speed comparable to that of a normal walking pace. It is important to note that there were 2 people aboard. Beside him, Chen Jinyu felt a surge of astonishment. Just how large were the fish in these waters? Amidst her shock, a thrill coursed through her veins as she clutched her portable camera, capturing the unfolding spectacle from a vantage point behind Lucci. The time to tire out the fish had now arrived. Typically, it would take a couple of hours on the shore to exhaust the strength of such a formidable catfish. However, after over 20 minutes of pulling the boat over a distance exceeding 1,000 meters, the fish had already expended much of its energy. Moments later, the once vigorous catfish surfaced, revealing itself to be a magnificent specimen. Previously, the largest catfish she had caught weighed no more than 8 pounds. Yet this one rivaled the size of an adult human. Lucci steadily reeled in the line, gradually maneuvering the catfish closer to the side of the boat. Just as he prepared to secure its mouth with a grip tool, the fish made one final desperate struggle, thrashing with the remnants of its strength. Had he employed a size 3 or 4 braided line, it might not have withstood the catfish's fierce resistance. Yet, in the face of an indomitable fishing line, the catfish was ultimately subdued and brought aboard the small boat. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have caught a king-level catfish weighing 70 pounds, breaking the record for Guangfu Province. Experience points, 15,000. Reward, maxed out wilderness survival skill. The system's announcement filled Lu Qi with elation. Indeed, this catfish was of king-level status and had shattered the provincial record. The reward was particularly special, a fully maxed out wilderness survival skill. Though not an S-rank business opportunity, Lu Qi was nonetheless satisfied. This maxed out skill surpassed his previous master-level culinary skills. As Lu Qi reveled in his success, Chen Jinyu, brimming with excitement, urged him, Lu, oh dear brother, let us weigh this magnificent catfish. Being mindful that her video could not reveal any personal information about Lu Qi, she adjusted her form of address. Lu Qi proceeded to weigh and measure the catfish, which tipped the scales at 70 pounds and measured 1.56 meters in length before they released it back into the water. The entire process was meticulously documented by the camera. Turning off the camera, Chen Jinyu gazed at Lu Qi with admiration, exclaiming, Lu Qi, no wonder those two earlier referred to you as a fishing deity. You truly are a master of the craft. In this wild lake, within just over 2 hours, they had first caught a giant carp and then this colossal catfish. Chen Jinyu was thoroughly impressed by his fishing prowess. Hearing her praises, Lu Qi modestly rubbed his nose, thinking to himself that while he might not yet merit the title of a fishing deity, he certainly possessed a fishing system that could rival one. Sister, please remember to edit out any footage of my face, Lu Qi reminded her. You can count on me to handle it. Before the video is published, I will ensure that you review it. Chen Jinyu replied with a charming smile, radiating an alluring elegance. Having already caught 2 king-level fish, Lu Qi's expectations had been exceeded. He decided against searching for more large fish and instead used lures to catch a few perch and snakehead, intending to take them back for cooking. Meanwhile, Chen Jinyu quietly observed Lu Qi, her eyes sparkling with admiration. In her eyes, this young man appeared both enigmatic and intriguing. Not only could he catch large fish, but he also managed to avoid returning empty-handed. It is important to note that this is a vast wild lake spanning over several square kilometers, rather than a mere fishing ground. The name Explosive Catch Bureau is truly well chosen, as every fishing expedition invariably results in a bountiful haul. Lu Qi, you are undoubtedly the esteemed leader of the Explosive Catch Bureau. Upon concluding their fishing session, Chen Jinyu smiled and remarked this. After fishing, Lu Qi drove home with several fish, white bass, perch, catfish, and blackfish. Just as he departed Lingnan Lake, the system issued a notification. Ding. The host has fished at Lingnan Lake for 5 consecutive days. This fishing spot will enter a week-long cooldown period. Any fish caught during this time will yield no experience points or rewards. Is there truly a cooldown period for wild fishing lakes? This compels him to explore new fishing locations. Nevertheless, Lu Qi felt no discontent, for his rewards over the past few days at Lingnan Lake had been exceedingly fruitful. With a thought, he opened the system attribute panel. Host name, Lu Qi fishing level, level 7 experience points, 88,000 unlocked fish species, catfish, blackfish. Carp achievements, holder of the fishing records for carp and catfish in Guangdong Province, holder of the fishing records for white bass, bluegill, and blackfish in Lingnan City. Special fish, 4-star level, 2 king level, 0 emperor level. He still required a considerable amount of experience points to reach the 150,000 needed for level 8 fishing. Among the achievements, 4 were accomplished at Lingnan Lake. In the special fish category, he had caught 3-star level fish and 2 king level fish there, specifically a star level carp, a star level bluegill, and a star level blackfish, as well as a king level carp and a king level catfish. It must be said that the Lingnan Lake, which had been under fishing prohibition for a decade, is teeming with fish and large specimens, making it a veritable paradise for Lu Qi. After lunch, Lu Qi ascended to the study on the 3rd floor. System, please grant me the maximum level wilderness survival skill, he instructed the system. This ultimate skill was a reward he earned upon catching the king level catfish. The maximum level skill represents the pinnacle of expertise, surpassing even that of master level. Ding. Reward distribution in progress. As the rewards were dispensed, Lu Qi acquired numerous wilderness survival abilities. It is no exaggeration to say that even if he were to be cast alone into the uncharted territories of the Amazon rainforest without any equipment, he would thrive comfortably, feasting on ample fish and meat. Having gauged this supreme skill, Lu Qi proceeded to inquire about another reward, the S-Class business opportunity. An S-Class opportunity signifies an advancement beyond the A-Class. The system proclaimed, the S-Class opportunity at hand is the Carbon-9 Technology Company, currently merely a small enterprise valued at several billion. However, in the near future, this company is poised to achieve a technological breakthrough, shattering the Western monopoly on semiconductor technology and ushering in the era of carbon-based semiconductors, thereby emerging as a leader in this new domain. With a projected market valuation exceeding 1 trillion. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's breath quickened. Truly, this S-Class opportunity is significantly more formidable than the A-Class ones. It is widely acknowledged that we are in the silicon semiconductor era, where the West, leveraging its first-mover advantage, imposes technological blockades on China, wielding patent restrictions to stifle its development. Consequently, China has remained in a subordinate position within the semiconductor industry, scraping by with meager profits while the West effortlessly reaps the majority of the rewards. Yet now, a Chinese company is set to initiate a new carbon-based semiconductor era, enabling it to overtake the West in a remarkable leap. The concept of carbon-based semiconductors has been around for quite some time, as Lu Qi had heard during his university days. However, due to the inability to overcome certain critical technological hurdles, carbon has yet to challenge the supremacy of silicon in the semiconductor realm. Lu Qi promptly turned to the internet to research Carbon-9 Technology Company. This research-oriented firm, located in Yangshi, Guangfu Province, has been established for only 5 years. One particular news article caught Lu Qi's attention. Carbon-9 Technology is currently seeking funding to expand its research efforts and is in discussions with an angel investment fund. Realizing the urgency, Lu Qi understood he must act swiftly to avoid being outpaced by other investors. However, his available funds were limited, with a lottery windfall of 360 million. Along with an additional 200 million earned in the silver futures market, he had a total of 560 million at his disposal. After allocating 10 million to his parents and investing 100 million in Chun Kia's venture, spending 40 million on a villa, and injecting over 200 million into his overseas futures account, he had only 10 million remaining. Lu Qi had previously thought a few hundred million would suffice for a lifetime, but now he realized the folly of that assumption. Thus, to invest in Carbon-9 Technology, he needed to liquidate some assets from his overseas futures account. He opened his laptop and accessed his futures account. Over the past half-day, the price of digital currency continued to decline, allowing Lu Qi to capitalize on the situation using 100-fold leverage to make significant gains. Presently, his account's cumulative profit had reached $1.3 billion. Although the price of Bitcoin still had room for further decline according to the system's predictions, he decided to gradually close his positions for safety. By the end of the afternoon, he had liquidated the majority of his holdings, netting an impressive profit of $800 million. While the remainder would have to wait until later that evening for further transactions. He transferred this $800 million into an international bank account that he had previously arranged with a financial firm. As such, Lu Qi successfully converted his assets into cash. However, the U.S. dollars could not be directly spent domestically. He would need to consult a professional financial company to convert them into renminbi. Thus, a trip to the provincial capital was necessary for the following day. Fortunately, since Carbon-9 Technology is also located in Yangshi, Lu Qi was able to save considerable time on travel. In the evening, both Chen Xiaojing and Chun Kia's returned home. Chen Qiya did not find Lu Qi in the living room. Instead, she caught a whiff of a subtle fish aroma. Immediately, she turned to Chen Xiaojing and said, "Xiaojing, hurry and check if your brother Qi is in the kitchen." Chen Xiaojing dashed to the kitchen door for a glance, then returned with a report. "Sister, brother Qi is cooking in the kitchen." Upon hearing this, Chen Qiya smiled. "Xiaojing, we are in for a treat tonight." Observing her sister's joyful demeanor, Chen Xiaojing's large, azure eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister, is brother Qi's cooking really delicious?" "You will find out soon enough," Chen Qiya replied with a mysterious smile, then entered the kitchen, approaching Lu Qi from behind. "Qi, let me assist you." Unconsciously, Chen Qiya had begun to address Lu Qi with the affectionate nickname Qi. "No need, just sit and wait," Lu Qi said with a smile, his gaze resting on Chen Qiya's exquisitely enchanting face. "Just focus on your cooking. I feel embarrassed, so let me help a little." Chen Qiya pouted her rosy lips slightly, gazing at her glistening, delicate lips. Lu Qi thought to himself that there would be plenty of opportunities for her to lend a hand in the future. Naturally, He dared not voice such thoughts, but nodded in agreement for Chun Qiuya to assist. As the saying goes, teamwork between men and women makes the task less burdensome. With a captivating beauty by his side, Lu Qi found himself in a much more pleasant mood while cooking. The dinner was once again a fish feast, this time featuring not only mandarin fish and yellow croaker, but also catfish and blackfish. Haha, thank you, little Lu, for allowing this old man to once again savor such exquisite cuisine. Chen Hanshan exclaimed joyfully as he began to eat. Chun Qiuya followed suit, her face aglow with happiness. Observing her grandfather and sister, Chen Xiaojing curiously picked up a piece of steamed mandarin fish and placed it in her mouth. The moment the tender meat touched her palate, Chen Xiaojing trembled with delight, an indescribable flavor blossoming on her tongue. This is so delicious. It's the best thing I've ever eaten. After the initial shock, Chen Xiaojing began to greedily devour, her small mouth stuffed to the brim. Xiaojing, eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Lu Qi chuckled as he watched her ravenous consumption. Who says no one? Sister is competing with me. Chen Xiaojing pointed at Chun Qiuya, who was equally engrossed in her meal. In the face of such extraordinary flavors, the two sisters cast aside their decorum. Watching the sisters indulge with such fervor, Lu Qi felt a sense of accomplishment as a cook. Chapter 57. The Acquisition Negotiation. Brother Qi, your cooking is the world's #1 delicacy. After the meal, Chen Xiaojing licked her lips with her small tongue, her big eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Lu Qi. That flattery is a bit excessive. Lu Qi laughed, waving his hand dismissively. Noticing Lu Qi's disbelief, Chen Xiaojing became a little anxious. Brother Qi, I'm not flattering you. That's genuinely how I feel. All right, I believe you. Now go wash the dishes. Seeing her eagerness, Lu Qi found it quite amusing. Okay. Chen Xiaojing obediently ran to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Seeing Chen Xiaojing so obedient to Lu Qi, Chun Qiuya and Chen Hanshan were both astonished. In their past impressions, Chen Xiaojing had always been rather mischievous. After dinner, Lu Qi entered the study to continue managing his digital Bitcoin futures account. After more than an hour, he closed all remaining contracts. This endeavor of shorting Bitcoin with 100-fold leverage had reached its conclusion, culminating in a staggering profit of nearly $1.4 billion, equivalent to over 8 billion renminbi. Lu Qi did not regret initially investing just over 200 million, as a larger sum could have potentially altered the trajectory of Bitcoin. After all, the system merely presented an opportunity, and the possibility of variables could not be discounted. For instance, had he invested 100 billion, it would undoubtedly influence Bitcoin's price movements, given that such a magnitude of capital surpasses that of some institutions. Now, having earned $1.4 billion, Lu Qi felt quite satisfied. With this wealth, he could invest in the future tech giant, Carbon9 Technology Company. He suddenly pondered whether the S level represented the pinnacle of opportunities and inquired with the system. Certainly not. There are even higher levels of opportunities. The system responded. Astonished and delighted, Lu Qi realized that a company poised to lead future technology was not the highest ranking opportunity. What, then, could be of an even higher caliber? Filled with anticipation, he feared that he might have to reel in a divine-level special fish to uncover the answer. After his shower, Lu Qi received a message from Chun Jinyu, whom he had just added as a friend that day. Lu Qi, I have edited the first video. Please have a look. Beneath the text, Chun Jinyu attached a video. Lu Qi casually clicked to watch. This was a video of him catching a majestic bass with a lure earlier that day, and the entire process was condensed into approximately 6 minutes through editing. Throughout the video, Lu Qi remained out of sight, with only his back visible, ensuring no personal information was revealed. Overall, he was quite pleased. The video is fine. You may publish it, Lu Qi replied to Chun Jinyu. In less than 10 seconds, Chun Jinyu responded, Great. I'll publish it shortly. Lu Qi, remember to follow the fishing bureau. The next day, Lu Qi drove to the provincial city, first arriving at Ning Zheng's company. Brother Qi, have you made a profit or a loss lately? Ning Zheng inquired with a smile in the office. He recalled that when Lu Qi initially opened his account, he mentioned intending to short Bitcoin. But the futures market allowed for repeated maneuvers. One could profit from shorting one moment and then switch to going long the next. Therefore, Ning Zheng was uncertain whether Lu Qi was indeed profitable. I made a bit. I stuck to 100-fold leverage short, Lu Qi chuckled. Overall, I earned about $1 billion. Lu Qi was there to seek Ning Zheng's assistance in transferring overseas funds back, so there was no need to conceal this from him. What? Ning Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Qi, you can't be joking. Ning Zheng was utterly astonished. For the profits generated by the entire international financial corporation over the course of a year for its clients abroad paled in comparison to this sum. Indeed, he was not jesting. Lu Qi had come with the intent of having his company assist in repatriating $1 billion back to the domestic market. Ning Zheng was left speechless. In just a few days, a staggering $1 billion had been amassed. What extraordinary luck and audacity. Brother Qi, You are truly remarkable. After recovering from his shock, Ning Zheng expressed genuine admiration for Lu Qi, well aware of the hellish difficulties inherent in such ventures. He continued with a smile, Brother Qi, for a business of this magnitude, I am sincerely grateful for your guidance to your younger brother. With this $1 billion transferred back, my company will earn a substantial fee, and this achievement should surely facilitate my official promotion from intern to full-time business manager. This was, in fact, one of the reasons Lu Qi sought out Ning Zheng. He hoped to lend a helping hand to his roommate. With the assistance of Ning Zheng's company, Lu Qi successfully repatriated $1 billion, leaving the remaining $400 million in his foreign account, anticipating future international opportunities. After departing from Ning Zheng's firm, Lu Qi proceeded directly to Carbon-9 Technology Company, located in the high-tech zone of Yangshi, which boasted over 100 employees, the majority of whom were researchers. Upon entering the company, Lu Qi approached the receptionist and said, "Hello, I wish to speak with your boss." The receptionist, taken aback by the directness of his request, inquired, "Sir, do you have an appointment?" "I do not." "Then may I ask what business you have with our boss?" "I am interested in investing in your company." The receptionist was somewhat surprised, as Lu Qi's attire did not resemble that of typical angel investors. Having heard that the company was recently seeking funding, she did not wish to dismiss him and escorted Lu Qi to the president's office. 10 minutes later, Lu Qi met with Li Tianji, the president of Carbon-9 Technology, a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Tianji asked, "Mr. Lu, which investment firm do you represent?" Lu Qi replied, "I am here to invest on my own behalf." Li Tianji was momentarily taken aback and responded, "Mr. Lu, our company does not accept investments below 30 million. Lu Qi smiled, 30 million is far too modest. I am interested in acquiring your company. Initially, Li Tianji suspected Lu Qi might be attempting to create mischief, but when Lu Qi placed the key to a Mercedes G-Class on his desk, he quickly realized he had misjudged the situation. This was undoubtedly a concealed scion of wealth. "Mr. Lu, are you certain you wish to acquire our company?" "Absolutely." "Very well. I shall summon our actual owner." Li Tianji was merely an administrator at Carbon-9 Technology. The true owner was someone else entirely. More than half an hour later, Ma Tianyuan, the clandestine owner of Carbon-9 Technology, arrived at the company. Carbon-9 Technology was co-founded by Ma Tianyuan and the chief scientist, Chu Senator, initially. Both held equal shares in the company. However, as the years progressed, Ma Tianyuan increased his investment and acquired 80% of the shares, leaving the remaining 20% in the hands of Chu Sun and several other researchers and management personnel. Ma Tianyuan, with his pronounced business acumen, views Carbon-9 Technology as merely one of his ventures. Recently, in urgent need of funds for other projects, he contemplated selling his shares in the company. Over the years, Carbon-9 Technology has invested substantial sums into research and development, yet the returns have been disappointingly minimal, leading Ma Tianyuan to lose all patience with the enterprise. "Mr. Lu, to be candid, just a few days ago, Honghu Angel Investment approached me with an offer to acquire 50% of my shares for $1 billion. I declined," Ma Tianyuan stated. At the outset of negotiations, he presented a mix of truth and deceit. Indeed, Honghu Angel Investment had expressed interest in acquiring 50% of his shares, but their offer was merely 700 million. Mr. Lu refrained from comment and instead inquired, "Mr. Ma, how much would it cost to purchase all your shares?" Upon hearing this, a shrewd glint flashed in Ma Tianyuan's eyes, realizing that this young man was not to be underestimated. "I apologize, Mr. Lu, but I can only sell 50% of my shares at most," he replied calmly. This was part of Ma Tianyuan's negotiation strategy. In his eyes, Carbon-9 Technology had become a mere cow that grazed without yielding milk. He no longer believed in the principles espoused by Chief Scientist Chu Senator. Thus, he was indeed willing to sell all his shares, yet he recognized that Lu Qi was young and seemingly interested in the company, prompting him to seek a favorable price. Chapter 58. Assistance from Professor Chu. Lu Qi understood that negotiating with a businessman like Ma Tianyuan was no simple task. "Mr. Ma, I am merely interested in acquiring a stake in the technology company for enjoyment. I have no desire to engage without absolute control." Ma Tianyuan responded, "Mr. Lu, possessing 50% of the shares is sufficient to exert control over a company." Lu Qi shook his head. "That is inadequate. I require absolute control. Carbon-9 Technology is a company with immense potential, as carbon-based semiconductor technology represents the future. Were it not for my current need for liquidity, I would not consider selling my shares, so I must retain a portion for myself." Ma Tianyuan's reasoning was, in fact, a philosophy instilled in him by Chief Scientist Chu Senator in the past. Ma Tianyuan had found Chu Sen's arguments persuasive. However, after several years without tangible results, he felt he had been misled. "Mr. Ma, I do not wish to prolong this discussion. 50% of the shares hold no allure for me," Lu Qi noted, aware that excessive words could lead to mistakes. With a shrewd businessman like Ma Tianyuan, the longer the negotiation dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. While he was indifferent to a higher asking price, he worried that Ma Tianyuan might cling to the remaining shares. Both men were oblivious to each other's thoughts and circumstances. At that moment, a middle-aged man with graying hair and glasses approached the office door. Tianji, I heard old Ma has come to the company? The bespectacled man inquired of the president, Li Tianji, who stood at the door. In the midst of this tumultuous scene stands Chu San, the chief scientist of carbon-9 technology. The sight of him causes Li Tianji a considerable headache. Over the past month, Chu San has repeatedly approached him, demanding 50 million in experimental funding for a crucial project. However, the company's finances are rather meager, leaving Li Tianji with no choice but to seek the assistance of Ma Tianyuan. Ma Tianyuan, preoccupied with his own business troubles, becomes even more resolute in his decision to divest from Carbon-9 upon hearing Chu San's request for such a substantial sum. Professor Chu, Boss Ma is currently engaged with a client. I must ask you to return in half an hour, Li Tianji suggests. Will he still be here in half an hour? I need to see him now. Chu San insists, fully aware that Ma Tianyuan has been avoiding him lately and seizing this opportunity to personally demand the funding. Professor, you really cannot enter. Boss Ma is discussing a share transaction. Li Tianji attempts to dissuade him. If there are angel investors inside, I must go in. Chu San disregards Li Tianji's objections and forcefully enters the president's office. Inside, the negotiations have reached an impasse, and the sudden intrusion momentarily stuns both Lu Qi and Ma Tianyuan. Old Ma, can you actually provide the 50 million for my experiment? Chu San, with his forthright scientist's demeanor, directly confronts Ma Tianyuan. Ma Tianyuan, somewhat exasperated, fears this fervent researcher. Professor, could you please step outside? We can discuss this matter later. He wishes to keep Lu Qi unaware of his current financial difficulties. Old Ma, if you truly lack the funds for additional investment, I will have to sell my shares. As he speaks, Chu San glances at Lu Qi. You must be the angel investor. I hold 12% of Carbon-9 technology. Would you be interested? Prior to this encounter, Lu Qi had researched Chu San and recognized his pivotal role in future technological breakthroughs at Carbon-9. While he is keen on Ma Tianyuan's shares, Chu San's stake was not part of his plans. Tianji, swiftly escort Professor Chu out. Before Lu Qi can interject, Ma Tianyuan bellows with a stern countenance. Understood, Boss Ma. Li Tianji can only attempt to pull Chu San away. Ma Tianyuan is acutely aware of Chu San's desperate need for funding, realizing that in his eagerness, the professor may be inclined to sell his shares at a lower price, thereby diminishing their overall value. This is precisely why Ma Tianyuan refrained from informing Chu San during their previous engagement with Honghu Angel Investment. Just give me 70 million, and I can sell you 10% of my shares. Chu San calls out as Li Tianji drags him away. At this, Lu Qi feels a surge of delight. Grateful for the unexpected assistance from Chu Senator with this statement, Lu Qi now feels emboldened for the negotiations ahead. Boss Ma, Professor Chu's 10% stake is available for 70 million, yet you just claimed you wouldn't sell your 50% for $1 billion? Lu Qi remarks nonchalantly. Professor Chu, deeply engrossed in his research, harbors limited understanding of the market economy and is oblivious to the current value of Carbon-9 technology. However, Ma Tianyuan remains unfazed. Ultimately, Professor Chu's involvement expedites the negotiations. In the end, Ma Tianyuan consents to sell all his shares to Lu Qi for the sum of 1.8 billion. Mr. Lu, may our collaboration be fruitful. Ma Tianyuan feels elated to have divested the challenging asset of Carbon-9 technology at a satisfactory price. Had it not been for the affluent Lu Qi, he estimates he could have sold it for a maximum of 1.2 billion, thus achieving 1.8 billion brings him considerable satisfaction, as it reflects more than half the returns on his investment in the company over the years. Next, he must navigate the procedural formalities. When he initially invested in Shiwa Biological, Lu Qi was largely uninvolved, placing his trust in Chen Qiya. However, this time, the transaction involves a shrewd businessman, prompting him to request Ning Zheng to recommend a legal team to assist him in completing the remaining processes. Although the formalities are not yet concluded, the ownership of Carbon-9 technology has effectively changed hands. Lu Qi's first action is to meet with Professor Chu. Senator Young Lu, are you also interested in purchasing my shares? Professor Chu, now aware of Lu Qi's acquisition of all Ma Tianyuan's shares, inquires. No, 80% is sufficient for me to maintain absolute control of this company, Lu Qi replies with a smile. This decision is not born of benevolence. Rather, as a technology-oriented company, it is imperative to retain some shares for the core research personnel to ensure their loyalty in the event of a technological breakthrough. Thus, he chooses not to acquire shares from Professor Chu and his colleagues. Young Lu, being so wealthy, could you invest an additional 50 million for my experiments? Professor Chu asks with hopeful anticipation. Additional investment would mean an increased shareholding for Lu Qi within the company. That's no issue, Professor Chu. but it must await the complete finalization of my share transaction with Boss Ma, Lu Qi responds. Wonderful. Professor Chu exclaims, thank you, young Lu. You have brought us new hope. Lu Qi quickly gestures for modesty, saying, Professor, you are too kind. The future of carbon-9 technology relies on you all. By the time Lu Qi departs from carbon-9 technology, it is already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He drives to a high-end mall in Yangshe, intending to purchase a gift for Chen Qiya, now that he is aware of her fondness for him. And given that she referred to him by a nickname the previous day, he feels it is time to adopt a more assertive approach rather than being overly hesitant. Thus, he resolves to procure a precious gift to confess his feelings to Chen Qiya. As the first token of his affection, Lu Qi decides to select a ring. He seeks a piece that is unique and exquisite. However, after perusing several jewelry stores in the mall without finding a satisfactory ring, he ultimately settles on a diamond worth over 100,000. System, could you provide me with a special diamond ring? As your master, shouldn't you assist me in making my confession? Lu Qi inquires while driving, seeking to pass the time. Originally, Lu Qi had not anticipated that the system would respond to such an unusual inquiry. To his surprise, the system stated, once you catch a royal pink salmon, a magnificent diamond known as the Eye of the Luminary will be awarded to you, valued at over $30 million. Lu Qi was immediately filled with excitement. The system could indeed reward tangible items. Until now, his rewards had consisted solely of business opportunities or skills, never a physical item. He had presumed the system lacked such capability, but it appeared to be more profound than he had imagined. Could you show me a picture of the Eye of the Luminary? He inquired. Certainly, the system replied, projecting a 3D holographic image of the diamond before Lu Qi. Gazing at the dazzling pink diamond, he confidently asserted that no woman could possibly refuse such a rare gem. I must present it to Chuya. Lu Qi resolved instantly. However, there were no pink salmon in China, and the system would not permit him to travel abroad until his fishing proficiency reached level 9. Lu Qi realized that the system was enticing him with the promise of this extraordinary diamond to motivate him to enhance his fishing skills. The transfer of Carbon-9 Technology Company Limited would not be finalized until tomorrow, so Lu Qi planned to convene a meeting with the company's executives the following day. Hence, he decided not to return to Lingnan that night. At 7 in the evening, he invited his roommates, Ning Zheng and Huang Sun, to join him for dinner. We used to boast together, and it's astonishing that you've actually achieved everything we talked about, Ning Zheng remarked, filled with admiration and nostalgia. Huang Sun echoed his sentiments, reflecting on how Lu Qi had transformed into a billionaire, far exceeding their previous lofty claims during dormitory conversations. As a wealthy individual, I hope you will look out for us in the future, Huang Sun joked. Of course, Lu Qi replied with a slight smile. He was destined to encounter more lucrative opportunities, and he recognized that his 3 roommates were all exceptionally talented individuals who could be supported at the right moment. After dinner, Lu Qi drove alone to the riverside. He had been too busy to fish that day. However, unfamiliar with the fishing spots along the Yangshe River, he intended to scout the area first. Having lived in Yangshe for a few years, he recalled that most of the main river was off-limits for fishing. He drove upstream along Riverside Avenue, and, as he approached the outskirts, spotted some anglers. Parking his car, he took a spinning rod and began to stroll along the riverbank. As he walked, he utilized the system's fish-sensing feature to assess the aquatic life. The river was indeed teeming with fish, primarily tilapia and another species resembling catfish. Since the fish-sensing feature only displayed the shapes of the fish, Lu Qi couldn't immediately determine what the latter species was. Consequently, he approached an elderly fisherman for a conversation. How's the catch today? He asked. The old fisherman sighed. I've caught plenty, but they're all tilapia and catfish. It was then that Lu Qi realized that the fish resembling catfish were, in fact, the infamous armored catfish, an invasive species. This species of fish is indigenous to South America and is named the cleaner fish due to its propensity for consuming leftover food and detritus in aquariums, thereby purifying the water quality. Enthusiasts of fish keeping have introduced the cleaner fish into the domestic sphere, where they are kept in aquariums, and subsequently, some have been released into the wild. Lacking natural predators in the domestic environment, this fish thrives and proliferates rapidly once it reaches the wild. In fact, the tilapia is also an introduced invasive species. However, the cleaner fish poses an even greater threat. While tilapia is edible, the cleaner fish has a tough skin and coarse flesh that renders it unpalatable, making it largely undesirable as a food source. More critically, the cleaner fish has a voracious appetite for the eggs of other fish, capable of consuming between 3,000 to 5,000 eggs in a single day. In simple terms, while tilapia merely competes for the habitat of native fish, the cleaner fish can obliterate their populations entirely. As the elderly angler engaged in conversation, his fishing rod suddenly indicated a catch. Moments later, he reeled in a small, darkly patterned fish, another cleaner fish. With disdain, he remarked on the rapid reproduction of this species. lamenting that they could easily catch dozens in a single evening. He expressed concern that if this continued, there might not be any other fish left in the river in a few years. Listening to the complaints of the seasoned fishermen, Lucci realized just how formidable this invasive species was, fearing its potential spread to other river systems. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Special mission triggered. Special mission. Catch a star-rated cleaner fish in the Pearl River to receive a special reward, limited to 3 days. The system's voice interrupted his thoughts. The last time a special mission was issued, it involved catching a crocodile fish in a scenic area, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his physical abilities, which significantly aided his fishing. Hence, he was filled with anticipation regarding the nature of the forthcoming reward. Currently, Lucci possessed only a spinning rod, and given that cleaner fish favor small fish, he could employ his lure to catch them. He opted for a minnow lure to test his luck. Standing not far from the elder, he cast his line toward areas abundant with cleaner fish. Ding. Caught a cleaner fish. Ding. Caught a cleaner fish weighing 2 pounds. Indeed, the cleaner fish were quite easy to catch. Lucci hooked a fish with every cast, not once experiencing a barren rod. Curiously, he noted the absence of experience points. Why have I not received any experience points? He inquired. This fish presents no difficulty. Therefore, no experience points are awarded, the system replied. Lucci chuckled to himself, realizing even the system held a disdain for the cleaner fish. Over the next hour, he traversed several kilometers along the riverbank, catching numerous cleaner fish, most weighing under 2 pounds, with the heaviest being 8 pounds, yet none qualified for a star rating. Uncertain of the size required for a star rating, since the system had not provided that information, he decided against casting his line carelessly, opting instead to seek out those that appeared to exceed 8 pounds before making a move. 2 hours had elapsed, and Lucci had managed to catch 5 catfish, each weighing over 8 pounds, with the heaviest tipping the scales at 12 pounds. Yet, the elusive star catfish remained unfound. As midnight approached, Lucci was compelled to retrace his steps to the parking area. It appeared that this particular task would require a considerable amount of time to accomplish. Previously, when fishing for the alligator gar, the target was located in a small lake within the scenic area, allowing him to complete the endeavor in merely an afternoon. However, this time, seeking a star catfish amidst the vast expanse of the Pearl River, stretching hundreds to thousands of kilometers, the challenge was markedly elevated. Were it not for the system's fish-finding feature, accomplishing this within 3 days would be an arduous feat, perhaps even requiring 3 years. Chapter 60. Uplifting morale. After several fruitless hours of fishing, Lucci returned to the hotel to rest. Just as he finished his shower, he received a call from Chunjinyu. Lucci, the video from the Fishing Explosion Bureau has surpassed 300,000 views, with 60,000 likes. Chunjinyu exclaimed excitedly over the phone, noting the remarkably high like-to-view ratio. The account had gained an additional 30,000 followers, and the numbers were still rising. That's decent. But it pales in comparison to those fishing streamers, Lucci replied, not sharing Chunjinyu's enthusiasm, as some established fishing influencers garnered over 1 million likes per video. Lucci, this is the first video from the Fishing Explosion Bureau. Do you have any idea how long it took me to reach 30,000 followers? A whole month. Chunjinyu continued, her excitement unabated. The video had only been featured on Douyin that evening, with minimal views during the day, indicating that they had gained 30,000 followers in just a few hours. All right, got it. You should get some rest, Lucci said, glancing at the time. It was nearly 1 in the morning. Over the past few hours, Chunjinyu had been closely monitoring the progress of the Fishing Explosion Bureau, utterly devoid of sleepiness as she watched the numbers climb. Okay, by the way, are you going fishing tomorrow? She asked. I'm at the sheep market now. Let us discuss it when I return. Sounds good. After ending the call with Chunjinyu, Lucci casually opened Douyin. Indeed, the Fishing Explosion Bureau's account had gained a substantial number of followers. Beneath the first video, thousands of comments from viewers flooded in. Wow, this catfish must be a magical creature. This is no catfish. It's clearly a shark. This catfish could bite my head off in one gulp. The viewers were first astonished by the sheer size of the catfish. A second group admired Lucci's fishing prowess. The blogger is incredible, even with lures. They can catch such a massive fish. One-handedly lifting a 70-pound behemoth, the blogger is truly impressive. The remaining comments were mere filler. Fishers never leave empty-handed. Thank you to the blogger for ultimately releasing the big fish. After browsing for a while, Lucci tossed his phone aside and went to sleep. The following day, the share transfer for Carbon 9 Technology Company was completed, and Lucci officially became the actual controller of the company. He convened a meeting with the core members holding shares in the company. The company boasts a core team of 10 members, led by Professor Chusin, who heads 7 researchers, alongside 3 administrative personnel, led by Li Tianji. Professor Chusin holds 12% of the company's shares, while the other 6 core researchers each possess 1%. The 3 administrative staff under Li Tianji collectively hold the remaining 2%. Li, please tell me about everyone's salary situation, Lu Qi inquired of Li Tianji. The company employs 100 individuals, with an average monthly salary of 8,000. The highest earner is Professor Chusin, who receives 30,000 a month, while the other 5 professors earn 25,000 each. The 3 of us have a monthly salary of 20,000, Li Tianji replied. Is it really that low? Lu Qi exclaimed, astonished. This is a research-oriented company focused on new technologies. Li Tianji responded with a hint of bitterness. The company has faced financial difficulties over the past year, and Professor Chusin has voluntarily foregone his salary for 6 consecutive months. A colleague of Professor Chusin remarked. With his qualifications, he could easily earn tens of millions at silicon-based semiconductor companies. However, he firmly believes that carbon-based technology is the future of Huaxia's semiconductor industry. Li Tianji responded, Professor Zhao, how can you not feel the same? Besides Professor Chusin, the other 5 professors are also rare talents in the semiconductor field. Professor Zhao replied, if we all chase after money, Huaxia's semiconductor industry will never surpass the West and will forever remain under their technological blockade. Another professor nodded in agreement, stating, our resolve is strong. A slightly lower salary is inconsequential. We will not turn back without enduring hardships. Listening to these professors, Lu Qi felt a surge of admiration. This is what the spirit of scientific research truly embodies. All right, let us refrain from such disheartening talk, lest we frighten our new boss. Professor Chusin said with a smile. Everyone then turned their gaze to Lu Qi, curious about what new changes this young boss would bring to the company. Lu Qi smiled gently and remarked, Professor Chusin, you cannot intimidate me, for my resolve is equally strong. I have invested 1.8 billion to join you. This statement reassured everyone. For Lu Qi's willingness to invest such a substantial amount indicated his unwavering belief in the future of carbon-based semiconductors, just like the rest of them. Lu Qi continued. I hereby announce a decision. All research staff will receive a salary increase of 100%. The 6 professors will see a 5-fold increase. Other employees will receive a 50% raise. However, this decision did not bring the anticipated joy. Li Tianji responded with a pained expression, Boss, the company simply cannot afford to disperse such sums at present. Lu Qi smiled. Do not fret. I have a second decision. I will lend the company 100 million without interest to support Professor Chusin's experiments and enhance the salary and benefits for all employees. Everyone was taken aback. A zero-interest loan of 100 million is entirely different from a capital increase and will not dilute their shares. In that moment, they deeply felt Lu Qi's confidence in the company and his unwavering support for them. With a boss like this, how could they not rally behind him? It can be said that although Lu Qi has only recently taken the helm at Carbon 9 Technology, he has already garnered more affection from the staff than Ma Tianyuan, who had managed the company for several years. Haha, my 50 million experiment funding has finally found a solid backing. Professor Chu laughed heartily, his joy reminiscent of a child-ass. He was unconcerned about the multiple increases in his monthly salary. What truly mattered to him was whether his experiments could commence. Thank you, Xiao Lu, for your trust in us. We will undoubtedly overcome the challenges and ensure that your 18 billion does not go to waste. After the laughter subsided, Professor Chu spoke earnestly. This was precisely the outcome Lu Qi desired. When the news of salary increases spread throughout the company, all employees were invigorated, significantly boosting the overall morale. Some researchers who had initially contemplated leaving changed their minds, resolved to stay and follow Professor Chu and his team. By the time Lu Qi departed from Carbon 9 Technology, it was already afternoon. The affairs of the company had reached a conclusion, and now he simply had to await good news from Professor Chu and his team. Due to an ongoing special task, Lu Qi did not return to Lingnan, but continued to seek out star-rated scavengers along the banks of the Pearl River. During his search, Lu Qi unexpectedly discovered a peculiar fish. Was that a shad? Observing the fish's shape in the river, he thought it resembled the legendary shad. The shad, a fish that migrates from the sea, has been regarded as a delicacy since ancient times, beloved by high-ranking officials and aristocrats. The shad, knife fish, and puffer fish are known as the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River, with the shad reigning supreme among them. In fact, not only in the Yangtze River, but the Pearl River was once a significant production area for shad, at times even surpassing the Yangtze in yield. In the last century, shad fetched prices of several hundred yuan per pound. However, due to overfishing and other factors, by the end of the last century, shad had become nearly extinct. Today, shad are elusive, classified as functionally extinct and listed as a first-class protected species in the country. Ding, special task triggered. Gather the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River, with a time limit of 1 month. Upon completion, a special reward will be granted. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Qi responded with a hint of sarcasm. These are protected species. Do you wish to change owners? The system replied. Catching protected species does not entail fines or detention. After catching a protected species, As long as you follow these steps, there will be no issues. First, take a photo and release it. Immediately release the fish after catching it, while simultaneously capturing photos and videos as evidence. Second, contact the Fishery Administration. If it's an extremely rare species, they will arrange for someone to handle it. They may release it on-site or take it for breeding. If successful, it would be tantamount to indirectly achieving merit. Chapter 61. Terrifying Rewards. Rest assured, Master, that having you catch the huaxia shad is not intended to further harm this nearly extinct fish, but rather to obtain its DNA, aiding in the revival of its ancient abundance, allowing future anglers to relish the pleasure of fishing for them. The system, sensing Lu Qi's concerns, offered an explanation. Upon hearing the system's words, Lu Qi was taken aback. Wow, the system's intentions are truly magnificent. If it were possible to revive certain fish species on the brink of extinction, or even those already lost, within the bountiful waters of Huaxia, it would undoubtedly be a profoundly significant and meritorious endeavor. Take, for instance, the Chinese sturgeon and the Chinese paddlefish. These have become sources of sorrow for countless individuals. As an avid angler, one can only yearn for the days of yore, when it was commonplace to catch these magnificent creatures along the banks of our great rivers. Regrettably, these two prehistoric giants have seen their populations plummet since the 1960s and 70s, with one now functionally extinct and the other officially declared extinct. However, a glimmer of hope has emerged for Lu Qi through the system. I shall diligently fulfill my mission, Lu Qi resolved, ceasing his hesitations and contemplating how to catch the shad that resides in the river. The huaxia shad is now functionally extinct, a rare find that may never be encountered again if missed. Research indicates that shad do not feed during their migration but exhibit a certain aggressiveness, occasionally preying on nearby objects. Thus, artificial lures can be employed for fishing. Lu Qi equipped himself with an appropriately sized shiny lure and cast it near the shad. Yet, after 2 casts, there was no sign of activity from the fish. He then switched to a different type of maggot-shaped lure and cast again, but the shad remained unresponsive. As Lu Qi prepared for a 4th cast, the shad had already swum beyond the detection range of the system. After half an hour of searching, he still could not locate the elusive fish. Completing the task of gathering the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze is proving to be quite challenging. Lu Qi mused. The pufferfish, knifefish, and shad are listed in increasing rarity. While pufferfish may not be too difficult to catch, the knifefish and shad present a much greater challenge. Fortunately, the system has allotted a month for this task, alleviating any immediate pressure. For now, he should focus on completing the task of catching star-rated scavengers. In the ensuing hours, Lu Qi continued his search for large scavengers. Ding. Caught a scavenger weighing 11 pounds. Ding. Caught a scavenger weighing 12 pounds. Ding. Caught a rare scavenger weighing 16 pounds. Experience points, 300. Over the course of 3 hours, Lu Qi traversed over 10 kilometers and found 3 scavengers weighing over 10 pounds, with the largest reaching an impressive 16 pounds, yet he still had not attained a star rating. Just as he contemplated turning back, he spotted a colossal entity within the river. This creature had a head thicker than a person's waist. It was unmistakably an Egyptian catfish, also known as the Egyptian bullhead. Such a large catfish could easily weigh over 100 pounds. Lu Qi felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. Would his rod be sufficient to catch such a giant from the riverbank? Previously, he had caught similarly massive fish while standing on a small boat, which had somewhat reduced the difficulty of reeling them in. Nevertheless, despite his concerns, he could not let such a magnificent beast slip away. He noted the location and then took a taxi back to his Mercedes-Benz G-Class, retrieving it to equip his lure rod with a larger reel and a stronger braided line. He opted for a soft-bodied worm lure. Prepared and ready, Lu Qi donned the head-mounted camera gifted by Chun Jinyu and commenced his casting. The bait, resembling a wriggling creature, sank near a massive catfish, swirling and stirring in the water as Lu Qi slowly reeled in the line, mimicking the movements of a living organism to entice the catfish into striking. After 2 successive casts, the catfish could no longer resist this alluring bait. With a powerful flick of its tail, it opened its enormous mouth and lunged forward. Lu Qi swiftly raised his rod and reeled in. The hook found its mark on the catfish's upper jaw. Despite the sharp pain, the catfish did not flee in panic. Instead, it buried its head into the mud, attempting to anchor itself. Witnessing this, Lu Qi understood that a fierce battle lay ahead. He employed various techniques, such as lifting the rod and flicking the line, ultimately managing to provoke the catfish into movement. However, this formidable creature proved to be quite a challenge. Each time Lu Qi pulled the line out by several meters, it would dig in again. With the reel's brake strength limited to 12 kilograms, Lu Qi found himself at an impasse, having to exercise patience. After nearly 20 minutes, the situation grew precarious as the line spool was nearly depleted. Fortunately, after a tense struggle, the line was gradually retrieved. After an hour of intense combat, the catfish's strength began to wane, bringing it to the water's surface. Lu Qi held the rod steady, preventing the catfish from diving deeper, while slowly reeling in. Minutes later, the catfish was brought to the riverbank. With a splash, as Lu Qi employed the landing net, the catfish thrashed a few times but was clearly at its limit. Ultimately, Lu Qi successfully landed the catfish. Ding! Congratulations, master, for catching a star-rated whiskered catfish weighing 105 pounds, granting 8,000 experience points and a B-level business opportunity as a reward. Large catfish image. Guess how much this one weighs? A 105-pound giant, yet it did not reach the king level, which left Lu Qi somewhat disappointed. This was the longest struggle he had endured while fishing, lasting a full hour. Had it been an average person, without two individuals taking turns, it would have taken 2 to 3 hours to manage such a colossal creature. Thus concluded the effective fishing time for the day. However, the end of this time did not signify the cessation of his quest for fish. Consequently, Lu Qi did not rest, but continued to search along the riverbank for the cleaning fish. The system allotted him only 3 days to complete this task, and already the second day was drawing to a close. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened. Lu Qi pressed on with his flashlight in hand. He journeyed until 11 o'clock at night, having traversed over 30 kilometers. Along the way, he spotted several large creatures in the river, but unable to fish. He had to forfeit and remained focused on finding the cleaning fish. Persistence bore fruit, just as Lu Qi's stomach began to grumble with hunger. He finally discovered a massive cleaning fish. With only half an hour remaining until midnight, Lu Qi munched on some crackers and sipped mineral water, ready to commence as soon as the clock struck 12. This could be deemed Lu Qi's most determined fishing endeavor thus far. The task at hand was vast, and time was of the essence. As the clock struck midnight, marking the dawn of a new day, Lu Qi swiftly seized the rod he had meticulously prepared and cast it without delay. The catfish were biting eagerly. The artificial lure had barely glided past when it was seized. Moments later, Lu Qi had successfully reeled in a catfish that resembled an extraterrestrial creature, weighing an astonishing 20 pounds. Congratulations, master, for catching a star-level catfish, weighing 20 pounds, granting you 6,000 experience points. Congratulations, master, for completing a special task, earning a unique reward. Listening to the system's announcements, Lu Qi felt a wave of satisfaction. What had he endured from afternoon until the early hours of the morning for? Merely for this reward. System, what is the special reward? He inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing the system's response, Lu Qi was taken aback. The reward was indeed terrifying. Reward, a sample of catfish DNA virus. This is a virus that specifically targets the DNA of catfish, circulating solely among them without infecting any other species. Once a catfish perishes and its DNA chain breaks, the virus dies as well, leaving no environmental contamination. This DNA virus has the potential to drastically reduce the catfish population within Huaxia, leading to their extinction within a year. As the system elucidated, Lu Qi felt a chill run down his spine. He had never anticipated that the system possessed such a fearsome capability. Currently, the catfish population in Huaxiao exceeded 100 million. To think such a colossal group could be eradicated within a year was indeed terrifying. The effectiveness of the DNA virus is limited to 12 hours. Please decide whether to utilize it, master, the system reminded him. Catfish were an invasive species that should not exist in Huaxiao and now posed a significant threat to native fish. Naturally, Lu Qi wished for their disappearance from the region. However, the prospect of the DNA virus was daunting, as he feared its potential spread to other species could yield catastrophic consequences. System, is this virus truly only effective against catfish and poses no harm to other fish or even humans? Lu Qi cautiously sought confirmation. The catfish DNA virus can only reside within the DNA of catfish. It cannot survive outside of it for long, ensuring that it poses no danger to any other species. Trust in the system's capabilities, master, the system assured him. With the system's guarantee, Lu Qi felt a sense of reassurance. After all, he had witnessed the system's prowess firsthand. Thus, he no longer hesitated and decisively chose to employ the catfish DNA virus. A syringe materialized in his hand, filled with a pale red liquid. Lu Qi injected this fluid into the star-level catfish before releasing it back into the wild. Thus, the DNA virus of the scavenger will transmit from one star-grade scavenger to another, leading to a chain reaction that will ultimately result in the extinction of scavengers within the borders of Huaxia. Lu Qi is by no means a soft-hearted individual, nor is he a bleeding heart. He would never show mercy towards such invasive species that pose a severe threat to native fish. The system, you are truly remarkable. Lu Qi could not help but marvel at the capabilities of the system once again. However, he felt that this might not be the system's most formidable function. After a long day of busyness, Lu Qi was weary and returned to the hotel for a hearty meal. After taking a shower and lying down on the bed, he finally had the leisure to check the message sent to him by Chun Jinyu today. Lu Qi, The view count of the Explosive Catch Bureau video has surpassed 1 million, and the number of fans has reached 50,000. I would like to edit the segment featuring your lures for the yellow-cheeked perch and the black fish. May I? Clearly. Chen Jinyu was eager to capitalize on the momentum and released the second video of the Explosive Catch Bureau. On that day, Lu Qi had caught several yellow-cheeked blackfish to eat, and Chen Jinyu had captured the entire process as well. We 1T released the footage of the small fish. The Explosive Catch Bureau only showcases big fish. I recorded 2 segments today. I will send them to you tomorrow, Lu Qi replied. Oh, did you catch big fish at Yang City? That's wonderful. Chen Jinyu had not yet gone to sleep and replied to Lu Qi within 10 seconds. The next day, Lu Qi returned to Lingnan. Chen Jinyu, who previously lived in the neighboring Fashi, had now moved to Lingnan as well. At that moment, she was already standing at the agreed-upon location, waiting for Lu Qi in advance. She wore black stockings and a form-fitting black skirt, her exquisite hairstyle radiating the charm of a refined young woman. Lu Qi halted his vehicle and handed the memory card of his head-mounted camera to Chen Jinyu, saying, "The video is on this. You can edit it yourself." To catch big fish while handling business in the provincial capital, Lu Qi, you truly are impressive. Chen Jinyu accepted the memory card, revealing a charming smile. I am an ardent fishing enthusiast. I feel restless if I don't fish for a day. Next time you go fishing, remember to notify me, and I will come to film for you. Let us discuss it later. Lu Qi waved goodbye to Chen Jinyu. He could not guarantee that he would frequently have Chen Jinyu film for him, as Chen Hongshan often accompanied him on fishing trips. And the relationship between the father and daughter was not particularly harmonious. Haha, little Lu, you're back. Upon Lu Qi's return to the villa, Chen Hongshan immediately brewed some exquisite Longjing tea for him. The past couple of days without Lu Qi had made life feel less interesting for Chen Hongshan. Old Chen, I need to tell you something. After enjoying a couple of cups of fine Longjing tea, Lu Qi began to speak. What is it? Speak freely. Noticing Lu Qi seemed a bit shy, Chen Hongshan became curious. I plan to confess my feelings to Chuya. Lu Qi scratched his head as he said this. At these words, Chen Hongshan's eyes lit up. Good lad. Have you finally taken this step? Old man, I support you. Gaining Chen Hongshan's support bolstered Lu Qi's confidence. Old Chen, I hope you can cooperate with my upcoming plan. No problem. Chen Hongshan had always hoped for Lu Qi and Chen Chuya to be together. In addition to supporting Lu Qi's plan, he encouraged him, saying, don't be nervous. Chuya must like you too, and you will surely succeed. Lu Qi's intention was to express his feelings in a manner that was both romantic and understated, as it was merely a confession of love, not a proposal. After much contemplation, he concluded that confessing in a private setting would be most suitable. In the afternoon, Lu Qi visited the market to procure ingredients and took the opportunity to stop by the new company, Lidi Real Estate, managed by Zhou Jiaming. Within just a few days, Zhou Jiaming had already recruited several employees, and the company had begun to take shape. Haha, Qi, our esteemed boss has finally arrived. Zhou Jiaming greeted Lu Qi with a smile as he entered the general manager's office. Jiaming, how are the negotiations with Shengjin Real Estate progressing? Lu Qi inquired. I was just about to report to you. Zhou Jiaming handed Lu Qi a document, explaining, Shengjin Real Estate spent 400 million on land in Foshan, borrowed 700 million from the bank after commencing work, and invested 400 million of their own. They have received 300 million from initial sales, but will require an additional 600 million to complete the entire project. At the outset, Shengjin Real Estate demanded 350 million from us, but I managed to negotiate it down to 200 million. At this price, they would incur a net loss of 300 million on this development. However, if they do not transfer it, they will face a net loss of 500 million and be burdened with 700 million in bank debt. Zhou Jiaming continued. I believe that with another day or two of negotiation, we might be able to lower the price even further. Lu Qi smiled and replied, this price is acceptable. There is no need for further negotiation. But Qi, we will need to invest as much as 600 million into this project subsequently. If sales do not go well, it could lead to significant losses. Zhou Jiaming expressed his concerns. You need not worry about that. Just focus on resuming work and ensuring the development is constructed properly, Lu Qi reassured him. He understood that once the nearby prestigious elementary school was established, the 2,000-plus apartments would sell without any difficulty. With each unit priced at 2 million, the project could generate over 40 billion. After deducting investments and bank loans, the net profit could exceed 20 billion. Chapter 63. The Confession. Lu Qi entrusted all matters concerning Lidi Real Estate to Zhou Jiaming, choosing not to involve himself directly. In the evening, Chen Hongshan picked up Chen Xiaojing from school and took her to their ancestral home in the countryside under the guise of experiencing rural life. This was, of course, to create an opportunity for Lu Qi and Chen Qiwia to be alone together. In the villa, Lu Qi took it upon himself to prepare several home-cooked dishes. When Chen Qiwia returned from work and saw that only Lu Qi was present in the villa, she inquired, Qi, Where are Grandpa and Xiaojing? Grandpa took Xiaojing to the ancestral home in the countryside, saying he wanted her to experience rural life. Lu Qi replied. Oh, although Chen Qiya felt this was somewhat sudden, she did not suspect anything, as her grandfather had often taken her to the ancestral home each year to teach her the importance of remembering one's roots. Qi, come and eat. Lu Qi set the table and smiled invitingly at Chen Qiya. As she approached the dining table, she noticed that Lu Qi had not prepared a lavish seafood feast, but rather a few simple home-cooked dishes like scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Qi, I feel a bit embarrassed asking you to cook, but I must say, please continue to excel. Chen Qiya playfully joked before sitting down to savor the meal. She initially believed that these few home-cooked dishes could not possibly rival the grandeur of a full fish banquet. However, after tasting them, she discovered that the flavors of these simple dishes were equally delightful. Though distinct in taste, both offered an exquisite experience for the palate. Qi, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Chen Qiya gazed at the man before her, captivated by his almost divine presence. If you like it, indulge a little more. Lu Qi smiled. Chen Qiya savored each dish, and within these delightful flavors, she could almost envision Lu Qi's focused and handsome demeanor while cooking. After the meal, she took the initiative to offer to wash the dishes. Qia, let Aunt Fong and the others take care of the dishes. Come with me to my room. I have something to show you. What is it? She inquired. You'll find out when you come to my room, Lu Qi replied with a mysterious smile. Leading the way upstairs, Chen Qiya's heart raced as she considered the possibilities. Ever since her grandfather suddenly brought Xiao Jing back to the ancestral home, she sensed something was amiss. No wonder he had specially prepared a home-cooked meal tonight. Watching Lu Qi's retreating figure, she felt a mix of joy and teasing annoyance. A lovely blush gracing her beautiful face. After a moment's hesitation, she followed him upstairs. The two arrived at Lu Qi's door. Qia, would you mind closing your eyes? Wait until you hear my cue before you open them, Lu Qi whispered softly. Okay, she replied, closing her eyes. Her heart racing like a fawn in flight, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. With a surge of excitement, Lu Qi took her delicate hand. So soft, so smooth. Grasping her tender hand filled Lu Qi with exhilaration. He pushed open the door and led Chen Qiya into the room. With her eyes closed, she could not see what lay outside, but Lu Qi's warm hand set her heart aflutter, a blend of nervousness and anticipation. Qia, you can open your eyes now. Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Chen Qiya quickly opened her eyes to find herself standing within a heart crafted from vibrant red roses. Before her, Lu Qi held a sparkling diamond ring. Qia, the truth is, I like you. Would you be my girlfriend? His gaze was tender as he looked into her eyes. In that moment, romance and sweetness enveloped Chen Qiya's heart. Would she be willing to be Lu Qi's girlfriend? Absolutely. From the moment he saved her by the reservoir, his image had taken root in her heart. His generous gestures, such as investing in her company and lending her money, made her acutely aware of his kindness. Their life in the villa allowed her to further understand this man, gradually drawing her to his charm. And she found herself falling for him. Gee, I'm willing. At that moment, Chen Qiya nodded shyly in delight. The confession had succeeded. It unfolded even more smoothly than Lu Qi had anticipated. He excitedly slid the diamond ring onto her slender finger. After placing the ring, they instinctively gazed into each other's eyes, finding joy and affection reflected back. The school belle of their youth, now the most beautiful woman in Lingnan, had become his girlfriend. He felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Lu Qi spoke with a sense of accomplishment. Chen Qiya couldn't help but chuckle. Why didn't I ever receive a love letter from you while we were studying? Ahem, I'm just building up my skills for a grand reveal. Lu Qi replied, gently taking Chen Qiya's delicate hand and drawing her into his embrace. Her soft, fragrant form pressed against him, and their heartbeats began to race once more. Darling, may I kiss you? Gazing at her luscious lips and feeling her enchanting presence, Lu Qi's mouth grew increasingly parched. Chen Qiya's beautiful eyes were filled with shyness. Silly, don't ask me. Noticing her lack of opposition, Lu Qi hesitated no longer and leaned in toward her glistening red lips. Ultimately, he pressed his lips against her soft, fragrant mouth. The moment Lu Qi sealed her lips with his warm breath, Chen Qiya trembled, her body stiffening. Her breath momentarily halted. This was her first kiss. Lu Qi quickly realized that Chen Qiya was inexperienced and did not know how to kiss. This discovery filled him with delight, prompting him to temper his eagerness and kiss her gently, gradually coaxing her lips apart. Under Lu Qi's tender guidance, the breathless Chen Qiya regained her ability to breathe, her rigid form relaxing. Seeing her less tense, Lu Qi gradually shifted from tenderness to fervor. 5 minutes later, their kiss concluded. Chen Qiya's face was flushed, her body languidly resting against Lu Qi, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion. Observing the enchanting beauty in his arms, Lu Qi felt his blood surge, and his hands began to wander. However, just as he prepared to explore Chen Qiya's sacred curves, she unexpectedly grasped his hand. "Chi, not now." Chun Qiuya lightly bit her red lip, her gaze a blend of shyness and determination. "When will it be appropriate?" Lu Qi felt a tinge of reluctance. He had long coveted her exquisite form. "Well, since tonight is off the table, you may only kiss me." Chun Qiuya stood firm, fully aware that she had already reached a state of arousal. If she permitted him to proceed, she would surely succumb completely that night. However, she was not ready for such a swift progression. Very well. Lu Qi, being a considerate man, respected Chun Qiuya's wishes. In the ensuing moments, Lu Qi sat on a balcony chair while Chun Qiuya perched her ample form upon his lap. They admired the enchanting night sky as they shared tender kisses. Recently having learned to kiss, Chun Qiuya grew increasingly greedy, taking the initiative, which filled Lu Qi with a sense of accomplishment and joy. Chapter 64. Hybrid Sturgeon. All right, Qi. I need to go take a shower. Half an hour later, Chun Qiuya fled from Lu Qi's room, her face flushed. If she stayed any longer, her defenses would surely crumble. Observing her walk with her legs tightly pressed together, Lu Qi couldn't help but smile mischievously. Though he hadn't fully indulged in the exquisite beauty tonight, he felt certain that day would not be far off. System, what was yesterday's B-level business opportunity? Lu Qi quietly inquired of the system. Yesterday, he caught a star-rated Egyptian catfish, and the system rewarded him with a B-grade opportunity. Ding. The system rewards the master with a B-grade opportunity. In the next 2 days, the Shanghai Composite Index will rise by 5 points. Knowing in advance that the index would increase, Lu Qi decided to engage in financial futures linked to the Shanghai Composite. This financial instrument allows for nearly tenfold leverage, meaning that a 5-point rise in the index could yield a profit close to 50% if he went long. Lu Qi pondered whether to invest all his money. Yet, he wondered if investing too much would alter the index's trajectory. System, if I invest all my funds in this opportunity, will it introduce variables? He could only consult the system. For B-grade futures opportunities, profits should ideally be kept under 1 billion. Otherwise, variables may arise. For A-grade futures opportunities, profits should be kept under 10 billion for the same reason. The system addressed Lu Qi's inquiry, thus clarifying his thoughts. Previously, he had transferred $1 billion back to the country, which converted to over 6 billion yuan. After the acquisition of Carbon-9 technology and subsequent loans, he had spent 19 billion, with another 3 billion injected into land real estate. Therefore, he currently had around 4 billion available. Given that the profit from this opportunity should not exceed 1 billion, Lu Qi prudently decided to invest only 1.8 billion. The next day, Chen Xiui arrived at the office early as usual, but before heading there, she prepared a breakfast for Lu Qi. This was no ordinary meal. It was a sumptuous abalone porridge. Having a girlfriend is truly wonderful. Enjoying the tender and luscious abalone prepared by Chen Xiui, Lu Qi commenced his day with a buoyant spirit. After finishing his breakfast, Chen Hongshan returned to the villa, having just dropped off Chen Xiaojing at school. "Little Lu, how did it go?" Upon seeing Lu Qi, Chen Hongshan eagerly inquired, more concerned than anyone about the developments between Lu Qi and Chen Xiui. "Xiui is now my girlfriend," Lu Qi replied with a broad smile. "Haha, good lad, you've truly succeeded." Chen Hongshan beamed, as if celebrating a grand occasion. "I must thank Elder Chen for your support." "Little Lu, calling me Elder Chen feels distant. Just call me Grandpa." "Haha, all right, Grandpa," Lu Qi responded. His pursuit of Chen Xiui was with marriage in mind, so addressing Chen Hongshan as Grandpa felt perfectly natural to him. The two happily conversed for a while. "Grandpa, there is something I need to tell you." Lu Qi revealed to Chen Hongshan that Chen Jinyu had assisted him in filming a fishing video. "Grandpa, you won't be angry, will you?" After speaking, Lu Qi felt a twinge of concern, given the strained relationship between Chen Hongshan and his daughter, Chen Jinyu. "Of course not." Chen Hongshan shook his head and sighed. "Although I have severed ties with her, I cannot hinder her from making a living. If she earns well, it's beneficial for Xiaojing." Aunt Fong, the housekeeper, once remarked that Chen Hongshan had a sharp tongue but a tender heart, secretly caring for Chen Jinyu's well-being. Lu Qi now perceived that although Chen Hongshan frequently mentioned their estrangement, his eyes betrayed a concern for Chen Jinyu's life. The task of fishing for the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River was assigned to Lu Qi, who was given a month to complete it. To fulfill this mission, he needed to travel to the Yangtze River. However, the system imposed restrictions. He could not cross provincial borders until he reached an 8th-level fishing skill, and he could not venture abroad until he attained a 9th-level skill. Thus, Lu Qi had to elevate his fishing prowess to level 8 before embarking on his journey to the Yangtze. "Grandfather, are you going fishing today?" Lu Qi inquired of Chen Hongshan before setting off. "No, my health has not been well lately. I need to rest more," Chen Hongshan replied, waving his hand dismissively. This was merely an excuse. The true reason lay in Chen Jinyu. Chen Hongshan understood that if he accompanied Lu Qi fishing, Lu Qi would refrain from allowing Chen Jinyu to film videos, considering his feelings. He did not wish to hinder Chen Jinyu's opportunity to earn money and hoped for her continued prosperity. All right, then I shall take my leave. Lu Qi surmised Chen Hongshan's thoughts and, after departing the villa, informed Chen Jinyu of the fishing venue he intended to visit. The Buddha City Daji Fishing Ground is a well-known fishing spot in Guangfu Province, renowned for its abundance of large fish, having hosted many fishing streamers. To expedite his skill enhancement, Lu Qi deemed such a venue a splendid choice. After driving for over an hour, he arrived at Daji Fishing Ground, where several individuals were already engaged in fishing, including 2 streamers. Boss, what are the charges? 3,000 yuan for a day. Any catch over 70 jin must be released. How much for half a day? 2,000 for half a day. Although the fees were steep, Lu Qi scanned the waters from the shore and confirmed that they teemed with sizable fish, including some particularly large sturgeons. These hybrid sturgeons, cultivated artificially, were favored among anglers, many coming to experience the thrill of reeling in such creatures. Young man, we have plenty of large sturgeons here. The biggest weighs over 200 jin. The fishing ground proprietor pointed to a streamer in the distance, continuing, see that? The streamer hooked a massive sturgeon, and they've been struggling for half an hour to reel it in. It must weigh at least 100 jin. All right, I'll take it for 2,000. Lu Qi paid the fee and then strolled around the fishing ground. Indeed, there was an exceptionally large hybrid sturgeon in the pond, larger than an average adult, estimated to weigh around 200 jin. However, Lu Qi hesitated to attempt catching this giant, as his rod was insufficient for such a formidable creature. Therefore, he resolved to target smaller fish. Just as Lu Qi prepared to cast his line, Chen Jinyu arrived. Clad in outdoor attire, her presence drew numerous gazes. Such a stunning woman, possessing both beauty and grace, was a rare sight in the fishing community. Lu Qi, Chen Jinyu approached him directly, lowering her voice with palpable excitement. You were incredible. The big catfish and the large clearhead you caught yesterday were nothing short of legendary. Seeing the admiration in her eyes, Lu Qi smiled faintly and asked, didn't you post a video of the big catfish? How did it perform? Due to the continuous release of high-quality videos by the Fishing Bureau, Douyin has granted them increased exposure. From last night until now, the view count has already exceeded 2 million, with an additional 70,000 followers. As of now, the total follower count stands at 150,000. Chen Jinyu's enchanting eyes sparkled with brilliance as she continued, if this trend persists. Once we release the large scavenger videos, surpassing 300,000 followers will pose no challenge. After a brief discussion about the Fishing Bureau, Lu Qi commenced fishing, while Chen Jinyu recorded him. Excuse me, are you part of a fishing streaming team as well? A young man with small eyes approached Chen Jinyu. Author's note, catfish, pronounced as ganyu. Shad, pronounced as shiryu. Chapter 65. Astonishing the audience traditionally, Lu Qi primarily employed a shore fishing rod for catching large fish, as it casts far, enabling him to target distant catches while allowing for an easier fight with the fish, providing a more tactile experience during the reel-in process. However, at this fishing venue, the use of shore rods and sea rods is prohibited, and only hand rods are permitted. The rationale behind this is the high density of large fish present. If one were to employ a powerful shore rod, recouping $3,000 would be an effortless task. Hence the venue owner's restrictions. At present, Lu Qi selected a 9-meter hand rod with a weight capacity of 7 kilograms. Utilizing a main line of 6 braided line and a subline of 5 braided line. The fishing god system imposes different limitations on shore rods and hand rods. The breaking force for a level 7 shore rod is capped at 12 kilograms, while the hand rod is limited to 7 kilograms. For bait, Lu Qi opted for snails, as the pond is predominantly inhabited by grass carp and hybrid sturgeon. Snails are effective for both species. With preparations complete, he began casting to monitor the fish. Thanks to the fishing god system's fish detection feature, he did not need to bait the area. Chen Jinyu stood by, recording Lu Qi's fishing process. Excuse me, are you part of a fishing streaming team as well? Before Lu Qi could catch any fish, the young man with small eyes approached Chen Jinyu once more. Chen Jinyu nodded in response. How many followers do you currently have? The young man inquired. Over 100,000, Chen Jinyu casually replied. That's a bit low. The young man presented a business card to Chen Jinyu, saying, I am He Jing, the manager of Brother Menu Long. You must know him, right? He is that streamer over there, fishing, with millions of followers. Chen Jinyu did not accept He Jing's business card. She replied coolly, what do you want? Beautiful lady, our team greatly needs someone of your caliber. If you join us, I can guarantee you'll become a streamer with millions of followers. With an annual income in the tens of millions, He Jing seduced her with promises of profit. Not interested. If there's nothing else, please do not disturb our fishing, Chen Jinyu replied indifferently. Miss, following that guy will lead you nowhere. Just look at him. He can't even bait the area. He Jing whispered mockingly, pointing at Lu Qi. This place does not welcome you. Please leave. Chen Jinyu firmly insisted, refusing to allow an outsider to speak ill of Lu Qi. The allure of beauty fades when one realizes that following him offers no promising future. Should you come to this realization, feel free to reach out to me at any time. The owner of this fishing venue possesses my contact information. Before departing, He Jing disdainfully cast a glance at Lu Qi, uttering the word ignorant. Chen Jinyu retorted softly, questioning the notion that following Lu Qi would lead to nowhere. Typical fishing streamers merely catch common reservoir fish like bluegills and bighead carp, yet Lu Qi, even on a casual outing, manages to reel in sizable catfish and majestic plecos, truly a god of fishing. However, Chen Jinyu refrained from voicing these thoughts, as she was determined to keep Lu Qi's prowess under wraps. Having failed to undermine him, He Jing returned to the side of the streamer Long Gu. Long Gu. They too are part of a fishing team, but she refuses to join us, He Jing remarked. Is that so? Long Gu mused, casting a glance towards Lu Qi, and scoffed. How can someone who can't even prepare bait dare to call himself a fishing streamer? He Jing nodded in agreement. Indeed. Their followers must be drawn solely by that exquisite woman's beauty and figure. Come, let us position ourselves nearby to demonstrate the stark contrast between us. Seeking to assert superiority through comparison, Long Gu relocated his fishing spot to a position not far from Lu Qi. Lu Qi, however, paid no heed to these distractions. At that moment, a sizable bluegill struck his line. With swift precision, he lifted the rod, bending the 9-meter-long fishing pole into a graceful arc. A surge of power coursed through the rod and into Lu Qi's hands, pulling him toward the pond. This bluegill was no small catch. When fishing with a hand rod, stamina is critical. Many have succumbed to the depths when unable to withstand the strength of a larger fish. After a 10-minute tussle, Lu Qi successfully landed the hefty bluegill. Ding! A melodious voice resonated within Lu Qi's mind, proclaiming, "Congratulations, master! You have caught a bluegill weighing 40 pounds, earning 400 experience points." He Jing and Long Gu, who had initially anticipated a spectacle of Lu Qi's failure, were left utterly bewildered. They had presumed his catch would be modest, perhaps a mere 10 pounds. Given his seemingly effortless demeanor, little did they know, it was a magnificent specimen weighing around 40 pounds. Typically, such a catch would take an average angler at least 30 to 40 minutes to land. This fish must have been caught recently, hence its weakened state. He Jing consoled Long Gu. However, the events of the next hour would leave He Jing and Long Gu utterly astounded. Within that hour, Lu Qi consistently reeled in 5 substantial bluegills, each exceeding 30 pounds. He spent nearly all the time merely maneuvering the fish, hardly needing to guard his line. Despite the considerable number of large catches, Lu Qi appeared unfazed, his expression remaining relaxed. Presently, he was engaged in a fierce struggle with yet another formidable fish. This one, upon hooking, thrashed more vigorously than the bluegills, leaping from the water like a dolphin. With a splash, waves surged, and a massive fish emerged before the onlookers. It was unmistakably a sturgeon. Judging by its size, it likely exceeded 100 pounds. The few remaining spectators, including Long Gu, pondered whether this young man, having caught so many substantial bluegills, could possibly contend with such a grand sturgeon. Should Lu Qi succeed in landing yet another fish of such magnitude, their moment in the spotlight would be completely overshadowed. Thus, Long Gu and the others did not wish for Lu Qi to hook the giant sturgeon. At this moment, Lu Qi held the rod with poise. Initially, he chose not to confront the massive fish head-on. Instead, he deftly maneuvered the rod, guiding the sturgeon to escape sideways, and then exerted power in the direction of its flight, utilizing his core strength to engage with the creature. Under the watchful eyes of many, the man and the fish battled for over 30 minutes. Throughout the ordeal, Lu Qi maintained a firm grip on the fishing rod, never once needing to rely on the safety line. Goodness, that fellow possesses incredible stamina. Observing Lu Qi's prolonged struggle against the sturgeon alone, many present gasped in astonishment. Typically, combating such a large fish requires the effort of 2 people. "Brother, do you need my assistance?" Chen Jinyu inquired with concern, worried that Lu Qi might exhaust himself. "No, I shall manage shortly," Lu Qi replied, shaking his head. Having leapt from the water twice, the sturgeon had expended a considerable amount of energy and was now nearly spent after over 30 minutes of wrangling. Lu Qi gradually drew the sturgeon to the shore, then set down the rod, grabbed the fishing line, and picked up the landing net. He is netting the fish himself. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief as they beheld Lu Qi attempting to net the sturgeon alone. It is rare for anyone to net such a large catch on their own, given the weight of the fish and the impracticality of the long rod. Splash! As Lu Qi attempted to secure the sturgeon's head with the net, the fish, summoning its remaining strength, thrashed about and freed itself. Lu Qi, apprehensive that the line might snap, refrained from pulling too hard, opting instead to loosen the line and once more maneuver the rod. A minute later, the last vestiges of the sturgeon's strength were spent, and Lu Qi successfully drew it onto the shore with the net. "Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught a hybrid sturgeon weighing 110 pounds, earning 1,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have unlocked a new species, hybrid sturgeon, earning 500 experience points. Witnessing Lu Chi hoist the massive sturgeon from the net with one hand left the crowd utterly dumbfounded. A true titan, undoubtedly a titan of the angling world. The spectators were completely captivated by Lu Chi's prowess. Even the prominent streamer Long Gu and his manager were rendered speechless. Brother, you are truly remarkable, Chen Jinyu exclaimed joyfully. Having documented Lu Chi's fierce contest with the fish, she had vicariously experienced the thrill throughout. She felt that for a video creator, capturing Lu Chi's fishing triumph was a stroke of good fortune. Chapter 66. I shall call him the fishing deity in Huaxia. Fishing for sturgeon in the wild has become an impossibility. Anglers can only fish for artificially cultivated sturgeon in designated areas. In this fishing ground, regulations stipulate that any fish weighing over 70 pounds must be returned to the pond, ensuring a constant population of giants to attract those who seek such formidable catches. Naturally, for each giant released, the owner of the fishing ground compensates accordingly. Presently, Lu Chi released the 110-pound sturgeon, and the owner rewarded him with 1,100 yuan. Handsome, your luck with fish is simply extraordinary. Next time, I shall have to charge you more. The owner of the fishing ground glanced at Lu Chi's fish net and chuckled. In addition to the impressive 110-pound sturgeon, Lu Chi had also managed to catch 6 sizable grass carps, which collectively weighed over 200 pounds, valued at approximately 2,000 yuan. This meant that after merely 2 hours of fishing, Lu Chi not only recouped his fishing expenses, but also netted a profit of 1,100 yuan. Every additional fish caught thereafter would be pure profit. However, the fishing ground owner remained honorable and did not impose any extra charges on Lu Chi. No one could have anticipated that this 110-pound sturgeon was merely the beginning of Lu Chi's sturgeon catching endeavors for the day. Let us change our position, Lu Chi suggested. And he and Chen Jinyu shifted to a different spot to continue fishing. A few minutes later, the float began to dip at an angle, signaling a catch. He lifted the rod, which bent into a graceful arc. Another big fish. With a splash, the hooked fish leapt from the water, thrashing about in an attempt to escape the hook. To everyone's astonishment, it was yet another sturgeon, nearly identical in size to the previous one. The spectators watched in a mixture of shock and frustration, pondering why, in the same fishing ground with the same bait, their luck was so drastically different. The ensuing moments unfolded into an epic struggle between man and fish. After over 30 minutes of intense exertion, the sturgeon, exhausted, was finally brought to shore by Lu Chi. Ding. Caught a sturgeon weighing 102 pounds, experience points, 1,000. This sturgeon also weighed over 100 pounds. Brother, you're amazing, Chen Jinyu exclaimed, her face beaming with joy as she gave Lu Chi a thumbs up. Due to the necessity of keeping Lu Chi's information confidential, she could only refer to him as her brother. Meanwhile, the fishing ground owner was feeling quite disgruntled, as he had just subsidized Lu Chi another 1,000 yuan. Handsome, I'm curious to see how many more you can catch. Will you take away all my earnings from the past few days? Although somewhat disheartened, the owner recognized the silver lining, for if videos of Lu Chi's consecutive big sturgeon catches were shared, it would serve as excellent advertising for the fishing ground. Haha. Don't worry, boss. After this, I won't need your subsidies for any more big catches, Lu Chi replied, aware of his exceptional luck and reluctant to take too much from the fishing ground owner. Hearing this, the owner's eyes lit up, as if fearing Lu Chi might change his mind. Handsome, you said it, so no backing out. Of course. Once the owner had departed, Chen Jinyu expressed her confusion, asking, Brother, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to earn more? Lu Chi explained, with my method of fishing, I estimate I could make over 10,000 yuan today. If word spreads, other fishing grounds might blacklist me. Thus, 2,000 yuan is sufficient. We shouldn't be greedy. Chen Jinyu found his reasoning quite sensible. Given Lu Chi's wealth, it seemed he was more interested in the thrill of catching big fish rather than accumulating a small fortune from the fishing ground owner. After successfully reeling in 2 sturgeon, each exceeding 100 pounds, Lu Chi noticed that his fishing hook had slightly deformed, prompting him to replace it with a new one. With the new hook in place, Lu Chi gazed into the distance at the largest sturgeon swimming about, contemplating whether he should take a chance on it. Ultimately, he could not resist the temptation and decided to challenge the largest sturgeon in the entire fishing ground. This massive sturgeon often roamed in deeper waters, well beyond the reach of his rod, but it occasionally ventured closer to the shore. As the magnificent sturgeon approached the shore, Lu Chi deftly cast his bait beside it. The sturgeon glided quietly, circling around the bait for a moment before turning back to gulp it down. With swift reflexes, Lu Chi lifted his rod, ready to exert force. But suddenly, the rod slackened in his grasp. The fishing line had snapped, cut in an instant. The moment the sturgeon was hooked, its massive head twisted violently. and the tremendous force severed the number 10 braided line, which was capable of withstanding up to 70 kilograms of tension. Incredible. Lucci couldn't help but express his astonishment. To think that such a robust line could be severed so effortlessly. You might have hooked the 200-plus-pound sturgeon the boss mentioned, Chen Jinyu remarked, equally astounded at the severed main line. Indeed, it seems so. In truth, Lucci had already deduced that it was indeed that formidable sturgeon. He replayed the moment in his mind when the sturgeon had snapped the line. The number 10 braided line was undoubtedly strong enough. Even an adult could not break it under full force. However, Lucci had been a bit hasty when he set the hook, catching the sturgeon's jaw at an awkward angle. When the creature abruptly turned, the leverage applied amplified the force on the line, resulting in its tragic rupture. Now that he comprehended the mechanics behind the line's failure, Lucci resolved to continue his pursuit. Nevertheless, the startled sturgeon took refuge in the center of the pond, eluding his cast. Thus, Lucci began fishing for other species to pass the time. Over an hour passed, and he managed to catch 3 more sturgeons, 2 exceeding 70 pounds and 1 surpassing 90 pounds. The other anglers looked on in disbelief. They had spent a week without catching as much as Lucci had in just a few hours. Yet, in Lucci's eyes, any sturgeon under 100 pounds was merely a juvenile. His ambition lay with that 200-plus-pound behemoth. Initially, Lucci presumed that the frightened sturgeon would remain hidden for the day. However, with just an hour of effective fishing time left, the sturgeon re-emerged within casting range. Lucci quickly repositioned himself, casting his bait near the creature once more. This time, the sturgeon did not immediately seize the bait, but instead swam away. Thus began Lucci's half-hour chase, during which he changed locations 3 times before the sturgeon finally accepted the bait that was tantalizingly close. With a firm tug, the hook lodged itself in the sturgeon's upper jaw. A clean hook set. It would be significantly more challenging for the fish to sever the line now. Yet, the sturgeon's strength was astonishing, bending the rod to incredible degrees. To prevent it from breaking, Lucci had no choice but to loosen his grip. The rod was dragged into the water, and he clutched the safety line attached to the end of the rod. This was the first time Lucci had encountered a situation necessitating the use of a safety line. "Wow, that guy has hooked another big one," exclaimed one of the onlookers. "This must be the 200-plus-pound sturgeon released last week." The other anglers watched with envy, while also pondering whether a single individual could truly land such a colossal fish. Calmly, Lucci paced along the lakeside, firmly grasping the safety line. 10 minutes later, the fishing rod finally returned to Lucci's hands. A fierce battle between man and fish officially commenced. Due to the limitations of the rod's strength, Lucci dared not exert excessive force. When the enormous sturgeon tugged vigorously, he could only release his grip. Splash! The sturgeon leapt from the water like a dolphin, an astonishing sight that Chen Jinyu captured in its entirety. In the preceding 30 minutes, the rod had been pulled into the water 3 times. After half an hour, as the sturgeon's strength waned, Lucci felt emboldened to apply force. A creature weighing over 200 pounds typically requires 2 or 3 individuals several hours to reel in with a hand rod. Yet Lucci managed to bring the sturgeon to shallow waters and subdue it in just 1.5 hours. Truly remarkable. He is the most formidable angler I have ever encountered. A fishing deity, I shall refer to him as such. The other anglers present were almost in awe of Lucci. As fellow fishermen, they understood better than most the immense difficulty of reeling in a creature exceeding 200 pounds single-handedly within 2 hours. Chapter 67. Interprovincial Fishing Plan. Lucci lifted the massive sturgeon out of the water. Such a large specimen could likely be managed by no one else present. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on catching a hybrid sturgeon weighing 210 pounds, earning 5,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, Master, your fishing skill has risen to level 8. Despite the sturgeon exceeding 200 pounds, it did not reach star level, as sturgeons can grow to over 1,000 pounds. Although no additional rewards were granted, the substantial experience points elevated Lucci to level 8 fishing skill. With level 8 skill, he could now fish across provinces. Brother, you are truly extraordinary. Chen Jinyu found herself at a loss for words. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she watched Lucci embrace the 2-meter-long sturgeon. Handsome, with your skills. No proprietor of a fishing hole would dare to challenge you. The reservoir owner approached, both impressed and apprehensive. Fortunately, Lucci had just stated he would not require any subsidies, or else this sturgeon would have cost him over $2,000. As for Long Gu and He Jing, who had previously mocked Lucci, they stood at the back of the crowd, too intimidated to speak. Reflecting on their earlier words, they felt a sting of embarrassment. With fishing time concluded, Lucci drove back to Lingnan. Upon returning to the villa, he enjoyed an afternoon tea before entering his study to check on the futures market. Afterward, he took out his phone and opened Douyin. Just an hour ago, Chen Jinyu had posted a video of Lucci catching the star-rated catfish in the Pearl River. Thanks to the continuous release of high-quality videos, Douyin had consistently recommended her content. In the short span of an hour, the video of the star-rated catfish had garnered 20,000 likes, while the follower count for the Explosive Fishing Bureau surged by over 40,000, reaching 200,000, and continued to grow rapidly. Lu Chi perused the comments beneath the catfish video. Wow, that catfish could swallow me whole. Is this the largest catfish on Douyin? The blogger is truly impressive. I must follow him. Subsequently, Lu Chi perused the comments beneath the starry catfish video. Is this really a catfish? How terrifying. The largest catfish I have encountered weighed merely 15 pounds, yet this one must weigh at least 40. This catfish is extraordinarily intimidating, resembling an extraterrestrial being. This blogger is genuinely remarkable. While other fishing streamers typically catch fish such as grass carp or bighead carp, he reels in species like the flathead catfish, channel catfish, and the very catfish itself. Such a blogger deserves my attention. From this day forth, I shall also become a member of the Fishing Enthusiast Society. Member 1 of the society. Observing the comments from netizens, Lu Chi felt a substantial sense of achievement, and his mood was exceedingly joyful. He resolved to share more of his fishing experiences with the online community. After watching Douyin, Lu Chi began to formulate his future fishing plans. His fishing prowess had now reached level 8, granting him permission to fish across provinces and encouraging him to unlock a broader variety of fish species. The 3 delicacies of the Yangtze, rainbow trout from E Province, Chinook salmon, and the magnificent grouper and tuna from the southern seas were all species Lu Chi yearned to catch. Logically, since the task of catching the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze remained unfinished, he should prioritize fishing in the Yangtze. However, despite his fishing prowess being elevated to level 8, the system's fish detection range was limited to merely 200 meters. In the vast expanse of the Yangtze River, such a range was hardly substantial, making it quite challenging to locate knife fish and shad. Therefore, Lu Chi contemplated first venturing to He Province or the southern region to enhance his fishing level to 9. At level 9, the detection range would extend to 500 meters, significantly easing the search for knife fish and shad. As for whether to head to He Province or the southern region first, Lu Chi remained indecisive. During dinner, Lu Chi turned to Chen Qiya and said, "Qiya, I plan to go fishing in the southern region. Would you like to accompany me, treating it as a vacation?" "Brother Qi, I want to go too." Before Chen Qiya could respond, Chen Xiaojing eagerly raised her hand. The southern region boasts the most beautiful beaches and the bluest seas in the country. Chen Xiaojing was incredibly eager to travel there, especially alongside her idol, Brother Qi, which was an irresistible temptation for her. "Qi, I have been quite busy lately and may not have time to go." Naturally, Chen Qiya wished to travel to the southern region with her boyfriend. But her lead experiment was reaching a critical juncture, and as the chief researcher, she simply could not step away. These experiments would determine whether Shiwa biotechnology could turn a profit and recoup the 50 million yuan investment made by Lu Chi. Chen Qiya had resolved to complete this experimental breakthrough with unwavering determination. "Qi, I sincerely apologize." Chen Qiya wore an apologetic expression, feeling slightly guilty towards her boyfriend. "Silly. What does it matter? It's fine." Lu Chi chuckled and waved his hand. "Since you are unavailable, I shall not go to the southern region. I will first fish in He Province." "Brother Qi, I want to go to He Province too." Chen Xiaojing piped up eagerly. "Focus on your studies." Lu Chi shot a glare at Chen Xiaojing, who immediately fell silent. After dinner, Lu Chi and Chen Qiya strolled hand in hand in the backyard. As they walked, Lu Chi led Chen Qiya beneath a shaded tree, embracing her soft, delicate form. Chen Qiafang's heart fluttered, her long eyelashes quivering gently. "Qi, what are you going to do?" she inquired. "What do you think?" Lu Chi replied with a mischievous grin, tightening his embrace around Chen Qiafang's slender waist, their bodies pressed closely together. With that, Lu Chi boldly leaned in to kiss Chen Qiafang's delicate lips. Instinctively, she grasped his back, gradually relaxing and savoring the passionate kiss. This kiss lingered for a full 5 minutes, leaving Chen Qiafang feeling utterly drained, languidly nestled in Lu Chi's arms. "Qiafang, I will be heading to Heisheng tomorrow. How about we, tonight?" Lu Chi's gaze grew increasingly fervent as he held Chen Qiafang's alluring figure. "You naughty boy, not yet," she retorted, seizing his restless hand, though her refusal this time lacked the firmness of the last. "Brother Qi, sister, where are you?" Just as Lu Chi was about to test Chen Qiafang's limits, Chen Xiaojing's voice echoed from afar. Chen Qiafang quickly withdrew from Lu Chi's embrace, adjusted her clothing, and stepped out from the shadows of the trees. "Oh, sister, why is your face so red?" Chen Xiaojing exclaimed as she rushed over, noticing the flush on Chen Qiafang's cheeks. Embarrassed by her sister's observation, Chen Qiafang feigned composure and replied, "It's nothing, Xiaojing. What brings you here?" Chen Xiaojing was already aware that Chen Qiafang and Lu Chi were now a couple. At her age, she was no longer easily deceived. Glancing back at Lu Chi, she pieced together what had transpired. "Sister, you are truly fortunate." Chun Xiaojing murmured enviously. What did you say, Xiaojing? Chen Qiuyafeng asked. Oh, nothing, sister. I noticed the pool over there looks so clear. Shall we go for a swim? Chen Xiaojing pointed towards the nearby pool, revealing her intention to invite Lu Qi and Chen Qiuyafeng for a swim. No, sister can't swim. Chen Qiuyafeng shook her head. That's not true, sister. Mom said you could swim, Chen Xiaojing replied, puzzled. I could when I was younger, but not anymore. A hint of fear flickered in Chen Qiuyafeng's eyes at the mention of swimming. Lu Qi, perceptive to her change in demeanor, instructed Chen Xiaojing to wait nearby and gently asked, Qiuyafeng, could you share with me why you no longer swim? Chapter 68. Do not fear. I am here, my dear. Please tell me, all right? Encouraged by Lu Qi's tenderness, Chen Qiuyafeng finally revealed the underlying reason. It turned out that her fear of water stemmed not from an inability to swim, but from a deep-seated terror. Years ago, while riding in Chen Funan's car with her mother, an accident occurred due to his fatigue, leading the vehicle to crash through the riverbank and plunge into the water. Ultimately, while Chen Qiuyafeng and Chen Funan were rescued, her mother was lost forever. Since that tragic day, Chen Qiuyafeng had harbored a fear of water, too frightened to swim again. The reason Chen Funan had not remarried over the years was due to the guilt he felt for his late wife's death. Upon hearing this story, Lu Qi's heart ached for Chen Qiuyafeng, realizing that beneath the veneer of this noble and elegant goddess lay a hidden scar. He enveloped her in his arms, gently kissing her cheek. Next time, I shall gift you a swimsuit, so we can together overcome this fear, shall we? Lu Qi expressed his desire to assist Chen Qiuya in conquering her psychological trepidation. As Chen Qiuya gazed into Lu Qi's tender eyes and listened to his gentle voice, she felt a profound sense of affection. Like a wounded white rabbit, she nestled into his embrace and softly confessed, I have already purchased a swimsuit. Yet I fear to swim. Lu Qi recalled that during their previous conversation, Chen Qiuya had claimed she didn't own a swimsuit. Little did he know she had secretly acquired one, indicating her yearning to swim with him, despite the lingering fear in her heart. With me by your side. There is no need to be afraid, Lu Qi encouraged. Let us take a dip tonight. With me beside you, fear will not prevail, will it? Bolstered by Lu Qi's encouragement, Chen Qiuya resolved to confront her fears. 10 minutes later, Lu Qi had already completed 2 laps in the pool. Yet Chen Qiuya had yet to make her descent. After a while, Chen Xiaojing and Chen Qiuya finally appeared. Chen Xiaojing donned a striking red one-piece swimsuit, while Chen Qiuya was wrapped in a towel, revealing only her radiant, fair legs, leaving the type of swimsuit she wore concealed. Brother Qi, look. Tada! Chen Xiaojing exclaimed as she playfully snatched the towel from Chen Qiuya. Lu Qi's eyes brightened instantly. There stood Chen Qiuya in a charming red and white polka-dotted swimsuit. Although it was a one-piece rather than the bikini he had envisioned, her flawless figure rendered the swimsuit irresistibly alluring, accentuating her curves. Qiuya, you are truly beautiful. Lu Qi sincerely praised, unable to divert his gaze from her. Chen Qiuya felt her cheeks flush under his scrutiny, instinctively bringing her long, supple legs together while her hands shyly attempted to shield herself. Brother Qi, if only she would wear a bikini, she would be even more stunning. Chen Xiaojing remarked with a playful grin. It must be said, Chen Qiuya was already a sight to behold, standing alongside Chen Xiaojing. The duo, one tall and one petite, each radiated distinct charm, providing a visual feast for the eyes. Darling, come here, Lu Qi beckoned from the poolside, arms wide open. Do not fear, I am with you. As Chen Qiuya gazed at the shimmering water, a flicker of fear glimmered in her eyes. Yet, Lu Qi's encouraging gaze imbued her with immense courage. She approached the pool's edge and cautiously stepped into the water. As the water enveloped her chest, her complexion paled, and her breath quickened. This was a fear rooted deep within her subconscious. She longed to flee. At that moment, however, a strong pair of hands steadied her waist, providing a sense of security and suppressing her fears. Do not be afraid, you can do this. Lu Qi's gentle voice resonated in her ears. Chen Qiuya lightly bit her lip, beginning to attempt strokes, striving to reclaim her distant swimming memories. Yet, having not swum for over a decade, her efforts to float were in vain. Lu Qi supported her back and abdomen with his hands, lifting her effortlessly into the water, allowing her to float. Those hands seemed to create a safe haven for her, quelling the fears within. Thus, with Lu Qi's assistance, Chen Qiuya gradually rediscovered the sensation of swimming. All right, Qi, I believe I can swim now. Chen Qiuya attempted to break free from Lu Qi's protective embrace and ventured into the water alone. 2 meters, 5 meters, she swam out several meters on her own. Qi, I did it! Chen Qiuya exclaimed, standing in the water and waving excitedly at Lu Qi. Congratulations, Qiuya, you have conquered your fears. You are truly courageous. Lu Qi swam beside her, feeling a profound sense of pride. Thank you, Qi. Chen Qiuya, filled with emotion, embraced Lu Qi and bestowed a sweet kiss upon him. Without this man, she might never have been able to heal the wounds of her heart. The two shared a kiss in the middle of the pool. Just as they were lost in the moment, Chun Kia suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled away from Lu Qi, creating distance between them. Turning her head, she noticed a pair of azure blue eyes watching them from a distance. Chun Qiao's cheeks flushed crimson. In her excitement, she had completely forgotten that Chen Xiaojing was nearby. Sister, please continue. Don't let me interrupt, Chen Xiaojing said with a playful grin. Xiaojing, stop it, Chen Qia scolded, her face aflame as she swam towards her sister. Sister, please go on. I haven't had my fill of watching, Chen Xiaojing teased, giggling as she swam away. Her words were both a jest and sincere, as she genuinely enjoyed witnessing the affection between Chun Qia and Lu Qi. You two. The sisters began to chase each other around the pool. Lu Qi settled onto a lounge chair at the edge, relishing the sight of the lovely mermaids in the water while lighting a cigarette, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Qia, don't leave just yet. I still have some lessons to teach you. After swimming, Lu Qi intended to keep Chun Qia alone for some intimate moments in the pool. Brother Qi, what lessons? Chun Xiaojing eagerly inquired. Lu Qi shot a glare at Chen Xiaojing, and she immediately quieted down. Next time, perhaps, Chen Qia discerned Lu Qi's intention. But after being seen by Chen Xiaojing, she felt too embarrassed to stay. Ultimately, Lu Qi's plans fell through as Chun Qia and Chen Xiaojing ascended the stairs. Upon returning to his room, Lu Qi took a shower and then lay on the bed without dressing. He picked up his phone to check the updates on the Popular Protection Bureau. Today, several videos had seen a continuous rise in likes, and the follower count had surpassed 300,000. Chen Jinyu had already edited the video of the giant sturgeon from today and sent it to him for review. Lu Qi found it satisfactory and approved its release for tomorrow, informing Chen Jinyu that he would be heading to the Black Province the next day. Lu Qi, I know a local guide in the Black Province. May I accompany you? Chen Jinyu proposed. Certainly. Lu Qi's objective for this trip to the Black Province was to catch rainbow trout and Chinook salmon. Due to various factors, these two species had become quite rare in the Black Province, making them nearly impossible to catch in common areas. He would need to venture into remote forested river sections. Thus, having a local guide was essential. Since Chun Jinyu knew one, it would alleviate a considerable amount of hassle. Chapter 69, Underestimated? After discussing their plans to travel to the Black Province the next day, Lu Qi unexpectedly received a video call request from Chen Xiuya. As the video connected, Chen Xiuya's exquisite visage appeared on the screen. She had evidently just bathed, donning a silk nightgown, her hair still damp, and her skin as delicate as a petal. Qi, I'm truly sorry for not being able to stay and keep you company earlier. Her gentle voice flowed like a spring breeze caressing willow branches, enchanting him. Lu Qi felt warmth in his heart. This girlfriend genuinely cared for his feelings. He chuckled. It's all right. I'll come over to your room now. Wait. Xiao Jing is sleeping over here. She's taking a bath at the moment, Chen Xiuya reminded him. This little girl always seems to thwart my good intentions. Lu Qi felt a twinge of frustration. Don't worry. We'll have plenty of time in the future, Chen Xiuya reassured him softly. Haha, you're right. My dear. Gazing at Chen Xiuya's luscious lips on the screen, Lu Qi couldn't help but reach out to caress them. In a moment of distraction, he accidentally pressed the button to switch the camera, causing the video to switch from the front to the rear camera. Chen Xiuya was startled by the bizarre sight that appeared on her phone, letting out a shriek. Lu Qi was equally taken aback and quickly switched the camera back. I'm so sorry, darling. I accidentally hit the button. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Rascal, was that on purpose? Chen Xiuya's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. The images she had seen lingering in her mind, her heart racing. I truly didn't mean to, I promise. Lu Qi raised his palm earnestly. All right, I believe you. Chen Xiuya shot him a playful glare, chiding, just remember to wear clothes next time. I just got out of the shower and lay down on the bed right away. I'll be more cautious next time. Seeing that Chen Xiuya was not angry, Lu Qi felt relieved. Darling, I didn't scare you, did I? Lu Qi remembered Chen Xiuya had a certain phobia, prompting his concern. Big bad wolf. I won't talk to you anymore. Chen Xiuya retorted, her face still flushed as she ended the call. Lu Qi was momentarily stunned, uncertain if his beloved girlfriend had truly been frightened. The next day, Lu Qi drove to the provincial city of Yangshi and then boarded a flight to the Black Province. Due to his late booking, first-class seats were fully booked, leaving him only the option of economy class, with Chun Jinyu seated beside him. A unique fragrance wafted from Chun Jinyu, enveloping Lu Qi's senses. This scent contrasted with Chen Xiuya's, which was more subtle. Chen Jinyu's was rich and intoxicating. When Lu Qi inadvertently turned his head, he was met with the sight of Chen Jinyu's ample curves. In terms of physique, Chen Jinyu could not rival Chen Xiuya's perfection. Chen Xiuya embodied the golden ratio, while Chen Jinyu possessed the alluring fullness typical of a mature woman. Sitting beside Chen Jinyu for over 3 hours made Lu Qi somewhat uneasy, for he knew he could harbor no improper thoughts towards her, especially considering her relationship with Chinchuya. My friend, Yi Li, is not only an adventurer but also a distinguished wildlife resource consultant in the Black Province. We became acquainted in the United States. Chen Jinyu has provided Lu Qi with additional information regarding our guide. Are you certain she can lead us to the salmon and rainbow trout? Given that Yi Li is a woman, Lu Qi harbored some doubts about her outdoor capabilities, as this is a field typically less traversed by females. Certainly, Chen Jinyu interjected. I've seen her videos of catching salmon in the wild, and she assured me just yesterday that it would be no problem. Chen Jinyu continued, do not be misled by her gender. Few possess her familiarity with the primordial forests of the Black Province. Hearing this, Lu Qi felt a renewed sense of optimism about their prospects of fishing for salmon and rainbow trout. 3 hours later, the plane touched down in the provincial capital of the Black Province. Hi, Jinyu. Sisterly, Yi Li greeted Chen Jinyu at the airport. The two friends embraced after a long separation. Yi Li appeared to be in her 30s, clad in outdoor adventure attire, her sun-kissed skin and weathered face suggesting she was accustomed to life in the wild. Sisterly, this is my boss, Lu Qi. Chen Jinyu introduced Lu Qi to Yi Li. To be able to afford an employee like Jinyu, you must be quite wealthy, Boss Lu. Yi Li jested, extending her hand to Lu Qi. Sisterly, how soon can we find the salmon? Lu Qi inquired directly after their greeting. It all depends on your endurance. If you can bear the hardships, we can find the salmon tomorrow. Otherwise, it may take a day or two longer. In Yi Li's eyes, Lu Qi seemed like a privileged rich second generation, likely unaccustomed to the rigors of the wild. Lu Qi refrained from defending his resilience, simply stating, you just need to take us along the fastest route. There's no need to consider anything else. Very well. Yi Li displayed a mysterious smile, as if she could already envision Lu Qi lamenting in the wilderness, a sight she had encountered with many wealthy heirs before. Subsequently, Yi Li drove her off-road vehicle, transporting Lu Qi and Chen Jinyu towards the depths of the primordial forest. Boss Lu, we have a 4-hour drive ahead. You might want to catch some rest to avoid any sleeplessness tonight, Yi Li advised. Lu Qi retrieved his laptop, engaged in trading for the day, then closed his eyes for a brief respite. Jinyu, there have been many affluent suitors pursuing you in the past. What made you choose this one? Yi Li presumed Lu Qi was asleep and began conversing with Chen Jinyu. Sisterly, please don't speak carelessly. He is my niece's boyfriend. Chen Jinyu's charming face flushed slightly as she continued to clarify. He is my boss now, and I earn money by filming videos of him. Filming videos of him for profit? What is there to capture? Yi Li inquired, puzzled. Sisterly, you will soon find out. Chen Jinyu refrained from disclosing Lu Qi's position as the director of the Bureau of Exploitation, further piquing Yi Li's curiosity. Could it be that she had underestimated this wealthy heir? 4 hours later, the vehicle arrived at the edge of the primordial forest in a small city. Boss Lu, Yi Li said to Lu Qi, we certainly won't reach the wild salmon location today. However, there is an artificial rainbow trout fishing ground nearby where you can indulge in your passion for fishing. All right, Lu Qi replied, eager not to squander the precious fishing time of the day, as he had yet to cast a line. Yi Li continued driving for another 10 minutes until they arrived at a rainbow trout farming facility. Rainbow trout is a valuable species, and numerous artificial farms exist in northern China. In recent years, some associations have even categorized rainbow trout alongside salmon. Traditionally, salmon refers to Atlantic salmon, while rainbow trout belongs to the Pacific salmon family. Though the texture and flavor may resemble that of Atlantic salmon, it does not fall under the conventional definition of salmon. Nevertheless, this distinction attests to the high quality of rainbow trout, rendering it a prized catch. Upon entering the fishing ground, Lu Qi learned that the fee for renting a fishing rod was 200 yuan for 6 hours, and the catch could not be taken away unless one paid 40 yuan per pound. Eagerly, Lu Qi began assembling his rod. Yi Li, an adept angler, offered her insights. Rainbow trout have small mouths and tend to bite deeply. It's better to use barbless hooks, otherwise, they can be difficult to remove. However, once hooked, rainbow trout struggle far more vigorously than the fish from your region, making it easier for them to shake off the hook. It's all about your choice. Thank you, Lu Qi replied, appreciating her guidance, as it was his first time fishing for rainbow trout, and he was still unfamiliar with their characteristics. Chapter 70. Have you heard? For fishing rainbow trout, lures such as spoons, minnows, and VBs can be selected. VIB, an abbreviation for vibration, mimics the shape of a small herring and attracts fish through its bodily movements and sound when dragged through the water. Since this type of lure can completely sink, it is an excellent choice for targeting mid to bottom layer fish. However, a drawback of VIBs is their tendency to snag on the bottom. In this expansive fishing area with considerable depth, and given that rainbow trout inhabit the mid to lower water layers, Lu Qi opted for the VIB lure. Once prepared, he began searching for target fish, activating the system's fish-finding function. He could see scattered rainbow trout beneath the surface. Selecting a spot, Lu Qi cast his line. As the lure sank to the appropriate depth, he began to retrieve it at a steady pace, causing the VIB to swim through the water like a small fish. To enhance the lure's resemblance to a panicking baitfish, Lucci gently twitched the rod tip every few turns of the reel, mimicking the frantic escape of a small fish. The alluring movement and sound of the VIB caught the attention of a rainbow trout a few meters away. Suddenly, the trout darted forward like an arrow. Snapping at the lure, Lucci swiftly lifted the rod, and the hook lodged securely in the trout's upper jaw. Once hooked, the rainbow trout shot upwards along the line, leaping out of the water in a spectacular display, attempting to free itself from the hook. With a splash, the water erupted. The struggle of the rainbow trout was indeed far more intense than that of the fish from his home region. To prevent the trout from shaking loose, Lucci rapidly reeled in, maintaining tension on the line. Before long, he successfully brought a stunning rainbow trout to the shore. If fish were to be judged by their appearance, then Lucci would rate the catfish a mere 1, while he would bestow an impressive 8 upon the rainbow trout. Ding, you have caught a rainbow trout. Experience points 200. Ding, congratulations, master. You have unlocked a new species, the rainbow trout. Experience points 500. To Lucci's delight, this particular rainbow trout weighed only 2 pounds, yet the system rewarded him with 200 experience points. This was comparable to his catching a 30-pound carp in the reservoir. Such generous experience points from the system. Lucci silently commended the system. The system remarked, "Wild fishing for rainbow trout yields even more experience points. Master, I hope you strive for excellence." With this encouragement, Lucci felt increasingly confident about swiftly elevating his fishing skill to level 9. The experience points required to advance from level 8 to level 9 equated to the total needed for levels 1 through 8 combined. Initially, Lucci perceived the level structure as somewhat flawed, but it now appeared quite reasonable. "Boss, impressive. You've hooked a fish so quickly." Yili praised upon witnessing Lucci's first cast result in a rainbow trout. However, she thought it was merely a stroke of luck and paid little heed. Lucci smiled faintly, released the trout back into the water, and cast again. Splash! Just a minute later, as Lucci lifted his rod, another rainbow trout leaped from the water, showcasing its splendid, rainbow-like beauty in midair. He swiftly maneuvered the rod, gaining firm control over the trout, and soon drew it to the shore, using a fish gripper to secure it. This trout was twice the size of the previous one. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught a rainbow trout weighing 6 pounds. Experience points 500. The system continued to bestow generous experience points upon Lucci. Chen Jinyu initially wished to try her hand at lure fishing, but upon observing Lucci's continuous success, she set aside her rod and took out a portable camera to film him. Ding! You have caught a rainbow trout. Experience points 200. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught a rainbow trout weighing 7 pounds. Experience points 500. As time progressed, Lucci maintained his streak of catches. Yili, who began in astonishment, gradually transformed into sheer shock. Within half an hour, Lucci had caught a total of 9 rainbow trout, averaging 1 every 3 minutes. Except for one cast that yielded no fish, every other throw resulted in a catch. Yili had never fathomed that someone could catch rainbow trout at such an astonishing rate. The lure masters she had encountered abroad paled in comparison. Moreover, the resources at this fishing spot were not particularly abundant, as the number of rainbow trout was relatively low. Achieving such a continuous catch under these conditions was nothing short of extraordinary. Jinyu, who exactly is this fellow? Yili inquired of Chen Jinyu. Previously, when Chen Jinyu mentioned that filming Lucci could be profitable, Yili dismissed it as a mere pretext, but now she found herself compelled to believe it. "I cannot say. You should ask him yourself," Chen Jinyu replied, having promised Lucci not to divulge any of his information. Thus, even though Yili was her friend, she remained discreet. "Boss, your lure fishing skills must have earned you a notable reputation in the community, haven't they?" Yili approached Lucci and inquired as he released the freshly caught rainbow trout. Lucci smiled faintly. "Have you ever heard of the Explosive Fishing Bureau?" Upon hearing this, Yili was momentarily taken aback. Given her fondness for fishing, Douyin, through its sophisticated algorithms, frequently recommended fishing videos tailored to her interests. Just last night, she stumbled upon a captivating video featuring the fishing of a colossal catfish and decided to follow that particular creator. Thus, she could indeed be considered a member of the Explosive Fishing Bureau. "Are all those fish from the Bureau caught by you?" Yili's eyes widened in surprise. "Indeed." Lucci nodded. "Sisterly, he is the director of the Explosive Fishing Bureau." Chen Jinyu interjected with a smile. "No wonder Jinyu mentioned that filming your fishing exploits could be lucrative. You truly are a hidden gem, Boss Lu." At that moment, Yili regarded Lucci with newfound admiration. "It's nothing much," Lucci replied with a slight smile, continuing to fish for rainbow trout. The trout in this fishing ground were not particularly large. Lucci fished until dusk, managing to catch the heaviest one weighing merely 12 pounds. After more than 2 hours, He amassed a remarkable 14,000 experience points, more than he would typically earn in a day of fishing at the reservoir in Guangfu. That evening, the trio settled in a small town on the edge of a pristine forest. Lucci entered his room to check on the futures market. The Shanghai Composite Index had risen 5 points over the past 2 days, just as anticipated. Currently, all the financial futures contracts he had opened had automatically closed, yielding a profit of 50% over 2 days, amounting to 900 million. Not bad at all. Lucci felt quite pleased, contemplating the prospect of earning billions while fishing. After reviewing the futures, he turned his attention back to the explosive fishing bureau. Today, Chen Jinyu had posted yesterday's video of Lucci catching the sturgeon. Thanks to the bureau's continuous release of high-quality content, the visibility on Douyin increased significantly. The most popular video had garnered over 200,000 likes. While there remained a gap compared to the major fishing streamers, that gap was swiftly narrowing. The following morning, Yili drove Lucci and Chen Jinyu towards their destination. The car journey lasted an hour and a half until they reached a dead end and parked. The trio then set off on foot. Yili and Lucci each carried a large outdoor backpack, while Chen Jinyu had a smaller one. The larger packs contained mainly food, medicine, and a basic tent. Thus, the three of them ventured into the dense primordial forest. Chapter 71, Truly Delightful. The path through the ancient forest was far from easy, yet Lucci traversed it with remarkable ease. Yili watched in astonishment. She had previously worried that Lucci might lag behind, but now it seemed her concerns were entirely unfounded. Even she, a seasoned adventurer accustomed to the wild, found herself struggling to keep pace with Lucci. After an hour of walking, they had delved deep into the forest, and Chen Jinyu, slightly out of breath, remarked, "Sisterly, is it really that difficult to catch large salmon and rainbow trout? If you only wish to catch large salmon, it's not overly challenging. You can find them in the main streams and tributaries of the Heilongjiang and Ushuri rivers, and with a bit of luck, you might succeed. However, wild rainbow trout are much rarer. Heilongjiang province was once abundant in salmon, but it has never been known for its rainbow trout, which are mostly farmed, with few found in the wild. Fortunately, during my previous explorations of wilderness resources, I stumbled upon a location where one could fish for both salmon and rainbow trout. Otherwise, your angling plans would likely have been only partially fulfilled." Yi Li, burdened with a large travel backpack, navigated the rugged mountain path, while simultaneously imparting knowledge to Chen Jinyu. At this point, Lucci had entirely acknowledged Yi Li's capabilities, encapsulated by the adage that women are no less adept than men. As 2 hours passed, the group paused to rest. "In 3 more hours, we shall arrive," Yi Li informed Lucci. This pace exceeded her expectations significantly. Had Lucci been one of those pampered rich heirs she had encountered before, this 7-hour trek through the primordial forest would have been divided over 2 days. "Jinyu, are you holding up?" Yi Li found herself more concerned about Chen Jinyu. "I'm fine, no problem," Jinyu replied. Despite being drenched in perspiration, her smile unwavering. An avid outdoor enthusiast, she found the journey arduous yet surmountable. "All right, let us have a bite to eat." Yi Li retrieved provisions and bottled water from her backpack. "I shall prepare some mushroom noodle soup." Lucci, not fond of dry rations, had foraged some mushrooms during their trek. "Boss Lu, it's dark and damp here. Making a fire will be quite challenging. Moreover, some of those mushrooms you collected are unfamiliar even to me. Consuming them might land you in dire straits," Yi Li cautioned. With over 3,000 mushroom varieties in the world and more than 600 in the primordial forest of Heijiang, even an adventurer like Yi Li could not identify them all. "I recognize these mushrooms. They are edible," Lucci replied with a slight smile. "You truly know them?" Yi Li expressed her skepticism. "Of course, I would never gamble with my life," Lucci reassured himself, thinking that if even his advanced wilderness survival skills failed to recognize them, no one would. Seeing Lucci's confidence, Yi Li felt somewhat persuaded, so she refrained from dissuading him, believing that in such a damp environment, he could hardly manage to cook noodles. Subsequently, Lucci ventured to a nearby mountain stream to cleanse the mushrooms, collecting some pine resin and dead branches along the way. Yi Li and Chen Jinyu observed Lucci's industriousness. "Sisterly, I have a feeling we shall soon enjoy something warm." Jinyu expressed her unwavering faith in Lucci. "Do not place blind trust in him. Even I would find it challenging to prepare a warm meal here." This was not a reflection of Yi Li's disdain for Lucci, but rather an acknowledgement of the difficulty involved. Prior to their departure, to lighten her load, Yi Li had brought only a small bottle of kerosene for kindling, which she intended to reserve for their campsite after arriving at their destination. 10 minutes later, having gathered the necessary items, Lucci set up a small iron pot. Yi Li watched in astonishment as Lucci's dexterity resembled that of a seasoned wilderness expert. In less than a few minutes, he had ignited a blaze using the pine resin and branches to shield the flames from the mountain wind. Lucci meticulously constructed a stove from stones. The fire blazed brighter, and soon the water came to a boil. Yili was astonished. Lu Qi's demonstrated prowess had evidently surpassed her expectations. Sisterly, I told you he was capable, Chen Jinyu said with a beaming smile. It seems your boss possesses no skills he cannot master. Yili couldn't help but admire Lu Qi, and she had come to trust that the mushrooms he had gathered were indeed edible. As the water boiled vigorously, Lu Qi placed the cleaned mushrooms into the pot. With the passage of time, a delightful aroma of mushrooms wafted through the air. He then added noodles and a suitable amount of seasoning. Inhaling the fragrant aroma, Yi Li and Chen Jinyu found their biscuits suddenly unappetizing. Would you like some? Lu Qi inquired, glancing at the two. Absolutely. Chen Jinyu nodded, swallowing hard. And you? Sisterly? No, thank you. I'm already full. Very well. Lu Qi ladled a bowl for Chen Jinyu, who immediately began to savor it. Upon tasting the mushrooms, she was momentarily speechless. An exquisite flavor burst forth on her palate. Lu Qi, this mushroom dish is extraordinarily delicious. Chen Jinyu gazed at him with adoring eyes. Filled with admiration, she had never imagined that a simple mushroom soup could be so delectable. The broth should be delightful as well. Do give it a try, Lu Qi suggested with a smile. Chen Jinyu continued to taste the mushroom soup, completely immersed in its deliciousness, her expression one of pure enjoyment. Jinyu, do you really need to be so dramatic? Yi Li remarked, her straightforward nature unable to tolerate what she perceived as flattery towards Lu Qi. Sisterly, just taste it for yourself. Chen Jinyu scooped a spoonful of the soup and offered it to Yi Li. Hesitant yet curious, Yi Li took a sip. Instantly, her eyes widened in surprise. It's truly delicious. Yi Li vowed that this was the best mushroom soup she had ever tasted. Boss Lu, could I have a bowl, please? Yi Li asked, a touch bashful. Of course. Thank you. Chen Jinyu maintained an elegant demeanor while eating, but Yi Li was more carefree, slurping her noodles heartily. Watching the two enjoy the meal he had prepared filled Lu Qi with a sense of accomplishment. I never imagined I would dine on such exquisite food in a primordial forest, Yi Li exclaimed after finishing. Chen Jinyu, still savoring the flavors, longed for another bowl. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the trio resumed their journey. After another 3 hours of trekking, they arrived beside a small river. This river, nestled deep within the primordial forest, was a rocky stream that connected to the Ushuri River several dozen kilometers away, inaccessible by boat. The water was cold and swift, the riverbed strewn with pebbles, and the banks teemed with diverse species. The Chinook salmon particularly favored such locations for spawning. Boss Lu, we've arrived. Yi Li turned to Lu Qi, announcing their arrival. After such an arduous journey, even the adventurous Yi Li felt fatigued, while Chen Jinyu collapsed onto a large rock. Lu Qi, however, was filled with excitement as he approached the riverbank to activate the fish-finding feature of his system. Indeed, the small river concealed many of the Chinook salmon he had been longing to catch. Chapter 72. The Lure Frenzy of Salmon. Both the Chinook salmon and the rainbow trout, belonging to the Pacific salmon family, are cold-water migratory fish that ascend rivers to spawn. Before Lu Qi lies a small river, teeming not only with Chinook salmon but also a number of rainbow trout. The water flows gently, concealing fish amongst the stones. This place is undoubtedly a rare sanctuary for lure fishing enthusiasts in the country. For an angler passionate about lure fishing, encountering such a setting is akin to beholding an exquisite beauty in her natural state. Excited, Lu Qi wastes no time. He sets down his travel bag and immediately begins to assemble his lure rod. His brother's physique is truly remarkable. Chen Jinyu is in awe of Lu Qi's stamina. After a half-day trek on the mountain trails, she feels utterly exhausted, while Lu Qi remains invigorated. Is this fellow a robot? Yi Li finds herself at a loss for words to describe Lu Qi. She knows many outdoor adventurers, yet none can match Lu Qi's vigor after spending half a day in the primeval forest without even breaking a sweat. While Chen Jinyu and Yi Li take a moment to rest, Lu Qi quickly completes the assembly of his lure rod. For targeting Chinook salmon, he selects a spinning blade, a minnow, VIB, or a small soft bait as suitable lures. Given the shallowness and clarity of the river, Lu Qi opts for the spinning blade. Its shimmering light, alternating between brilliance and obscurity as it is retrieved, serves to entice the target fish. In the clear, shallow waters, the spinning blade proves remarkably effective. With everything prepared, Lu Qi selects a target and casts the spinning blade between two rocks more than 20 meters away. He employs a varied retrieval technique, turning the handle twice, pausing for a second or two, and then repeating the process. The spinning blade rotates in the water, creating a captivating interplay of light and sound, exuding an air of audacity. Suddenly, a Chinook salmon, irked by this bold intruder, darts from the rocks like a projectile to attack the spinning blade. Lu Qi, with perfect timing, raises the rod, and the hook strikes true into the salmon's upper jaw. With Lu Qi's current expertise, a successful catch is virtually guaranteed to be a clean hook set. The hooked Chinook salmon, resembling an enraged tiger, leaps out of the tumultuous waters. Splash! The salmon twists and turns in midair, exerting its strength in an attempt to free itself from the hook. Lu Qi accelerates the winding of the handle, maintaining tension on the line to prevent the salmon from shaking free. He employs a barbless hook, which, while easier to unhook, can lead to more fish escaping compared to barbed hooks. This guy is truly a fishing prodigy. Witnessing Lu Qi land a Chinook salmon on his very first cast, Yili is thoroughly impressed. Sisterly, I'm going to capture this moment. Though Chen Jinyu is fatigued, her concern of missing Lu Qi's thrilling fishing action spurs her to grab the camera and record the moment. By this time, Lu Qi has successfully reeled in the first Chinook salmon onto the shore. With a resounding chime, a wild salmon weighing 2 pounds was caught, granting Lu Qi 500 experience points. Incredibly, he unlocked a new species, the wild salmon, rewarding him with an additional 1,000 experience points. The thrill of catching this fish was akin to reeling in a hefty catch from a reservoir. Ecstatic, Lu Qi released the salmon back into the water and continued fishing with his lure. Suddenly, a salmon darted upstream, attacking the spinning lure, and leapt into the air as Lu Qi raised his rod. Another notification chimed, 500 experience points for this catch. Lu Qi then activated his rapid fishing mode. He caught another salmon weighing 5 pounds, earning 600 experience points, followed by a rainbow trout for 500 experience points, and yet another salmon weighing 8 pounds, yielding 1,000 experience points. Perched on a rock, Lu Qi cast his line gracefully into the babbling river, reeling in salmon one after another. The sound of rushing water and the successive leaps of salmon made the experience exhilarating, prompting Lu Qi to exclaim in delight. Chen Jinyu watched in awe, recognizing that Lu Qi embodied the masterful state of a lure angler she aspired to achieve, casting, reeling, and catching in seamless elegance. As he continued fishing, Lu Qi noticed the nearby salmon had been depleted, prompting him to wade into the shallow river, where the water barely reached his thighs. Standing amidst the current, he found himself within the effective range of his lure. To his left, a salmon. To his right, a rainbow trout. Each catch was a joyous triumph. Yili was equally astonished. She had fished here before, but could only manage 2 or 3 salmon after an hour of casting. A stark contrast to Lu Qi's remarkable success. She wondered if the river's resources had increased since her last visit. Chen Jinyu, increasingly delighted, realized that a video of this continuous salmon catch would be unparalleled on Douyin. With Lu Qi's lure fishing video ready for release, she believed their follower count would soon surpass 1 million. This was a true celebration of salmon fishing. The frenzy lasted over an hour until Lu Qi had nearly exhausted the nearby fish. Determined to ascend the river in search of larger salmon and rainbow trout, he was met with Yi Li's timely caution. As darkness approached, the risks increased in this untamed forest, where encounters with bears were a possibility. All right, we'll conclude today's fishing here, Lu Qi agreed. It wasn't fear of danger that restrained him, but rather the knowledge that fishing conditions would worsen after dark. Having already arrived at this fruitful spot, he was in no hurry. The salmon and rainbow trout of this river would eventually be his. In that past hour, Lu Qi had caught over 20 salmon and rainbow trout, amassing an impressive 15,000 experience points. His only slight regret was not landing any fish exceeding 10 pounds. Lu Qi, you truly are invincible. As he returned to the riverbank, Chen Jinyu gazed at him with admiration. Once confident in her own fishing prowess, she now felt like a novice in comparison to Lu Qi's remarkable skill. Please change your pants quickly to avoid catching a chill, Chen Jinyu urged Lu Qi. As his trousers were thoroughly soaked, they had brought waterproof overalls, but Lu Qi had plunged into the water before donning them. The river here was rather cool, and the temperature dropped significantly at night, making it easy for anyone who entered the water to catch a cold. All right. Lu Qi nodded and walked into a tent that Yi Li had set up. When he emerged after changing, Yi Li and Chen Jinyu had already built a fire, and the utensils were neatly arranged. Lu Qi, how do you plan to prepare these fish? Chen Jinyu inquired. Although most of the fish he had caught earlier were released, he had kept 3 large salmon and 3 rainbow trout. Having already experienced Lu Qi's culinary skills, they tacitly left the cooking duties to him. Lu Qi replied, I'll make some sashimi, grill a portion, and prepare a mixed stew. The water quality here was exceptional and unpolluted, so there was no concern about parasites in the sashimi made from the rainbow trout and salmon. Great. Chen Jinyu and Yi Li then set about preparing the ingredients. Chapter 73. Night in the forest. After Chen Jinyu and Yi Li had prepared the salmon and rainbow trout, they handed them over to Lu Qi for cooking. Using the limited tools at his disposal, Lu Qi skillfully crafted rainbow trout sashimi, aromatic grilled salmon, and a mixed stew of trout and salmon. Delicious. Following the meal, both Chen Jinyu and Yi Li were thoroughly impressed by Lu Qi's culinary prowess. They had never imagined enjoying such a sumptuous feast in the wilderness. After dinner, the 3 of them sat and chatted for a while. In the primal forest, there was no mobile phone signal, leaving them only the options of conversing or stargazing. Lu Qi, are you going to take a shower later? Chen Jinyu suddenly asked. Yes. A clear stream was nearby. So Lu Qi naturally intended to wash up before resting. Then you go ahead and wash first. I want to bathe too, Qin Jinyu said, having worked up quite a sweat and eager to cool off in the refreshing waters. All right. Yi Li and Qin Jinyu then entered their tent while Lu Qi walked several meters away, shedding his clothes and stepping into the stream. After about 10 minutes, Lu Qi finished his bath and returned. As he entered his tent, Qin Jinyu and Yi Li emerged with their clothes. They walked to the stream a short distance away, placing their clothes and flashlight on a rock. Jinyu, shall we take turns bathing? Do you want to go first or shall I? Yi Li, being cautious, decided it would be safer to bathe separately. Sisterly, you go first. I tend to take longer, Qin Jinyu replied. All right. 10 minutes later, it was Qin Jinyu's turn. She removed all her clothing. Jinyu, you are simply stunning. In the light of the flashlight, Yi Li took in every detail of Qin Jinyu's exquisite form, marveling at her beauty. Sisterly, you flatter me. You are no less impressive. As a woman herself, Qin Jinyu displayed no modesty, boldly stepping into the river to wash away her fatigue with the crystal clear, refreshing water. Jinyu, any man fortunate enough to win your heart will surely be blessed. The sight of this exquisite beauty bathing in the wilderness stirred a deep longing in Yi Li, who, despite her own fated allure, felt a pang of envy. Qin Jinyu shook her head with a smile, a fleeting shadow of melancholy passing through her eyes. Jinyu, I want to allow you to speak of yourself that way. It has been over a decade. You've been alone long enough. It's time to find someone who will cherish you. In Yi Li's eyes, although Qin Jinyu was a widow, she remained an exceptional woman. In truth, being single had its merits. Thus, while chatting with Yi Li, Qin Jinyu continued her bath in the river. Suddenly, Yi Li sensed an unsettling gaze upon them and grabbed a flashlight, illuminating the dark forest. The light revealed a shocking sight, a pair of large, bell-like eyes fixated on them. It was a wild northeast tiger. Jinyu, stop bathing. Come up quickly. Yi Li urged her in a hushed voice. What's wrong? Qin Jinyu initially felt puzzled, but upon following the beam of light, her heart tightened. Sisterly, what should we do? Stay still. Yi Li initially intended to adopt a non-threatening stance, but the tiger began to draw closer. Jinyu, we must leave. Yi Li grasped Qin Jinyu's hand, hastily retreating toward their tent. They dared not rush, keeping a watchful eye on the tiger while cautiously backing away. The tent held torches and military shovels for defense. Qin Jinyu was without any clothing, but at that moment, her mind was too consumed with anxiety to care about her state of undress. With each step they took back, the tiger advanced a step closer. Inside the tent, Lu Qi, upon seeing the shadows of Qin Jinyu and Yi Li flickering in the torchlight, assumed they had returned from their bath and stepped outside to enjoy the starry night. However, as he emerged and caught sight of them through the firelight, he was taken aback. Sister Jinyu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Lu Qi quickly turned away, his heart racing. He could never have anticipated that Qin Jinyu would be running about without any clothes. Lu Qi, there's a tiger, be careful. Upon seeing Lu Qi exit the tent, Qin Jinyu's face flushed crimson, yet all she could do was offer a token gesture of modesty while quietly warning him. Lu Qi, feeling a bit annoyed by her reminder, thought, Sister Jinyu, I know there's a tiger. I've seen it. But just as he finished his internal lament, he sensed something was amiss and turned back. Oh no. Lu Qi was startled to discover not just a fake tiger, but a genuine one. He swiftly grabbed a torch made of pine resin and rushed to stand in front of Qin Jinyu and Yi Li. Sister Jinyu, you two retreat to the tent. I will drive it away. Lu Qi, be cautious. Only provoke it if it attacks. I understand. Yi Li cautioned Lu Qi before she and Qin Jinyu hurried into the tent for safety. Lu Qi held a torch, brandishing his sword, and fixed his gaze on the tiger from several dozen meters away. Like other creatures, the tiger exhibited a tendency to prey on the timid. Should one attempt to flee, it would undoubtedly pursue them as its quarry. At that moment, under Lu Qi's imposing presence, the slowly advancing tiger finally came to a halt. The two, man and beast, stared at each other intensely for over a minute. Ultimately, the tiger refrained from attacking and turned to vanish into the dark woods. Lu Qi let out a quiet sigh of relief. Although his bone density, muscle strength, and overall physical attributes had doubled, rendering him nearly superhuman, he had no desire to become a hero who hunted tigers, for they are a protected species. Jinyu, Li Jie, the tiger has left. Lu Qi called to the two women in the tent. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinyu and Yi Li both exhaled deeply in relief. After relaxing, Qin Jinyu recalled the embarrassing moment when she had walked past Lu Qi in the nude. Li Jie, please fetch my clothes, she requested, her usual confidence overshadowed by a sense of modesty. All right, Yi Li replied, understanding the peculiar circumstances. Boss Lu, it seems we shall have to take turns keeping watch tonight. You can guard the first half of the night, and I will take the latter half, Yi Li said after retrieving Qin Jinyu's garments. No need, sleep soundly. Lu Qi replied with a mysterious smile, then crushed a particular plant he had gathered that day, scattering it around both tents. What are you doing? Yi Li inquired, puzzled. Predators dislike the scent of this plant, so they will keep their distance, Lu Qi explained. Had she not witnessed Lu Qi's abilities firsthand, Yi Li would have found it hard to believe, as she had never heard of such a trick. But now, she trusted his words entirely. It should be me. The guide, protecting you. Now it seems you, the boss, are safeguarding us, she remarked with self-deprecating humor before entering the tent to hand Chen Jinyu her clothes. Jinyu, if it had been another man who saw you, I would have thought you were at a disadvantage. But if it's that man next door, well, seeing is just seeing. Yi Li joked as Chen Jinyu dressed. Chen Jinyu shot a playful glare at Yi Li, yet inwardly, she felt somewhat reassured. Lu Qi was so remarkable that being seen by him as a widow was not a misfortune. Chapter 74, Starry Dammer Fish. A reward from the enchanted reservoir, though Chen Jinyu outwardly claimed indifference. Insomnia plagued her that night as images of Lu Qi bravely confronting the tiger and her own nakedness before him flooded her mind. Her well-formed body stirred with unexpected sensations as she turned to glance at the neighboring tent, as if envisioning the man within. Chen Jinyu, what foolish thoughts are you entertaining? He is Qiu Yu's boyfriend, and you are merely a widow, a faded flower at 32. She suddenly snapped back to reality, hastily controlling her hands and suppressing her fantasies. Meanwhile, Lu Qi spent half an hour gazing at the starry sky before finally retreating into his tent for slumber. Regarding the recent events, Lu Qi did not dwell on them, considering them merely an accident. Instead, he found himself intrigued by the thought of whether his girlfriend, Chen Xiuya, might possess a charming yet fierce little tiger, akin to Chen Jinyu's. His anticipation was palpable. The following morning, the trio tacitly avoided mentioning the awkwardness of the previous night. After enjoying their breakfast, they donned waterproof overalls and ventured upstream along the river in search of more salmon. Ding. Caught a salmon, experience points, 500 ding. Congratulations, you have caught a salmon weighing 7 pounds, experience points, 800 ding. Congratulations, you have caught a salmon weighing 10 pounds, experience points, 1,000. As they progressed upstream, the average size of the salmon Lu Qi caught increased. After traversing over 1,000 meters, his eyes suddenly brightened. He spotted a massive salmon swimming near a rock, its size exceeding that of the largest he had caught by a factor of 2. Ecstatic, Lu Qi cast his line, sending the shimmering lure close to the salmon, and then employed a pause technique while reeling in. Upon noticing the alluring bait, the salmon immediately launched an attack. Splash! With Lu Qi's upward tug, a colossal salmon leaped from the water, twisting and turning in the air. Wow, that's enormous! Chen Jinyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as she had never seen such a large salmon before. 2 minutes later, Lu Qi managed to bring the salmon close and secured it with a fish grip. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a rare salmon weighing 25 pounds, experience points, 5,000. The 25-pound salmon measured an impressive meter in length, truly a remarkable specimen. The substantial experience points elicited a smile from Lu Qi, rivaling that of some star-rated fish. Boss Lu, let us weigh this salmon, Yi Li and Chen Jinyu suggested, curious about its weight. Lu Qi proceeded to weigh it for them. 25 pounds, quite impressive. Yi Li nodded in appreciation. Li Jia, have you ever seen one larger than this? Chen Jinyu inquired, noticing Yi Li's calm demeanor. Of course. Although the salmon yield in Heilongjiang province has diminished, I have encountered larger specimens, even 30-pounders, but those were captured, Yi Li replied. As a specially appointed outdoor resource consultant for Heilongjiang province, she was well acquainted with the local aquatic resources and had seen more large fish than the average person. However, even Yi Li was taken aback when Lu Qi hooked another impressive salmon. He discovered this particular salmon in a rapid current. Casting the lure, the special salmon pursued it. And after a few meters, feeling safe, it launched a sudden attack. Lu Qi seized the opportunity to lift his rod, but the salmon was too swift, and the hook barely caught the edge of its mouth. His heart raced with concern over the potential loss of the catch. Splash! The salmon soared out of the water, shaking its head vigorously before plunging back down with force. Under the opposing forces of ascent and descent, the fishhook slipped from the corner of the salmon's mouth. Lu Qi felt the power of the handle dissipate. Ultimately, it had come undone. This was Lu Qi's first experience of losing a fish while fishing for salmon. The probability of such a loss was already significantly lower than that of many seasoned anglers. Yet even the most skilled fishermen inevitably encounter such situations. How much more so for Lu Qi, who could hardly be deemed a true fishing deity at this stage. The escaping salmon swam upstream, disappearing beyond the detection range of the system. Lu Qi could only hope to encounter this magnificent salmon once more that day. What a pity. That salmon was considerably larger than the last one. Chen Jinyu lamented. It's fine, I will catch it again, Lu Qi replied confidently with a smile. The salmon, known for its aggressive nature, had been startled, but Lu Qi believed it would still strike the lure if he could find it again. Yi Li, however, held little hope. Although the river was not large, it was not small either, and finding the same fish again would be no simple task. The three continued to wade upstream through the river. After traversing less than 100 meters, the sizable salmon re-entered the system's detection range. It had not fled far. As the distance between them diminished, Lu Chi cast his lure once more. The first cast yielded no strike from the salmon. The second was equally fruitless. However, on the third attempt, the salmon could no longer resist the allure of the shimmering lure. Lu Chi, anticipating the moment, swiftly lifted his rod. The hook found its mark in the salmon's upper jaw, securing a solid catch. In agony, the salmon leapt from the water, thrashing and struggling. Yet this time, luck was not on its side. Unable to free itself from the hook, it bolted through the water with remarkable speed. The strength of the salmon was formidable. A 20-pound fish could exert power comparable to that of a 50 or 60-pounder. Wow, it's the same one as before, Shin Jinyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she steadied the camera, eager to capture every thrilling moment. The line hissed as it was pulled from the reel. Lu Chi quickly cranked the handle, alternating between advancing and retreating to maintain tension on the line. The salmon's strength was fierce, but its stamina waned quickly. Within 8 minutes, Lu Chi had brought the massive salmon close. Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have caught a star-class salmon weighing 38 pounds, earning 10,000 experience points and a reward of the Northeast Magical Reservoir. A 38-pound salmon had indeed achieved star status. This time, the system's reward was particularly special, something unprecedented. 38 pounds, incredible. Jinyu, filming this creature will not only earn money but substantial wealth. After weighing the salmon, Yili was thoroughly impressed by Lu Chi. Given this trend, she firmly believed that their fan base would soon surpass 10 million, with annual income exceeding 10 million as well. After the astonishment faded, Yili remarked to Lu Chi, previously, Jinyu always praised you as a fishing deity, and I thought it was an exaggeration. Now, it appears that title is undoubtedly yours. Haha. I suppose it's not too bad. As Lu Chi dealt with Yili, he discreetly inquired with the system, what is the mysterious Northeast Reservoir? The system responded, the Northeast Mysterious Reservoir allows for the rapid reproduction of precious fish species that the host has caught in the Northeast. Once placed in this reservoir, the hatch rate of the eggs is 100%, and the survival rate of the fry is also 100%. 100% survival rate for the fry? Upon hearing this statistic, Lu Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is well known that fish can produce a staggering number of eggs. For instance, a Chinook salmon can lay upwards of 10,000 eggs at once. Yet, in natural environments, the hatching rate is often low, and the survival rate of the fry is similarly dismal, especially for precious species like sturgeons. The miraculous reservoir rewarded by the system far surpasses artificial breeding techniques. So, what can this miraculous reservoir be utilized for? Is it profitable to breed fish and sell fry? Lu Chi did not lack for money. He intended to engage in a meaningful endeavor, to use the miraculous reservoir to increase the population of rare fish species in the Northeast and subsequently release them into the wild, thus aiding in the enhancement of their numbers. He believed that with the miraculous reservoir, these rare fish could rapidly recover in the future. System, where is my Northeast Mysterious Reservoir? Lu Chi continued to inquire. The system answered, the location of the reservoir is determined by the host. Once the host has chosen a site, the system will automatically transform it into a miraculous reservoir. It works like that. After some contemplation, Lu Chi decided to position the miraculous reservoir beside a large river, facilitating the entry of the fry into the waterway and enhancing the efficiency of their release. Lu Chi continued to fish in the small river for over an hour, finally reeling in his line at 11 in the morning. Today, he had caught more than 50 Chinook salmon and rainbow trout, accumulating over 40,000 experience points. His total experience points had now reached 170,000, just 30,000 shy of the 200,000 required for level 9 fishing prowess. It could be said that this journey into the Northeast's primal forest had yielded a bountiful harvest. Boss Lu, do you wish to continue fishing? Yili asked. No need. I have thoroughly enjoyed it, Lu Chi replied. He had essentially fished through all the Chinook salmon and rainbow trout in this small river. Continuing would yield minimal experience points. The three of them enjoyed a sumptuous fish feast for lunch before beginning their return journey. They walked until nightfall before finally exiting the primal forest. Boss Lu, we have another excellent spot for fishing in the Northeast, Yili suggested as they drove back to the edge of the forest. Where? He inquired. The Beidawing wetlands. It's just over 3 hours from here. What fish can be caught there? Mainly black fish. There are plenty of 1 meter long black fish there. 1 meter long black fish? Lu Chi's eyes lit up at this revelation. Previously, he had caught a giant black fish weighing 40 pounds at Lingnan Lake, which the system had classified as star level, just shy of the king level. It seemed that a trip to the Beidawing wetlands was an absolute necessity. Before embarking on his journey, Lu Chi decided to first visit the Ashuri River, as he intended to designate the magical reservoir in proximity to either the Ushuri River or the Heilong River. The system required him to determine the exact location of the reservoir within 2 days. Sisterly, we can visit the Beidahong wetlands later, tomorrow. We shall head to the Ushuri River, Lu Qi remarked to Yili. Very well. Yili acquiesced, knowing Lu Qi was the financier, and continued. A few years ago, someone caught a sturgeon weighing over 100 pounds in the Ushuri River, which was subsequently acquired by the Fisheries Department for 200,000 yuan for breeding research. Over 100 pounds. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Qi's heart raced. A freshwater fish of such magnitude was astonishing, a true giant among giants. He possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding sturgeons. China is home to 4 major species of sturgeon, among which the Shrink's sturgeon and the Amur sturgeon inhabit the waters of Heilongjiang and the Ushuri River, both of which are not yet extinct. The Shrink's sturgeon can exceed 100 kilograms, while the Amur sturgeon can grow up to 1,000 kilograms, making it one of the largest freshwater fish. The Amur sturgeon, commonly referred to as the sturgeon, derives its name from ancient emperors, as it was once a tribute exclusively reserved for the royal family, with others forbidden from capturing it. Sisterly, do you know where one might catch wild sturgeons? Lu Qi inquired eagerly. Catching sturgeons? Do not harbor such hopes. Wild sturgeons are exceedingly rare now, with fishermen occasionally managing to catch a solitary 1 or 2 each year. I have not heard of anyone successfully fishing for them, Yili replied. The fact that some are occasionally caught indicates that sturgeons still inhabit the river. Lu Qi believed firmly that, with the system's fish-finding capabilities, he would eventually locate them. If he could catch 1 or 2 sturgeons and place them in the magical reservoir, utilizing its unique functions to release a multitude of sturgeon fry back into nature would significantly aid in bolstering the sturgeon population. In that moment, Lu Qi grasped the profound purpose of the magical reservoir and felt an intense desire to catch sturgeons. The trio spent the night in a small town on the outskirts of the primeval forest. The following day, Yili drove Lu Qi and another companion to the Ushuri River. Although the distance was not great, Lu Qi insisted on reaching the waters where the sturgeons dwelled, which necessitated going to the confluence of the Ushuri and Heilong rivers. Sisterly, I wish to acquire a reservoir for breeding increasingly scarce fish species such as salmon and sturgeons, contributing to the artificial propagation and release efforts in northeast China. Lu Qi expressed during their journey. Wild sturgeons are protected species in the country, and any private captures or catches must either be released or sold to the Fisheries Department. Lu Qi required Yili's assistance to secure the rights for the magical reservoir to breed and protect these fish species. Yili was somewhat taken aback. She had encountered many wealthy individuals who fished, but this was the first time she met someone like Lu Qi, who pondered contributing to the ecological welfare of fish after fishing. Yili was touched by Lu Qi's kindness, expressing her gratitude. Mr. Lu, I appreciate your goodwill. However, the artificial propagation of sturgeons cannot be accomplished merely by acquiring a reservoir. It necessitates the involvement of researchers. Ms. Li, I comprehend your point. How about this? I shall invest 10 million to establish a non-profit aquatic research institution, and you will assist me in its management. To maintain discretion, Lu Qi resolved to create a non-profit research organization. This proposition deeply moved Yili, as it aligned with her long-held aspirations. Mr. Lu, it is indeed rare to encounter a wealthy individual with such a strong sense of responsibility. She remarked with genuine admiration. Since you are so committed, I shall certainly lend my support. Ms. Li, you can assist in obtaining various research qualifications for the protection of fish species, correct? Absolutely. With Yili's assurance, Lu Qi felt entirely reassured, and the magical reservoir seemed to have solid legitimacy. After over 2 hours of driving, the trio arrived in Fu City, situated at the confluence of the Heilong and Ushuri rivers, renowned for its thriving fishery. Chapter 76. The enigmatic reservoir of northeast China. Upon reaching Fu City, Lu Qi rented a yacht and drifted downstream along the Ushuri River. Standing on the deck, he admired the picturesque scenery while activating the system's fish detection feature to survey the underwater conditions. Yili and Chun Jinyu engaged in conversation behind him. Jinyu, Mr. Lu is indeed remarkable. I have encountered many affluent anglers, yet none have contemplated ecological restoration alongside their leisure activities as he does. Yili was full of praise for Lu Qi, stating, I seldom admire individuals, but he is one of them. Listening to her friend's accolades about Lu Qi filled Chun Jinyu with immense pride. She, too, perceived him as a man of vision, social responsibility, and accountability. As the yacht sailed downstream, it eventually entered the Heilong River. After traveling 10 kilometers, however, Lu Qi had yet to spot a single sturgeon. Could it be that the detection range of the system was insufficient? Or perhaps the sturgeons had become exceedingly rare? Unwilling to concede, Lu Qi instructed the driver to continue onward. Goodness, After another 5 kilometers, a massive shadow entered the detection range of the system, measuring nearly 3 meters in length. It was, astonishingly, a gigantic sturgeon. Weighing at least 700 to 800 pounds, Lucci's heart raced with excitement. He yearned to grasp his rod and reel in the magnificent creature. The prospect of catching such a colossal fish was a dream cherished by every angler. Yet, Lucci understood that with his current equipment, even with exceptional skill, it would be impossible to land such a behemoth. Thus, he refrained from any action, allowing the creature to drift beyond the system's detection range. His journey along the Ushuri and Halong rivers was primarily to ascertain whether sturgeons still inhabited these waters. It was now evident that sturgeons remained, albeit in alarmingly low numbers. Continuing on for another 50 kilometers, Lucci gradually encountered several more sturgeons, each exceeding 500 pounds. The largest surpassing 3 meters in length and likely weighing over 1,000 pounds. In addition to these colossal creatures, there exist smaller specimens. Yet their shape renders it difficult to ascertain whether they belong to the sturgeon family or the Accipenser shrinky. Excellent. Await my arrival. Lucci rubbed his hands together, eager to engage in a contest of strength with these magnificent sturgeons. The yacht retraced its course back to Fusher. Along the Ushuri River stretch, Lucci pointed towards a distant reservoir and remarked, "Ligia, I wish to acquire that reservoir." "Oh, are you considering it as a research base?" Yili inquired. "Part of the research base. You shall select the headquarters," Lucci replied. "However, this reservoir is situated too low. It is prone to flooding," Yili stated. "That is precisely the point. This way, we can easily release the fry," Lucci chuckled. "I understand now. You intend to use this as a transit station for releasing fry, correct? Very well, I shall defer to your judgment." Yili increasingly found Lucci to be quite intriguing. Unlike conventional aquaculture research institutions, which eagerly seek media attention to proclaim their benevolence prior to releasing fry, Lucci preferred to allow the fry to be swept away by the floodwaters. With the most understated approach, he engaged in the most meaningful of endeavors. Such a leader, Yili wholeheartedly supported. Subsequently, the trio sought out the owner of the reservoir. The proprietor had long desired to sell, as the reservoir faced annual flooding, discouraging potential contractors. Following a brief negotiation, Lucci acquired the 300-acre reservoir for $5 million. "System, I have decided to designate this miraculous reservoir in northeast China." Lucci communicated secretly with the system after the purchase. "Master, the location you have chosen is quite commendable." The system rarely offered praise to Lucci. Ding. Reservoir renovation in progress. Ding. Renovation complete. This reservoir has now become the Northeast Miraculous Reservoir. A special passage connecting it to the Ushuri River has been added, allowing fry that meet the release conditions to automatically traverse this passage and swim into the great river beyond. Upon hearing the system's description of the miraculous reservoir, Lucci smiled, relieved that he no longer needed to explain the rapid breeding rate of the fry. Those that met the release criteria would naturally enter the Ushuri River, eliminating the hassle of manual release while alleviating concerns about overcrowding in the reservoir. "System, can others discover this special passage?" Lucci inquired. "Aside from the master, no one else can detect this special passage," the system replied. Thus, all of Lucci's concerns were alleviated. Indeed, the Northeast Miraculous Reservoir was extraordinary. From now on, any fish caught could simply be placed into this miraculous reservoir. With the reservoir freshly completed, it was essential to introduce some fish to inaugurate its opening. Therefore, Lucci temporarily refrained from venturing to the North Dabahang wetlands and instead chose to fish for Amur sturgeon along the Ushuri River. For the average person, fishing for Amur sturgeon in such a vast river presents considerable difficulty. Yet, endowed with the system's fish-finding capabilities and enhanced luck, even the most indifferent fish would be tempted by his bait. "Lucci, why don't we head to Beidawing to fish for blackfish? The salmon here are scarce, and the bites are few and far between, making it quite challenging to fish," Yili suggested. "How can we know unless we try?" Lucci replied with a slight smile. For the next 3 hours, Lucci strolled along the riverbank, casting his lure every few hundred meters. With nearly every 2 or 3 casts, he managed to catch a salmon. "Sisterly, now do you understand the disparity between man and the divine?" Chen Jinyu remarked with a light laugh. "Indeed, he is a fishing deity, and we are merely anglers." Yili wholeheartedly agreed. She had fished several times in the Ushuri River, but had only caught various other species without landing a single salmon. Yet, at that moment, Lucci had already caught several. In total, Lucci managed to catch 6 salmon. "Lucci, aren't you going to release these fish?" Seeing him take all the salmon he caught, Chen Jinyu was a bit curious, as Lucci usually released most of his catch, keeping only a small portion for himself. "I just bought a reservoir, so I'll release them there to breed," Lucci replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, both Chen Jinyu and Yili exchanged amused glances. as they felt that releasing a few salmon directly into the reservoir wouldn't differ much from doing so in the wild. System. Could you calculate how many fry these 6 salmon could produce in a year? Lucci secretly asked the system. These 6 salmon consist of 4 females and 2 males, which could yield 40,000 fry in the magical reservoir within a year. The system replied, by this calculation, 1 female salmon could produce 10,000 fry in the magical reservoir. 100 could yield 1,000,000. It's worth noting that the total number of salmon fry released by all departments in Heilongjiang province in a year is only around 200,000. If 200 female salmon were placed in the magical reservoir, the fry produced would rival the entire province. System. Could the overpopulation of certain fish species occur due to excessive breeding in the magical reservoir? Lucci expressed his concern over this issue, wondering what would happen if someone were to introduce 10,000 salmon while he was away. Please rest assured, only the fish you catch and release into the magical reservoir will benefit from its effects, the system assured him. With that, Lucci felt completely at ease, but still instructed Yi Li that only he could introduce fish into the reservoir. Are you certain? Yi Li asked, somewhat puzzled. Was it really necessary to release only a few salmon into such a large reservoir? Absolutely. Very well then. Although somewhat confused, Yi Li decided to adhere to Lucci's instructions. After all, Lucci had made it clear that the 10 million investment in public welfare aquatic research did not include the 5 million for purchasing the reservoir. Chapter 77, Beidawing Wetland. King-level blackfish. With the matters concerning the northeastern magical reservoir temporarily settled, Lucci proceeded to the Beidawing wetland. As is well known, Beidawing is a vital grain production base in China, also referred to as the Northern Granary. Besides its abundant grain yield, Beidawing is also a rare and exquisite location for fishing enthusiasts. In the marshlands of Beidawing, numerous blackfish thrive, with some reaching impressive lengths of over a meter. When lures are cast to entice these hidden behemoths, they emerge from the depths like majestic pythons. Previously, at Lingnan Lake, Lucci had caught a substantial 40-pound blackfish, falling just 5 pounds short of being classified as a king-level catch, a fact that left him feeling quite regretful. On this trip to the wetlands of Beidawing, his objective was crystal clear, to land a king-level blackfish. Setting off from Fusher, he drove for 3 hours until he arrived at a restricted fishing area within Beidawing's vast wetlands. Lu boss, many have caught meter-long blackfish here. Yi Li informed Lucci about the locale. Lucci inquired, are there any over 40 pounds? Yi Li replied, 40 pounds is rather large. I haven't seen one that size yet. Shen Jinyu smiled and remarked, once Lucci arrives, you will witness it. He catches them of great size. I hope you are not easily intimidated. Yi Li nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Lucci had become a veritable angling deity, capable of reeling in any fish. Feeling slightly bashful from the praise, Lucci responded, no matter how skilled I am, I require resources. If there are no blackfish over 40 pounds here, how can I catch one? Yi Li chuckled. There should be. This is one of the largest wetlands in Beidawing, and the blackfish resources are abundant. The trio chatted as they rented a small electric boat. The larger blackfish lurked in the depths of the wetland, and without a boat, catching them would be impossible. The electric boat, being relatively quiet, would not disturb the aquatic inhabitants. Lucci promptly activated the fish-finding feature of his system. It was undeniable that the area was teeming with blackfish. After traveling just a few hundred meters, he spotted numerous specimens. Although these fish were not particularly large, Lucci began casting nonetheless. He employed a lure resembling a leaping frog. Casting it atop the aquatic vegetation, he began to reel in, causing the lure to hop across the water's surface like a jubilant little frog. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared nearby, beneath which loomed a dark shadow. The shadow slithered forward, silently approaching the cheerful little frog. As the distance closed to a meter, the submerged figure surged upward with explosive force. Splash! Water erupted as a large black fish launched itself from the depths, snapping at the lure. Seizing the moment, Lucci lifted his rod. The hook pierced the upper jaw of the black fish. In pain, the creature thrashed violently, attempting to escape towards the nearby vegetation. Lucci was determined not to let the fish retreat into the dense aquatic plants, as the thick underbrush would pose significant challenges. He quickly reeled in, maintaining firm control over the black fish. The creature struggled in the marsh, tangling itself in scattered strands of vegetation. When it was finally brought alongside the boat, the aquatic plants entangled with the fish were nearly as substantial as the fish itself. No wonder it is said that in the wetlands of Beidawing, for every pound of fish, there are 3 pounds of weeds. Utilizing a fish control device, Lucci successfully brought the blackfish aboard. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught a blackfish weighing 12 pounds, earning 200 experience points. The 12-pound blackfish is a rare sight elsewhere, yet in the vast wetlands of Beidawing, it is a common catch. As Lucci ventured deeper into the marshlands, he cast his line with remarkable success, landing a blackfish nearly every time. Ding! Caught a blackfish weighing 5 pounds. Experience points 100. Ding. Caught a large blackfish weighing 10 pounds. Experience points 200. Ding. Caught a rare, giant blackfish weighing 20 pounds. Experience points 500. The harmonious chimes of the system echoed in Lu Qi's mind as Chun Jinyu filmed nearby, her smile growing increasingly radiant. Being Lu Qi's photographer filled her with a profound sense of joy. After more than 2 hours, Lu Qi had caught nearly 20 blackfish, with almost half exceeding 10 pounds. Lu Qi, why not take a break? Chun Jinyu suggested softly, noticing his prolonged standing. I'm fine, I'm not tired. Then at least have some water. All right, thank you, Jinyu. Lu Qi accepted the bottle of mineral water she offered, taking a few sips before resuming his fishing. The expanse of the wetland was vast, and after 2 hours, he had only covered a small fraction, with many areas inaccessible by boat. An hour later, Lu Qi finally spotted an unusually large blackfish. This giant was significantly larger than the one from Lingnan Lake. However, the marshland where the blackfish resided was surrounded by dense aquatic vegetation, making it unreachable by boat and invisible to others. Well hidden, I suspect no one has ever fished you out. Lu Qi's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was likely a colossal fish worthy of the king's title. He instructed Yi Li to maneuver the small boat as close as possible to the edge of the aquatic plants. Yet, they were still over 50 meters away, with thick vegetation in between, rendering lure fishing impossible. Jinyu, you all wait here for me. With that, Lu Qi leaped from the boat onto the water plants. Lu Qi, it's dangerous. Come back. The mud in some areas is deep. If you sink, you won't be able to escape. Yi Li urgently warned. I'm fine. The vegetation is sturdy enough to support my weight. Lu Qi was acutely aware of the risks of recklessly stepping onto the wetlands, but as a master of wilderness survival, he could discern that the 50-meter stretch posed no threat. Are you really doubting my judgment? Lu Qi chuckled, shaking his head as he advanced towards the marshland where the giant black fish lurked. Seeing Lu Qi tread steadily upon the water plants, Chun Jinyu and Yi Li gradually felt reassured. Finally, Lu Qi reached the edge of the marsh. Blackfish, time to wake up for dinner. Lu Qi flashed an innocuous smile and cast his lure near the giant black fish. The frog lure danced across the water's surface. Beneath, a colossal shadow began to stir. With its movement, swirling eddies erupted on the water's surface. The shadow followed the lure for about 10 meters before halting, refraining from launching an attack. It seems that the food today feels somewhat different from the usual. However, when the thunder frog leapt past for the second time, the gigantic shadow could no longer contain itself. Splash! A massive black head surged forth, creating a splash of water. Lu Qi swiftly raised his rod. He had hooked a fish. Splash! The formidable black fish, once hooked, thrashed violently, like a black dragon overturning the river. Lu Qi lifted the fishing rod high while rapidly reeling in, preventing the large black fish from escaping into the aquatic vegetation. The fishing line sizzled as it was continuously drawn out. Fortunately, due to its intense struggle, the giant black fish quickly exhausted its energy and was pulled above the water surface after about 10 minutes. Once on the surface, the fish could no longer muster strength and was gradually drawn to Lu Qi's feet. With both hands, Lu Qi cradled the hefty black fish. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught a king-level black fish weighing 55 pounds. Chapter 78. The Astonishing Secret of Chun Jinyu. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught a king-level black fish. Gaining 10,000 experience points and receiving 100 black air bullets as a reward. With the capture of the king-level black fish, the system presented a new type of reward. However, Lu Qi found the name of this reward perplexing. Black air bullets? What on earth is that? System, why do I feel that this reward seems a bit dismissive? What are black air bullets? Lu Qi could only inquire of the system. As the owner of the fishing god system, your dignity must not be affronted. The black air bullets, when they strike anyone, compel the target to reveal all their malevolent deeds and secrets from their lifetime, serving as a potent tool for the master to punish evildoers. The system explained. Hearing this, Lu Qi felt a warmth in his heart. He had always perceived the system as somewhat aloof, feeling it did not treat him well as its master. However, it now appeared that the system truly cared for him. Admittedly, despite the peculiar name, the effect of the black air bullets was rather intimidating. To compel someone to divulge their malevolent deeds and secrets? For some, that could be as terrifying as a real bullet. After a brief exchange with the system, Lu Qi returned to the small boat with the great black fish. Weighing over 50 pounds, the fish was nearly the size of an adult, resembling a monster. Chun Jinyu and Yi Li were astonished. They had not anticipated that such a colossal black fish was hidden within this wetland. Yi Li marveled, having explored the wetlands of Beidawang several times, yet never encountering a black fish of such magnitude. Lu Qi, you are truly remarkable. The area around that wetland is filled with aquatic plants. The gaps are so small, and it is so well concealed. Yet you managed to discern the presence of a large black fish. The more Chen Jinyu observed Lu Qi, the more she found him to be an enigmatic figure. Lu Qi chuckled. It's not difficult. The small gaps indicate that no one has ventured into that wetland. The great black fish thrives in such secluded places, ultimately growing into a giant. As Lu Qi cooperated with Yi Li to weigh the black fish, he engaged in conversation with Chen Jinyu. Although the topics of their discussion were quite ordinary, after the conversation, both Lu Qi and Chen Jinyu felt a peculiar sensation. And soon a blush crept onto Chen Jinyu's enchanting face. With the achievement of catching the king-level black fish, Lu Qi's fishing expedition in northeast China came to a fulfilling conclusion. In the future, I shall return. Before boarding the plane, Lu Qi cast a lingering glance at this fertile and enchanting land. This was his inaugural visit to the northeast, yet it certainly would not be his last. The footage captured over the past few days would surely elevate the fan base of the Protection Bureau to over 1 million. On the aircraft, Chen Jinyu perused the content filmed during their stay, a joyful smile gracing her face. Meanwhile, Lu Qi found himself ensnared in contemplation. His perception of Chen Jinyu had significantly evolved through their interactions over the past days. However, he remained uncertain whether she was indeed trustworthy. If Chen Jinyu harbored ulterior motives, it would be unwise to continually allow her to film his videos. Thus, he pondered whether to utilize a black air bullet to unveil the hidden facets of Chen Jinyu's character. Yet, such an action would imply a lack of trust in her. After all, he did not fully trust her at this moment. Why not proceed? After much deliberation, Lu Qi ultimately resolved to employ the black air bullet on Chen Jinyu. At that moment, the first-class cabin housed only Lu Qi and Chen Jinyu, with a flight attendant nearby, ready to assist. Naturally, Lu Qi could not use the black air bullet in front of the flight attendant, fearing that Chen Jinyu's secrets might be overheard. Thus, he said to her, "Sister Jinyu, please accompany me to the restroom." With that, Lu Qi rose and headed toward the lavatory. What? This action led not only to a misunderstanding on Chen Jinyu's part, but also bewildered the flight attendant. Did he intend to engage in such activities in the aircraft restroom? As this thought crossed her mind, Chen Jinyu's heart raced, and her mature, alluring visage flushed crimson at the imagined scenarios. However, upon regaining her composure, she reasoned that Lu Qi was not that type of person. Surely, she was overthinking. How could Lu Qi possibly be that way? With this in mind, Chen Jinyu quelled her anxiety and followed Lu Qi into the restroom. Bang! The restroom door closed. The flight attendant stood in stunned silence. A robust young man and a curvaceous, alluring woman entering the aircraft restroom together left little room for interpretation. The flight attendant could conceive no other possibility. Had it been in economy class, she might have intervened, but in first class, with no other passengers around, she chose to turn a blind eye. Inside the restroom, as the door clicked shut, Chen Jinyu, who had finally calmed herself, found her nerves resurfacing. Although she believed Lu Qi was not that sort of person, what if he were? What should she do then? The restroom was small, with only half a meter separating them. Chen Jinyu's ample bosom rose and fell with her quickened breaths. "Sister Jinyu, please do not be anxious. I merely wish to ask you something," Lu Qi remarked. Sensing her possible misinterpretation, observing the sincerity etched on his face, Chen Jinyu felt her apprehension dissipate entirely. She then took a small step forward, closing the distance between them. And in a sultry tone, she replied, "Brother Lu Qi, what is so pressing that it requires us to converse in the restroom? Is it true that Sister Jinyu possesses any hidden secrets?" Lu Qi inquired directly. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinyu momentarily froze, then playfully shot Lu Qi a glance. "What secrets could I possibly have? No one is inclined to divulge their secrets so readily." Lu Qi, in response, discreetly employed an invisible air dart against Chen Jinyu. She felt a fleeting sting in her arm, and soon her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "In truth, I have wronged my father and my family because I deceived them." Observing her expression, Lu Qi felt a tumult of emotions. Indeed, Chen Jinyu harbored untold secrets. Chen Jinyu continued, seemingly lost in her thoughts. "Actually, Xiao Jing is not my biological daughter." "What?" Lu Qi was taken aback. Chen Xiaojing was not Chen Jinyu's flesh and blood? "She is the daughter of a friend of mine. When I was 17, I achieved outstanding results and gained admission to a university in the United States. During my freshman year, I became close friends with a senior who also hailed from Huaxia." Chen Jinyu choked back sobs as she revealed the secret she had concealed from her family for over a decade. It turned out that during her first year, she had been a victim of a home invasion, and it was the senior next door who saved her life. She chose not to inform her family, fearing it would cause them undue worry. Unfortunately, 2 months later, that senior was diagnosed with cancer. To protect her unborn child, she refused chemotherapy, determined to carry the baby to term, a result of a fleeting encounter. She had never dared to tell her family about the circumstances. The senior implored Chen Jinyu to raise her child after her passing, promising to keep the secret alive to ensure the child received a mother's love. Initially, Chun Jinyu hesitated to fulfill her friend's request, being merely a blooming adolescent herself, yet during the final months spent with the senior, she was profoundly moved by her dedication to motherhood. The senior endured immense suffering from cancer, choosing to forego treatment to safeguard her child. 2 months after giving birth, she passed away. To honor her friend's dying wish, Chun Jinyu orchestrated a ruse, deceiving her family and the understanding Qin Shaojing. She severed her relationship with her father to uphold her friend's secret, providing Qin Shaojing with a semblance of complete maternal love. Over the years, Shaojing never doubted my identity. I fulfilled my promise to my friend. By the end of her tale, Chun Jinyu was in tears. No one knew the sacrifices she had made or the burdens she had borne. Lu Qi could scarcely believe the depth of the story that lay behind this seemingly selfish and irresponsible woman. Author's note: this chapter took over 3 hours to write. As I hesitated for a long time before ultimately deciding on this direction, I did not wish to delve into excessive drama. Chapter 79. New Beginnings. Lu Qi never anticipated that beneath the surface of Chun Jinyu's apparent selfishness and irresponsibility lay such a profound truth. This woman is, indeed, exceedingly foolish. She has sacrificed her youth and familial bonds for the sake of a promise. Yet, one cannot chastise her for her lack of foresight. Beneath this folly lies a steadfast commitment to her vow and an unwavering gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed upon her. Lu Qi introspects, pondering that were he in Chun Jinyu's position, he could never embody her level of sacrifice, for the cost is simply too great. It requires an extraordinarily resilient heart to perpetuate such a heavy deception flawlessly for over a decade. It is essential to remember that when Chun Jinyu took in Qin Shaojing, she was still under 18. She is a pitiable yet admirable woman. In this moment, Lu Qi feels both sympathy for Chun Jinyu and profound respect for her. Lu Qi, you must keep this matter confidential for me. Chun Jinyu suddenly confides in him, unaware of why she has chosen to reveal her greatest secret. After expressing it, a pang of regret washes over her. Sister Jinyu, Shaojing has grown up. In truth, you need not continue to conceal this. She has already experienced a childhood filled with maternal love, Lu Qi gently remarks. No, I promised Hongjia that I would forever safeguard this secret, Chun Jinyu replies, shaking her head. Sister Jinyu, you have already sacrificed your youth for this secret. If Hongjia were aware, she would be moved to tears, and she would not wish for you to continue this sacrifice. Shaojing is nearly 16. She is no longer an ignorant child. Even if she learns this secret, it will not significantly alter her life. Rather, it may deepen the bond between you. In simple terms, maintaining the secrecy serves little purpose and only demands further sacrifice from you, while revealing it would bear minimal consequences, Lu Qi softly persuades. Unable to bear the thought of Chun Jinyu enduring so much. Lu Qi, the truth is, I have contemplated these very thoughts over the last 2 years, which is why I brought her back to the country. I intend to disclose this secret to her on her 16th birthday. Chun Jinyu shares her innermost feelings with Lu Qi. Revealing it on Shaojing's 16th birthday is acceptable, but you can no longer keep it from Chun Lao. Lu Qi exclaims, a pang of anguish evident in his voice. Chun Lao is over 70. The mention of her aging father brings fresh tears to Chun Jinyu's eyes. I have failed my father. I have disappointed his expectations. My stubbornness and obstinacy have caused him immense pain. He has treated me with such kindness. Yet I have repaid him in this manner. As she speaks, her sobs become more pronounced, her tears soaking her face. Sadness, pain, and guilt engulf her heart. Lu Qi, filled with empathy, gently wipes away her tears with a tissue and suggests, how about this? I will arrange a fishing trip with Chun Lao, and you shall be present to personally share this secret with him. After a brief moment of weeping, Chun Jinyu nods in agreement. Very well. All right, Sister Jinyu. You are on the cusp of a new life. This is a reason for joy. Lu Qi smiles warmly. Encouraged by Lu Qi's words, Chun Jinyu gradually regains her composure, only to realize that she has unknowingly leaned upon Lu Qi's shoulder. She hurriedly distanced herself from Lu Qi, her cheeks slightly flushed as she said, Lu Qi, I apologize for causing you embarrassment. Shortly thereafter, the two exited the restroom. The flight attendant noticed Chun Jinyu's red eyes, with traces of tears still visible, and was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself how astonishing it was that such a handsome man could conquer a stunning woman and even bring her to tears. Both Lu Qi and Chun Jinyu sensed the peculiar gaze of the flight attendant upon them. Chun Jinyu remained unfazed, gracefully walking past the attendant. However, Lu Qi felt a bit awkward in his eagerness to ascertain Chun Jinyu's reliability and to test the effects of the black air bomb. He had hastily called her into the restroom, which, in retrospect, seemed rather reckless. Sir, here is my personal business card. Before disembarking, the flight attendant discreetly slipped him a card. Clearly, this dashing gentleman in first class had become the flight attendant's quarry. Hey, I'll be waiting for your call, Lu Qi remarked with a mischievous grin as he accepted the card. The attendant's heart leapt with joy, The dashing man had taken the bait. However, unbeknownst to her, once Lu Qi left the plane, he casually discarded her business card into the trash. Upon returning to Lingnan, Lu Qi first escorted Chen Jinyu to her residence before heading back to the villa. Having been away for 4 days, he found himself yearning for the enchanting presence within the villa. Aunt Fong, where is Grandpa? Lu Qi inquired upon not finding Chen Hongsan in the villa. The housekeeper replied, Oh, old Chen moved out yesterday. He didn't he inform you? Moved out. Lu Qi was taken aback, genuinely unaware of this development, and promptly called Chen Hongsan. Grandpa, why did you move? Haha, the situation with Xingjin real estate has stabilized, and the old man has found a place to stay. So I can no longer impose on you. Grandpa, aren't you being a bit distant? Haha, not at all, but I do have a son, after all. If I keep living at my granddaughter's husband's house, people might think my son is useless, though he is a bit of a slacker. Chen Hongsan's laughter resonated through the phone. In truth, a significant reason Chen Hongsan had chosen to continue residing in the villa was his desire to understand Lu Qi better. Feeling that he had gathered sufficient insight, and with Lu Qi having established a relationship with Chen Xiuying, it was time for him to gracefully withdraw. Grandpa, you are welcome to stay here whenever you wish. Upon hearing Chen Hongsan refer to him as his granddaughter's husband, Lu Qi felt compelled to express his sentiments. After concluding his conversation with Chen Hongsan, Lu Qi received a video call from his parents. Lu Ren and Liang Mei had been traveling for 20 days, maintaining contact with Lu Qi almost daily. They were aware of his acquisition of a luxury car, a grand villa, and his lucrative ventures in the futures market. However, they remained unaware of his romantic relationship, as Lu Qi intended to surprise them upon their return. Son, we'll be back tomorrow, Liang Mei said with a cheerful smile. During these 20 days, they had explored the breathtaking landscapes of Huaxia and its heart, thoroughly enjoying their time. Mom, why not extend your stay a bit longer? Lu Qi inquired with a smile. Feeling somewhat fatigued and missing you a bit, Liang Mei smiled. Haha, well then. It's perfectly fine to return and rest before indulging in some fun. Lu Qi replied with a mysterious smile. Mom, tomorrow I will pick you up from the airport and surprise you. What surprise? You will find out tomorrow. Noticing Lu Qi's enigmatic demeanor, Liang Mei couldn't help but feel a swell of anticipation. Chapter 80. Two good news in the evening. Chen Xiuya and Chen Xiaojing returned to the villa together. When Chen Hongshan moved out, Chen Xiuya also wished to leave, given that her relationship with Lu Qi was merely that of boyfriend and girlfriend. With her grandfather gone, she felt awkward continuing to stay in Lu Qi's home. However, Chen Hongshan insisted that Chen Xiuya remain, clearly stating, Xiuya, Grandpa really likes Xiao Lu. Would you please continue living in his home? The implication was unmistakable. Grandpa hoped for her future union with Lu Qi. Chen Xiuya blushed at the thought. Yet the idea of staying alone was daunting, so she requested Chen Xiaojing to stay with her. All right, Xiaojing, you shall stay here to accompany your sister, but no mischief. Understood? Initially, Chen Hongshan intended to take Chen Xiaojing with him, fearing she would cause trouble, but he relented and allowed her to remain at Chen Xiuya's request. At that moment, as Chen Xiuya recalled her grandfather's words, a gentle voice called out, Xiuya, come and eat. Turning at the sound, she saw Lu Qi sitting at the dining table, smiling at her. A wave of sweetness and surprise washed over her. For Lu Qi had told her he would return only the next day. Though they had not been apart for long, Chen Xiuya missed him dearly. His sudden appearance, complete with a table full of delectable dishes, was a delightful surprise. Their eyes met across the room, each reflecting a deep sense of longing and affection. Hee, Brother Qi is back, and we have a feast, Chen Xiaojing exclaimed, bouncing over to the table. Chen Xiuya elegantly approached with a smile, dressed in a white bodycon dress and a blue chiffon blouse, exuding an aura of fashion, grace, and sophistication. Wow, Brother Qi's cooking is indeed delicious. Chen Xiaojing beamed with joy, as if celebrating a festive occasion, while Chen Xiuya and Lu Qi exchanged glances, sharing unspoken words. After dinner, Lu Qi instructed, Xiaojing, please wash the dishes. Xiuya, come with me to the study to discuss your company's situation. Oh, Chen Xiaojing obediently went off to wash the dishes, while Chen Xiuya followed Lu Qi to the study on the 3rd floor. As they entered the room, Lu Qi closed the door and playfully pinned Chen Xiuya against it. Without uttering another word, he breathlessly embraced her exquisite form and captured her soft lips with his own. Chen Xiuya yearned for his gentle yet fervent kiss, responding with equal fervor as she clung to his back. Their kiss lingered for several minutes, filled with passion, as Lu Qi lifted Chen Xiuya, placing her delicately on the table. Thus, the two sat, one at the desk and the other standing, continuing their tender kiss, a scene of exquisite beauty. After the kiss, Lu Qi embraced Chen Xiuya as they settled into the executive chair, utterly captivated by the delightful sensation of having such a fragrant and delicate figure in his arms. You rascal, weren't you supposed to report on work? Chen Xiuya, her cheeks flushed, nestled against Lu Qi, feeling languid. Isn't it paramount to assess my dear's technical progress? Surely that is the most crucial task, Lu Qi replied with a mischievous grin directed at the enchanting beauty of Ling Nan in his embrace. Such a scoundrel. Qin Shuya playfully punched Lu Qi's chest, then continued, I have splendid news to share. Our research at Shimi Biotechnology has yielded a nutrient solution cultivated from bacteria, which demonstrates remarkable efficacy against acne, not hemorrhoids, and also possesses skin-whitening properties. We have developed a cream based on this, and we are in the process of applying for cosmetic and pharmaceutical trademarks. Once approved, we can commence mass production and launch it into the market. Haha, my darling is truly exceptional. Lu Qi leaned down and kissed Qin Shuya's lustrous lips. I was right all along. You are the best, and success is assured. The funds I invested will surely be recouped. As Lu Qi's praise washed over her, Qin Shuya felt a sweetness bloom within. She had once been lost and plagued by self-doubt regarding Shimi Biotechnology, but Lu Qi's presence had bestowed upon her the strength and confidence to persevere. Thank goodness we succeeded. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I could repay that 50 million, Qin Shuya mused. Silly girl, with our bond, why speak of repayment? Lu Qi chuckled, giving Qin Shuya's soft form resting on his lap a gentle pat. Of course, I must repay. Otherwise, people might think I sold you for 50 million, Qin Shuya retorted. Haha, as long as my darling is happy, that's all that matters. Lu Qi smiled before mysteriously adding, my dear, I also have good news to share. What is it? My parents are returning tomorrow. What? Upon hearing that Lu Qi's parents were coming back, the elegant CEO became anxious. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I have no preparations. Qin Shuya playfully squirmed in Lu Qi's embrace, her remarkably supple form testing his resolve. No worries, darling. Just accompany me to the airport tomorrow. And there's no need for any other preparations. Shouldn't we bring a gift for them? You, my future daughter-in-law, are the best gift they could ask for. The term future daughter-in-law made Qin Shuya blush, yet she refrained from arguing, pondering how best to present herself the following day. The next day, Lu Qi drove Qin Shuya to the provincial airport. She donned a light blue long dress, her hair elegantly styled into a refined updo, exuding an air of grace and poise. With the prospect of meeting Lu Qi's parents, a hint of nervousness fluttered within her. Lu Qi, on the other hand, wore the high-end attire that Qin Shuya had gifted him. Upon arriving at the airport's arrival hall, Lu Qi held Qin Shuya's hand as they stood shoulder to shoulder, awaiting the appearance of his parents. Qin Shuya's striking beauty set her apart in the crowd, like a star illuminating the night sky, radiating an enchanting glow that drew the gazes of passers-by. As Liang Mei approached the arrival hall, her gaze was immediately drawn to Qin Shuya. This girl was extraordinarily beautiful. Not only was she stunning in appearance, but her demeanor was also exceptional. Liang Mei could not help but marvel at her, simultaneously daydreaming about how wonderful it would be if her future daughter-in-law were equally lovely. After her moment of astonishment, Liang Mei noticed a handsome young man standing beside the beautiful girl, who bore a striking resemblance to her son. Old Lu, is that not Xiao Qi? Liang Mei questioned, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. As the saying goes, one is judged by their attire. Lu Qi, dressed in high-end designer clothing gifted by Qin Shuya, appeared somewhat different from his usual self. It seems so, Lu Ren replied, his tone lacking conviction. It was only as they drew nearer that the elderly couple could confirm with absolute certainty that the handsome young man was indeed their son, Lu Qi. Dad, Mom, Lu Qi exclaimed, taking Qin Shuya's hand as they approached his parents. This is my girlfriend, Qin Shuya. The realization that this striking, graceful beauty was her son's girlfriend filled Liang Mei with overwhelming joy. Just moments ago, she had been fantasizing, and now her dreams had come to fruition. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, my name is Qin Shuya. She greeted Liang Mei and her husband politely. Oh, wonderful. Liang Mei beamed, utterly delighted by the surprise their son had bestowed upon them. The more she observed Qin Shuya, the more she was enamored. Not only was she poised and attractive, but she was also exceedingly polite. Chapter 81. Overjoyed Auntie, may I assist you with your luggage? Qin Shuya offered, displaying no airs as she willingly helped Liang Mei with her bags. Liang Mei found herself increasingly fond of her. Mom, are you pleased with this surprise? Lu Qi asked softly as they made their way to the parking lot. This surprise earns you a 99, my dear. When you make Shuya my daughter-in-law, I shall bestow upon you 100. Liang Mei replied, her face aglow with happiness. While others often say that a son forgets his mother upon acquiring a wife, Liang Mei seemed to forget her son in the presence of her future daughter-in-law. After exchanging a few words with Lu Qi, she stepped forward to engage in conversation with Qin Shuya, leaving Lu Qi and Lu Ren behind. In the car back to Lingnan, Liang Mei and Qin Shuya sat in the back seat, with Liang Mei affectionately holding Qin Shuya's hand, referring to her as daughter repeatedly. Just yesterday, Qin Shuya had worried that Lu Qi's parents might be difficult to get along with, but now she realized such concerns were unfounded. My dear, Lu Qi has not mistreated you, has he? Liang Mei asked with warmth, as if Chun Xiuya were her own daughter. Auntie, Lu Qi has treated me very well. He has never mistreated me. Chun Xiuya smiled in response. If he ever does, just let me know, and I shall ensure justice is served. Thank you, Auntie. I will remember that, Chun Xiuya replied. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, driving ahead, found the conversation between his mother and girlfriend quite amusing. It was often said that mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law have a difficult relationship, yet he felt that in a few days, his mother and girlfriend would become as close as sisters. Upon arriving at the luxurious villa in Lingnan, Liang Mei and Lu Ren were awestruck. They had never dreamed that one day they would reside in such a magnificent home. Mom, you and Dad will stay in the master bedroom on the second floor. Xiuya and I will occupy the third floor. Lu Qi smiled at his mother. Liang Mei mistakenly assumed that Lu Qi and Chun Xiuya were already cohabiting and did not wish to intrude upon their intimate world. Therefore, she suggested, son, your father and I should return to the old house. We are not accustomed to staying here. How could Lu Qi fail to perceive his mother's subtle intentions? He replied, Mom, if you and Dad do not stay here, I will sell the villa and move back to live in the old house with you. From Lu Qi's demeanor, both Liang Mei and Lu Ren sensed their son's filial piety, which brought them immense comfort. The villa must not be sold. My daughter Xiuya will live here, Liang Mei said with a smile. Very well, from now on, we shall also reside here and prepare meals for you. Chun Xiuya smiled and said, Annie, we have already tidied up the rooms. Let me show you upstairs. The group ascended to the second floor. Chun Xiuya presented Liang Mei and Lu Ren with 2 sets of clothing as a token of their meeting, which she had hurriedly purchased the previous night. Auntie, this is our company's newly developed cream. Its skincare effects are remarkable, although the mass production approval has yet to be finalized. The girls at our company have tried it and found it incredibly effective for acne and blemishes, with additional whitening properties and no side effects. The second gift Chun Xiuya bestowed upon Liang Mei was a beta product from Shiwa Biotechnology. My daughter is truly wonderful. The 2 gifts filled Liang Mei with joy, elevating her fondness for Chun Xiuya to 100%. Such a beautiful and dutiful girl is indeed a rare find. Son, your girlfriend is something else. The honest and straightforward Lu Ren discreetly gave Lu Qi a thumbs up. Seeing his parents so fond of Chun Xiuya filled Lu Qi with delight. This girlfriend was undoubtedly a source of pride for him. Auntie, you must be weary from your journey. I won't disturb your rest. Half an hour later, Chun Xiuya and Lu Qi returned to the third floor. Qi, did I perform well today? Chun Xiuya asked Lu Qi with a smile. Absolutely. You were fantastic, my dear. Lu Qi was thoroughly pleased with Chun Xiuya's performance today and felt compelled to lavish her with affection. Thus, he scooped Chun Xiuya into his arms. Ah! Chun Xiuya exclaimed, wrapping her delicate arms around Lu Qi's neck, playfully scolding, Qi, what are you doing? Hee, I am going to reward my darling. Lu Qi carried Chun Xiuya into the room in a princess carry. Seeing Lu Qi's joyful expression made Chun Xiuya's heart swell with sweetness. Lu Qi gently placed Chun Xiuya onto the large bed, leaning over her to kiss her soft lips. Oh, you naughty boy. Chun Xiuya playfully hit Lu Qi twice before succumbing to the passionate kiss. What reassured Chun Xiuya was Lu Qi's respect for her, aside from kissing. He did not advance further. Outside the window, the sun shone brilliantly, while inside, the two were immersed in their sweet kiss. With the experiment at Shiwa Biotechnology resolved, Chun Xiuya found herself with more leisure time. In the afternoon, she drove Liang Mei out for shopping while Lu Qi and his father remained in the villa enjoying tea. Dad, I plan to travel to the seaside in the southern province with Xiuya in a couple of days. How about you and Mom joining us? Lu Qi conversed. Earlier in the room, he had already conferred with Chun Xiuya regarding their plans to travel to the seaside of the southern province. You both should go. Your mother and I have just returned from a 20-day trip and need some time to rest, Lu Ren remarked. Lu Qi anticipated this outcome. His parents undoubtedly wished to avoid intruding on their intimate world. However, given that his parents had traveled for such an extended period, they indeed required a respite. In the evening, Lu Qi invited Chun Hongshan over to introduce him to his parents. The two families shared a harmonious dinner together. Chun Hongshan and Lu Ren's personalities meshed exceptionally well, leading them to engage in a spirited game of chess post-dinner. Meanwhile, Liang Mei took a liking to the spirited Chen Xiaojing. The little girl affectionately called her Aunt Liang and eagerly assisted Liang Mei with various tasks, winning her heart in the process. Observing the joyful camaraderie among everyone, Lu Qi felt a profound sense of accomplishment. If a family is not harmonious, no matter how much a man earns, he has failed by half. Jinyu, I've arranged for Chun Lao to join me for fishing tomorrow, Lu Qi stated as he returned to his room and called Chun Jinyu. Lu Qi, you must face this bravely. Chun Jinyu hesitated, contemplating retreat. But under Lu Qi's earnest demeanor, she conceded. All right, Lu Qi, I will follow your arrangements. They discussed the specifics of their plans for the following day. After their conversation, Chun Jinyu brought up the progress of the fishing group. Lu Qi, The group has surpassed 1.5 million followers and continues to grow rapidly. Your videos of catching large salmon have received over 600,000 likes, and even your older videos have seen an uptick to 200,000 likes. Well, manage the group well. From now on, you need not submit videos for my review prior to publication, Lucci expressed, having complete trust in Chen Jinyu, deeming further review unnecessary. After ending the call, Lucci opened Douyin to check on the fishing group. He noticed a plethora of comments beneath his salmon catching videos. Wow, catching salmon on consecutive casts. This can't be in the country, can it? Did you not see the title? It's in the Huaxiao Black Province. Director, you're amazing. Please reveal the specific location. Other group members wish to fish too. Director is unbeatable, the strongest angler on Douyin. Author's Note 1. When urging for updates, please refer to the update video or click on the Powered by Love gift. These actions are free but impact my ability to make a living. Thank you all. Author's Note 2. Acne, pronounced Siu Chung, commonly known as pimples or blemishes, is different from hemorrhoids, which occur in the anal region. Chapter 82. Father and daughter reunited the next morning. Lucci drew back the curtains and stepped onto the balcony. In the yard, the goddess-like Chun Xiuya was practicing yoga, with Liang Mei following suit beside her. Witnessing this scene, Lucci could not help but smile. Mom, keep it up. He called out to the two from the balcony. With my daughter teaching me, I will certainly do my best. Liang Mei replied with a grin. This is actually Liang Mei's first foray into the realm of yoga. One morning, as she rose to prepare breakfast, she encountered Chen Qiuya, who suggested that she allow the housekeeper to handle the meal and instead join her for some morning exercise. Liang Mei found herself increasingly fond of Chen Qiuya. Son, make sure to invite your father for morning exercises too. Sure thing. Lu Qi then arranged to play basketball with his father, Lu Run. While the father and son engaged in their game, the future daughter-in-law and mother-in-law practiced yoga, filling the villa with warmth and happiness. After breakfast, Chen Qiuya departed for work, while Liang Mei and Lu Ren returned to their respective workplaces to finalize their resignations. With their son now a billionaire, they naturally would not toil away for a mere few thousand in monthly salary. Lu Qi drove to Chun Hongshan's residential area, picking him up to head to the riverside for fishing. Today, Lu Qi had no specific goals for fishing, nor did he activate the system's fish-finding feature. It was purely a leisure outing. Ding, caught a crucian carp, experience points. 10. Ding, caught a tilapia, experience points. 10, with an 8th level fishing skill. And bolstered by the system's luck attribute, Lu Qi effortlessly caught fish. However, his primary purpose today was not fishing. Xiao Lu, I can't help but wonder if we're fishing in the same river, Chen Hongshan remarked. Observing Lu Qi's continuous catches while he himself struggled to reel in one every 10 to 20 minutes. Yet, this did not dampen Chen Hongshan's spirits, for he had long since learned that fishing should never be compared with Lu Qi. Doing so would only lead to frustration. At that moment, Lu Qi received a text message. He glanced at his phone and then turned around, noticing Chun Jinyu hiding behind a nearby tree. Grandfather, in this world, there are those like me who are fortunate. And then there are those who are not. There are even individuals who, caught between good fortune and misfortune, choose the latter. Lu Qi began to delve into his narrative, wishing to share a story with his grandfather. Oh, do tell, Chun Hongshan responded, intrigued by the underlying significance in Lu Qi's tone. The tale unfolded. There was a girl who excelled academically in high school. During her time, the Chinese student body greatly revered studying abroad, prompting her to pursue her university education overseas. As Lu Qi narrated the story, Chen Hongshan listened intently at first. However, as the tale progressed, his expression shifted, for the girl's experiences closely mirrored those of his own daughter. When he heard that the girl had deceived everyone for the sake of a promise, Chen Hongshan could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, his voice trembling. Xiao Lu, is the girl in the story Chen Jinyu? Grandfather, please don't rush. There's more to the story, Lu Qi continued, elaborating on the girl's journey. Although he did not directly confirm Chen Hongshan's inquiry, the older man was already convinced that the girl in the narrative was indeed his daughter, Chen Jinyu. Otherwise, Lu Qi would not have been recounting this story to him without cause. As Lu Qi concluded his tale, Chen Hongshan's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Lu, is this story truly real? He stammered, his hands quaking. Grandfather, let Jinyu tell you the rest. Lu Qi called out to the distance. Jinyu, come here. Upon hearing Lu Qi's voice, Chen Jinyu emerged from behind the grand tree. The moment she beheld her elderly father gazing at her with reddened eyes, she could no longer contain her emotions. As she approached Chen Hongshan, tears streamed down her cheeks. By the time she stood before him, she was a weeping mess, sobbing. Dad, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It was I who deceived you. How could you be so foolish, so confused? At that moment, tears welled from the corners of Chen Hongshan's eyes as well. Overwhelmed by the memories of the hardships his daughter had endured over the years and the immense pressure she had borne, he could not help but weep. Dad, I'm sorry, I have been an unfilial daughter. Foolish girl, foolish girl. The father and daughter embraced each other, weeping profusely. After years of silence, the truth was finally revealed, and they recognized one another. Lu Qi, observing from the side, felt a pang in his heart. Chen Jinyu had been born when Chen Hongshan was 40, a cherished daughter he doted upon. Yet later, due to her lies, their relationship had fractured. Reflecting on the years he had refused to meet his daughter, Chen Hongshan was filled with regret and sorrow. The last time he had wept was 2 decades ago when he lost his beloved wife. Foolish daughter, how much you have suffered over the years. His cherished little girl had shouldered burdens that were not hers since she was 17, a struggle that persisted for over a decade. The thought shattered Chen Hongshan's heart. Dad, Jinyu is not suffering. I have only disappointed you and caused you pain. Chen Jinyu understood the immense hurt her deceit had inflicted upon her father. Grandfather, Jinyu Aunt Jinyu, today's reunion between you and your father is a joyous occasion. Let us first wipe away our tears. Lu Qi, concerned about Chen Hongshan's emotional turmoil, stepped forward to ease the atmosphere, offering them tissues. After all, Chen Hongshan was in his 70s, and excessive emotional upheaval could lead to unforeseen consequences. Under Lu Qi's gentle mediation, both Chen Hongshan and Chen Jinyu managed to regain their composure. Dad, it was my capriciousness and stubbornness. Feel free to scold me. Chen Jinyu lowered her head like a child who had erred, fully aware of her transgressions against her father. I won't scold you. Your return is all that matters. Chen Hongshan could not bear to reprimand her after all the suffering she had already faced. You were merely 17 then, and now you are 32. I can hardly recognize you. Chen Hongshan caressed Chen Jinyu's face, his heart brimming with emotion. Over the years, he had only seen her from a distance twice. The rest of the time, it was Chen Qiuying who had shown him photographs. Dad, I have truly been an unfilial daughter. I haven't been by your side all these years. Chen Jinyu grasped her father's wrinkled hand, filled with guilt. After a long separation, the father and daughter felt an abundance of words to share, yet ultimately, they merely held each other's hands tightly. Come, let us tell your mother about this. Chen Hongshan suddenly exclaimed. All right. Thus, Lu Qi drove them to the cemetery where Chen Hongshan's wife rested. I have heard that you have secretly returned each year to pay respects to your mother, haven't you? Yes, I didn't dare to tell you, fearing you would disallow my visits. Before the gravestone of Chen Hongshan's wife, the estranged father and daughter finally reconciled. Xiao Lu, I must express my gratitude for this matter. Otherwise, my foolish daughter would remain confused indefinitely. On the return journey, Chen Hongshan conveyed his thanks to Lu Qi. Grandfather, aunt, I am truly delighted to see you two reconcile and restore your relationship, Lu Qi said with a smile. Hearing Lu Qi refer to her as aunt, Chen Jinyu inwardly rolled her eyes. This fellow had previously called her sister Jinyu. In terms of age, Chen Jinyu was only a few years older than Lu Qi, and in appearance, she could easily be mistaken for a woman in her 20s. Because of this, Lu Qi had hesitated to address her as aunt. However, since he had called Chen Hongshan grandfather, it would be inappropriate to refer to Chen Jinyu as sister, lest the familial hierarchy become muddled. Chapter 83. If you dare, come at me. Father, I have a small request, Chen Jinyu said, linking her arm with Chen Hongshan's. What is your request? Speak freely, Chen Hongshan replied, feeling a profound sense of indebtedness to his daughter and wishing to make amends. Could you please ask Lu Qi not to call me aunt? He's so young. Being addressed as aunt makes me feel old. Now that they had acknowledged their relationship, Chen Jinyu displayed a more youthful side in front of her father, her tone laced with a hint of playful petulance. In response to Chen Jinyu's charm, Chen Hongshan was reminded of her 17-year-old self, rekindling the long-lost father-daughter bond. Xiao Lu is Qiuya's boyfriend, so it's only fitting that he calls you aunt. I don't care, he's not much older than me. I don't want to feel old. Haha. Very well then. Xiao Lu, how about you call Jinyu sister from now on? Chen Hongshan, eager to fulfill his daughter's wishes, was determined to compensate for the years of paternal love she had missed. Of course, no problem. In truth, I also find it strange to call her aunt given how young sister Jinyu is, Lu Qi replied with a smile. After escorting the two back to Chen Hongshan's community, Lu Qi took his leave. This father-daughter pair, who had been estranged for over a decade, now had much to converse about, and it felt inappropriate for him to linger. A few minutes later, Lu Qi arrived at Shiwa Biological Company. Boss, you're here. Chen Qiuya's assistant recognized Lu Qi, aware of his role as the actual controller of the company, and welcomed him warmly. Is President Chen in? Yes, President Chen is currently in a meeting. Then I shall wait for her in the office. Lu Qi proceeded directly to the president's office. Shortly thereafter, Chen Qiuya returned from her meeting, clad in a fitted black suit and a sleek pencil skirt that accentuated her flawless legs, exuding the beauty and poise of a distinguished executive. As she entered the office, the door was abruptly closed by a sudden force, and Lu Qi, hiding behind the door, swiftly embraced her. Rascal, stop fooling around. This is the office. The elegant and aloof female president felt her heart race, her body weakening at his touch. Each time Lu Qi enveloped her in his strong embrace, her body felt powerless. She quickly reached for the door to lock it, ensuring they wouldn't be caught by her assistant. Initially, Lu Qi intended to surprise Chen Qiuya, but upon discovering that she had locked the door, his heart leapt with joy. He gently lifted the fragrant and delicate Chen Qiuya onto the office chair, leaning in to kiss her tender, rosy lips. Although she initially resisted, the fervent and assertive aura of masculinity enveloped her, causing her to succumb swiftly. She wrapped her arms around Lu Qi's neck, responding with tender affection. Moments later, Chen Qiuya, her cheeks flushed, sat in Lu Qi's embrace, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion. Playfully, she delivered a gentle punch to his chest, chiding, "You naughty boy, you are truly wicked." Never before had Chen Qiuya imagined engaging in such intimate acts with a man in her office. Someone seemed rather proactive just now, Lu Qi teased with a mischievous grin. "Ah, do not say that," Chen Qiuya replied, flustered, pinching him lightly on the thigh. After relishing their sweet moment, Chen Qiuya stood to tidy her clothing and broached the subject at hand. "The approval for my skincare cream should come through in a couple of days. But our company's production capacity is currently limited, which will undoubtedly fail to meet future demands. Therefore, I plan to commence the construction of a large factory. Acquiring the land and initiating construction will require approximately 200 million in funding. I visited 3 banks today, but none were willing to grant me a loan." As she spoke, a hint of frustration crept into her voice. Despite the groundbreaking skincare products developed by her company, the banks remained skeptical. They only recognized her as the daughter of Chen Funan, whose company was burdened with debts exceeding 10 billion to each bank, thus rendering them unwilling to extend financial support to her venture. 200 million is no trivial matter. I can lend it to your company, Lu Qi asserted confidently. Hearing his bold words warmed Chen Qiuya's heart. She leaned down and planted a soft kiss on his lips, murmuring, "Qi, thank you. However, this time I wish to rely on my own abilities. I cannot always be the pampered child in your arms." "Very well. Then I shall accompany you to the remaining 2 banks this afternoon," Lu Qi replied, understanding her strong-willed nature. Regardless, he believed that even if Shiwa Biotechnology could not secure a loan at present, once Shiwa Cream hit the market and garnered a favorable reputation, the bank managers would likely be clamoring at their doors. In the afternoon, Lu Qi accompanied Chen Qiuya to the 2 remaining banks for loans. Their first stop was Tiannong Bank. Unfortunately, as with the previous 3 banks, Tiannong Bank declined the loan request, citing the uncertain prospects of Shiwa Biotechnology's products. This left only Tianshong Bank. Chen Qiuya had initially wished to avoid Tianshong Bank due to He Tianyi, the assistant to the bank's president. But they had no choice but to proceed. Upon arriving, Chen Qiuya was astonished to discover that He Tianyi had been promoted to manager of the credit management department. When He Tianyi saw Chen Qiuya and Lu Qi together, a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. He had harbored resentment since their last encounter at the restaurant, where Lu Qi had embarrassed him publicly. He had contemplated using his connections to entrap Lu Qi, yet Chen Hongshan's significant influence in Lingnan thwarted any such attempts. "You wish to secure a loan of 200 million? He Tianyi casually flipped through the application materials, chuckling. "Is this based solely on a new cream? Are you aware of the multitude of creams available on the market? There are not just 1,000, there are hundreds. Manager He. Our new cream exhibits remarkable efficacy against acne and acne scars." Chen Qiuya attempted to elaborate, but He Tianyi interrupted her with a wave of his hand, stating, "Every product boasts such claims in its advertisements. In my opinion, your desire for such a substantial loan suggests ulterior motives to assist St. Gold Real Estate, doesn't it? Chen Qiuya, spare me the pretenses. If you sleep with me just once, I shall grant you the loan." His final statement was uttered in a low voice. Yet not far away, Lu Qi, with his extraordinary hearing, caught every word. This undoubtedly crossed Lu Qi's line. He abruptly rose, his expression devoid of emotion as he approached He Tianyi. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, this is a bank." He Tianyi remained unfazed by Lu Qi, believing that the bank setting would render any violent action far more serious than in a restaurant. "Qi, let us leave. Do not stoop to his level." Chen Qiuya worriedly grasped Lu Qi's hand, preventing him from advancing towards He Tianyi. "Heh, kid, aren't you quite the fighter? Come at me if you dare." He Tianyi mockingly taunted Lu Qi. Lu Qi responded with a cold smile, the dark energy of his aura silently emanating. Just moments ago, He Tianyi, brimming with arrogance, suddenly faltered. Lu Qi then produced his phone, logging into the account of the Explosive Protection Bureau for the first time before initiating a live stream. Author's note: a new day dawns, and I hope everyone will take a moment to watch the update video and click on the Generate Power with Love gift. Both actions are free and available daily. This is crucial for my daily sustenance. Thank you. Chapter 84. Trouble Brews for the Arrogant. This was the inaugural live stream of the Explosive Protection Bureau. Many fans had long anticipated this moment. So as soon as Lu Qi commenced the broadcast, thousands flooded into the stream. Member number 3 of the Explosive Protection Bureau reporting. Director, I am member number 99. Where's the director? Where can we find the head of the Explosive Protection Bureau? The eager fans yearned to catch a glimpse of the Bureau's director. Lu Qi first directed the camera towards a business card in his hand. The card read, Tianshang Bank, Lingnan Branch, Credit Department Manager He Tianyi. Wait, the director is named He Tianyi? Is he a bank employee? The fans in the live stream expressed their curiosity. Next, Lu Qi turned the camera towards He Tianyi. At that moment, He Tianyi was struck by the dark energy. Huh, come hit me, you fool. Even if you had 10 times the courage, you wouldn't dare. Do you know who my father is? He Tianyi boasted, my father is the vice president of the Tianshang Guangfu branch, overseeing trillions in credit. And I, He Tianyi, am his most cherished son, a graduate of Harvard Business School. My diploma cost over 10 million. Do you comprehend what that signifies? No, but my father, with just a flick of his finger, could have that amount delivered within a week. He Tianyi's words detonated like a bomb within the live stream. The fans finally realized that today's live stream by He Tianyi was not about fishing, but rather about exposing the dark underbelly of society. How audacious of him to openly declare such truths. Those who are arrogant are destined for misfortune. Just wait and see, as I have already begun recording. He is merely a branch manager in a small city, and yet he displays such reckless bravado. Many viewers of the live stream swiftly activated their screen recording. The viewer count skyrocketed from 1,000 to 10,000 in mere moments. Aren't you so tough? Come at me. What, are you afraid? He Tianyi taunted, gazing defiantly at Lu Qi, bursting into laughter. He Tianyi, at the tender age of 10, was ensnared in a web of dark deeds, he began to boast. Recounting his sordid past, Chen Qiya was left utterly astounded. Although she could not comprehend why He Tianyi would reveal such information, his actions were truly beastly. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. How could He Tianyi be anything but inhumane? A monster. After committing so many vile acts, he still faces no consequences. This is outrageous. If such a person is not brought to justice, what remains of morality? The audience's fury ignited completely. The viewer count surged from 10,000 to 15,000, and it continued to rise fervently. At 16, my father smoothed things over with money. At 17, the same. He Tianyi continued to enumerate his dark history. Each revelation was enough to incite outrage, and he rambled on, seemingly without end. Anger could scarcely encapsulate the emotions of those in the live stream. They wished fervently to reach through their screens and strangle this beast, He Tianyi. Meanwhile, the commotion caught the attention of some bank employees outside. Upon hearing He Tianyi's raucous declarations, they initially assumed something had occurred and approached, only to discover He Tianyi was divulging his own misdeeds. The employees contemplated intervening, but paused upon seeing Lu Qi was live streaming, realizing the gravity of He Tianyi's revelations. If they intervened now, they could be perceived as accomplices. At 18, I supported the campus bell with 4 million. At 19, my father, as He Tianyi continued his self-exposure. The number of viewers in Lu Qi's stream swelled. The bank employees understood that He Tianyi was doomed, and so was his father. One employee rushed to inform the branch manager. Upon learning of He Tianyi's live self-disclosure, the manager was startled into action, hastily making his way to He Tianyi's office. At 22, I acquired a new girlfriend, and this time, I was simultaneously dating 5. The branch manager witnessed He Tianyi indeed spilling his secrets and hurriedly approached to intervene. My apologies, everyone. Tianyi is merely sleepwalking and talking in his sleep, the manager explained into the camera while attempting to pull He Tianyi back, exclaiming loudly, Tianyi, wake up. Stop talking nonsense. Then, lowering his voice, he added, do you wish to bring ruin upon our manager? Ha, Uncle Gene, what is there to fear? Fear not. For today we shall continue our revelries with those young ladies from last night. The mistress you have been supporting is truly unremarkable. To my astonishment, the bank president's face turned an ashen green when he realized that He Tianyi had exposed his own scandalous secrets. Do not record this. Stop the filming. Someone. Seize his phone. The bank president cried in desperation as he lunged for Lu Qi's device. Yet, no one dared to assist him. The employees understood that aiding He Tianyi or the bank president would be tantamount to courting disaster. The audience in the live stream had already surged past 2 million. No one possessed the fortitude to withstand the wrath of such a multitude. At the very least, He Tianyi's father was far from capable of managing it. With a slight push, Lu Qi sent the bank president sprawling to the ground, maintaining his grip on the phone as he continued to film the central figure, He Tianyi. Ultimately, the revelations spanned from He Tianyi's childhood at the tender age of 5 to his current 26 years. It is over. That fool has brought me to ruin. The bank president lay on the ground, pale and stricken, for a considerable portion of the scandalous revelations from the past year implicated his involvement. Thank you for watching. At the conclusion of the live stream, Lu Qi typed a few words and then ended the broadcast. Meanwhile, He Tianyi, now devoid of color, slumped helplessly to the ground. He could not fathom why he had been so arrogant as to reveal such damaging information about himself, yet he comprehended that this time he was utterly finished, and his father would also face dire consequences. That scoundrel deserves the harshest punishment. After departing from the Tianshang Bank, Chen Xiuya was still seething with anger. She had always suspected that He Tianyi was no good, but she never imagined he had committed so many heinous acts. He certainly cannot escape now. As for the punishment he will receive, we shall leave that to the law, Lu Qi remarked. Why do you think He Tianyi chose to expose so many of his own wrongdoings? Chen Xiuya inquired with curiosity. A fool, indeed, he has grown accustomed to arrogance. Believing he could control everything, Lu Qi replied. Given the recent events, Chen Xiuya could only concede that He Tianyi was indeed a reckless fool, as there was no other explanation. Meanwhile, a tremendous uproar had erupted online, causing the relevant authorities' phones to be inundated with calls from outraged netizens. When He Tianyi's father first learned of the situation, he attempted to suppress the incident, but within mere hours, he too was taken away. Without delving into subsequent news, it suffices to say that this live stream significantly bolstered the reputation of the Bureau of Explosive Protection. The fanbase skyrocketed from 2 million to 5 million in a single day. Author's note: some plot elements from earlier were slightly modified on January 10, 2022, primarily regarding Qin Funan and Li Ting, with minimal impact on the subsequent narrative. Those who have read the latest chapters may disregard this. Chapter 85. The two maidens. After discussing He Tianyi's self-revelations, Chen Xiuya stated, "Qi, I have decided against taking out a loan." What prompted this sudden change of heart? Lu Qi inquired with a smile. Those banks do not trust our Biowell company. I want them to regret their decision. I visited 5 banks today, and none would lend us the funds to build the factory, Chen Xiuya expressed, a hint of frustration evident in her tone. That is more like it. Do not be so stubborn in the future. Listen to my advice, all right? Lu Qi replied with a smile. Understood, she affirmed. Chen Xiuyan leaned closer and placed a kiss on Lu Qi's cheek. Qi, thank you. You are indeed my steadfast support. My dear, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, could you do me a favor? Lu Qi replied with a mischievous smile. What favor? Observing Lu Qi's playful demeanor, Chen Xiuyan sensed his intentions. He whispered something into her ear, and upon hearing it, her face flushed a deep crimson, and she playfully scolded, "You naughty boy. You're teasing me. I'm going to tell Auntie." My dear, I assure you, I am not teasing. As your boyfriend, such matters are perfectly natural between couples. Lu Qi gently reassured her. Chen Xiuyan understood the normalcy of it, yet she felt apprehensive. The memory of their video call that night flooded back to her, intensifying her blush. Qi, could you give me some time? I'm not quite ready. Biting her lip, she knew she couldn't disappoint Lu Qi. With a little time to prepare, she could ensure her boyfriend experienced the joys he deserved. Seeing her earnest expression warmed Lu Qi's heart. Silly girl, I was merely joking. Do not take it to heart. I would never force you to do anything you're uncomfortable with. No, I am willing, Chen Xiuyan said, both shy and brave. I am willing to do anything for my boyfriend. I just need some time to get ready. Lu Qi felt deeply moved, his heart brimming with anticipation for their future together. Upon returning to the office, Lu Qi shared the news about Chen Jinyu with Chen Xiuyan. After hearing it, she collapsed into Lu Qi's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Annie has endured so much hardship. She could hardly fathom the pressures her aunt had faced over the years. Qi, we must take good care of Annie from now on, all right? Of course. After wiping her tears, Chen Xiuyan and Lu Qi left the office and made their way to Chen Hongshan's neighborhood. Auntie. Upon seeing Chen Jinyu, Chen Xiuyan rushed into her arms, sobbing. Auntie, Lu Qi has told me everything. Why were you so foolish? Her heart ached for Chen Jinyu. In the past, her aunt had indeed been naive and confused. But things had changed now. Let us not cry anymore, shall we? Chen Jinyu smiled to comfort her. Having spoken with Chen Hongshan, Chen Jinyu had adjusted her mindset completely. Yes, Xiuyan, what has passed is past. We must look forward and treat your aunt well. Chen Hongshan remarked thoughtfully. Auntie, I'm transferring 300,000 from my bank account to you. Chen Xiuyan was determined to care for Chen Jinyu and make amends for the Chen family's past neglect. Silly girl, your aunt is capable of earning her own living. Chen Jinyu understood her niece's intentions, feeling the warmth of family enveloping her. Auntie, you can come work at my company, Chen Xiuyan added. No need for that. I can earn a decent amount from filming videos with Lu Qi now, Chen Jinyu smiled. Casting a glance at Lu Qi, Chen Xiuyan was already aware of this arrangement, which Lu Qi had confirmed with her consent. She simply wished for her aunt to avoid any unnecessary toil. Auntie, filming videos must be quite demanding, right? If you feel tired, my company, or my father's company, is always welcoming you, Chen Qiuya remarked. My dear Qiuya, thank you, Chen Jinyu replied, her heart brimming with warmth. However, aunt, I truly enjoy my current job. The two embraced on the sofa, hand in hand, sharing an intimate conversation. Aunt, tomorrow we are traveling to Haisheng province. Will you join us? Chen Qiuya wished to take Chun Jinyu to the seaside for relaxation. Believing that her aunt had endured too much hardship in the past, and that she must do everything possible to make amends. Are you and Lu Qi going together? Yes. Will you come along with us? No, I wouldn't want to intrude on your romantic getaway. Chen Jinyu smiled and waved her hand dismissively. It's all right, Aunt. After all, one of Lu Qi's main purposes for this trip to Haisheng is fishing, and you could help him capture some videos. Right, Qi? Chen Qiuya turned to Lu Qi. Ahem. Qiuya is right. Jinyu, you can join us, Lu Qi affirmed. Initially, he had intended to savor a romantic getaway with Chen Qiuya, but to his surprise, she had actively invited Chen Jinyu. All right then, thank you, my dear Qiuya, Chen Jinyu exclaimed, planting a kiss on Chen Qiuya. She did not want to miss the exciting fishing moments with Lu Qi, so despite the potential of being a third wheel, she was eager to accompany them to Haisheng province. The following day at Yangshe Airport, the two women walked hand in hand into the terminal. Almost everyone's gaze was drawn to them. The woman on the left wore a flowing bohemian dress, tall with a perfectly curvaceous figure, her beauty captivating and her demeanor exuding elegance and nobility. The woman on the right possessed a mature allure, clad in white shorts, her curves voluptuous and her complexion fair, radiating the charm of an exceptional young woman. The mere presence of either woman was enough to captivate any man's attention, and now, as they walked together, they became the most breathtaking sight in the airport. No one noticed the young man trailing behind them with their luggage. The two young ladies from the Chen family would hardly be believed as aunt and niece. Lu Qi walked behind Chen Qiuya and Chen Jinyu, marveling at the stunning duo. Outsiders would never guess their true relationship, mistaking them for sisters. Initially, Lu Qi had felt a tinge of annoyance at Chen Qiuya's invitation for Chen Jinyu to join their journey. But now he realized that it might not be so bad after all. Just look at those two in front, one with a peach-shaped figure and the other, more mature and rounded, embodying two distinct types of beauty. Qi, hurry up. Chen Qiuya suddenly stopped to wait for Lu Qi. Oh, I'm coming, he said, quickly averting his gaze and hastening to her side. All right, let's go together. Chen Qiuya linked one arm with Lu Qi and held Chen Jinyu's hand with the other as they entered the VIP lounge. This scene elicited envy and admiration from the onlooking men. Half an hour later, aboard a flight to Nan province, the first-class cabin was occupied solely by the three of them. Chen Jinyu and Chen Qiuya whispered to each other, giggling as they slyly glanced at Lu Qi. Lu Qi felt somewhat apprehensive under their gaze, so he leaned in to eavesdrop. His hearing was far more acute than that of the average person, and thus he clearly caught the whispered conversation between the two women. Aunt, I want to make Lu Qi happier, but I do not know how to do it. What is the matter? I want to help him with that, but I'm at a loss. Upon hearing Chen Qiui's question, Chen Jinyu felt a flush creeping to her ears, silently thinking, Oh Qiui, such matters are not ones I am equipped to advise you on. I have no experience myself. Chapter 86. The splendid moments on the yacht. It was both amusing and touching for Lu Qi to witness a noble and elegant female seeking advice on such matters. What a silly little girl she was. His gaze softened immensely. This girlfriend, who had become somewhat foolish for his sake, was someone he could never love enough. Meanwhile, Chen Jinyu's heart raced at Chen Qiui's inquiry, though she endeavored to keep her composure. Despite lacking any experience herself, she feigned expertise and said, Qiui, didn't you mention that you haven't consummated your relationship with Lu Qi? Such matters should be arranged after that. Is that so? Must it be after? Chen Qiui asked, both shy and earnest in her quest for knowledge. Principally, I would advise against engaging in such actions prior to consummation, Chen Jinyu replied with utmost seriousness. Lu Qi, who was eavesdropping, felt a twinge of frustration. Was this extraordinary woman truly thwarting his endeavors? She deserved a playful swat. Aunt, I'll heed your words. But I must learn eventually. Please teach me. Chen Qiui's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. How could I teach you here? We shall discuss it once we are in a room, Chen Jinyu replied, although she had no experience. She understood the underlying principles and thought it would not be a problem to instruct Chen Qiui. Lu Qi couldn't help but conjure an image in his mind of Chen Jinyu teaching Chen Qiui in a room, and it sent his blood racing. He instinctively glanced at Chen Qiui's alluringly delicate lips, then at Chen Jinyu's sensual red lips. How could I entertain such thoughts? This is far too perilous. Lu Qi hastily suppressed those dangerous notions. Subsequently, he ceased eavesdropping on their whispered conversation and closed his eyes to rest. 2 hours later, the plane landed in Yasi, H province. The trio first made their way to the beach. Beneath the azure sky, with the cerulean sea and golden sands, one's heart naturally lightened. The public beach was rather crowded. There were surfers, jet skiers, sandcastle builders, and various ladies donning an array of bikinis. Yet, no matter how alluringly clad, none could rival the charm of the Chen sisters. Both Chen Qiui and Chen Jinyu adorned wide-brimmed hats and oversized sunglasses, gracefully strolling along the shore, embodying the essence of beach elegance with their poise and beauty. The gentle sea breeze danced around Chun Chioi's bohemian dress, while the waves caressed Chun Jinyu's fair, delicate legs. This captivating duo drew the gaze of nearly everyone around. Lu Qi admired the scene with great pleasure. However, the beach was too crowded for Chun Chioi's comfort. And after a short while, she turned to Lu Qi and said, "Qi, aren't you planning to rent a yacht for fishing? Let us set off." "Haha. How well you know me, Chioi. Let us go." Since disembarking from the plane, Lu Qi felt an irresistible urge, his heart soaring towards the vast ocean. Consequently, the trio departed from the public beach, and Lu Qi rented a luxurious yacht, replete with a swimming pool, kitchen, living room, and bedroom, an opulent vessel equipped with every amenity. Priced at 100,000 a day, Lu Qi took the helm of the yacht himself. Operating such a vessel necessitates a corresponding license. And as a master of wilderness survival, Lu Qi had long been equipped with various credentials by the system, including those for larger yachts. With a full tank of fuel, Lu Qi set sail towards the Azure Sea, accompanied solely by the Qin sisters. "Lu Qi, you truly are impressive. You even possess a yacht license," Chen Jinyu remarked, her eyes sparkling as she observed Lu Qi's focused demeanor at the helm. "Ah, it's nothing much," Lu Qi replied with a smile. "You both can go enjoy the living room or the deck. There's no need to watch me here. But I want to learn to sail too," Chen Xiuying interjected eagerly. "Not a problem. Come over, and I shall teach you," Lu Qi said, guiding Chen Xiuying in navigating the yacht. Positioned closely together, the scene was undeniably picturesque. "I shall no longer partake in your lovey-dovey antics." Chen Jinyu chuckled, shaking her head before exiting the cockpit. Once Chen Jinyu left, Lu Qi's demeanor shifted. "Qi, don't mess around." Chen Xiuying's perfect visage flushed a rosy hue. All right, Lu Qi responded, mindful of the task at hand. After sailing for 10 nautical miles, he switched to autopilot mode, requiring only periodic course adjustments. The pair exited the cockpit and made their way to the living room. A lavish space adorned with dual-sided floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the sea, allowing them to sip drinks and engage in conversation while admiring the breathtaking views. At that moment, Chun Jinyu reclined on the sofa, lazily gazing out at the ocean, her smooth, fair thighs gleaming. "Aren't you two sailing anymore?" she inquired, noticing Lu Qi and Chun Xiuying's entrance. "We've set it to autopilot," Lu Qi replied. With a smile, Chun Jinyu turned to Chun Xiuying. "Xiuying, have you learned to sail yet?" "Basically, I've grasped the fundamentals," Chun Xiuying answered, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Chun Jinyu, perceptive as ever, deduced that the couple had likely been engaged in more than just sailing in the cockpit. "Let me mix you some cocktails," she offered, moving to the bar to prepare drinks. Before long, she returned, presenting a blue cocktail on the table. Lu Qi took a sip, his eyes brightening. "Sister Jinyu, your skills are exceptional." Receiving Lu Qi's praise, Chun Jinyu's alluring smile blossomed. "I once worked at a bar." With 10 hours remaining to reach their fishing destination, Lu Qi found the journey far from monotonous, especially with the delightful company of the Qin sisters. In truth, the voyage was not only engaging but exhilarating. Savoring his fine drink and the splendid ocean views, Lu Qi felt utterly at ease, flanked by two stunning beauties. Chen Xiuying, however, had a low tolerance for alcohol. Her cheeks flushed after just 2 glasses. After their drinks, the trio transitioned to the deck. Chen Jinyu donned a sheer, translucent skirt, complemented by a beach bikini underneath. Encouraged by her, Chen Qiuya also opted for a similar diaphanous skirt paired with her own bikini. This delicate interplay of visibility and concealment offered a visual feast for Lu Qi. He discerned that Chen Qiuya wore a pink bikini, while Chen Jinyu sported a leopard print one exuding innocence and sensuality, the other radiating fiery passion. It was truly captivating. Lu Qi found himself mesmerized, his gaze fixed upon them. Chen Jinyu exuded confidence, whereas Chen Qiuya appeared slightly bashful. Had it not been for Chen Jinyu's encouragement, she would not have dared to wear something so alluring. "Lu Qi, do you think Qiuya is beautiful?" Chen Jinyu asked with a flirtatious smile. "Absolutely. My darling is the most beautiful in the world," Lu Qi replied earnestly. Chen Qiuya blushed at the compliment, swiftly changing the subject. "Auntie, let me help you apply sunscreen." "Sure," Chen Jinyu replied, reclining on her lounge chair as Chen Qiuya applied sunscreen to her legs and arms. The sight of one exquisite beauty tending to another was simply breathtaking. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qi was utterly entranced. This 10-hour journey would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression. Author's note: please toss any gifts into my bowl, including the electricity generated by love from my videos. It's getting cold, and I dare not turn on the heating. My fingers tremble as I type, for I cannot afford the electricity bill. Chapter 87. Iron Plate Fishing Method. Chun Qiuya's delicate, fair hands spread the sunscreen, gliding slowly over Chun Jinyu's skin, as smooth as mutton fat. That feels wonderful." Chen Jinyu sighed contentedly. One cannot deny that she was a naturally alluring woman. Every smile and frown exuded enchanting charm, and her soft sighs stirred passionate emotions. All right, thank you, Kyuya. Now it's your turn for Auntie to apply some. Chen Jinyu said after finishing her own application. She sat up, and Lucci initially hoped to witness her remove the sheer fabric to apply sunscreen to her back. But that moment seemed unlikely now. Next, it was Chen Jinyu's turn to apply sunscreen on Chen Kyuya. Sister Jinyu, let me do it, Lucci volunteered. However, Chen Kyuya felt too shy to let him assist in front of Chen Jinyu. The thought of Lucci's large hands gliding over her skin made her apprehensive about embarrassing herself before Chen Jinyu. Thus, Lucci's plan to apply sunscreen on Chen Kyuya fell through, and he could only recline in his chair, leisurely admiring the two beauties of the Chen family. He secretly compared their figures and noted that while Chen Kyuya had a more pronounced silhouette, Chen Jinyu was more voluptuous. One possessed the perfect curves of golden proportions, while the other was a voluptuous enchantress. After 10 minutes, both women finished applying sunscreen. Lucci smiled at them. Kyuya, shall we go swimming? On the deck, there was a small swimming pool. Though modest in size, it was perfect for splashing about. No, we just applied sunscreen. Let us enjoy the sea breeze instead. Chen Kyuya replied, still somewhat reserved. Although clad in a bikini, she had draped a sheer garment over it, feeling that swimming in just a bikini would be too exposing. Then I shall go alone, Lucci declared, making his way to the poolside. Kyuya, Lucci is your boyfriend. Why are you feeling shy? Chen Jinyu laughed as she helped Chen Kyuya remove her light veil. Aunt, please accompany me. Chen Kyuya, still bashful, needed someone by her side for courage. All right, your aunt will be with you. Chen Jinyu shook her head with a smile, removing her own veil as she took Chen Kyuya's hand and led her towards the pool. At the poolside, Lucci had just completed a lap and lifted his gaze, nearly overwhelmed by the sight before him. Two stunning beauties clad in bikinis were approaching the pool. One wore a pink bikini, while the other donned a leopard print. With each step, they radiated an intoxicating allure. Lucci was utterly mesmerized, swearing it was the most beautiful scene he had ever witnessed. Lucci, don't stare like that. Kyuya might feel embarrassed. Chen Jinyu teased with a captivating smile, enchanting those around her. Chen Kyuya walked timidly, while Chen Jinyu exuded confidence, her movements graceful and alluring. Kyuya, you look truly beautiful. Lucci marveled sincerely. It's nothing much. Chen Kyuya felt a rush of sweetness at Lucci's compliment. Under his gaze, she and Chen Jinyu descended into the pool together. The pool was small, barely accommodating 3 people for a soak. Chen Kyuya and Chen Jinyu settled opposite Lucci. This feels wonderful. Chen Jinyu sighed contentedly. Immersed in the refreshing water beneath the azure sky, Lucci was equally at ease, though he lamented that he could only observe without moving. He understood that with Chen Jinyu nearby, Chen Kyuya would not be intimate with him, so he remained obediently in the water. Whenever he glanced at Chen Jinyu in her leopard print bikini, memories of that night in northeast China would involuntarily resurface in his mind. Kyuya, your Lucci has quite the muscular physique. Chen Jinyu scrutinized Lucci's sculpted form with a flirtatious gaze. He is an athletic prodigy, capable of dunking, Chen Kyuya stated proudly. No wonder his body is so impressive. As Chen Jinyu examined Lucci, she noticed he occasionally stole glances at her. Delighted that her figure could attract his attention, Chen Jinyu felt a mix of shyness and joy. After a while in the pool, Chen Kyuya excused herself to the restroom. Lucci, how do you find my figure? Once Chen Kyuya was gone, Chen Jinyu couldn't resist teasing Lucci. Ahem, Sister Jinyu, your figure is certainly commendable. Lucci replied earnestly. You were sneaking glances at me. Be wary that I might tell Kyuya. Chen Jinyu said playfully, with a smile. Sister Jinyu, I did no such thing. Do not wrongfully accuse a good person, Lucci replied with a serious demeanor. Seeing him so earnest, Chen Jinyu couldn't help but burst into laughter, her charm captivating all. I was just joking. Don't be so tense, she said coyly. Lucci noticed that compared to before, Chen Jinyu seemed increasingly unafraid of him as her boss, which left him feeling somewhat perturbed. Lucci's destination this time was near the Western Isles, renowned as a prime tuna fishing ground in the country. Departing from Yasi, the journey would take 10 hours. After the 3 of them enjoyed their time in the pool, a little over 2 hours had passed. Suddenly, as they stepped out of the pool, Lucci utilized the detection function of his system and discovered a school of fish. These were not ordinary fish. They appeared to be the renowned Eastern Star Grouper. The Eastern Star Grouper, a type of grouper, typically exhibits a reddish hue and is native to the eastern islands of China, named for the star-like spots adorning its body. This fish commands a market price of 200 to 300 yuan per pound, categorizing it as a delicacy. Encountering a school of Eastern Star Groupers was indeed an unexpected delight. However, Lucci was not entirely certain, so he brought the boat to a halt. Why have we stopped? Chen Jinyu inquired curiously, still clad in her bikini, with a towel wrapped around her. I'm going to fish here for a while and see if I can catch a few delectable ones for hot pot. Lucci replied with a smile as he began to prepare his fishing rod. The eastern star grouper is a fierce predatory fish that feeds on various marine species, including fish, squid, shellfish, and shrimp. Most anglers targeting grouper or tuna in the open sea employ a technique known as trolling, which involves casting bait into the water while the rod is secured to the boat, allowing the vessel to drag the bait and entice fish to feed. However, as Lucci was alone, trolling would require him to manage both the boat and the fishing rod, making it quite cumbersome. Thus, he opted for a different method, the jigging technique. Jigging is a form of lure fishing that employs a mimetic metal jig, compared to other lures like spoons. Metal jigs are heavier and offer superior casting ability, making them more suitable for targeting fish in deeper waters. This technique is less commonly used, as metal jigs can weigh over 100 grams, with some exceeding several hundred grams, demanding considerable arm strength and stamina. Yet, for Lucci, as long as the challenge could be met with physical effort, it posed no significant issue. Once he had prepared his rod, Lucci cast the metal jig over 100 meters ahead of the school of fish. The fishing commenced. As the jig sank, typically, when employing the jigging method to fish in deeper ocean waters, the greater the depth, the heavier the jig used. The water here was approximately 150 meters deep, so Lucci chose a 200-gram silver metal jig. When the jig reached the seabed, Lucci raised his rod and then twisted the handle twice, allowing the jig to sink again before lifting the rod and repeating the handle's motion. This action simulated the movement of small fish darting about, enticing the target fish to strike. Given the length of the fishing line and the weight of the jig, this repetitive motion was quite physically demanding. It is no wonder that some claim jigging qualifies as sport fishing. However, for Lucci, it remained relatively easy. The metal jig traversed over 20 meters along the seabed. Just as it passed in front of the school of fish, one fish darted forward and bit onto the jig. The sharp hook pierced its lip, causing the fish to panic and flee. The line sizzled as it was pulled from the reel. A catch. Lucci quickly cranked the handle to reel in the line. The fish caught on the hook was not particularly large, but after a little over a minute, Lucci managed to draw it close to the boat. It was a fish of brilliant crimson hue, revealing itself to be a stunning East Star grouper. Lucci effortlessly hoisted it aboard. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught an East Star grouper weighing 5 pounds, earning 1,000 experience points. A 5-pound East Star grouper had yielded 1,000 experience points. If sold in the market, this fish could fetch 1,000 yuan. Gee, this fish is absolutely beautiful, Chen Qiya remarked. Having tasted East Star grouper before, but never having seen one in its natural form, as the ones she had eaten were always processed. This was indeed a top-grade East Star grouper. Chen Jinyu, well-versed in various fish species, explained, first-grade East Star groupers are entirely light red or adorned with red spots, while second-grade ones carry a hint of black, having a darker hue. Other East Star groupers may have a slight pink tinge or be entirely black. Lucci, you are quite impressive. The very first catch is a first-grade East Star grouper. Haha, not bad. Lucci chuckled. Would you prefer sashimi or sliced for hot pot? I would love hot pot. Both Chen Qiya and Chun Jinyu chimed in unison. Very well, let me see if I can catch another one. Lucci removed the East Star grouper and cast his line once more. In the ocean, these predatory fish typically moved swiftly. Encountering a school was common, but landing one or two was already a commendable feat at that moment. The school of fish remained within Lucci's casting range, allowing the iron plate lure to sink close to them. Ding! Special type mission triggered. Mission objective: collect over 10 species of grouper. Upon completion, a special reward will be granted. No time limit set for the mission. The system's voice resonated in Lucci's mind. Another special mission had arrived. He realized this task would pose a significant challenge, as it was nearly impossible to gather such a variety of grouper in the waters of Huaxia. There are numerous grouper species, including the East Star grouper, the swallowtail grouper, the Red Sea grouper, the Tai grouper, the leopard grouper, the tiger grouper, the mouse grouper, the green grouper, and many more. These species are distributed across different marine areas, making the collection of 10 a formidable endeavor. Fortunately, the system imposed no time constraints, allowing Lucci to gather them at his own pace. For now, Lucci focused on the iron plate fishing technique, rhythmically pulling the rod and manipulating the handle to entice the East Star grouper school into striking. This lively little fish soon captured the attention of the school. Two fish simultaneously lunged at the iron plate lure. In a flash, as they battled for the bait, the hooks embedded themselves in each of them. The startled fish darted away. However, their divergent escape paths meant that the signal for catching did not register through the line spool. As Lucci pulled the rod, he distinctly felt a shift in weight. He swiftly cranked the handle to reel in. A little over a minute later, 2 red East Star groupers were simultaneously brought up onto the deck. Ding! Caught 2 East Star groupers. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have achieved the kill 2 birds with 1 stone accomplishment, earning 10,000 experience points. It was Lu Qi's first experience catching 2 fish simultaneously with 1 lure. As these 2 East Star groupers were secured, the school of fish swam beyond Lu Qi's reach. It is indeed a stroke of good fortune to encounter a school of Eastern Starry Flounder in this vast expanse of ocean. Although I have only succeeded in catching 2, I find myself quite content. System, logically speaking, the odds of encountering such a school in these waters are rather slim. Could it be that my luck has played a role? Lu Qi quietly inquired of the system. Indeed, your luck value aids you in discovering precious fish more easily amidst the boundless sea. The system replied, just as I suspected. With this advantage, Lu Qi need not squander excessive time searching for fish. Having caught 2 Eastern Starry Flounders, he stowed away his fishing rod and set sail once more towards the tuna fishing grounds. By now, it was lunchtime, and Lu Qi restarted the yacht, engaging the autopilot mode. Upon exiting the cockpit, he was greeted by the sight of Chun Jinyu busily preparing the flounder in the kitchen. Dressed in a leopard print bikini, she was slicing the fish with grace. What a sight to behold, a bikini-clad chef. Lu Qi was momentarily mesmerized. The image of a voluptuous beauty, diligently working in the kitchen, was simply intoxicating. Ahem, Jinyu, leave the messy work to me, Lu Qi suggested as he approached. It's nothing. I'm not a pampered person who can't handle a little labor, Chun Jinyu replied, turning to him with a flirtatious smile. The kitchen was compact, and as she pivoted, her ample curves swayed enticingly, nearly colliding with Lu Qi. His heart raced, and he quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to stare any longer. All right then. I'll prepare the dining table. Had it been Chun Xiuya in the kitchen wearing a bikini, Lu Qi doubted he would have been able to move at all. However, facing Chun Jinyu, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Meanwhile, on the upper deck, Chun Xiuya was setting the table, unaccustomed to remaining in a bikini for long. She had donned a light shawl over it. Yet, this ethereal beauty was equally captivating. As she bent over, arranging the tableware, her lovely curves were laid bare before Lu Qi's eyes. Unable to resist, he hurried over and embraced Chun Xiuya from behind. Startled by Lu Qi's strong embrace, Chun Xiuya trembled. Darling, she exclaimed, feeling the warmth of his body against her. Gee, don't. Annie might see us. Her exquisite face flushed with a rosy hue, and her enchanting eyes shimmered with emotion, her body growing weak against his touch. It's fine, she's busy in the kitchen. With that, Lu Qi leaned in to kiss her soft, tender lips. You rascal. Chun Xiuya attempted to push him away, yet found herself powerless, instead turning to meet his kiss with eagerness. Just as their passionate kiss deepened, a voice suddenly interrupted. It was Chun Jinyu, emerging from the kitchen with a platter of fish slices. Chun Xiuya, like a startled rabbit, darted away from Lu Qi's embrace, her face burning crimson. Please, continue. I'll just grab some dipping sauce from the kitchen, Chun Jinyu said with a playful smile, setting down the fish slices before retreating. Lu Qi wished to continue with Chun Xiuya, but she was now far too embarrassed to dare engage further. Author's note: despite the stinging in my eyes, I persevered to write a chapter. I humbly ask for your support in watching the video and sending gifts to fuel my passion. Chapter 89. The ferocious sea wolf. The grouper is rich in protein, highly nutritious, and boasts a delectable flavor with low fat content. In certain regions of Huaxia, it is regarded as one of the 4 most esteemed fish, a staple for luxurious banquets. Among them, the Eastern Star grouper stands as the finest variety. At present, Lu Qi and his companions are preparing a hot pot with freshly caught Eastern Star grouper on the deck of their yacht, beneath the azure sky and cerulean sea. Indulging in this exquisite seafood hot pot aboard a lavish yacht is an unparalleled delight. Moreover, he is accompanied by 2 stunning beauties. Chun Qi's is draped in a sheer cover-up, revealing a hint of a pink bikini beneath, while Chun Jinyu is clad solely in her bikini. The voluptuous enchantress, dressed in nothing but her bikini, sits directly across from Lu Qi. Even a saint would struggle to concentrate on his meal in such a setting. At times, as he gazes at Chun Jinyu's alluring figure, he finds himself tempted to reach for her with his chopsticks. Yet, if he can suppress those thoughts, the atmosphere remains utterly delightful, and Lu Qi revels in it. After finishing the hot pot, he continues to teach Chun Qi's how to navigate the boat, as he may soon require assistance for trolling. The astute Chun Qi's learns swiftly. As long as Lu Qi refrains from mischief, she can master the controls in just half an hour of focused practice. Lu Qi, should I learn as well? Chun Jinyu expresses her desire to assist during the trolling. Sure, Qi's, can you teach Jinyu? Of course. Lu Qi is hesitant to instruct Chun Jinyu closely, given her attire. Watching her move with that enticing sway of her curvaceous figure, he finds it a true test of willpower to resist the urge to act upon his thoughts. Naturally, he does not disapprove of her wearing a bikini. In fact, he wholeheartedly supports it, for it is truly a feast for the eyes. On a luxurious yacht meant for only 3, the absence of bikinis would diminish the ambience. Lu Qi secretly wishes Chun Qi's would don one as well. but his girlfriend is more reserved and modest. However, having a stunning beauty parading in a bikini before him is a formidable challenge to his self-control. If not for his strong will, he might find himself making frequent trips to the restroom. Chun Jinyu's dexterity surpasses even that of Chun Kia's after approximately 20 minutes. She too masters the art of steering the boat. Haha, now I can focus on fishing. Having taught both women to navigate, Lu Qi heads to the stern to prepare for trolling. With 6 hours remaining to reach the tuna fishing grounds, he cannot afford to be idle along the way. Kia's, Jinyu, just set the boat to autopilot and return to the control room when needed. Prepared with his fishing rod, Lu Qi communicates with the two women in the control room via intercom. Thus, Chen Kia's and Chen Jinyu join him on the deck to observe Lu Qi as he fishes. The trolling method naturally yields the best results when using live bait. Before embarking on his maritime adventure, Lu Qi meticulously prepared 3 types of live bait: squid, fresh shrimp, and small fish. In this instance, he opted for the small fish as bait. He deftly hooked the fish by its lips and released it into the sea, allowing the fishing line to unfurl as the yacht set sail. After letting out over 60 meters of line, Lu Qi adjusted the drag on the reel to halt the unwinding. He then secured the fishing rod to the railing of the deck. Employing this method, he set up a total of 3 rods. The small fish, towed by the yacht, swam forward, enticing predators lurking in the ocean depths. All that remained was to patiently await a catch. The waiting proved to be rather monotonous, prompting Lu Qi to engage in a game of do di zhu with the Chun sisters, where the stakes involved shedding or donning articles of clothing upon losing. However, contrary to his initial intent to tease them, it was Lu Qi who found himself at a disadvantage, much to the amusement of Chun Qiuya and Chen Jinyu, who laughed heartily as he donned the bedsheet in defeat. Just as the trio was reveling in their merriment, the fish alarm suddenly blared. Lu Qi sprang to his feet to reel in the line, while Chen Jinyu grabbed the camera to capture the moment. With the alarm's urgent beeping echoing, the line was rapidly drawn from the reel. Lu Qi removed the rod from its holder, adjusted the drag, and increased the braking force. The fish that had taken the bait appeared to be of modest size, as he reeled in smoothly without encountering significant resistance. Utilizing the system's fish detection feature, he discerned that it was likely a red snapper. Just as he was steadily winding the handle, the rod jolted suddenly, and he felt a drastic decrease in resistance. In a swift motion, a creature resembling an eel launched itself at the bait like a missile. Upon successfully bringing the fish onto the deck, Lu Qi discovered it was indeed a red snapper, albeit one that had only the upper half of its body intact. The lower half had been viciously bitten off. Had it been a shark? The fresh wound sent a shiver of fear through both Chun Qiuya and Chen Jinyu. However, Lu Qi clarified that it was not a shark but a wolf fish, a fierce predator, albeit smaller than a shark. Qiuya, Jinyu, you two take turns at the helm. Following my lead, Lu Qi commanded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Those who dare to steal my catch will pay the price. He had already spotted a group of wolf fish lurking beneath the surface using the fish detection system. I'll go, Chen Jinyu volunteered, as she continued recording, while Chen Qiuya took the initiative to steer the yacht. Through the intercom, Lu Qi directed Chen Qiuya to adjust the yacht's course to pursue the pack of wolf fish. Known scientifically as pike, these fish have broad jaws filled with long, fawn-like teeth, and they exhibit a pack mentality akin to wolves, earning them the moniker of wolf fish among locals. Thanks to the system's fish detection capabilities, the yacht successfully positioned itself in front of the wolf fish swarm. The bait on the hook was tantalizingly dragged before them, soon provoking their aggressive response. The line hissed as it was relentlessly pulled from the reel. Lu Qi instructed Chen Qiuya to halt the vessel, subsequently adjusting the drag to its maximum setting of 12 kilograms. Although the sea wolf's size is not particularly colossal, its strength is formidable, and even with a drag of 12 kilograms, it could not be restrained from its escape. However, due to its size limitations, the sea wolf, regardless of its ferocity, cannot match the stamina of larger fish like sharks. After over 90 meters of line was pulled out, Lu Qi began to reel it in. The line was tugged 3 more times during the struggle. After several minutes of combat, a sea wolf fish was brought aboard the deck. Chen Jinyu, observing the sea wolf's sharp teeth, dared not approach. Upon seeing the sea wolf, Chen Qiuya exclaimed, "Gee, it's so long and large." This particular sea wolf weighed approximately 30 pounds, though it appeared much larger visually. Ding, congratulations to the owner for catching a sea wolf fish weighing 30 pounds, earning 2,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the owner for unlocking a new species of fish, earning 500 experience points. Lu Qi was not intimidated by the sea wolf. He effortlessly lifted it with a fish controller, chuckling, daring to snatch my catch. You are indeed in the jaws of the tiger. Watch as I take you to market. The price for sea wolf fish was quite decent, and selling this 30-pound specimen for 1,000 yuan would pose no issue. Author's note: a new day dawns. The daily routine of offerings begins. I hope everyone contributes to my bowl with videos that urge for updates, powered by love, and even more precious gifts. Chapter 90. Struggling with tuna. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Lu Chi placed the caught sea wolf on the deck, the alert from one of the remaining 2 rods signaled another catch. The line was swiftly pulled. Unperturbed, Lu Chi went to retrieve the rod and reel it in. This catch was also a sea wolf, albeit significantly smaller than the previous one. The drag was adjusted to 12 kilograms, and the line extended just over 40 meters. Lu Chi steadily cranked the handle to reel it in. 6 minutes later, yet another sea wolf fish was landed on the deck. Ding! Caught a sea wolf fish weighing 18 pounds, earning 1,200 experience points. Lu Chi removed the hook and placed the sea wolf fish into the freezer, preparing to sell it upon returning. Although he usually found little motivation to earn such meager sums, especially considering the time it took to sell at the market, the audacity of these sea wolves to intercept his catch necessitated that he personally sell them. Next, Lu Chi continued to direct Chun Kiwia to pursue the school of sea wolves. After half an hour, he managed to catch 3 more sea wolves. Since the direction of the sea wolves did not align with the tuna fishing grounds, he ceased fishing after a total of 5 sea wolves. The primary target of this outing was tuna, and he could not afford to be delayed by other fish. For today, I shall spare you. Lu Chi muttered towards the direction of the sea wolf school. Cackling, the sea wolf should remember not to pilfer Lu Chi's catch. He harbors a grudge. Witnessing Lu Chi's demeanor, Chun Jinyu could not help but chuckle. Chun Kiwia smiled as well, finding her boyfriend's antics quite endearing. As he seemed to engage in a dispute with the school of fish, the yacht adjusted its course once more, resuming its journey towards the tuna fishing grounds. On the journey, Lu Chi continued to set up 3 rods at the stern for trolling, occasionally reeling in a fish or 2. Ding! Caught 1 red snapper. Experience points 500. Ding! Congratulations, master, you have unlocked a new fish species. Red snapper, experience points 500. Ding! Caught 1 mackerel, experience points 800. Ding! Congratulations, master, you have unlocked a new fish species. Mackerel, experience points 500. Lu Chi successively unlocked 2 new species of fish. His cumulative experience points surged past the 200,000 mark, thus elevating his fishing proficiency to level 9. With level 9 proficiency, he could wield a fishing reel with a drag force of 24 kilograms. Such a robust reel could contend with most tuna in domestic waters. To utilize an even more powerful reel, he would need to enhance his proficiency to level 10. Level 9 proficiency requires a cumulative experience of 200,000, whereas level 10 demands a staggering total of 1 million experience points. Fortunately, the fish caught during sea fishing yield substantial experience points, so achieving level 10 proficiency should not take too long. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance. Lu Chi retrieved 4 24 kilograms drag fishing reels from his bag, anticipating that his fishing ability would ascend to level 9 on this trip. He had purchased the appropriate rods and reels beforehand. For dinner, Lu Chi took it upon himself to cook. The main ingredients included red star grouper, mackerel, and red snapper. He prepared a fragrant pan-seared mackerel, steamed the red star grouper, and made a braised dish with the red snapper. Delicious. Chun Kiwia and Chun Jinyu relished the meal, showering Lu Chi with compliments regarding his culinary skills. As the night grew cooler, the Chun sisters donned their bohemian long dresses. While not as provocative as bikinis, they exuded an air of elegance and grace that was equally pleasing to the eye. After finishing dinner, both women instinctively touched their bellies. Kiwia, I feel you might end up getting plump with Lu Chi spoiling you. His cooking is simply divine, Chun Jinyu joked. Chun Kiwia replied with a smile, He*s busy. Once he have time to cook for me 3 meals a day. Sweetheart, if you wish, I can cook for you 3 times a day without issue. Lu Chi declared, thumping his chest. Do you have that much energy? Chun Kiwia playfully shot him a glance. As long as my sweetheart needs it. I have all the energy in the world. Lu Chi proclaimed proudly. Listening to their banter, Chun Jinyu stifled a laugh, pondering if this couple was oblivious to the peculiarity of their conversation. Later that night, Lu Chi advised Chun Kiwia and Chun Jinyu to rest while he intermittently adjusted the yacht's course. Finally, at 1 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at their target fishing grounds, 2 hours later than planned due to delays caused by the wolf fish along the way. This area, near the West Islands of Huaxia, is one of the few tuna fishing grounds in the country. After a day of bustling activity, Lu Chi felt a bit fatigued and decided to postpone fishing until the following day. He dropped anchor and secured the yacht before retiring to rest. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Lu Chi started the yacht to search for traces of tuna. With level 9 proficiency, the system's fish detection range had reached 500 meters, which was barely sufficient in the vast ocean. The system's fish-finding function is vastly superior to the fish finders installed on fishing boats. While the latter can only vaguely indicate the presence and size of fish, the system's capability allows for a precise capture of each fish's shape. After approximately half an hour of searching, Lucci discovered a school of fish resembling tuna. Judging by their swimming speed, they are likely to be tuna. Known for their relentless swimming, tuna possess degenerated gill muscles, necessitating continuous movement to ensure sufficient oxygen intake by keeping their mouths open and allowing water to flow over their gills. In addition to their constant swimming, tuna are remarkably swift, reaching instantaneous speeds of up to 160 kilometers per hour, making them one of the fastest marine creatures. Their rapid pace and incessant movement enable them to traverse vast distances, often spanning thousands of kilometers, earning them the title of fish without borders. At this moment, the school of fish beneath the surface swam at a slightly slower pace than the yacht. Lucci maneuvered the yacht ahead of the fish school, entrusted the helm to Chen Xiui, and proceeded to the stern to cast his lines for trolling. He cast 3 lines in total, using live squid as bait. Due to their high activity level, tuna require a substantial daily intake of food and are not particularly picky. Small fish, large chunks of fish, shrimp, and squid all serve as suitable bait for trolling. As long as the tuna school is located and the bait is accurately presented, catching one is not overly challenging. After 2 minutes, the fishing line swiftly unraveled from the reel. He had hooked a fish. Lucci lifted the rod, adjusting the drag to increase the resistance. When the drag reached 24 kilograms, the line continued to be relentlessly pulled out. The tuna snagged on the line was no small creature, resembling a small pig. As Lucci rhythmically raised the rod, he skillfully guided the fleeing tuna to alter its escape route. In less than 3 minutes, over 100 meters of line had been drawn out. If it were to be pulled out another 10 meters, the reel would be emptied. An empty reel significantly increases the likelihood of losing the fish. Fortunately, after enduring over 100 meters of struggle, the tuna had also expended considerable energy and realized it could not continue to charge recklessly, prompting it to change direction. Seizing this opportunity, Lucci swiftly cranked the handle, reeling in several dozen meters of line. For those fishing for large yellowfin tuna, many opt for automatic reel motors, which conserve considerable physical energy. Otherwise, a tuna the size of a pig could easily exhaust 2 strong men. However, this convenience comes at the cost of losing much of the thrill associated with battling a large fish. At present, Lucci propped the rod under his arm, repeatedly lifting and cranking the handle, engaging in a spirited contest with the tuna lurking beneath the waves. His arms moved tirelessly, reminiscent of a motor, as he incessantly worked the handle. In such an intense struggle, an ordinary individual can typically endure only a few minutes before needing to pause for rest, thus granting the large fish in the water a moment to recuperate its strength. However, with his superior human physique, Lucci offers the fish no respite. A force of 24 kilograms continuously exerts pressure through the fishing line on the fish's jaw. To counteract this force, the fish must exert an equal strength of 24 kilograms, resulting in a rapid depletion of its energy. This significantly shortens the duration of the battle with the fish. After approximately 10 minutes, the large fish is drawn near the yacht. Wow, what a gigantic tuna! Chun Kiwia and Chun Jinyu exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the colossal tuna, measuring over 2 meters in length. It was their first time witnessing such a magnificent tuna in person, although they had seen larger ones on television. The visual impact of seeing it live was far more breathtaking. Splash! The massive tuna continued to thrash about, attempting to escape beneath the boat. Should it succeed, the risk of line breakage would increase dramatically. Lucci swiftly manipulated the handle to firmly restrain the giant tuna. The fish, already nearing its limits, struggled a few more times before finally surfacing, its body undulating with the waves. Darling, hand me the rope. Okay, to bring such a behemoth aboard, one typically first uses a harpoon to pierce the fish's body, waiting for it to cease thrashing before employing a rope to secure its tail and hoist it onto the deck. However, Lucci bypassed the initial step and opted to use the rope directly. Given that the tuna was not stationary, ensnaring its tail with the rope proved challenging. Nevertheless, endowed with advanced wilderness survival skills, Lucci managed to ensnare the tuna's tail on his first attempt and began to pull it up. During the ascent, the tuna wriggled a few times, but ultimately, it was brought onto the deck. Ding! Congratulations, master! You have caught a yellowfin tuna weighing 200 pounds, earning 10,000 experience points. The weight of this tuna was indeed a staggering 200 pounds. Its length exceeded 2 meters, with its dorsal, anal, and small fins all displaying a vibrant orange hue. It was a yellowfin tuna. What a giant! Chun Kiwia exclaimed, marveling at the enormous fish before her. Chen Jinyu excitedly circled the tuna, capturing photographs. Suddenly, the tuna flicked its tail. Chen Jinyu instinctively turned to evade it. With a resounding smack, the robust tail struck Chen Jinyu on her ample backside. Ah! She cried out in pain. Lucci, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, rushed over to restrain the tuna. Annie, are you all right? Chen Kiwia inquired anxiously. Chen Jinyu rubbed her rear and bit her lip, replying, I'm fine, just a bit sore. Observing Chun Jinyu's comical predicament, Lu Qi couldn't help but chuckle. Just yesterday, he had contemplated playfully smacking her backside, and today the tuna had unwittingly done so for him. In the future, when I catch large fish, you two should keep your distance. Although he wanted to laugh, Lu Qi still earnestly advised the two women. Lu, how do you plan to handle this tuna? Chen Qiya asked Lu Qi once Chun Jinyu finished filming her video. Typically, fishing vessels that catch tuna will thoroughly drain the blood and lactate to preserve the texture and flavor of the fish, which is essential for producing exquisite sashimi. After the blood is properly drained, the price of the tuna can soar to several times that of unprocessed fish. However, Lu Qi and his companions are not aboard a fishing boat. They lack the facilities for bloodletting and do not possess a refrigeration unit capable of storing such a large fish. Consequently, Lu Qi opts to release the magnificent tuna back into the sea. Chen Xiuya and Chun Jinyu do not oppose this decision. Although the tuna is valued at over 10,000, they are aware that Lu Qi is not in one of such monetary concerns. Chen Jinyu captures the moment Lu Qi releases the large tuna on video. While there are numerous videos on Douyin showcasing the catch of large tuna, we may very well be the pioneers in releasing one valued at over 10,000. A charming smile graces Chun Jinyu's face as she gazes at Lu Qi with admiration and pride. Beep, a special system task has been triggered. Task name, collect tuna. The objective is to gather 8 different species of tuna. Upon completion, a special reward related to tuna will be granted, with no time limit imposed on the task. Immediately after releasing the tuna, the voice of the system resonates in Lu Qi's mind. This special task bears resemblance to the task of collecting grouper. There are 8 species of tuna: yellowfin tuna, longfin tuna, blackfin tuna, southern bluefin tuna, big-eye tuna, Pacific bluefin tuna, skipjack tuna, and Atlantic bluefin tuna. These 8 varieties inhabit oceans around the globe, with the Atlantic bluefin tuna being the largest among them. Completing this task is no trivial endeavor. However, what piques Lu Qi's interest is the reward associated with this task. A reward related to tuna? Lu Qi inquires curiously about the legitimacy of such a reward. Yet, the system remains silent. This only heightens Lu Qi's curiosity regarding what the reward could entail. Subsequently, the yacht continues its pursuit of the tuna school. Half an hour later, they encounter the same school of yellowfin tuna once again. Lu Qi employs the technique of trolling, positioning the yacht ahead of the school and using the boat to drag the fishing line, enticing the bait in front of the tuna. Beep, beep. Almost simultaneously, both fishing rods register bites. Despite Lu Qi's robust physique, he can only attend to one fish at a time. He chooses to handle the rod with the larger tuna. Qi, let me help you. Chen Xiuya calls out as she secures the boat and approaches the deck to assist Lu Qi in reeling in the fish. Noticing that the tuna on the other rod weighs around 60 pounds, Lu Qi consents to let Chen Xiuya take the rod, allowing her to experience the thrill of reeling in a large fish. Excitedly, Chen Xiuya grasps the fishing rod, adjusting the drag of the reel. As the drag is set to exceed 18 kilograms, she finds herself leaning forward, pulled by the fishing line. Xiuya, just set the drag to halfway, Lu Qi advises. Knowing that Chen Xiuya does not possess much strength, he suggests a drag setting of 12 kilograms. Once the drag is reduced, Chen Xiuya stabilizes her stance and mimics Lu Qi's technique, tucking the fishing rod under her arm while simultaneously cranking the reel. However, the technique of placing the fishing rod under the armpit is not suitable for those of slight strength. The majority of individuals opt to clamp the rod between their legs, which is a more prevalent method. Xiuya, position the fishing rod between your legs. Chen Jinyu reminded Chen Xiuya as she swayed unsteadily. All right, Chen Xiuya, focused on reeling in the fish, did not pay attention to the finer details and placed the rod between her legs. Aunt, I can't do it anymore. Please help me. After only 2 minutes of struggling with the large fish, Chen Xiuya was already breathless and not just fatigued, but also experiencing some discomfort. All right, you take the video. Chen Jinyu then took Chen Xiuya's place, securing the rod between her legs. Possessing greater strength and a sturdier build than Chen Xiuya, she too could only wrestle with the large fish for a few minutes before conceding defeat. Chapter 92. The Bond of Fish and Water While Deep-Sea Fishing. When grappling with a large catch, it is common practice to secure the base of the rod between one's legs or against the abdomen, while simultaneously raising the tip high, thus forming a stable triangle among the individual, the rod, and the fish, which facilitates the struggle against the fish's power. This is a widely accepted method. However, when employing this technique, it is customary to wear protective gear. Presently, both Chen Xiuya and Chun Jinyu were utilizing this approach, yet they were clad only in thin skirts. Xiuya, it's your turn. I need a moment to rest. Chen Jinyu, exhausted after several minutes of battling the large fish, was panting heavily and felt some pain. All right. Although Chen Xiuya had not yet recovered her breath, she was unwilling to concede easily and quickly stepped forward to take over from Chen Jinyu. The Chin sisters were determined to persist in their struggle against the formidable fish. Lucci had just moved aside, following the direction in which the large fish had fled to tire it out, and did not pay much attention to the sisters. When he glanced over, he was taken aback to see both women breathless and glistening with perspiration. What astonished him even more was the sight of Chun Jinyu, firmly clutching the fishing rod. Her face flushed as she contended with the large fish in the sea. Lucci hurriedly accelerated his own battle, successfully hauling a tuna weighing over 100 pounds onto the deck. Ding! Congratulations, master! You have caught a yellowfin tuna weighing 140 pounds, earning 8,000 experience points. After removing the hook, Lucci promptly took over the fishing rod from Chun Jinyu. Phew! I still need your help, Lucci. Chun Jinyu handed the rod to Lucci, gasping for breath, feeling utterly exhausted. Fatigue aside, she was primarily distressed from the pressure of the rod. Chun Xiaoya shared a similar sentiment. Moments later, Lucci pulled up another yellowfin tuna. Ding! Caught a yellowfin tuna weighing 60 pounds, earning 3,000 experience points. This tuna was considerably smaller than the one Lucci had previously caught. So small, Chun Jinyu expressed a hint of disappointment. In truth, a 60-pound tuna is not insignificant, but after their earlier attempts, both women had assumed the fish to be much larger, only to find it was significantly smaller than Lucci's catch. 60 pounds is no small feat, Lucci remarked with a smile, noticing the peculiar gait of the two women, who walked cautiously. Xiaoya, Sister Jinyu, I apologize for my earlier oversight. I should not have asked you to catch the large fish, Lucci expressed with a hint of embarrassment. It was evident to him that both women had endured discomfort from their fishing rods while grappling with the formidable fish. It's quite all right. We wish to experience the thrill of catching a big fish, Chun Xiaoya replied with a smile. If we hadn't tried, we wouldn't have realized how fierce the large fish truly are. Through this endeavor, they came to appreciate Lucci's remarkable strength, for he could effortlessly reel in a 200-pound tuna, whereas both of them struggled to lift a mere 60-pound one. Xiaoya, Sister Jinyu, I have some safflower oil in my suitcase. If you're in pain, you may apply it, Lucci offered, genuinely concerned for Chun Xiaoya and Chun Jinyu. However, upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoya's cheeks flushed crimson, and even the typically composed Chun Jinyu felt warmth creeping to her ears. We certainly do not need any safflower oil. Chun Jinyu playfully shot Lucci a disapproving glance. Ah, very well. Lucci realized the inappropriateness of his suggestion. After all, it was not customary to apply ointments in all settings. An awkward silence ensued. Seizing the moment to divert the conversation, Chun Jinyu said, Lucci, since we have managed to catch these yellowfin tunas with such effort, perhaps we shouldn't release them. But our yacht has no space to store them. Do you have any suggestions, Jinyu? Lucci inquired with curiosity. Chun Jinyu responded, we are not far from the West Islands, where soldiers are stationed to protect our homeland. We could donate the tunas to them. At her words, Lucci's eyes brightened. The West Islands, distant from the mainland, housed soldiers enduring a challenging existence. Providing them with tuna to enhance their meals was indeed a splendid idea. Chun Jinyu's proposal received unanimous approval from both Lucci and Chun Xiaoya. Then let us catch a few more, Lucci exclaimed, invigorated by the prospect of engaging in such a meaningful endeavor, as he steered the boat onward in pursuit of the tuna school. However, after more than an hour of searching, they could not locate the previous school of tuna. Fortunately, they stumbled upon a few scattered individuals. This time, Lucci refrained from rushing into trolling and opted instead for jigging. He cast a 300-gram jigging lure ahead of the tuna. By jerking the fishing rod and reeling in, he mimicked the movement of a small fish. Suddenly, the rod plunged sharply, and the line was swiftly pulled out. I've hooked one, Lucci exclaimed, lifting the rod and accelerating the handle's motion. This tuna was equally powerful, pulling the line out over 100 meters. After a grueling 10 minutes of tugging and battling, the tuna was finally brought alongside the boat. Lucci secured its tail with a rope and hoisted it onto the deck. Congratulations, master, for catching a big-eye tuna weighing 190 pounds, earning 9,000 experience points. Congratulations, master, for unlocking a new species, big-eye tuna, earning 500 experience points. Task, collect tuna, completion rate, 28. This was a big-eye tuna. Compared to the yellowfin tuna, the big-eye tuna possessed larger eyes, a rounder body, a shorter tail, and its fins were a dark brown hue. For the next hour or so, Lucci continued to employ the iron plate fishing method, reeling in 2 magnificent big-eye tunas. As time gracefully approached noon, Lucci had successfully caught 3 yellowfin tunas and 3 big-eye tunas during the morning, releasing the first yellowfin he had caught. The combined weight of these 6 tunas exceeded 700 pounds. If one were to trim the heads and tails, the premium tuna meat could fetch $200 per pound. This implies that Lucci had earned several tens of thousands within a mere morning. Of course, this sum was still insufficient to cover the rental fee of his yacht. Had he chartered a fishing vessel costing several thousand per day, his profits would have been considerable. As there was no refrigeration aboard the yacht to preserve the tunas, Lucci navigated the vessel to a tourist-friendly island within the Western Archipelago. Some islands in this archipelago are designated for military use, while only a few can accommodate visitors. Upon arrival, Lucci promptly contacted the soldiers stationed on the island through a local restaurant. When he expressed his intention to gift several tunas to the barracks, the soldiers initially declined. However, Lucci emphasized the camaraderie between the military and civilians, stating that since they are akin to family, there should be no formality. Ultimately, the soldiers summoned a higher-ranking officer. On behalf of everyone, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your generosity, Comrade Lucci. The officer was quite open-minded and readily accepted Lucci's offering. The soldiers, beaming with smiles, carried the fresh, sizable tunas back to the barracks. Although the military's meals were generally satisfactory in this era, such exquisite tunas were a rare delicacy. Afterward, Lucci and his companions enjoyed a delightful lunch at a restaurant on the island. Despite having caught 6 tunas, Lucci felt somewhat unfulfilled, as he had yet to hook a colossal specimen weighing 300 to 400 pounds. It is worth noting that yellowfin tunas can grow to 500 or 600 pounds, and big-eye tunas can reach 400 or 500 pounds. These two species are commonly found in the southern seas of China. Lucci's objective for this expedition was to catch a star-class tuna. Author's note: with 200,000 words, those who have reached this point are undoubtedly true fans. I humbly request a wave of gifts. Otherwise, I shall be left with only steamed buns to eat. Chapter 93. Star-class big-eye tuna. After finishing their lunch, the trio returned to the yacht to refuel. They then leisurely cruised the nearby waters, eager to explore the beauty of the Western Archipelago. Islands dotted the ocean like pearls, and the water shimmered like transparent jade, allowing visibility down to 10 meters, revealing the vibrant corals beneath. Chen Xiui and Chen Jinyu captured the stunning scenery with their cameras. After half an hour of exploration, the yacht approached an undeveloped island. The waters here were as pure as ambrosia, and the island boasted a stretch of pristine white sandy beach. Lucci lowered the yacht's anchor, bringing the vessel to a halt. Shall we go for a swim, Xiui? The crystal-clear waters ignited Lucci's desire to take a dip. I'm a bit scared. Although Chen Xiui had overcome her fear of swimming with Lucci's support, the thought of swimming in the ocean still made her apprehensive. What is there to fear? I am here with you. Lucci smiled encouragingly and suggested, why not change into your swimwear? Shall we go for a swim together? Indeed, Xiuya. With Lucci's prowess, can we not trust him to keep you safe? Chen Jinyu pulled Chen Xiuya towards the room, urging her, hurry and change into your swimsuit. With the encouragement from Lucci and Chen Jinyu, Chen Xiuya donned her swimwear. Upon her emergence, Lucci's eyes sparkled with delight. She wore a striking pink bikini that accentuated her exquisite physique, radiating allure and sensuality. Lucci, let us plunge into the water. Although she had worn the bikini before in front of Lucci, Chen Xiuya felt a hint of shyness, as the fabric was rather scant. Are you not swimming, Jinyu? Lucci inquired upon noticing that Chen Jinyu had not changed into her swimsuit. You two go ahead. I shall wait for you on the boat and 1 tea intrude, Chen Jinyu replied with a playful smile. Lucci silently commended Chen Jinyu for her understanding. Darling, I shall dive in first and await you. He leaped from the deck, akin to a dolphin, plunging into the sea. Chen Xiuya, however, lacked such bravado and descended slowly via the ladder. As she neared the water's surface, Lucci supported her slender waist and lifted her into the sea. How are you feeling, darling? Lucci asked, cradling Chen Xiuya securely. The softness of her skin captivated him. Yes, I can swim on my own now, she replied, gradually gaining confidence under his protection. Lucci then released her and submerged, swimming beneath her in a graceful motion. From his vantage point, Chen Xiuya resembled a stunning white mermaid gliding through the sky, ethereal and perfect. Lucci found himself entranced by this enchanting sight. On the yacht, Chen Jinyu observed the pair swimming in harmony, their figures appearing to soar through the crystal-clear water, much like birds in flight. What an enviable couple, she thought, watching for a moment before retreating to the yacht's lounge. After several minutes on the surface, Chen Xiuya mimicked Lucci and dove beneath, her alluring form creating mesmerizing ripples in the translucent water, deepening Lucci's affection. Unable to resist, Lucci swam over, embracing the mermaid and bringing her back to the surface. Scoundrel, I thought we were just swimming, Chen Xiuya playfully chided, her hair slick and her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief. Darling, I never claimed we would only swim, Lucci replied, leaning in to kiss her tender, rosy lips. This oceanic kiss stirred deep feelings within Chen Xiuya, who responded passionately to her beloved. No, we cannot do this here. As Lucci attempted to tug at her bikini, Chen Xiuya grasped his mischievous hand, pleading, Chi, someone might see us. Fear not, my darling. It is just the two of us here, with no one else around. Lucci yearned to shower more affection upon this perfect goddess. But Anne is over there. Chen Qiya gazed towards the yacht. Her mind clouded with concern over the possibility of other vessels passing by. Lu Qi, realizing the futility of his intention to remove her bikini, devoted himself solely to kissing her. After a span of several minutes, Chen Qiya and Lu Qi returned to the yacht. The lingering blush on Chen Qiya's cheeks did not escape the keen observation of Chen Jinyu. Did you two just? Chen Jinyu inquired as Chen Qiya retreated to her cabin to change. Of course not, Chen Qiya replied, her face aflame with embarrassment. It seems Lu Qi is rather honest after all, Chen Jinyu remarked with a smile. All right, Auntie, let us not dwell on this, Chen Qiya said, feeling too shy to discuss the intimate details of her relationship with anyone else. After their playful escapade in the water, Lu Qi felt invigorated and continued his pursuit of tuna. Over an hour later, several tuna entered the detection range of the system, one of which was exceptionally large. Lu Qi swiftly adjusted the yacht's course to pursue the massive fish. However, the tuna swam with remarkable speed, and the yacht could barely keep pace, unable to position itself ahead of it. After half an hour of relentless following, Lu Qi still had not found an opportunity to fish. Moments later, the large tuna began to hunt smaller fish, granting the yacht the chance to move ahead of it. Initially, Lu Qi employed the jigging method, casting the metal lure near the tuna. Yet, the abundance of smaller fish in the area rendered the lure ineffective in attracting the tuna. Consequently, Lu Qi switched to trolling, setting up 4 fishing rods at the stern and allowing the yacht to drag the bait. This method, too, failed to entice the tuna, as it was preoccupied with chasing schools of fish and ignored the scattered bait. Undeterred, Lu Qi made 4 successive adjustments to the yacht's direction, ensuring the bait remained ahead of the giant tuna. After another half hour, with the vicinity around the big tuna devoid of smaller fish, it finally attacked the bait. Beep. The fish alert sounded incessantly. The tuna was hooked, the rod bent, and the line was rapidly drawn out. Lu Qi lifted the rod, adjusting the drag to its maximum of 24 kilograms. However, this drag proved insufficient to hinder the mighty creature. As he cranked the handle, he tugged at the rod, attempting to redirect the fish's escape. Initially, the fish did alter its course, allowing Lu Qi to reel in over 20 meters of line. Yet soon after, the powerful fish surged in one direction, pulling out over 300 meters of line. Fortunately, in preparation for this battle, Lu Qi had equipped his reel with a large spool, containing a total of 500 meters of line. But with the current trend, even 500 meters seemed precarious. Lu Qi rapidly cranked the handle, rhythmically lifting the rod as he engaged in a test of endurance with the formidable fish. The line was stretched to an alarming 400 meters. It was on the verge of being completely unwound. Yet, in that perilous moment, Lu Qi began to gain the upper hand. Thus ensued a fierce contest between man and fish, each vying for dominance for over 20 minutes. At last, a colossal tuna was drawn alongside the vessel, where Lu Qi skillfully ensnared its tail with a rope and hoisted it aboard. A notification chimed, congratulating him on catching a star-rated big-eye tuna weighing an impressive 350 pounds, along with an A-grade business opportunity as a reward. Chapter 94, The 4-Meter Sailfish and the Mysterious Gift Box. Another notification echoed, heralding his success in reeling in a star-rated big-eye tuna of the same weight, granting him 30,000 experience points and an additional A-grade business opportunity. Finally, he had caught the coveted star-rated tuna. This magnificent big eye, measuring over 2 meters in length, was a breathtaking sight up close. Lu Qi, you are incredible, Chen Jinyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Qiyu gazed at him with admiration and affection, truly impressed by her boyfriend's strength in single-handedly landing such a massive fish. Haha, it's not too shabby, Lu Qi replied, in high spirits as he had achieved his goal for this expedition. For the time being, he had no intention of pursuing larger tunas, as his current fishing gear was already straining under the weight of this 350-pound giant. From then on, Lu Qi's fishing became rather leisurely. He would simply cast his line whenever he encountered a school of fish, no longer seeking out tunas specifically. Notifications chimed in succession. Caught a skipjack weighing 10 pounds. Experience points 500, followed by the unlocking of a new fish species, the skipjack. Then, caught a redfish, experience points 300, and the unlocking of the redfish species, followed by caught a seawolf fish, experience points 800. Within 2 hours, Lu Qi steadily reeled in a variety of fish common to the waters of the West Archipelago. Suddenly, while fishing, an unusual fish entered the system's detection range. This peculiar creature exceeded 4 meters in length, with its upper jaw resembling a sharp longsword, remarkably pronounced, and its dorsal fin towering above its body. Lu Qi recognized it instantly. It was a sailfish. The sailfish boasts an impressively large dorsal fin that, when unfurled, resembles a ship's sail or a flag fluttering in the wind, hence its name. Sailfish, swordfish, and tunas all possess elongated upper jaws, akin to a mouth bearing a long sword. leading to occasional confusion among them. However, the sailfish can be distinguished by its broad dorsal fin. Upon spotting this sailfish, Lucci was filled with exhilaration. This fish was among the top of his wish list for his journey to the West Archipelago, second only to the tuna. At that moment, the sailfish glided through the ocean like a swordsman at the helm of a sailboat, pursuing smaller fish in the depths. Lucci adjusted the yacht's direction to keep the sailfish within the system's detection range, searching for the opportune moment to cast his line. The sailfish is renowned as the fastest fish in the world over short distances, even outpacing the tuna. Fortunately, at that moment, the sailfish was not swimming at full speed. Otherwise, the yacht would have struggled to keep up. After following it for several minutes, the yacht maneuvered ahead of the sailfish. And Lucci finally found his chance to fish. Employing the trolling method, he set up 4 fishing rods at the stern of the boat, using smaller fish as bait. As the yacht towed the submerged bait through the water, it danced enticingly before the sailfish, beckoning it to strike. In the initial moments, the bait failed to attract the marlin. It was only after the surrounding fish had fled that the marlin took notice of the few bait fish swimming in front of it. In an instant, the marlin surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, covering a distance of 30 meters in merely 2 seconds to strike the bait. The alert signal sounded urgently. The marlin was hooked. Lucci swiftly raised the rod and reeled in the line, adjusting the drag to elevate the resistance to 24 kilograms. The marlin exhibited remarkable ferocity, exerting itself for over a minute as it darted into the depths of the ocean, pulling over 300 meters of line. Fortunately, the seabed here was only 300 meters deep, and soon, the marlin changed direction, allowing Lucci to retrieve several meters of line. Man and fish engaged in a protracted struggle. For a marlin of such size, most individuals would require at least an hour to reel it in. As they could not sustain the motion of the handle for long, they would need to pause to rest after just a minute of exertion. However, Lucci's arms moved with tireless precision, akin to a machine, steadily turning the handle and depleting the marlin's strength. After 20 minutes of resistance, the marlin realized it could not withstand the force exerted by the line and ceased its struggles, swimming towards the yacht. What a long and peculiar fish. How beautiful it is. Chen Xiaoya referred to the marlin as a strange fish, while Chen Jinyu praised its beauty. This marlin, though not as hefty as the large tuna Lucci had previously caught, was nonetheless double in length. Chen Jinyu, holding a camera, captured the exhilarating moments of Lucci battling the marlin. Even though the marlin was now alongside the vessel, Lucci refrained from hastily securing it with a rope, for he sensed that the marlin still retained some strength. It was imperative to exhaust all its energy before attempting to bring it aboard, otherwise, its long, sharp bill would pose a danger to those on the boat. As anticipated, the marlin suddenly surged with what little strength remained, darting towards the bottom of the boat. Lucci resumed cranking the handle. After approximately another 10 minutes, the marlin's strength was finally depleted. He secured its tail with a rope, lifting it out of the water but not yet onto the deck, instead suspending it in midair. With a thud, the marlin, in its final struggle, thrashed against the hull of the yacht. It was only when it ceased moving that Lucci finally brought it aboard. Congratulations, master. You have caught a star-rated marlin. Measuring 4.2 meters and weighing 200 pounds. Experience points, 30,000. Reward, a mysterious gift box. Congratulations, master. You have unlocked a new fish species, marlin. Experience points, 500. To Lucci's astonishment, this marlin was a star-rated catch. His very first marlin turned out to be such a remarkable find. This was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. And the reward was particularly special, a mysterious gift box. This was the system's first issuance of such a reward. System, what is a mysterious gift box? Lucci inquired directly. The mysterious gift box may yield precious gifts or merely ordinary ones upon opening, the system replied. Can I open it now? Lucci continued to inquire of the system. It is advisable for the master to contemplate what gift they desire before unwrapping the mysterious gift box. Upon making a wish, there exists a probability that the gift obtained will align with your wishes. The system responded. In that case, this mysterious gift box appears to be quite entertaining. Lucci, let us measure the length of this fish. Lucci was momentarily distracted, conversing with the system, when he heard the voice of Chen Jinyu. All right. Lucci snapped back to attention and retrieved a measuring tape. For meters 2. As the measurement was announced, both Chen Jinyu and Chen Xiaoying gasped in astonishment. No streamer on Douyin has likely caught such a large sailfish. After the initial shock, Chen Jinyu became exhilarated. The bounty from this day's deep-sea fishing, once edited and shared on the popular platform, could elevate the already well-followed account to even greater heights. In the evening, Lucci delivered the caught tuna and other fish to the island's restaurant for the soldiers. He himself filleted a hefty yellowfin tuna on the spot, taking a portion of the fish back to the yacht, intending to spend the final night of this fishing expedition with the Chun sisters aboard the yacht. Author's note: I haven't had lunch yet. I humbly request a wave of gifts to treat myself to a meal. A new day dawns, and as is customary, one must consider what to place in the bowl, you understand. Chapter 95. The tuna feast having reeled in numerous tunas. Lucci naturally wished to savor the fruits of his labor. However, due to the cramped kitchen on the yacht, he opted to prepare the tuna at the island's restaurant before bringing the fillets aboard. The flesh of the tuna can be categorized by its various parts: the fatty belly, medium fat, lean meat, spine meat, head meat, cheek meat, and fin meat. Among these, the belly is the most prized. The belly, which contains the highest fat content, is located in the front and middle sections of the tuna. Its rich flavor, smooth texture, and pink hue are complemented by a distinct aroma. The medium fat portion is primarily found in the abdomen and back, possessing a moderate fat content and falling into a mid to high range of quality. Lean meat, the most common cut, is relatively affordable and is situated along the spine. Head meat refers to the flesh atop the tuna's head, while cheek meat, as the name suggests, is sourced from the fish's cheeks. Due to their limited availability, these cuts are typically reserved for the most esteemed guests at dining establishments. At this moment, Lucci brought aboard all the various parts of the tuna: the belly, medium fat, lean meat, head meat, and cheek meat. I have yet to experience a full tuna feast. Observing the vibrant, succulent tuna flesh, Chun Jinyu was already salivating. But this isn't the only feast. There is another type of fish. Lucci smiled mysteriously. What fish? Both Chun Jinyu and Chun Xiaoying inquired with curiosity. You will find out soon, Lucci replied, withholding the answer as he steered the yacht toward the small island where he and Chun Xiaoying had swum earlier in the day. Please wait on the boat. Lucci lowered the suspended ladder and then leapt into the sea. Earlier that day, while swimming with Chun Xiaoya, he had discovered a plethora of abalone hidden beneath the waves. 10 minutes later, he returned to the yacht, triumphantly carrying a large bag of abalones. So it turns out to be abalone, Chun Jinyu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. The abalone from the West Islands is quite renowned. Xiaoya, Jinyu, you both handle the abalone, and I shall prepare the tuna. Is that agreeable? Lucci inquired with a smile. Absolutely, Chun Xiaoya replied cheerfully, knowing that Lucci favored her abalone dishes. As time passed, everyone had their roles clearly defined. Lucci was in charge of creating a grand feast featuring the entire tuna, while Chun Xiaoya took on the task of steaming the abalone, and Chun Jinyu prepared a braised version. Amidst laughter and chatter, the atmosphere was harmonious. Over an hour later, a sumptuous spread of tuna and abalone was laid out before them. Ladies, shall we begin? Lucci said, feeling a pang of hunger after the day's exertions. The arduous fishing had drained much of his energy, and the lunch at the island's restaurant had been rather unsatisfactory. Chi-Chi, you've worked hard. Chun Xiaoya and Chun Jinyu felt immense joy at the sight of the delectable tuna before them. Lucci first sampled Chun Xiaoya's steamed abalone, which was tender and succulent. As he took a bite, he was greeted with a delightful, springy texture and exquisite flavor. Not bad at all. My darling's culinary skills have truly improved, he praised, savoring each morsel. Seeing Lucci relish her dish, a radiant smile blossomed on Chun Xiaoya's beautiful face. Lucci, you must try mine, Chun Jinyu urged, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, Lucci replied. Chun Jinyu's braised abalone, larger and more succulent, oozed with enticing juices. He took a piece and in one bite relished its flavor. Chun Jinyu watched him anxiously, asking, so, is it delicious? Indeed, it's also quite delectable, Lucci affirmed, giving her a thumbs up. His praise eased Chun Jinyu's tension. Her braised abalone was indeed rich and juicy. Lucci's tuna, however, proved to be a greater delight for both women. Your tuna is simply divine, Chun Jinyu exclaimed, her mouth full, her face beaming with happiness, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chun Xiaoya also enjoyed the dish. Her cheeks puffed with food, though she had dined at many Japanese restaurants, none compared to Lucci's cooking. In truth, the quality of the tuna is less about the chef's skill and more about the selection, though it weighed merely a few dozen pounds. It was the finest tuna Lucci had caught. The three of them spent over half an hour at the dinner table, still not finished. As they continued eating, Lucci innovated a new way to enjoy their meal. He combined Chun Xiaoya's and Chun Jinyu's abalone with his tuna, enabling a delightful fusion of exquisite flavors in every bite. Both women quickly took a liking to Lucci's inventive method of dining. For over an hour, the three of them savored an unforgettable dinner. After their meal, they reclined in deck chairs, basking in the cool evening sea breeze. If this continues, I truly will become plump, Chun Xiaoya remarked with a laugh, patting her belly. Previously, she would only eat until she was moderately satisfied, but now, indulging in Lucci's culinary delights, she felt as though she had consumed a full 12 portions. Embrace your happiness and let yourself gain a bit of weight, Chun Jinyu teased with a playful smile. Do not worry. Even if you do gain weight, Lucci would never find you undesirable, right, Lucci? Of course not, Lucci replied with a grin, But my darling will not become plump, as I will ensure she is well fed and accompany her in exercising. Standing up with an invitation, he said, darling, let us go swimming to burn off those calories. Perhaps we should refrain. The sea is so dark, we must be cautious of sharks, Chen Qiuyue replied. Swimming is indeed an excellent way to expend calories, but it was already 9 in the evening, and the inky darkness of the ocean made her apprehensive about encountering sharks. Fear not, I am here. I can protect you from any sharks, Lu Qi reassured her. Moreover, his system could detect anything within a 500-meter radius, ensuring they could spot any sharks in advance and retreat to the boat or nearby island. Trusting Lu Qi implicitly, Chen Qiuyue set aside her fears and donned her bikini. Joining him in the water, Chen Jinyu remained on the boat, choosing not to intrude. Lu Qi, do not stray too far from me, she called out. Swimming in the ocean felt entirely different at night compared to during the day. While she felt liberated in the daylight, the night brought a thrill of tension. My darling, I am right beside you. After a while of swimming closely together, Lu Qi suddenly embraced Chen Qiuyue. As he held her in his strong arms, she felt a wave of softness wash over her. My darling, I love you, he whispered tenderly, kissing her lips. In that dark expanse of the ocean, all her feelings of safety and affection emanated from her boyfriend, making that kiss particularly poignant. As Lu Qi attempted to tug at her bikini, Chen Qiuyue grasped his hand in return. But, my darling, your aunt cannot see us, she said, glancing towards the yacht. They were now over 100 meters away from the yacht. The lights allowed them to see those aboard, yet the occupants could not discern their presence. Embarrassed, Chen Qiuyue shyly released Lu Qi's hand, permitting him to draw closer. 10 minutes later, Lu Qi and Chen Qiuyue arrived at a deserted island. Lying upon the soft sands to gaze at the stars. You rascal, it's all your fault, she exclaimed, nestled against Lu Qi's chest, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Earlier, while they were frolicking in the water, Lu Qi had misplaced her bikini, leaving her with nothing to wear. How am I supposed to return to the boat like this? She fretted, feeling extremely bashful. Should her aunt see her in such a state, she would wish to vanish into the ground. Do not worry. We can wait until Jinyu falls asleep before heading back, Lu Qi chuckled, pulling her tenderly into his embrace. To share such a serene experience with the most enchanting beauty of Lingnan, gazing at the stars on a deserted island beach, is an exquisite delight. Although Chen Qiuyue forbade him from engaging in the 2 most intimate acts, they indulged in nearly all other activities typical of couples. They had lingered away from home for too long, and Auntie would surely grow concerned for their well-being. Chen Qiuyue also wished to wait until Chen Jinyu had fallen asleep before returning, yet that would undoubtedly provoke Chen Jinyu's worries regarding their safety. Indeed. But you need not feel overly shy. Simply say that the fish, captivated by your beauty, whisked away your swimsuit, Lu Qi teased with a mischievous grin, his hands beginning to wander. This was his first time being so close to Chen Qiuyue, and it would be unnatural for him to behave otherwise. Snatched away by fish. How clever of you. Chen Qiuyue playfully shot him a glance, her cheeks flushed with a deeper hue. She did not deter Lu Qi's playful antics, for she cherished the adoration he bestowed upon her. The two savored an unforgettable half-hour on the deserted island. It wasn't until they heard Chen Jinyu calling from the direction of the yacht that they departed the island and swam back. Upon boarding the yacht and seeing Chen Jinyu, Chen Qiuyue, her face aflame, could hardly summon the courage to meet her gaze. Qiuyue, hurry back to your room. Be cautious not to catch a chill, Chen Jinyu advised. Not probing further or teasing Chen Qiuyue. Instead, she quickly draped a towel from the lounge chair around her shoulders, her eyes gentle and filled with concern. Relieved that her aunt did not press for details, Chen Qiuyue exhaled quietly. Once back in her room, Chen Jinyu shot a disapproving look at Lu Qi, saying, Lu Qi, truly, Qiuye's first experience was in the sea, and you were not worried she might catch a cold. Lu Qi, bemused, replied, Sister Jinyu, we merely shared a kiss. Nothing more. Seeing that Lu Qi seemed sincere, Chen Jinyu chose not to continue lecturing him, secretly admiring his self-control, considering Qiuye's evident affection towards him. Thus, the delightful moments came to a close, marking the happiest evening Lu Qi had experienced thus far. Although he had not yet taken that final leap with Chen Qiuyue, the beautiful memories forged on the island would forever remain etched in his heart. The following morning, the yacht set sail back to Yasi. During the journey, Lu Qi discreetly conversed with the system, preparing to unveil the mysterious gift box bestowed upon him. System, if my wish were for a spaceship, would it be attainable? Lu Qi inquired. The mysterious gift box obtained from catching a star-level fish typically contains items valued at no more than 1.5 billion. Please, master. Propose wishes of commensurate value, as that would enhance the likelihood of fulfillment, the system responded. Alas, the wish for a spaceship was dashed. Lu Qi pondered sincerely over what wish to articulate. During this fishing expedition on the yacht, he encountered several inconveniences. For instance, the yacht lacked a large freezer. leaving no place to store the sizable fish they caught. Additionally, the rear of the yacht proved less than ideal for setting up rods, and there was no hoisting mechanism aboard for exceptionally large catches. However, if next time a fishing vessel were to be employed, it would not possess the luxurious amenities of a yacht, lacking the ability to combine angling with leisure pursuits. Moreover, long-range fishing boats tend to be quite sizable and cumbersome, making them less agile in pursuing schools of fish. Thus, Lucci pondered, could there exist a type of vessel that amalgamates the advantages of both fishing boats and yachts? Clearly, such a boat is yet to be found on the market, as no one would install a large fish hoist on a lavish yacht, unless one were to purchase and renovate a boat. However, achieving a satisfactory transformation is no simple endeavor. System, I have already envisioned the gift I desire. Before unwrapping the mysterious gift box, Lucci silently made a wish. His wish was to acquire a luxurious yacht equipped with comprehensive fishing functionalities, capable of a fuel range exceeding 5,000 nautical miles, yet not overly large, allowing for solo operation. Does the master wish to open the gift box now? Affirmative. Ding, initiating the opening of the mysterious gift box. Ding, congratulations, master. You have obtained a luxurious yacht valued at 1.5 billion renminbi. As the system's voice faded, Lucci clenched his fists in excitement. This mysterious gift box truly was remarkable. One could receive exactly what one desired. According to the system, the yacht was docked at a harbor in Yushu, with all necessary documentation in order. Upon returning to Yushu, Lucci assigned Chen Qiuya and Chen Jinyu the task of handling the fish stored in the small freezer on board, arranging for them to be packaged and shipped back to Lingnan. Meanwhile, he proceeded to another dock in Yushu. At that moment, a Sci-Fi styled yacht was anchored at the harbor. This yacht, in appearance, surpassed even the opulence of those owned by Europe's elite. When Lucci stepped aboard, he was instantly awestruck by the level of luxury it exuded. It was akin to a moving palace upon the sea. Its lavishness far exceeded that of the vessel he had rented over the past 2 days. Furthermore, the various amenities were incredibly advanced, allowing for true autonomous navigation. With a single refuel, it could traverse up to 8,000 nautical miles. Including the reserve fuel, crossing the Pacific posed no challenge whatsoever. It could reach speeds of up to 70 knots, outpacing even small speedboats. Remarkably swift, yet the entire vessel remained exceptionally stable, allowing for a smooth ride even against the wind and waves, eliminating concerns of seasickness. Indeed, the investment of 1.5 billion renminbi was well justified. What most delighted Lucci was undoubtedly the yacht's integration of features characteristic of fishing boats. It possessed all the essentials one would expect from a fishing vessel. Quite splendid. System. This gift has truly pleased the master. Lucci praised the system wholeheartedly. As for the subsequent security and management of the yacht, he need not worry. The system had already established a yacht management company in Yushu and commenced recruitment for personnel. Lucci, where have you been? Upon his return, Chen Qiuya inquired. She and Chen Jinyu had just dispatched the remaining fish that Lucci had caught. I went to prepare a gift for you. Lucci replied with a mysterious smile. A gift? Chen Qiuya's anticipation was piqued at the mention. Next time we come to Yushu, I shall reveal this gift to you, Lucci remarked with a grin. Observing Lucci's enigmatic demeanor, Chen Qiuya speculated, could this gift possibly be a house? Lucci was contemplating purchasing a house in Yashishi for her. Chen Jinyu also speculated about a house, as the seaside villas in Yashishi are quite favored by the affluent. The author's note, a new day has dawned. Let the blades and whatnot be cast aside. My heartfelt gratitude to all the supportive friends. Chapter 97. The astonishment of Chun Funan on the return flight. Lucci assessed the bounty from this fishing expedition. This outing had unveiled numerous new species of fish, including the East Star Snapper, the sea wolf, the yellowfin tuna, the big-eye tuna, and the swordfish, among others. Notably, he had caught a big-eye tuna and a swordfish, both of which were of stellar quality. In total, he accrued several 100,000 experience points. To date, his cumulative experience stood at 370,000, leaving a considerable gap to the 1 million experience points required for level 10 fishing proficiency. However, Lucci was not in a rush. He believed that with a few more fishing trips, reaching level 10 would be well within his grasp. Upon returning to Lingnan, Chen Qiuya headed to her company. The cosmetics approval for her new biological products had been granted, allowing for large-scale production and distribution to the general public. Meanwhile, Chen Jinyu was eager to return and edit her footage. She had captured many thrilling moments of Lucci battling large fish and was keen to share them online with the audience. Lucci was also occupied, capitalizing on the A-level business opportunity awarded by the system to generate income. Upon catching the star-rated big-eye tuna, the system rewarded him with an A-level business opportunity. Over the next 3 days, the Nasdaq index was projected to decline by 8. The Nasdaq index, abbreviated as Nasdaq, is a crucial stock market index in the United States. Historically, a decline of 8 over 3 days is rare, but not unheard of. Given the current circumstances in the U.S., Lu Qi was not surprised by the anticipated plunge. With prior knowledge of the impending drop, it was only natural to short the Nasdaq to profit. The Nasdaq futures allow for a maximum leverage of 200 times, meaning that a single point's fluctuation could yield double the profit or loss. Lu Qi's overseas account still held $400 million. If he employed the 200x leverage to short the index, an 8 drop would result in a staggering 16-fold profit. Investing the entire $400 million could yield $6.4 billion in profit. However, the system had previously cautioned that A-level futures opportunities should not exceed a profit of 10 billion yuan, approximately $1.7 billion, to avoid potential complications. Consequently, Lu Qi ultimately opted for a 50x leverage instead of the maximum 200x. Once the operation was completed, he simply needed to wait for the automatic closure 3 days later. Ah Qi, Chen Funan wishes to meet you. The following day, Lu Qi received a call from Zhou Jiaming. Lu Qi's real estate company, Lidi, was fully managed by Zhou Jiaming, who had recently taken over the property of Xingjin Real Estate located in Fushe. Chen Funan had already learned that Lu Qi was the actual controller of Lidi, as such information was accessible through corporate information websites. Zhou Jiaming relayed Chen Funan's elation upon the acquisition of the Xingjin Real Estate properties, expressing a strong desire to meet Lu Qi to convey his gratitude. Very well, I shall meet him. It dawned on Lu Qi that he had yet to formally meet Chen Funan. Chen Funan is, after all, the father of Chen Qiuya and the future father-in-law, so a certain level of respect must be afforded. Thus, he drove to the headquarters of Xingjin Real Estate. Ah, my esteemed nephew. Upon their meeting, Chen Funan warmly grasped Lu Qi's hand with a beaming smile. In Chen Funan's eyes, Lu Qi was akin to a living bodhisattva. This bodhisattva had, during the most challenging times for Xingjin Real Estate, invested billions to take over one of their abandoned projects, simultaneously assuming the related bank debts. This act was tantamount to extending a lifeline to a drowning individual. Esteemed nephew, please take a seat. You truly are a remarkable young man. I recently heard you purchased one of our villas and have longed for an opportunity to meet you, but alas, the timing has not been right. Chen Funan's repeated endearment of esteemed nephew reflected his perception of Lu Qi as family. In truth, while Chen Funan was grateful to this living bodhisattva, he still regarded Lu Qi as somewhat foolish. After all, who in their right mind would spend such a fortune on a failing real estate project? Yet, Chen Funan was also curious. Hadn't Lu Qi won a lottery worth over 300 million? How could he afford such an expenditure? Upon researching corporate information, Chen Funan discovered that Lu Qi owned 3 companies: Shiwa Biotechnology, Lidi Real Estate, and Carbon-9 Technology. Although Carbon-9 Technology was not widely known, as an innovative firm boasting 100 research personnel, it was valued at several hundred million at least. No matter how Chen Funan calculated, he still felt that Lu Qi's 360 million was insufficient. Thus, he subtly probed, esteemed nephew, when I had my people look into your real estate company, I inadvertently discovered that you are also the actual controller of a research company. Acquiring that firm must have cost a considerable sum, no? Not much, just over 10 billion. Lu Qi candidly replied. Since the information was already uncovered, he preferred to acknowledge it openly rather than raise suspicions through denial. Furthermore, as Carbon-9 Technology flourished, these details would inevitably come to light. Upon hearing that Lu Qi had spent over 10 billion on Carbon-9 Technology, Chen Funan was taken aback. He simply could not fathom where Lu Qi had acquired such wealth. Esteemed nephew, may I ask, weren't you only the recipient of a few hundred million from the lottery? How do you possess so much money? Chen Funan inquired, perplexed. Oh, that money comes from my earnings in the futures market, Lu Qi explained. What? Chen Funan was astonished. To amass such wealth in such a short span within the futures market was nothing short of remarkable. A few years prior, Chen Funan had dabbled in futures himself, investing 100 million only to lose it all within months. Since then, he had refrained from further involvement. Now, before him stood a young man who had turned several hundred million into over 10 billion in under a month. The foolish boy he had thought Lu Qi to be was, in fact, a futures prodigy. In that moment, Chen Funan could no longer underestimate Lu Qi. Esteemed nephew, you are truly exceptional, a genius among geniuses. Chen Funan began to lavish praise upon Lu Qi, then added in a flattering tone, as you are aware, Uncle's company is facing difficulties. Perhaps you could guide me in the futures market to earn some money? I apologize, Uncle Chen, but I never engage anyone in futures trading. Not even my closest friends and family. Lu Qi firmly declined Chen Funan's offer. I see, that's perfectly fine. Aside from futures, there will be many opportunities for us to collaborate in the future. After chatting for about 10 minutes, Chen Funan invited Lu Qi to dinner. Lu Qi, citing prior commitments, politely refused the invitation. Once Lu Qi departed, Chen Funan fell into deep contemplation. This individual is not to be underestimated. I had truly misjudged him before. given his capabilities. Why would he take on my dilapidated property project? Could it be? Having witnessed Lu Qi's prowess, Qin Funan sensed that this living bodhisattva in his eyes was likely not merely here to do good deeds. He probably knows some insider information. With this thought, Qin Funan felt a twinge of regret for having transferred the project. If my suspicions are correct, then Lu Qi is indeed formidable. It seems I must cultivate a good relationship with him moving forward. Chapter 98. The second broadcast, the seafood delivered from the Asia market, arrived the next day. Lu Qi prepared a sumptuous seafood feast for his parents. Son, your culinary skills have improved tremendously. While enjoying the seafood crafted by Lu Qi, Liang Mei and Lu Run were both immensely satisfied and astonished by Lu Qi's culinary advancements. As parents, they were well aware of Lu Qi's previous cooking abilities. Mom, my improvements extend beyond just cooking, Lu Qi replied with a smile. Liang Mei nodded proudly. Indeed, my son is exceptional. Regarding Lu Qi's recent changes, Liang Mei and Lu Ren were quite surprised, yet their predominant feeling was joy. After discussing Lu Qi's cooking, Liang Mei cheerfully turned to Qin Qiuyue and remarked, Qiuyue, the cream you gifted me is simply marvelous. I've noticed my skin improving day by day. Even the acne scars and freckles have faded. Liang Mei had previously dealt with some acne scars and small freckles from her youth, but after using the cream gifted by Qin Qiuyue for a few days, the difference was quite apparent, making her appear years younger. Mom, this cream was developed under Qiuyue's guidance, Lu Qi said with a smile. Is that so? My daughter is truly remarkable. Liang Mei was overjoyed to learn that this miraculous cream was the result of Qin Qiuyue's research. Ever since their first meeting, Liang Mei had taken a liking to Qin Qiuyue, appreciating her beauty and thoughtfulness. Now, discovering that Qin Qiuyue was not merely a pretty face, but also exceptionally talented, Liang Mei's fondness for her grew even stronger. Annie, our cream is called Cherish Me Cream, and it has entered mass production, ready for release. How about I take you to visit our company tomorrow? Qin Qiuyue asked with a smile. That sounds wonderful. I know nothing about a biological research company. I want to accompany my daughter to broaden my horizons. Liang Mei exclaimed with delight. Seeing the harmonious interaction between this future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law brought Lu Qi immense joy. His girlfriend truly understood his family and brought him great pride. After ascending the stairs, Lu Qi rewarded the considerate Qin Qiuyue with an affectionate kiss that left her feeling soft and weak. Qi, do you have any suggestions regarding the promotion of Cherish Me Cream? After their kiss, Qin Qi's blushing face nestled against Lu Qihuai's chest as she discussed work-related matters. The recently launched Shiwa Cream, despite its remarkable efficacy, would languish in obscurity without effective marketing. It could take a year and a half for it to gain widespread recognition. Qin Qi's was impatient and aspired to condense this timeline to under 2 months. Lu Qi contemplated for a moment and suggested, Darling, what if we leverage the live streaming sales through Sister Jinyu's Bahu Bureau? With over 7 million followers, if we have Sister Jinyu promote the product at a low price, selling 10,000 units in one evening would be entirely feasible. Upon hearing this proposal, Qin Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This indeed was an excellent strategy for swiftly promoting Shiwa Cream. By initially selling it at cost price through live streaming, the miraculous effects of the cream would soon create a buzz across the internet. This approach would be far more efficient than investing tens of millions in television advertising. It wasn't that television ads were ineffective, but for a product as extraordinary as Shiwa Cream, employing unconventional methods would save both time and effort. Qihuai, thank you for such a brilliant idea, Qin Qi's exclaimed, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. Hee, my dear, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, how about treating me to a little something to eat? I'm still quite hungry. Lu Qi grinned mischievously. You rascal. Qin Qi's understood his playful intent, though feeling bashful. She shyly consented to reward him for his clever suggestion. The following day, Qin Qi's took Liang Mei to visit Shiwa Bio Company while Lu Qi convened with Qin Jinyu to discuss the live streaming sales plan. You want me to do live streaming sales? Qin Jinyu was initially taken aback, never imagining that Lu Qi would utilize the Baohu Bureau account for such purposes. What we are selling this time is no ordinary product. Lu Qi presented a jar of Shiwa Cream, stating, this is a new cream developed under Qi's leadership, effective against acne, blemishes, and blackheads, with additional whitening properties. Hearing Lu Qi speak so highly of Shiwa Cream, Qin Jinyu felt that his enthusiasm was mostly due to his affection for his girlfriend. What, do you think I'm exaggerating? Noticing Qin Jinyu's unimpressed reaction, Lu Qi understood her skepticism and pulled out before and after images of test subjects. After viewing the images, Qin Jinyu became excited. Lu Qi, if these pictures are genuine, this cream is bound to become a sensation online. Of course, they're authentic images. Do you think Qi's and I would use fakes to deceive you? Lu Qi replied, slightly exasperated. That's not what I meant. The results are just astonishing and hard to believe, Qin Jinyu said. So, when do we begin the live stream? Lu Qi proposed, tonight. as there will be more viewers in the evening. Initially, Chinjinyu hesitated to use Baohu Bureau for live streaming sales, fearing it would diminish its prestige and render it commonplace. However, given the remarkable efficacy of Shiwa cream, such a product certainly deserved to be showcased through Baohu Bureau. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Qi, Chen Xiui, and Chen Jinyu arrived at Shiwa Biotech. At this moment, a room within the facility had been meticulously arranged for a live broadcast. Chen Jinyu was entrusted with the sole responsibility of conducting the live stream. Prior to commencing, she spent some time practicing in front of the camera before officially starting the broadcast. As soon as the account went live, a surge of thousands of viewers flocked in. The previous live session from the Explosive Protection Bureau had captivated the entire internet, leaving everyone curious about what this new live stream would entail. Would it feature fishing? Or would it present something entirely different, as before? Upon entering the live stream, viewers were greeted by a stunning woman, her face obscured by a mask. Yet her figure was undeniably alluring. Wow, is the head of the Explosive Protection Bureau a woman? Her physique is astonishing. She must be the most stunning host online. Director, could you please remove your mask? I wish to see your face. Those who entered the stream were immediately captivated by Chun Jinyu's figure. Although she had not intentionally donned form-fitting attire, her exquisite form drew attention even in ordinary clothing. In addition to marveling at her physique, many netizens expressed a desire for Chun Jinyu to unveil her face. The strategy of wearing a mask was conceived by Lu Qi and his companions, as maintaining a degree of mystery around Chun Jinyu would enhance engagement and curiosity among viewers. Good evening, everyone. I am Xiaoyu, the Deputy Director of the Explosive Protection Bureau, not the Director. Chun Jinyu began by clarifying her identity. The number of viewers in the live stream rapidly escalated, surpassing 20,000 shortly after her introduction. Chapter 99, False Advertising? Tens of thousands of netizens inundated Chun Jinyu with various inquiries. Deputy Director, is the head of the Explosive Protection Bureau also a beauty? Your sea fishing video from yesterday was spectacular. Will you be live streaming your next sea fishing adventure? I'm eager to watch. Faced with such a multitude of questions, Chun Jinyu did not immediately pivot to promotional matters. Instead, she selected a few inquiries to address. First off, the director is male, as you can likely infer from his fishing silhouette. As for me, I serve as the director's photographer. When asked about the possibility of live streaming the next sea fishing excursion, she added, that decision rests with the director. But he is rather shy and typically refrains from live broadcasts. The mention of Lu Qi's bashfulness nearly provoked a laugh from her. In just a few minutes, the viewer count skyrocketed from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Many fans had eagerly anticipated this live session for quite some time. A number of fans wished to send gifts, but soon realized that the host had not enabled the gifting feature. Deputy Director, please activate the gifting option. I want to send rockets. I have the means. Don't hold back on my account. Some affluent viewers even proactively requested the activation of the gifting function. There's no need to send gifts. Chun Jinyu responded to some of the inquiries before continuing. In this live stream, we simply wish to share something wonderful with everyone. Upon hearing this, viewers quickly understood that this would be a promotional live stream, which left many feeling somewhat disappointed. As this marks the inaugural live broadcast of the Fishing Enthusiasts Club, the audience anticipated a display of fishing prowess rather than a sales pitch. However, due to their affection for the club and the striking figure of Chun Jinyu, few chose to exit the stream. The product we aspire to share is extraordinary, a newly launched cream that boasts remarkable efficacy against acne, blemishes, blackheads, and freckles. Chun Jinyu held up a bottle of the beloved cream, elucidating its unique features. Yet, the viewers remained unimpressed, as similar promotional language is ubiquitous in skincare advertising during live streams. Behold, these are the before and after photographs of 20 genuine users who have employed the beloved cream. Chun Jinyu presented images of the cream's test subjects before the camera. Nonetheless, such tactics are all too common in the dubious advertisements of minor television stations, leading the audience to suspect the photographs had been digitally manipulated. The Fishing Enthusiasts Club left me utterly disheartened. To engage in false advertising on their first live broadcast was a betrayal of my long-standing admiration. Discontented comments began to emerge in the chat. These discordant remarks were, in reality, a small faction of envious competitors attempting to stir the pot. True fans of the Fishing Enthusiasts Club would not voice such sentiments over a mere sales event. In response to the dissonant dialogues, Chun Jinyu, rather than expressing anger, smiled and stated, I understand that many of you believe I am engaging in false advertising, as there is currently no skincare product on the market that achieves such results. However, the beloved cream represents a groundbreaking innovation in skincare. Let me assure you, if more than 1/3 of those who purchase the beloved cream find it ineffective, the Fishing Enthusiasts Club will henceforth only produce fishing videos, never again engaging in live sales. As Chun Jinyu uttered her final words, the viewer count in the live stream soared to 500,000. Listeners, intrigued by her pledge, began to wonder, Could this cream truly be as miraculous as claimed? Despite this curiosity, the majority of viewers remain skeptical, for in this era, the most unreliable promises often come from streamers. Many have declared that if certain conditions were met, they would cease live streaming, only to return the very next day as if nothing had changed. It is a privilege for the Fishing Enthusiast Club to globally debut this epic-making beloved cream during our live session. Originally priced at 200 yuan per bottle, it will be offered tonight at the cost price of merely 50 yuan. Upon announcing the price, the discordant comments in the chat multiplied. 50 yuan a bottle? Clearly a fan harvest. At 50 yuan, that is hardly the cost price. 5 yuan might be more accurate. For that price, I could purchase established brands. If the efficacy is truly as she claims, I will drink water upside down during the stream. Many viewers criticize the 50 yuan price point as exorbitant. However, in truth, 50 yuan is indeed the cost price. The production of this cream by Shiwa Bio entails significant expenses. This sale at cost price is purely to garner favorable word of mouth. Unaware of the underlying truth, many question the steep pricing. Nonetheless, there remains a considerable number of devoted fans willing to support the Bahoju initiative. Is it not merely 50 yuan? I shall purchase 2 bottles. I will buy 1 bottle, fervently hoping that Bahoju continues to deliver captivating fishing videos in the future. Recently, I have been troubled by acne. I will try a bottle. I too will procure 2 bottles, yet I must clarify that should the results be unsatisfactory, I shall refrain from purchasing Bahoju products again. I adore your videos so much that I am willing to buy 10 bottles, even if it means being deceived. Some affluent fans are even eager to buy numerous bottles. Thank you all for your support. However, due to cost constraints, each user may purchase a maximum of 2 bottles. Chen Jinyu graciously reminded everyone. Although the barrage of comments included a few discordant voices, a significant number of online users placed orders. Within 10 minutes, a total of 20,000 users had placed orders, culminating in the sale of 30,000 bottles. We will expedite the dispatch of your orders, and simultaneously, the Shiwa Biological Company will launch the flagship stores of Dongdong and Mau Mau in 2 days, allowing everyone to purchase Shiwa cream through these legitimate channels in the future. This live broadcast lasted just over 40 minutes, amassing a total viewership exceeding 3 million. With a peak concurrent viewership surpassing 600,000, the final sales figures amounted to 40,000 orders and 60,000 bottles. This achievement far exceeded Lu Qi's expectations. Auntie, you are simply remarkable. Upon concluding the broadcast, Chun Qias approached her to embrace and celebrate. Although this was Chun Jinyu's first foray into live commerce, she exhibited no signs of nervousness throughout the process, rivaling even the most seasoned hosts. In a few days, the 40,000 orders will generate a wave of robust word of mouth. Lu Qi remarked, with the miraculous effects of Shiwa cream, it will undoubtedly achieve exponential dissemination. Soon, it will become a sensation across the internet. I shall be keen to observe how those who drink water upside down and cut their hair in that position will react. Earlier, in the live broadcast, several users expressing skepticism about the efficacy of Shiwa cream made numerous pledges, particularly those envious of Bahoju's success, who even swore oaths to incite negativity. Chapter 100. Completely ignited the following day, several self-media outlets shared their perspectives on Bahoju's live broadcast. The enigmatic Bahoju has ultimately succumbed to the cliched norms of live commerce. A revolutionary skincare product? Bahoju. I suggest it rename itself to Blowhard Bureau. Not offering gifts while engaging in live commerce is akin to a courtesan pretending to be pure. Bahoju, engage in commerce if you must, but please do not belittle the intelligence of your audience. The majority of self-media express scorn towards Bahoju. Regarding this derision, Lu Qi remained entirely unfazed. For as this group revels in their mockery, when the reputation of Shiwa cream emerges, the slap of reality will be all the more resonant, and the ensuing reversal will yield even greater promotional impact. It can be said that those currently deriding and disparaging Bahoju are inadvertently contributing to the promotion of Shiwa cream. 2 days later, the majority of the 40,000 users who ordered Shiwa cream had received their products, with users in Guangdong province having already utilized it for a day. Shiwa cream truly seems effective. After just 1 day of use, my acne has noticeably diminished. My blackheads have also reduced. In the span of a single day, several netizens left feedback beneath the comments section of a beauty product review. However, due to the limited number of respondents, their voices were rather faint. In the following 2 days, the number of feedback givers surged, with some users sharing their experiences on various forums. I noticed a 50 reduction in my acne after just 2 days, exclaimed one. Another chimed in merely 2 days, my blackheads vanished. A third user proclaimed, after 3 days of use, all my blackheads and acne have completely disappeared. The positive reviews for the cherished cream began to flood in like a tidal wave. Is the beauty product retailer resorting to hiring marketing accounts to inflate their reviews? Someone remarked, amused at the expenditure on such promotions. If they have that kind of money for marketing, they might as well invest in improving their product. Despite the abundance of favorable reviews, many netizens remained skeptical. Their doubt was not born of mere suspicion, but rather from previous experiences of being misled by marketing tactics. Numerous products, upon their initial release, have utilized marketing accounts to fabricate an illusion of excellence. Consequently, the acclaim for the beloved cream did not generate a significant uproar online. However, those who had used the cream and shared their experiences with friends could not help but believe in its efficacy. Fa, you used to have a face full of acne. How is it that in just 2 days, your complexion has improved so much? Haha. I used the cherished cream sold by the beauty product retailer, and the results are remarkable. I need to purchase another bottle to eliminate my acne entirely. Fa. A taxi driver long afflicted by acne had struggled to find a girlfriend due to his troubled skin. With his newfound confidence from the disappearance of his acne, he eagerly praised the cream to everyone he met. Friends of Fa, also battling acne, hurried to purchase the cream, while those without acne rushed to buy it for their wives. Tion, what happened to your blackheads? Oh my, your complexion looks so pristine. It's because I used the cherished cream sold by the beauty product retailer. Tion, a university student who had always felt self-conscious about her poor skin and numerous blackheads, had purchased the cream after watching a live broadcast from the retailer just 3 days prior. She never anticipated that this cream would transform her life. Her classmates, witnessing her remarkable change, soon followed suit and bought the cherished cream themselves. Instances akin to those of Fa and Tion unfolded among the 40,000 users of the cherished cream. In summary, while the cream made its online debut, the initial wave of word-of-mouth promotion occurred predominantly offline. 3 days after the live broadcast, the combined sales from the flagship stores of Dongdong and Mau Mau reached an astonishing 10,000 bottles in a single day. By the 4th day, the 2 stores sold 30,000 bottles. The netizens had completely wiped out the available stock. Currently, the production capacity of the cherished cream is limited to 20,000 bottles per day, prompting the flagship stores to initiate a sales cap. Cousin, do you know where I can purchase the cherished cream? Honey, please find a way to get me the cherished cream. After using it, Xiaoming's wife has become almost as beautiful as I am. Those unable to acquire the cherished cream began to seek out friends for purchasing channels, resulting in a flurry of inquiries directed at cosmetic sellers regarding the cherished cream. What brand is the beloved cream? Why have I never heard of it? Quickly, I need all information about the beloved cream within half an hour. In an instant, agents, media, and potential buyers across the internet are searching for it. Word spreads like wildfire. The beloved cream is truly on fire this time. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the coveted beloved cream hails from an obscure small company in Lingnan City. Agents, akin to sharks sensing blood, rushed to Lingnan overnight. On the morning of the 5th day of the live broadcast, the entrance of Shiwa Biological Company was besieged by a throng of agents, some even brandishing boxes of cash. Anticipating such a scenario, Lu Qi had already fortified the security at the company entrance. All agents were intercepted. Dear agents, please return, announced Yu Xiaohong, assistant to Qin Xiui, through a loudspeaker directed at the crowd. The products we at Shiwa Biological are currently producing are insufficient for our flagship store. We do not require agents. Manager Yu, if you allow us to become provincial-level agents for the beloved cream, we can negotiate a favorable price. One agent waved a box, declaring, our company is not short on funds. Just let me be the agent for Europe and name your price. I'll offer 100 million to be the general agent for the Southwest. How dare you show your face with just 100 million? I'll bid 200 million. Typically, the financial aspects between agents and suppliers are considered trade secrets. However, the agents present, driven by desperation for the agency rights to the beloved cream, were fervently competing against one another. Some media personnel, prepared for interviews, were left stunned upon witnessing the agents bidding at the entrance, a scene they had never encountered before. Broadcasting such a spectacle would undoubtedly attract viewership and traffic. Consequently, various media outlets swiftly set up cameras aimed at the entrance of Shiwa Biological Company. Following closely behind the media were representatives from banks, yet they too were barred from entering the premises. It is worth noting that banks are akin to deities of wealth, and few companies dare to offend them, unless they are capable of becoming the bank's benefactor. For example, Shiwa Biological is destined to become a treasure for every bank. Thus, the previously arrogant bank managers now displayed obsequious smiles when facing Chun Xiui's assistant. Manager Yu, I am Jiang Wan, the credit manager at Tiannong Bank. Your company intends to expand production, and we are willing to lend you 1 billion. Our Tianjin Bank is prepared to offer 1.5 billion, fully supporting Shiwa Biological in becoming a national leader. We at Tianshang Bank are offering 1.8 billion. The interest will be the lowest permissible under policy. Just recently, Chun Xiui sought loans from major banks in Lingnan to construct a new facility for Shiwa Biological, but after visiting every bank, None were willing to lend to the company. Now, these credit managers from the banks are proactively approaching Shiwa Biological with offers of loans. I apologize, esteemed managers, but our company has successfully secured the funding necessary for the construction of our new factory, thus negating the need for loans. Yu Xiaohong, the assistant to Chen Xiui, graciously declined the offers from various bank managers. Manager Yu, aside from the factory construction, surely there are other areas requiring funds? Given the low interest rates, why not borrow a few billion? The bank managers were now eagerly vying for a loan from Shiwa Biotech. In truth, lending was secondary. Their primary objective was to cultivate a favorable relationship with Shiwa Biotech. The future profitability of Shiwa Biotech was undeniable, and the choice of which bank to entrust these funds would determine which institution would emerge as the leading performer in Lingnan City. I sincerely apologize, but we truly do not require a loan at this moment, Yu Xiaohong stated. Manager Yu, please accept my business card. We may discuss other collaborations in the future. Although merely Chen Xiui's assistant, Yu Xiaohong had become the object of pursuit for the bank managers. The journalists present were astounded. After all, Shiwa Biotech had merely developed an exceptionally effective skincare product. Why were these proud bank managers so subservient? It must be acknowledged that in the realm of business, the journalists present lacked the foresight of the bank managers. The latter were acutely aware that, given the miraculous effects of Shiwa Cream, Shiwa Biotech was destined to become one of the key enterprises in Guangdong province. While agents, bank personnel, and media representatives crowded at the entrance of Shiwa Biotech, the true owner, Lu Qi, was no longer in Lingnan. He had arrived at the banks of the Yangtze River. Just yesterday, Lu Qi departed Lingnan to fulfill his mission of collecting the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River. Chen Xiui, preoccupied with matters concerning Shiwa Biotech, could not accompany him. However, photographer Chen Jinyu had joined Lu Qi on this journey, taking on the role of driver as they alternated behind the wheel, traveling directly from Guangdong province to the banks of the Yangtze. Lu Qi, what type of fish do you plan to catch this time? Chen Jinyu inquired as she drove. Pufferfish, Lu Qi replied. The 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River include pufferfish, knife fish, and shad. As knife fish and shad are both protected species, the only target Lu Qi could openly disclose to Chen Jinyu was the pufferfish, which was also his primary goal for this trip. In recent years, thanks to the fishing ban in the Yangtze River, the wild pufferfish population has seen a modest recovery, with many fishing enthusiasts having successfully caught them. Lu Qi ultimately had Chen Jinyu stop the car near a large bridge spanning the Yangtze. Having read on a fishing forum that someone had caught a wild pufferfish weighing over 2 kilograms in this very spot. A 2-kilogram wild pufferfish commands a hefty price, with the one mentioned on the forum selling for 10,000 yuan. It is well known that pufferfish contain potent toxins, with their toxicity being 1,000 times greater than that of arsenic. The lethal dose of arsenic is between 0.1 to 0.2 grams, whereas the lethal dose of pufferfish toxin is merely 0.4 milligrams. The toxin contained within a single pufferfish is sufficient to kill 30 adults. Typically, the highest concentration of pufferfish toxin is found in the ovaries, followed by the liver, blood, eyes, gills, and skin, all of which contain lesser amounts. Despite the well-known toxicity of the pufferfish, many individuals are drawn to its unparalleled delicacy, leading them to consume it after proper preparation. An old adage states, one cannot truly appreciate the taste of fish without sampling pufferfish. Once one has tasted it, all other flavors pale in comparison, highlighting the exquisite flavor of this fish. In contemporary society, the Japanese indulge in pufferfish with fervor, with dozens succumbing to its dangers each year. Have you ever tasted pufferfish, Sister Jinyu? Lu Qi inquired while assembling his fishing rod. No, Chen Jinyu replied, shaking her head. What if I catch one? Should we take it back to savor? Lu Qi asked with a smile. Perhaps not. I have heard that consuming pufferfish requires the expertise of a specially certified chef. We are not professionals. It is best not to attempt cooking it ourselves, Chen Jinyu responded earnestly. After all, the pufferfish contains lethal toxins, and one cannot afford to be careless with such matters. Lu Qi smiled noncommittally and said, let us first catch one. When fishing for pufferfish, one can use shrimp, shellfish, or small fish pieces as bait. At that moment, Lu Qi opted for shrimp as his bait. Although fishing is permitted during the Yangtze River's closed season, strict regulations apply, allowing only 1 rod, 1 line, and 1 hook per person, with explosive hooks strictly prohibited. Having assembled his rod, Lu Qi began searching the nearby river section for pufferfish. The system's fish detection range extended to 500 meters, and upon activating the detection feature, he could see numerous fish within the water. While he could only discern their shapes, careful observation allowed him to identify the pufferfish among them. Within a few hundred meters, Lu Qi spotted 2 pufferfish and cast his bait nearby. However, the disturbance caused by the splash frightened them away. Instead of recasting, he chose to remain patient and observe, hoping the pufferfish would return. Perhaps due to the system's luck bonus, a few minutes later, The two pufferfish reappeared, and one of them bit the bait. The float bobbed a few times before sinking. Lucci swiftly lifted the rod and reeled in the line. As expected, he successfully brought the pufferfish to shore. Ding. Caught a pufferfish, experience points. 500 ding. Congratulations, Master. You have unlocked a new fish species, pufferfish. Experience points. 500. Task: collect the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River completed. 13. The pufferfish, measuring 20 centimeters, was quite small. As Lucci held it in the palm of his hand, the little creature quickly inflated, resembling a small ball, with its skin's prickles standing erect. This was a natural instinctive response to perceived danger. The puffed-up appearance of the pufferfish was endearing, prompting Chen Jinyu to capture its likeness in a photograph. This little fellow is quite clever. It knows my shoes are a bit dirty, Lucci remarked as he used the round, inflated pufferfish to brush away the mud from his shoes. It was remarkable how effective the pufferfish was as a cleaning tool, its prickly skin doing an admirable job. Afterward, he returned the pufferfish to the river. Chen Jinyu, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but chuckle and teasingly said, Lucci, I bet the little pufferfish is thinking, though I am not human, you truly are a dog. Haha, just SOSO, Lucci replied. After catching the pufferfish, Lucci set off in search of knife fish and shad. The knife fish and the shad are both relatively small in size and exceedingly rare in number. In the vast river, a myriad of fish species thrive, making it quite challenging to distinguish between the knife fish and the shad, even when encountered. Despite the detection system's range extending to 500 meters, Lucci's search proceeds at a leisurely pace, covering merely 3 kilometers in an hour. After more than an hour has elapsed without sighting either the shad or the knife fish, Lucci fortuitously discovers an extraordinary pufferfish. Judging by its size, this pufferfish likely weighs around 5 to 6 pounds, an exceedingly rare find in the wild. He wonders if it will ascend to the stars. With a flutter of excitement, Lucci prepares to cast his line. Utilizing a fishing rod, Lucci deftly casts the bait near the pufferfish. 3 minutes pass without any sign of the fish taking the bait. Instead, the large pufferfish glides past, drifting further away. Observing that the pufferfish shows no inclination to return, Lucci reeled in his line to cast again. It remains uncertain whether the pufferfish is simply sated or exceptionally astute, as it continues to evade the enticing bait. It is noteworthy that with Lucci's current fishing prowess at level 9, the allure of his bait surpasses that of other anglers by a factor of 10. If the fish refuses to bite on Lucci's bait, the likelihood of other fishermen catching it is nearly non-existent. No wonder it has grown so large. It exhibits remarkable vigilance. After a fruitless second cast, Lucci relocates several hundred meters along the riverbank, for the pufferfish has swum a considerable distance from its initial observed location. On his third cast, the pufferfish finally reacts, voraciously consuming the shrimp meat exuding an irresistible aroma. The float plunges beneath the surface, and Lucci swiftly lifts the rod. He has hooked it. A smile spreads across Lucci's face as he calmly reels in the line. While a fish weighing 5 to 6 pounds would not be particularly significant among those he has caught, a pufferfish of that weight is indeed a rarity. Congratulations, Master. You have caught a rare pufferfish weighing 5 pounds, earning 6,000 experience points and a reward of 100 pufferfish detox pills. However, the 5-pound pufferfish did not ascend to the stars. Nevertheless, the system bestowed a rather unique reward, the pufferfish detox pills. Curious, Lucci privately inquires about their purpose. As the name suggests, pufferfish detox pills can neutralize toxins, not only those from the pufferfish, but also from various poisons in the world. Lucci is taken aback. These pufferfish detox pills are truly remarkable. It is known that certain toxins can be fatal, leaving doctors powerless to intervene. This reward is indeed a delightful surprise. Henceforth, before consuming pufferfish, he can simply ingest a pufferfish detox pill, alleviating any concerns of poisoning. Lucci asks the system where the pufferfish detox pills are stored. They are placed in the system's storage compartment. When you require them, simply inform the system, and the pufferfish detox pills will materialize wherever you wish. As Lucci engaged in conversation with the system, the freshly caught pufferfish began to inflate, its body swelling rapidly until it resembled a football. How adorable and large it was. This puffed-up pufferfish stirred Chen Jinyu's youthful heart, prompting her to take photographs and gently caress the creature. With her touch, the pufferfish expanded even further. Surely no one on Douyin had ever caught a pufferfish of such size. After admiring the fish, Chen Jinyu gazed at Lucci with sparkling eyes. Since such an extraordinary specimen was rare, let us take it home for a meal. Lucci, having never tasted pufferfish before, was eager to savor this renowned delicacy that had been celebrated throughout history. Given the pufferfish's weight of 5 to 6 pounds, its flavor was bound to be exquisite, thus he chose not to release it. Lucci, we must still exercise caution, Chen Jinyu expressed her concern. Fear not. I can completely eliminate the toxins, Lu Qi replied with a confident smile. Observing his self-assured demeanor, Chen Jinyu instinctively set aside her worries, trusting him based on his demonstrated abilities. Over the past days, she had witnessed this man's exceptional skills, leading to a blind faith in him. After securing the pufferfish, Lu Qi continued his quest for shad and knife fish. The knife fish is a second-class protected species, while the shad is classified as first class, having even been declared functionally extinct. Locating these two types of fish proved exceedingly difficult. Over the course of 4 hours, Lu Qi traversed several kilometers along the riverbank, but found no trace of shad or knife fish. However, he did encounter some sizable fish, including large silver carp, bighead carp, and black carp. Yet, these fish seemed unworthy of his time, as the system indicated that unless he caught a king-level fish, no substantial rewards would be forthcoming from these ordinary species. In contrast to the larger fish, one species piqued Lu Qi's interest, the catfish, known scientifically as the long-nosed catfish. It is also referred to as the river grouper and is considered a precious catch in the Yangtze River. Some even rank the catfish alongside the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze, dubbing it the 4th delicacy of the river. Historically, the catfish has been cherished by scholars and poets alike. The famed poet Su Dongpo once wrote, "The pink stonehead is still without bones. The snow-white pufferfish is no remedy for men." These lines extol the flavor of the pink catfish, comparing it favorably to both pufferfish and shad, yet without the toxicity of the former or the numerous spines of the latter. At that moment, Lu Qi discovered 2 catfish at the riverbed, one of which was quite large. Initially mistaking it for a catfish, he soon recognized it as a catfish upon closer inspection. He switched to a lure rod, employing a soft worm bait to commence his fishing. As catfish are omnivorous, they can indeed be caught using lures. The soft worm bait sank to the river bottom, and as Lu Qi reeled in the line, it wiggled like a little worm in front of the catfish. However, the catfish remained motionless, lying still on the riverbed. The first cast yielded no results. The second cast proved equally fruitless. On the third cast, Lu Qi allowed the bait to pass directly by the catfish's mouth. This time, the catfish finally opened its mouth and bit down on the delectable morsel. Lu Qi swiftly raised his rod to reel it in. The fishhook struck precisely at the upper jaw of the catfish. Instead of fleeing, the hooked catfish remained entrenched in the mud. However, this did not significantly affect Lu Qi, as the fishing reel he was using was exceptionally powerful, allowing him to forcefully pull the fish to the shore without needing to tire it out. Nevertheless, to prevent the catfish from thrashing too violently upon reaching the bank, Lu Qi gently played it for about 7 or 8 minutes, depleting much of its strength before finally hoisting it out of the water and onto the shore. "Congratulations, Master, you have caught a star-rated catfish weighing 20 pounds, earning you 20,000 experience points and an A-grade business opportunity as a reward. Congratulations, Master, you have unlocked a new species, catfish, granting you 500 experience points." To Lu Qi's astonishment, a 20-pound catfish had already achieved star status, yielding him substantial experience points and rewards. This revelation delighted him, as it seemed that the largest catfish was considerably smaller than the largest catfish. "Is this a catfish? It looks somewhat different," Chen Jinyu remarked, failing to identify the catfish at first due to its resemblance to the catfish. "It is not a catfish. This is a catfish," Lu Qi clarified. "Oh, so this is a catfish." Chen Jinyu had studied knowledge about catfish but had never seen a live one before. In terms of appearance, catfish and catfish do differ. Firstly, the tail of a catfish is forked, while that of a catfish is fan-shaped. Secondly, catfish have a notably larger, flattened head, whereas catfish possess a relatively sharper head. Thirdly, catfish feature 2 dorsal fins, one near the tail and another closer to the head, while catfish only have a single dorsal fin. Some individuals mistakenly believe that catfish are a type of catfish. In fact, both catfish and yellowbone fish do not belong to the catfish family, but rather to the family of thorny-headed fish. Lu Qi released the catfish he had just caught and turned his gaze towards the distant water surface, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Beneath the water, there lurked an even larger catfish. If a 20-pound catfish had already achieved star status, then this next one might very well reach the elite level. Chapter 103. The pufferfish feast. Lu Qi had not caught an elite fish in quite some time. The last one he caught was in the wetlands of Beidawang. Today, while fishing for catfish in the Yangtze River for the first time, he stumbled upon one that might reach elite status, filling him with exhilaration. He continued to employ the lure fishing method, using a soft worm as bait. With precision, he cast the bait close to the large catfish and began to retrieve it at a slow, steady pace. The bait wriggled before the massive catfish like a tiny worm. Yet, the grand catfish lay still, unresponsive. The second cast yielded the same result. On the third cast, Lu Qi switched to a twitching retrieval technique. But the large catfish remained motionless. contemplating whether to use a rapid retrieval method to directly pierce the large catfish's body with the hook. He hesitated before dismissing this approach. Such a technique would likely result in losing the fish and would inflict significant harm, rendering it unfit for release afterward. Thus, he resolved to exercise patience and continue casting repeatedly. It must be said that the catfish, growing to such a magnificent size in the Yangtze River, feeds with remarkable caution. Lu Chi cast his lines 6 times, employing 3 different techniques to reel in before the catfish finally struck at the lure. Seizing the moment, Lu Chi lifted his rod and began to reel in. The hook found its mark in the upper jaw of the catfish. In pain, the creature did not flee in panic. Instead, it anchored itself, burying its head into the mud. Lu Chi rhythmically raised his rod and turned the handle, stimulating the catfish to move. This particular fish exhibited exceptional patience, enduring the lines tugging for a full minute before it began to flee. The moment it moved, Lu Chi knew he was halfway to success. He then gradually led the catfish, wearing it down. Under the immense braking power of the reel, the catfish soon exhausted its strength. In just 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Chi managed to bring the magnificent creature to shore. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught a king-level catfish weighing 33 pounds, earning 30,000 experience points and an S-level opportunity as a reward. A catfish weighing 33 pounds had astonishingly reached king level. Lu Chi was delighted to receive such generous experience points and the coveted S-level opportunity, marking the second one he had acquired. This fish is enormous and stunning, Chen Jinyu exclaimed. The catfish Lu Chi had caught was a stunning pinkish white, reminiscent of a noble white dragon. Most catfish have dark gray backs, but this entirely pinkish white specimen is the most sought after in the market and was favored by scholars in ancient times. This pinkish catfish is bound to set a record for the most likes on the viral fishing videos, Chen Jinyu joyfully remarked. Currently, the video with the highest likes on the viral fishing channel was Lu Chi's deep-sea catch of a large marlin, which garnered 2.4 million likes. Chen Jinyu believed that this pinkish catfish could indeed create a new record, as such a large specimen was exceedingly rare. Lu Chi, shall we release it? Chen Jinyu asked with a pleading tone. This was her first time actively requesting Lu Chi to release a fish he had caught. Sure, no problem, Lu Chi replied. In truth, he had no intention of keeping the catfish. You are truly kind, Lu Chi. As he released the catfish, Chen Jinyu's gaze towards him grew increasingly gentle and alluring. Lu Chi, however, remained oblivious to her eyes as he packed up his fishing gear and returned to the car. It was now 1 o'clock in the afternoon, time for lunch, and Lu Chi drove to a nearby upscale restaurant. Do you have anyone here who can prepare pufferfish? Lu Chi inquired of the restaurant manager. Indeed, sir, we have 2 chefs certified in the professional preparation of pufferfish. This city is abundant in pufferfish, and people enjoy eating it, so there are many chefs skilled in its preparation. Very well, please assist me in preparing this pufferfish, Lu Chi said, handing the black plastic bag to the manager. Upon opening it, the manager was taken aback, having never seen such a large pufferfish before. Sir, did you catch this pufferfish? The manager, possessing a discerning eye, could distinguish between wild and farmed pufferfish. Yes, I caught it this morning, Lu Chi replied. Sir, how about selling us this pufferfish? We are willing to offer 13,000, inquired the restaurant manager. A wild pufferfish weighing 5 to 6 pounds could easily fetch over 20,000 in his hands. I am not short of money, Lu Chi replied nonchalantly. Having recently profited 90 billion through the US Nasdaq futures, could he truly hesitate over a mere 20,000 for a pufferfish? Very well, sir. We will prepare a pufferfish feast for you. Please hold on. Upon realizing Lu Chi was not in need of funds, the manager abandoned the idea of purchasing the fish. Lu Chi followed to the kitchen, both to prevent any potential deception and to learn the processing of pufferfish. Although he possessed masterful culinary skills, the preparation of pufferfish was not among them. After more than an hour, a pufferfish weighing over 5 pounds was transformed into several dishes: pufferfish in white sauce, crystal pufferfish skin, and pufferfish jelly. According to custom, the chef must first sample the dish to prove that the prepared pufferfish poses no danger before serving it to the guests. Once the chef departed, Lu Chi discreetly retrieved a detoxification pill from his pocket and swallowed it, while Chen Jinyu was momentarily distracted. Although he found the chefs to be quite professional, he deemed it prudent to consume the pill for absolute safety. Why did he not offer one to Chen Jinyu? Mainly because it would be difficult to explain the purpose and origin of the detoxification pill. Moreover, as long as he remained unharmed, he could assist Chen Jinyu should she fall victim to poisoning. The two began to savor the pufferfish feast. The pufferfish in white sauce was delectable, with tender flesh and rich broth, exuding an enticing aroma. The pufferfish jelly, pristine and translucent like jelly, melted on the tongue, releasing an exquisite flavor. Meanwhile, the crystal pufferfish skin was equally delightful in taste and texture. It was no wonder that despite the risks, many were willing to indulge. After the feast, Chen Jinyu was left in deep contemplation of the delectable meal. Lu Qi, equally astonished by the wild pufferfish's exquisite taste, resolved to catch a few to bring home for his parents and girlfriend to enjoy. Following the meal, Lu Qi returned to the riverside. Lu Qi, the sun is quite fierce. Why not fish later? Chen Jinyu expressed concern as she watched him venture into the harsh sunlight. I am not afraid of the sun. Sister Jinyu, you may rest in the car this afternoon, he replied, donning a sun hat as he prepared to seek out knife fish and shad alone. Chen Jinyu had already accompanied him for several kilometers that morning, and given her lack of his physical endurance, she must have been quite exhausted. I will go too. I'm not tired, she insisted, refusing to remain in the car alone, eager to witness every captivating moment of Lu Qi's fishing endeavors. Seeing her determination, Lu Qi said nothing more and simply slowed his pace slightly, holding a sun umbrella. Chen Jinyu moved closer to Lu Qi so that it could shield both of them from the sun. Sister Jinyu, I don't need the umbrella, Lu Qi smiled. Too much sun is not good for your health, she gently insisted, unwavering in her resolve to provide shade for him. The 104th chapter, River Knife Fish, Lake Knife Fish. Yangtze Knife Fish. Imagine renting a boat to navigate upstream along the Yangtze River. The system could detect surroundings, effectively doubling its range and significantly enhancing the search speed. However, fishing from a boat is prohibited on the Yangtze, and even if fish were found, one cannot cast a line. Thus, the search must be conducted from the riverbank. Given the scarcity of both the knife fish and the shad in the Yangtze, the pace of progress cannot be hurried. Walking is the most prudent method, as traveling on a small electric scooter might lead to missing the knife fish and shad altogether. Chen Jinyu, being of ordinary constitution, was instructed by Lu Qi to return to the vehicle after an hour of walking, tasked with driving behind him. What fish was he searching for? Throughout the past hour, Lu Qi had not cast a single line, and Chen Jinyu sensed he was in pursuit of something extraordinary. Having accompanied him on fishing excursions for some time, she had observed that Lu Qi seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern the presence of fish. Though inexplicable, this man exuded an aura of mystery and allure in her eyes. Lu Qi continued along the banks of the Yangtze until nightfall, traversing from the urban area to the outskirts. With no catch to show for his efforts, they returned to the city to find a hotel for the night. Later, Lu Qi busied himself with transactions on his laptop, managing funds in his foreign bank account. The previous A-level opportunity from the system had seen the Nasdaq decline for 3 consecutive days, and with a leverage of 50 times on futures, he had amassed a fortune of $1.5 billion, equivalent to 9 billion yuan. Alongside an earlier sum of $400 million, his overseas bank account now totaled $9 billion. He arranged to transfer $1 billion back to the domestic account through a multinational bank, a process significantly slower than enlisting the help of an international financial firm, but he had sufficient funds domestically, allowing him to wait 10 days to half a month without concern. Knock, knock. After completing his operations and preparing to shower, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, he found Chen Jinyu standing outside. She wore a champagne-colored silk nightgown, her hair slightly damp, her flawless skin reminiscent of porcelain, emanating a delightful blend of shower gel and her natural fragrance. Jinyu, is there something you need? Lu Qi invited her into the room, cautious not to gaze directly at her, as she seemed to be without undergarments, her ample figure swaying as she walked. Lu Qi, I just edited the video of you catching the large white catfish today, but there are 2 remarkable moments that captured your profile. I wanted to see if you would allow me to publish it, she said, inching closer as she played the video clip from her phone for him. As Lu Qi watched the video, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Chen Jinyu. This fleeting glance ignited a warmth within him, given her proximity and his stature towering over hers. His sight effortlessly traversed her neckline. Indeed, she was not wearing anything beneath. Cough, cough. Lu Qi merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily averting his gaze. Lu Qi, do you think it's suitable for publication? Chen Jinyu inquired as the video clip concluded. Certainly, no problem at all. Although the video featured a brief profile shot of Lu Qi, it would be challenging for those unfamiliar with him to recognize him. Thus he did not insist on Chen Jinyu re-editing it. Then I shall proceed to publish it, Chen Jinyu replied with a subtle smile, inadvertently revealing her captivating charm. It must be said that she was a woman endowed with natural allure. Every frown and smile exuded an enchanting grace. After bidding farewell to Chen Jinyu, Lu Qi felt a wave of relief wash over him, contemplating the remarkable genetic legacy of the Chen family, where each daughter seemed more splendid than the last. Nonetheless, he found himself more inclined towards Chen Qiuer, whose beauty was perfectly balanced. Alas, my precious one is not here. After catching a glimpse of Chen Jinyu, Lu Qi felt a twinge of hunger. Had Chen Qiuer been present, he would have likely asked her to bring him a late-night snack. In the following 2 days, Lu Qi continued his upstream journey along the Yangtze River in search of knife fish and shad, yet his efforts bore no fruit. Instead, he managed to catch some pufferfish and catfish, which he promptly sent home, instructing his family to wait for his return before preparing the fish. System. How about I try fishing for shad and knife fish at a breeding farm? What do you think? Lu Chi proposed to the system. The shad from breeding farms are either American shad or Southeast Asian long-tailed shad, whose DNA differs from that of the Yangtze shad, and thus does not belong to the Yangtze three delicacies. As for knife fish, only the river knife fish from the Yangtze can be classified as the Yangtze three delicacies. Others do not qualify. The system dismissed Lu Chi's suggestion. In truth, Lu Chi was well aware of this. Having searched for 3 consecutive days without sight of knife fish or shad left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He recognized that the Yangtze shad had vanished for over a decade, and since the dawn of the new millennium. The shad available in the market were predominantly American shad and Southeast Asian long-tailed shad. Due to the advancement of aquaculture technology, the Yangtze shad had already become extinct, leading to a lack of even artificially bred Yangtze shad. Knife fish, on the other hand, had been artificially cultivated, yet they differed from the Yangtze knife fish. Knife fish are migratory, categorized into sea knife, river knife, and lake knife. The sea knife does not migrate, residing solely in the ocean, with thin, soft flesh and red eyes. The lake knife inhabits lakes year-round, lacking migratory tendencies, characterized by enlarged pupils and a yellow tail. The river knife, on the other hand, ascends upstream from the Yangtze estuary during the appropriate season. This migratory river knife is the authentic Yangtze three delicacies. The river knife is distinguished by 4 characteristics: white scales, a black tail, small eyes, and a robust body, setting it apart from the other 2 types of knife fish. It is evident that the definition of the Yangtze three delicacies is quite stringent. Not only can artificially bred knife fish not be counted among them, but even sea knife and lake knife are excluded. Nevertheless, despite this, the prices of both sea knife and river knife are exorbitant, often reaching hundreds of yuan per pound. Attempting to cut corners would be futile. Lu Chi had no choice but to continue his earnest search for knife fish and shad. In the process, he inadvertently unlocked new fish species and caught several large fish. Drip, a yellow catfish caught. Experience points 50. Drip, congratulations master on unlocking a new species, the yellow catfish. Experience points 500. Drip, congratulations master on catching a rare silver carp weighing 40 pounds. Experience points 1000. Engaging in both searching and fishing proved to be quite invigorating. On the 6th day, Lu Chi finally spotted the silhouette of the knife fish. In fact, he encountered a school of them, 7 or 8 in total. Lu Chi swiftly employed his lure rod, opting for a spinning spoon as bait. The knife fish, known for their finicky appetite, were not particularly inclined to bite. However, endowed with the system's luck bonus, Lu Chi's bait exuded an allure far surpassing that of other anglers by a 10-fold margin. Hence, on his 3rd cast, a knife fish lunged at the artificial lure. Lu Chi skillfully set the hook and began reeling in. He had hooked a fish. Cautiously, he drew the knife fish ashore. Drip, congratulations master on catching a knife fish, weighing 2 tails, experience points 5000. Drip, congratulations master on unlocking a new species, the knife fish. Experience points 500. Collecting the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River task. Progress 23. After landing the knife fish, Lu Chi promptly removed the hook, preparing to release it. Due to the knife fish's susceptibility to mortality once out of water, there were even rumors that they could perish from mere human contact. While such tales may contain exaggerations, they nonetheless highlight the knife fish's fragility outside their aquatic habitat. Therefore, Lu Chi acted swiftly, readying the fish for release. It is advisable for the master to retain a scale. It will prove useful later. The system's voice chimed in. Excellent. Lu Chi took a small scale and then released the knife fish. After resurfacing, the knife fish lingered quietly for 3 seconds before it flicked its tail and vanished beneath the waves. Chapter 105. Completion of the 3 delicacies, Lu Chi overjoyed. The task of collecting the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River had finally reached 2/3 completion. However, Lu Chi harbored little confidence regarding the remaining third. If finding the knife fish took 5 days, how long would it take to locate the shad? It was important to note that records indicated no shad had been caught in the Yangtze River since the end of the last century. Had the Yangtze shad become extinct? Lu Chi sought confirmation from the system. Rest assured, Master, the system will not lead you to futile endeavors. The system responded. This reply unequivocally suggested that shad still inhabited the Yangtze, albeit in exceedingly sparse numbers. Thus, Lu Chi continued his pursuit of the shad. This time, fortune favored him. On the day following his capture of the knife fish, he spotted 2 fish resembling shad. As to whether they were indeed shad, that could only be confirmed upon capture. He hastily cast his line. Employing the same lure method as with the knife fish, he again selected a spinning spoon as bait. On the 1st and 2nd casts, the 2 fish did not strike at the bait. As they appeared ready to swim beyond the casting range, Lu Chi felt a twinge of impatience. Only one final casting opportunity remains. Should this attempt fail, it is uncertain if he will ever encounter these two fish again. Fortunately, on this last cast, one of the fish struck at the tantalizing lure that lay just within reach. Lu Qi raised his rod, reeling in. He had hooked one. The fish, though modest in size, was swiftly drawn to the bank. Congratulations, Master, you have caught a shad, earning 20,000 experience points. Congratulations, Master. You have unlocked a new fish species, shad, earning 500 experience points. Congratulations, Master, you have completed the collection task for the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River, receiving a special reward. The fish he had caught was none other than the renowned shad, celebrated throughout history. A smile finally graced Lu Qi's face. What kind of fish is this? I don't think I've seen it before, Chen Jinyu inquired curiously. Yesterday, when Lu Qi caught a knife fish, Chen Jinyu was in the car, but today she witnessed the entire process of him landing the shad. This is one of the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River. The shad? Lu Qi replied as he released the shad back into the water, keeping only a single scale. Wait, isn't the shad supposed to be extinct? How did you manage to catch one? Chen Jinyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon realizing the significance of the catch. It's merely functionally extinct. It hasn't been formally declared extinct, so it's not surprising that I caught one. Lu Qi smiled. No, you don't realize how remarkable you are. Chen Jinyu said, her enthusiasm growing. This fish hasn't been seen for many years. If no one finds it in a few more years, it could be officially declared extinct. Your recent act has provided crucial evidence that this species is still alive, making a significant contribution to the study of the shad. At this point, Chen Jinyu suddenly lamented, we should have kept the shad for the fisheries department to study. They might discover methods for its artificial breeding. Lu Qi shook his head. To develop artificial breeding techniques, a sufficient number of shad would be required for research. One fish is hardly sufficient. After their conversation, Lu Qi discreetly inquired with the system. System, what is the special reward I received this time? The reward you have obtained is a magical reservoir from a different dimension. The system responded. The name magical reservoir was familiar to Lu Qi. He had previously acquired a northeast magical reservoir. However, the concept of a magical reservoir from a different dimension seemed to imply a significant distinction. System, please elaborate on the magical reservoir from a different dimension, Lu Qi requested. The magical reservoir from a different dimension is a reservoir existing in a parallel space. Its remarkable feature is that by placing any material containing fish DNA into this reservoir, it can automatically breed that particular species of fish. The system explained. Lu Qi was astounded. This was truly cutting-edge technology, genuine DNA breeding, and it was entirely automated. This magical reservoir from a different dimension was far superior to the Northeast Magical Reservoir. With this extraordinary reservoir, even species that had gone extinct could potentially be revived, provided one could acquire materials containing the DNA of those fish. He finally comprehended why the system had advised him to retain the scales of the knife fish and the shad. By placing these 2 types of scales into the fantastical reservoir of the alternate dimension, one can automatically breed knife fish and shad. System. This reservoir exists in an alternate dimension. How can we release the bred fish fry? Lu Qi inquired, expressing a valid concern. As long as the master travels to the desired release location, the system can establish a connection between the alternate dimension reservoir and the actual river, facilitating the release of the specified fry. The system responded. Thus, the process of release appears to be remarkably simple, even more convenient than the miraculous reservoirs in the Northeast. Utilizing DNA, how many fry can the alternate dimension reservoir produce in a year? Lu Qi asked again. Different species of fish exhibit varying results. For instance, knife fish can yield up to 20 million fry in a year, while shad can produce a maximum of 10 million, the system explained. Moreover, the knife fish and shad bred in the alternate dimension reservoir are identical to their wild counterparts in the Yangtze River, unlike the artificially cultivated knife fish today, which, even if released, do not migrate and cannot become true Yangtze knife fish. The prospect of over 10 million fry seems overwhelmingly vast, and some may worry about ecological imbalance. However, in reality, the relevant departments release numerous fish species annually that reach such figures. Therefore, releasing this many fry will only aid in the restoration of these species without jeopardizing the existing ecosystem. System, you are truly remarkable, Lu Qi exclaimed with excitement. For this signifies that knife fish and shad will once again thrive in the Yangtze River. What about the Chinese paddlefish? How many can the alternate dimension reservoir breed in a year? Lu Qi asked eagerly. The Chinese paddlefish, revered as the king of freshwater fish in China, is the species he most desires to see restored. Up to 200,000 Chinese paddlefish fry can be bred in a year, provided that the master can acquire the DNA material of the paddlefish, the system replied. 200,000 paddlefish in a year. This number is sufficient to restore the population of the Chinese paddlefish to its historical peak. Of course, Lu Qi is currently uncertain about the appropriate quantity for release. He intends to consult experts at the right time. Lu Qi is now impatiently eager for the alternate dimension reservoir to breed Chinese paddlefish. As they are a truly legendary species, the largest individuals can exceed 7 meters in length and weigh over 1,500 pounds. According to ichthyologist Bing Ji, in the 1950s, a large paddlefish was captured in the ancient capital section of the Yangtze River, measuring 7.5 meters and weighing 908 kilograms. This record stands as a limit for paddlefish size. The last sighting of a paddlefish occurred in 2003 when a wounded specimen was rescued. Since then, none have been observed. This rare species, which has survived since the age of dinosaurs, was officially declared extinct in 2019. Some mistakenly conflate the American paddlefish with the Chinese paddlefish. However, these are two distinct species. The correct name for the American paddlefish is the Scaphorhynchus, and it does not belong to the same family as the Chinese paddlefish, at most being a distant relative. This implies that even the introduction of the American paddlefish domestically cannot facilitate the restoration of the Chinese paddlefish. For Lu Qi, obtaining DNA material from the Chinese paddlefish has become a formidable challenge. As Lu Qi completed the task of collecting the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River and contemplated how to acquire the DNA of the Chinese paddlefish, events unfolded at Lingnan Shiwa Biotechnology Company. Since the remarkable reputation of Shiwa cream spread, the company has emerged as a star in Lingnan, drawing the attention of various media outlets. Some speculate that, due to the unparalleled efficacy of Shiwa cream, the company is poised to capture a significant share of the skincare market, yielding astonishing profits annually. However, as the saying goes, a man is guilty of possessing treasure. Such a prized asset inevitably attracts covetous eyes. Most factions approached through legitimate channels, hoping to invest in Shiwa cream. Naturally, Chen Qiya rejected all requests for investment. Yet, a small faction resorted to unscrupulous means. President, there's trouble. Our cosmetics license for Shiwa cream has been revoked. Early that morning, Assistant Yu Xiaohong hurriedly called Chen Qiya. Without delay, Chen Qiya rushed to the company to inquire about the specifics. It turned out that a department had sent a notification stating that Shiwa cream's license had been temporarily revoked due to a lack of long-term experimental data, rendering the side effects of prolonged use unclear. This meant that Shiwa cream could no longer be sold. This must be the doing of Tianjin Pharmaceuticals, Yu Xiaohong exclaimed angrily. Shiwa cream contains no harmful ingredients, and the application process complies with cosmetic standards. How could they suddenly pull this on us? It has to be Tianjin Pharmaceuticals behind this. Chen Qiya's expression turned cold, her heart filling with ire. Just a few days prior, Yilong Wang, the general manager of Tianjin Pharmaceuticals, had visited Shiwa Biotechnology. Speaking from a position of superiority, offering to acquire 40 of the company for 2 billion yuan. Ever since the explosive success of Shiwa cream, it was clear to all that Shiwa Biotechnology was destined to become a company worth hundreds of billions. Now, Tianjin Pharmaceuticals thought they could purchase 30 of the shares for 2 billion yuan? Did they take the executives of Shiwa Biotechnology for fools? Thus, Chen Qiya resolutely declined their request. President Chen, Shiwa Biotechnology is a prized asset. With only 2 shareholders, are you not concerned about overindulgence? Yilong Wang said ominously. Tianjin Pharmaceuticals is backed by the influential Yi family of Guangfu. Only under our protection can Shiwa Biotechnology thrive. Otherwise, well, the veiled threat in Yilong Wang's words had not initially registered with Chen Qiya, but in retrospect, she realized she had underestimated Tianjin Pharmaceuticals' audacity. She had long heard of Tianjin Pharmaceuticals, knowing it was supported by the formidable Yi family of Guangfu. The revocation of the cosmetics license was undoubtedly a maneuver orchestrated by Tianjin Pharmaceuticals using the power of the Yi family. Determined, Chen Qiya personally drove to the relevant department. The explanation provided by the relevant authorities remains that the Shimi cream lacks long-term experimental data and the prolonged side effects remain unclear. Thus, the cosmetic permit has been temporarily revoked. Prolonged side effects? How long is considered prolonged? 2 years or 5? A cosmetic devoid of any harmful substances should not necessitate such extensive experimental data as part of the standard procedure. The current explanation indicates that Shimi cream may not be reinstated for sale for 2 or 3 years. How can this issue be resolved? Chen Qiya found herself deep in thought. This marked the first significant crisis faced by Shimi Biotechnology. Should she seek her grandfather, Chen Hongshan? It would be futile. Her grandfather's influence extends only within Lingnan City. Mr. Chen, I heard that your Shimi cream has had its cosmetic permit revoked. Yilong Wang proactively called Chen Qiya, stating, I had kindly warned you that Shimi Biotechnology is a lucrative opportunity, and with just the 2 shareholders, you will surely be overwhelmed. This call essentially acknowledged that the revocation of Shimi cream's cosmetic permit was orchestrated by Tianjin Pharmaceuticals. Chen Qiya would not yield to such a petty individual, and she angrily hung up the phone. How could she address the troubles stemming from Tianjin Pharmaceuticals? For a moment, Chen Qiya could not devise a solution and could only call Lu Qi. Darling, do not fear. I will return immediately. Upon learning of the challenges faced by Shimi Biotechnology, Lu Qi promptly drove back overnight. The following morning, Lu Qi returned to Lingnan and rushed to meet Chen Qiya at Shimi Biotechnology. Upon seeing Lu Qi, Chen Qiya felt as if she had spotted a stabilizing anchor, and she meticulously briefed him on the current predicament. Previously, Lu Qi had limited exposure and believed that family enterprises existed solely in novels. He was taken aback to discover their reality. Although he was wealthy now, his influence was too feeble to contend with the formidable Yi family. Did this mean he had to sell part of Shimi Biotechnology's shares to Tianjin Pharmaceuticals at a low price? Certainly not. While Yi Longwang was not a virtuous man, he had pointed out a crucial fact. Shimi Biotechnology indeed needed a safeguard. Lu Qi remarked, "A company with annual profits in the billions cannot rely solely on two weak shareholders like us without attracting all kinds of opportunists." Hence, Lu Qi resolved to bring in a protector. This idea resonated with Chen Qiya. However, as Lu Qi was the absolute controlling shareholder, Chen Qiya could not make the decision unilaterally. "Let us do this, my dear. We will sell 15% of the shares to the state-owned enterprise for 1 billion yuan. Lu Qi proposed. Selling 15% of the shares for 1 billion yuan would indeed be a bargain for the current Shimi Biotechnology. Yet, this fraction of shares would procure not only the monetary sum, but also a protective charm. After this sale, Lu Qi would still retain over 70% of Shimi Biotechnology's shares, maintaining absolute control. In the following days, Lu Qi personally visited provincial-level state-owned enterprises and top-tier state-owned firms. As private entrepreneurs extend benefits to the state, these enterprises welcomed him with open arms. Finally, Lu Qi entered into a contract with the two levels of state-owned assets, selling 5% of Xiaobio's shares to the provincial state-owned assets for 600 million renminbi and 10% of the shares to the top state-owned assets for 700 million renminbi. With the contract in place, Tianjin Pharmaceutical naturally dared not impose any obstacles on Xiaobio, allowing Xiaobio cream to resume its sales smoothly. Upon learning this news, Yi Longwang's expression darkened ominously. "Xiaobio, your audacity is truly remarkable. We shall see how this unfolds." Not to mention, Yi Longwang was preoccupied with thoughts on how to deal with Xiaobio in the future. At this moment, with some leisure time on his hands, Lu Qi began to contemplate how to handle Yi Longwang. The dark and ominous air was about to make an appearance again. A glint of cold light flickered in Lu Qi's eyes. His guiding principle was clear. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one dares to offend me, I will ensure they pay the price. Hence, he took the initiative to call Yi Longwang. "Mr. Yi, why not come to Xiaobio for a cup of tea?" Lu Qi said with a smile. Upon receiving a call from Lu Qi, the major shareholder, Yi Longwang felt a surge of delight, mistakenly believing that Xiaobio had softened and was willing to sell a portion of their shares to Tianjin Pharmaceutical at a low price. Consequently, he gladly made his way to Xiaobio. Chapter 107. The fear of all parties. On the same day he received Lu Qi's call, Yi Longwang arrived at Xiaobio. "Haha, Brother Lu, you are truly young and promising." Yi Longwang greeted Lu Qi with an overly familiar demeanor, addressing him as a brother upon their first meeting. "I am not worthy, far inferior to the Yi family," Lu Qi replied nonchalantly. "Haha, Brother Lu, I know you harbor some grievances against me, but rest assured, our offer at Tianjin Pharmaceutical will undoubtedly exceed the price you received from the state-owned assets." Yi Longwang, grinning like a Cheshire cat, proposed, "For 15% of Xiaobio's shares, we will offer you 2 billion. How does that sound?" Lu Qi leisurely sipped his tea, responding with composed indifference. "Who said I intended to let you invest?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Yi Longwang's face froze, and he narrowed his eyes. "Then what is the purpose of summoning me here?" Lu Qi maintained a harmless smile. "Did I not make it clear over the phone? I simply invited you for tea." Yi Longwang's expression darkened immediately. "Are you toying with me?" Sensing that Yi Longwang's emotions had reached a boiling point, Lu Qi discreetly unleashed his dark, ominous air. The invisible and colorless air struck Yi Longwang's arm. "Indeed, I am playing with you. What can you do about it?" Lu Qi observed Yi Longwang with amusement. Yi Longwang abruptly stood up, his gaze darkening. "Kid, don't think that just because you have state-owned assets backing you, I cannot deal with you." Unperturbed, Lu Qi took out his phone, aimed the camera at Yi Longwang, and activated the live broadcast feature of the Protection Bureau. After the previous 2 successful broadcasts, many were eagerly anticipating another, and as soon as the stream opened, thousands flocked to join. "Deputy Director, I want to buy Xiaobio cream. Hurry up with the stock." "Deputy Director, I am a fan of your Protection Bureau. Your videos are fantastic. I caught a 30-pound white catfish in the Yangtze River. The Protection Bureau is truly remarkable." the #1 fishing streamer on the internet. The viewers, believing that Chun Jinyu would once again host the live stream, flooded the comments section with their messages. However, to everyone's astonishment, the figure on the screen was not the impeccably sculpted deputy director of the Bureau of Explosive Protection, but rather a portly middle-aged man. Yi Longwang had fallen victim to the dark, shadowy air gun, and upon seeing Lu Qi take out his phone to photograph him, instead of retreating, he brazenly declared to the camera, "Do you think that with the introduction of state capital, I, Yi Longwang, cannot deal with your company, Shiwa Biological? How naive and foolish you are. You should investigate how formidable our Yi family of Guangfu truly is. In Guangfu, the rules are dictated by us, the Yi family." Upon hearing these words, the viewers of the live broadcast immediately comprehended that this session was akin to the previous one. Goodness, this person is so arrogant. The rules of Guangfu are dictated by them, the Yi family. Indeed, the Yi family of Guangfu held significant power, but being so audacious before the camera, did they not fear the repercussions? Having just seen off a He Tianyi, now another Yi Longwang appeared. There was bound to be an entertaining spectacle. Everyone hurriedly began recording. In a matter of moments, the viewer count surged from thousands to over 100,000 and continued to rise rapidly. Yi Longwang, with his protruding belly, presented himself in a manner that exuded superiority, proclaiming, "My uncle, Yi Lianchun." He began to elaborate on the magnificence of the Yi family, while simultaneously revealing scandalous details about himself and the Yi family. Listening to these revelations, the audience was left in shock. Compared to the Yi family, the He Tianyi father and son duo seemed like mere trifles. There was chaos and lawlessness. As long as the Yi family stood, the public's outrage would not be quelled. After the initial shock, a flame of indignation ignited within the hearts of the viewers. The scandalous information divulged by Yi Longwang demonstrated a blatant disregard for the law, trampling upon social justice and fairness. 5 minutes later, the viewer count soared to 5 million, and Yi Longwang's revelations were only halfway through. The so-called crimes were indeed too numerous to enumerate. After a little over 10 minutes, Yi Longwang finally finished exposing the dark secrets of himself and the Yi family. The simultaneous viewership of the live stream exceeded 10 million. With a single-handed effort, Yi Longwang had ignited the fury of 10 million netizens. Thank you all for watching. I hope you will help us, Shiwa Biological, in seeking justice. Lu Qi concluded with a line of text, not forgetting to promote Shiwa Biological. When the live stream ended, the followers of the Bureau of Explosive Protection increased by 4 million, reaching a total of 15 million. Meanwhile, the over 10 million viewers began disseminating the scandalous information revealed by Yi Longwang through various channels. No one could withstand the wrath of over 10 million netizens, especially with video evidence supporting the claims. The relevant department's hotlines were inundated with calls. After Yi Longwang had exposed the scandalous details, the effects of the dark air gun had yet to wear off, and he left Shiwa Biological with an air of arrogance. Just 10 minutes after departing, he received a call from a core member of the Yi family. "You have doomed our Yi family, Yi Longwang." As soon as the call connected, the core member berated Yi Longwang mercilessly. "Uncle, what is wrong? Have I done something wrong?" Yi Longwang feigned innocence. "Why on earth did you divulge our family's dark secrets in a live broadcast?" The core members of the Yi family were on the verge of apoplexy. "Uncle, what is the fuss? With your prowess, a mere word from you should suffice to quell this," Yi Longwang remarked nonchalantly. Influenced by the ominous atmosphere, Yi Longwang had become brazen to the point of ignorance. "I swear." The core members of the Yi family were nearly driven mad by Yi Longwang's flippancy. At such a critical juncture, he still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. In this era of advanced media, let alone ancient times, not even an emperor would dare confront the wrath of a million souls. "You have brought ruin upon the Yi family." The core members appeared ashen. The following day, the Yi family found themselves under investigation, creating a sensation throughout Guangfu. It was clear to all that the grand edifice of the Yi family had collapsed irrevocably. The majority felt a sense of vindication, yet a minority, who had once harbored designs on Shiwa Bio, were drenched in cold sweat. The downfall of the Yi family was directly linked to Shiwa Bio. They could not fathom what means Shiwa Bio had employed to compel Yi Longwang to disclose such damaging information about the Yi family on camera. Such tactics were terrifying. In a flash, numerous factions in Guangfu cautioned their members to steer clear of Shiwa Bio, especially the enigmatic proprietor, Lu Qi. 3 days after the incident, with the outcome settled, Lu Qi finally relaxed. In the office of Shiwa Bio, he engaged in tender moments with the elegant and distinguished female CEO. After they kissed, Chun Kiwia, her cheeks flushed, sat in Lu Qi's embrace, her beautiful eyes glistening as she gazed at him. This boyfriend of hers was truly extraordinary, having single-handedly dismantled the entire Yi family. "Lu, how did you manage it?" Chun Kiwia inquired curiously. "How did I manage it? I merely prompted Yi Longwang to reveal his own dirt. Want to know more? Call me hubby and I might indulge you, Lu Qi replied with a smile, already envisioning Chen Qiuya as his future wife, hoping she would address him more intimately. No, Chen Qiuya exclaimed, her face awash with shyness, playfully writhing in his embrace. Lu Qi held her slender waist and kissed her fervently once more. Chen Qiuya, overwhelmed by the kiss, ultimately surrendered, bashfully uttering the sacred term of endearment, hubby. Please stop kissing me, I need a moment. Hee, darling, from now on, in private, you must call me hubby, understood? Understood. Successfully persuading the elegant CEO to comply, Lu Qi felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 108. The carbon-based era and status. Shiwa Bio had secured investments from provincial-level, top-tier state-owned enterprises. While not entirely foolproof, common rogues would no longer dare to undermine the company. Otherwise, with only Lu Qi and Chen Qiuya as shareholders, even a minor bureaucrat would wish to extract a little profit from the lucrative entity that was Shiwa Bio. Hubby, I am preparing a gift for you. Chen Qiuya smiled at Lu Qi after their intimate moment. The shares sold to the state-owned enterprise included 7% from Chen Qiuya and 8% from Lu Qi. Through this transaction, Chen Qiuya acquired 500 million, reducing her share from 20% to 13%. With this substantial sum, she finally repaid Lu Qi the 50 million she owed him, and she planned to present him with a gift. Intrigued, Lu Qi inquired, darling, what is this gift? Chen Qiuya smiled mysteriously, choosing to keep him in suspense. Anticipation grew within Lu Qi. What could this precious girlfriend possibly bestow upon him? Through the incident involving Yilong Wang, Lu Qi came to a profound realization. Although he was now a billionaire with assets exceeding 100 billion, his social status did not correspond with his wealth due to his rapid rise. Unlike other affluent individuals who tirelessly engaged in various social events to expand their networks, he found such endeavors unappealing. However, once carbon-9 technology emerged as the leader of the carbon-based era, he would undoubtedly become a significant figure, not just in Guangfu, but across the nation. Regardless of how miraculous the products of Zhuoshi biological cream were, they remained mere cosmetics, insignificant in the grand scheme of the state. Conversely, carbon-9 technology could be regarded as a national treasure. The stature of a leader overseeing such a pivotal enterprise was self-evident. Recently, there had been a flurry of good news from carbon-9 technology. Professor Chu personally called Lu Qi several times. He conveyed that they had achieved breakthroughs in critical technologies and were currently collaborating with Hualin Company to validate the reliability of their innovations. Once carbon-9 technology ensured that the chips produced for Hualin Company met reliability standards, it would mark the dawn of the carbon-based semiconductor era. Boss, would you like to join us at the company to witness this momentous occasion? Professor Chu exclaimed with enthusiasm. His address to Lu Qi had evolved from little Lu to boss, reflecting his genuine gratitude and respect. Without Lu Qi's trust and the substantial funding he provided for their experiments, their success would have been unattainable. Absolutely. Lu Qi regarded carbon-9 technology with utmost seriousness and promptly visited the joint laboratory of carbon-9 technology and Hualin Company. Within the laboratory, the carbon-based chips produced for Hualin Company were undergoing rigorous testing under various conditions, including high temperature, low temperature, and humidity. The experiments had been ongoing for 45 hours, with all 1,000 carbon-based chips operating flawlessly, without a single malfunction. Our experiments indicate that carbon-based chips, of equal volume, outperform silicon-based chips in performance, generate less heat, possess superior impact resistance, and incur lower costs. Several professors from carbon-9 technology exuberantly presented their research findings to Lu Qi. When Lu Qi last visited, these professors had seemed somewhat subdued. Now, they appeared rejuvenated, brimming with vigor and enthusiasm. Boss, we may very well be on the brink of inaugurating a new era. Even the typically stoic Professor Chu was visibly animated. The reason these professors willingly accepted lower salaries to persevere at carbon-9 technology was their unwavering belief that carbon-based semiconductors could surpass silicon-based counterparts. Now that their dream had finally materialized, some professors and researchers were moved to tears. Professor Chu, congratulations to you all. Lu Qi held great admiration for the group of scientists, celebrating with each of them through firm handshakes. Boss, I must also extend my congratulations to you. Provided that the upcoming 3 hours of experimentation proceed without any issues, you are destined to become one of the wealthiest individuals in Huaxia, Professor Chu remarked with a smile. Haha, I must thank all of you for your tireless dedication. Lu Qi declared, I have decided to personally contribute 100 million to reward each of you. With around 100 employees at Carbon-9 Technology, this generous sum translated to nearly $1 million for each individual. Boss, I love you, exclaimed some of the younger researchers. Their voices filled with admiration for Lu Qi. Laughter and chatter filled the air as everyone awaited the final experimental results. Boss, this is Mr. Fang Zhendong, the president of Hualin Company. President Li Tianji introduced the leader from the collaborative side to Lu Qi. Hualin is a well-known domestic chip design firm. Mr. Liu, I have heard that you acquired Carbon-9 technology not long ago. Now, with such a groundbreaking achievement, I truly admire your investment acumen. Fang Zhendong regarded the remarkably youthful Lu Qi with respect. In the realm of domestic technology, Fang Zhendong is a legendary figure, having led Hualin to the pinnacle of global chip design. During his university days, Lu Qi had always considered Fang Zhendong one of his role models. Now, standing alongside his former idol, who was praising him, Lu Qi felt a surge of satisfaction. As the crowd awaited, the 48-hour experimental period concluded, with all 1,000 carbon-based chips operating smoothly without any issues. This signified the resounding success of the first phase of experimentation. Mr. Liu, once your production line is established, provided that the next round of experiments goes smoothly, our company's chips will be entirely produced by yours. Fang Zhendong signed the collaborative intent with Carbon-9 Technology and then inquired, Mr. Liu, establishing a production line requires significant funds. Shall we invest in your company? Haha. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Fang, but I am not in need of financial assistance. Lu Qi graciously declined Fang Zhendong's proposal for investment. Unlike Shiwa Biology, which had ceased operations without attracting much concern beyond the local leadership, any halt in Carbon-9 technology would provoke nationwide anxiety among semiconductor enterprises. Therefore, Lu Qi had no intentions of introducing state capital into Carbon-9 technology, nor would he allow Fang Zhendong to invest. As for the 30 billion required for the first phase of the production line, he could lend it to the company himself. Under Lu Qi's direction, Carbon-9 Technology announced the results of the experiment to the media. In an instant, the company propelled into the spotlight, marking the dawn of the carbon-based semiconductor era in Huaxia. Given the gravity of the situation, national security agencies even provided free security for Carbon-9 Technology to prevent any foreign theft of its technology. Additionally, certain details about the company, such as shareholder composition, were expunged from online platforms. While the government did not propose to acquire shares in Carbon-9 Technology, it did issue a directive. The company's shares must never be sold to foreign entities, and its technology must remain confidential. This request is hardly a request for Lu Qi. He would not sell his shares in Carbon-9 Technology to state-owned enterprises, let alone to foreign investors. From this moment, Lu Qi truly attained a status commensurate with his wealth. This status holds significant influence not only in the entirety of Guangfu, but across the nation as well. Chapter 109. The second S-Class business opportunity. Carbon-9 Technology represents the first S-Class business opportunity awarded to Lu Qi by the system. He received the second S-Class business opportunity while fishing for a king catfish in the Yangtze River. The essence of this second S-Class business opportunity is as follows. If Master Lu Qi invests in a company dedicated to researching naked-eye 3D technology, that company will achieve a breakthrough in core technology in a short time. In the future, naked-eye 3D technology can be widely applied to mobile phones and televisions. This second S-Class business opportunity is markedly different from the first. The first S-Class opportunity already existed, regardless of whether Lu Qi acquired Carbon-9 Technology. It would inevitably become a leader in the era of carbon-based semiconductors. In contrast, the second S-Class business opportunity necessitates Lu Qi's involvement for its existence. How to fully capitalize on this opportunity? Lu Qi resolved to establish a company himself. Naturally, starting a company is a complicated endeavor. He needed to find a talented individual in this field to assist with the formation and management of the company. After attending to matters concerning Carbon-9 Technology, Lu Qi specifically invited Fang Zhendong to dinner to seek out suitable talent. General Manager Fang, I am preparing to establish a company focused on naked-eye 3D technology and require someone with expertise in this area to help me manage it. Could you recommend someone? Lu Qi inquired after their meal. Upon learning that Lu Qi intended to delve into naked-eye 3D technology, Fang Zhendong was somewhat taken aback. Ever since the advent of 3D films, the concept of naked-eye 3D had captured the interest of technologists. Yet to this day, no company has successfully realized true naked-eye 3D. The so-called naked-eye 3D currently either necessitates various optoelectronic devices or specific sources of content. The advent of naked-eye 3D technology for convenient use on mobile phones and televisions remains a distant prospect. Boss Lu, I actually have a suitable candidate to recommend. Fang Zhendong said. This individual previously led the development of VR glasses at Hualin and possesses some knowledge regarding naked-eye 3D technology. Last year, Ning Yi left our company to start his own venture, but it did not go well, and his newly founded company recently went bankrupt. He is currently seeking employment. Fang Zhendong concluded, do not be misled by his lack of entrepreneurial success. His capabilities are substantial. Were it not for certain regulations at our company, I would have considered rehiring him to lead our VR project team. Very well. I would appreciate it if you could facilitate an introduction, General Manager Fang. Lu Qi replied courteously. Thanks to Fang Zhendong's connections, Lu Qi welcomed Ning Yi to the office of Carbon-9 Technology. Upon meeting Lu Qi for the first time, Ning Yi was utterly astonished. He had never expected the owner of Carbon-9 Technology to be so young. Old Ning, have you been informed by General Manager Fong about the purpose of my invitation today? Ning Yi is a middle-aged man not yet 40, and Lu Qi is unsure how to address him appropriately, settling on Old Ning, though referring to him as Brother Ning might be more fitting given their age difference. As Ning is a superior, it would undermine the authority of the boss if subordinates older than him were called brother. Well, President Fong informed me that you wish to establish a company focused on research in naked-eye 3D technology, Ning Yi remarked. What do you think? Are you interested in joining me? Lu Qi inquired with a smile. Boss Lu, I recently faced a setback in my entrepreneurial endeavors. I hope that does not deter you. Ning Yi responded, revealing a hint of insecurity stemming from his previous failure. I trust President Fong's judgment. If he believes in you, then I too believe in your capabilities. Lu Qi assured him. In recent days, Ning Yi had interviewed with 2 companies, yet both had viewed his entrepreneurial failure as a blemish, unwilling to entrust him with significant responsibilities. It is often said that while exceptional talent may be common, discerning mentors are rare. Thus, Ning Yi felt profound gratitude for Lu Qi's recognition. I will not disappoint your expectations, boss. With that, Ning Yi opened his portable notebook to present a document to Lu Qi. Actually, I prepared some materials before coming here. If you truly intend to make significant strides in the realm of naked-eye 3D, I recommend we recruit these 2 individuals. The document contained detailed information about these 2 leading figures in domestic naked-eye 3D research. Lu Qi was quite pleased with Ning Yi's preparedness and remarked, we do not need to recruit both. Securing just one would be a success for you. Your primary task is to swiftly establish the company. Understood, boss. Ning Yi exclaimed. Lu Qi named the newly founded company 12 Visual Effects, with an initial capital of 100 million. Ning Yi felt the weight of Lu Qi's financial audacity. He was both thrilled and apprehensive, candidly expressing, Boss, while I can help you assemble a talented team, I cannot guarantee that we will achieve the results you anticipate, as the world has stagnated in naked-eye 3D for many years. No worries, proceed boldly and confidently. My principle is to do good without questioning the future. Lu Qi encouraged him with a smile. He entrusted the affairs of 12 Visual Effects entirely to Ning Yi. Counting the days, he realized he had spent 4 days in Yangshe. Adding the busy days spent with Shimi Biological, it had been over a week since he last went fishing. He felt a compelling need for an exhilarating sea fishing trip to alleviate the regret of his prolonged absence from the sport. Thus, he planned to call Chinchioi, inviting her to Yangshe so they could fly together to Yasi. However, at that moment, he received a call from his mother, Liang Mei. Son, tomorrow is your grandmother's birthday. If you can, please come back to wish her well, Liang Mei said over the phone. To be honest, Lu Qi did not have a favorable impression of his grandmother's family, yet it was still his own grandmother, making it difficult to refuse his mother. All right, I will return tomorrow morning. It was already evening, and Lu Qi felt reluctant to rush back that night. The following day, at his grandmother's house, Lu Qi's 2 uncles, among the wealthiest individuals in the village, ensured that the birthday banquet would feature 20 to 30 tables. Liang Mei and Lu Ren had arrived at 9 in the morning to assist in preparing for the celebration. Lu Ren continued to drive his old model BYD, not out of a desire for modesty or reluctance to spend, but rather because the latest model he ordered would not be delivered for at least 2 months. Since Liang Mei had not disclosed anything about Lu Qi, she intended to wait for him to arrive and announce it himself. Consequently, their relatives assumed that the family remained unchanged. Mei, where is your Lu Qi? Is he working away or staying in Lingnan to develop? Anne asked. He has stayed in Lingnan and started a company, Liang Mei replied. Since he is in Lingnan, why isn't he attending his grandmother's birthday banquet? Anne expressed her discontent. He has been quite busy lately. He will arrive later, Liang Mei explained. Second aunt, with a forced smile, commented, I understand. It's tough starting a business. But Mei, you've worked hard to save that little money. Are you truly comfortable entrusting it to Lu Qi for his venture? Although he graduated from university, to be honest, he inherited Lu Ren's genes and lacks a knack for making money. Her words dripped with disdain for Lu Qi's family. Before Lu Qi was admitted to university, both aunts primarily ridiculed Lu Ren. However, since Lu Qi gained admission to a prestigious university, they felt a sense of imbalance, as their own children could only attend third-tier institutions. Upon learning that Lu Qi's salary was merely a few thousand post-graduation, their sense of superiority returned, prompting them to make sarcastic remarks about Lu Qi at various family gatherings. Chapter 110. The astonishing peach of longevity. As the saying goes, even clay figurines have their pride. Previously, when her family was of modest means, it was bearable to be looked down upon by these 2 aunts. Yet now, their incessant mockery, especially when belittling her son, infuriated Liang Mei. Just as she prepared to retort against her 2 aunts, A white Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly entered the Liang family courtyard. This vehicle was the most luxurious among all the guest cars. Due to the glare on the windshield, no one initially discerned the occupants. When Lucci stepped out of the Mercedes G-Class, the relatives were left stunned. The mere worker earning a few thousand a month had arrived in a Mercedes. After the initial shock, both aunts chuckled. Is Lucci's luxury car a rental, May? Renting such a car must cost a pretty penny. Second aunt remarked. We are all family. There's no need to put on airs, the first aunt added. We shouldn't say that. Lucci renting a car is merely to honor our mother's birthday, the second aunt countered, their sarcasm palpable to all present. Liang Mei chose to ignore them and approached Lucci, asking, Son, did you buy a birthday gift? I did, Lucci replied, retrieving a radiant golden peach of longevity from the trunk. Cousin, you're quite impressive. Renting a luxury car nearly fooled me. Cousin Liang Feng approached with a smile. Lucci, possessing keen hearing, had caught the earlier remarks from the two aunts. It seemed these relatives remained oblivious to their family's current circumstances, still looking down upon and mocking them. Regarding such self-important individuals who look down on others, Lucci did not rush to refute them. For these people, the more they mock, the more swollen their faces will be when they discover the truth. Grandma, happy birthday. Wishing you longevity. Lucci approached his grandmother to extend his birthday wishes, placing the gift down before departing under the pretext of being busy with work. He had no inclination to linger with these relatives. That luxury car was probably rented for just an hour. Lucci must be in a hurry to return it. And he chuckled. Due to Lucci's swift departure, everyone was even more convinced that his Mercedes-Benz G-Class was indeed rented. Renting a luxury car, but presenting such a modest gift, wasn't that rather absurd? Annie shook her head. They all presumed that the golden longevity peach was merely a trinket, akin to the golden eggs they typically smashed, worth no more than a few dozen yuan. After all, this was a token of young Chi's sincerity. We shouldn't disdain it, but rather cherish it. Though Grandma felt somewhat disappointed, she did not join in the mockery of Lucci. Instead, she instructed her grandson, Liang Feng, to take the longevity peach to a room for safekeeping. Liang Feng approached, extending a hand to lift the golden peach, only to find it surprisingly heavy. Unable to budge it with one hand. Yet he distinctly recalled Lucci handling it with ease just moments ago. Something was amiss with this peach. Liang Feng cradled it with both hands, discovering it weighed at least 10 pounds, prompting him to scrutinize it closely, realizing the peach increasingly resembled one crafted from gold. What's the matter? Grandma inquired with curiosity. The outer layer appears to be gold, Liang Feng remarked after a moment's observation. Impossible. Auntie and second aunt, skeptical, stepped closer to examine it themselves. Both aunts, fond of gold, adorned in various golden ornaments, were astonished to find that the outer layer of the longevity peach indeed was gold. Although merely coated, its value would still exceed 10,000 yuan, Liang Feng stated. They had never anticipated that what they thought was a token worth a mere few dozen yuan would actually be valued in the thousands. At that moment, Liang Mei, who had been silent, spoke up, saying, Just now, Xiao Qi told me that this longevity peach is not gold-plated. It is pure gold. Pure gold? How can that be? Stop joking. Auntie and second aunt immediately countered. They could reluctantly accept a gift worth 10,000 yuan, given that Lucci had previously gifted Grandma that amount in cash. However, to claim that the longevity peach was pure gold, such a notion was utterly unbelievable. After all, this peach weighed at least 10 pounds. If it were made of pure gold, its worth would surpass 2 million. My cousin must be boasting. If this peach were pure gold, it would cost at least 2 million, which he cannot afford, Liang Feng remarked. Liang Mei calmly responded. Xiao Qi is now the owner of Shiwa Biotechnology Company. Earning a fortune daily, he has no need to present a fake item to deceive his grandmother. Upon hearing Liang Mei's words, everyone was taken aback. The name Shiwa Biotechnology felt somewhat familiar. Mei, are you referring to the company frequently featured on television lately? Auntie asked incredulously. In recent times, the most talked about entity in Lingnan undoubtedly is Ziwo Biological Company, which has been heralded by various local media outlets as the star of Lingnan. Moreover, the Ziwo cream has been lauded as a sacred product for women. Those fortunate enough to procure a bottle can boast about it on social media for an entire week. Both my aunts have taken to browsing Douyin, having encountered numerous videos about Ziwo cream, and they too wish to purchase it, yet have been unable to secure any. Indeed, Xiao Qi is the owner of the much-acclaimed Ziwo Biological Company. Liang Mei nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, everyone present was left utterly astounded. Ziwo Biological has been esteemed by the media as a company with potential value in the hundreds of billions. The owner is, astonishingly, their relative Lucci. Mei, such a jest is not to be taken lightly, exclaimed the aunts, still unable to grasp this reality. I discovered that the major shareholder of Ziwo Biological is indeed named Lucci. Liang Feng, utilizing a corporate application on his phone, verified the shareholder information of Zywo Biological. This conclusively confirmed Lu Qi's status as the owner of the company. The ants' faces instantly drained of color. The Lu family, whom they had looked down upon and often ridiculed, had, unbeknownst to them, left them far behind. It was ludicrous that they had been mocking the Lu family just moments ago, reflecting on their earlier words. Each one was a slap in their own faces. It appears that the longevity peach gifted to me by my grandson is indeed made of pure gold. While the others were in shock, my grandmother joyfully embraced the longevity peach. Hearing her voice, the ants instinctively glanced at the peach, their gazes turning fervent. Liang Mei, discerning their intentions, solemnly declared, "Whoever dares to covet our mother's longevity peach will find themselves severed from our familial ties." The ants immediately quelled their little schemes. Now wary of Liang Mei, for she was the mother of a billionaire, they could not afford to offend her, but rather must strive to curry her favor. "Ame, I apologize. I had no idea your family was so affluent and spoke thoughtlessly today." The two ants hastily apologized to Liang Mei, donning sycophantic smiles in an attempt to win her over. Liang Mei merely nodded, dismissing the two distasteful ants. Besides the ants, other relatives were quick to flatter Liang Mei and Lu Ren. Upon learning of this revelation, the two uncles, in front of Liang Mei, each delivered 2 resounding slaps to their respective wives. "Ame, just disregard the foolish remarks your aunts have made. Consider them as mere barking dogs." Historically, at such grand gatherings, the two uncles would only entertain their friends, never personally, hosting Lu Ren and Liang Mei. Yet in this moment, they adorned Lu Ren and Liang Mei with obsequious smiles, treating them as esteemed guests. In an instant, Liang Mei and Lu Ren became the focal point of the entire banquet. Chapter 111, The Second Sea Fishing. After departing from my grandmother's home, Lu Qi returned to the villa to engage in futures trading. Last time on the Yangtze River, he not only caught a majestic catfish but also a stellar catfish, securing an S-grade business opportunity and an A-grade one. The S-grade opportunity has already been utilized, yet the A-grade remains untapped. This A-grade opportunity pertains to digital B currency, with the system indicating a continuous rise in its value over the coming days. Presently, Lu Qi possesses $900 million in his overseas account, from which he intends to invest $500 million into digital B currency futures, leveraging it 50-fold. He merely needs to wait a few days for the profits to reach $1.6 billion, at which point the position will automatically close, barring any unforeseen circumstances. This A-grade opportunity is poised to yield him nearly 10 billion renminbi in returns. After executing the futures trade, Lu Qi checked his domestic bank accounts, which collectively boasted over 10 billion renminbi. Such an amount is astronomical for an ordinary person, yet Lu Qi understands that there are many wealthier individuals in the country. His future wealth will largely depend on carbon-9 technology and the company's 1 and 2 visual effects. In the afternoon, Liang Mei and Lu Ren returned from a birthday banquet, their faces radiant with joy. Having endured years of humiliation in front of relatives, today they finally had their moment of vindication. Reflecting on the cautious flattery from their relatives, they felt invigorated and elated, fully aware that their success stemmed from their outstanding son. "Mother, how was the birthday banquet?" Lu Qi inquired with a smile. "Son, you should have stayed to witness the dramatic shifts in your two aunts' expressions," Liang Mei chuckled. "I had no interest in watching their performance," Lu Qi replied. It was fortunate that Xiao Qi didn't linger, otherwise he would have been inevitably disturbed, Lu Ren remarked. In the evening, Lu Qi prepared a blowfish feast for his parents and girlfriend using the blowfish he had sent back last time. No wonder this fish is so renowned. Its taste and texture are indeed unparalleled. After the blowfish banquet, Liang Mei and Lu Ren were thoroughly impressed. Chen Shuyue also felt immensely happy. Ever since she began dating Lu Qi, she has savored many exquisite delicacies. "Mom, Autumn and I are going fishing at sea tomorrow. Would you like to join us?" Lu Qi proposed, inviting his parents as usual before their trip. "No, your grandmother and the others are coming to our house tomorrow. I must entertain them," Liang Mei replied. "All right, I will catch some delicious fish to bring back for you," Lu Qi assured. Upon hearing this, both Liang Mei and Lu Ren couldn't help but feel excited, recalling the delightful East Star grouper and sea wolf fish Lu Qi had previously caught. The next day, Lu Qi drove to Yangshi to catch a flight. "Darling, please pick up my aunt," Chen Shuyue requested. Initially, Lu Qi had not informed Chen Jinyu of his plans, intending to go only with Chen Shuyue, allowing them to indulge in their private world on the boat. However, unexpectedly, Chen Shuyue had invited Chen Jinyu. "Sweetheart, why don't we leave Sister Jinyu behind?" Lu Qi suggested. "I'm sorry, dear. I have already made plans with my aunt," Chen Shuyue replied. Realizing her boyfriend desired to enjoy a romantic getaway, she felt a twinge of guilt for having invited Chen Jinyu. "Fool, it's fine. Bringing along Sister Jinyu will add to the liveliness." Lu Qi indeed does not mind having Chen Jinyu accompany them. Although she may be a third wheel, she is an aesthetically pleasing one. Thank you, darling, Chinkias said, planting a kiss on Lu Qi in the car. Thus, the two set off to pick up Chun Jinyu, heading together towards Yasi City. Lu Qi, didn't you mention wanting to give Kias a gift last time? Chun Jinyu inquired after they disembarked from the plane. Upon returning from their last sea fishing trip, Lu Qi had promised to present Chun Kias with a gift during their next visit to Yasi City, a promise that Chun Kias had eagerly anticipated for quite some time. Don't rush. I shall take you to see it now, Lu Qi replied with a mysterious smile, leading the two women to the dock. Upon arrival, the gaze of Chun Kias and Chun Jinyu was immediately captivated by a fantastical-looking yacht. Wealthy individuals truly abound. Such a yacht must cost at least several $100 million. Chun Jinyu exclaimed, suddenly realizing something and turning sharply to Lu Qi. Lu Qi, the gift you're giving Kias, it wouldn't be this yacht, would it? Hee. You guessed correctly. Lu Qi nodded with a smile. Both Chun Kias and Chun Jinyu were taken aback. They had assumed Lu Qi intended to present Chun Kias with a seaside villa, never expecting it to be a luxurious yacht instead. Hello, boss. A steward and a security guard stood by the yacht, greeting Lu Qi in unison. These employees had been recruited through an online interview process facilitated by the system. The security guard was a veteran, while the steward, named Wu Yu, was a married woman. It was their first time meeting the real Lu Qi, and in their eyes, he was a quintessential super-rich heir. Are the supplies ready? Lu Qi inquired of the steward, Wu Yu. All set, boss. Various fishing rods and reels, along with all necessary provisions, have been prepared according to your specifications, Wu Yu responded respectfully. Lu Qi nodded in satisfaction and then said to Chun Kias, darling, let me take you aboard for a tour. Once on board, both Chun Kias and Chun Jinyu were awestruck by the yacht's opulence. Initially, they believed it to be worth several $100 million, but now it seemed that such a sum would not suffice. Darling, this is your gift. Do you like it? Lu Qi smiled at Chun Kias after the tour. Chun Kias was not merely pleased. She felt an overwhelming desire to reside here permanently. Compared to this yacht, any seaside villa paled in comparison. It was truly a movable palace. In front of Chun Jinyu, Chun Kias kissed Lu Qi on the cheek. Gee, I love it. But it must have cost a fortune, right? Not much, just $1.5 billion, Lu Qi replied with a smile. Upon hearing this figure, both Chun Kias and Chun Jinyu were left speechless. $1.5 billion, and he casually remarks that it's not much. Only this man in Lingnan would dare to say such a thing. Initially, Chun Kias thought that the gift she was preparing for Lu Qi was already quite extravagant. But in comparison to this yacht, it could only be described as insignificant. As the fantastical yacht slowly departed from the dock, the three officially commenced their sea fishing adventure. Lu Qi's primary objectives for this fishing excursion were twofold. Firstly, he aims to enhance his experience points, currently standing at 460,000, while the 10th level of fishing prowess requires 1,000,000 experience points. He plans to acquire at least 200,000 experience points during this endeavor. Secondly, he intends to undertake the tasks of collecting grouper and tuna. The task of gathering grouper necessitates catching over 10 varieties of the fish. Initially, Lu Qi believed this task could not be completed within the waters of Huaxia, but upon further research, he discovered that the marine life in Huaxia is abundant, with more than 10 species of grouper thriving in the area. Hence, collecting grouper can indeed be accomplished within Huaxia's waters. During his last sea fishing trip, Lu Qi managed to catch two types of grouper, namely the eastern starry grouper and the tailspot grouper. Chapter 112. Tiger grouper and mouse grouper. This luxurious yacht, valued at $1.5 billion, has been aptly named Lu Yu. The yacht is equipped with a comprehensive autopilot feature, with a mere input of coordinates. It can automatically avoid obstacles and correct its course without human intervention. Moreover, seated on the deck, one can effortlessly control the yacht's speed and direction with a remote, eliminating the hassle of having someone run to the cockpit during docking. At this moment, Lu Qi reclines in a pair of shorts on the deck chair, basking in the azure sea and sky, savoring exquisite wine and fruits, accompanied by a beautiful companion. What an utterly blissful and leisurely experience. The enchanting Chen Qiya, adorned in a bohemian long dress, exudes elegance and beauty. Sitting beside Lu Qi, she gracefully feeds him grapes. With her slender, delicate fingers, she holds a grape to his lips. The grapes you feed me are truly delightful, Lu Qi exclaims, relishing the moment. Observing his enjoyment, Chun Qiya's eyes brim with affection. Shouldn't you be the one catering to Qiya, Lu Qi? Your actions seem to lack the tenderness she deserves. Chun Jinyu quips, wearing oversized sunglasses and a burgundy bikini that accentuates her sultry figure, reminiscent of a passionately blooming red rose. Unlike Chun Qiya, she embraces comfort in her own way. And, given that Achi has prepared countless meals for me, it's only fitting that I serve him once. Chun Qiya responds with a gentle smile. Qiya, your words may just inflate someone's ego. Chen Jinyu chuckles, shaking her head. Clearing his throat lightly, Lu Qi sits up, plucking a grape and offering it to Chen Qiya. Here, darling, allow me to feed you as well. Delightful. She smiles as she accepts the grape. The two engage in a sweet exchange of feeding one another, enveloped in affection, much to the amusement of Chen Jinyu, who feels inundated with their affectionate displays. Jinyu sister, would you like some? To consider Chen Jinyu's feelings, Lu Qi later offers her a bunch of grapes. However, she remains silent, pretending to sleep. With her large sunglasses on, Lu Qi is convinced she is indeed asleep, and thus he resumes playful kisses with Chen Qiya. Darling, please stop. As Lu Qichao leaned in to kiss her, Chen Xiaoya quickly signaled Chen Jinyu with her eyes. It's all right, Jinyu's sister is already asleep. With that, Lu Qi embraced Chen Xiaoya's exquisite figure, sealing her lips with his own. Believing Chen Jinyu to be in slumber, Chen Xiaoya willingly surrendered to the tender kiss of love. The two became enveloped in their passionate embrace. Meanwhile, Chen Jinyu, overhearing the affectionate sounds of Lu Qichao and Chen Xiaoya, felt a mix of annoyance and amusement, tinged with a hint of regret for pretending to be asleep. Those sounds, a tantalizing test for her well-acquainted body, reminded her that she had yet to share a kiss with anyone of the opposite sex. Fortunately, their kiss lasted only a few minutes. Otherwise, she could not guarantee that her facade would remain intact. Yet, those few minutes were indeed a trial for her. Time slipped away quietly, and 2 hours later, the yacht arrived at its first destination. This area, a coral reef seabed, reached depths of approximately 100 meters and was home to several species of grouper fish. Lu Qichao had learned about this location from a fishing forum. After a few minutes of searching, he utilized the system's detection capabilities to locate a type of grouper fish. He halted the boat using the remote control and opened the fishing cabinet on the deck. The Liu, combining the features of a yacht and a fishing vessel, boasted an impressively stocked fishing cabinet filled with a variety of rods, reels, lines, and hooks. Wow, this equipment is incredibly comprehensive, Chen Jinyu exclaimed, marveling at the fishing cabinet, which was twice the size of a typical wardrobe. Such a well-equipped fishing cabinet was surely the ultimate dream of every angler. Lu Qichao swiftly assembled a jigging rod and approached the side of the boat, employing the jigging method to fish. He cast out a 100-gram jigging lure, watching it sink near the grouper. He then lifted the rod, manipulated the handle, and after a few seconds, repeated the motion, creating an enticing simulation of a small fish darting about beneath the waves, luring predatory fish to strike. Observing Lu Qichao's actions, Chen Xiaoya and Chen Jinyu knew that a catch was imminent. In the past, whenever Lu Qichao stopped the boat, fish were sure to follow. True to form, on his first cast with the jigging lure, he successfully reeled in a deep brown-spotted fish. This fish measured approximately 30 centimeters in length, with a light brown body adorned with irregularly arranged dark brown spots, reminiscent of a tiger's stripes. Ding! You have caught a tiger grouper, gaining 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations. Master, you have unlocked a new species, tiger grouper, gaining 500 experience points. Tiger grouper. Both Chen Xiaoya and Chen Jinyu exclaimed in unison. Having prepared for this sea fishing excursion by reviewing information on the fish species of southern China, they recognized the fish before them as a tiger grouper. Well done, ladies. You've both learned to chime in. Lu Qichao chuckled as he released the tiger grouper back into the water. Since the tiger grouper is a relatively common species with inferior meat quality compared to the more premium varieties like the eastern star grouper, he opted not to keep it. With that, he cast his line once more. Ding! A tiger grouper caught. Experience points 500. Ding! A tiger grouper caught, weighing 4 pounds. Experience points 800. Beneath the waves, a school of tiger groupers thrived, and Lu Qi skillfully reeled in several. Qi, I wish to catch one too. Seeing Lu Qi so engrossed in his fishing, Chen Qiya expressed her desire to join in. Haha, splendid. Sister Jinyu, if you wish to fish, come along. Lu Qi assembled a rod for Chen Qiya's, while Chen Jinyu adeptly set up her own. The three stood shoulder to shoulder at the stern of the boat, employing the jigging technique, casting their lines in unison, creating a delightful scene reminiscent of a team fishing expedition. However, jigging is a method that demands considerable physical strength and endurance. After just 3 casts, Chen Qiya felt her arms begin to ache. Darling, let me assist you. Lu Qi positioned himself behind Chen Qiya, his hands guiding hers as they executed the jigging technique together. Observing the couple so closely intertwined, Chen Jinyu could only pout, resolutely continuing her efforts alone. With Lu Qi's assistance, Chen Qiya soon hooked a fish, benefiting from the system's luck bonus, making her catch more frequent. Auntie, I've caught a tiger grouper. Chen Qiya exclaimed joyfully, her delight akin to that of a child. Meanwhile, Chen Jinyu was still laboring to reel in her line. Adorned in a wine-red bikini, each exertion caused her ample assets to bounce enticingly, as if yearning for fresh air. The sight of a bikini-clad beauty jigging for fish was a feast for Lu Qi's eyes. Chen Jinyu, ever determined, after several casts, successfully landed a tiger grouper. Humph. I too have a tiger grouper now, she proclaimed, holding her catch aloft for Chen Qias to immortalize the moment with a photograph. Yet, having caught that one, Chen Jinyu felt no desire to continue, as jigging proved to be quite exhausting. The stage was now set for Lu Qi's solo performance. He proceeded to catch a total of 10 tiger groupers at this spot before setting sail in search of more. After half an hour, Lu Qi stumbled upon a new species of grouper. Judging by its shape, it appeared to be the mouse grouper. Chapter 113. The ripple-lip fish. The mouse grouper is a variety of grouper characterized by its creamy body adorned with black spots. Its elongated head and pointed snout resemble that of a mouse, thus earning it the name mouse grouper. Renowned for its delectable taste akin to that of premium groupers and possessing ornamental qualities, it commands a high price in the market, with wild-caught specimens fetching up to 400 or 500 yuan per pound. At this moment, Lu Qi, at a depth of 30 meters beneath the surface, discovered a school of fish resembling mouse groupers. He halted the yacht and employed the convenient jigging method once more. The jigging lure descended near the school of fish, and with Lu Qi's skilled maneuvers, it danced like a small fish, enticing a nearby fish to strike. The fish was not large, and Lu Qi adjusted the drag slightly, bringing the line to a halt. Then, Lu Qi steadily reeled in the line and soon brought aboard a fish resembling a mouse. Indeed, it was a mouse grouper. Ding! Congratulations, master, you have caught a mouse grouper weighing 3 pounds, earning 1,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, master, you have unlocked a new fish species, mouse grouper, earning 500 experience points. Collecting grouper task, progress, 410. The experience points gained from catching a mouse grouper surpassed those from the East Star grouper and the Swallowtail grouper. Isn't this mouse grouper adorable? Gee, shall we place it in the fish tank? Chen Xiuya and Chen Jinyu both found the mouse grouper's appearance endearing. The yacht boasted 2 large glass fish tanks. One was designated for ornamental fish, while the other temporarily housed fish intended for consumption. Thus, Lu Qi handed the mouse grouper to Chen Jinyu, who was ready to place it into the larger tank. However, as she grasped the mouse grouper, it suddenly darted, and she lost her grip, causing the fish to leap between the 2 peaks on her chest. What a fortunate fish! Observing the mouse grouper lounging on that pristine expanse, Lu Qi secretly chuckled. Chen Jinyu, her cheeks slightly flushed, picked up the mouse grouper and subsequently placed it into the tank for fish intended for eating. Although she had originally intended to put it in the ornamental tank, a fish that paid the price for its allure. Lu Qi mused with a smile before continuing his fishing. Ding, you have caught a mouse grouper, earning 1,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations, master. You have caught a mouse grouper weighing 9 pounds, earning 2,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations, master. You have caught a rare mouse grouper weighing 13 pounds, earning 10,000 experience points. In just a matter of minutes, Lu Qi had caught 6 mouse groupers, the heaviest of which was classified as rare by the system, granting him a reward of 10,000 experience points. Effortlessly, he amassed 20,000 experience points, a stark contrast to the arduous struggle with larger fish. After reeling in these catches, the nearby waters yielded no more mouse groupers, prompting Lu Qi to remotely activate the yacht and seek further opportunities elsewhere. The coral reef area featured depths ranging from 30 to 100 meters, indeed supporting a diverse array of grouper species. After more than half an hour, Lu Qi spotted another grouper, and this one was of considerable size. He surmised that it was likely a green grouper, known for their ferocious nature. Green groupers feed on shrimp, crabs, and small fish, and can similarly be caught using jigging techniques. Lu Qi cast the jig near the grouper, and soon it attacked the lure. The fish hooked and darted away, the line whirring as it was drawn from the reel. Hey, beauties, do you want to tackle a big fish? Lu Qi turned to inquire of the Chen sisters. Absolutely. They both eagerly responded at the prospect of engaging with larger fish. Cousin, you go first. At that moment, the big fish was at its most ferocious, so Chen Xiuya allowed the stronger Chen Jinyu to take the lead. Chen Jinyu took the fishing rod from Lu Qi and began to work the handle, engaging in a battle with the mighty fish, clad only in a bikini. Each time she exerted herself, Lu Qi could not help but steal glances. This is not a reflection of Lu Qi's lack of determination. Rather, the scene is so enchanting that it is beyond words. The large grouper in the sea should weigh around 50 to 60 pounds. Chen Jinyu adjusted the brake force to 12 kilograms, and the fishing line was drawn out over 300 meters. Thus began the fierce struggle between Chen Jinyu and the great fish. To facilitate her exertion, Chen Jinyu clamped one end of the fishing rod between her legs, reminiscent of her previous experience. However, it is worth noting that she was clad in a bikini at that moment. Lu Qi was momentarily stunned. Jinyu Qiuya, you should put this on first. Concerned for the safety of the 2 women, Lu Qi produced protective gear designed for combating large fish, handing it to Chen Xiuya before taking the fishing rod from Chen Jinyu. With a slight blush, Chen Jinyu donned the protective gear, realizing firsthand the necessity of such equipment. Otherwise, the pain could be quite unbearable. Once equipped, she could brace the rod against her abdomen or between her legs, greatly enhancing her ability to exert force. Chen Jinyu and Chen Xiuya alternated in their attempts to battle the great fish for nearly 20 minutes, both panting heavily and flushed with exertion. Lu Qi stood by, observing with great amusement. It was only when the two women truly had no strength left that he stepped in. A few minutes later, he managed to draw the large fish alongside the boat. Indeed, it was a magnificent green grouper. After a bit more effort, the grouper, exhausted from the struggle, was ensnared by Lu Qi using a rope around its tail, and he pulled it onto the deck. Ding! Congratulations to the master for catching a rare green grouper weighing 55 pounds, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the master for unlocking a new fish species. The green grouper, earning 500 experience points. Collect grouper task, progress 510. The 55-pound green grouper did not earn any stars. Given such a formidable fish, it was no wonder that the two of us could not overcome it. This enormous green grouper appeared somewhat unappealing, causing Chen Xiuya to hesitate in approaching it. We should probably call Xiaojing. The three of us alternating might stand a chance against such a large fish, Chen Jinyu remarked with a smile. The flavor of the green grouper is considered mid-tier among groupers, and Lu Qi also found it unworthy, thus opting to release it. As of now, he had successfully collected 5 types of grouper. At this pace, it seemed possible that this fishing expedition might culminate in the completion of the task to collect 10 types of grouper. During the subsequent search for fish, Lu Qi stumbled upon a rather peculiar large fish. This fish was notably massive, weighing at least 200 pounds. Its forehead was remarkably prominent, reminiscent of the forehead of the traditional deity Shou Xing from Chinese mythology, and it sported notably thick lips. A sumei fish. Lu Qi quickly recognized it as a sumei fish. The sumei fish, scientifically known as the wrinkled-lipped fish, belongs to the family of large fish species known for their considerable size and exquisite flavor. They are both a prized delicacy and a popular sight in aquariums. In the market, high-quality wild sumei fish can fetch hundreds of dollars per pound. Presently, this sumei fish likely weighed over 200 pounds. Lu Qi felt a surge of excitement, stopping the yacht to switch to the most powerful rod and reel available for the impending battle with the sumei fish. As a carnivorous species, the sumei fish could still be caught using the iron plate fishing method. Author's note: the appearance of the sumei fish is rather unique. Please refer to the accompanying image. Chapter 114. Snapper. Lu Qi cast the iron plate lure into the water, allowing it to sink near the large sumei fish. While the sumei fish is carnivorous, it possesses a relatively gentle temperament. Unlike the aggressive tuna that relentlessly pursues smaller fish, it behaves more like a composed and stealthy hunter, waiting patiently for unsuspecting prey to wander too close, at which point it swiftly engulfs them with its large mouth. Consequently, Lu Qi adapted his retrieval technique, executing movements with a gentler touch to ensure the actions of the iron plate lure remained subtle. Guided by Lu Qi, the lure glided slowly past the sumei fish, just a meter away. At such a proximity, most large predatory marine species would have already launched an attack. However, the sumei fish appeared dazed, as if devoid of desire, showing no signs of movement. Lu Qi proceeded with a second cast, this time reducing the distance between the lure and the sumei fish to less than 20 centimeters. Thanks to the system's fish-finding feature, achieving such precision in this vast ocean would have been impossible otherwise. Upon encountering the lure so close, the sumei fish's previously vacant gaze flickered with a glimmer of awareness, and in an instant, it surged forward, opening its mouth wide to swallow the lure whole. Lu Qi felt a distinct resistance as he turned the handle. He had hooked a fish. He began to reel in quickly. Unlike other fierce marine predators that would flee once hooked, the large sumei fish remained rooted in place, as if stunned or indifferent to the pain. With the sumei fish not attempting to escape, Lu Qi had no choice but to exert considerable force. He adjusted the brake to its maximum of 24 kilograms, continuously cranking the handle. This force exerted through the fishing line incessantly stimulated the fish's nerves. Yet, the sumei fish remained unyielding, its weight likely exceeding 200 pounds. Although buoyancy in the water provided some assistance, overcoming such an immense mass with 24 kilograms of force was no easy feat. Did this creature lack pain receptors? This was Lu Qi's first encounter with such a remarkably resilient fish that remained stationary after being hooked. He resorted to increasing the amplitude of his rod movements and pacing on the deck to alter the direction of the pull, providing the sumei fish with varied stimulation. After a few minutes of being provoked, the fish finally began to swim away, prompting Lu Qi to breathe a sigh of relief. Had the sumei fish continued to remain still, this tug-of-war could have lasted over an hour. With the sumei fish's sudden flight, the fishing line was drawn from the reel. The sumei fish, lacking the ferocity of a tuna, was unable to sustain its escape after over 200 meters of line had been released, ultimately changing its direction of flight, allowing Lucci to reel in several meters of line. One person, one fish, thus commenced the tug-of-war between retreat and advance. After more than 20 minutes, the Sumei fish was drawn alongside the yacht. Chun Xiuya and Chun Jinyu were the first to behold it. A massive jaw with plump lips emerged from the depths of the ocean. A monster? Chun Xiuya felt a twinge of fear. If one were to gaze solely upon its head, the Sumei fish's visage could indeed be somewhat intimidating. However, it was no monster, it was a Sumei fish. Chun Jinyu, though unafraid, was nonetheless awestruck by the sheer size of the creature, believing it might shatter the record for likes on our fishing channel. Currently, the most liked video on the channel featured Lucci capturing a pale pink catfish from the Yangtze River, amassing an astonishing 6 million likes. This impressive count was attributed not only to the consistently high quality of the fishing videos produced by our channel, but also to Lucci's previous live broadcast, where he divulged some scandalous secrets about Yilongwang. Presently, this colossal Sumei fish, with its pronounced forehead and enormous, plump mouth, presented a brand new visual spectacle, and Chun Jinyu was confident it would captivate our channel's followers. Lucci continued to lead the grand Sumei fish for another 5 or 6 minutes, depleting its energy. This time, he employed a novel technique to hoist the fish aboard, the fish-lifting mechanical arm affixed to the stern of the boat. At the end of this mechanical arm was a massive claw resembling a human hand, which, under Lucci's deft control, extended above the Sumei fish, opened wide, grasped it, and subsequently transferred it onto the vessel. The entire process was efficient and swift, causing no additional harm to the magnificent creature. Ding! Congratulations to the master for catching a star-rated Sumei fish weighing 220 pounds, experience points 30,000, and a mysterious gift box as a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the master for unlocking a new fish species, the Sumei fish, experience points 500. A 220-pound Sumei fish had indeed ascended to stardom. This came as a delightful surprise to Lucci, as he had presumed that only fish exceeding 400 pounds could achieve such status. At this moment, the immense Sumei fish loomed on the deck like a small hill, eliciting gasps of astonishment from Chun Xiuya and Chun Jinyu. Following Lucci has truly broadened my horizons, Chun Jinyu remarked with a smile to Chun Xiuya. Who wouldn't feel the same? Chun Xiuya replied, her eyes shimmering with pride. Through their experiences in deep-sea fishing with Lucci, they had come to understand that this planet was far more vibrant and diverse than it appeared on the surface. Once Chun Jinyu finished recording the video, Lucci hoisted the Sumei fish and placed it into the expansive aquarium. This tank was larger than a room, easily accommodating several large fish without issue. Through the glass, watching the grand Sumei fish swim within the water was a visual experience that filled the senses. Lucci, my grandfather said he wants to join us for sea fishing next time, Chun Xiuya said with a smile. The Luyu vessel boasted a satellite connection, allowing for normal mobile phone usage on board, and Chun Xiuya sent a photograph of the grand Sumei fish to Chen Hongshan. Haha. The old man must be itching to catch that magnificent Sumei fish. Lucci laughed heartily. The three chatted animatedly as they returned to the stern of the boat. This fish-lifting mechanical arm is truly ingeniously designed. Chun Jinyu gazed at the fish-catching mechanical arm, exclaiming, "It seems this is the first time I have heard of such a device." "It's custom-made," Lucci replied somewhat dismissively. Naturally, he could not reveal that it was a product of the system. After successfully catching a Sumei fish, Lucci turned the boat around, setting sail towards the waters of the West Archipelago. The West Archipelago and East Archipelago were his second and third destinations for this fishing expedition. During the journey, Lucci caught several non-target marine fish. Ding! Caught one red snapper weighing 3 pounds. Experience points 400. Ding! Caught one big eye snapper weighing 4 pounds. Experience points 600. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have unlocked a new fish species. Big eye snapper. Experience points 500. Ding! Special mission triggered. Mission details. Collect more than 5 species of snapper. Upon completion, a reward of 50,000 experience points will be granted. While catching the big eye snapper, a special mission was triggered. Although the reward for completing the mission was merely experience points, the prospect of 50,000 experience points was enough to pique Lucci's interest, especially since snapper species are significant economic fish in Chinese waters, making it relatively easy to collect 5 different kinds with some diligence. After catching the big eye snapper, Lucci engaged in conversation with the two Chin sisters, inquiring, "What does the character for snapper evoke for you?" Chun Xiuying replied, "The return of the Condor heroes." Chun Jinyu's response was, "Silly fish." From their answers, it was evident that Sister Jinyu spent considerable time online. Lucci chuckled before continuing, "But speaking of which, there is a rather amusing characteristic regarding snapper. Do you know what it is?" Both Chun Xiuying and Chun Jinyu shook their heads. Prior to this fishing trip, Although they had done some research and consulted materials about fish species in Chinese waters, their understanding was rather superficial. Lu Qi then began to explain. Among a school of snapper, there is typically only one male, while the rest are females, resembling a polygamous household. The reproduction of the fish school relies entirely on this solitary male snapper. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinyu's heart raced unexpectedly. Why was he discussing polygamy with them? Could it be that? Thinking of a certain possibility, Chen Jinyu instinctively glanced at Chen Xiuying, feeling a tinge of unease. Lu Qi then posed a question. If the sole male snapper were to die, what would happen to the remaining female snapper? Chen Xiuying suggested. Would they join other snapper families? Lu Qi shook his head, stating no. The amusing characteristic of snapper lies here. When the only male fish in the school dies, the strongest female will transform into a male, assuming the role of the new husband, leading the group of wives into a new life. So females can turn into males. After listening to Lu Qi's account, Chen Xiuying found it exceedingly intriguing. Meanwhile, Chen Jinyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the crux of Lu Qi's narration was not about polygamy, but rather the transformation of females into males. She had inexplicably felt anxious just moments ago. Lu Qi continued with a smile. The scientist explained that male sea bream possess a unique signal to which female sea bream are highly sensitive. Once this signal ceases for an extended period, the strongest female sea bream is the first to be affected, leading to changes in her endocrine functions, resulting in the secretion of large amounts of male hormones, causing her ovaries to disappear and ultimately transforming her into a male fish. Chen Qias listened with great interest, while Chen Jinyu found it somewhat lacking, as she was more eager to hear Lu Qi elaborate on the concept of polygamy. Naturally, Lu Qi was unaware of Chen Jinyu's thoughts. Noticing Chen Qi's enthusiasm, he continued to share some fascinating facts about fish. The yacht, named Lu Yu, traveled swiftly, covering a distance that would typically take ordinary fishing boats 10 hours in just 4 to 5 hours. By 5 in the afternoon, Lu Yu arrived at the waters of the West Chuandao Islands. The 3 special tasks activated were to collect tuna, collect grouper, and collect sea bream. As evening approached, Lu Qi opted not to venture into the deeper waters in search of tuna, instead steering towards the shallower waters near the islands in pursuit of grouper and sea bream. After searching for a mere 10 minutes, he discovered a school of sea bream. Without further ado, he prepared his rod to fish. Given that this school of sea bream inhabited relatively shallow waters, Lu Qi chose to employ the lure fishing method, using a soft-bodied worm as bait. Once his rod was ready, he cast it out. Sea bream are notoriously cautious feeders, their cunning surpassing that of freshwater carp. After 2 casts, a sea bream finally took the bait. The fish was not large and was swiftly reeled in. Ding! Caught a black sea bream. Experience points 300. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have unlocked a new fish species, black sea bream. Experience points 500. Collect sea bream task. Progress 35. Lu Qi remained in the same spot, catching several black sea bream before continuing his search. Sea bream are quite common in the waters of Huaxia. Previously, Lu Qi had focused on tuna and grouper, neglecting the smaller fish. However, with a keen eye, he discovered another new school of sea bream 20 minutes later. Ding! Caught a yellow sea bream. Experience points 300. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have unlocked a new fish species, yellow sea bream. Experience points 500. Collect sea bream task. Progress 45. Having caught the yellow sea bream, he was only 1 species away from completing the special task of collecting sea bream. While searching for the final type, Lu Qi unexpectedly spotted a massive fish, which appeared to be a grouper. A dragon grouper? The character for grouper is pronounced Dian in the 3rd tone. After careful examination, Lu Qi was convinced that the large fish beneath the sea was, indeed, a dragon grouper. The dragon grouper, a variant of grouper, scientifically known as Epinephalus lanceolatus, is renowned for its exquisite flesh and is considered a precious fish species. This type of grouper can grow to over 400 pounds, earning it the title of the king of grouper. The dragon grouper Lu Qi had discovered appeared to exceed 200 pounds. Excited, Lu Qi quickly readied his rod to fish. He opted for the jigging method, utilizing a hefty 800-gram iron jig as bait. Only such a substantial jig could pique the interest of this colossal fish. The weighty iron lure, typically impractical for the average angler to cast far, necessitates a method of deployment via boat towing. However, who was Lu Qi? He effortlessly hurled a lure weighing over a kilogram to a distance of 100 meters across the sea. The lure descended to a spot merely 10 meters from the grouper. As Lu Qi reeled in, raising his rod, the lure gradually closed the gap between itself and the grouper, ultimately passing just a meter in front of it. It must be noted that such a colossal grouper, having lived in the ocean for at least a decade, possesses a certain level of cunning. During Lu Qi's initial 3 casts, the grouper exhibited no interest in the lure. Observing the grouper drifting several hundred meters away, Lu Qi had no choice but to activate the yacht to pursue it, repositioning to cast anew. After 5 or 6 attempts, the grouper finally opened its massive jaws and engulfed the lure. With a swift turn, the fishhook found its mark in the grouper's mouth. Although the grouper appeared benign, its temperament was far from docile, unlike that of the more amiable snapper. Upon feeling pain, it took off in a frenzied escape. The fishing line was rapidly drawn from the spool, nearly 400 meters in just 1 minute. Concerned that the spool might be depleted, Lu Qi deftly maneuvered the yacht closer to the grouper, seizing the opportunity to reclaim a portion of the line. Fortunately, the waters here were no deeper than 100 meters. Otherwise, the spool could indeed have been emptied. This experience made Lu Qi realize that the previous equipment, which had successfully caught a 350-pound starry-eyed tuna, had indeed relied on a stroke of luck. After pulling out such an extensive length of line, the grouper, having expended considerable energy, began to change its escape route, heading towards the underside of the yacht. This presented an opportune moment for reeling in the line. Yet one had to be wary of the grouper slipping beneath the boat. Should the large fish retreat to the hull, the line would press against the vessel, forming a U-shape between the person, the line, and the fish, which under leverage could easily snap. Thus, while Lu Qi swiftly manipulated the handle, he also altered the angle of his rod to guide the grouper in a different direction. The two engaged in a relentless struggle for over 20 minutes. Lu Qi possessed extraordinary stamina, allowing him to continuously maneuver the rod at a speed that surpassed that of other anglers by at least threefold. After more than 20 minutes, the enormous grouper was finally drawn alongside the yacht. Its colossal mouth, akin to an abyss, emerged from the sea. Such a cavernous maw could easily swallow a person whole. Chen Qi's heart raced with trepidation, while Chen Jinyu excitedly filmed the spectacle. The grouper, the great grouper. During their last fishing expedition, Chen Jinyu had eagerly anticipated Lu Qi's ability to catch this fish, often referred to as the king of groupers. Lu Qi indeed lived up to her expectations, landing such a magnificent grouper merely a day into their voyage, truly a testament to the prowess of the man she dubbed the fishing deity. Moments later, the giant grouper was hoisted aboard by the fishing crane. Ding! Congratulations, master, for catching a rare grouper weighing 240 pounds. Experience points, 20,000. A dragonfish weighing 240 pounds, unfortunately, did not receive a star rating, which left Lu Qi with a tinge of regret. What should be done with this dragonfish? Due to the protection of wild dragonfish under the implementation regulations for the protection of aquatic wild animals in Huaxia, Lu Qi could only release the large dragonfish, relinquishing his desire to taste it. After handling the situation, twilight had descended. Lu Qi anchored the yacht in the shallow waters near an uninhabited island and began to prepare dinner. The primary ingredients for the meal were, of course, the fish caught during the day. Lu Qi prepared a dish of steamed mouse grouper, a serving of braised red drum, and a portion of fried big eye snapper. The Qin sisters set the dining table on the second deck and brought each dish prepared by Lu Qi to the table. As the three of them sat down, a bright moon rose over the sea. Beneath the starry sky and the luminous moon, accompanied by beautiful women and surrounded by exquisite food and wine, Lu Qi found himself utterly enchanted by such a life. Lu Qi, your big snapper is simply delectable, Chen Jinyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she savored the braised big snapper. Chen Xiui is similarly indulged, her lips glistening with the essence of the meal. They relished the experience of sailing with Lu Qi, enjoying breathtaking views, expanding their horizons, and savoring a variety of delicacies. Observing the Qin sisters' delightful feasting, Lu Qi felt a profound sense of accomplishment. However, the sight of Chen Jinyu in her bikini was so alluring that it rendered him unable to focus on his meal. After dinner, Lu Qi proposed a swimming session. The swimming pool on the second deck of the yacht was significantly larger than the one on the previous rented yacht, ample enough for several people to swim freely. Sounds great. Chen Xiuye and Chen Jinyu, having consumed double their usual portions, were eager to burn off some calories through exercise. Chen Xiuye returned to her room to change into a swimsuit, while Chen Jinyu, already clad in her bikini, leapt directly into the pool. She glided through the crystal-clear water like a seductive mermaid. When she emerged, her hair cascaded, exuding an irresistible charm, her every movement captivating. This natural beauty easily stirred thoughts of conquest in the hearts of men. As Lu Qi gazed at Chen Jinyu in the water, he found himself feeling somewhat parched. Fortunately, Chen Xiui soon emerged from her room in her swimsuit. Clad in a bikini, her long, graceful legs and flawless figure were unmistakably alluring, exuding both elegance and sensuality. In comparing the two, one embodied graceful allure while the other radiated a bewitching charm, both epitomizing the essence of beauty in swimwear. Darling, let us swim together. In the presence of his girlfriend, Lu Qi felt emboldened, unlike his bashful demeanor around Chen Jinyu. After swimming for a while, he began to grow a little mischievous. Honey, your aunt is here. Chen Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed as she caught hold of Lu Qi's unruly hand. Unfazed, Lu Qi pulled her close, enveloping her delicate form in his strong embrace. As he held her, Chen Xiaoyu felt her body soften. Darling, you are truly beautiful. Lu Qi leaned in to kiss her luscious lips. With a symbolic display of resistance, Chen Qiyu feigned a struggle for a moment before disregarding Chen Jinyu, who stood nearby. She wrapped her delicate arms around Lu Qi's neck, responding to him with fervent affection. Splash! Chen Jinyu emerged from the water, wiping droplets from her face, only to behold Lu Qi and Chen Qiyu entwined in a tender embrace within the pool. These two, do they not consider the feelings of a third party? Chen Jinyu bit her lip lightly, waves of emotion rippling through her beautiful eyes. She swam over, pinched Lu Qi playfully, and then exited the pool, leaving the space for Lu Qi and Chen Qiyu. Once Chen Jinyu departed, Lu Qi's confidence surged, and Chen Qiyu exhaled in relief, allowing Lu Qi to indulge in his whims. The bright moon hung high in the sky, witnessing the passionate exchange of this couple in the pool. This was destined to be yet another unforgettable night for Lu Qi. After returning to her room, Chen Jinyu could not shake the images from her mind. They filled her with both longing and a sense of shame. The absurdity of fate. Ultimately, she suppressed all distracting thoughts, displaying a bittersweet smile. After 32 years of purity, a man had finally entered her heart for the first time. Yet, this man was someone she could never rightfully contest for. Not even in her dreams. Fate had already toyed with her once, and now it seemed poised to do so again. Was her life, Chen Jinyu's life, destined to be one of sorrow? Fortunately, fate was not entirely cruel. At the very least, she could remain by his side, witnessing his remarkable journey. The following day, Lu Qi awoke refreshed and ready to embark on a new day of deep-sea fishing. The memories of the enchanting moments spent with his girlfriend in the pool from the previous night brightened his spirits. Although he ultimately decided to spare Chen Qiyu's feelings at her pleading, she had reluctantly agreed to assist him with the task. Thus, when Chen Qiyu saw Lu Qi in the morning, she couldn't help but blush slightly. Today he was determined to catch a magnificent yellowfin tuna. Lu Qi winked at Chen Qiyu with a smile before starting the yacht, setting off to the deep waters in search of tuna. During his last fishing expedition, he had successfully caught both a yellowfin tuna and a big-eye tuna. In the southern seas of Huaxia, 2 additional species of tuna could be found, the bluefin tuna and the southern bluefin tuna. However, while the southern bluefin tuna existed in these waters, it was exceedingly rare and difficult to catch. Ding, caught a skipjack tuna, experience points gained, 500. In his pursuit of tuna, Lu Qi effortlessly caught several skipjack tunas. From a broader perspective, skipjack tuna also belong to the tuna family. The tuna family is divided into 5 genera, encompassing a total of 15 species. Aside from skipjack tuna, the family includes the bullet tuna, round scad, flat scad, frigate mackerel, and little tunny, all of which fall under the broader category of tuna. However, the system's collection task for tuna only includes 8 species from the tuna genus: the longfin tuna, yellowfin tuna, blackfin tuna, southern bluefin tuna, big-eye tuna, Pacific bluefin tuna, Atlantic bluefin tuna, and albacore tuna. In the 117th chapter, weighing in at an impressive 460 pounds, the royal yellowfin tuna is the focus. After an hour of searching, Lu Qi spotted a group of fish leaping out of the water in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a school of skipjack tuna. Truly, though the journey was arduous, fortune favored him at last. Compared to other species, skipjack tuna are relatively smaller, typically weighing just a few pounds, with the larger specimens reaching only 20 pounds at most. One notable characteristic of skipjack tuna is their tendency to rise to the surface and even leap out of the water when the sea is calm, whereas they dive deep when the waters are tumultuous. At that moment, a school of skipjack tuna was joyfully breaching the surface nearby. Lu Qi halted the yacht and employed the technique of lure fishing, effortlessly reeling in several fish. Congratulations, you have caught a skipjack tuna, earning 500 experience points. Congratulations, master. You have unlocked the new fish species, skipjack tuna, earning 500 experience points. Collecting tuna task progress, 38. Congratulations, master, you have caught a rare skipjack tuna weighing 20 pounds, earning 5,000 experience points. The 20-pound skipjack tuna was deemed rare by the system. After successfully catching the skipjack tuna, the yacht, named Lu Yu, set sail southward towards another bountiful fishing ground in the waters of the South Islands. Located at the southernmost tip of China, this area offered the best chance of encountering southern bluefin tuna. Along the way, Lu Qi occasionally paused to fish. Congratulations, you have caught a flatfish, earning 400 experience points. Congratulations, master, you have unlocked the new fish species, flatfish, earning 500 experience points. Congratulations, master, you have completed the task of collecting sea bream, earning 30,000 experience points. The task of collecting 5 types of sea bream was completed smoothly, yielding substantial experience point rewards. Lucci's cumulative experience points soared past 600,000 and continued to rise rapidly. Congratulations, you have caught a big eye tuna, earning 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have caught a yellowfin tuna, earning 2,000 experience points. The experience points garnered from high-value marine fish far exceeded those from ordinary freshwater varieties. Suddenly, a large marine fish entered the detection range of the system. By its shape, it appeared to be a tuna. Lucci quickly reduced the yacht's speed and carefully assessed the situation, concluding that it was indeed a yellowfin tuna. Judging by its size, this yellowfin tuna likely exceeded 400 pounds. To date, the heaviest fish Lucci had caught was a 350-pound big-eye tuna. However, the fishing reel at his disposal could not withstand a drag force exceeding 24 kilograms. Such a reel was ill-suited for reeling in a tuna over 300 pounds. If luck were to abandon him, it was highly probable that the fish would escape. Nevertheless, encountering such a large yellowfin tuna warranted an attempt. Otherwise, he would be left with nothing but regret. It was worth noting that a 400-pound yellowfin tuna might very well be classified as royal grade. Thus far, Lucci had yet to catch any royal grade marine fish. He set up 4 fishing rods at the stern of the boat, employing large chunks of fish as bait, which he then cast into the sea. As the bait sank to a certain depth, he maneuvered the yacht and adjusted the release valve to an optimal position, allowing the bait to be dragged along the seabed by the fishing line. With these preparations complete, Lucci guided the yacht to pass directly above the massive tuna. The 4 pieces of bait drifted past the tuna, ultimately positioning themselves a few meters ahead to entice the fish into striking. However, this astute tuna remained cautious and refrained from attacking the large chunks of fish. Consequently, Lucci switched to large squid as bait. Once more, he adjusted the yacht's course to pursue the tuna, ensuring the bait remained a few meters ahead of it. This time, the tuna finally took notice of the enticing squid. With a powerful flick of its tail, it shot forward like a rocket and, moments later, bit down on one of the squids. As the tuna attempted to seize another squid, the hook pierced its mouth. The tuna then began its desperate escape into the depths of the ocean, the line hissing as it was rapidly drawn out. Lucci, quick on the draw, adjusted the brake to the maximum of 24 kilograms. Yet, this minimal resistance was insufficient to hinder the tuna's flight. Within a mere minute, an astonishing 400 meters of line had been released. The tuna had fled to depths exceeding 400 meters. Fortunately, at this location, the ocean's depth capped at just over 400 meters, preventing the tuna from diving deeper and forcing it to flee in other directions. The line was pulled out an additional 100 meters. Lucci utilized a reel equipped with an oversized spool, yet only a little over 100 meters of line remained. He now feared 2 scenarios. First, the spool being emptied, and second, the line snagging on underwater obstacles. The line was yanked out another 100 meters. Of the 800 meters of fishing line, fewer than 30 remained. The situation grew precarious. Chun Kiwia and Chun Jinyu watched anxiously from the sidelines, sensing that this catch would likely surpass all previous ones in size. Reluctantly, Lucci had to remotely control the yacht to closely follow the tuna, striving to preserve the last 30 meters of line. Suddenly, the tension in the line relaxed as the tuna altered its escape trajectory. Seizing the opportunity, Lucci swiftly cranked the handle, retrieving over 100 meters of line. By this point, the tuna had exhausted a considerable amount of energy, and the most perilous phase seemed to have passed. Nevertheless, vigilance remained crucial. What followed was an intense tug-of-war lasting over half an hour between man and fish. Gradually, the tuna was drawn within 30 meters of the yacht. Unexpectedly, the tuna surged once more, darting towards the bottom of the boat. The line hissed again as it was pulled out. Regardless of how Lucci manipulated the handle or tugged on the rod, the tuna steadfastly refused to change direction. What had seemed like a foregone conclusion now faced an unforeseen twist. Lucci had no choice but to accelerate the yacht, releasing some of the retrieved line to create distance between the tuna and the boat, ultimately averting this crisis. After 6 or 7 minutes, the tuna was thoroughly depleted of strength and was brought alongside the boat. Lucci secretly exhaled in relief, attributing his success to the user-friendly operation of the fishing vessel. Liu, had it been an ordinary fishing boat, he would have been utterly incapable of reeling in this sizable yellowfin tuna today. Eventually, the mechanical arm aboard the vessel hoisted the magnificent tuna onto the deck. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have caught a king-class yellowfin tuna weighing 460 pounds, earning 50,000 experience points and an SS-level business opportunity as a reward. What a staggering catch, a king-class yellowfin tuna weighing 460 pounds. Furthermore, Lucci had secured a business opportunity surpassing even the S-level, an SS-level opportunity. What an impressive tuna. Observing this behemoth, Chun Jinyu was filled with exhilaration. Chun Xiui, equally thrilled, showed no fear. Instead, she reached out to touch the grand tuna, seemingly having overcome her fear of large creatures following the events of the previous night with Lu Qi. This tuna could easily garner 5 million likes for the Explosion Protection Bureau. Chen Jinyu gleefully captured various angles of the enormous yellowfin tuna sprawled across the deck. Lu Qi smiled slightly, pondering the significance of 5 million likes. After all, he had just acquired an SS-level business opportunity. System. What exactly is the SS-level opportunity one have obtained? In the past, he would inquire about rewards only during his leisure time, but this time, his curiosity about what could be greater than an S-level opportunity was insatiable. The system revealed to Lu Qi the details of the SS-level business opportunity. Master, invest in a company researching cancer, and within 6 months, it will conquer cancer, achieving a groundbreaking breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's fists clenched in excitement. Truly, this was an SS-level opportunity, remarkable indeed. Cancer is undeniably a term that evokes dread. Whether one is impoverished or a billionaire, a cancer diagnosis heralds the arrival of terror. Of course, with advancements in medical technology, certain types of cancer, such as thyroid cancer, can be cured to some extent if detected and treated early. However, cancers like lung cancer, liver cancer, and pancreatic cancer, even when discovered in their early stages, often remain incurable for most patients, who can only hope to prolong their survival while enduring the torment of chemotherapy. For instance, Joe, the founder of Fruit Phone, a billionaire, succumbed to pancreatic cancer after just a year or two post-diagnosis. It can be said that in contemporary society, many cancers remain untreatable. Statistics indicate that over 10 million people worldwide perish from cancer each year. Conquering cancer has long been the dream of medical scientists. Achieving this feat would undoubtedly constitute an extraordinary contribution to humanity, rightfully earning the title of the greatest achievement of the 21st century. Truly, this is an SS-level opportunity. Potent and promising. The thought of his future company potentially conquering cancer left Lu Qi's heart in a state of turmoil. The pursuit of wealth is a universal desire. However, if one merely seeks to amass riches without contributing to society, even achieving the status of the world's wealthiest will not earn the respect of the masses, ultimately fading into the annals of history. Conversely, an entrepreneur who can generate profit while also benefiting society and humanity at large is truly commendable. Lu Qi has already established himself as a successful entrepreneur. His company, Carbon-9 Technology, has enabled China to gain a significant lead in the semiconductor industry, liberating the nation from reliance on Western technologies. Yet, carbon-based semiconductors are not indispensable for humanity, as silicon-based alternatives from the West continue to exist. The conquest of cancer, however, is an entirely different matter. Such a breakthrough would benefit all of humanity, not only for the present but for generations to come, marking an achievement that will resonate through the ages. In a jubilant mood, Lu Qi released a massive yellowfin tuna weighing 460 pounds, recognizing the monumental business opportunity it represented. Consuming it would have been somewhat ungracious. The vessel, Liu, continued its journey southward to the southernmost waters of China's Nangyu Islands. As they meandered along, the evening approached when they finally arrived at the Nangyu Islands. During the voyage, Lu Qi caught several fish, and with the experience gained from the royal yellowfin tuna, his total experience points surpassed the 700,000 mark. If all went well, this fishing expedition might elevate him to level 10 angler status, allowing him to utilize a 36 kilograms drag force reel coupled with an oversized spool, thereby challenging monstrous catches weighing 500 to 600 pounds. As dusk settled, Lu Qi anchored the boat in shallow waters. This evening, the Chen sisters did not prepare a meal for him. Their reasoning was twofold. First, they didn't want Lu Qi to spoil them with daily feasts, lest they become overweight. Second, they felt it was only fair to allow Lu Qi to experience their culinary skills. Lu Qi welcomed the reprieve and strolled to the kitchen door, where he beheld the exquisite silhouettes of the two beautiful sisters. One donned a short skirt, her long legs elegantly straight and her figure alluringly curvaceous. The other wore shorts, her legs smooth and rounded, with a full and voluptuous form. Lu Qi approached, embracing the sister in the short skirt from behind. Lu Qi, what brings you here? Chen Qiya, no longer shy before Chen Jinyu, turned and smiled warmly at him. I came to see what my darling is preparing for me. He drew closer to Chen Qiya, planting a gentle kiss on her fair and delicate visage. All right, you go wait outside. Chen Qiya playfully swayed her hips. Were it not for Chen Jinyu's presence, Lu Qi would have taken the opportunity to educate his enchanting girlfriend on the perils of swaying so provocatively in a short skirt. Noticing Chen Jinyu's disapproving glance, Lu Qi made his exit from the kitchen. Dinner was a leisurely and pleasant affair. After the meal, Lu Qi leaned in to whisper sweet nothings into Chen Qiya's ear. Upon hearing his words, her flawless face blushed instantly. She instinctively glanced in Chen Jinyu's direction, and upon seeing her sister had wandered off, she shyly remarked. You rascal, you're so full of energy. Lu Qi embraced Chen Qia's graceful form and affectionately remarked, Darling, who instructed you to wear such a short skirt today? You look stunning. You rascal, always picking on me. Chen Qia's adoration for her boyfriend was palpable, as she often acquiesced to his wishes. Thus, while Chen Jinyu was occupied with her bath, Chen Qia's followed Lu Qi to the upper deck, where under the moonlight, she fulfilled his desires. That night, Chen Qia's drifted into a slumber imbued with shyness and happiness. Uncertain of how long she had slept, she was roused by a sound akin to knocking on the door. Subconsciously, she assumed Lu Qi had come to seek her out. This scoundrel, not even allowing me peace in the middle of the night. Chen Qia's mused in a dreamy haze. However, upon rising to open the door, she found no one outside. Yet, the knocking persisted. In an instant, a sense of fear gripped Chen Qia's. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Chen Jinyu experienced a similar situation. Believing that Lu Qi was knocking on her door, should she open it? After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately decided to reveal the door. However, upon doing so, she was met not with Lu Qi but with Chen Qia's. Chen Jinyu sighed in relief. Qia's, was it you knocking? Just as she was about to inquire further, a series of dull thuds echoed throughout the vessel. The sound seemed to emanate from outside the deck. Cousin, it seems something is out there. Chen Qia's, feeling frightened, grasped Chen Jinyu's hand. Fear not, let us seek out Lu Qi. Chen Jinyu, possessing a bit more courage, led Chen Qia's in search of him. Yet, Lu Qi's door stood ajar, and he was nowhere to be found. It appeared he had already ventured out. Together, they proceeded towards the outer deck. Thud. As they stepped outside, the knocking intensified, resembling a rhythmic drumming. At that moment, Lu Qi stood on the deck, a monitor in hand. Darling, Sister Jinyu, have we disturbed your slumber? He glanced up at the two women, nearly overwhelmed by the sight before him. Both were clad in delightfully revealing camisole nightgowns, creating an alluring tableau. Lu, what has transpired? The Chen sisters, now focused on the peculiar knocking sound, were oblivious to their own attire. A gigantic manta ray is resting beneath our yacht. Lu Qi presented the footage captured by the yacht's undersea surveillance to the two women, equipped with an array of cameras encircling the vessel. As they peered at the screen, the infrared camera revealed a fish as large as a carpet, lounging alongside the yacht. The strange knocking sound was indeed the result of this creature striking the hull. Manta rays, also known as devil rays, exhibit a swimming style reminiscent of a bat in flight, hence their alternate name. They possess four primary characteristics. Firstly, the manta ray possesses an imposing physique, reaching lengths of up to 5 meters and widths of 8 meters, with a staggering weight of 3,000 kilograms. Its strength is formidable, deterring even sharks from launching attacks. Secondly, unlike other fish species, manta rays exhibit ovoviviparity. This means that their eggs develop internally into juvenile manta rays, which are then born alive. This reproductive method is quite rare among fish. Each manta ray typically gives birth to only one offspring, which, upon arrival, measures 1 meter in length and weighs between 30 to 40 kilograms. The third remarkable feature is their ability to glide. They execute a graceful upward spiral in the water, leaping out of the sea, and then soar through the air at heights exceeding 1 meter, resembling a grand flying carpet. The fourth characteristic is their peculiar behavior. Some manta rays deliberately dive beneath boats, using their immense pectoral fins to slap against the hull, startling those aboard. In ancient times, fishermen, unaware of the creature's nature, mistook this for the work of demons, which is one of the origins of the name Devil Ray. At this moment, Lu Qi and his companions found themselves in such a scenario. A massive manta ray rested beneath their yacht, thrashing its enormous body against the vessel, producing a series of resounding thuds. Upon realizing that it was merely a devil ray playing tricks, Chen Xiuya and Chen Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief, having initially feared they were encountering pirates. What should we do now? Chen Xiuya inquired. If the devil ray continued its antics beneath the hull, they would have no chance of sleep for the remainder of the night. Since it has come to us, it would be remiss not to fish for it. Lu Qi replied with a smile, instructing, please refrain from standing on the deck. The strength of a devil ray's wings is immense, capable of causing serious harm. It can also leap and spin, so standing on the deck poses a risk. Hearing of the potential danger posed by the devil ray, Chen Xiuya felt a pang of concern for Lu Qi's safety. Perhaps we should reconsider fishing? Rest assured, unless it can truly fly, I am not in peril. Lu Qi responded with a confident smile. Chen Xiuya, having an almost blind trust in Lu Qi, ceased her objections upon witnessing his self-assurance. Just be cautious, Chen Jinyu gently reminded him. The two women retreated into the yacht's passageway, watching Lu Qi from there as he began assembling his fishing rod. In truth, Lu Qi felt uncertain about catching this devil ray due to its sheer size, likely weighing between 600 to 700 pounds. Once the rod was assembled, Lu Qi remotely activated the yacht, maneuvering it to detach the devil ray from the boat's underside. After establishing a safe distance, he commenced lowering the bait into the water. As the bait sank to the level where the devil ray resided, he turned the yacht to approach its position. When the yacht sailed over the devil ray, several smaller fish swam past it, yet the devil ray refrained from attacking them. It appeared that the information he had studied was indeed accurate, and Lu Qi recalled the material he had previously perused regarding the devil ray. Although the creature known as the devil ray has a rather fearsome name, it is, in fact, a gentle species, provided it is not provoked. Its diet primarily consists of plankton and small fish. Gracefully, it glides through the ocean, slowly flapping its grand wings while using its pectoral fins and fleshy appendages to guide tiny organisms into its wide mouth. Hence, it is imperative to cast the bait directly near its mouth. Consequently, Lu Qi adjusted the yacht's direction and reduced its speed. After a couple of minutes, several small fish meandered past the devil ray. As the ray flapped its large wings, one of the small fish was swept into its expansive mouth by the current. At that moment, as the devil ray continued its movement, the hook pierced its mouth. In pain, the devil ray instinctively sought refuge in the depths of the ocean. The fishing line hissed as it was swiftly pulled out, prompting Lu Qi to adjust the brake to 24 kilograms, although it appeared to have little effect. After more than 300 meters of line had been released, the devil ray, realizing it could not escape the bothersome line, altered its course and swam towards the surface. Upon nearing the surface, the devil ray began to spiral upwards, eventually leaping out of the water and continuing its rotation in midair. The sheer torque generated by its several hundred pounds of weight was astonishing, causing the fishing line to snap under the immense strain. With a resounding crash, the devil ray's massive body splashed back into the sea, sending waves crashing around it. Remarkably, after freeing itself from the line, the devil ray did not immediately flee but instead repeatedly leapt from the water, gliding through the air as if mocking the human who had attempted to catch it. Could it be that a fish was mocking him? Lu Qi found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet, he could not deny that a mature devil ray is exceptionally difficult to catch. Its spiraling ascent easily twists both the hook and the line. I shall return when my fishing skills reach level 10, he thought as he watched the devil ray vanish from the system's detection range. All right, the devil ray has escaped. You two should head back to sleep, Lu Qi remarked to the two women. Surprisingly, Chun Xiuya felt a sense of relief that the devil ray had eluded capture, as she had just learned that its tail spine is venomous. If such a large devil ray were to be brought aboard, it could pose a potential danger. Chun Xiuya was about to bid Lu Qi goodnight when she noticed he was staring intently at her. Looking down, her face flushed instantly. She had been resting in a rather revealing camisole, which did little to conceal her figure. If it were just her, she would have brushed it off, having already been candid with Lu Qi several times. However, Chun Jinyu was similarly attired in a light camisole. Lu, don't look. Chun Xiuya shot Lu Qi a glare. Ahem. Lu Qi cleared his throat and slowly turned away. Chun Jinyu then realized her attire was indeed inappropriate, feeling embarrassed that this mischievous boy had seen her. She covered her neckline and shot a playful glare at Lu Qi's back. Cousin, let us sleep together tonight. Still shaken by the earlier encounter with the devil ray, Chun Xiuya suggested sharing a room with Chun Jinyu, fearing that the devil ray might return to play tricks in the middle of the night. All right. Chun Jinyu naturally acquiesced to Chun Xiuyi's modest request. The two stunning beauties shared a bed. However, Lu Qi remained oblivious to this arrangement. 20 minutes later, assuming that Chun Jinyu had drifted into slumber, he quietly exited the room. Having just witnessed such breathtaking beauty, how could he possibly sleep without indulging in some intimate moments with his girlfriend? He chuckled softly. Hey, darling, I'm here. He discreetly opened Chun Xiuyi's door, which was thankfully unlocked, and stealthily slipped inside. In the darkness, his hands found a soft figure, which he embraced tenderly, planting gentle kisses. After a few seconds, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The fragrance was off. The proportions were wrong. This realization sent a chill down Lu Qi's spine. Oh no, he had made a grave mistake. Chapter 120. A grave mistake. Recognizing the distinct scent and sensation, Lu Qi realized he had landed himself in serious trouble. The person he was kissing was not Chun Xiuyi, but rather Chun Jinyu. He reached out to the side and confirmed the presence of another person. What a disaster. How could Jinyu be in Xiuyi's room? Lu Qi's nerves were on edge. Fortunately, Chun Jinyu remained asleep, undisturbed, while Chun Xiuyi also slumbered peacefully. He cautiously adjusted Chun Jinyu's strap and tiptoed away. Once outside the room, he securely closed the door, allowing the tension in his heart to finally ease. Thank goodness he had not been discovered, otherwise it would have been disastrous. Reflecting on the earlier events, Lu Qi still felt a lingering apprehension. He was grateful that he and Chun Xiuyi had not taken things further. Otherwise, his reckless actions would have led to even more severe consequences. Meanwhile, in Chun Xiuyi's dimly lit room, Chun Jinyu trembled as her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. Had the lights been turned on, one would have seen her cheeks flushed crimson. Indeed, Chen Jinyu had already awakened. Just as she had fallen asleep, Lu Qi's kiss had roused her. The moment had left her feeling incredibly anxious. She realized that Lu Qi must have mistaken her for Chen Xiui. To avoid an awkward situation, she chose to remain silent and feign sleep, planning to alert him if he had not recognized the error within a minute. Fortunately, it took only a few seconds for Lu Qi to cease his actions, likely realizing she was not Chen Xiui, and he quietly departed. Did this fellow always regard Xiui as a midnight snack? As she recalled Lu Qi's earlier behavior, Chen Jinyu bit her crimson lip, her eyes glimmering with a blend of shyness and allure. The following morning, Lu Qi deliberately rose later than usual. In his room, he monitored the yacht's communal areas through his tablet, keenly observing Chen Xiui and Chen Jinyu's movements. After they awoke, the two entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. From their expressions and actions, Lu Qi detected no irregularities, which allowed him to fully relax. Exiting his room, he encountered Chen Jinyu. "Good morning, Jinyu." "Good morning." Chen Jinyu greeted him with a gracious nod. Both pretended to be completely nonchalant, though their hearts raced a few beats faster. After breakfast, Lu Qi activated the yacht and embarked on a quest to catch fish. He first sought his fortune in the shallow waters near an uninhabited island. Within half an hour, he encountered a few grouper. Employing the jigging technique, he successfully reeled in several catches. "Ding, you have caught a red grouper, experience points 700. "Ding, congratulations, master. You have unlocked a new fish species. Red grouper, experience points 500. Collect grouper task, progress 710. "Ding, you have caught a red-spotted grouper, experience points 600. "Ding, congratulations. Master, you have unlocked a new fish species. Red-spotted grouper, experience points 500. Collect grouper task, progress 810. In that very spot, Lu Qi unlocked 2 new types of grouper. With only 2 more species required, he was on the verge of completing the special task of collecting 10 types of grouper. The waters of the southern islands were abundant with fish resources, and after another half hour, Lu Qi caught a different variety of grouper. "Ding, you have caught a West Star grouper, experience points 600. "Ding, congratulations, master, you have unlocked a new fish species. West Star grouper, experience points 500, collect grouper task. Progress 910. Having unlocked the West Star grouper, he now only needed one final type. However, this last species proved elusive. Lu Qi continued his search in the shallow waters for over 3 hours, but all he caught were already unlocked grouper. Realizing that the shallow waters yielded no new discoveries, he turned the boat towards the deep sea, in pursuit of the southern bluefin tuna. The southern bluefin tuna in the Huaxiao waters were scarce, and Lu Qi was uncertain of his chances of finding one. After all, his detection range was limited to 500 meters. And even if he searched tirelessly for days and nights, he could not thoroughly explore an entire area of the ocean, especially since the fish were constantly on the move. After several hours of fruitless searching, Lu Qi had yet to spot a southern bluefin tuna, but he did encounter 2 deep-sea longtail sharks. The longtail shark, known for its remarkably long tail that accounts for 1/3 of its body length, utilizes this appendage to stun its prey. As the afternoon approached, and with no significant catches to show for his efforts, Lu Qi could no longer resist the urge to try his luck. Although these longtail sharks likely weighed around 500 to 600 pounds, and his current gear might not suffice, he decided to give it a shot. He employed fresh chunks of fish as bait and lowered it to a depth of 100 meters, using the yacht to drag the bait, enticing the longtail sharks to strike. True to their predatory nature, the sharks responded to the scent of blood, becoming agitated and rushing towards the bait. One of the longtail sharks seized a chunk of fish. With a vigorous pull, the powerful longtail shark quickly pulled out over 300 meters of fishing line within just a minute. Fortunately, the shark did not flee in a single direction, allowing Lu Qi a chance to retrieve some of the line. However, the strength of the longtail shark was formidable. The 24 kilograms resistance had little effect on it. 5 minutes later, over 600 meters of line had been drawn out, adding the 100 meters from the initial bait drop. Only a few dozen meters of line remained on the spool. Lu Qi instructed Chen Qiuya to steer the yacht towards the direction in which the longtail shark was fleeing, striving to preserve the last few meters of fishing line. However, the longtail shark was darting towards the depths of the ocean, where the water exceeded 1,000 meters. Ultimately, all the fishing line was pulled out, leaving the reel empty. With a loud crack, the fishing rod succumbed to the relentless force that followed. Gazing at the broken rod, Lu Qi could only smile wryly and shake his head. With the previous night's loss to the giant devilfish, this marked his second consecutive defeat. It seemed prudent to refrain from provoking creatures weighing over 500 pounds, lest he suffer further humiliation. Unable to catch the longtail shark, Lu Qi had no choice but to seek out tuna instead. Yet, despite his efforts, he found no southern bluefin tuna until nightfall. In fact, it had been the least fruitful day of fishing since he had begun. Unwilling to concede defeat, he attempted a novel approach after dinner, activating the powerful searchlights aboard the yacht to illuminate the waters on either side. Indeed, the yacht was equipped with high-powered spotlights. The light from the spotlights would attract small fish with phototactic tendencies, which in turn could entice larger fish to feast upon them. This was why tuna were often caught near offshore oil platforms, where the enormous flames at night drew in numerous small fish, and naturally, larger fish would follow to hunt. Remarkably, this method proved effective. An hour later, a multitude of small fish gathered around the yacht. After more than 2 hours, several tuna entered the detection range of the system. From their appearance, they were indeed the southern bluefin tuna Lucci had been desperately pursuing. Several tuna were swimming in the sea, chasing the small fish lured by the searchlights. Lucci selected the largest among them, employing a jigging technique to catch it. He cast the metal lure into the fray of the pursued small fish. As Lucci reeled in and lifted the rod, the lure danced like a small fish, evading capture. However, the ocean was teeming with potential prey, and despite 3 successive casts, the southern bluefin tuna remained uninterested in the metal lure. It was only on the 4th cast that the tuna shot out like a rocket, engulfing the lure in one swift motion. The hook pierced the tuna's mouth. With a painful hiss, the tuna began its retreat into the deep sea, relentlessly pulling line from the reel. Within a minute, over 200 meters of line had been drawn out. After a grueling 20-minute struggle, Lucci successfully brought the tuna alongside the yacht, utilizing the fishing mechanical arm to secure it aboard. With a triumphant chime, the message appeared. "Congratulations, Master. You have caught a southern bluefin tuna weighing 180 pounds, earning 10,000 experience points." Another notification followed. "Congratulations, Master. You have unlocked a new species, the southern bluefin tuna, earning 500 experience points." The task of collecting tuna had reached the halfway mark with this catch. Thus far, Lucci had successfully fished all 4 varieties of tuna available in the waters of Huaxia: the big-eye tuna, the yellowfin tuna, the skipjack tuna, and the southern bluefin tuna. Continuing his endeavor, Lucci illuminated the surface of the sea with a searchlight, subsequently reeling in 3 more southern bluefin tuna. By the time he concluded his efforts, the clock had already struck 11 at night. Chen Qiya and Chun Jinyu had remained by his side throughout the evening. "You 2 lovely ladies can head back now to bathe and rest," Lucci chuckled, addressing them. "Good night, Chi," they replied in unison, retreating to their respective rooms. After tidying up his fishing gear, Lucci made his way back as well. As he passed Chen Qiya's room, his keen hearing detected the gentle sound of water splashing. Surely tonight would be memorable. A sly smile crept across Lucci's lips as he turned the doorknob to Chen Qiya's room. Excellent. The door was not locked. Inside the bathroom, Chen Qiya stood beneath the shower, warm water cascading over her long hair and gliding down her flawless figure. Suddenly, she shivered as someone embraced her from behind. Wiping the water from her face, she turned to see her assailant. Who else but her mischievous husband? "Darling, I'm in the middle of my bath," Chen Qiya exclaimed, her perfect complexion blushing a delicate hue, her eyes sparkling with both shyness and allure. "Hee, I want to bathe with my sweetheart." Lucci grinned wickedly, shedding his garments. Chen Qiya found herself utterly enchanted by her boyfriend, unable to refuse any of his requests. Thus she bashfully acquiesced to their first shared bath. The previous night, due to Chun Jinyu's presence, Lucci had only indulged in a light supper. But tonight he relished a hearty meal to his heart's content. Suddenly, a loud knock interrupted their intimate moment. It was Chun Jinyu. Chen Qiya's heart raced with anxiety. "Auntie, is something the matter?" she called out through the door. "Qiya, your aunt wishes to sleep with you tonight, may I?" came Chun Jinyu's voice from outside. While Chen Qiya conversed with her aunt, Lucci remained undeterred. Biting her lip, Chen Qiya struggled to keep her voice steady as she replied, "Auntie, could you come back later? I'm currently in the shower." "Oh, all right," came the distant footsteps as they faded away. Chen Qiya pulled Lucci up, her cheeks flushed. "All right, darling, you should go back now. Annie will be here soon." Lucci felt a twinge of disappointment. Had it not been for Chun Jinyu's interruption, he and Qiya might have enjoyed a delightful evening together. "Beware, Auntie, for you may ruin my plans tonight," he thought bitterly, though he knew better than to act upon such thoughts. A few minutes later, Lucci returned to his room, while Chun Jinyu entered Chun Qiya's room. "Aunt, what made you want to sleep with me tonight?" Chun Qiya inquired of Chun Jinyu. "Last night, it was out of fear that she had asked Chun Jinyu to sleep beside her. I found that sleeping while embracing Qiya is just as comfortable as sleeping next to Xiaojing," Chun Jinyu replied with a smile as she wrapped her arms around Chun Qiya. Thus, the 2 women fell asleep in each other's embrace. In truth, Chun Jinyu was uncertain why she sought Chun Qiya's company again this evening. Logically, after what transpired last night, she should have avoided sharing a bed with Chun Qiya to prevent Lucci from mistaking her for Chun Qiya once more. "I simply want to sleep with Qiya because it feels pleasant to hold her," Chen Jinyu rationalized within her mind. Yet, subconsciously, she opted to sleep on the side closer to the door, clad only in a cool camisole, without even wearing fitted pants, her full curves facing the entrance. The night was serene. However, at 2 in the morning, Chen Jinyu still found herself awake. Deep down, it seemed she hoped for a certain misunderstanding to unfold once more. Yet, the unexpected did not occur. The following day, Lu Qi ventured to shallow waters in search of grouper fish, aiming to complete his task of collecting them that day. Fortune smiled upon him, for after 2 hours, he unlocked a new type of grouper. Ding, caught 1 Thai star grouper, experience points 600. Congratulations, master. For unlocking the new fish species Thai star grouper, experience points 500. With this, Lu Qi had successfully caught 10 varieties of grouper. Eastern star grouper, swallowtail grouper, tiger grouper, mouse grouper, green grouper, dragon grouper, sea red grouper, western star grouper, red melon seed grouper, and Thai star grouper. The system promptly awarded him for completing the grouper collection task. Congratulations, master. On completing the grouper collection task, you have received an SSS business opportunity fragment. Lu Qi paused for a moment upon hearing this. An SSS level business opportunity fragment? It could be operated in this manner. System. How many fragments are needed to assemble a complete business opportunity? Lu Qi inquired. 4 business opportunity fragments can be combined into 1 complete business opportunity. The system replied. All right. Although this method of reward left him somewhat speechless, an SSS-level business opportunity was after all the highest grade offered by the system. So Lu Qi decided not to dwell on it. Thus, all objectives of this sea fishing expedition were successfully achieved. Under the system's anti-addiction requirements, Lu Qi began his journey back. On the return trip, he opened the mysterious gift box he had acquired 2 days prior. Since he would be traveling around the world to fish, not having a private jet would pose considerable inconvenience. Therefore, before opening the gift box, he wished for a private plane. Ding, mysterious gift box is opening. Ding, congratulations, master, you have received a private jet valued at 1.5 billion renminbi. The system was remarkably powerful, and Lu Qi was pleased to receive a luxurious private jet as he had wished. Upon returning to Lingnan, both Lu Qi and Chen Qiya received an invitation to their alma mater's anniversary celebration. Lingnan High School was celebrating its 80th anniversary and was inviting distinguished alumni from various fields to return. As major stakeholders in chemie biology, Lu Qi and Chen Qiya naturally became key invitees. Chapter 122, Donation for the School Anniversary. The principal of Lingnan Middle School, along with several esteemed teachers, visited Shiwa Biotechnology Company to extend an invitation to Chun Xiuya and Lu Qihui to attend the school's 80th anniversary celebration. Chun Xiuya personally welcomed the group of educators. Mr. Chun, you truly are the pride of Lingnan Middle School. It is our fortune to have produced an outstanding entrepreneur like you. Principal Luo Kai led the flattery, with the teachers eagerly joining in. Chun Xiuya was no stranger to such scenes, having received a similar invitation from Principal Luo Kai last year. However, the compliments this year were noticeably more exuberant and sycophantic. After all, Shiwa Biotechnology had transformed from a modest company into a provincial star enterprise within a year. And as its founder, Chun Xiuya had ascended to the status of a billionaire. Previously, the principal of No. 2 Middle School would boast about the numerous entrepreneurs among their alumni, but now, with one alumni, Chun Xiuya, and another, Lu Qihui, we surpass all of their entrepreneurial alumni combined. Luo Kai continued to lavish praise. Lingnan City is home to 2 key secondary schools, Lingnan Middle School and Lingnan No. 2 Middle School. While Lingnan Middle School boasts a longer history, No. 2 has rapidly improved in recent years, with its admission rates nearing parity with Lingnan Middle School. Chun Xiuya's father, Chen Funan, is an alumnus of No. 2 Middle School. At the 40th anniversary celebration of No. 2, alumni donations reached 30 million yuan, a fact that the principal flaunted for 2 years. I believe our 80th anniversary celebration will surely garner donations that exceed those of No. 2's 40th anniversary. Upon hearing Principal Luo Kai's words, Chun Xiuya understood that the earlier compliments were merely a prelude. Luo Kai continued, unfortunately, the initial willingness to donate among the invited alumni amounts to only around 10 million yuan, which falls significantly short of 30 million. In truth, receiving over 10 million yuan in donations for a school anniversary is already considerable. The reason No. 2 garnered 30 million for their 40th anniversary was largely due to a 10 million yuan donation from both Chen Funan and another entrepreneur, Mr. Chun, as a century-old institution. If our 80th anniversary donations do not surpass those of No. 2's 40th, it would leave an impression that Lingnan Middle School is inferior, Luo Kai lamented. Another director chimed in, Principal Luo, with so many outstanding alumni from Lingnan Middle School, including exceptional entrepreneurs like Chun Xiuya and Lu Qihui, I am confident that our total donations will ultimately exceed those of No. 2. The principal and director harmonized in their sentiments. essentially hoping for a substantial donation from Qinshuya. Qinshuya chose not to respond immediately and temporarily excused herself to call Lu Qihui. Are they asking us for donations? Yes, and they are hoping for a significant amount, ideally over 10 million. All right, darling, I will head to the company now. You can leave this matter to me. Honey, how much do you plan to donate? Let us see. Perhaps we will donate, or perhaps we want tea. Lu Qihui briefly conversed with Qinshuya over the phone before driving to Shiwa Biotechnology Company. Boss Lu. Upon encountering Lu Qi, Principal Luo Kai was visibly excited, shaking his hand as if he were greeting a benefactor. At last, I have the honor of meeting the most outstanding alumnus of Lingnan High School in a century. Luo Kai's opening remarks were nothing short of extravagant flattery. Lu Qi, being the largest shareholder of Shimi Biological Company, is expected to earn billions in the coming year, a fact that is no secret in Lingnan City. In Luo Kai's eyes, Lu Qi is akin to a walking treasury. Mr. Lu, in just a week, we will celebrate our alma mater's 80th anniversary. However, the current situation regarding alumni donations is rather bleak, falling short by a staggering 20 million compared to the 40th anniversary of number 2 high school. I hope you can lend a helping hand to our school. Luo Kai implored. You are the last hope for Lingnan High School. Surely, you wouldn't want others to claim that we are inferior to number 2 high school, would you? Initially, Lu Qi remained silent, observing Luo Kai's performance. Only after hearing this did he respond coolly, as far as I know. The donations for the centennial celebration of the nation's top university, Yin University, were not as high as those for several other institutions like Han University. Principal Luo, can you truly say that Yin University is inferior to Han University? Of course not. Yin University is recognized as the pinnacle of higher education in Huaxia, Luo Kai replied. Then why, Principal Luo, are you so fixated on whether alumni donations exceed those of number 2 high school? Lu Qi inquired calmly. Oh, I am merely considering the pride of our fellow alumni. Luo Kai explained with a smile. Moreover, the more donations we receive, the better our school's development. With no 2 high schools' current momentum, it largely correlates with their alumni contributions. As principal, I certainly do not wish for our school to be surpassed by them. Principal Luo, I understand your sentiments. Rest assured, I shall present a grand gift to our alma mater for the anniversary. You may await the news, Lu Qi assured. Upon hearing this, Luo Kai and the others were filled with joy, leaving with beaming smiles. Darling, what grand gift will you bestow upon our alma mater? Qinshuya asked Lu Qi. She knew him too well, understanding that his notion of a grand gift was far from a mere substantial donation. My dear, do you think Luo Kai is a good principal? Lu Qi queried. Qinshuya replied. When I returned for last year's anniversary, it seemed the teachers had some grievances against Luo Kai. Lu Qi remarked. Though I sense that Luo Kai may not be a commendable principal, we must rely on evidence. I intend to invite my second-year homeroom teacher, Teacher Ning Yuan, for a discussion. Ning Yuan was Lu Qi's most respected high school teacher, known for his integrity and kindness. And Lu Qi had long kept his phone number saved. Hello, the number you have dialed is not in service. The call could not be connected. Teacher Ning Yuan must have changed his phone number. Therefore, Lu Qi decided to drive directly to the community where Ning Yuan resided. He had visited Ning Yuan's home twice before, but was uncertain whether the teacher had moved. Knock knock. After a while, a gray-haired woman emerged, scrutinizing Lu Qi with a hint of wariness. Who are you looking for? She asked. Upon closer inspection, Lu Qi realized that this gray-haired woman was, in fact, Teacher Ning Yuan's wife. He had always remembered Ning Yuan's wife as being in her mid-30s, appearing quite youthful. Only 7 or 8 years have passed. Yet how is it that one's hair has turned gray? Teacher's wife, I am a student of Mr. Ning Yuan, named Lu Qi. Do you remember me? Lu Qi said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan's wife recalled with care, recognizing the resemblance to a student her husband had once held in high regard. Lu Qi is it? Please, come in and take a seat. Shen Qinglian promptly invited Lu Qi into the room. Teacher's wife, is Mr. Ning at home? Lu Qi inquired after settling down. As Shen Qinglian poured water, her hands trembled noticeably. She placed the cup before Lu Qi and slowly replied, he is in prison. Chapter 123. Misunderstanding Mr. Ning is in prison? Upon receiving this shocking news, Lu Qi was taken aback and quickly asked, Teacher's wife, what crime has he committed? Shen Qinglian lowered her head, appearing despondent, and after a long pause, she said, he was arrested 2 years ago for allegedly misbehaving with a female student. What? Lu Qi could hardly believe his ears. In his memory, Mr. Ning was a man of utmost integrity and kindness, treating all students equally, regardless of their backgrounds. He had always been the most respected teacher during Lu Qi's schooling. Now, to hear that Mr. Ning was imprisoned for such a charge was utterly inconceivable. Lu Qi, do you believe your teacher would do such a thing? Shen Qinglian looked up at Lu Qi, her gaze resembling that of an isolated soul yearning for affirmation. Could there be more to the story behind Mr. Ning's imprisonment? Lu Qi shook his head and replied earnestly, "To be honest, I find it difficult to believe that my teacher would act in such a manner, for in my eyes, he is a person of unwavering righteousness and goodness." Upon hearing Lu Qi's assessment, Shen Qinglian, who had been downcast, became somewhat animated. "I too cannot believe he would do such a thing. Moreover, he has always claimed he is innocent and has been wronged. Teacher's wife, please share the details with me." Sensing the shift in Shen Qinglian's emotions, Lu Qi felt there must be deeper circumstances at play and inquired about the specifics of the incident. "Your teacher has a habit of offering free tutoring to students who struggle academically during holidays," Shen Qinglian began. Lu Qi was aware of this, as there had been 3 underperforming students in their class who had significantly improved their grades thanks to Mr. Ning's holiday tutoring. "Over the years, your teacher has assisted numerous students through this means. However, 2 years ago, one of the girls he tutored reported him, claiming he had taken advantage of her." As Shen Qinglian recounted the events, Lu Qi learned the entire sequence of occurrences. Following the girl's report, Mr. Ning was arrested. After an investigation, he was found guilty and sentenced to 5 years in prison. "Lu Qi, I know your teacher's character well. He could not have committed such an act. That girl is lying," Shen Qinglian exclaimed passionately. "Teacher's wife, if it were merely the falsehood of one girl, Mr. Ning would not have been convicted. Is there anything else involved?" Lu Qi asked. "That girl was likely manipulated by Principal Luo Kai. Your teacher had previously penned several letters to the relevant authorities, voicing concerns regarding Luo Kai, and was privately threatened by him. This miscarriage of justice concerning your teacher was likely orchestrated by Luo Kai himself." As she spoke, Shen Qinglian's eyes brimmed with tears. Over the past 2 years, she had exhausted every conceivable avenue to exonerate her husband. Her hair now turned gray from the strain. Yet all her efforts proved futile. "What issues does Principal Luo have? Why did the teachers write to the authorities?" Lu Qi inquired. Shen Qinglian recounted the numerous problems associated with Luo Kai, particularly concerning the funding for campus construction and other various matters. "Your teacher was imprisoned precisely because he raised these issues," Shen Qinglian exclaimed in indignation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi furrowed his brow. It appeared that Teacher Ning might indeed be a victim of a conspiracy. "Aunt, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it turns out that the teacher has been wronged, I will ensure he receives justice." Lu Qi vowed earnestly. "It's futile," Shen Qinglian replied bitterly, shaking her head. "This case has become a closed book. I have sought justice in every possible way over the past 2 years, but to no avail." Her gaze reflected despair and the profound sorrow of a heart that has resigned itself to hopelessness. Unbeknownst to her, the young man before her wielded considerable influence in Lingnan. Just his position as the owner of Shimi Biological Company would compel the local authorities to take this case seriously. Yet the crux of the matter lay with that young woman. As long as she remained steadfast in her statement, even a reinvestigation would struggle to overturn the verdict. "Aunt, please take care of yourself," Lu Qi urged, noting the gray in her hair, a testament to her relentless pursuit of justice. "Thank you for trusting in old Ning," Shen Qinglian replied. Though her hopes for a reversal had dimmed, she still appreciated Lu Qi's belief in her husband. "I must take my leave now." After departing from the Ning family home, Lu Qi proceeded to the prison. Inside, he encountered Teacher Ning, who appeared disheveled and listless, a stark contrast to the vibrant, positive figure Lu Qi remembered. Clearly, the weight of this ordeal had taken a significant toll on him. "You are Lu Qi?" Ning was taken aback to see one of his former students. Although he had taught many and assisted numerous individuals, only a few had come to visit him in the past 2 years. In fact, not only students, but even some relatives were eager to dissociate themselves from him. "A convict. Teacher Ning, I heard from Aunt that you have been wronged. Could you share your story with me?" Lu Qi asked gently. "Huh. I've been imprisoned for 2 years. What more is there to say?" Ning replied with a self-deprecating smile, his tone laced with bitterness. "But teacher, I firmly believe you would never commit such an act," Lu Qi asserted earnestly. At these words, Ning's body trembled slightly, his gaze fixated on Lu Qi, his voice quivering. "Do you truly believe in me?" "Of course," Lu Qi responded calmly and confidently. "Teacher, it won't be long before I restore your honor." He then inquired about the information regarding the girl from that fateful year before taking his leave from the prison. Gazing at Lu Qi's departing silhouette, Ning Yuan's heart, which had long resigned itself to fate, rekindled a flicker of hope. Though he could not fathom the source of Lu Qi's confidence, he firmly believed in this student he once held in high regard. The girl who had reported the incident years ago was named Ma Xiaorong. Lu Qi had instructed Zhou Jiaming to investigate, discovering that Ma Xiaorong had not pursued higher education after graduating from high school. A year ago, she opened a massage parlor locally, assuming the role of proprietress. It was hard to believe that a girl of modest origins could amass such wealth so soon after graduation to establish a business. Surely, there must be some hidden agenda. Without hesitation, Lu Qi drove to the massage parlor. "Sir, which therapist would you like?" The manager, dressed in a cheap how and smiling, inquired as they showcased the establishment's offerings within the elegantly adorned rooms. I would like your proprietress to provide my massage, Lucci stated. Apologies, but our proprietress does not attend to clients, the manager replied, slightly flustered. Is this sufficient? Lucci opened his travel case, revealing a dazzling array of red banknotes, amounting to at least $1 million. The manager's eyelids fluttered in surprise, quickly altering her response. Please wait a moment. I will inform our proprietress. At that moment, Ma Xiaorong was in her office, engrossed in her phone, when she learned that a young man had arrived with $1 million in cash, specifically requesting her services. A sense of pride welled within her. It seemed her allure had grown significantly. However, she found it peculiar that this young man, who had never been a patron before, somehow knew of her captivating presence. Though slightly bewildered, she swayed her hips and adorned herself extravagantly as she made her way to Lucci's room. Upon encountering him, her heart leaped with delight. He was indeed quite handsome, in contrast to the corpulent, balding, and greasy patrons she usually entertained. She was far more inclined to serve a wealthy young man. Hello, I'm the proprietress here. I understand you specifically requested my services? Ma Xiaorong smiled, her gaze laced with flirtation. You are Ma Xiaorong, correct? Lucci inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, but everyone calls me Sister Rong. May I ask how to address you, handsome? She responded with a smile. Lucci quietly scrutinized Ma Xiaorong before him. To his knowledge, she was merely 20 years old. Yet, the Ma Xiaorong he observed now was adorned in garish attire, exuding a maturity akin to that of a woman in her late 20s. Noticing Lucci's silence, Ma Xiaorong assumed he was hesitant to reveal his identity. She leaned closer, her demeanor coy. What kind of services are you seeking, handsome? It was evident that this establishment was far from reputable. Lucci withdrew his hand from her embrace and coolly asked, Do you know a teacher by the name of Ning Yuan? Upon hearing Ning Yuan's name, Ma Xiaorong's heart skipped a beat, and she feigned composure, replying, I do not know this person. 2 years ago, you reported that Ning Yuan had exploited you. Have you forgotten so quickly? Lucci remarked with a cold smile. In that instant, Ma Xiaorong realized that the young man before her had no intention of seeking services. Young man, if you do not require my services, I shall take my leave, Ma Xiaorong said, suppressing her smile as she stood up. Lucci opened a briefcase filled with cash and calmly remarked, As long as you truthfully disclose the events concerning teacher Ning Yuan from 2 years ago, this 1 million is yours. The sight of the stacks of 100 yuan bills stirred Ma Xiaorong's heart, yet she was acutely aware that she could not accept such money. That scoundrel Ning Yuan has already faced legal repercussions. I wish not to revisit this nightmare. With that, she attempted to exit. Ma Xiaorong's reaction was anticipated by Lucci. 1 million could not persuade her to speak, but he had other means at his disposal. An imperceptible black air dart silently struck Ma Xiaorong. Those affected by this black air would involuntarily reveal their misdeeds and guilty secrets. As Ma Xiaorong reached the door, she abruptly turned around, a look of shame on her face as she confessed to Lucci. In truth, teacher Ning Yuan did not exploit me. It was Principal Luo Kai who compelled me to act thus. Lucci activated his phone's camera and recorded her words. Teacher Ning Yuan is an excellent educator. I never wished to harm him, but Principal Luo Kai promised me 500,000 afterward and assured me that my brother could return to school. My brother had been expelled for fighting. Ma Xiaorong recounted in detail the events that led to her framing teacher Ning Yuan. The true mastermind behind the incident was none other than Principal Luo Kai. Lucci's anger grew with each revelation. Allowing someone like Luo Kai to serve as principal was a disgrace to Lingnan High School. Removing Luo Kai would be the finest gift to present to the alma mater on its anniversary. That very day, Lucci submitted the recorded video to the relevant authorities. Given Lucci's unique status, the issues raised garnered the attention of the leadership, prompting immediate action from the relevant departments, which led to Ma Xiaorong's arrest. Faced with the video evidence, she found herself unable to refute the claims and, under rigorous interrogation, disclosed the truth about her role in framing teacher Ning Yuan 2 years prior. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Lingnan High School, Luo Kai was still fantasizing about profiting from the upcoming 80th anniversary celebration, particularly by exploiting Lucci. Suddenly, several investigators burst into the office and swiftly apprehended him. What are you doing? I know your superiors. Luo Kai initially attempted to intimidate the officers by invoking his connections. Normally, they might have hesitated, but given the order from city leaders to investigate this case, they were undeterred. Luo Kai, you are implicated in multiple offenses. The law will impose severe penalties upon you. Without further ado, the investigators took him into custody. Luo Kai's demeanor shifted to panic, for he was acutely aware of the numerous problems he faced that could not withstand scrutiny. During the interrogation, Luo Kai eventually realized that his arrest stemmed from his role in framing a teacher 2 years prior. He could not comprehend why. After Ning Yuan had already served 2 years in prison and the case was considered a closed matter, it was suddenly being reopened. The issues surrounding Luo Kai extend far beyond merely implicating teacher Ning Yuan. Under the rigorous scrutiny of the Joint Investigation Team, a plethora of Luo Kai's unlawful activities have come to light, entangling several individuals in the process. In the ensuing days, Lingnan experienced what could be described as a minor earthquake, as numerous participants in the conspiracy against teacher Ning were also subjected to investigation. Lingnan Middle School undoubtedly became the focal point of this inquiry, with over half of the school's leadership being loyalists nurtured by Luo Kai, who were complicit in his illicit acts. Following this thorough rectification, Lingnan Middle School underwent a significant transformation, ushering in a cadre of truly capable individuals. After enduring 2 years of wrongful imprisonment, Ning Yuan was finally able to emerge from his confinement. Old Ning, my dear. At the prison gates, Ning Yuan embraced his wife, Shen Qinglian, in tears. Old Ning, it seems your case could be overturned thanks to your student, Lu Qi, Shen Qinglian remarked. That would indeed appear to be the case. Ning Yuan replied, filled with emotion. One of my students has truly made a remarkable impact. He understood well that his case had long been a foregone conclusion, and without the intervention of someone with considerable influence, it would never have been reopened. As the couple conversed, a luxury vehicle pulled up beside them, and Lu Qi stepped out. Teacher Ning, you are free at last. Lu Qi greeted with a smile. Thank you, Lu Qi. Ning Yuan grasped Lu Qi's hand firmly, overwhelmed with gratitude and pride for having such a student. Teacher, I merely did what a person with a sense of justice ought to do. Lu Qi replied with a gentle smile. I also have good news to share with you. What news? Both Ning Yuan and Shen Qinglian were intrigued. The relevant authorities have decided to appoint you as the new principal of Lingnan Middle School, Lu Qi announced. At this news, Ning Yuan was taken aback. He had just been released from prison and was to assume the role of principal almost immediately. The influence of this student was astonishing. However, Ning Yuan felt a sense of responsibility and believed he was not yet prepared for such a position, having been away from the school for 2 years. Teacher, this is a decision made by the relevant authorities, and everyone acknowledges your capabilities. Moreover, the current situation at your alma mater desperately requires someone like you to manage it. Lu Qi insisted. Very well, Ning Yuan conceded, eager to fulfill his aspirations. He had harbored many ideas for managing the school, and now he finally had the opportunity to put them into practice. Lu Qi, thank you. Ning Yuan once more clasped Lu Qi's hand, acutely aware that his selection as principal was not merely due to his own abilities, but significantly influenced by this remarkable student. In truth, Ning Yuan's assumption was correct, as Lu Qi had conveyed to the relevant authorities that he would not contribute a single cent to the school's anniversary celebration unless teacher Ning was appointed as principal. Under normal circumstances, the authorities might have dismissed Lu Qi's demands. However, given the chaotic state of Lingnan Middle School due to Luo Kai's mismanagement, there was an urgent need for a principled individual to lead, and Ning Yuan's character and skills were deemed quite suitable. Thus, the authorities readily acquiesced to appointing teacher Ning as principal. Author S. Note. I apologize for the recent sporadic updates. Wishing everyone a joyous spring festival. May the year of the tiger bring great fortune, and may all your beautiful aspirations come to fruition. Chapter 125, 2 Grand Gifts, the brightest star of the school anniversary. Lu Qi has brought Luo Kai to justice, purging Luo Kai's entourage and effecting a significant transformation within the management of Lingnan High School. This marks the first grand gift Lu Qi presents to the institution in celebration of its 80th anniversary. The second gift is set to be announced during the anniversary ceremony. On the third day after Ning Yuan assumed the role of principal, Lingnan High School celebrated its 80th birthday. On this momentous day, distinguished alumni representatives gathered from across the nation. There were venerable scientists in their twilight years, doctors recognized at the national level, leaders managing entire cities, and affluent entrepreneurs. Outstanding alumni from various fields congregated to celebrate their alma mater's birthday, walking along the red-carpeted path, greeted by the enthusiastic applause of current students. Among the illustrious alumni, the most striking figure was undoubtedly Chen Xiuya, the president of Shiwa Biological Company. Today, Chen Xiuya made a slight effort to adorn herself, donning an elegant red evening gown that exuded grace, sophistication, and unparalleled beauty. As she strode down the red carpet in her high heels, she appeared as if a goddess had descended, illuminating the campus with her radiance. Wow, that senior sister must be a fairy, she's stunning. Current students and even alumni were left in awe by Chen Xiuya's beauty and poise. Isn't she beautiful? That's my sister. Chen Xiaojing proudly declared to her classmates amidst the crowd. That's your sister? Her classmates were astonished by the Chen family's genetics, as Chen Xiaojing was already the school's belle, and they were taken aback by the unparalleled beauty of her sister. Now walking down the red carpet is senior brother Lu Qi. Under the host's introduction, Lu Qi stepped onto the red carpet. The host provided only a brief overview of Lu Qi's examination results, omitting other details at his request. In contrast to the commotion surrounding Chun Xiuya's entrance, Lu Qi's arrival was rather subdued. However, the teachers and leaders of the school knew that this seemingly ordinary young alumnus wielded immense influence in Lingnan City, likely greater than any other alumni. They were aware of the investigation into Luo Kai and that Ning Yuan's ascension to principal was directly related to Lu Qi. Among the students, the one most focused on Lu Qi was undoubtedly Chen Xiaojing. "That's my brother-in-law," she proudly informed her classmates. "What do you mean, brother-in-law? Is he the husband of your president's sister?" her classmates asked in astonishment. Chen Xiaojing nodded proudly. "Indeed, he is my sister's boyfriend." The revelation left her classmates shocked. Their immediate reaction was that Chen Xiaojing's brother-in-law seemed unworthy of her sister. "Xiaojing, how could your sister be interested in him?" They expressed their bewilderment. To them, Lu Qi was merely somewhat handsome, while Chen Xiuya's beauty was a rarity in the world. "Humph, my brother-in-law is the most exceptional brother-in-law in the world." As she spoke of Lu Qi, Chen Xiaojing's eyes sparkled with undisguised admiration and pride. "Xiaojing, is it really that exaggerated? Please tell us about your brother-in-law's exceptional qualities. The classmates are quite curious." "He is simply outstanding, a perfect match for my sister." Chen Xiaojing did not disclose more information about Lu Qi, as she noticed that the host introduced him less elaborately than other alumni, indicating Lu Qi's desire for modesty. With Chen Xiaojing extolling Lu Qi's virtues, the classmates found him somewhat enigmatic. Following the alumni representatives walked down the red carpet, the anniversary celebration commenced. The principal, Ning Yuan, delivered a speech, followed by the alumni representatives. Chen Qiuya was among those taking the stage as a representative. When she gracefully ascended the podium, the entire school erupted with thunderous applause that seemed never-ending. In such a setting, Chen Qiuya exhibited no trepidation, commencing her address with poise and elegance. Observing the dignified and composed Chen Qiuya on stage, Lu Qi displayed a gentle smile, feeling an immense sense of achievement to have such a goddess-like girlfriend. In celebration of the school's 80th anniversary, and to further enhance its development, Shiwa Biological Company generously pledged a donation of 60 million. When Chen Qiuya announced the donation amount, a collective gasp resonated throughout the assembly. 60 million, perhaps a record for donations during school anniversaries across the entire Guangfu province. After the initial shock, everyone expressed their gratitude and admiration for Shiwa Biological Company with the most fervent applause. "My brother-in-law is truly remarkable." Chen Xiaojing's azure eyes sparkled with pride. She understood that the majority of shares in Shiwa Biological Company belonged to Lu Qi. Thus, this 60 million donation essentially equated to Lu Qi's contribution. Aside from Chen Xiaojing, many teachers and businesspeople present were also aware of Lu Qi's status as a major shareholder. As they applauded, their gazes drifted towards Lu Qi in the corner. Noticing several eyes upon him, Lu Qi smiled faintly, realizing that maintaining a low profile was no simple task. His 60 million donation was not intended for ostentation, but served specific purposes. First, to improve the living conditions of the students. Although Lingnan High School was nominally the best in Lingnan City, due to its expansion on an older campus and the financial issues under Principal Luo Kai, a third of the students still resided in outdated dormitories. Second, to fund students from impoverished families, allowing them to focus on their studies without the burden of tuition and living expenses. When Chen Qiuya articulated the primary purposes of the donation, the students responded with enthusiastic applause, as their grievances regarding the school's accommodation had been long-standing. "Xiaojing, your sister is truly impressive. I am preparing to write a letter of gratitude. Could you help me deliver it to her?" After Chen Qiuya concluded her speech, Chen Xiaojing's classmates expressed their admiration and appreciation for her sister through her. "Xiaojing, I have a letter of thanks here. Could you pass it on to your brother-in-law?" a girl said, her cheeks flushed. The others were momentarily taken aback. "Zixuan, what are you doing? Shouldn't the letter of thanks be for Xiaojing's sister?" Another girl asked in disbelief. "You are unaware that the owner of Shiwa Biological Company is, in fact, the brother-in-law of Xiaojing, rather than her sister." A girl named Zixuan elucidated. This young lady hails from a wealthy family and had heard discussions regarding Shiwa Biological Company from the elders. What? Upon hearing Zixuan's revelation, the students were taken aback. The true proprietor of Shiwa Biological is, unexpectedly, Senior Lu Qishir. It appears that Senior Lu Qishir is remarkably modest, having donated 60 million, yet abstaining from taking the stage to speak. At that moment, everyone finally comprehended why Chen Xiaojing had remarked that her sister and brother-in-law were a perfect match, embodying the ideal couple. "My brother-in-law's excellence extends far beyond this. He possesses numerous commendable attributes." Realizing that Lu Qi's information could no longer be concealed, Chen Xiaojing began to enumerate his virtues. "Xiaojing, from this day forth, you shall be my dearest friend. Xiaojing, may I visit your home this weekend?" Initially, due to her striking beauty and mixed heritage, Chen Xiaojing was not particularly favored by some girls. However, she has now become a friend to all the girls. Author's note. I sincerely apologize to the friends who cherished this book for the recent delays, and I wish everyone a prosperous and joyful new year. Chapter 126. Senior. Do you have a girlfriend? After the school anniversary ceremony, many alumni eagerly approached Lu Qi, particularly those involved in business and politics, who surrounded him eagerly. The business-oriented individuals naturally hoped to establish future commercial relations with Lu Qi, while the politically inclined aspired for him to invest in the regions they governed. Lu Qi, however, found himself rather indifferent to these individuals. Among the alumni, one person piqued Lu Qi's interest, Feng Wanbo, the director of the National Museum of Natural History. Director Feng. I have a keen interest in the Chinese paddlefish. Does your museum have a specimen of it? Lu Qi conversed with Feng Wanbo. Director Feng, a bespectacled middle-aged man, exuded an academic aura and greatly admired Lu Qi. He smiled and replied, Ah, you are interested in the Chinese paddlefish? Our museum happens to possess a specimen, crafted from a paddlefish that perished on the shore in the 1990s. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi felt a surge of delight. It seemed he had a promising lead on obtaining the paddlefish's DNA. Ever since acquiring the extraordinary reservoir from the alternate dimension, he had longed to secure the DNA of both the Chinese sturgeon and the paddlefish, but had struggled to find a suitable avenue. To his astonishment, he had fortuitously met the director of the National Museum of Natural History during this school anniversary. Our museum houses many endangered species, even specimens of animals that are extinct. We would be honored to have you visit, Mr. Lu. Feng Wanbo extended an invitation. Thank you for the invitation, Director Feng. I am indeed very interested in these matters. Lu Qi conversed with Feng Wanbo for a while and arranged to visit the museum together the following day. As for the others, Lu Qi was disinterested in idle chatter. He concocted an excuse to slip away to the restroom and sought refuge in the principal's office to avoid the crowd. Lu Qi, please rest here. The teachers must attend to the alumni. Ning Yuan handed the office key to Lu Qi before continuing to greet the guests. The campus is currently teeming with people, making it nearly impossible for Lu Qi to sneak away unnoticed. Thus, he finds refuge in the principal's office, waiting for the crowd to thin out before making his exit. The office retains the decor originally designed by Luo Kai, remaining unchanged. It must be said that Luo Kai had a knack for indulgence. While the office's superficial decor is rather ordinary, the hidden suite within is undeniably opulent. Lu Qi reclines on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. The follower count of the Fishing Bureau has surpassed 20 million, and if this trend continues, it will soon become the most followed fishing blogger across the internet. It is worth noting that the Fishing Bureau has achieved this without any promotional efforts. Of course, the rapid growth in followers can be attributed not only to the high quality of the fishing videos, but also to the 3 live broadcasts held previously. The latest fishing video from the Fishing Bureau boasts over 4 million likes, while the most liked video has exceeded a staggering 10 million likes. Beneath the most recent video, numerous netizens are urging for more content, as it has been several days since a new video was released. Director, when will you go to the Amazon to fish for piranhas? I strongly suggest you fish for North American sturgeon. Observing some of the comments, Lu Qi chuckles and shakes his head, thinking to himself that he yearns to fish all over the world even more than they do. In addition to the requests for more videos, a significant portion of comments implore for another live broadcast. When will you go live again? I miss the deputy director. Deputy director, may I ask if you are the director's girlfriend? Although Chen Jinyu did not reveal her face during the previous live session, her voice and figure left a profound impression on the viewers, many of whom are eager to see her on screen again. To Lu Qi's slight embarrassment, many netizens are gossiping about the relationship between him, the director of the Fishing Bureau, and the deputy director. Fortunately, Chen Jinyu has clarified through her account that she is merely the director's assistant, not his girlfriend. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts Lu Qi as he reads the comments. Assuming the visitor is looking for the principal, he remains silent. Knock knock. Lu Qi, are you inside? To Lu Qi's surprise, the person knocking calls out his name directly. It is known that only the principal and a few others are aware of his hiding spot. Curiosity piqued, Lu Qi opens the office door. Standing at the entrance is a girl in a white evening gown, looking vibrant and lovely. At first glance, Lu Qi recognizes her as the girl who sang at the school anniversary ceremony. She appears to be a student from a music conservatory. Lu Qi, hello? My name is Ning Shishir, and I am the daughter of Ning Yuan. The girl gazes at Lu Qi with bright, beautiful eyes as she introduces herself. So she is Ning Yuan's daughter. Lu Qi had heard about Ning Yuan's daughter before, but he had never met her. My father told me you were here. Upon entering the office, Ning Shishir bows deeply to Lu Qi, expressing her gratitude. Senior, thank you for helping my father clear his name. Due to the V-neck design of her evening gown, some alluring sights are inadvertently revealed as she bows. I merely did what was right. There is no need for such formalities. Lu Qi gestures dismissively. Brother, if it weren't for you, my father would still be imprisoned, and I would continue to bear the identity of a criminal's daughter, Ning Shishir said, her eyes slightly red. Few could comprehend the depth of Ning Shirshi's gratitude towards Lu Qi. Ever since Ning Yuan was wrongfully incarcerated, she had momentarily believed her father to be a female felon, which caused her immense suffering. She had not returned home for 2 years. Moreover, her academic pursuits were adversely affected due to her father's criminal record, preventing her from participating in numerous performances. Throughout these 2 years, she lived in a state of anguish and inferiority. When she learned that her father had been framed and was now exonerated and compensated, she wept for a full hour. "All right, Shirshir, you may rise," Lu Qi said, not wishing to take advantage of Ning Shirshir's vulnerability. However, as she remained in a bowing position with her collar wide open, it was difficult for him to avert his gaze from the view. After bowing for a good 10 seconds, Ning Shirshir stood up, biting her lip and shyly inquired, "Brother, do you have a girlfriend? May I be your girlfriend?" Lu Qi was taken aback, not expecting such forthrightness from Ning Shirshir. She was the first girl to confess to him in such a manner. It must be said that Ning Shirshir was indeed beautiful, though not as flawless as Chinchiyua. She possessed a fresh sweetness and delicate grace, undoubtedly a campus belle. "I'm sorry, Shirshir, but I already have a girlfriend," Lu Qi replied. Uncertain if his response would hurt Ning Shirshir's pride, yet it was the only answer he could give. "It's all right, brother. It's quite normal for someone as outstanding as you to have a girlfriend," Ning Shirshir said with a blush and a smile. In truth, her desire to be Lu Qi's girlfriend stemmed from a wish to repay his kindness, and upon learning that he was already in a relationship, she felt a sense of relief. "Brother, would you like to come to my house for dinner tonight? My mother would like to express her gratitude to you." Ning Shirshir sincerely invited. Author's note: thank you all for your unwavering support. I bow in gratitude. Chapter 127. Talented Woman in Recent Days. Lu Qi had received a phone call from Mother Shir, Shun Qinglian, inviting him over, and now he had received a personal invitation from Ning Shirshir. It seemed rather impolite to continue refusing, so he nodded in agreement. Having successfully invited Lu Qi, a joyful smile spread across Ning Shirshir's exquisite face. "Brother, I will go back and tell my mother. She will be very happy." In the evening, Lingnan High School hosted a banquet at a hotel for its alumni. Lu Qi chose not to attend, as he was not inclined to deal with the many alumni eager to connect with him. After leaving the school, he arrived at the neighborhood where teacher Ning Yuan resided. "Knock, knock. Lu Qi, you've come." The door was opened by Mother Shir, Shun Qinglian, who greeted him with a delighted smile. Compared to Lu Qi's last visit, Shun Qinglian appeared more vibrant and cheerful, her gray hair noticeably lessened. "Shirshir, your brother Lu has arrived. Come out and greet him," Shun Qinglian called to Ning Shirshir, who was busy in the kitchen. "Brother, please have some tea," Ning Shirshir said. Cheerfully pouring tea for Lu Qi, she changed into a floral short skirt, revealing her fair, delicate legs, exuding a fresh and sweet charm. If Chinchiyue is a perfect goddess, then Ning Shirshir is a flower fairy. "Shirshir, there's no need to prepare so many dishes, just a couple will suffice," Lu Qi remarked, noticing the array of dishes already laid out on the dining table. "My mother insists on showcasing all her culinary specialties for you to savor, senior." Ning Shirshir replied with a sweet smile. "Her cooking is truly exceptional. You haven't tea had the pleasure of tasting it yet, have you?" Indeed, Lu Qi had never dined at Ning Shirshir's home. The two engaged in light conversation, during which Lu Qi learned that Ning Shirshir was a sophomore at the Yanjing Conservatory of Music, the year her teacher Ning Yuan was apprehended. Shirshir had just been accepted into the conservatory from Lingnan High School. "May I play a piece for you, senior?" Ning Shirshir suggested. The Yanjing Conservatory is renowned as the foremost music academy in Huaxia, and Lu Qi was eager to witness Ning Shirshir's talent, so he nodded enthusiastically. Initially, he assumed she would play the piano, but to his surprise, she produced a pipa. Gracefully, she seated herself, resting the pipa on her jade-like legs, cradling it with elegance. "This piece, Spring River, Flower Moon Night, is dedicated to you, senior," she said with a smile, gently nodding her head towards Lu Qi. As her left hand pressed the strings and her right fingers began to play, the crisp, bright, and textured sound of the pipa resonated in the modest living room. Lu Qi, not being an expert in music, could only perceive one thing: how extraordinarily beautiful it was. Ning Shirshir's finger technique flowed like a stream, imbued with grace. The melody that emerged was intricate and melodious, a veritable auditory feast accompanied by a visual delight. In that moment, Lu Qi envisioned a Tang Dynasty maid, amidst of blooming spring, on a moonlit night, half concealing her face with the pipa. As the performance concluded, Lu Qi found himself yearning for more. "How did I perform, senior?" Ning Shirshir inquired, her gaze filled with anticipation. "It was truly wonderful. I never knew the pipa could sound so enchanting." Lu Qi praised sincerely, delighted by Lu Qi's compliments. Ning Shirshir beamed. "Would you like me to play Ambush on All Sides for you?" "Sure." Both Spring River, Flower Moon Night and Ambush on All Sides are classic pipa pieces, yet their styles differ significantly. The former is subtle and delicate, while the latter is marked by dynamic contrasts, evoking the tension of ancient warfare. Ambush on all sides is more challenging to perform, and Ning Shirshir executed it with near perfection. Lu Qi was swept away by the emotions conveyed through the piece. It felt akin to battling a colossal fish in the ocean. He couldn't help but imagine how splendid it would be to have a beauty play ambush on all sides by his side during such a struggle. Shirshir, do you play any other instruments apart from the pipa? Lu Qi asked after she finished the piece. I also play the piano, guzheng, and guitar. And I have some knowledge of the flute and xiao, Ning Shirshir replied. Lu Qi couldn't help but marvel. Indeed. She was a top graduate from a prestigious music academy in Huaxia, brimming with talent. He contemplated hiring Ning Shirshir as a musician for his fishing platform, allowing him to indulge in both fishing and the pleasures of music simultaneously. However, such thoughts were merely fanciful, for it would be a grave disservice to a talent of her caliber to work on a private yacht. Lu Qi, Shirshir, come and have dinner. Shun Qinglian observed the delightful rapport between her daughter and Lu Qi, her heart swelling with joy. How do you find my mother's cooking? Ning Shirshir inquired during the meal. Truly exceptional, Lu Qi responded, giving a thumbs up as he savored the dishes. His praise was sincere. Shun Qinglian's culinary skills were indeed superb. Do enjoy it. Eat as much as you like, Shin Qinglian said with a smile, her gaze towards Lu Qi reminiscent of a mother-in-law admiring her talented son-in-law. Lu Qi, what do you think of Shirshir's musical abilities? Shin Qinglian asked. She is exceptionally talented, Lu Qi affirmed confidently. Indeed, Shirshir has shown remarkable musical aptitude since childhood. But her father's situation has significantly hindered her studies, and the academy has not provided her with opportunities to perform, Shun Qinglian lamented. Lu Qi, I have a favor to ask. Should your company require any musical talent in the future, would you kindly look after Shirshir? Of course. That would be no trouble at all, Lu Qi readily agreed, adding Ning Shirshir's contact information. Given her evident talent, Lu Qi was more than willing to open such doors for her. Meanwhile, Ning Shirshir blushed secretly, for she knew that as long as her father's past did not overshadow her, she would have no shortage of stages to showcase her abilities. Her mother's intention in asking Lu Qi to look after her was likely to foster more contact between them. As Ning Shirshir anticipated, once Lu Qi departed, Shin Qinglian turned to her and asked, Shirshir, what do you think of your senior Lu Qi? Ning Shirshir replied honestly, he is outstanding, humble, and a true gentleman. Shin Qinglian smiled and confessed, to be frank, I am quite fond of Lu Qi, and he is a great benefactor to our family. Ning Shirshir's face flushed as she responded, Mom, but Lu Qi already has a girlfriend. Is that so? What a pity, Shin Qinglian said, a look of regret crossing her face. Regardless, you should maintain contact with him. He truly is a great benefactor to us. I will, Ning Shirshir assured her. Unbeknownst to Lu Qi, Shin Qinglian harbored hopes of transforming this benefactor into his son-in-law. After leaving Ning Shirshir's home, he returned to his riverside villa. Shortly thereafter, Chen Qiuying, having attended a school anniversary gala, returned as well. Dressed in a resplendent red evening gown, she radiated elegance, grace, and an air of nobility, resembling a goddess descending from the heavens. Earlier that day, Lu Qi had been captivated by her beauty, and as soon as Chen Qiuying ascended to the third floor, he swiftly swept her into his arms, eagerly carrying her into the room. Why the rush? Chen Qiuying teased, her long lashes fluttering as she found herself beneath him. I couldn't help it. My darling looks simply stunning today, Lu Qi replied tenderly, planting a gentle kiss on her fair, delicate skin. Chapter 128. The flight attendants of the Eight Immortals' husband. Chen Qiuyang nestled into Lu Qi's strong embrace, her cheeks flushed and her eyes alluring. You are truly wonderful, my dear. After enjoying the tender attentions of Chen Qiuyang, Lu Qi felt a profound sense of satisfaction, gently pressing his lips against her luscious, crimson mouth. By day, she was a dignified and elegant goddess. By night, she transformed into a compliant lamb in his arms. This sensation was delightfully enchanting. My love, I will be heading to Yanjing tomorrow to visit the animal museum. Will you accompany me? I must attend to some matters at the company, so I won't go. The couple embraced as they conversed, savoring the warmth that followed their passionate encounter. After a while, Chen Xiaoyang's phone rang. She picked it up to see it was a call from Chen Xiaojing. All right, darling, it seems Xiaojing is looking for me. I must take my leave. Chen Xiaoyang stood up from Lu Qi's lap and retrieved her red evening gown, which had been tossed aside. Why not spend the night here? Lu Qi suggested as he embraced her from behind while she dressed. All right, my love, but you need to rest well tonight since you have to go to Yanjing tomorrow. Chen Xiaoyang turned to bestow a tender kiss upon Lu Qi. Grateful for her attentive care that evening, Lu Qi decided to let the perfect goddess go. The following day, Lu Qi drove to Yangshan Airport. At that moment, on the tarmac, a private jet, remodeled from a Boeing passenger aircraft, awaited him. This jet was the splendid gift he had received upon unwrapping a mysterious box. The pilot, flight attendants, and steward were all arranged by the system. 4 flight attendants, each possessing striking beauty and tall stature, donned matching blue uniforms, and stood at the cabin entrance to welcome Lucci. Although they had seen photographs of their boss, they had never encountered him in person. "Welcome aboard this flight, sir," they greeted him with graceful bows. The scene evoked a singular sensation in Lucci, sheer delight. It was no wonder that the affluent elite indulged in private jets. The experience far surpassed that of commercial flights. "Sir, I am Chief Flight Attendant Huang Yuming, and we are here to serve you with utmost dedication." The chief attendant stepped forward from the group. Lucci was exceedingly pleased with the selection of these 4 attendants. He nodded appreciatively and proceeded into the cabin. Despite already owning an exceptionally luxurious yacht, Lucci was awestruck by the opulence of the aircraft's interior. He had never imagined that a plane could be transformed into such a lavish space. "Sir, may I offer you something to drink?" "We have." As soon as Lucci settled into his seat, the chief attendant approached to provide service, listing various beverages and wines. "I'll have a bottle of yogurt, please." "Which brand would you prefer?" "Anything will do." "Very well, I'll bring it shortly." Lucci had indulged in Chun Xiaoya's company the previous night, which made him crave milk. Before long, a bottle of yogurt was presented to him. "Allow me to introduce our crew members. This is Huang Yutong, skilled in massage therapy. Should you desire a massage at any time, feel free to summon her. This is Sun Jiai, an expert in healthcare, holding a professional nursing qualification. This is Yi Qingxuang, proficient in dance. Should you wish to indulge in a dance performance during your journey, do not hesitate to request her services. I am Huang Yuma, fluent in English, French, and Japanese." Listening to the chief attendant's introductions of the flight attendants, Lucci was somewhat astonished. These attendants not only possessed striking appearances, but also harbored diverse talents. "System, how much do you compensate these flight attendants each month?" Lucci inquired curiously. 50,000 yuan per month, the system responded. Such a salary ranks among the highest in the profession. It is no wonder that these beautiful and talented flight attendants are eager to serve on this private aircraft. Yutong, are you twins?" Lucci asked, noticing the resemblance between Chief Attendant Huang Yuma and Flight Attendant Huang Yutong, along with their similar names. "Yes, boss, we are twins." Huang Yuma replied with a smile. "System, did you recruit such stunning twins to test my character?" Lucci mused privately. "Please refrain from overthinking, dear master. The system merely follows protocols to recruit the finest flight attendants. Whether any of them are twins is beyond its considerations," the system clarified. "Well, all right then. Since it is merely a coincidence, I shall relax and enjoy the journey." Originally, Lucci intended to invite the director of the National Animal Museum, Feng Wanbua, to accompany him on his private flight to Yanjing, but Feng Wanbua had to return to Yanjing overnight due to some pressing matters. Lucci subsequently acquainted himself with the other crew members, after which the flight officially commenced. "Boss, do you require a massage?" After some time in the air, Flight Attendant Huang Yutong approached him with the inquiry. Since Lucci had never visited a massage parlor, the idea of a massage was quite novel to him. Given that his own flight attendant possessed the skill, he was more than willing to indulge in the experience. "Very well, please give me a massage," Lucci replied. Thus, Huang Yutong led Lucci to the massage bed, where she commenced her service, starting from his head and progressing to his shoulders, waist, and legs. Having never received a massage from other practitioners, Lucci had no basis for comparison. However, Huang Yutong's technique was undeniably pleasurable. This monthly salary is indeed justified. Wealth can truly lead one astray, Lucci reflected as Huang Yutong, clad in stockings, walked on his back while providing the massage. An hour slipped by unnoticed as the massage concluded. "Boss, are you satisfied with my service?" Huang Yutong inquired with a smile. "Very much so, thank you, Yutong." Lucci nodded in satisfaction. "Boss, would you like some entertainment? How about I perform a folk dance for you?" After a while, Flight Attendant Yi Qingxuang stepped forward to offer her service. Had Lucci been a middle-aged gentleman with a protruding belly, these flight attendants would not have been so forthcoming. Yet, in the presence of a handsome and affluent Lucci, the attendants were eager to showcase their finest attributes. Despite being highly professional flight attendants, they could not help but harbor a hint of selfish desire, secretly fantasizing about inadvertently catching Lucci's attention. "No, thank you." Lucci did not ask Yi Qingxuang to dance, as it would be difficult to explain should such a matter reach Chen Qi's ears. While it could be justified to have a flight attendant provide a massage, requesting a dance was rather indefensible. "Oh, all right, boss. Feel free to call on me anytime you need." Yi Qingxuang felt a twinge of disappointment for not being able to serve Lucci. During the subsequent journey, Lucci took out his laptop to peruse some materials that Chun Jinyu had sent him. These documents pertained to domestic cancer research, which he had requested Chun Jinyu to gather. The system had awarded him an SS-level business opportunity, which he had yet to utilize. Lucci intended to thoroughly investigate the state of domestic cancer research before contemplating any investment. Author's note: I sincerely appreciate everyone's support. especially those who have gifted me, particularly thanking the reader who contributed the Grand Health Package. Chapter 129. A Promising Future Upon Arriving in Yanjing. Lu Qi made his way directly to the National Museum of Animal Sciences. The museum primarily serves three functions: researching animal systems and evolution, collecting animal specimens, and disseminating knowledge about animals. Lu Qi did not contact Director Fang Wanhua, but instead, like an ordinary visitor, purchased a ticket to enter the museum. He visited the Mammal Specimen Hall, the Invertebrate Specimen Hall, the Bird Specimen Hall, and the Insect Specimen Hall, marveling at various extraordinary animal specimens that broadened his horizons. His primary interest, however, lay in the Fish and Amphibian Reptile Specimen Hall. Within this section, he encountered specimens of the Chinese sturgeon and the white sturgeon. Unfortunately, these specimens were encased in glass, making it nearly impossible to obtain DNA without disturbing others. System, could you, through the glass, assist me in transferring a tiny scale from the white sturgeon specimen into the extraordinary spatial reservoir? With no other option, Lu Qi sought the system's assistance. Affirmative. The system proved remarkably efficient this time, transferring a minuscule amount of material from both the Chinese sturgeon and the white sturgeon specimens into the extraordinary spatial reservoir. Consequently, the reservoir acquired the DNA of both sturgeons. In the near future, it would be possible to breed Chinese sturgeons and white sturgeons. System, I wish to visit the extraordinary spatial reservoir. Very well, please hold on, Master. With the system's aid, a portion of Lu Qi's consciousness descended into the depths of the extraordinary spatial reservoir. Looking up, he beheld the reservoir, resembling a vast ocean suspended in the air. At that moment, a section of the reservoir teemed with schools of fish. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these were indeed Yangtze shad and knife fish. To date, the extraordinary spatial reservoir had successfully bred hundreds of thousands of shad and knife fish using their DNA. In the coming days, Lu Qi planned to travel to the banks of the Yangtze River to release these shad and knife fish. He believed that within a year or two, the Yangtze shad and knife fish would once again capture the public's attention. Similarly, the populations of the Chinese sturgeon and the white sturgeon are poised to recreate the grandeur of ancient times. Just imagining the possibility of witnessing 6 to 7 meter long white sturgeons along the banks of the Yangtze River fills Lu Qi with excitement. In the environmental context of the Yangtze, it is estimated that the white sturgeon would require at least a decade or more to reach such impressive lengths. However, within the marvelous confines of the alternate dimensions reservoir, this timeline could be significantly shortened. In the future, Lu Qi envisions gazing upwards as magnificent white sturgeons and Chinese sturgeons gracefully glide overhead. A truly unparalleled experience. System, may I invite others into this space? Lu Qi inquired. Yes, the alternate dimension reservoir is an actual reservoir, but the master must elevate their fishing power to the highest level, level 12. The system replied. It seems I must strive further. Lu Qi harbored hopes of bringing Chun Qiuya into this realm, sharing the exhilarating experience of riding on the back of a great white sturgeon as they swim through the enchanting reservoir. To transform the alternate dimension's marvelous reservoir into a sanctuary for aquatic life, Lu Qi proceeded to introduce the DNA of other rare and endangered fish species, such as the Yangtze River dolphin and sturgeon, into the magical waters. System, will the white sturgeons in the marvelous reservoir consume the small shad fish? Lu Qi asked. No. The fish in the marvelous reservoir grow by relying on the special nutrients present in the water, and they do not disturb one another. The system responded. With this assurance, Lu Qi felt relieved. Otherwise, as the larger white sturgeons matured, the smaller shad would surely suffer. Having successfully collected the DNA, Lu Qi's objective for visiting the animal museum was accomplished. Before departing, he glanced back at the dinosaur skeleton suspended in the center of the exhibition hall. It was a pity that the alternate dimension's marvelous reservoir could only nurture fish. Lu Qi felt a tinge of regret. Otherwise, he would have loved to raise a few dinosaurs in that extraordinary space. System, can the marvelous reservoir nurture a plesiosaurus? Lu Qi suddenly recalled a colossal marine predator he had seen in a film. Plesiosaurus, much like crocodiles, does not belong to the fish category. It is classified as a marine reptile. However, if the master can procure the DNA of a plesiosaurus, the marvelous reservoir could assist in its breeding. The system replied. This response stirred excitement within Lu Qi. Although there were no plesiosaurus fossils in the country, it seemed they could be found abroad. The prospects for the marvelous reservoir are indeed promising. Upon leaving the museum, Lu Qi paid a visit to a fellow alumnus, Professor Zhu Jin. Professor Zhu is a highly esteemed physician who has received national recognition and enjoys a stellar reputation within the medical community. He had also attended the 80th anniversary celebration of Lingnan Middle School the previous day. Xiao Lu, come in and have a seat. Professor Zhu greeted Lu Qi with evident delight upon his arrival. Stepping into Professor Zhu's home, Lucci observed that the space was modestly sized and simply decorated, a testament to the integrity of a noble doctor. After engaging in conversation for a while, Lucci broached the subject. Professor Zhu, I wish to invest $3 billion in establishing a company dedicated to cancer research, but I currently lack a leading figure. Could you recommend someone? Upon hearing this, Professor Zhu Jin regarded Lucci with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that someone so young would possess such grand ambitions. Young Lu, should you truly wish to invest, be prepared for a decade without seeing returns, for in the realm of cancer research, the majority of pharmaceutical patents are dominated by the West. Here at home, we can only purchase their patents to produce generic drugs, earning merely meager profits, Professor Zhu cautioned. Professor Zhu, my goal is not merely to develop existing chemotherapy or targeted drugs, but rather to create a groundbreaking remedy capable of conquering cancer, Lucci asserted. Young Lu, I must admit, I admire your aspirations. Since you have resolved to pursue this path, I shall refrain from discouraging your spirit, Professor Zhu remarked appreciatively, gazing at Lucci with admiration. Here's what we shall do. I will introduce you to someone, but whether you can persuade him to join your research will depend on your own abilities. Although Professor Zhu's research did not encompass the field of oncology, he recommended the illustrious Professor Nan Shengli, a prominent figure in Chinese medicine, perhaps even more renowned than Professor Zhu himself. Notably, cancer research was one of Professor Nan's primary focuses. Brother Nan is currently attending a conference in Yanjing. When he becomes available tomorrow, I will take you to meet him, Professor Zhu informed Lucci. Thus, Lucci found himself waiting a day in Yanjing, seizing the opportunity to explore the heart of his homeland. It was his first visit to Yanjing, and he captured a photo at one of the city's iconic landmarks, sharing it on social media. Senior brother, you've arrived in Yanjing? A few minutes later, Ning Shishir messaged Lucci. She had also returned to Yanjing that morning. Indeed, I am here to discuss some matters and explore a bit, Lucci replied. Senior brother, how about I be your tour guide? I visited most of the attractions in Yanjing. Ning Shishir volunteered eagerly. While Lucci did not require a guide, he did need someone to assist with photographs, as the image he had just posted was taken by a passerby. Thus, he shared his location with Ning Shishir. Half an hour later, she arrived at Lucci's location, dressed in a light green chiffon A-line dress that accentuated her slender waist. With her lively steps, the hem of her dress swayed gently, caressing her fair, smooth legs. Senior brother, Ning Shishir waved from a distance before jogging toward him. Shishir, do you have class today? Lucci inquired. Senior brother, today is the weekend. She replied. Very well, since it is your first time in Yanjing, let us make the most of it, Lucci suggested. Certainly. Ning Shishir enthusiastically took on the role of tour guide, leading Lucci around Yanjing. Senior brother, please don't always pose like that. Try a different stance, she encouraged. While photographing Lucci, Ning Shishir noticed that he always assumed the posture of an old cadre with his hands behind his back. No worries, just take the pictures casually, he replied, showing no concern for his pose. Hee, allow me to teach you a few stances. As she observed Lucci's rigid movements, Ning Shishir couldn't help but chuckle and began directing his actions. Remarkably, under her guidance, the photos of Lucci appeared even more charming and radiant. Throughout their subsequent adventures, Ning Shishir unveiled her lively and adorable side, fluttering around Lucci like a joyful lark. Inspired by her exuberance, Lucci felt as though he had regained a few years of youth, as if he had returned to his university days. In truth, ever since Ning Yuan was wrongfully imprisoned, the once vibrant and cheerful Ning Shishir had grown taciturn. Today marked the first time in 2 years that she rediscovered her spirited self. Beside Lucci, she felt particularly at ease. In just half a day's time, the number of times Ning Shishir laughed exceeded the total from the past 2 years. As they returned to the city from the Great Wall, darkness had already fallen. They shared dinner at a restaurant, and afterward, Lucci escorted Ning Shishir back to the entrance of the academy. Thank you for today, senior brother, Ning Shishir said playfully as they parted ways, standing before him. It had been a long time since she felt as relaxed and joyful as she did today. I should be the one thanking you. You played the role of my tour guide for the day, Lucci replied with a smile. Regardless, I must thank you. Senior brother, Ning Shishir said with a sweet smile before softly inquiring. Senior brother, I still have time tomorrow. Would you like to explore another day? Lucci waved his hand with a smile. I have some matters to attend to tomorrow and won't have time for fun. Oh. A hint of disappointment flickered in Ning Shishir's eyes. All right, senior brother, take care. Lucci waved goodbye to her, and Ning Shishir stood at the school gate, watching as he disappeared into the distance. Still watching even after he's gone. A voice suddenly echoed behind Ning Shishir. She turned to see a boy approaching her, dressed in designer clothes with a sullen expression. This individual, named He Lai, hailed from a musical family, with both parents being renowned musicians. Naturally, a beauty like Ning Shishir had her fair share of admirers at school, and He Lai was one of them. Who was that man just now? He Lai questioned. his tone accusatory as he stood before Ning Shishir. She frowned slightly and replied, I don't think I owe you an explanation about my affairs. Ning Shishir, I've pursued you for 2 years, and yet you choose to associate with some man outside. He Lai, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, threatened. I advise you to break up with that guy immediately, otherwise, don't expect to pass this semester. Given that He Lai's father was the vice president of the academy, he wielded considerable power. Ning Shishir found his bullying behavior particularly distasteful and chose to ignore him, heading straight to her dormitory. He Lai watched her retreating figure, his expression dark and uncertain. Lu Qi spent the night in Yanjing. The next day, through the introduction of Professor Zhu Jin, he met the esteemed Professor Nan Shengli, a household name in Huaxia. Hello, Professor Nan. When shaking hands with Professor Nan Shengli, Lu Qi felt a surge of excitement. Ever since high school, Professor Nan had been his idol. Hello, Professor Nan greeted warmly, nodding at Lu Qi. Without wasting the professor's time, Lu Qi directly expressed his intention to invest in cancer research. Young Lu, your ambition is commendable, but I am simply too busy to oversee your project. Professor Nan politely declined. Each year, numerous pharmaceutical companies sought to win over Professor Nan, and subconsciously, he regarded Lu Qi as just another one of those individuals. Lu Qi understood that he needed to reveal something extraordinary to persuade Professor Nan. Professor Nan, the 3 billion is merely an initial investment. In the subsequent years, I shall allocate 50% of Carbon-9 Technologies' profits towards cancer research until we conquer the disease. By the way, I am the owner of Carbon-9 Technology. Holding 80% of the company's shares, Lu Qi disclosed another facet of his identity. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhu Jin was astonished. And even the seasoned Professor Nan was taken aback. They had certainly heard of Carbon-9 Technology, a groundbreaking company that ushered Huaxia into the carbon-based era. The young man before them was, in fact, the owner of Carbon-9 Technology, aware that mere words might not suffice to convince them. Lu Qi initiated a video call with Professor Chu. Senator Boss, is there something you need? Professor Chu greeted Lu Qi with a smile upon seeing him. Professor Chu, I am discussing some matters with Professor Nan Shengli. Please say hello to him. Lu Qi pivoted the camera towards Professor Nan. Since both professors had attended the same conference the day before, they were acquainted. At last, Professor Nan began to believe in Lu Qi's identity. Young Lu, do you truly intend to allocate half of Carbon-9 Technologies' profits to cancer research each year? Professor Nan inquired with palpable excitement. It was known that Carbon-9 Technologies' annual profits were projected to exceed 100 billion, meaning half would amount to at least 50 billion. Such an unprecedented investment in cancer research would be unparalleled. Of course, I can sign a guarantee, Lu Qi replied earnestly. From Lu Qi's tone and the extraordinary commitment he proposed, Professor Nan felt the depth of Lu Qi's determination. There was no one else in the world willing to invest so heavily in cancer research, as it was an endeavor with slow returns, and often, no returns at all. Chapter 131. Tears of the Twins Conquering Cancer had always been one of Professor Nan Shengli's research directions, and his lung cancer research team had achieved some world-class results. However, the funding he could allocate for cancer research each year was not substantial, typically not exceeding 500 million. The reason for this was that results in this field were hard to come by, and few companies were willing to invest, relying instead on government grants for research. The prospect of Lu Qi willing to invest hundreds of billions annually into cancer research deeply moved and excited Professor Nan. Professor, would you be willing to join my company? Lu Qi sincerely extended an olive branch to Professor Nan. Xiao Lu, were I still in the prime of my life, I would unhesitatingly resign to join your company, lamented Professor Nan Shengli. However, at present, the burdens upon my shoulders are too great for me to embark on such a venture. Nevertheless, I can facilitate collaboration between my research team and your esteemed company. Professor Nan Shengli is a luminary in the realm of Chinese medicine, dedicating an incalculable amount of time annually to the service of the nation, leaving scant opportunity for personal research. Lu Qi understood this well. Having Professor Nan lend his endorsement to his company was, in itself, a significant achievement. He proceeded to discuss the details of their collaboration with Professor Nan. Upon learning that Lu Qi's company had yet to be established, Professor Nan chuckled and shook his head. Lu Qi, may I suggest a candidate to lead the research for your company? He inquired. That would be splendid. Please recommend one of your promising students, Lu Qi replied. Professor Nan recommended one of his most gifted protégés. Ultimately, they agreed that Lu Qi's company would collaborate with the research team at the hospital where Professor Nan worked, with all research funding to be borne by Lu Qi's company, which would allocate 1 billion annually to the hospital. The results of their research would belong exclusively to Lu Qi's company. Naturally, the approval of the hospital's leadership would be required before signing any contracts. However, given Professor Nan's esteemed reputation, it would be folly for the hospital's leaders to oppose such a venture. Moreover, the hospital would merely provide a research team while receiving a substantial annual income, such a favorable arrangement would likely meet no resistance. As for the ownership of the final results, Professor Nan was unconcerned, as Lu Qi's investment was considerable. His focus lay on the potential breakthroughs in research rather than on the distribution of profits. That day, Lu Qi invited Professor Nan to board his private jet for their return to Guangfu Province. "Professor, would you be so kind as to sign an autograph for me?" On board, the flight attendants were ecstatic upon seeing Professor Nan. He had repeatedly risen to the occasion when the nation called, earning him a place as a beloved national icon. "Thank you, Professor." He received a warm and affable response, as he generously signed autographs for each attendant, who beamed with delight at their treasures. The attendants thought to themselves, "Our boss is truly impressive to have a connection with Professor Nan." Previously, they had only known of Lu Qi's wealth, but now they realized the extraordinary nature of his social circle. "Boss, may I pose a question to Professor Nan?" After some time had passed, Chief Attendant Huang Yuming cautiously approached Lu Qi. Noticing that Professor Nan had not yet rested, Lu Qi nodded in agreement to her request. Huang Yuming then approached Professor Nan respectfully and said, "Professor, a month ago my grandmother was diagnosed with stage 3 lung cancer. And as you are a leading figure in lung cancer research nationwide, I wish to inquire about the prospects of her recovery." Lu Qi was taken aback, having not anticipated that Huang Yuming's grandmother was afflicted with such a grave illness. "How old is your grandmother?" Professor Nan asked. 66, she replied. "Has a pathological examination been conducted? Is it small cell lung cancer or non-small cell lung cancer?" "Yes, a pathological examination has been done. It is non-small cell lung cancer." "Has genetic testing been performed? Are there any genetic mutations?" Having undergone a comprehensive genetic examination, the attending physician informed me that no significant genetic mutations were detected, thus precluding the use of targeted therapy. "Do you have the specific genetic test results on your phone?" "Yes, I shall show them to you right away." Professor Nan is exceedingly responsible. He posed numerous detailed inquiries to Huang Yuming. Ultimately, Professor Nan stated, "To be candid with you, given your grandmother's current condition, there are only 2 or 3 chemotherapy options remaining. If the chemotherapy proves effective, she may have an additional 4 to 5 years. However, if the results are negligible, it will be exceedingly difficult for her to survive beyond 2 years. You must prepare yourself psychologically." Upon hearing Professor Nan's words, the twin sisters, Huang Yuming and Huang Yutong, felt a shiver run through their bodies. In truth, they had already received similar sentiments from their attending physician, yet they clung to a glimmer of hope. However, with even a leading figure in the field of lung cancer research echoing such sentiments, their hopes were undeniably extinguished. "Professor Nan, would transferring my grandmother to your hospital yield better results?" Huang Yuming inquired, biting her lip. "The hospital where your grandmother currently resides is quite commendable. There is no necessity to transfer her, as our treatment protocols are quite similar," replied Professor Nan. "Oh, thank you, Professor Nan." After expressing their gratitude, Huang Yuming and Huang Yutong, with tearful eyes, made their way to the restroom. Observing the sisters' sorrowful demeanor, Lu Qi felt a strong desire to console them, but it seemed futile to say too much at that moment. "Professor Nan, surely your grandmother can survive for at least another year?" Lu Qi questioned Professor Nan Xingli. "As long as the patient maintains a resilient mindset and actively embraces treatment, she can certainly live for at least another year," Professor Nan Xingli affirmed. With this reassurance, Lu Qi felt a sense of relief. According to the system's reward content regarding the SS business opportunity, the cancer research company he had invested in was poised to conquer cancer within 6 months. By that time, curing Huang Yuming and Huang Yutong's grandmother would naturally follow. Upon landing in Guangfu Province, Lu Qi visited Professor Nan Xingli's residence. Shortly thereafter, a female physician in her 40s arrived at Professor Nan's home. This physician, named Ding Na, was the esteemed protege that Professor Nan intended to recommend to Lu Qi. Ding Na had dedicated many years to researching lung cancer under Professor Nan's guidance, but had resigned from her medical position last year following the tragic death of her son in a car accident. "Xiao Na, this is Lu Qi." Professor Nan introduced Lu Qi to Ding Na. Upon learning that Lu Qi intended to invest hundreds of billions annually into cancer research, Ding Na was taken aback. Encouraged by Professor Nan, she swiftly agreed to join Lu Qi's company as the leader of the cancer research team. As for the other team members, Professor Nan provided Lu Qi with a list, and Lu Qi entrusted Ding Na with the responsibility of assembling the team. "Boss, with such a generous annual salary, completing the team formation within half a month will be no problem," Ding Na remarked with a smile. Thus, the issue of the company's research team was fundamentally resolved. However, a president was still required to oversee operations. Undoubtedly, this company was of paramount importance to Lu Qi. Therefore, he needed someone both trustworthy and capable to manage it. After much contemplation, he ultimately concluded that his girlfriend, Chun Shiyue, was the most suitable candidate. Chapter 132, Alaska. The paradise for anglers. Lu Qi has bestowed upon his new company a name that is both simple and profound: crucian technology. The esteemed leader of the research team is Professor Ding Na, while the administrative chief is Chen Xiaoye. However, before finalizing the name, Lu Qi seeks the counsel of Chen Xiaoye. Upon returning to Lingnan, he promptly approaches her to share his thoughts. Upon hearing his aspirations, Chen Xiaoye's eyes shimmer with admiration. To aim for the conquest of cancer, what an extraordinary ambition. This boyfriend truly fills her with pride. My dear, I am willing to take on the role of president at crucian technology. With her biological enterprise now firmly on track, Chen Xiaoye feels confident in trusting it to a professional manager, allowing her to assist Lu Qi in managing crucian technology. Thank you, darling. Lu Qi embraces Chen Xiaoye's exquisite form, planting a tender kiss upon her lips. Today, she is clad in a white bodycon dress, paired with nude stockings, radiating the aura of a poised executive. As Lu Qi prepares to remove her attire, Chen Xiaoye gently seizes his hand. My love, are you still shy? Lu Qi inquires, his eyes brimming with affection. He assumes her reticence stems from the office setting. Chen Xiaoye kisses him softly and replies, Husband, my grandfather was hospitalized yesterday. Shall we go visit him together? Oh, why didn't you tell me sooner? Lu Qi hastily fastens Chen Xiaoye's buttons, and they make their way to the hospital. Along the journey, he inquires in detail about her grandfather's condition. Grandfather's health is generally stable. He merely suffers from high blood sugar and hypertension, necessitating an annual hospital stay for recuperation, Chen Xiaoye explains. Shortly thereafter, they arrive at the hospital. In a private room, Chen Hongshan reclines against the headboard, watching television, while Chen Jinyu sits beside him for company. Upon Lu Qi's arrival, Chen Hongshan chuckles and shakes his head. Xiaoye, Jinyu, you two truly cannot keep a small secret. Previously, he had instructed Chen Xiaoye and Chen Jinyu not to disclose his hospitalization to Lu Qi, fearing that if Lu Qi learned of it, he would refrain from taking him fishing abroad in the future. Grandfather, this is where you are mistaken, Lu Qi responds with a smile. It's merely a brief hospital stay. What is so significant about it? Haha, indeed. Chen Hongshan appears to be in good spirits, and Lu Qi engages him in conversation for a while. After half an hour, Lu Qi bids farewell. Chen Jinyu accompanies him to the parking lot. Lu Qi, this time I cannot accompany you to Alaska for fishing, Chen Jinyu tells him. Earlier, during their chat, Lu Qi had mentioned his intention to fish in Alaska, USA. The following day, Chen Jinyu longs to join him, but must remain to care for her father, Chen Hongshan. Not to worry. I will be visiting Alaska at least 2 or 3 more times in the future, Lu Qi assures her. Make sure to capture those thrilling fishing moments on camera. Chen Jinyu reminds him. Absolutely. It has been over a week since Lu Qi last returned from deep-sea fishing, marking the longest respite since acquiring the fishing god system. The following day, he embarks on his journey to Alaska, renowned as a haven for anglers and the world's salmon capital, a place that captivates the hearts of anglers. Here, one can find an abundance of salmon species such as the Chinook, pink, sockeye, coho, and rainbow trout, making it the richest salmon resource in the world. A mere cast of a lure could yield a salmon. For fishing enthusiasts from around the globe, Alaska undoubtedly stands as one of the finest fishing destinations. Given its proximity to the Arctic, summer is the only suitable season for lure fishing. Thus, Lu Qi has chosen Alaska as his inaugural overseas fishing destination. Regrettably, Chen Qiya is preoccupied with establishing cancer research technology, and Chen Jinyu must tend to the hospitalized Chen Hongshan, leaving Lu Qi to embark on this journey alone. Yumeng, you are proficient in English, correct? Lu Qi inquired of the flight attendant, Huang Yumeng, aboard the plane. Indeed, sir. I have passed the highest level of the English proficiency test, Huang Yumeng replied. Once we arrive in Alaska, could you serve as my translator? Lu Qi, having not engaged with English since graduation, could only manage simplistic exchanges with foreigners. Of course. Huang Yumeng nodded enthusiastically. May I inquire about the professions of the foreigners you will be interacting with? Huang Yumeng sought to prepare herself adequately for the translation, as certain specialized terminology might elude even those at the highest proficiency level. I will primarily be fishing in Alaska and will interact mainly with a local guide. Lu Qi explained. Understood, sir, Huang Yumeng acknowledged, beginning her research on fishing-related vocabulary pertinent to Alaska. The other flight attendants, Huang Yutong and her colleagues, listened intently, their eyes sparkling with excitement upon hearing of Lu Qi's fishing adventure. Sir, may I join you on your fishing trip? I am also proficient in English. Huang Yutong timidly asked Lu Qi, eager to explore the breathtaking landscapes of Alaska. If you all wish to come along, feel free. Lu Qi, keen to avoid a monotonous fishing trip, welcomed the idea of sharing the experience with the 4 flight attendants. Rather than having them wait idly at the airport, he preferred to share the beauty of Alaska with them. Hooray, long live the boss! Huang Yutong and her colleagues exclaimed joyfully. After a lengthy flight of several hours, the plane touched down in Alaska, where a local guide awaited Lu Qi at the airport. The guide, named Mark, was introduced to Lu Chi by Yi Li from Heilongjiang, who had assured him that Mark was a highly professional guide in Alaska. Mr. Lu Chi, welcome to Alaska, Mark greeted warmly as they shook hands. Mr. Mark, it is a pleasure to meet you, Lu Chi responded. Mr. Lu Chi, you are indeed a fortunate man, Mark remarked with a playful smile. Glancing at the four strikingly attractive flight attendants accompanying Lu Chi, mistakenly assuming they were his romantic interests. Haha, Mr. Mark, you are mistaken, they are all my employees. Lu Chi clarified briefly. Haha, Mr. Lu Chi, I understand, Mark winked knowingly. Lu Chi paid no mind to whether Mark believed him or not, opting not to offer any further explanation. Subsequently, Mark piloted a small aircraft, escorting Lu Chi and his companions to a lakeside resort. On board the plane, they were captivated by the breathtaking vistas of Alaska, the pristine snow-capped mountains, verdant forests, and rushing streams, all framed by the majestic peaks. One cannot deny the beauty of Alaska's scenery, akin to an untouched oil painting unmarred by industrial pollution. This vast and bountiful land was acquired by the United States from Tsarist Russia in the 19th century for a mere $7 million. After a little over an hour, the small plane touched down at a picturesque lakeside resort. The resort was nestled by the water, backed by lush forests, with serene lakes in the foreground and snow-covered mountains in the distance, resembling a paradise hidden from the world. Wow, this place is stunning. The four women, led by Huang Yuming, were utterly entranced by the beauty before them, eagerly pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Thanks to the generous provisions from their employer Lu Chi, they were fortunate enough to visit such a place, which they would have otherwise never experienced in their lifetime. Mr. Lu, this is where you will be staying tonight, Mark announced as he guided Lu Chi and his party to a wooden cabin. The cabin boasted 3 stories, with the ground floor elevated and the second and third floors designated for guests, each room offering splendid views of the mountains and waters. Lu Chi assigned the 4 women to the 3rd floor while he opted for the 2nd. Once they settled their luggage, Mark led them to the resort's sole restaurant. Upon entering, they found a long dining table lavishly adorned with a variety of Alaskan delicacies, including moose bacon, yak burgers, roasted salmon, and Alaskan king crab, among others. The mere sight of those king crabs, which would cost no less than 10,000 yuan back home, hinted at the extravagance of the feast. Even in Alaska, known for its king crab, such a banquet was not inexpensive. Mark had prepared this sumptuous meal to honor Lu Chi, as Yi Li from Huaxia's Heilongjiang province had informed him that Lu Chi was a good friend of hers and quite affluent. Treating him well could potentially yield a reward of several tens of thousands of dollars. Wow, this is quite a feast. The 4 women, captivated by the aromatic and visually appealing dishes, instinctively swallowed hard. Boss, can we also eat? Huang Yutong asked Lu Chi with eager anticipation. Of course, please take a seat. Lu Chi replied, not one to be stingy. Since he had brought these 4 employees along for enjoyment, he would not treat them differently. Thank you, boss. The 4 women joyfully settled at the table. Welcome, esteemed guests from the East. Mark, along with the restaurant's proprietress, raised a toast to celebrate Lu Chi and his party. The dinner unfolded in a delightful atmosphere, with each of the 4 women relishing a king crab, thoroughly enjoying the meal. The proprietress, Madonna, was warm and welcoming, frequently refilling their glasses. Given Alaska's subarctic location, the local spirits tended to be quite potent. The 4 women felt confident in their drinking capabilities, each steadily consuming 2 to 3 glasses. After dinner, under the influence of alcohol, the twin sisters, Huang Yumeng and Huang Yutong, with flushed cheeks, staggered as they walked. On their way back, Yi Qingxuang supported Huang Yumeng, while Sun Jiai aided Huang Yutong. However, Yi Qingxuang and Sun Jiai also felt slightly dizzy, so Lu Chi had to personally assist the sisters. Thank you, boss, they said, still aware that it was Lu Chi helping them, even though their steps were unsteady, compelling them to lean upon him. One cannot help but remark on the attractive figures of the twin sisters, as Lu Chi found himself pleasantly overwhelmed by their soft and elastic forms. The sisters exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a hint of shyness, causing their faces to flush even more. Please, make sure to rest well. Lu Chi gently escorted them back to their room before descending the stairs. It was now 8 in the evening, yet the sky outside remained brightly lit. Being close to the Arctic, Alaska experiences prolonged daylight during summer, with only a few short hours of night. Lu Chi did not retire immediately. Instead, he went to inspect the fishing gear prepared by Mark for the following day. As a skilled fishing guide, Mark had meticulously arranged a complete set of fishing equipment. Once he finished reviewing it, Lu Chi finally retired for the night. The next day, the fishing adventure in Alaska officially commenced. After breakfast, Mark began transporting the necessary items to the small boat docked by the lake. Lu Chi, equipped with a lure rod and a lure bag at his waist, entered a state of readiness for fishing. While Mark busied himself, Lu Chi stood by the lakeside, not activating the system's detection function, casually casting the lure into the water and smoothly reeling it in. Suddenly, as he felt resistance on the rod. He quickly lifted it to reel in his catch, the rod bending under the strain. He had hooked a fish. With a calm demeanor, Lucci adeptly maneuvered the rod. As the line dwindled to just 5 or 6 meters, a fish with a long snout leaped from the water, thrashing about. It was, to his surprise, a northern pike. Moments later, Lucci successfully brought the fish ashore. Ding! Congratulations to the master for catching a northern pike weighing 4 pounds, earning 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the master for unlocking a new fish species, northern pike, earning 500 experience points. Thus, Lucci unlocked the northern pike as a new species. Boss, you're amazing, cheered the 4 girls, Huang Yuming among them. This was their first experience with lure fishing, and they admired Lucci's elegant and charismatic technique. Mr. Lucci, your skills are impressive. Not only did Huang Yuming and her friends praise him, but even the professional Mark commended Lucci, noting that the fish in this lake were frequently caught by resort goers, making the bites rather scarce. Yet, Lucci managed to catch a northern pike on his first cast. Not bad. Let us set off, Lucci replied with a slight smile as he boarded the boat. As for the northern pike he had caught, Lucci decided to release it due to the prevalence of parasites on such fish. The small boat departed from the lake. Drifting down the connected river, Lucci donned a head-mounted camera and positioned himself at the stern of the boat. After drifting for 10 minutes, Mark informed Lucci, Mr. Lucci, we are about to enter the section of the river where red salmon are abundant. You may begin lure fishing now. Without the need for Mark's reminder, Lucci had already discovered the red salmon in the water using the system's detection feature. The river was so clear that some red salmon were even visible to the naked eye. Lucci employed a bullet-spinning lure and began casting. Just a few meters into the retrieval, a fish lunged at the lure. Lucci raised his rod and pulled in a vibrant red fish that leapt from the water. It was indeed a red salmon. Splash! The red salmon was fierce, jumping out of the water 3 times in a desperate attempt to free itself from the hook. Go for it, boss. Huang Yuming and her 3 companions, who were unfamiliar with fishing lures, could only cheer Lucci on from the sidelines. Lucci accelerated the handle's movement, maintaining the tension on the fishing line, denying the red salmon any chance of escape. Though formidable, the red salmon quickly exhausted its strength and was soon brought aboard. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a red salmon weighing 4 pounds, earning 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations. You have unlocked a new species, the red salmon, earning 500 experience points. The system's voice chimed. Boss, what kind of fish is this? It's so beautiful. The striking red salmon captivated Huang Yuming and her companions, all of whom were witnessing a red salmon for the first time. This is a red salmon, quite abundant in Alaska. You may have tasted it as sashimi before, Lucci explained, then released the fish back into the water. Although the flesh of the red salmon was indeed delightful, Lucci's culinary aspirations lay with the exquisite king salmon. Chapter 134. Truly a happy man, this stretch of river was indeed teeming with red salmon. After catching the first one, Lucci entered a continuous fishing mode, landing a red salmon with each cast of the lure. Ding! Caught a red salmon weighing 5 pounds, earning 500 experience points. Ding! Caught a red salmon weighing 7 pounds, earning 700 experience points. In just 20 minutes, Lucci had caught 10 red salmon. Boss, you're truly remarkable. Watching Lucci reel in fish after fish, Huang Yuming and her 3 flight attendant friends felt a mix of excitement and admiration. They had never imagined that fishing could be such an enjoyable experience. Previously, they had viewed fishing as a tedious wait. It was Lucci who had opened the door to a new world for them. Mr. Lucci, your fishing skills have surpassed mine. Mark, the guide, regarded Lucci with newfound respect and admiration. Although this river was abundant with red salmon, achieving a consistent catch was nearly impossible. Mark had never witnessed such prowess before. Just 2 days ago, Mark had agreed to host Lucci, assuming he was just another affluent tourist from Huaxia, but today, Lucci's performance had transformed his understanding of Huaxia's elite. Splash! Another red salmon was pulled alongside the boat, and Lucci used a fish control device to bring it aboard. Congratulations, master. You have successfully caught a red salmon weighing 10 pounds, earning 300 experience points. This particular red salmon was larger than any previously caught. How impressive! The 4 young women, led by Huang Yuming, transitioned from mere supporters to ardent admirers of Lucci, their gazes imbued with admiration. Observing the 4 ladies surrounding Lucci with lively banter, Mark felt a twinge of envy. These 4 enchanting beauties not only delighted the eye, but also enriched their journey with vibrant energy. Do not be overly excited. There are even larger catches ahead. Encouraged by the enthusiastic support of the 4 young women, Lucci felt uplifted. Go for it, boss. They cheered, eagerly anticipating what other magnificent fish their handsome leader might reel in. Soon, Lucci caught several more red salmon. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he detected a particularly massive red salmon within the system's scanning range. As it approached casting distance, he swiftly cast his lure nearby. On the first cast, employing a slow and steady retrieval method, the red salmon did not strike the lure. On the second cast, he adopted a twitching technique, and the salmon darted towards the lure like a crimson projectile. The tip of the fishing rod bent sharply, and the line began to pull taut. He had hooked it. Lucci promptly lifted the rod and began reeling in. Splash! The robust red salmon leapt nearly a meter into the air, resembling a streak of red lightning. This specimen was even larger than the last. "Go, boss!" cheered the four women, excitement and tension palpable in the air. Lucci remained composed as he skillfully manipulated the rod. The formidable salmon fought fiercely, darting about with speed and power, leaping from the water one moment and racing in another direction the next. Such physical strength endowed the salmon's flesh with exquisite texture and flavor. Without incident. A few minutes later, Lucci successfully brought the large red salmon aboard. "Congratulations, master. You have caught a rare red salmon weighing 17 pounds, earning 4,000 experience points." The system chimed in at the perfect moment. What a magnificent sight. The 17-pound salmon was visually striking up close, eliciting a mix of curiosity and exhilaration from the four young women. "Boss, may I touch it?" asked Huang Yumao. "Of course," Lucci replied. With his permission, Huang Yumao and Huang Yutong extended their delicate hands, cautiously touching the vibrant fish. Lucci held the fish firmly with a fish control device to prevent any sudden movements. However, the gentle touches startled the fish, causing it to flick its tail violently. Slap! The tail struck Huang Yutong's fair hand, producing a crisp sound. "Yutong, are you all right?" Lucci inquired with a smile. "I'm fine, boss," she replied, unfazed by the encounter and even feeling a thrill from being swatted by the great fish. At that moment, Mark approached to weigh the impressive red salmon. 17 pounds, he exclaimed, his admiration evident as he addressed Lucci. "Mr. Lucci, you've only been in Alaska for less than a day, and you've already shattered my personal record for red salmon catches. Although the red salmon in Alaska is abundant, those exceeding 17 pounds are quite rare." Lucci did not release this particular red salmon. Instead, he temporarily stored it in the ship's freezer. After all, such a sizable red salmon, while perhaps not as exquisite in flavor as the king salmon, is still quite commendable, whether for personal consumption or as a gift for Mark. It holds value. The small boat continued to drift downstream. Lucci gradually caught more than a dozen red salmon, though none exceeded 15 pounds, and certainly did not reach any star quality. Ding! Caught a large king salmon. Experience points 500. Ding! Caught a spotted pink salmon. Experience points 600. Ding! Congratulations to the master for unlocking a new species, spotted pink salmon. Experience points 500 in addition to the red salmon. Lucci also caught several king salmon and a spotted pink salmon. "Boss, what kind of fish is this? It's so beautiful." "This is the spotted pink salmon. The red salmon, king salmon, and spotted pink salmon all belong to the salmon family." The spotted pink salmon has garnered unanimous admiration from the lovely Huang Yumao and her companions due to its striking appearance. However, Lucci was more eager for another type of salmon, the pink salmon, not merely because of its beauty, but because the system had previously mentioned that should he catch a royal pink salmon, he would be rewarded with a rare diamond known as the Eye of Mars. He intended to use this Eye of Mars to propose to Chinchuyue. His choice of Alaska as the first destination abroad was primarily motivated by the desire to acquire the Eye of Mars swiftly. As noon approached, Mark anchored the boat by the shore and began preparing lunch on the lawn. Lucci chose not to showcase his culinary skills at this moment, opting instead for a brief rest. "Boss, you must be tired. Let me give you a massage." Huang Yutong approached Lucci from behind, tenderly massaging his shoulders, arms, and head. It must be said that after a session of fishing, such a massage is incredibly soothing. "Boss, I also know a bit about massage. Let me work on your legs." Huang Yumao and Yi Qingxuang eagerly volunteered, kneeling in front of Lucci, each attending to one of his legs. 3 beautiful flight attendants, one standing behind Lucci and 2 kneeling before him, simultaneously provided him with a massage. What bliss! Lucci squinted his eyes in sheer enjoyment. He felt that having these 4 flight attendants was indeed worth every penny. Such treatment is something even an emperor would envy. In truth, it wasn't merely the high salary that compelled Huang Yumao and her companions to serve Lucci outside of work. Rather, it was the delightful journey he had gifted them that inspired their generous return. Mr. Lucci is truly a fortunate man. Mark, witnessing this scene, felt nothing but envy and admiration. He became even more convinced that these 4 beauties were not merely Lucci's employees. As the scene unfolded, the 3 lovely flight attendants simultaneously massaging Lucci resembled an ancient spectacle of maidservants attending to their master. Should a different employer take the helm, even with a more generous monthly salary, the trio of Huang Yumeng would undoubtedly not provide such attentive service. Their willingness to cater to Lucci beyond the confines of the aircraft stemmed from 2 reasons. Firstly, the complimentary journey had afforded them a novel experience that they wished to reciprocate. Secondly, they had developed a sense of admiration for Lu Qi. Boss, are you still tired? Huang Yumeng inquired with a smile after attending to Lu Qi's needs. Not anymore, thank you, Lu Qi replied. After a rejuvenating half-hour massage from the three women, he felt invigorated, his fatigue dissipated. Following a light lunch, he resumed his fishing endeavor aboard the vessel. Ding, caught a Chinook salmon, experience points 500. Ding, caught a sockeye salmon, experience points 600. The fishing resources in Alaska are enviable, even without utilizing the system's fish-finding feature. Lu Qi managed to catch fish with nearly every cast. Of course, this was partly due to the system's luck bonus. Ding, caught a red salmon, experience points 500. Ding. Congratulations to the master for catching a Chinook salmon weighing 20 pounds, experience points 2,000. After 2 hours adrift, Lu Qi had successfully caught over 30 fish, including several Chinook salmon exceeding 20 pounds and sockeye salmon surpassing 15 pounds. Yet, the pink salmon and king salmon he anticipated had yet to make an appearance. Suddenly, a salmon hooked and leapt fiercely from the water. This salmon bore resemblance to the sockeye but exhibited a distinct coloration, with a pink hue on its belly. It was, indeed, a pink salmon. Finally, he had caught a pink salmon. Lu Qi joyfully reeled it in, bringing it alongside the boat before using a fish gripper to secure it on board. Ding, caught a pink salmon, experience points 700. Ding. Congratulations to the master for unlocking a new species, pink salmon, experience points 500. The system chimed in. Boss, why does this fish have a hunchback? Huang Yutong, noticing the notable curvature of the pink salmon's back, curiously asked, thinking it might be a mutation. Lu Qi chuckled. Ah, this is a pink salmon. The male pink salmon appears this way. It is also known as the humped salmon or the humpback salmon. Oh, I see. You really know a lot, boss. The four women recognized Lu Qi's extensive knowledge about fishing. Just a bit of luck. The system provides me with daily insights into various fish species. It would be hard not to learn a great deal, Lu Qi replied modestly. After catching the pink salmon, Lu Qi, utilizing the system's fish-finding feature, discovered more pink salmon nearby. Alas, these pink salmon are not substantial enough, he mused. Although he had not yet caught them, he discerned that these pink salmon would not reach the star level, let alone the king level. Nevertheless, he continued casting his line, striving to reel in every pink salmon he encountered, as his accumulated experience points had already reached 900,000. With just 100,000 experience points remaining, he would ascend to level 10 fishing prowess. Ding, you have caught a pink salmon, earning 700 experience points. Ding, congratulations, you have caught a pink salmon weighing 7 pounds, earning 1,500 experience points. The pink salmon is the smallest of all salmon species, and a 7-pound specimen is quite rare. At this rate of gaining experience, Lu Qi would be able to elevate his fishing skills to level 10 during this trip to Alaska. As the clock approached 5 p.m., Lu Qi had accumulated over 20,000 experience points. The largest pink salmon he caught weighed 10 pounds, placing it in the rare category. Though it did not earn a star rating, their small boat had drifted to another lakeside resort. Mr. Lu Qi, let us conclude our fishing for today. We shall rest at this resort tonight, suggested the guide, Mark. But Mark, it's only 5 p.m. Can't we fish for another 2 hours? Lu Qi replied, eager to catch a king-level pink salmon and reluctant to waste time resting. However, there are no villages within a considerable distance downstream. If we continue fishing for another 2 hours, we would have to camp out in the wilderness, Mark explained. Camping posed no issue for Lu Qi, but he had to consider the 4 flight attendants. Thus, he addressed Huang Yumeng and the others. Yumeng, why don't you all disembark and rest at the resort tonight? No, I want to stay with the boss, exclaimed one. Me too, another chimed in. Boss, I wish to experience camping in Alaska, said a third, surprising Lu Qi as none of the 4 attendants chose to leave the boat, all wishing to accompany him. Since all 4 were undeterred by the prospect of camping, Lu Qi felt there was little more to persuade, and he instructed Mark to continue drifting downstream. Ding, you have caught a red salmon, earning 600 experience points. Ding, you have caught a pink salmon, earning 700 experience points. Ding, you have caught a king salmon weighing 10 pounds, earning 1,500 experience points. From 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., Lu Qi caught over 20 fish. While he did not reel in any particularly large pink salmon, he did manage to catch a king salmon. The king salmon, scientifically known as Oncorhynchus chewicha, is regarded as the aristocrat among salmon, with top-notch flesh and texture, commanding a market price even higher than that of authentic Atlantic salmon. This is a premium salmon. Tonight I shall prepare a feast for you all, Lu Qi declared with a smile as he held up the king salmon for Huang Yumeng and the others. Yay, long live the boss. The 4 attendants cheered joyously. After continuing to fish for a while longer, Lu Qi instructed Mark to anchor the boat in an open area along the shore. Though the sky was still bright, it was already 7:30 p.m. After a full afternoon of fishing, Lu Qi felt somewhat fatigued, but to commend the outstanding performance of Huang Yumeng and her companions, he decided to cook a sumptuous meal for them. Sashimi of king salmon, steamed king salmon, pan-seared red salmon, and grilled pink salmon. Each dish was a feast for the eyes and the palate, presented one after another before the eager attendants. The four women gazed at the spread, salivating. It was the most mouth-watering fish banquet they had ever seen. You may all dig in, Lu Qi said with a smile after finishing his preparations. Huang Yumeng took a piece of the steamed king salmon and placed it in her mouth, where the exquisite flavor and texture erupted on her palate. She felt as though her palate, long dormant for over 20 years, had finally experienced a crescendo of flavors. It was simply exquisite. Huang Yumeng gazed at Lu Qi with awe and admiration. Boss, your culinary creations are absolutely divine. The other three ladies echoed Huang Yumeng's sentiments, thoroughly captivated by the delectable dishes. Mr. Lu Qi, your cooking is nothing short of extraordinary. The guide, Mark, continuously gave Lu Qi a thumbs up. These top-tier ingredients, transformed by Lu Qi's artistry, had become a true gastronomic delight. After the sumptuous dinner, the faces of Huang Yumeng and her companions radiated happiness and satisfaction, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they looked at Lu Qi. This boss was not only an elegant gentleman, but also brimming with talent. To work under such a remarkable leader filled them with great joy. As the chapter unfolds, the final two pink salmon appear. Who is male and who is female? Those who have attentively engaged with this chapter should already know the answer. This image surely deserves a gift. May I kindly request one? Author's note. I humbly seek your viewership for the free update videos, and I ask for gifts powered by your affection. Chapter 136. The star-class spotted pike after dinner. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, yet the sky remained aglow. Lu Qi reclined on the grassy slope, leisurely admiring the unique sunset of Alaska. Boss, you've worked hard. Huang Yutong, possessing professional massage skills, gently elevated Lu Qi's feet onto her lap and offered him a massage. Boss, I'd like to massage you too. Huang Yumeng, Yi Qingxuang, and Sun Jiai joined in the therapeutic endeavor. To them, it was only fitting to reciprocate the exquisite dinner Lu Qi had prepared for them with a soothing massage. Thus, Lu Qi enjoyed a delightful pampering session while basking in the sunset-esque glow. He lay on the grass, with Huang Yumeng and Yi Qingxuang each tending to one of his legs, Sun Jiai massaging his arms, and Huang Yutong focusing on acupressure points on his head. The sensation was simply sublime. Meanwhile, Mark, busy setting up the camping tent, marveled at the stark differences between men, pondering why such disparities existed. Boss, would you like to continue with the massage? Huang Yumeng inquired with a smile after more than half an hour of pampering. No, thank you. I appreciate it. Lu Qi replied with a grin. To express my gratitude, I shall prepare another delightful meal for you all tomorrow. At this, Huang Yumeng and her companions brightened with excitement. The gluttonous Huang Yutong even licking her lips in eager anticipation of the next culinary feast. Though it was summer, the nighttime temperature in Alaska dipped below 10 degrees. While Lu Qi could comfortably bathe in the river given his physique, the four ladies could not. Therefore, Lu Qi heated some water for them to use in their tents for washing. The boss truly is a considerate gentleman. The four girls felt warmed by Lu Qi's thoughtful gesture. As the girls washed in the tent, Lu Qi and Mark ventured a few hundred meters away to wash in the river. Mr. Lu Qi, are you of mixed heritage? After observing Lu Qi, Mark couldn't help but inquire. But I am a purebred Huaxiao individual, Lu Qi responded. Oh, but your physique resembles that of our Westerners, Mark chuckled. Can one witness the northern lights here at night? Lu Qi inquired. Indeed, the meteorological station predicts a significant aurora outbreak tomorrow night, visible from most parts of Alaska. Mark replied. Lu Qi pondered that he must bring Chiyoya along next time. Embracing her while gazing at the aurora would be a truly romantic affair. That night, as there were no auroras to behold, Lu Qi took a shower and then retired for the evening. Before drifting into slumber, his keen hearing allowed him to catch the whispers of the girls in the adjacent tent. The following day, fishing resumed. Ding. Caught a rainbow trout. Experience points 500. Ding. Caught a king salmon. Experience points 500. The small boat drifted downstream, and Lu Qi continued to fish in rapid succession. After over an hour, he spotted a large fish, which appeared to be a king salmon based on its shape. He cast his artificial lure and employed a jigging technique to reel it in. The large fish swiftly attacked the lure. The hooked fish began to struggle fiercely, pulling the line with great speed. The strength of these salmon exceeded that of some freshwater fish by 2 or 3 times. Lu Qi deftly manipulated the reel while rhythmically raising the fishing rod. The fish did not leap from the water but instead darted in the depths, increasing the likelihood of the hook snagging on the bottom. However, against the backdrop of 24 kilograms of drag force, the formidable fish could not resist for long. After 6 or 7 minutes, Lu Qi managed to bring the fish aboard the boat. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a rare silver salmon weighing 35 pounds. Experience points 10,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have unlocked a new fish species, silver salmon. Experience points 500. This fish, resembling a king salmon, was actually a silver salmon. Wow, what a massive king salmon. Tonight we shall feast on king salmon again. Huang Yumeng and her companions cheered, recalling the delectable taste of the king salmon from the previous night, causing their mouths to water. This is not a king salmon. It is a silver salmon, Lu Qi explained with a smile. Huh. I thought it looked very much like yesterday's king salmon. Huang Yutong exclaimed in astonishment. The larger silver salmon indeed bears a resemblance to the king salmon. Yet their mouths and tails exhibit subtle differences, Lu Qi elaborated. The four girls nodded, though they still struggled to distinguish between silver and king salmon. Mr. Lu Qi, you are quite the expert, Mark remarked, somewhat surprised, for it is challenging to differentiate between large silver salmon and king salmon without extensive experience in salmon fishing. I am still learning from you, Mr. Mark, Lu Qi replied. You are too modest, Mr. Lu Qi, Mark chuckled, shaking his head. Although they had only known each other for less than 2 days, he had already discerned that Lu Qi possessed profound fishing knowledge and remarkable wilderness survival skills. Before noon, the small boat drifted into a mighty river. While the density of fish in the river might be lower, larger fish were more abundant. After navigating the vast river for a little over 10 minutes, a substantial creature entered the detection range of the system. Judging by its shape, it appeared to be a large northern pike. Lu Qi felt a rush of excitement as he switched to a minnow lure and cast it into the water. On the first and second casts, the pike remained unresponsive. It was not until the third cast that the pike surged forth like a dragon ascending to the heavens, swiftly darting towards the lure and seizing it. Lu Qi timed his strike perfectly, reeling in the line. Zing! The fishing line was pulled from the spool with vigorous force. The pike was hooked. Lu Qi cranked the handle and adjusted the drag to its maximum setting. Despite the 24 kilograms drag force, the line was still pulled out over 100 meters. Eventually, the pike's strength waned, allowing Lu Qi to gradually retrieve the line. This was the longest fight he had experienced since arriving in Alaska. Huang Yumeng and her companions realized that Lu Qi must have caught a significant fish. Go, boss! They cheered quietly, their excitement palpable as they watched intently. After about 10 minutes, the pike broke the surface of the water. What a magnificent sight! The lengthy creature resembled a golden dragon, leaving the four girls in awe, their mouths agape. Even the guide, Mark, was taken aback. His friends had never caught a pike of such magnitude. The pike continued to struggle on the surface for 3 more minutes before Lu Qi successfully netted it onto the boat. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have caught a star-rated northern pike weighing 60 pounds. Experience points, 30,000. Reward, 1 skill. This pike measured over 1.4 meters in length and weighed a staggering 60 pounds. Observing it up close was a breathtaking experience. Its gaping maw seemed capable of swallowing a small child. It appeared monstrous. The large pike was indeed intimidating when it opened its mouth, causing the more timid Yi Qingxuang and Sun Jia to hesitate in approaching. The brave twin sisters, Huang Yumeng and Huang Yutong, dared to reach out and touch the creature's head. In the next chapter, images of the king salmon and silver salmon, along with the pike, will be showcased. Chapter 137, The Large King Salmon. The pike was rife with parasites and had an average taste. So Lu Qi decided against consuming it and released the star-rated northern pike back into the water. Mr. Lu Qi, you are the most skilled fisherman I have ever encountered, Mark exclaimed with admiration. The silver salmon and enormous pike that Lu Qi had caught in just 2 days surpassed the lifetime achievements of many local anglers. Haha, you flatter me. Lu Qi chuckled in response, thinking to himself that the best was yet to come. He continued to fish in the river for another hour. Ding! Caught a silver salmon, experience points, 600. Ding! Caught a pink salmon, experience points, 600. During that hour, Lu Qi caught 10 fish, none of which were classified as rare. As noon approached, Mark anchored the boat in a suitable spot along the riverbank, and everyone enjoyed a simple lunch together. While dining, Lu Qi secretly inquired of the system, "What skill reward did I just receive?" The system responded, "The skill awarded to you is Super Special Forces Firearm Proficiency." Super Special Forces Firearm Proficiency. This skill holds little value domestically, as firearms are scarcely accessible. However, it proves exceptionally useful abroad, particularly in a nation like the United States, where firearms are nearly essential for self-defense. At this moment, Guide Mark is equipped with one. Overall, this reward appears quite favorable. Moreover, the system has graciously provided firearm permits for countries such as the United States. After the meal, Lu Qi instructed everyone to enjoy a 1-hour midday rest. Today, he did not request the 4 girls, including Huang Yumeng, to provide massages. Seizing the opportunity to relax, they stood by the river practicing lure fishing. Having observed Lu Qi's fishing endeavors over the past few days, they developed a keen interest in this activity. Do be cautious, the hooks are quite sharp, Lu Qi advised, as he had not prepared gloves for the girls. Despite his warnings, it is common for novices to get hooked while learning to fish. Huang Yutong inadvertently fell victim. While preparing her bait, the hook pierced her delicate skin, and blood seeped from her fair fingers. Lu Qi promptly attended to Huang Yutong's wound, leveraging his maxed-out wilderness survival skills to handle such minor injuries with ease. He overlooked Sun Jiai among the flight attendants, who was adept in medical care and could have managed without his intervention. Thank you, boss. Watching Lu Qi's earnest demeanor as he treated her injury warmed Huang Yutong's heart. After tending to the wound, she was eager to continue practicing lure fishing. Observing the flight attendant's determination to learn, Lu Qi smiled and shook his head. It seemed he had inadvertently inspired several individuals, including beautiful flight attendants, to take up fishing. He then offered his gloves to Huang Yutong to prevent further injuries from the hooks. Thank you, boss. Wearing the stylish gloves of her charming gentleman boss, Huang Yutong felt a sweet sensation in her heart. She became quite adept, mastering the lure fishing technique first and, during the midday break, successfully caught a large salmon. I can fish now, Huang Yutong exclaimed joyfully, her face radiant with a bright smile. As the midday rest concluded, Lu Qi boarded the boat to resume fishing. Ding. Caught one large salmon. Experience points 500. Ding. Caught one pattern pike. Experience points 600. Ding. Congratulations on unlocking a new fish species. Experience points 500. Ding. Triggered a special mission. Mission details. Collect 5 or more pike species. Completion rewards 50,000 experience points. In 1 hour of fishing, Lu Qi caught 8 fish, including one pattern pike, which triggered the special mission to collect pike species. There are 8 species of pike worldwide, with 2 types, black-spotted pike and white-spotted pike, found within the borders of China, primarily distributed in the Black River Basin and the Irtysh River Basin. North America is home to various pike species, including patterned pike, white-spotted pike, North American pike, dark pike, and black-spotted pike. Overall, this special mission presents a moderate level of difficulty. Currently, Lu Qi has successfully caught 2 species of pike, the white-spotted pike and the barred pike. Half an hour has elapsed when a sizable fish enters the detection range of the system. Judging by its shape, it is either a king salmon or a silver salmon. Lu Qi casts his lure into the water, and the large fish immediately launches a fierce attack on the bait. With a swift motion, Lu Qi raises the rod and reels in, successfully hooking the fish. The creature, in its pain, darts toward the depths of the river. Pulling over 100 meters of line, Lu Qi swiftly cranks the handle, rhythmically lifting the fishing rod. After a 10-minute struggle, the great fish is brought near the small boat, surfacing at last. Is that a king salmon? He exclaims, observing the enormous salmon in the water. Huang Yu and the 4 girls cheer, though they remain uncertain whether it is a king or a silver salmon. Indeed, it is a king salmon. Mark at the bow of the boat approaches in awe, exclaiming, Mr. Lu Qi, you are truly a fishing deity from the east. 2 minutes later, the king salmon is aboard. Ding. Congratulations, master, for catching a rare king salmon weighing 50 pounds, granting you 15,000 experience points. The 50-pound king salmon, however, does not reach star level, as the largest specimens can weigh up to 90 pounds. Nevertheless, the generous experience points elevate Lu Qi's total to 960,000, just 40,000 points shy of the coveted million. Tonight, we shall feast on king salmon, Lu Qi declares cheerfully to the group. Wonderful. Long live the boss, the 4 girls exclaim, enveloping Lu Qi in a jubilant embrace. Indeed, they encircle him in a joyous hug, pressing in from all sides. The 50-pound king salmon is more than sufficient for a grand feast. Yet, Lu Qi's mind is still preoccupied with the pink salmon. The small boat drifts for over 20 kilometers down the river before finally entering the sea. However, the largest pink salmon Lu Qi has caught thus far barely qualifies as star level, let alone king level. Mark, where can we find the most pink salmon? It is my favorite to catch, Lu Qi inquires. Mark is somewhat taken aback, as pink salmon are the smallest among all salmon species. Yet Lu Qi expresses a preference for fishing them. Mr. Lu Qi, there is indeed a place where pink salmon are abundant, but it is over 100 kilometers away and can only be reached by boat. Very well, let us head there now. Now, we will arrive after dark. No matter. We shall go at once. All right. As the guide, Mark is committed to serving his benefactor well. He turns the boat's bow upstream against the current. The first 20 kilometers overlap with their previous route, but beyond that lies a new path. During the journey, Lu Qi seldom casts his line, unless he encounters particularly large fish. Mark, stop the boat, Lu Qi suddenly commands. On the surface, he appears composed, but internally he is quite exhilarated. For a massive salmon has entered the system's detection range. It is significantly larger than the previous 50-pound king salmon. Such a size can only belong to a king salmon. Uncertain as to whether he could attain the regal level, Lucci chose a spinning lure after anchoring the boat, casting it near the massive salmon. On his first and second casts, the salmon remained unresponsive. As it appeared ready to swim beyond the casting range, Lucci instructed Mark to maneuver the boat, closely pursuing the salmon. On the third cast, the salmon still did not engage with the lure. It is noteworthy that Lucci's system-augmented luck substantially enhanced the allure of his bait, rendering it several times more enticing than that of others. If he could not catch the fish after 3 attempts, it was improbable that anyone else would succeed. It was no wonder that this salmon had grown to such a size. On the fourth cast, the salmon finally reacted, opening its enormous mouth to seize the lure. The hook pierced its jaw, and the startled fish began a frantic escape, the line hissing as it rapidly unwound. Lucci adjusted the reel's drag to its maximum. After more than a minute, over 100 meters of line had been pulled out. As the salmon's speed diminished, Lucci intensified his reeling, initiating a fierce tug-of-war between man and fish. "Boss has hooked a big one. Go, boss." Huang Yutong and her companions cheered enthusiastically, pumping their fists in encouragement. After more than 10 minutes, the salmon surfaced. What a giant! It's a king salmon. The sight of the colossal creature sent Huang Yutong and her friends into a frenzy of excitement. Such a magnificent king salmon. Mark, the guide, widened his eyes in astonishment. As a professional guide in Alaska, he had never encountered a king salmon of such magnitude. Lucci continued to tire the fish, and once it was utterly exhausted, he managed to bring it aboard. Ding! Congratulations, master, on catching a royal-level king salmon weighing 82 pounds. Experience points, 50,000. Reward, 1 SSS-level opportunity fragment. This king salmon weighed an astonishing 82 pounds, undoubtedly classified as royal by the system. However, Lucci felt a twinge of disappointment at the reward of merely 1 opportunity fragment. Soon, he realized that an SSS-level opportunity was exceptionally rare. 1 fragment could be as valuable as an S-level opportunity. According to the system, collecting 4 fragments would yield a complete opportunity. He had already acquired 2 SSS-level opportunity fragments, needing just 2 more to unveil the extraordinary nature of the SSS-level opportunity. While Lucci contemplated this, Mark eagerly weighed the freshly caught king salmon. 82 pounds. Oh my gosh! Mark exclaimed in a flurry of English exclamations. Mr. Liu, you may have shattered the record in the Alaskan fishing community. You truly are a fishing deity from the East. That seems unlikely, Lucci replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Given that Alaska is one of the most significant habitats for king salmon, if a record were broken, it would undoubtedly be recognized by the system as an imperial fish. However, the system is currently rated at the king level, indicating that there is still a gap to break the record. The boss is indeed remarkable. Seeing Mark praise him so highly, Huang Yutong and her 3 companions felt an increasing admiration for this charming boss. Previously, they had little interest in fishing, but now they have developed a profound fondness for the sport. Lucci did not release the king-level Chinook salmon. He intended to airlift it back home for family and friends to savor. The small boat continued its journey towards the gathering spot of the pink salmon. And along the way, Lucci caught a 30-pound northern pike. His cumulative experience points officially surpassed 1 million. Ding! Congratulations, master. Fishing skill has risen to level 10. With a level 10 fishing skill, the maximum drag force of the strongest fishing reel has increased to 36 kilograms, with no significant restrictions in other aspects. With a drag force of 36 kilograms, he can challenge those colossal deep-sea creatures weighing 500 pounds. As for freshwater fish, he could sweep through all but a few species. Author's note: this chapter is relatively brief, consisting of only 1,000 words, as the author is hurrying to dinner, yet there will be 2 chapters today. Chapter 139, The Rascal in the Wild, the Sharpshooter due to some delays along the way. The small boat had yet to reach the gathering spot for the pink salmon by 7 in the evening. Mr. Lucci, we still have 2 hours of travel ahead. By the time we arrive, it will be dark. Shall we rest here tonight and proceed tomorrow? Suggested the guide Mark, pointing to a suitable camping spot along the shore. That sounds reasonable. Although Lucci was eager to catch the king-level pink salmon, time constraints dictated that they must wait until tomorrow. The small boat anchored by the shore, and Mark unloaded tools for dinner and setting up the tent. Just as Lucci was preparing to cook, 5 young men emerged from the nearby woods. Dressed as hunters and armed with rifles, 2 of them carried a reindeer, clearly a group of hunters. Alaska is abundant in wildlife, and the proportion of those who enjoy hunting is quite high. Initially, these young men were merely passing through, but upon seeing Huang Yutong and her 3 companions, they halted in their tracks. The beauty and grace of Huang Yutong and her friends captivated the attention of the group of Alaskan youths. Wow, what incredible luck today! These eastern girls are truly stunning. In the sparsely populated expanse of Alaska, encountering even 1 person in such remote wilderness is rare, let alone 4 eastern beauties at once. These young men, typically known as rascals in their locality, were immediately stirred by their sudden encounter with the enchanting women. "Ladies, I am Mark from Anchorage." Mark stepped in to intercept the group of youths. Anchorage is the largest city in Alaska, and Mark is quite renowned there. He hoped to use his reputation to intimidate these young men. "Mark? Never heard of him, but I've certainly heard of F." The youths scoffed at Mark. Being a group of uneducated ruffians, they were naturally oblivious to Mark's fame. Realizing he was dealing with rascals due to their blatant disrespect, Mark understood the situation had become precarious. In the desolate wilderness, there is nothing more terrifying than encountering such individuals. "Ladies and gentlemen, regardless of whether you have heard of me, these esteemed guests from the East must not be disturbed." When faced with ruffians, reasoning proves futile. As he spoke, Mark discreetly grasped the pistol at his waist. "Boss." At a distance of several meters, Huang Yutong and her companions recognized the peril of the situation. At a loss for how to proceed, they turned their gaze towards Lu Qi. "Do not panic, everything is fine." Lu Qi reassured the four women before stepping forward to stand alongside Mark. Observing Lu Qi's unwavering calmness, Huang Yutong and her companions instinctively felt their anxiety dissipate. With Lu Qi standing resolutely before them like a steadfast tree, their sense of security blossomed. Ironically, it was Mark who grew increasingly tense. If Lu Qi stood behind him, he would have a modicum of confidence in safeguarding him. But now Lu Qi was entirely exposed to the line of fire. "Haha, my friend. There is no need to be anxious. We merely wish to become acquainted with these eastern beauties," the red-nosed youth, their leader, chuckled as he suddenly raised his shotgun, aiming it at Mark. Anticipating this move, Mark was a second faster, drawing his own pistol from his waist. Although Mark was quicker, he refrained from firing, aware that he could not simultaneously neutralize all 5 adversaries. Thus, Mark pointed his pistol at the red-nosed youth, who in turn trained his shotgun on him. Soon after, 2 more youths raised their shotguns, chambering rounds and aiming them at Mark. "Old man, we have 5 guns here, while you possess only 1. How do you intend to contend with us?" The red-nosed youth sneered, revealing a set of grimy teeth. "Young man, do you not realize that you are committing a crime?" Mark replied sternly. "If you dare to offend these distinguished guests from the East, you will face at least a decade in prison." "Old man, all we desire today is a bit of fun. Spare us your useless chatter." The ruffians displayed a blatant disregard for the law, ignoring Mark's warning. The red-nosed youth continued. "Here's the deal. If you put down your gun, we will only take the 2 twin sisters among these 4 eastern beauties." He gestured toward the most beautiful sisters, Huang Yumeng and Huang Yutong. Mark would never relinquish his weapon. He understood that retreating would only embolden these ruffians. Just as the standoff intensified, Lu Qi interjected, speaking in somewhat halting English. "Gentlemen, if you let us go, I will give each of you $1 million. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 5 youths brightened. So this lad is a wealthy second-generation heir from the East. What a stroke of fortune. Today they could not only bed eastern beauties, but also kidnap a rich heir. Haha, splendid. No problem. Then we will all lower our guns simultaneously." The red-nosed youth instructed the other 2 to lower their weapons. And Lu Qi urged Mark to hand over his gun. "Mr. Lu Qi, this is not advisable." Mark felt a surge of urgency. "It's fine, Mark. I trust these are honorable young men," Lu Qi said as he forcibly took the gun from Mark's hand. "Haha, indeed, we are men of our word." Seeing that Mark was unarmed, the red-nosed youth burst into a triumphant laugh. "Now, no one is allowed to move. Sorry, but you can't move either." Lu Qi casually toyed with his handgun, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "Haha, little eastern boy, do you even know how to shoot? Should I give you a day to practice?" The red-nosed youth mocked Lu Qi, perceiving him as harmless, like an infant wielding a kitchen knife. "Is that so?" A mild smile graced Lu Qi's lips. In the next instant, gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots rang out in rapid succession. Immediately following were the agonized screams of the 5 youths. Their cries echoed across the wilderness like the wails of slaughtered pigs. Each of the red-nosed youths bore a bloody bullet wound in their shoulders, crimson blood gushing forth. All of this transpired within a mere second, so swift that even Mark couldn't react in time. It was only when the red-nosed youth's shotgun clattered to the ground that Mark turned to Lu Qi in shock. Lu Qi blew on the muzzle of his gun and extended his palm towards him. "Mark, pass me a few more bullets." In that moment, Mark was utterly astonished. This young man from Huaxia was, in fact, a sharpshooter. In just 1 second, he had accurately fired 5 shots, dispatching 5 opponents. Being well-versed in firearms, Mark knew that such precision was nearly impossible to achieve. The level of skill displayed was beyond anything he had ever heard of. "Boss, you're so cool." The 4 girls behind Huang Yutong gazed at Lu Qi with stars in their eyes. He had effortlessly eliminated the 5 foreign ruffians threatening their safety, which instilled in them a profound sense of security and the bliss of being protected. In their eyes, Lu Qi was simply breathtaking. Chapter 140. The night of the aurora, the 5 Alaskan youths looked at Lu Chi with palpable fear. Moments ago, they had barely registered how the Eastern youth had drawn his weapon. He was a marksman whose speed was nothing short of astonishing. All 5 of them had been shot in their right shoulders, leaving only their left arms functional, which was insufficient to wield their long shotguns. This signified a sudden reversal of circumstances. They had once held the upper hand, but in the blink of an eye, they had become the prey. After their screams subsided, the ruffians fled towards the woods. Escape was their only thought. Thoughts of revenge could wait. However, Lu Chi would not allow them to flee unscathed. Bang, bang, bang. More gunfire shattered the tranquility of the wilderness. As they attempted to escape, the youths were struck in their calves, collapsing to the ground in agony, completely losing their ability to flee. They never anticipated that this Eastern boy not only possessed extraordinary shooting skills, but also wielded his weapon with such ruthless precision. Firing upon them once more, Mark felt a chill in his heart, regarding Lu Chi with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that the outwardly humble and gentlemanly Lu Chi could display such audacity in confronting adversaries, demonstrating a courage that surpassed his own. Were it him in that situation, he might have hesitated to fire upon those ruffian youths. Meanwhile, the 4 girls, Huang Yutong and her companions, found Lu Chi increasingly captivating. His bravery and strength profoundly stirred their hearts. Mark, please call the police to apprehend them, and then attend to their wounds. We must ensure they do not perish. Lu Chi instructed. He had no intention of taking the lives of those ruffians. Mark then utilized a satellite phone to contact the police department. However, the nearest station in Alaska was situated 100 kilometers away, and as darkness approached, the officers offered various excuses to delay their arrival, insisting on waiting until morning. Fortunately, Mark had some connections and reached out to a friend in a higher position, prompting the police to dispatch personnel. 30 minutes later, a helicopter approached and landed on the riverbank. Mark, I am willing to contribute $200,000 to support the police in securing the finest attorney, ensuring they remain incarcerated for a longer period, Lu Chi conveyed. According to American law, these ruffians might only serve a few months in prison. But with the best prosecuting attorney on the case, it was conceivable that they could face 10 years behind bars. In the United States, the eloquence of a lawyer can significantly alter the course of many cases, which is why attorneys hold such a prestigious status. Understood, Mr. Lu Chi. Mark replied after discussing matters with the police. Once the scene was documented, the officers escorted the 5 ruffians away. At last, the riverside fell silent, allowing Lu Chi to begin preparing dinner. Boss, allow me to assist you. Huang Yutong and her friends eagerly volunteered to help Lu Chi. After over an hour of diligent work, a sumptuous feast featuring king salmon was presented before them. The alluring colors and enchanting aromas left the 4 girls drooling with anticipation. All right, everyone, let us begin, Lu Chi smiled at them. Thank you for your hard work, boss. They chorused in unison before picking up their utensils. Lu Chi had first protected them and then prepared a delightful meal. How fortunate they were to have such a wonderful boss. As they savored the king salmon feast, the girls exclaimed, "This is exquisite. Boss, you are the best chef in the world." Their faces radiated happiness as they relished the meal. Being with Lu Chi not only provided them with a unique journey but also the opportunity to indulge in the finest cuisine, filling their hearts with joy. However, they felt the greatest happiness was yet to come, as they gathered with Lu Chi to witness the northern lights after dinner. Boss, look, the northern lights, Huang Yutong exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the distant sky. Above them danced vibrant ribbons of light, imbued with a dreamlike quality. The northern lights had appeared, a magnificent and colorful luminescent phenomenon occurring in the high-latitude regions of the northern hemisphere, resulting from the interaction of the Earth's magnetosphere or the high-energy, charged particle streams from the sun, which excite the molecules or atoms in the upper atmosphere. In Alaska, one can witness the ethereal beauty of the northern lights for more than half of the year. How magnificent! This was the first experience for Huang Yutong and her 3 companions to behold the northern lights, and they were all exceedingly excited. Unbeknownst to her, Huang Yutong grasped Lu Chi's arm. At that moment, Lu Chi was also gazing at the splendid and mysterious auroras, oblivious to Huang Yutong's actions. "Thank you, boss, for gifting me such a beautiful and unforgettable journey," she said, naturally leaning against Lu Chi's shoulder. Watching the northern lights while resting against him, she felt it was the happiest moment of her life. Her sister, Huang Yuming, noticed Huang Yutong's demeanor and realized her sister was becoming emotional. As she herself often found her heart fluttering at certain moments involving Lu Chi, she could only hope that her sister would not fall too deeply. For such an exceptional boss might already have a girlfriend. Even if he didn't, their family circumstances hardly matched his excellence. Beneath the northern lights, they each made their wishes. After watching the auroras for over an hour, they finally retreated to their tents to rest. Shortly after Lu Chi lay down, a voice called from outside the tent. "Boss, may I come in?" It was Huang Yutong's voice. Lu Chi opened the tent flap and inquired, Yutong, is there something you need? Boss, you've worked hard today. May I give you a massage before you sleep? Is that all right? Huang Yutong asked with eager anticipation. Well, if you insist. Huang Yutong's massage skills were quite commendable, and Lu Chi found it quite addictive. Indulging in a massage before sleep was undoubtedly a delightful prospect. Thus, Huang Yutong entered Lu Chi's tent. She closed the tent flap and removed her down jacket, her alluring figure elegantly outlined by her snug sweater. Boss, please lie down. Once Lu Chi was settled, Huang Yutong began to massage him with her soft hands, working from top to bottom. The initial minutes of the massage felt exceedingly pleasant to Lu Chi. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The massage seemed to have taken on an inappropriate tone. Huang Yutong's supple form was now draped over his back. Yutong you. Lu Chi turned his head, only to meet Huang Yutong's gaze. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes held a dreamy allure. Boss, Yutong wishes to make you even more comfortable, if that is all right, she said, biting her red lip. Lu Chi instantly understood the implications of her words. He swallowed hard and reminded her, Yutong, I already have a girlfriend. Please don't do this. Boss, Yutong doesn't mind. She replied, her voice thick with emotion as she entwined herself around Lu Chi from behind, wishing to offer her most beautiful first night to him. Lu Chi was taken aback by her words. He had assumed Huang Yutong was experienced, only to discover she was still a novice. A girl without a license was behaving so boldly. Chapter 141, Don't do anything foolish. A girl with no driving experience was now so forward with him. Lu Chi couldn't help but reflect. Had his charm reached such heights? Boss, Yutong's ultimate massage will bring you immense comfort, she said, her face aglow as she prepared to remove her snug sweater. Yutong, don't do anything foolish. Lu Chi grasped Huang Yutong's hand, halting her audacious actions. Despite his curiosity to experience what Huang Yutong referred to as the ultimate massage, he recognized that, for myriad reasons, he could not engage with her at this moment. Boss, Yutong truly does not expect you to take responsibility. She merely hopes for a perfect night with you. Huang Yutong remained in a daze. Her soft form entwined around Lu Chi. He found it increasingly challenging to maintain his composure and could only respond sternly. Yutong, I have already stated that I have a girlfriend. If you persist in this manner, I will have no choice but to terminate your employment. Under Lu Chi's threat, Huang Yutong reluctantly withdrew from him. Boss, I apologize. It was Yutong's indiscretion. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Her gaze cast downward. Very well, you may return now. Lu Chi did not chastise her further, believing her actions were merely the result of a fleeting emotional impulse. After donning her down jacket, Huang Yutong exited Lu Chi's tent, leaving behind a lingering trace of her unique, delicate fragrance. Lu Chi exhaled deeply, relieved that he had almost lost control. Upon returning to her tent shared with her sister, Huang Yuming, Yutong was met with a question. Yutong, why were you gone for so long? Huang Yuming inquired. I was just returning the gloves to the boss. I gave him a massage for a while, Huang Yutong replied. Oh, it's getting late. Let's go to sleep. Huang Yuming pulled her sister into the same large sleeping bag. Sister, I just gave my first night to the boss. Huang Yutong whispered, leaning against her sister. What? Huang Yuming's eyes widened in disbelief. Just kidding. Huang Yutong's cheeks flushed as she recounted her earlier encounter in Lu Chi's tent. After listening, Huang Yuming's initial reaction was to deem her sister foolish for pursuing a man who was already committed. Her second thought was that Lu Chi was indeed a paragon of virtue, despite such a stunning beauty as her sister throwing herself at him. He remained steadfast in his fidelity. Sister, the boss is truly exceptional. He is not easily swayed by mere beauty, Huang Yutong remarked with a hint of pride. Huang Yuming shot her sister a disapproving glance, advising, you must refrain from such foolishness in the future. Given our family's standing and identity, there can be no fruitful outcome with the boss. I do not care for the outcome. I only wish to spend my first night with my Prince Charming. Huang Yutong replied dreamily. You are incorrigible, Huang Yuming thought to scold her sister, but the words faltered on her lips, for she understood her sister's nature all too well. Sister, you must have some feelings for the boss too, right? Huang Yutong suddenly queried. If liking were of any consequence, the entire universe would belong to me. Huang Yuming conceded, acknowledging the attraction she felt towards Lu Chi, yet her rationality prevented her from acting as recklessly as Huang Yutong. I knew it. Huang Yutong grinned, certain that her sister's values mirrored her own, and that the man she admired could not fail to evoke some response in her sister. Suddenly, Huang Yuming's face flushed as she realized her sister was playfully teasing her. Yutong, stop it. This is not our home. Sister, you can imagine me as the boss. Huang Yutong said mischievously. Lu Chi was concerned that his refusal might hurt Huang Yutong's pride, but when he awoke the next morning, Huang Yutong greeted him with a smile, as if the events of the previous night had never occurred. This relieved him secretly. After a simple breakfast, Everyone boarded the boat to continue their journey to the gathering place of the pink salmon. Chapter 142. Intercepted at the airport after 2 hours of sailing and over half an hour of walking, Lucci finally arrived at the pink salmon gathering spot. It was a shallow stream where one could easily observe groups of pink salmon swimming beneath the surface. Undoubtedly, there were plenty of pink salmon here, but it remained uncertain whether any reached the king-level weight. Lucci did not rush to search for them. He decided to accumulate some experience points first. It is worth noting that progressing from level 10 to level 11 in fishing skill requires 200,000 experience points. Dressed in waterproof overalls, Lucci stepped into the pebble-bottomed stream and activated his continuous fishing mode. Ding. Caught a pink salmon. Experience points 600. Ding. Caught a pink salmon weighing 8 pounds. Experience points 1,000. With each cast, he invariably reeled in a pink salmon. Within a mere hour, he had caught 20 pink salmon, earning over 10,000 experience points. However, he had yet to encounter any particularly large specimens. He waded upstream, while Huang Yutong and her 3 companions observed him from the shore. The path along the bank was treacherous, and Lucci gradually became obscured from their view. After traversing several kilometers in the water, Lucci finally spotted an unusually sized pink salmon. He cast his lure, and the salmon quickly took the bait. Though pink salmon are the smallest among all salmon species, this particular fish exhibited considerable strength, putting up a fight against Lucci for 6 or 7 minutes. Ding. Caught a star-level pink salmon weighing 19 pounds. Experience points 20,000. This pink salmon weighed 19 pounds and was rated as star-level by the system, though it did not reach the king level. Compared to larger fish like pike and king salmon, fewer anglers specifically sought pink salmon, leading Lucci to believe that catching a king-level pink salmon should be relatively easier. He continued wading upstream. As time passed, it was soon noon. Lucci had covered over 10 kilometers and caught more than 100 pink salmon. He took a brief lunch before resuming his fishing in the water. Although it was summer, the waters in Alaska remained quite cold, making it difficult for most individuals to stay submerged for more than 2 hours, even while wearing waterproof pants. Fortunately, Lucci's robust physique allowed him to withstand the low temperatures. Driven by the desire to catch a king-level pink salmon, acquire the extraordinary diamond, and propose to Chen Shiyue, he persevered. More than an hour passed, and fortune favored the diligent. A special pink salmon entered the system's detection range. This salmon was larger than the previous star-level specimen. It had to be a king level. This was the most intense fishing experience Lucci had encountered thus far. He cast the lure into the water, reeling it in at a slow and steady pace. On his first attempt, the pink salmon showed no signs of movement. Undeterred, Lucci made a second cast, employing a technique of pauses and pulls. This time, the pink salmon struck the lure with fervor. Splash! The salmon was hooked, and in its agony, it leapt out of the water, twisting and turning in the air. However, it was not one of those massive creatures weighing hundreds of pounds. After a few minutes of struggle, Lucci managed to bring it alongside him. Ding! You have caught a king-class pink salmon weighing 25 pounds, earning 40,000 experience points, and a rare gem, the Eye of the Comet. Hearing the system's voice, Lucci beamed with a radiant smile. His wish had finally been fulfilled. The Eye of the Comet was in his grasp. System, please dispense my reward now. After releasing the king-class pink salmon, Lucci was eager to behold the true form of the Eye of the Comet. Ding! Reward distribution in progress. Please check, Master. As the system's voice faded, a large pink diamond appeared in Lucci's palm. The diamond, crystal clear and exquisite, refracted a captivating pink light under the sun, more dazzling than the aurora borealis. Even Lucci, as a man, felt his heart flutter. He was confident that no woman could resist the allure of such a magnificent gem. Excellent. Lucci was immensely pleased with the Eye of the Comet. His long journey to Alaska and hours spent in the water had not been in vain. Upon returning to his homeland, he would commission a top-tier jewelry designer to set it into a ring and propose to Chen Shiyue. Lucci was thoroughly satisfied with his girlfriend, who brought him pride in public and listened to him in private. Such a perfect partner was one he naturally wished to marry. Lucci retraced his steps to reunite with the others, and together they returned to the resort. Along the way, he reflected on the bountiful harvest of his Alaskan adventure: star-class northern pike, king-class king salmon, king-class pink salmon, and a wealth of experience points. This trip to Alaska had certainly exceeded his expectations. Let us stay one more night. We'll head back to Huaxia tomorrow, Lucci announced at the resort. Are we really leaving? Huang Yutong and her 3 companions felt a deep sense of reluctance. They wished this journey could last just a little longer. Time truly flies. And 3 days had slipped away so quickly. Huang Yutong murmured to herself, feeling particularly unwilling for the trip to come to an end. That evening, Mark and the restaurant owner, Madonna, prepared a grand outdoor banquet for Lucci. Halfway through the meal, the sky once again dazzled with the vibrant colors of the aurora borealis. The atmosphere was truly unforgettable. After dinner, everyone gathered around the campfire, hand in hand. singing and dancing joyously. To Lu Qi's left was Huang Yutong, and to his right, Huang Yuma. Huang Yutong held tightly onto Lu Qi's hand, wishing for a chance in her lifetime to dance a duet beneath the northern lights. Late into the night, the lively celebration came to an end, and one by one, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. "Boss, what is it?" Just as Lu Qi was about to enter his room, Huang Yutong suddenly called out to him from behind. He pondered to himself, could this girl still not give up? It was nothing, just a simple wish to bid goodnight to her boss. Huang Yutong flashed a sweet smile and then scampered upstairs. Lu Qi shook his head with a chuckle. If Huang Yutong were to engage in any further indiscretions, he might have no choice but to dismiss her, despite his reluctance to part with her massage skills. The next day, Mark piloted a small aircraft, ferrying Lu Qi and his party to Alaska International Airport. "Mr. Lu Qi, you are always welcome to return to Alaska." "Very well, I shall seek you out next time," Lu Qi replied, waving goodbye to Mark before preparing to board the plane. However, at the security checkpoint, an officer beckoned him into a room. Inside sat a Caucasian man and woman. "Hello, Mr. Lu Qi. I am FBI agent Nathan, and this is my identification. This is my colleague, Maria." The man produced a badge and displayed it to Lu Qi. It turned out that they were FBI agents. "What brings you to seek me out?" Lu Qi maintained a facade of calm, though a sense of unease stirred within him. The FBI's visit could hardly bode well. "Mr. Lu Qi, you are suspected of manipulating the U.S. futures market. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is preparing to prosecute you, and until a judge declares you innocent, you are not permitted to leave the United States," Agent Maria stated. Trouble had indeed arrived. Lu Qi had previously amassed billions of dollars in the U.S. futures market through opportunities provided by the system. Yet, these transactions were entirely legitimate. He realized that the allegation of manipulating the futures market was merely a pretext employed by the FBI. The true motive likely lay with carbon-9 technology. Chapter 143. Actions from all sides. Carbon-9 technology has ushered in the era of carbon-based semiconductors, aiding China in achieving a significant leap over the West in semiconductor technology. One could assert that the emergence of carbon-9 technology has shattered the United States' hegemonic hold in this domain. Although China does not publicly disclose the shareholders of carbon-9 technology, it would be no challenge for the U.S. to uncover that Lu Qi is the owner. Currently, the FBI has detained Lu Qi under the guise of manipulating the U.S. futures trading market. Lu Qi understood that the U.S. was indeed targeting carbon-9 technology. Their objective was simply to stifle the development of carbon-9 technology by detaining its owner. If they could not surpass you, they would suppress you. This has been the long-standing strategy of the U.S. Such tactics have been employed numerous times throughout history. In fact, prior to his departure for Alaska, Lu Qi had contemplated this very issue, but he believed he was not a researcher and that the U.S. would not take action against him. Now, he realized he had underestimated the depths of their shamelessness. These two FBI agents had evidently been waiting for him to fall into their trap at the airport. "You claim I manipulate the U.S. futures trading market. What evidence do you possess?" Lu Qi remained unflustered, calmly addressing the two FBI agents. "Mr. Lu Qi, we certainly have substantial evidence that justifies your detention. After all, we in the U.S. hold the law in high regard." Agent Maria placed a thick document, several hundred pages in length, before Lu Qi. "Here is the evidence," Agent Maria stated, allowing Mr. Lu Qi to peruse it at his leisure. "When it comes to fabricating charges, no one can surpass old me." The voluminous pages of evidence would take days to scrutinize thoroughly. Mr. Lu Qi had merely engaged in a few futures trades through an international account in the United States. Yet this extensive documentation painted him as if he had committed heinous crimes. "I need to find a lawyer," he declared, disinterested in sifting through the so-called evidence. "Mr. Lu Qi, you certainly have the right to retain legal counsel. Until the judge reaches a verdict, we shall not restrict your freedom. But your movements must remain within the confines of the United States," Agent Maria informed him. Growing weary of conversing with the FBI agents, Mr. Lu Qi summoned Huang Yumeng privately to discuss his predicament. Upon hearing the news, Huang Yumeng was astonished to discover that her employer was, in fact, the shadowy figure behind Carbon-9 Technology, a company hailed as one of the greatest Chinese enterprises of the 21st century. The brilliance of this leader was undeniable. However, her shock quickly morphed into concern. The United States had a history of resorting to unscrupulous methods to suppress foreign technology, and now it appeared that her boss was ensnared in such a scheme. "Yumeng, please inform the personnel at the Chinese consulate in the United States about my situation," Lu Qi instructed her before placing a call to Mark. Upon hearing about Lu Qi's troubles, Mark erupted at the two FBI agents, exclaiming, "FBI, have you done anything of significance other than concocting lies?" The FBI had long been notorious internationally, and someone like Mark, well acquainted with the realities of American society, was acutely aware of their dubious reputation. The group then split. with Huang Yumeng heading to the Chinese consulate while Lu Qi and Mark made their way to the courthouse in New York, where the case would be adjudicated. Lu Qi's futures trading had taken place on the New York market, which meant the FBI's accusations would be deliberated there. He promptly engaged the most formidable legal team in New York. To be frank, Mr. Lu Qi, your case is quite challenging, the prominent attorney O'Callaghan asserted. The FBI's true objective may not be to convict you, but rather to find a pretext to keep you in the United States. Is there no way to expedite the resolution of this case? Lu Qi inquired. Difficult. As long as the FBI wishes to prolong the matter. It could take 2 years to conclude, O'Callaghan responded. This implied that Lu Qi would be required to remain in the U.S. for the next 2 years. A prospect he found unacceptable. Since conventional methods seem futile, we must explore alternative avenues, he resolved. O'Callaghan, who do you believe is orchestrating this case from behind the scenes? It likely isn't the FBI alone. It might involve a congressional member, but more probably, it is the president himself. I give you 1 day to ascertain the highest-ranking U.S. official behind this case, Lu Qi commanded. Understood, Mr. Lu Qi. This is a minor task. I can provide you with an answer in an hour, not a day. O'Callaghan's law firm, renowned as one of New York's premier legal teams, boasts an extensive network of connections. Within half an hour, he managed to uncover some insights regarding the case. Mr. Lu Qi has come to ascertain that the president is indeed aware of this matter, and the order to detain you was sanctioned by him, O'Callaghan stated. O'Callaghan, I wish to meet with President Tabai to discuss matters concerning carbon-9 technology. Could you facilitate an introduction? Lu Qi inquired. I shall make an effort, though I cannot guarantee success, O'Callaghan replied. While O'Callaghan sought to leverage his connections, Lu Qi received a call from the Chinese consulate in the United States. The head of the consulate assured Lu Qi that they would do everything in their power to assist him. Lu Qi expressed his gratitude. Yet he understood that even with the consulate's support, resolving this issue would require considerable time. The most expedient solution remained a meeting with the President of the United States. Initially, Lu Qi had intended to keep this matter from Chen Qiuyi, as he did not wish to cause her undue worry. However, certain American media outlets reported on the situation, placing it prominently on their front pages. In a bid to regain the narrative, the Chinese side felt compelled to publicly acknowledge the situation and condemn the actions of the United States. The owner of carbon-9 technology detained by the United States. The Chinese media reported. Inevitably, Chen Qiuyi came across this news, her heart sinking as she immediately called Lu Qi. Darling, how are you holding up? She asked anxiously. I'm fine, don't worry. Aside from being unable to leave the United States, I am not facing any other restrictions, Lu Qi reassured her softly. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Chen Qiuyi exclaimed, her eyes reddening. I'm booking a flight to the United States right now. Sweetheart, you cannot come. Lu Qi promptly interjected. Qian Technology Company was his ultimate trump card, and it was crucial for Chen Qiuyi to oversee its operations. If the Americans acted irrationally and detained her as well, the situation could become dire. Darling, Qian Technology is of utmost importance to me. Even if I cannot return this month, as long as Qian Technology conquers cancer, even the United States will have to bow to me. Upon hearing Lu Qi's explanation, Chen Qiuyi comprehended her significance. However, could Qian Technology truly conquer cancer within a year? She harbored doubts, but placed her faith in Lu Qi's judgment. Darling, I will have my aunt come to care for you, she offered, concerned that Lu Qi might feel lonely abroad. Chapter 144. The hacker plan. Lu Qi has always adhered to the philosophy of quietly amassing wealth, maintaining a low profile. However, with the American media exposing his detention, those in China who were paying attention to the incident came to know that the owner of carbon-9 technology is named Lu Qi. Suddenly, Lu Qi became the most talked about name on Chinese social media. Fortunately, the American media did not capture any photographs of Lu Qi, and upon his request, the relevant authorities in China prohibited the media from publishing his image. On the third day of Lu Qi's detention, Chen Jinyu boarded a plane to the United States, accompanied by a dozen other Chinese personnel. At this moment, Lu Qi resided in an estate in New York, a fortress guarded by dozens of bodyguards, rendering it inaccessible to any journalists. Indeed, Lu Qi had engaged the most renowned security firm in the United States, not primarily for safety concerns, but rather to evade incessant media harassment. Upon encountering Lu Qi, Chen Jinyu hurriedly scrutinized him from head to toe before enveloping him in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Sister has been so worried about you." Although Lu Qi had previously phoned Chen Qiuya and their parents, he had not contacted Chen Jinyu. Observing the dark circles under her eyes, Lu Qi realized she had been losing sleep over him. He was profoundly touched by the depth of her concern, which felt overwhelming and tender. "Jinyu, I am fine. Please do not worry," Lu Qi said with a gentle smile, as there were others present. Chen Jinyu released her embrace after a brief moment and proceeded to introduce him to the members of the Huaxia contingent. The leader of this group, Director Hao, was a senior official. Lu Qi, Rest assured, the country will do everything in its power to ensure your safe return. Thank you. Lu Qi conversed with Director Hao regarding this matter. Director Hao continued, these 10 individuals are exceptional retired Special Forces soldiers. We do not have complete trust in the American security firm, so we plan to have them protect you. What do you think? That sounds excellent. Thank you, Director Hao. Lu Qi was dissatisfied with the bodyguards provided by the American firm, as they appeared more concerned with formality than practicality, always moving in a disorganized throng. In contrast, the 10 retired Special Forces soldiers provided by his home country were undoubtedly handpicked for their capabilities. Lu Qi acquainted himself with each of the 10 veterans, with the leader, Deng Longfei, leaving a particularly strong impression on him. Deng Longfei had been honored with a first-class merit once and second-class merits 3 times, earning the title of the King of Special Forces. Director Hao, what about the hacker expert I requested? Lu Qi inquired further. During a previous conversation with Director Hao, he had expressed a desire for the country to assist him in finding a top-tier Huaxia hacker. I almost forgot. Director Hao then introduced a small individual at the back of the group. This is Wang Yuancheng, a top-red hacker, who can also transform into a premier hacker when necessary. The petite man stood just above 1.60 meters, unremarkable in appearance, lacking glasses. One would not suspect him of being a hacker at first glance. Lu Qi, may I inquire what you intend to do with the hacker? Director Hao asked, somewhat apprehensive, fearing that Lu Qi might inadvertently provide the Americans with leverage against him. Lu Qi understood Director Hao's concerns and reassured him, please rest easy, Director. I will ensure that the Americans do not obtain any incriminating evidence against me. As for Yuancheng's role, I cannot disclose that to you just yet. Acknowledging Lu Qi's exceptional intellect, which had led him to become the owner of Shimi Biotechnology and Carbon-9 Technology, Director Hao chose not to press further. Deng Longfei and the other 9 retired Special Forces soldiers assumed responsibility for Lu Qi's protection, while Lu Qi invited the top hacker Wang Yuancheng into a private room for a conversation. Boss Lu, how may I assist you? Please, do not hesitate to express your needs. Wang Yuancheng, a prodigious hacker a year younger than Lu Qi, held Carbon-9 Technology in high regard, thus harboring deep respect for Lu Qi. Yuancheng, I wish to enlist you as a cybersecurity consultant for Carbon-9 Technology. Would that be agreeable? Lu Qi inquired. Absolutely. Carbon-9 Technology is, without a doubt, the most remarkable company of our century in China, and I would be honored to contribute my services. Wang Yuancheng replied with a nod. However, he was acutely aware that Lu Qi's primary motive for seeking a top-tier hacker was far more intricate. There was no need to summon him to America at this juncture for mere consultancy. Yuancheng, I wish to modify my phone to enable it to capture photos and videos while the screen is off. Is that feasible? Lu Qi produced his device for examination. Certainly. Wang Yuancheng retrieved a laptop from his backpack and, within a mere 10 minutes, accomplished the transformation of Lu Qi's phone. Impressive indeed. Lu Qi acknowledged Wang Yuancheng's prowess. Then continued, while recording with the screen off, I would like the footage to be simultaneously uploaded to a cloud storage service in my homeland. Is that possible? Absolutely. Wang Yuancheng, succinct and decisive, executed further modifications on Lu Qi's phone. Subsequently, Lu Qi requested additional enhancements. Ultimately, Lu Qi's phone achieved a remarkable capability, in a dormant state. A triple tap of the screen with his knuckles would activate the recording in the background, encrypting the content to be transmitted back to a hard drive and cloud storage in China. At this point, Lu Qi was thoroughly convinced of Wang Yuancheng's abilities. Yuancheng, our ensuing conversation must remain confidential. Can I count on your discretion? Lu Qi's demeanor turned serious. Boss Lu, you can place your complete trust in me. Wang Yuancheng replied earnestly. Haha, simply call me Lu Go. Lu Qi chuckled before divulging a rather audacious plan to Wang Yuancheng to clandestinely record the President of the United States. Wang Yuancheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Was this not the very aspiration of every hacker? Yet, he pondered, such an endeavor seemed somewhat futile, as the President would likely refrain from divulging sensitive information during their meeting. Yuancheng, this is critical to my safe return to China. I require your technical support from the shadows. Lu Qi insisted with gravity. Lu Go, I comprehend. However, prior to your meeting with the President, they may confiscate your phone. Wang Yuancheng cautioned. Fear not, I possess a strategy. After all, it is the President who wishes to meet me, not the other way around. Lu Qi replied with confidence. Indeed, Lu Qi spoke truthfully. The President was keen to meet him, just the day before. Lu Qi had enlisted the renowned attorney Okir to facilitate a discussion with the President regarding Carbon-9 Technology. This development quickly came to the attention of the FBI, who relayed the information to the President. Haha, is this young man from China truly so timid? After merely 1 day of detention, he seeks to capitulate to us? The President of the United States, filled with self-satisfaction, chuckled as he ordered arrangements for a meeting with Lu Qi, believing that the young man was on the verge of submission. Thank you all for your generous gifts. And a special thanks to the esteemed Mo Qingqi Xiao Hu for the remarkable endorsement. Your support is truly invigorating. For you, I shall strive to deliver 3 updates today. Chapter 145. The meeting. As long as I can subdue this young man from Huaxiao, my approval ratings will surely soar. And I shall be the next president. President Tabai mused contentedly to himself. He ordered the meeting with Lu Qi to be scheduled for the following evening, coinciding with Chun Jinyu's arrival in the United States. However, Lu Qi responded to the White House representatives, stating that he was currently being pursued by reporters and could not conveniently travel to Washington. Instead, he suggested that the president come to New York. Upon receiving this news, Tabai was immediately incensed, rising from his seat and banging the table. How dare a mere Huaxiao businessman try to dictate terms to me, the President of the United States? Please, Mr. President, do not be angered, one of his aides gently interjected. That young man is not being insolent. Rather, he is terrified. He is like a startled bird, hiding away in his New York estate, fearful of being assassinated. Tabai pondered this and found it quite reasonable. So what do you propose we do now? Should I, the distinguished President of the United States, fly to New York just to meet him? Mr. President, in order to maintain our nation's leadership in the semiconductor sector, it is imperative that you humble yourself. Should you successfully dismantle carbon-9 technology, you will undoubtedly be remembered as the greatest president in American history. The aides fawned over Tabai. He relished the flattery, particularly the notion of being the greatest president. Thus, he resolved to fly to New York the following day to meet Lu Qi. That evening, Chun Jinyu arrived at Lu Qi's room, adorned in a black lace dress. Her fair skin glowed radiantly, while her ample bosom swayed gently. Lu Qi, you need not worry. The country will surely resolve this issue, and you will be able to return home soon, she softly reassured him. Sister Jinyu, I am not worried at all. You, on the other hand, should not concern yourself with me. Please, go back and get some rest, Lu Qi replied, feeling a twinge of sympathy upon noticing her dark circles. Chun Jinyu interpreted his words as mere consolation, assuming anyone detained by a hegemonic power like the United States would be restless. Little did she know, Lu Qi was genuinely at ease, confident that his meeting with Tabai the next evening would resolve the predicament. Lu Qi, if there is anything I can do to help you relax, please feel free to ask. Chun Jinyu hesitated before boldly stating, what? The implication of her words seemed to suggest that she was willing to do anything. Observing her alluring yet bashful demeanor, Lu Qi couldn't help but swallow hard. It must be said that the naturally enchanting Chun Jinyu is a captivating presence, possessing an extraordinary allure for every man, Lu Qi included. Oh dear, did you send Sister Jinyu to care for me, or to test me? Lu Qi thought, bitterly amused. Sister Jinyu, I truly appreciate your concern, but I assure you, I am fine, he replied diplomatically. Chun Jinyu felt a pang of disappointment as she realized that this was the most challenging time for Lu Qi, and she was unable to assist him in any way. After lingering for a while in Lu Qi's room, Chun Jinyu bid farewell and departed. Watching her leave, her voluptuous figure swaying gracefully, Lu Qi could not help but ponder whether he had misinterpreted Jinyu's intentions. The following day, Director Hao rushed to meet Lu Qi, inquiring about his forthcoming meeting with the President of the United States. Director Hao expressed concern that Lu Qi might capitulate to the U.S. and compromise the shares of carbon-9 technology. Rest assured, I pledge my integrity that I shall never bow to the United States, Lu Qi assured him, as he felt it inappropriate to disclose his plans. This reassured Director Hao. That evening, several vehicles from the White House arrived at the estate where Lu Qi was staying. Mr. Lu, our president is awaiting you at the hotel. Please, step into the car, a representative from the White House informed him. I wish to bring bodyguards, Lu Qi insisted. His request was not born out of security concerns, but rather to cultivate an image of timidity. The more cowardly he appeared, the lower the vigilance of those from the White House would be. Very well, but you may bring no more than 2 bodyguards, they replied. Lu Qi then summoned Deng Feilong and another bodyguard. Lu Qi, I wish to accompany you. Chun Jinyu expressed her desire to stay by his side, ready to face any danger together. Jinyu, please wait for my return here, Lu Qi responded, opting not to bring her with him. His clandestine plans were not without flaws, and should any mishap occur, resulting in Chun Jinyu's capture, it would spell trouble. Under Chun Jinyu's concerned gaze, Lu Qi, accompanied by his 2 bodyguards, entered the car provided by the White House. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hotel where President Tabai was staying. Gentlemen, please wait for Mr. Lu here, the White House security personnel instructed at the elevator entrance, stopping Deng Feilong and his companion. No, my bodyguards must accompany me, Lu Qi asserted loudly. Mr. Lu, please trust in the security measures of the White House. This hotel has become the safest place in the world, and no one can harm you here, they reassured him. Is that truly the case? Lu Qi inquired. Indeed it is. Observing Lu Qi's extreme caution, the White House personnel exchanged amused glances, thinking this young man from Huaxiao was overly fearful. Subsequently, Lu Qi took the elevator to the floor where President Tabai was located. Upon exiting the elevator, he was met by a second wave of security personnel who proceeded to search him. Mr. Lu, you must surrender your phone for our safekeeping, the security insisted. Absolutely not. There are many private videos on my phone that I cannot relinquish. Lu Qi firmly refused. After a few attempts to persuade him, the security personnel relented. Very well. You may keep your phone, but without permission, you are not allowed to take photos or record videos. They did not forcibly confiscate the phone, as it was not a requisite part of their security protocol. Thus, Lu Qi was permitted to retain his phone as he entered the presidential suite and met with President Tabai. Haha, Mr. Lu, welcome, welcome. President Tabai greeted him warmly, shaking Lu Qi's hand. The two parties took their seats on the sofa. Mr. Lu, you are a remarkable entrepreneur. Mr. Trump, you are truly a remarkable statesman. Both parties exchanged pleasantries in a display of mutual admiration. At that moment, Lu Qi's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw the caller ID read, Darling Wife. I apologize, Mr. President, my wife is calling. This call was, in fact, orchestrated by Lu Qi, who had arranged for Chun Qiya to contact him. It's perfectly fine, Mr. Lu. Feel free to take the call. We in America cherish our freedom. Trump gestured for him to proceed. Lu Qi then answered the phone. Honey, are you free today? I'm quite well, currently safe, and meeting with the President of the United States. Lu Qi exchanged a few brief words with Chun Qiya before ending the call. I hope you can understand, Mr. President, since my arrival in America, my wife has been calling every couple of hours to check on me, Lu Qi explained, his phone still in hand as he spoke. Haha, I completely understand. Trump thought it natural that Lu Qi, being away from home, would receive frequent calls of concern from his family and friends. The discussion then turned formal. Mr. Lu, didn't you wish to discuss the carbon-9 technology with me? How do you propose to proceed? Trump inquired. Well, Lu Qi interlaced his fingers, nervously tapping his left fingers as he feigned contemplation. Trump and the White House personnel present paid little attention, accustomed as they were to such habits. However, they failed to notice a crucial detail. During his finger tapping, Lu Qi tapped the screen of his phone 3 times. Chapter 146, The End, Barbecue. The phone's video recording function had been discreetly activated, encrypting and transmitting the content back to his home country. Mr. President, I am prepared to sell you 3 of carbon-9 technology for a price of $10 billion. What do you think? Lu Qi feigned hesitation before speaking. As he spoke, a silent black air bubble was released, striking the president's arm. Those struck by this black air bubble would involuntarily reveal their wrongful deeds. Mr. Lu, are you jesting with me? Upon hearing Lu Qi's offer to sell only 3 of the shares for a staggering price, the president was incensed. According to the valuation of carbon-9 technology, 3 would indeed equate to $10 billion. However, America needed Lu Qi to commit to transferring a greater share. Only then could they rally other nations to exert pressure on China, compelling it to relinquish carbon-9 technology and thereby hinder its development. A mere 3 stake would be utterly ineffective. Mr. President, I am not toying with you. Do you believe carbon-9 technology is not worth this sum? Lu Qi retorted. Of course, carbon-9 technology is worth this amount, but what use is such a small share? You need to transfer at least 50 to us. Unconsciously, the president's tone took on a threatening edge, losing its earlier politeness. 50%? Are you joking, Mr. President? Lu Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Joking? Do you think we are detaining you for fun? The Supreme Leader sneered. Unless you pledge to transfer over 50% of the shares of carbon-9 technology to us, you shall never return to Huaxia. Upon hearing the Supreme Leader's words, several close aides exchanged glances, taken aback by the sudden revelation. Mr. Supreme Leader, this is sheer, blatant imperialism. Lu Qi retorted angrily. Indeed, I am an imperialist. What can you do about it? The Supreme Leader scoffed. You, a mere businessman, dare to contend with me? I advise you to cooperate, for I am a man who will not relent until I achieve my goals. From childhood to adulthood, I have pursued every objective I set, employing any means necessary to realize them, including ascending to the presidency. Do you have any idea of the despicable tactics I resorted to in order to become the Supreme Leader? With a mocking demeanor, he began to boast about the unscrupulous methods he employed during his presidential campaign. Ahem, Mr. President. One aide attempted to caution the Supreme Leader regarding his choice of words. However, the Supreme Leader shot a glare at the aide and scolded. Orang, what are you coughing for? There are no others here. What are you afraid of? As for this Huaxiao fellow, who would believe him if he spoke out? The White House staff, loyal to the Supreme Leader, chose to remain silent after being reprimanded. For as the Supreme Leader stated, no one other than Lu Qi could disseminate their conversation, and even if Lu Qi did, the Americans would dismiss it as mere fabrication. They glanced at Lu Qi, noticing his phone screen remained dark, indicating he had not touched it, thus allowing the Supreme Leader to speak freely. The governor of New York has always opposed me, and I swiftly dealt with him through my means, the Supreme Leader continued, revealing more of his undisclosed illustrious history. dishing out numerous scandals from both his presidential campaign and his time in office. Ahem, Mr. Supreme Leader, be silent. The aide sensed something was amiss with the Supreme Leader today and attempted to remind him once more. Yet, the Supreme Leader scolded back, Orang. What is wrong with you today? After all we have accomplished, why are you so timid? Mr. Supreme Leader, please, continue, the aide resigned. No longer caring about the Supreme Leader's words. There's an old witch in Congress who constantly opposes me. So, I sent people. The Supreme Leader recounted another event that could send shockwaves throughout the nation. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, hacker Wang Yuansheng was providing technical support to Lu Qi, primarily ensuring that the video Lu Qi recorded was successfully encrypted and transmitted back to his homeland. As the Supreme Leader began to divulge incriminating details, Wang Yuansheng was taken aback, then elated. Brother Lu is truly prescient. With this evidence, Brother Lu can return home safely. As the Supreme Leader continued to spill more scandals, Wang Yuansheng's heart raced with excitement. On the other side, the Supreme Leader took a sip of water and continued recounting his heroic exploits for a full 10 minutes before finally asking, So, Lu Qi, are you afraid? Mr. Supreme Leader, you are truly formidable. Lu Qi replied, filled with reverence. As for the matter regarding carbon-9 technology, allow me some time to consider. Humph. I shall grant you 3 days to ponder. It would be prudent not to disappoint me, for you are well aware of the consequences. The Grand Commander threatened Lu Qi once more. Lu Qi left, feigning trepidation. Before his departure, an aide instructed a security personnel to inspect Lu Qi's phone, ensuring he had no recordings or videos before permitting him to leave. How about that? I have managed to intimidate that young fellow from Huaxia. The Grand Commander boasted to a few trusted confidants after Lu Qi's exit. Mr. President, you are truly formidable. His confidants flattered him initially, then cautioned. However, Mr. President, it would be wise to refrain from such methods in the future, as the risks are substantial. The Grand Commander disdainfully replied, Do you take me for a fool? I am confident in my approach. For instance, dealing with that young Huaxia lad in this manner was entirely justified. After leaving the hotel where the Grand Commander was staying, Lu Qi secretly exhaled in relief. He had been quite anxious moments before. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the video had been successfully recorded and uploaded. Upon returning to the estate, Lu Qi summoned Wang Yuansheng to his room. Before Lu Qi could speak, Wang Yuansheng exclaimed excitedly, Brother Lu, we have succeeded. He then played a brief video for Lu Qi. At that moment, Lu Qi felt a profound sense of assurance. The tide had indeed turned. The initiative, which had once rested with the White House, was now firmly in his grasp. Yuansheng, you must safeguard this video with the utmost diligence. It must not be leaked. Lu Qi solemnly instructed him. Rest assured, Brother Lu, without your consent, I would rather perish than disclose these videos. Wang Yuansheng swore, raising his hand. Although Wang Yuansheng had only recently come into contact with Lu Qi, he was thoroughly impressed by Lu Qi's confrontation with the White House and wished to follow him henceforth. The following day, Lu Qi requested a second meeting with the Grand Commander. Assuming Lu Qi was coming to capitulate, the Grand Commander eagerly invited him to the hotel. Mr. Lu, have you given it careful consideration? The Grand Commander inquired, exuding confidence. Mr. Grand Commander, I wish to share a video with you. Lu Qi responded with an innocuous smile. What is the video about? The Grand Commander asked curiously. Lu Qi played a brief clip from his phone and displayed it to the Grand Commander. In the video, the Grand Commander was animatedly recounting how he employed nefarious tactics against members of Congress. Upon viewing this, the faces of everyone in the White House turned ashen. The Grand Commander slumped in his chair, his eyes filled with terror and despair. It's over. We are finished. Author's note. Today's gifts are rather scant. I humbly request complimentary gifts, though those of greater value would be even better. Chapter 147. A confession. The individuals in the White House instinctively moved to seize Lu Qi's phone, but as they took a step forward, they halted. Given that the video had been recorded the previous night and so much time had elapsed, they were certain the opposing side had made ample preparations to engage with them. His phone, it turned out, was a modified hacker device. Reflecting on the meeting from the previous night, they finally grasped how the video was recorded. They were utterly astonished to discover that Lu Qi had come prepared. In most circumstances, even if a meeting were covertly recorded, the White House would remain indifferent. However, the crux of the matter was that during the encounter with Lu Qi, President Tabai inadvertently revealed a plethora of damning information. Should this incriminating material be exposed alongside the video, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation across the United States. Not only would President Tabai face impeachment, but he might also find himself incarcerated, potentially becoming the first president in American history to serve time in prison. Mr. Lu Qi, you haven't handed over the video to the media, have you? The aide, Orlong, inquired anxiously. Of course not. I am a friend of President Tabai. Lu Qi replied with a smile. At those words, the White House staff breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the situation had not yet reached an irretrievable state. Having broken into a cold sweat, President Tabai gradually regained his composure and forced a smile, saying, "Indeed, Mr. Lu Qi and I are good friends." "Sir, since we are friends, you know what needs to be done," Lu Qi stated nonchalantly. "I understand. I will immediately order the FBI to withdraw the charges against Mr. Lu Qi." President Tabai responded, nodding courteously. For a moment, it felt as though the atmosphere had transformed into Lu Qi's domain. "Mr. Lu Qi, once we retract the charges against you, you must delete all the videos," Orlong asserted. Lu Qi smiled faintly. "Even if I were to tell you that I have deleted the videos, would you believe me?" His words struck a nerve with the White House staff. No one knew how many backups Lu Qi had made of the videos. Deleting 1 or 2 copies could very well mean there were more hidden away. "President Tabai, I can assure you that as long as you do not provoke me, I will not disclose the video from last night. And you can continue to serve as the esteemed leader of the United States," Lu Qi declared. Though he spoke thus, it implied that President Tabai's fate remained firmly in Lu Qi's grasp. "President Tabai, if I cannot leave this place safely within 2 hours, my team back in China will reveal a portion of the video, so you must make a decision promptly," Lu Qi continued in hesitant English. President Tabai was deeply reluctant. How could the fate of the esteemed leader of the United States be controlled by a Chinese businessman? Yet, despairing as it was, there seemed to be no alternative. Aside from conceding and placing their trust in Lu Qi, they found themselves bereft of other solutions. The White House personnel retreated to another room for urgent discussions. Upon their return, President Tabai addressed Lu Qi, saying, "Mr. Lu Qi, to enhance our sense of security, one of your relatives must remain in our country." This condition was easily comprehensible. If the lifeblood of President Tabai's team rested in Lu Qi's hands without any means to restrain him, they would live in a constant state of trepidation. Absolutely not. Lu Qi firmly rejected President Tabai's demand. "Mr. Lu Qi, then we are left with no options. We might as well embrace mutual destruction," President Tabai shrugged, adopting a resigned attitude. "Mr. Lu Qi, it seems that President Tabai's previous expression was somewhat unclear. The relatives you have remaining in the United States may alternate their stays. For instance, this year your father can reside in the United States, while next year your mother could take his place, allowing them to visit the U.S. in turns," the aide, Along, added. Lu Qi comprehended the implication from the White House. They were attempting to use his family to restrain him, akin to holding a hostage, ensuring he would not leverage his position against them. However, he resolutely refused to acquiesce to such terms. The negotiations had reached an impasse. "Mr. Lu Qi, perhaps you might consider returning home for the time being while we continue our discussions to see if we can devise a more favorable solution," suggested Aide Along. With neither side willing to concede, Lu Qi had no choice but to return to the estate. "What troubles you, Lu Qi?" Chen Jinyu inquired with concern upon seeing Lu Qi's furrowed brow upon his return, seeking someone to assist him in contemplating a strategy. Lu Qi shared the clandestine video he had recorded of President Tabai and the details of their negotiations with Chen Jinyu. Initially, her beautiful eyes shimmered with admiration. This man had single-handedly unraveled a situation that had vexed even the government. One individual had dared to challenge the White House. Yet, as she listened further, Chen Jinyu fell into deep thought. After a moment, she remarked, "From a different perspective, it is entirely reasonable for the White House to impose such conditions. Otherwise, they would feel utterly insecure." "I am aware of this, which complicates matters," Lu Qi admitted, conceding that he had not fully considered the implications, believing that capturing incriminating evidence against Tabai would resolve everything. "How about this, Lu Qi? I shall remain in the United States," proposed Chen Jinyu. Lu Qi was taken aback, then shook his head in refusal. "It's all right, Lu Qi. I have lived in the U.S. for a long time and have adapted well to its lifestyle," Chen Jinyu reassured softly. In truth, she preferred living in Huaxia, but she was willing to reside anywhere if it meant alleviating Lu Qi's predicament. Lu Qi was acutely aware of Chen Jinyu's selfless intentions. Yet it was precisely because of her kindness that he could not allow her to be put in such a position. "Sister Jinyu, I cannot possibly leave you here as a hostage. Rest assured, I will continue negotiations with the White House to find a more agreeable solution," Lu Qi stated earnestly. From his words, Chen Jinyu sensed his care for her, which further solidified her resolve to assist him. "Lu Qi, even without this matter, I had planned to reside long-term in the United States," Chen Jinyu gently confessed. "Why is that?" Lu Qi inquired. "Because I cannot bear to face Qia any longer," she admitted with a hint of shame. "Sister Jinyu, why do you speak in such a manner?" Lu Qi asked, surprised. "Fool, do you not understand?" Chen Jinyu replied, casting a gentle yet alluring glance at him. "I feel guilty towards Qia because my heart belongs to you, and I can no longer face her." Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jinyu revealed her true feelings to Lu Qi. Lu Qi was taken aback. Although he had sensed Chen Jinyu's fondness for him, he never dared to imagine that this mature and enchanting older sister truly harbored feelings for him. "Jinyu, please, do not jest with me. Lu Qi exclaimed, feeling a surge of anxiety as he pondered how to confront the situation. What, during that night of sea fishing? Did you toy with me and now wish to evade responsibility? Chen Jinyu cast a playful glare at Lu Qi, causing him to be utterly bewildered. That fateful night, he had mistakenly taken Chen Jinyu for Chen Qiui, engaging in some intimate actions, under the impression that she was asleep and unaware. Yet, it now appeared that Chen Jinyu had indeed been awake. Jinyu, I apologize. That night was not intentional, Lu Qi stammered, his heart racing with uncertainty. Observing his flustered demeanor, Chen Jinyu chuckled lightly, teasingly saying, I was merely jesting. I do not hold you accountable. However, I cannot face Qiui again. Hence my decision to remain in the United States. Jinyu. Lu Qi gazed at her in a daze, feeling a mix of affection and guilt. He was acutely aware of the deep feelings this beautiful elder sister harbored for him, yet he found himself unable to make any promises. Regardless of whether Chen Jinyu genuinely wished to stay in the U.S., he could not use her as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the White House. In the ensuing 2 days, Lu Qi engaged in 2 more rounds of negotiations with the White House. They were unable to present a better solution and still insisted that he keep a family member residing in the U.S. Lu Qi remained steadfast, and the discussions reached an impasse. Lu Qi, if you continue to disregard my advice, I shall reveal the events of that night to Qiui. In her effort to hasten an agreement with the White House and facilitate Lu Qi's return home, Chen Jinyu resorted to this threat. Jinyu, please do not act foolishly. Lu Qi replied with a wry smile. I am serious. I am well aware of what is foolish. Chen Jinyu, for once, spoke with grave sincerity. Very well. If you are determined to assist me in this manner, I shall heed your counsel. Thus, Lu Qi embarked on a new round of negotiations with the White House. Initially, the White House deemed Chen Jinyu's influence insufficient, considering her merely the aunt of Lu Qi's girlfriend. I have already placed friends in the U.S. Are you still hesitating? Do you wish for me to release the video immediately? Lu Qi erupted in anger, fearing to provoke Lu Qi further. The White House ultimately consented to an agreement. They would dismiss all charges against Lu Qi and, during President Taibai's term, the U.S. would refrain from targeting any enterprises under Lu Qi's name. In return, Lu Qi vowed never to disclose the compromising video of President Taibai. I trust that Mr. Lu Qi is a man of his word. President Taibai smiled as he shook Lu Qi's hand, though internally he felt a profound sense of injustice regarding the terms of the agreement. It seemed he would henceforth have to act as a subordinate in Lu Qi's presence. I also believe that Mr. Taibai is a sagacious individual who would not entertain the notion of hiring hackers to pursue the whereabouts of that video. Otherwise, should it leak, he cannot blame me, Lu Qi remarked coolly. At this, President Taibai felt a chill, for the White House had indeed engaged a team of hackers to do just that. It appeared they had already been alerted. Mr. Lu, please do not be angry. I shall immediately disband the hacker team. Taibai, filled with trepidation, dared not engage in further mischief. Moreover, should I encounter any misfortune in the United States, my subordinates will automatically release those videos of yours, Lu Qi said. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, the FBI will ensure your safety. A bitter taste lingered in Taibai's heart. Henceforth, he not only could not confront Lu Qi but also had to find ways to safeguard Lu Qi's security in the U.S. Farewell, Mr. Lu. Taibai escorted Lu Qi to the door, resembling a sycophant. The thought that Taibai would henceforth have to bow before him brought Lu Qi a sense of satisfaction. Who else in the world could command such deference from the President of the United States? Lu Qi, has the White House consented? Upon returning to the manor, Chen Jinyu inquired eagerly. Initially, they were opposed, but they ultimately acquiesced. Lu Qi replied with a smile. This afternoon, the FBI would retract their charges against me. Splendid. A great weight had finally lifted from Chen Jinyu's heart. Ever since Lu Qi had been detained in the United States, her nights had been fraught with unrest. Sister Jinyu, I must apologize for the inconvenience I may cause you in the future, Lu Qi said with a hint of embarrassment. What nonsense. Is it not simply living in the U.S.? It is not like being imprisoned. Moreover, I have told you countless times how much I wish to remain here. Chen Jinyu smiled. Nevertheless, Lu Qi understood that in this matter, it was Chen Jinyu who had made the sacrifices for him. That afternoon, the FBI officially withdrew their accusations against Lu Qi. We are a nation governed by the rule of law, and due to insufficient evidence, we have decided to retract the charges against the owner of Carbon-9 Technology, stated a White House spokesperson at a press conference. This action left all parties bewildered. What is the White House thinking? Why have they released the owner of Carbon-9 Technology? The leaders of several major semiconductor companies in the U.S. could not sit still, for it was they who had jointly proposed action against Carbon-9 Technology to the White House. Meanwhile, Director Hao was equally perplexed regarding the White House's strategy. Has the White House suddenly developed a conscience? Clearly, that was not the case. Lu Qi, you must return to your homeland promptly, lest the White House change its mind. Director Hao urged Lu Qi. Fear not, Director Hao. The White House will not waver in its decision. Lu Qi did not rush back to China, for he wished to stay in the U.S. for a few days with Chen Jinyu. To make amends with Chen Jinyu, he purchased a luxurious manor in downtown New York City for $500 million as a gift for her. Foolish man. How can one person live in such a vast estate? Chen Jinyu gently chided Lu Qi, yet her heart swelled with happiness. For this signified that Lu Qi truly cared for her. Sister Jinyu, I will provide you with the finest caretakers and the most exceptional bodyguards from now on. You shall be the queen of this manor, Lu Qi declared with a smile. I shall visit you at least once a month, and Xiaojing, Chuya, and grandfather can also frequently fly here on my private jet. Seeing how thoroughly and thoughtfully Lu Qi had considered her future, Chen Jinyu felt a deep warmth in her heart. Lu Qi, you must return to Huaxia soon. Qiya and your uncle and aunt are quite worried about you. Chen Jinyu gently remarked. There is no rush. I have already informed them of the general situation here. My foremost task now is to accompany Sister Jinyu. Lu Qi replied with a smile. Are you truly concerned about your sister's solitude? After all these years, what kind of loneliness has she not endured? I have long since grown accustomed to it, Chen Jinyu responded with a smile. Now, with so many caretakers in the manor to converse with, I am far from lonely. You need not worry and can return at ease. No, I must stay to accompany Sister Jinyu for at least 3 days, Lu Qi insisted, shaking his head. Oh you, Chen Jinyu laughed, playfully tapping Lu Qi on the forehead. If that is the case, let us go fishing. Only when Lu Qi was fishing could Chen Jinyu feel justified in being by his side. Sounds great. Lu Qi readily agreed. Clearly, the urban landscape of New York City was not an ideal fishing locale. Lu Qi and Chen Jinyu took a helicopter to the border between the United States and Canada. Chapter 149. The Eternal Deputy Director. The border between the United States and Canada is rich in rivers and lakes, making it one of the most abundant freshwater regions in the world. On the Pacific side resides a fish species known as the sturgeon dragon, specifically the Accipenser transmontanus. This fish, also referred to as the American white sturgeon, belongs to the sturgeon family and can grow up to 7 meters long and weigh nearly a ton. At this moment, Lu Qi and Chen Jinyu found themselves near the Atlantic side of the two nations' border, still a bit distant from the habitat of the Accipenser transmontanus. However, Lu Qi was not in a hurry to seek out the sturgeon. He planned to fish leisurely from east to west. Lu Qi rented a fishing boat and ventured into the expansive lake. A few undercover FBI agents followed in another boat at a distance. The agents had 2 primary missions: to ensure Lu Qi's safety from any ill-intentioned individuals and to prevent Chen Jinyu from leaving the United States. Captain, why are we tasked with protecting this Chinese businessman? One FBI agent asked, visibly frustrated. Just a day prior, Lu Qi was on their list of suspects. Yet now he was a priority for protection. Just follow orders. No need for questions. Captain Maria replied tersely. Maria was also the agent who had intercepted Lu Qi at the airport in Alaska, and she herself was perplexed as to why the higher-ups had ordered his protection. On the other boat, Lu Qi and Chen Jinyu relished their time fishing, entirely unconcerned by the presence of the FBI agents behind them. Sister Jinyu, this time I intend to catch many large fish, enough to provide you with material for 10 days to half a month of editing, Lu Qi declared with a grin. You must keep your word, Chen Jinyu replied, her eyes filled with anticipation. She delighted in 2 activities: watching Lu Qi fish and editing the videos of his fishing exploits. Both brought her joy and happiness. At this moment, they were situated in one of the world's top 10 freshwater lakes, teeming with large fish. After a brief exchange, a sizable fish entered the detection range of the system. Lu Qi halted the boat and began to cast his line. Judging by its shape, the large fish beneath the water is likely a silver-striped bass, also known as the striped bass. Research indicates that this species is particularly adept at perceiving yellow and yellow-green hues, and is known to be a rather ferocious carnivore. Consequently, Lu Qi opted for the technique of lure fishing, employing a yellow-green minnow as bait. As Lu Qi reeled in, the minnow gracefully danced beneath the surface, mimicking a small fish. Suddenly, the large fish surged forth, capturing the lively bait in its jaws. The fishing line hissed as it was drawn from the spool. He had hooked a fish. Lu Qi adjusted the drag and began to crank the handle. This fish was no small adversary, pulling the entire boat forward. Although the vessel was relatively small, it weighed over 2 tons. Director, splendid, Chen Jinyu exclaimed. Recognizing that Lu Qi had caught a sizable fish, her joy evident as she continued recording with the camera. The large fish towed the small boat over 40 meters before gradually exhausting itself. Lu Qi increased the speed of his reel while rhythmically raising the rod to steadily bring in the line. He had not set the reel's drag to maximum, only utilizing 30 kilograms of pressure. In less than 10 minutes, a magnificent fish was brought aboard. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have caught a rare silver-striped bass weighing 70 pounds, earning you 10,000 experience points. The first fish weighed an impressive 70 pounds. In order to assist Chen Jinyu with her video, Lu Qi weighed the silver-striped base. The massive fish shimmered with a silvery glow under the sunlight. Indeed, our bureau chief is remarkable. Chen Jinyu beamed with delight. This man never failed to astonish her. He had landed a big fish right off the bat. The luck of that Chinese businessman was extraordinary, managing to catch such a large striped bass. Nearby, FBI agents on another boat stared in disbelief, as it was their first time witnessing such a large striped bass in reality. However, they dismissed Lu Qi's success as mere luck. Yet, over the next 2 hours, they gradually realized how gravely mistaken they were. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have caught a rare North American pike weighing 55 pounds, earning you 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have caught a rare pickerel weighing 20 pounds, earning you 6,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have caught a rare lake trout weighing 60 pounds, earning you 10,000 experience points. Lu Qi steadily reeled in several large fish, each one a rare catch in its own right. The FBI agents were astounded. They had never heard of anyone fishing with such prowess. Was this man truly a businessman? He appeared to be a professional angler. Even seasoned fishermen did not exhibit such skill. The FBI agents were compelled to admire Lu Qi's fishing abilities, their own hands itching to join in the excitement of fishing for an entire day. Meanwhile, Chen Jinyu aboard Lu Qi's boat wore an unbroken smile. Indeed, watching this man fish brought her the greatest joy. These materials are perfect for several TikTok videos. Chen Jinyu remarked with a smile. This is just the beginning. Lu Qi replied with a grin. The expanse of the lake was vast, and with the aid of the system's fish-finding feature, Lu Qi was confident he could catch a king-level fish. An hour passed, and indeed, he discovered an exceptionally large silver-striped bass. He halted the boat and commenced casting. On his first attempt, the fish remained unresponsive. However, on the second cast, the fish launched a vigorous assault on the lure. Lu Qi promptly raised the rod to reel it in. The line hissed as the formidable fish pulled it out, simultaneously dragging the small boat forward. Lu Qi adjusted the reel's drag to its maximum of 36 kilograms. Despite such formidable resistance, the giant fish continued its desperate escape. The line was pulled out for several dozen meters before Lu Qi began to gradually reel it back in. After a struggle of around 10 minutes, the massive silver-striped bass surfaced. How magnificent! Chen Jinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, while the nearby FBI agents were left utterly astonished. Lu Qi continued to tire the bass for a few more minutes before finally bringing it aboard the vessel. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have caught a king-level silver-striped bass weighing 101 pounds, earning 50,000 experience points and a piece of SSS-grade opportunity fragment. This silver-striped bass, weighing in at 101 pounds, had been classified as king-level by the system. Lu Qi had once again acquired an SSS-grade fragment. Now, he had gathered 3 fragments, needing only one more to obtain a complete SSS-grade opportunity. Director, let us weigh it. Chen Jinyu exclaimed with enthusiasm. While filming, she typically referred to Lu Qi as director. All right. Observing Chen Jinyu's joyful demeanor, Lu Qi smiled and assisted in weighing the impressive fish. 101 pounds. Chen Jinyu proclaimed proudly. Director, you are indeed the undisputed fishing god. You will forever be the head of our exceptional catch bureau. You will always be our vice director, Lu Qi added, not merely to flatter Chen Jinyu, but to express a hope that the exceptional catch bureau would always bring her joy. The author's note, rest assured, Chen Jinyu will not be trapped in the United States for long. This plot development is not intended to torment the protagonist, but for reasons that those who understand will grasp. Thank you all for your understanding and support. Chapter 150, The Treasure Map. Only one room left after catching the king-level striped bass. It was time for lunch. Lu Qi maneuvered the boat to the shore. Lacking cooking utensils, he opted to prepare grilled fish. Chen Jinyu gathered firewood while Lu Qi handled the preparation of 3 silver-striped bass weighing several pounds each. Once ready, Lu Qi began grilling the fish. After about 10 minutes, the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, drifting farther and farther away. The nearby FBI agents suddenly found their bread unappetizing, each one eyeing Lu Qi's grilled fish and swallowing hard. As more time passed, Lu Qi handed a perfectly grilled striped bass to Chen Jinyu. How delightful! Chen Jinyu exclaimed, bringing it to her nose for a sniff before eagerly tearing off a piece of fish and placing it in her mouth. The fish, crisp on the outside yet tender within, exudes a rich aroma that tantalizes the palate. Lu Qi, your grilling is simply exquisite. Chen Jinyu gazes at Lu Qi with enchanting eyes. If you like it, feel free to indulge, Lu Qi replies with a smile. Chen Jinyu, unreserved, devours the dish with a glistening mouth and a look of utter satisfaction. A 4-pound grilled fish is nearly consumed entirely by her alone. Her appetite rivals that of Lu Qi. Every time I partake in your culinary creations, my appetite seems to double, Chun Jinyu admits, patting her belly somewhat sheepishly. After their meal, a single grilled fish remains. Would you like it? Lu Qi inquires, lifting the leftover fish and waving it toward a few nearby FBI agents. A young blonde FBI agent immediately rushes over. Having observed Lu Qi and Chun Jinyu's feast, the agents are utterly tempted. Thank you, Mr. Lu Qi. The blonde agent exclaims as he accepts the grilled fish and scurries back to his team. Captain, would you like some? The blonde agent asks Maria, the team leader. Maria shoots a disapproving glance at the agent, retorting, what a disappointing fellow. Have you never tasted grilled fish? I shan't partake. Oh. The blonde agent ignores Maria's attitude and shares the fish with his fellow agents. Oh my God, this is absolutely delicious. This is the best food I have ever tasted. As they savor the grilled fish, the FBI agents are taken aback by its extraordinary flavor. Are you all exaggerating? Is it truly that good? Captain Maria scoffs. Captain, it is incredibly delicious. You must try some. The blonde agent insists, offering a piece of fish to Maria. Reluctantly, Maria takes a bite, and within 3 seconds, her expression shifts from skepticism to astonishment. She involuntarily closes her eyes, reveling in the delightful storm of flavors. So exquisite, so delectable. Maria marvels inwardly. Once the grilled fish is entirely consumed, the FBI agents look at Lu Qi with newfound admiration. To them, Lu Qi is no longer merely a top-tier businessman, but also a master angler and culinary deity. After lunch, Lu Qi resumes his journey, steering the boat deeper into the lake for fishing. Ding, caught a salmon weighing 20 pounds, experience points 2,000. Ding, caught a lake trout weighing 15 pounds. Experience points 1,000. Over the course of 3 hours, Lu Qi catches several sizable fish, though none of them are of star or king quality. Nowadays, the system offers no rewards for ordinary star-tier fish, only for king-tier or special star-tier fish. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the small boat has traveled over 100 kilometers. Suddenly, Lu Qi's eyes light up as a large fish enters the detection range of the system. Judging by its shape, it appears to be a lake trout. The lake trout, indigenous to North America, is commonly found in the lakes and rivers of Canada and the northern United States, extending its range from the Great Lakes to much of southern Canada. It is the largest species of trout in North America. At this moment, the lake trout within the detection range of the system glides through the water like a small dragon. As a formidable carnivorous fish, the lake trout prompted Lu Qi to employ the technique of lure fishing. He anchored the boat and cast the lure into the water. During the first 2 casts, the large lake trout remained unresponsive. However, on the 3rd cast, the lake trout launched a swift attack on the artificial bait. Lu Qi quickly raised his rod to reel in. Upon being hooked, the lake trout began to flee, pulling the entire small boat forward. Lu Qi deftly maneuvered the handle to engage in a battle with the lake trout. The fish dragged the boat several hundred meters before its speed began to wane. Lu Qi had hooked another giant fish, truly a master angler. The FBI team watched in awe. After several minutes of struggle, Lu Qi brought the lake trout alongside the boat, surfacing it. How immense! Although Chun Jinyu had witnessed various large fish alongside Lu Qi, the sight of the lake trout's massive form left her exhilarated. What a terrifying lake trout! It can grow this large. The FBI team gaped in disbelief. A few minutes later, Lu Qi managed to bring the lake trout aboard using a fish control device. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have caught a king-level lake trout weighing 112 pounds. Experience points, 50,000. Reward, 1 fragment of a treasure map. This impressive lake trout weighed an astonishing 112 pounds and was classified as king-level by the system. The reward from the system was quite unique, never before seen. Yet, Lu Qi yearned for an SSS-level business opportunity fragment, as he was merely 1 piece away from acquiring a complete SSS-level opportunity. However, after spending considerable time with the system, Lu Qi decided against voicing his grievances and discreetly inquired, System, what treasure does the treasure map conceal? A treasure comparable to SSS-level business opportunities. The system responded succinctly. Typical treasures consist of gold, silver, and antiques, yet Lu Qi believed that even the most abundant gold could not rival an SSS-level opportunity, let alone an SSS Level 1. It was evident that the treasure concealed by the map was not of the conventional sort. What could it be? As the system was reluctant to disclose further information, Lu Qi would have to wait until he gathered all the fragments to uncover the answer. Collecting 4 pieces of the treasure map would allow him to exchange them for the treasure's location. Director, this lake trout could easily garner 6 million likes. Chun Jinyu exclaimed joyfully. Currently, the fan base of the popular fishing channel had surpassed 30 million, with any fishing video typically receiving 2 million likes, and videos featuring rare fish consistently exceeding 5 million likes. As the operations officer of the channel, Chun Jinyu felt a profound sense of achievement as the channel flourished. Then, Deputy Director, please edit it to be more spectacular. Lu Qi replied with a smile. As evening approached, Lu Qi steered the boat back to the dock. Given the sparsely populated area, there was only one hotel nearby. When Lu Qi went to book the rooms, an absurd situation arose. Only one room remained. They had originally reserved 4 rooms, and now only one was left. The hotel owner gestured toward a few FBI agents outside. "Captain, why don't we offer one of the rooms to Mr. Lu Qi?" One of the agents suggested. Having enjoyed the grilled fish that Lu Qi had provided for lunch, they wished to reciprocate his kindness. What a thoughtless suggestion. Captain Maria shot a glare at the agent and remarked, "Can't you see, Mr. Lu Qi is in a flirtatious phase with that beautiful Chinese lady? Why would you give them 2 rooms?" "Mr. Lu Qi, I can only assist you up to this point," Maria murmured to herself. After a day of protection, her attitude towards Lu Qi had significantly changed. In her eyes, he had transformed into an enchanting Eastern gentleman. Meanwhile, at the hotel front desk, Lu Qi was troubled. What to do with just one room left? He could only reserve the room first and figure out a solution later. "Jinyu Jia, you take this room, and I'll go next door to ask the FBI agents if they have any spare beds," Lu Qi said as he escorted Chen Jinyu to her room. "Must you disturb them? Can't we just share a room, sister?" Chen Jinyu tugged at Lu Qi, playfully scolding him with a flirtatious glance. "With such a large bed, we can each sleep on one side. It's more than enough." Lu Qi was taken aback. Was that really acceptable? However, given the lack of better options, he nodded in agreement since Chen Jinyu seemed unbothered by the arrangement. "Would you like to wash first, or should I?" "Jinyu Jia, you go ahead," he replied. "All right then." Chen Jinyu entered the bathroom, and the sound of water soon filled the air. Through the frosted glass door, a faint silhouette of her pale figure could be discerned. Lu Qi sat on the edge of the bed, struggling to keep his thoughts in check. As he had not brought any change of clothes, and the hotel was rather basic, lacking laundry services, Chen Jinyu decided to wash her undergarments after her shower. After a while, Chen Jinyu emerged from the bathroom, holding her freshly washed undergarments. Lu Qi glanced up and immediately averted his gaze, his heart racing at the sight of the black garment in her hands. "Lu Qi, it's your turn to wash now," she said, hanging her undergarments on the window. The black fabric fluttered in the breeze. Feeling flustered, Lu Qi hurried into the bathroom. When he finished his shower and stepped out, he found Chen Jinyu sitting at the head of the bed, organizing the videos they had filmed that day. Fresh from her bath, her skin was as delicate as porcelain, and the black dress could not conceal her alluring figure. "Lu Qi, I'll help you wash your clothes," Chen Jinyu said, setting aside her equipment to approach him. "There's no need, Jinyu Jia. My clothes are still presentable." Lu Qi waved his hand dismissively. At such an age, how can one still be shy? Chen Jinyu cast a playful glance at Lu Qi and then took the initiative to help him remove his clothing. Unable to resist her, Lu Qi complied and shed his outer garments for her to wash. "You should wash this too." Chen Jinyu pointed to the remaining undergarment that Lu Qi wore. Lu Qi felt a bit flustered. Chen Jinyu turned her back to him and reassured, "Do not worry, sister won't peek at you. Just take it off and then make the bed." "All right." Since Chen Jinyu was kindly offering to wash his clothes, Lu Qi felt it was impolite to refuse. So he followed her instructions. Once Lu Qi had made the bed, Chen Jinyu turned back to look at him. Seeing him tuck the covers tightly, she chuckled softly, exuding an enchanting allure. "Sister is not a tiger. I won't eat you," she teased with a flirtatious glance before heading to the bathroom with his clothes. Lu Qi muttered to himself, "Sister Jinyu, you are the tiger. Don't think I don't know." "Lu Qi, turn off the main light and leave only the bedside lamp on." A few minutes later, Chen Jinyu's voice floated from the bathroom. Though puzzled, Lu Qi obeyed. As the room dimmed, she continued, "I've washed all my clothes too. When I step out, just close your eyes and go to sleep." "What? Sister Jinyu has washed all her clothes too? Does that mean she is in the same state as I am now?" Lu Qi's heart raced to 100 beats per minute. This night was truly a test of endurance and torment. "Have you closed your eyes?" "Yes." After confirming with Lu Qi, Chen Jinyu emerged from the bathroom. In the dim light, her cheeks bore a rosy hue, and her beauty radiated throughout the air. Fortunately, Lu Qi had shut his eyes. Otherwise, he might have lost control. Yet, the sound of her footsteps tempted him to sneak a glance, just one peek. After hanging her clothes, Chen Jinyu joined him on the bed, maintaining a half-meter distance between them. "Lu Qi, you didn't peek, did you?" "Absolutely not, Sister Jinyu. I swear." "That's good," while she verbally reassured him. Her thoughts betrayed a teasing sentiment. "You fool, is my charm so insignificant?" Chen Jinyu switched off the remaining bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness and silence. Lu Qi and Chen Jinyu lay back to back, the air filled with a subtle fragrance. All he could hear was the rapid beating of his own heart. A voluptuous beauty lay beside him, unclothed, and even if he were a saint, it would be impossible to remain indifferent. Though myriad thoughts surged in his mind like mushrooms after rain, Lu Qi dared not move, fearful of disturbing Chen Jinyu beside him. "Lu Qi, are you cold?" After an indeterminate amount of time, the sweet sound of Chen Jinyu broke the silence. I'm not cold, Lu Qi replied. I'm a bit cold, Chen Jinyu said. Sister Jinyu, I shall share my blanket with you. As Lu Qi spoke, his body trembled, for a warm and supple figure pressed against him from behind. No need, sister. It is enough for me to lean on you, Chen Jinyu replied softly. This method of warmth proved remarkably effective, igniting a flame within Lu Qi. Sister Jinyu, you are playing with fire. Lu Qi stammered, swallowing hard. Please, don't think too much. I am merely seeking warmth by leaning against you, Chen Jinyu reassured him. Yet her delicate arms entwined around Lu Qi, drawing her body closer still. In that moment, impulse overwhelmed all of Lu Qi's reason. He turned to face her, fiercely embracing Chen Jinyu, his voice low and primal, like a beast ready to devour. Sister Jinyu, I desire you. Chen Jinyu's heart fluttered as she tenderly caressed Lu Qi's cheek. Fool, what if Qiya finds out? The mention of Qiya's name fell upon Lu Qi like a bucket of icy water, instantly awakening him from his daze. Sister Jinyu, I am in turmoil, he sighed, continuing. Given our situation, I cannot allow you to fall into another man's embrace. Yet, I do not wish to betray Qiya. Fool, I will always belong to you. I shall never love another man. Chen Jinyu replied with sultry eyes, her mature form unable to withstand such intimate contact with the man she adored. Hearing Chen Jinyu's heartfelt confession, Lu Qi resolved to cast aside all reservations and kissed her crimson lips. To his astonishment, Chen Jinyu's kissing skills were inexperienced, reminiscent of a first kiss. This only deepened his affection for this enchanting sister. As their lips met, a tear slipped from the corner of Chen Jinyu's eye, tears of guilt and remorse, mingled with the joy of finally finding love after decades of solitude. Chapter 152. Foolish woman. This night was destined to be one where emotions eclipsed reason, while reason dictated decorum. Neither Lu Qi nor Chen Jinyu could suppress the volcanic passion that surged within them. At 32, Chen Jinyu remained as pure as a maiden, flawless and unblemished. Under Lu Qi's tender affection, she finally underwent the transformation of womanhood. That night, the neighboring FBI captain, Maria, found herself utterly sleepless. As the sounds of Lu Qi and Chen Jinyu's passionate encounters resonated through the walls until after 2 in the morning. One was a vigorous youth, the other a sophisticated and alluring woman. Once they savored the ecstasy of love, they were naturally entranced. The following morning, upon discovering bloodstains on the sheets, Lu Qi was plunged into distress. Last night, his reason had been entirely submerged. All he had desired was to cherish and indulge Chen Jinyu, without consideration for the consequences. Now, however, he found himself at a loss. Lu Qi, do not torment yourself. Chen Jinyu gently massaged his temples, whispering, Sister will not cling to you. Nor will I let Qiya learn of this, and I shall never compete with her for you. Sister Jinyu, gazing at the enchanting and understanding Chen Jinyu, Lu Qi felt a deeper turmoil within. He had already taken away the most precious treasure from this beautiful sister, yet he could not offer the commitments that were due. Nor did he dare to let his family know. Sister Jinyu, I am sorry, Lu Qi said, filled with guilt and affection as he embraced Chen Jinyu. Fool, you have given me a perfect night. I have no regrets in this lifetime. Chen Jinyu replied gently and considerately. This undoubtedly implied that she sought no official title, forever willing to remain Lu Qi's clandestine sister. Hearing these words, Lu Qi felt an even greater tenderness for this naive sister. In their current state of having nothing, once they embraced, it was as if gasoline met fire. Unconsciously, they began to celebrate their love once more. It was not until noon that they finally left the room. Originally, Lu Qi intended for Chen Jinyu, having just become a complete woman, to rest for a day or two. However, Chen Jinyu exhibited remarkable recuperative power. Having been limp as water in his arms that morning, by noon she moved with the ease of a normal person and insisted on accompanying him to fish. Sister, shall we not fish tomorrow instead? Lu Qi said with a wry smile. No, there are less than 2 days left. If we do not fish today, we won't be able to capture many fishing videos, Chen Jinyu responded. I can stay a few more days in America. No, once 3 days are up. You must return quickly. Qiya and uncle and Anne are all eager to see you. Chen Jinyu understood well that Lu Qi belonged to Chen Qiya. Stealing 3 days with Lu Qi was already quite enough for her. As for more time together, she did not dare to wish for it. Very well then. Lu Qi acquiesced and continued fishing. Their target this time was the high-headed sturgeon, known as the North American sturgeon. The two made their way to the airport and boarded a flight to the western region bordering America and Canada. Upon landing, they headed straight to a river that was home to the high-headed sturgeon. They then rented a fishing boat and began their search for the sturgeon. Are these two brimming with energy? Maria, sporting dark circles under her eyes, followed Lu Qi and Chen Jinyu from a distance. She had spent the night next to Lu Qi, unable to sleep due to the sounds of applause. To her surprise, after leaving the hotel, Lu Qi and his companion had flown to the west for fishing, displaying remarkable vigor. If Maria had known that last night was Chen Jinyu's first night, she would have been even more astonished. Unaware of Maria's thoughts, Lucci was focused on navigating the boat, diligently searching for signs of the high-headed sturgeon. Since Chun Jinyu enjoyed watching him fish, he aimed to catch some truly massive specimens to delight her. With the fishing power reaching level 10, the system's detection range extended to 1,000 meters. Thus, Lucci positioned the boat in the middle of the river, allowing the system's detection to cover the entire stretch. As the river was not 2,000 meters wide, drifting downstream, after a few kilometers, a high-headed sturgeon entered the system's detection range. Judging by its size, this sturgeon was likely under 100 pounds. Such weight was still considered juvenile among high-headed sturgeons, and Lucci held little interest. His goal was those weighing 300 to 400 pounds or more. In the following stretch of river, Lucci encountered several sturgeons, yet none exceeded 100 pounds. After traversing over 40 kilometers, a true behemoth emerged within the system's detection range. This creature must weigh at least 400 to 500 pounds. Lucci's heart raced as he prepared to navigate his boat for fishing. However, at that moment, an FBI vessel unexpectedly approached, blocking his path. "Mr. Lucci, I apologize, but ahead lies the territory of Canada, and this young lady cannot proceed," Maria conveyed with regret. It turned out that this great river was divided between the United States and Canada, with no border enforcement in place, allowing for relatively free movement across the regions. Lucci understood that the FBI agents were merely following orders, and expressing anger towards them would be futile. He instructed Maria to step aside, and then made a call to the White House. Under Lucci's firm insistence, the White House ultimately consented to expand Chun Jinyu's operational scope, permitting her activities not only within the United States, but also in allied nations, such as Canada. Minutes later, Maria received a new directive from her superiors. "Mr. Lucci, I apologize for the interruption," she said, and no longer hindered Lucci's fishing expedition. "It's quite all right." Lucci waved his hand dismissively and continued his journey into Canada in search of the immense sturgeon he had spotted earlier. Within moments, he once again caught sight of the great sturgeon. The primary diet of sturgeons consists of benthic invertebrates, including crustaceans, insects, and mollusks, as well as other fish. Currently, Lucci used large fish chunks as bait and cast them near the great sturgeon. After waiting for 3 to 4 minutes, the sturgeon drifted further away, showing no inclination to take the bait. Lucci reeled in the line and steered the boat a short distance before replacing the bait with fresh fish chunks and casting again. This time, the great sturgeon finally opened its mouth and seized the bait. Seizing the opportunity, Lucci swiftly raised the rod and began reeling in. The line neither snapped nor returned, remaining taut as though snagged on the riverbed. The sturgeon was hooked. Yet, instead of fleeing, it remained stationary, thrashing about. This situation could not persist. Lucci shook the rod to provoke the sturgeon into action. After half a minute of prodding, the sturgeon finally began to move. Suddenly, the line was yanked out by several meters. Then, with a resounding splash, the great sturgeon leapt from the water, attempting to break free from the line. Its massive form soared like a dragon in flight. With a thunderous crash, the sturgeon splashed back into the water, creating waves that reached 3 meters high. "What a magnificent sturgeon!" Chun Jinyu exclaimed, exhilarated by the moment, having captured the scene on film. At that instant, Lucci comprehended why North American anglers affectionately referred to the high-headed sturgeon as the dragon sturgeon, for when this colossal fish is hooked, it leaps out of the water, reminiscent of the legendary dragons stirring the seas. Chapter 153. The sturgeon emerges. Oh my goodness, what an enormous sturgeon. The sight is truly astonishing. The nearby FBI agents are all left in awe by the spectacle of the sturgeon surfacing. It is their first encounter with such a colossal beluga sturgeon. Meanwhile, Lucci, armed with a fishing rod, harbors a slight concern that the fishing line might snap. It is well known that the impact generated by a 400 to 500-pound creature plunging into the water is formidable, with instantaneous force possibly reaching a ton. Fortunately, the quality of the fishing line remains robust, securely tethered to the hook. The massive sturgeon, having failed to leap, begins its retreat beneath the water's surface. The 36 kilograms of braking force proves insufficient to thwart the sturgeon's escape, as the line is incessantly pulled, simultaneously dragging the fishing boat forward. However, the sturgeon is not merely charging forward with brute strength. It alternates between bursts of speed and pauses. Lucci can only entice the sturgeon to flee by repeatedly jerking the rod and pulling the line. This endeavor lasts a full hour. Although the sturgeon's strength has noticeably diminished, it remains a formidable adversary. Seizing the opportunity as the sturgeon changes direction, Lucci swiftly reels in over 20 meters of line. Yet, before long, the sturgeon twists and exerts its power, pulling the line out another 10 meters. Through this continuous tug-of-war, the sturgeon's energy is gradually depleted. Another half-hour passes, and the sturgeon is drawn to within 10 meters of the fishing boat. Lucci initially believes the sturgeon's strength is nearly exhausted, but unexpectedly, The sturgeon leaps from the water once more. With a tremendous splash, the sturgeon breaks the surface again, creating a breathtaking scene. The resounding crash as the sturgeon re-enters the river sends waves splashing, causing the entire small boat to sway. Chunjinyu, holding a camera, is filled with excitement as she captures the moment. This is the most exhilarating footage she has recorded of Lu Chi fishing thus far, as the opportunity to film a sturgeon surfacing up close is exceedingly rare. Once this video is uploaded to the Douyin account of the Popular Fishing Bureau, it is sure to ignite a frenzy among fans. Lu Chi continues to battle the sturgeon for another 10 minutes. It is evident that the sturgeon is nearing its limits, and Lu Chi gradually guides it toward the shallows of the riverbank. This small boat is not equipped with a fish-lifting device suitable for hauling such a large creature aboard. And since sturgeons are a protected species in North America, the only method to capture it is to strand it. Upon reaching the shallows, Lu Chi leaps from the boat and slowly pulls the sturgeon closer. The sturgeon, now too fatigued to resist the line's pull, begins to swim languidly along its direction. Its massive body emerges above the water, revealing more of its magnificent form as it enters the shallow depths. The awe-inspiring sturgeon appears within the frame of Chun Jinyu's camera, its intricate patterns vividly visible. Chun Jinyu, brimming with excitement, circles the sturgeon, capturing it from every angle. Once Chun Jinyu completed her filming, Lu Chi approached to remove the fishing hook from the sturgeon's mouth. He then cradled the magnificent creature in his arms, lifting it entirely out of the water. Oh my goodness! The FBI agents, witnessing this extraordinary scene, stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. It is worth noting that this massive sturgeon weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds. The sheer strength required for a single individual to lift it was astounding. Moreover, Lu Chi had just battled the colossal sturgeon for 2 continuous hours. Remarkable. Mr. Lu Chi is a deity in my eyes. The agents were left in awe of Lu Chi's prowess. Chun Jinyu looked on with pride, her thoughts drifting to last night, when she lay in Lu Chi's embrace as he tenderly held her for nearly half an hour. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for catching a rare high-headed sturgeon weighing 500 pounds, earning 40,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for unlocking a new fish species, high-headed sturgeon, earning 500 experience points. The sturgeon's weight indeed reached an astonishing 500 pounds, shattering Lu Chi's previous fishing records. The experience points awarded by the system were incredibly generous, comparable to that of a royal sea fish. Director, you are truly remarkable. After capturing the moment of Lu Chi holding the great sturgeon, Chun Jinyu beamed with delight, confident that this footage would deliver an unprecedented impact to the fans of the Fish Protection Bureau. Next, she asked Lu Chi to measure the sturgeon's length with a ruler, which turned out to be a staggering 3 meters and 80 centimeters. Mr. Lu Chi, may we take a photo with you and the sturgeon? Several FBI agents approached, requesting a snapshot like eager fans. You may take a picture with the sturgeon. I shall abstain. Oh, although they could not capture a photo with the fishing deity himself, the agents were still exuberant to pose alongside the colossal sturgeon. Once the photos were taken, Lu Chi guided the sturgeon back to the deeper waters of the river. The sturgeon lingered at the surface for a few moments before giving a powerful flick of its tail and vanishing beneath the waves. After releasing the sturgeon, dusk had settled in. Instead of returning to the city, Lu Chi opted to camp by the riverside. As night fell, a roaring fire was kindled near the riverbank. Lu Chi and Chun Jinyu sat together, enjoying roasted fish. Meanwhile, the FBI agents, a few dozen meters away, attempted to catch fish for roasting. But after borrowing Lu Chi's fishing gear for an hour, they managed to catch only 2 small fish. Come join us for a meal, Lu Chi called out, as he had ample roasted fish to share. Thank you, Mr. Lu Chi. The agents, already salivating at the thought of Lu Chi's roasted fish, eagerly approached, their mouths watering. This is delicious. Mr. Lu Chi, how do you make your roasted fish taste so exquisite? The agents were once again captivated by the delectable flavors of the roasted fish. In gratitude, the FBI agents set up camp a few hundred meters away, ensuring they did not intrude upon the intimate world of Lu Chi and Chun Jinyu. That evening, Chun Jinyu and Lu Chi shared a harmonious moment. Sleeping in the same tent, they embraced as they drifted into slumber, savoring the tranquility of the wilderness. Lu Chi found himself lost in the memories of the previous night. The enchanting sister, a true embodiment of beauty, left an exquisite impression upon him. As he reminisced, he found himself unable to restrain his emotions. How is your energy so boundless? Chun Jinyu fluttered her eyelashes, her seductive gaze shimmering. Sister, I too am at a loss, Lu Chi replied with a wry smile. Darling, how can Shuya manage to care for you all on her own? Chun Jinyu playfully punched Lu Chi, then sighed softly. After tonight, we shall revert to our former relationship. As if these past few days were merely a dream, with nothing having transpired. All right? Sister, must it truly be this way? Lu Qi felt it was profoundly unfair to Chen Jinyu. Indeed, she nodded earnestly. I have already felt remorse for stealing you away from Chuya for these 2 days. I cannot allow myself to stray further down this misguided path. But this is unjust to you, Lu Qi lamented. It matters not. With the memories of these 2 days, I will find enough strength to live happily in the future. Chen Jinyu smiled gracefully, embracing Lu Qi's robust form. Dear brother, let us create even more beautiful memories tonight. Chapter 154. Returning home listening to Chen Jinyu's words, Lu Qi felt an overwhelming sense of compassion for this foolish woman. Thus, before their parting, he endeavored to shower her with profound affection. Chen Jinyu was elated to receive Lu Qi's abundant love, wishing fervently for it to endure. Yet, she knew that after tonight, their relationship would revert to what it once was. While they would not become strangers, the love between them would remain buried deep within their hearts. Therefore, she could only cherish this evening, ensuring that its memories would last an eternity. The following day, when Lu Qi awoke, he found that Chen Jinyu had vanished. He picked up his phone to check the time and saw a message from her. Lu Qi, sister is already on her way back to New York. You should hurry back to Huaxia as well. A bittersweet feeling washed over him, as it was evident that Chen Jinyu was beginning to fulfill her promise from the previous night, restoring their former relationship. Sighing, he inhaled the lingering fragrance of Chen Jinyu in the sleeping bag, reflecting on the irony of life, having experienced such passion only to lose the right to embrace her. With no desire to linger alone, he heeded Chen Jinyu's words and embarked on his journey back to Huaxia. Accompanying Lu Qi were hacker Wang Yuanqing and several retired Special Forces bodyguards. Previously, the state had hired 10 retired Special Forces personnel to ensure Lu Qi's safety during his time in America. Satisfied with these bodyguards, Lu Qi opted to retain them at a generous salary as his personal protectors. Given Lu Qi's significance to Huaxia and the lucrative pay offered, the 10 elite soldiers led by Deng Feilong were eager to continue serving as his bodyguards. Lu Qi assigned Captain Deng Feilong and 3 others to remain in America to protect Chen Jinyu, while the 6 remaining members, led by Vice Captain Lu Haiying, accompanied him back to their homeland. He intends to enlist bodyguards to protect his parents and Chen Xiuye. After all, as more people become aware of his identity, it is prudent to ensure the safety of his family in advance. After a lengthy flight of over 10 hours, the plane landed at Yanqing International Airport. Chen Xiuye and others had long been waiting at the airport. Upon disembarking, Lu Qi was warmly embraced by Chen Xiuye. During their time apart, she had worried greatly for him, and at that moment, her eyes glistened with tears as she held him tightly. Subsequently, Lu Qi's parents also came forward to embrace him. When they first learned that Lu Qi had been detained in the United States, they feared he might not return home for 2 years, as there had been many similar cases in the past. Brother Lu Qi, where is my mother? Chen Xiaojing inquired, having not seen Chen Jinyu during the ride back to Lingnan. Oh, your mother said she wanted to spend some time in the United States, Lu Qi responded. Really? What could be so entertaining in the United States? Chen Xiaojing pouted, expressing her confusion over Chen Jinyu's decision to remain there. Xiaojing, once you've completed your exams, how about I take you to the United States? Chen Xiuye, understanding the underlying reasons, felt a sense of indebtedness towards both Chen Jinyu and Chen Xiaojing. I don't want to go unless brother Lu Qi goes too, Chen Xiaojing declared. Haha, rest assured, I will definitely go, and not just me. Your grandfather will join us for a fishing trip in the United States. Lu Qi laughed. With less than a week remaining until Chen Xiaojing's exams, Lu Qi planned to bring along several companions to keep Chen Jinyu company for a spell. That sounds wonderful. I can't wait to have fun with Lu Qi. Chen Xiaojing cheered excitedly. Upon returning to Lingnan, Liang Mei called Lu Qi into her room and asked, Son, when do you think Jinyu will return? Currently, 4 individuals were aware that Chen Jinyu was being held as a hostage in the United States: Chen Xiuye, Chen Hongshan, and Lu Qi's parents. It won't be long. I will do my best to bring her back within 6 months, Lu Qi assured her. You must find a way. Liang Mei's eyes were slightly red. She felt both gratitude and guilt for the sacrifices Chen Jinyu had made for Lu Qi. Having previously heard the story of Chen Jinyu and Chen Xiaojing, Liang Mei was deeply moved. Now, with Chen Jinyu willingly detained in the United States for Lu Qi's sake, her admiration for Chen Jinyu's soared. Mom, I will. Lu Qi replied. He was more anxious about this matter than anyone else, for Chen Jinyu was a woman with whom he shared a profound bond. After addressing his mother's concerns, Lu Qi turned to comfort Chen Hongshan. Grandfather, I am sorry. I failed to protect Sister Jinyu. Lu Qi spoke with remorse. Do not speak like that. Chen Hongshan waved his hand. This was Jinyu's own choice, and I am proud of her decision. Because you are a significant figure in our nation's semiconductor industry, Jinyu may remain in the United States, but you cannot be detained there. Although Chen Hongshan felt pain for his daughter, he also took pride in Chen Jinyu's courage. Grandfather, once Xiaojing finishes her exams, I will take you both to the United States to visit Sister Jinyu, Lu Qi declared. Is it really all right for you to go to the United States again? Chen Hongshan asked with some concern. Rest assured, I possess leverage over the President of the United States. Not only is he unable to confront me, but he must also find ways to ensure my safety, Lu Qi declared. Very well, Chen Hongshan replied, eager to reunite with his daughter. The day after his return, Lu Qi visited the newly established company, Qian Technology, under the guidance of Professor Nan Xingli. The research team at Qian Technology had begun collaborating with the hospital affiliated with Professor Nan, and research had commenced. Professor Ding, is the research proceeding smoothly? Lu Qi inquired of the research leader, Professor Ding Na. The research has just begun. I cannot say for certain whether it is progressing smoothly. But the coordination with the hospital has been quite effective, Professor Ding Na responded. According to the contract, Lu Qi was required to pay the hospital 1 billion annually during the collaborative research period. Naturally, the hospital was fully committed to the research. However, as indicated by the system, Qian Technology was expected to conquer cancer within 6 months. This meant that Lu Qi would only need to collaborate with the hospital for 1 year, after which he would not be obliged to provide annual funding. Lu Qi then posed several more questions to Professor Ding Na. After listening to her responses, he felt confident that this business opportunity was secure, barring unforeseen circumstances. The system's prediction of conquering cancer within 6 months would indeed come to fruition. At that point, Qian Technology would become an unparalleled asset in his portfolio. His concern was not about potential sanctions from the United States, but rather that it would soon be the United States that should be wary of sanctions from him. A drug capable of curing cancer is, for any nation, a strategic resource of immense value. Regardless of how wealthy or powerful a family may be, they would need to secure such a drug. Therefore, Qian Technology, wielding the power to distribute this drug, would hold unprecedented influence on the international stage, surpassing any other company. Chapter 155, Charity Foundation. Postponing the proposal. Qian Technology is destined to become the focal point of the globe, and security issues must be taken seriously. Leveraging national support, Lu Qi recruited a team of exceptional retired Special Forces soldiers at a high salary. With everything in place, they awaited the company's breakthrough in cancer research. Having wrapped up matters at Qian Technology, Lu Qi proceeded to Carbon-9 Technology. The advanced production line at Carbon-9 Technology was bustling with activity. Recently, the company had produced a small batch of high-end smartphone chips for Hualin, which, upon testing, proved to outperform their silicon counterparts in both performance and energy consumption, generating less than a third of the heat. This outcome astonished the executives at Hualin and exceeded the expectations of the scientists at Carbon-9 Technology. Hualin placed a staggering order worth 30 billion for collaboration. Other domestic chip design companies eagerly sought to partner with Hualin as well. This development deepened the understanding of Carbon-9 Technology's capabilities. Not only was it breaking the Western semiconductor monopoly, but it was also surpassing it entirely. Although the large-scale production facilities for Carbon-9 Technology were still under construction, and no carbon-based chips had officially entered the market yet, orders for the company had already been booked for 2 years in advance. It is believed that when smartphones equipped with carbon-based chips are released, the global semiconductor landscape will be irrevocably transformed. In order to meet the substantial demand for orders, Lu Qi has allocated an additional 30 billion yuan for the construction of production lines, with 10 billion sourced from an interest-free bank loan and 20 billion derived from advance payments from Hualin Company. Once both the first and second phases of the production lines are fully operational, Carbon-9 Technology's annual revenue is projected to surpass 200 billion yuan. Moreover, this figure does not reflect a saturated market, as an increasing number of domestic companies adopt carbon-based chips in lieu of silicon-based ones. Carbon-9 Technology's revenue is poised for even greater heights. Lu Qi holds absolute controlling interest in Carbon-9 Technology, and it is anticipated that the annual dividends from this company will amount to several billion yuan, positioning him as one of the wealthiest individuals in China. The current valuation of Carbon-9 Technology has exceeded 1 trillion yuan. However, due to the government's lack of transparency regarding the company's shareholder structure, the public remains unaware of the exact percentage of shares held by Lu Qi. The public's awareness of Lu Qi as the owner of Carbon-9 Technology primarily stemmed from news surrounding his detention by American authorities. With such substantial wealth, Lu Qi has begun contemplating how to allocate his funds. Spending solely on himself and his family would prove insufficient to exhaust such a fortune over several lifetimes. Thus, he intends to invest in meaningful endeavors. Mom and Dad, I wish to establish a charitable foundation. Could you assist me in managing it? Lu Qi shared his plans with his parents. Of course, Liang Mei and Lu Run, who now enjoy a leisurely daily routine, had long been seeking an engaging pursuit. They wholeheartedly endorsed Lu Qi's initiative to create a charitable foundation and were eager to participate. Son, but your father and I lack higher education. We may not be capable of managing such a large-scale charitable foundation. Liang Mei expressed her awareness of their limitations. while they could handle assets in the hundreds of thousands. Managing tens of billions would exceed their capabilities. No worries, Mom. You will primarily be responsible for overall planning and supervision. When Jinyu returns, I will delegate management responsibilities to her, Lu Qi reassured. Upon hearing this, Liang Mei's eyes brightened. That's wonderful. Jinyu is highly capable. Although she dropped out of university, her abilities are certainly commendable. Lu Qi felt a surge of happiness at his mother's endorsement of Chen Jinyu. In truth, the most suitable candidate would have been Chen Xiaoya, but since she is required to manage Kegon technology, Lu Qi did not wish to burden her excessively, and thus opted for Chen Jinyu. Additionally, Lu Qi hoped to strengthen the relationship and understanding between his parents and Chen Jinyu through the shared management of the charitable foundation. Subsequently, Lu Qi and his parents deliberated on a name for the charitable foundation. What about naming it the Tongfu Charitable Foundation? Tongfu signifies a collective pursuit of a happy life. Liang Mei proposed. That works. I find that name quite appealing. Lu Ren nodded in agreement. Although the name may sound somewhat cliched, it effectively reflects Lu Qi's original intentions in establishing the charitable foundation. Ultimately, Lu Qi made the decision to officially name it the Tongfu Charitable Foundation. Dear parents, regarding our foundation's inaugural charitable endeavor, I propose that we offer a one-time compensation of $5 million to the families of firefighters, police officers, and soldiers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty, for those who have sustained serious injuries while serving. In addition to providing a monetary consolation based on individual circumstances, we shall also extend monthly subsidies to those whose injuries impede their subsequent work and daily lives. Lu Qi shared his vision for the charity project with his parents. This idea was inspired by an image he encountered online of a firefighter bearing scars from his valiant efforts to extinguish a blaze. He acknowledges that the nation has consistently improved its initiatives to honor heroes. Yet he wishes to contribute his modest efforts to express his deep respect for these guardians of our homeland. Son, this is a wonderful idea. In that moment, Liang Mei and Lu Ren felt a swell of pride for their son. Investing in the well-being of heroes is a profoundly meaningful endeavor. On the third day after Lu Qi's return, Chen Qi's father, Chen Funan, paid a visit to Lu Qi's home. In-laws. Upon seeing Lu Ren and Liang Mei, Chen Funan greeted them warmly. Since the media reported on the incident of Lu Qi being detained in the United States, Chen Funan speculated that the Lu Qi mentioned in the news must be the same young man dating his daughter. He was taken aback, realizing that the young man he once underestimated had now risen to such heights. After this revelation, Chen Funan resolved to expedite the process of making Lu Qi his son-in-law. It would be a tremendous honor for the Chen family if such an exemplary young man were to join their ranks. In-laws, Qias and Lu Qi seem to get along quite well. Why don't we choose a date to formalize their engagement? Chen Funan suggested once seated. Liang Mei and Lu Ren did not oppose being referred to as in-laws, as they had already come to regard Chen Qias as a daughter-in-law. However, this matter should ultimately be decided by the young couple themselves, Liang Mei remarked. Indeed, but as elders, we must express our hopes for grandchildren. Otherwise, they may not feel the urgency themselves, Chen Funan chuckled. That evening, Liang Mei mentioned Chen Funan's push for marriage to Lu Qi. Mom, I've discussed it with Qias, and we've decided not to consider marriage until after Sister Jinyu returns home, Lu Qi replied. Initially, Lu Qi had intended to propose to Chen Qias after acquiring the legendary pink diamond. However, with Chen Jinyu currently being held as a hostage in the United States for his sake, he found it impossible to contemplate engagement at such a tumultuous time. Chapter 156. Fishing in the United States 2 days later, after Chen Xiaojing completed her final exams. Lu Qi took her and Chen Hongshan aboard a private plane to the United States. Although both Chen Qias and Lu Qi's parents were eager to visit Chen Jinyu, Lu Qi felt it was prudent to keep them away from the White House for their safety. Grandpa, the flight attendants on Lu Qi's plane are so beautiful. During Lu Qi's brief absence to the restroom, Chen Xiaojing whispered to Chen Hongshan, do you think Lu Qi brother might be in danger? Don't think about such things. Your Lu Qi brother is not that kind of person. Chen Hongshan shot her a disapproving glance. Though he spoke otherwise, Chen Hongshan could not genuinely assure himself. After all, it was entirely plausible for a young and impetuous man, amidst a throng of flowers, to be captivated by a wild bloom through mere chance. However, Chen Hongshan was not concerned that these flight attendants would pose a threat to Chen Qia, for in his eyes, even if these attendants managed to seduce Lu Qi with their beauty, they would merely resemble the concubines of ancient times, incapable of undermining Chen Qia's esteemed position as the primary wife. Observing that her grandfather seemed indifferent to matters concerning her brother Lu Qi, Chen Xiaojing's azure eyes sparkled with mischief. As the airplane landed at New York International Airport, Chen Jinyu was there to greet the three. Jinyu, you have done splendidly. You are your father's pride, Chen Hongshan praised, taking his daughter's hand in his own. Miss Chen, you have finally accomplished something remarkable, Chen Xiaojing exclaimed with excitement. embracing her sister. She was aware of Chun Jinyu's willingness to remain in America as a bargaining chip for Lu Qi's return. In Chun Xiaojing's view, her mother had been somewhat of a failure over the past decade, yet she felt a swell of pride for her mother's bravery in this instance. Thank you for your recognition, Xiaojing, Chun Jinyu said with a smile, affectionately ruffling her sister's hair before turning to Lu Qi. Lu Qi, thank you for bringing them to see me. After a few days apart, Lu Qi noticed that Chun Jinyu appeared even more enchanting and graceful, though he was unsure if this was due to her flourishing under his care or simply a result of his own perceptions. Jinyu, it's grandfather's first visit to America. Please show him a good time, Lu Qi suggested. Haha, what is there to enjoy in America? However, I've heard there is a remarkable variety of fish here. I would love to try my hand at fishing, Chen Hongshan chuckled. Dad, I have arranged the itinerary for you, Chun Jinyu replied with a smile. Subsequently, Chun Jinyu led Chun Hongshan to the estate to rest. This place is immense. Upon entering the estate, the well-traveled Chun Hongshan marveled at its opulence. Grandfather, I have purchased this place. You can come here frequently, Lu Qi stated. Young Lu, you have spent quite a lot, Chun Hongshan acknowledged. Understanding that Lu Qi had acquired the estate to ensure a better life for Chun Jinyu, who remained in America. Grandfather, we are family. There's no need for such formality. Lu Qi laughed. Listening to Lu Qi's address of her grandfather, Chun Jinyu pondered how her father would react if he discovered her past indiscretion with Lu Qi. He might sever their father-daughter bond once more. Later that evening, after Chun Hongshan and Chun Xiaojing had bathed, Lu Qi encountered Chun Jinyu in the corridor. Jinyu, are you all right? He asked, recalling the beautiful moments they had shared over the past few days. Her allure, her enchantment, her fervor were deeply etched in his memory. I am well. It is getting late. You should rest as well, Chun Jinyu replied with a smile, nodding at Lu Qi before they brushed past each other. In that moment, Lu Qi felt a pang in his heart. The woman with whom he had once shared intimacy could now only maintain a deliberate distance. Jinyu. Lu Qi suddenly reached out and grasped Chun Jinyu's arm. Lu Qi, what are you doing? Let go, Chun Jinyu exclaimed in panic. Fearing that if her father discovered her ambiguous relationship with Lu Qi, he would be infuriated to the point of hospitalization. Don't be anxious, Jinyu. Lu Qi quickly released Chun Jinyu and said, I merely wish to discuss something with you. He then revealed his intention to establish a charitable foundation. I would like to ask if you could assist my parents in managing it. Would that be agreeable to you? Lu Qi inquired. Of course, that sounds wonderful. However, I am uncertain when I will be able to return, Chun Jinyu replied. Managing a charitable foundation, in her eyes, was a profoundly meaningful endeavor. It won't be long. Trust me, Lu Qi spoke softly, and as he gazed at her with confidence, Chun Jinyu couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Though she was unsure of how to proceed, she trusted in Lu Qi's capabilities. That evening, Chun Xiaojing was to share a room with Chun Jinyu. Naturally, Chun Jinyu acquiesced. Miss Chun, why do I feel you have become more beautiful? Chun Xiaojing remarked as she lay beside Chun Jinyu, gently caressing her flawless skin. Chun Jinyu's heart skipped a beat. She had recently undergone a transformation into womanhood. Surely this young girl couldn't have noticed anything unusual, could she? Wasn't I beautiful before? Chun Jinyu feigned calmness in her inquiry. Of course, you were beautiful, but now you radiate even more brilliance, Chun Xiaojing replied. Chun Jinyu silently marveled. It appeared that Lu Qi's nurturing had indeed brought about a change in her appearance. Stop flattering me. Mother is nearing 33. It's a blessing not to age, let alone become more beautiful, Chun Jinyu retorted. No, my Ms. Chun is still youthful. I won't allow you to speak of yourself that way. Chun Xiaojing pouted. All right then, Chun Jinyu chuckled, shaking her head. See, my Ms. Chun is thriving. Bursting with youth, there are no signs of aging. To prove that Chun Jinyu was not aging, Chun Xiaojing lifted the hem of her mother's nightgown. All right, I get it. Chun Jinyu swatted away Chun Xiaojing's mischievous hands. In the past, she had not minded her daughter's playful antics, but now, she subconsciously felt that such indulgences were no longer appropriate after being pampered by Lu Qi. The following morning, 2 SUVs departed from the estate. One carried Lu Qi and 3 others, with Chun Jinyu at the wheel, while the other vehicle was occupied by several bodyguards, including Deng Feilong. As Chun Hongshan's primary objective in America was to fish for the big catch, and given Lu Qi's fondness for fishing, Chun Jinyu arranged an itinerary for them to enjoy fishing in America. This would allow them to appreciate the natural beauty of the country while relishing the joys of fishing. Their first destination was a local fishing spot in New York. After an hour's drive, the SUVs arrived beside a serene lake on the outskirts of New York. Grandfather, would you prefer lure fishing or deep-sea fishing? Chun Hongshan laughed. With so many fish species available for lure fishing in America, it must be lure fishing. While he favored leisurely angling back home, he decided to embrace a different style in America. Thus, each of them, Lu Qi, Chun Hongshan, and Chun Xiaojing, equipped with a lure rod, while Chun Jinyu took on the role of capturing their moments on camera. Chapter 157, joyful fishing excursion. The sky was overcast yet refreshing, with a gentle breeze caressing the surface of the lake, which shimmered with glimmers of light. By the lakeside, smiles adorned everyone's faces. Lucci did not rush to fish, but instead watched Chen Jinyu alongside Chen Hongsan and Chen Xiaojing. Although Chen Hongsan rarely engaged in lure fishing, this did not imply a deficiency in his skills. With a side cast, he effortlessly launched the lure into the water. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaojing, who had frequently accompanied Chen Jinyu fishing during her past holidays, exhibited superior lure fishing skills compared to Chen Hongsan. "Grandpa, let us compete to see who catches the first fish," Chen Xiaojing exclaimed, infusing a playful spirit into their fishing endeavor. "Haha, sounds great," Chen Hongsan replied cheerfully. The lake chosen by Chen Jinyu was rich in fishing resources. After only 2 casts, Chen Hongsan successfully hooked a fish. Almost simultaneously, Chen Xiaojing also caught one. She was the first to haul a striped bass ashore. "Yay, I won!" Chen Xiaojing jubilantly jumped. "Haha, you indeed won, but the fish I caught is larger." Chen Hongsan, shaking the rod, soon brought a 7 or 8 pound striped bass to the bank. "Hee, then we shall consider this round a tie." Chen Xiaojing giggled. "Now, let us see who can catch the biggest fish today." "Haha," agreed. Under the infectious enthusiasm of the lively Chen Xiaojing, Chen Hongsan appeared a decade younger. Observing the joy radiating from her father and daughter, Chen Jinyu couldn't help but smile. "Xiaojing, would you care to compete with me as well?" Lucci asked Chen Xiaojing with interest. "Not a chance," Chen Xiaojing replied. "Who would dare to compete in fishing with the legendary director of the Fishing Bureau? I, as a mere girl, wouldn't even think of it." "Haha, well said. Us mere mortals shouldn't compare ourselves to fishing gods." Chen Hongsan chimed in with laughter. Watching her family and Lucci revel in happiness, Chen Jinyu felt a warm sense of contentment and joy. She truly cherished such moments. Fortunately, their fishing trip was planned to last over a week, allowing her to savor and document these precious times. "Lucci, aren't you going to fish?" Half an hour later, noticing Lucci still standing beside her, Chen Jinyu inquired. "No rush, let me watch them for a while," Lucci replied, smiling as he turned his gaze towards Chen Jinyu. Seeing the gentle smile on this man's face stirred something within Chen Jinyu, reminding her of that night, the tenderness, the passion, and the intensity. Just a smile from him nearly rendered her breathless. She quickly averted her gaze, daring not to look at Lucci again, and intentionally distanced herself from him. Noticing Chen Jinyu's deliberate attempt to maintain distance, Lucci could only sigh inwardly. Subsequently, Lucci joined the lure fishing group. "Ding, caught a striped bass, experience points 100. Ding, caught a dark-colored pike, experience points 400. Ding. Congratulations to the master for unlocking a new fish species. Dark-colored pike, experience points 500. Collect pike task, progress 35, in less than 10 minutes. Lucci unlocked a new fish species. So far, he had caught 3 types of pike: the white-spotted pike, the North American pike, and the dark-colored pike. The dark-colored pike, while similar in shape to the white-spotted pike, differed in color and was considerably smaller than its white-spotted counterpart when fully grown. Ding. A patterned pike has been caught, granting 400 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, master, on unlocking a new fish species, the patterned pike, earning an additional 500 experience points. The task of collecting pikes is now 45 complete. Shortly thereafter, Lucci hooked another new species of pike. The adult patterned pike is significantly smaller than the spotted pike. Behold, when the angler casts his line, the results are evident. At this moment, Chen Hongshan, feeling fatigued, sat down on the grass to rest, observing Lucci's continuous catches. He couldn't help but tease him with a smile. Hearing her father's unique praise for Lucci, Chen Jinyu's alluring lips curled into a smile. "Dad, look at what Lucci has caught." After a while, Chen Jinyu pointed towards Lucci's direction. Chen Hongshan looked up and saw Lucci reeling in a long-mouthed creature resembling a crocodile, but with an even stranger appearance. "Is that a long-nosed gar?" Chen Hongshan's eyes lit up. "Indeed, that is a long-nosed gar," Chen Jinyu confirmed with a nod. Chen Hongshan immediately rose and walked over to take a closer look. Ding. A long-nosed gar has been caught, granting 700 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, master, on unlocking a new fish species, the long-nosed gar, earning an additional 500 experience points. The long-nosed gar possesses a lengthy jaw with sharp teeth. To prevent injury, Lucci firmly grasped its mouth, ensuring it remained closed. "Oh, the resources in this region are truly remarkable. Even such prehistoric fish have been preserved," Chen Hongshan remarked enviously while observing the long-nosed gar. "If the resources in this land were poor, Europeans would not have crossed the ocean to occupy it 3 centuries ago," Chen Xiaojing added. Upon hearing this, Lucci and the others chuckled, impressed by the girl's grasp of history. "Xiaojing, although you are American, your ability to confront American history is commendable," Chen Hongshan praised with a smile. Subsequently, Chun Hongshan concluded his rest, eager to catch a long-nosed gar himself. Compared to other fish, long-nosed gars are more easily caught with live bait. Thus, Lu Qi prepared some fresh fish chunks as bait for Chun Hongshan. Grandpa, long-nosed gars prefer to inhabit that area. Cast your line over there, Lu Qi instructed, pointing to a section of water with a standing piece of dead wood. All right. Following Lu Qi's guidance, Chun Hongshan successfully caught a long-nosed gar within 10 minutes, even larger than the one Lu Qi had just caught. Haha, the old man has finally caught a long-nosed gar in his lifetime. Chun Hongshan exclaimed joyfully, asking Chun Jinyu to take a picture of him. Brother Lu Qi, this gar is bigger than the one you caught. Chun Shaojing began to tease Lu Qi, the fishing prodigy. Oh, little one, you have high expectations. Lu Qi laughed, playfully tapping Chun Shaojing's nose. Now, let us see what your brother can do. This was not merely Lu Qi's competitive spirit. He, too, sought to catch larger fish for experience points. To secure an even bigger long-nosed gar, he switched to 3 surf rods, skillfully casting the bait into a region 200 meters away. Beep beep. A few minutes later, the fish alert sounded. Lu Qi lifted the rod and reeled in a long-nosed gar. Over the next several minutes, Lu Qi caught 5 long-nosed gars in succession, yet none were particularly large. Brother Lu Qi, that is still not big enough. Chen Shaojing continued to tease Lu Qi. Little one, don't be frightened if it gets too big later. Lu Qi chuckled as he cast the bait, having already spotted an exceptionally large northern snakehead. After 5 or 6 minutes, the fish swallowed the bait. Lu Qi lifted the rod and reeled in. The fishing rod and reel he was using were remarkably strong, and within 5 minutes, the massive northern snakehead was brought to the shore. So long, so big, Chen Shaojing exclaimed. The fish measured over 1.5 meters in length. Chapter 158. The 4 great fish invade America. Ding. Congratulations, master, for catching a rare northern snakehead weighing 28 pounds. Experience points 5,000. Although this northern snakehead exceeded 1.5 meters in length and appeared long and large, its actual weight was only 28 pounds. Compared to the largest member of the snakehead family, the bullseye snakehead, the weight limit of the northern snakehead is not particularly high. Nonetheless, the 28-pound northern snakehead was enough to astonish Chun Hongshan and Chen Shaojing. Brother Lu Qi, you truly are a fishing god. I have never seen such a large northern snakehead. Chen Shaojing said, her eyes filled with admiration. I recall you were just provoking him. Have you surrendered now? Chen Hongshan asked with a smile. I have. Chen Shaojing nodded, grinning. Lu Qi continued fishing for another half hour, but did not catch any particularly large fish. As noon approached, everyone settled under a tree by the lake for a picnic. Brother Lu Qi, I want to eat grilled fish. Can you make some for me? Sure, no problem. In response to Chen Shaojing's request, Lu Qi grilled some striped bass for everyone. Wow, this is so delicious. From now on, I never want to eat hamburgers again. Chen Shaojing bit into the freshly grilled fish like a greedy little kitten. Little Lu, I believe every angler wishes to have a fishing buddy like you. Chen Hongshan praised Lu Qi's grilling skills. Though they had experienced Lu Qi's culinary talents before, it was their first time tasting the fish he grilled. Hee, I'm so happy I can eat Brother Lu Qi's grilled fish for the next few days, Chen Shaojing said with a beaming smile. As she listened to her family praise Lu Qi, a warm feeling enveloped Chun Jinyu's heart. Sister Jinyu, you should eat too. Lu Qi offered some fish to Chun Jinyu. Chun Jinyu accepted the fish he handed her, savoring each bite. In that warm and blissful moment, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. If Lu Qi were her man, then everyone present would be a family, and that would be true happiness. Startled by this notion, Chun Jin, you quickly suppressed such unrealistic thoughts. Lu Qi belongs to Chiyoya. I must not covet, she admonished herself. After lunch, the group proceeded to their second fishing spot. The location that Chun Jinyu had arranged was in North Carolina, quite a distance from New York, requiring several hours of driving. To save time and enjoy more scenery, Lu Qi rented a helicopter, allowing everyone to appreciate the natural beauty along the way. Originally, I came to visit Jinyu, but now it is even more delightful than a vacation, Chun Hongshan remarked with a smile aboard the helicopter. Fishing for species he had never encountered before, savoring exquisite cuisine, and enjoying the stunning scenery from above, all while surrounded by family. Chun Hongshan relished this blissful day. He understood that his ability to enjoy such luxuries in America was due in part to his daughter's filial piety, but more significantly, it stemmed from Lu Qi's capabilities. 2 hours later, they arrived by a river in North Carolina. Chun Hongshan wasted no time. He prepared his fishing gear and began angling. Grandpa, let us have a competition, Chen Shaojing exclaimed eagerly as she joined in. This fishing spot was rich in resources, and within minutes, Chen Hongshan caught a sizable black bass, followed closely by Chen Shaojing, who also landed one. Sister Jinyu, why don't you join in the fun? Lu Qi encouraged Chen Jinyu, aware of her prowess in fishing. He hoped she would not feel restrained by their relationship and could enjoy herself fully. All right then, Chen Jinyu acquiesced. since collaborating with Lu Qi on videos. She hadn't fished for herself in quite some time. Seeing her father and daughter so joyful ignited her desire to partake. With Lu Qi's encouragement, she joined the fishing team. Within minutes, Chen Jinyu showcased her superior skills, catching fish at an average of 1 every 5 minutes. Lu Qi captured her fishing process on camera, chuckling, "Sister Jinyu, if you show your face, the fans of Bahoju will surely surge." His words were not an exaggeration. With Chen Jinyu's beauty and natural allure, she would undoubtedly attract many admirers. Her heart warmed at Lu Qi's compliment, as it was unmistakably a praise of her beauty. "Indeed, Miss Chen, why not share some videos of yourself on Bahoju?" Chen Xiaojing chimed in. "I prefer not to," Chen Jinyu replied with a smile, shaking her head. Previously, her reluctance to appear on camera stemmed from a desire not to rely on her looks, but now it was more about the feeling that she belonged to Lu Qi. Her beauty blossomed solely for him. "All right, Lu Qi, it's your turn to fish," Chen Jinyu said, taking the camera from him after he had fished for over half an hour. She found greater joy in watching him fish than in casting her own line. Lu Qi did not disappoint her expectations. Within 10 minutes, he caught a large fish using a surf casting rod. Ding! Caught a rare big-head carp weighing 40 pounds, gaining 3,000 experience points. This impressive catch was indeed one of China's 4 major fish species, the big-head carp. Such a large big-head carp exists here in America? Chen Hongshan approached, astonished. Indeed, not only big-head carp, but also grass carp, black carp, and silver carp. Lu Qi explained the situation regarding the invasion of the 4 major fish species in the United States. In China, news occasionally reported on the Asian carp's invasion in America and the resulting chaos. The carp referred to herein is not limited to the narrow definition of carp, but rather encompasses the entire Cyprinidae family, prominently including the 4 esteemed types of fish in Chinese culture: the grass carp, the black carp, the silver carp, and the bighead carp. The United States initially introduced these species to aid in controlling aquatic weeds. However, due to the favorable environmental conditions in the U.S. for these fish, coupled with the fact that Americans do not consume them, their populations burgeoned uncontrollably. In an effort to prevent the widespread proliferation of these species throughout the nation, the U.S. government invested over $1 billion. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Lu Qi managed to catch a 40-pound bighead carp in American waters. It's quite astonishing that they are so selective. Even shunning these 4 prominent fish, Chen Hongshan scoffed. Americans are adept at nitpicking internationally, yet they are indiscriminate when it comes to food. Chen Jinyu explained with a smile. Another reason is that the American culinary methods are rather simplistic, and they lack the knowledge to prepare these fish. For the subsequent half hour, Lu Qi caught several more bighead and black carp. However, having traveled such a great distance to the U.S., the 4 esteemed varieties were not his primary targets. Consequently, he switched to a different bait. Just as Lu Qi was searching for a new fishing spot along the riverbank, a large fish entered the system's detection range. Author's note: this author still has potential. Let us not abandon hope for him. Chapter 159. The royal blue catfish. A large fish lay concealed beneath the water's surface, approximately several dozen meters away. Its substantial size qualifies it as a true giant among freshwater fish. Judging by its shape, it appeared to be a catfish. The only native catfish in the U.S. that can grow to such a size is the blue catfish, known scientifically as Ictalurus furcatus. The blue catfish is the largest species of catfish native to North America. If Lu Qi were to catch this one, it would surely astonish Xiaojing. With this thought in mind, Lu Qi replaced his lure with a shrimp-shaped soft bait suitable for catfishing and commenced casting. Catfish are typically less active and aggressive during daylight hours. After 3 casts, the shrimp-shaped bait passed right in front of the large blue catfish, yet it remained unresponsive. In addition to the daytime lethargy, the blue catfish's heightened wariness was another contributing factor. Thus, Lu Qi opted for a surf-casting rod and employed fresh fish chunks as bait. 3 aromatic fish pieces were cast above the blue catfish, sinking down to its vicinity. The pungent scent wafted through the water, infiltrating the blue catfish's nostrils and continually stimulating its appetite. After a few minutes, the once still blue catfish finally lunged at the enticing fish chunk, biting down on one of the pieces. The hook then pierced its mouth. Rather than fleeing in panic, the injured blue catfish buried its head in the mud, beginning to thrash. As Lu Qi raised his rod and reeled in the line, it felt as though it were snagged on the bottom, taut and unyielding. "Brother Lu Qi, are you snagged?" Chen Xiaojing, who had ceased fishing and was watching alongside Chen Jinyu, inquired, noticing that the line did not respond as Lu Qi manipulated the handle, assuming the hook had caught on an underwater obstacle. "Little girl, your brother Lu Qi is not snagged. He has hooked a big fish," Chen Jinyu replied with a smile. Chen Jinyu had been fishing with Lu Qi for quite some time without witnessing him snagging on the bottom. Thus, she was convinced that the current situation could only signify the capture of a significant fish. As anticipated, Lu Chi deftly flicked the fishing rod, causing the line to hum as it was pulled taut. Before long, the line was being drawn out rapidly, indicating that a formidable creature lurked beneath the surface. Attempting to flee. "Grandfather, would you like to experience this?" Lu Chi inquired, glancing at the onlooking Chun Hongshan. Observing that Lu Chi's 36 kilograms reel was set to maximum drag, yet the line continued to extend, Chun Hongshan chuckled and replied, "With my old bones, I can manage fish weighing 30 to 40 pounds, but anything over 60 is best left to you. Brother Lu Chi, let me have a go?" While Chun Hongshan was reluctant, Chen Xiaojing eagerly volunteered. "All right, it's yours," Lu Chi said, adjusting the drag down to 12 kilograms before handing the rod to her. For the 36 kilograms force could easily drag the petite girl into the water. With excitement, Chun Xiaojing wrestled with the large fish for 7 or 8 minutes, finally breathless. She returned the rod to Lu Chi. "No more?" Lu Chi teased. "No more. It's too big for me to handle," Chun Xiaojing replied, her cheeks flushed. Lu Chi chuckled and took back the rod. The massive blue catfish weighed at least 100 pounds. It was indeed remarkable that Chun Xiaojing managed to engage it at all. With a determined twist of the handle, Lu Chi officially engaged in battle with the colossal blue catfish. Moments later, a blue-gray behemoth emerged from the water, resembling a small submarine. No wonder Xiaojing couldn't manage it. "It must weigh around 100 pounds. Chun Hongshan exclaimed in awe. "Go, brother Lu Chi." Chun Xiaojing cheered, shaking her little fists in encouragement. As 10 minutes passed, Lu Chi managed to pull the great blue catfish to the riverbank, gripping its upper jaw with one hand and lifting it entirely out of the water. The enormous catfish stood upright, its size dwarfing Lu Chi, creating a truly breathtaking visual spectacle. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, on catching a king-level blue catfish weighing 128 pounds, earning 40,000 experience points and a piece of treasure map fragment. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on unlocking a new fish species, blue catfish, earning 500 experience points." This marked Lu Chi's first blue catfish, weighing an astonishing 128 pounds. Although this weight may not be exceptionally heavy among catfish species, it's certainly classified as royal within the blue catfish category. The system rewarded Lu Chi with a fragment of a treasure map. He had now collected 2 pieces, needing only half to uncover the mystery of the treasure. "Brother Lu Chi, you're amazing," Chun Xiaojing exclaimed, excitedly posing with the great blue catfish alongside Lu Chi. Chun Hongshan, equally delighted, joined in for the photograph, as this was the largest catfish he had ever seen. "Miss Chun, come over here. Let's take a picture together," Chun Xiaojing urged, pulling Chun Jinyu into the frame. With a click, bodyguard Deng Feilong captured the moment, preserving it with the sound of the shutter. In the photograph, Lu Chi held the great blue catfish, while Chun Xiaojing and Chun Hongshan beamed with joy, and Chun Jinyu wore a gentle smile of contentment. In North Carolina, a group of individuals spent several hours fishing by the river. As dusk fell, they settled in a nearby small town, exchanging no words throughout the night. The following day, they boarded a helicopter headed for their 3rd fishing location in Louisiana. While Deng Feilong had piloted the helicopter the previous day, today it was Lu Chi's turn to indulge in the experience. "Boss, you can fly a helicopter?" Deng Feilong inquired, astonished. "I possess a helicopter license," Lu Chi replied with a smile. "Ah." Deng Feilong was taken aback, marveling at the boss's multifaceted skills. Consequently, Deng Feilong relinquished control of the aircraft to Lu Chi. Under Lu Chi's adept handling, the helicopter ascended smoothly. "Brother Lu Chi is truly impressive," Chun Xiaojing admired as she observed Lu Chi's mastery of the controls. Although she was already an admirer of Lu Chi, she found him to be a treasure trove, frequently revealing astonishing talents. The journey from North Carolina to Louisiana spanned 2 full hours, during which Lu Chi quenched his thirst for flying. Why did Chen Jinyu choose such a distant state for their 3rd fishing spot? Because Louisiana boasts the richest variety of northern pike in the United States, particularly large specimens. When fishing in America, failing to catch a sizable pike or sturgeon would be deemed incomplete. The helicopter landed near a river, and the group prepared their gear before seeking a suitable fishing spot. Their target was clear, the northern pike. Chun Hongshan employed fresh fish chunks as bait, enthusiastically casting his line. "Jinyu, who told you that there are many large pikes in this stretch of river?" Lu Chi asked. He had just utilized the system's detection function and discovered that this segment of the river, over 1,000 meters long, lacked substantial pikes. "I learned from a professional angler online," Chun Jinyu responded. Lu Chi was not in a hurry to locate the large pikes. Instead, he joined Chun Jinyu in watching Chun Hongshan and Chun Xiaojing fish for a while. "Haha, I caught a caiman pike." After half an hour, Chun Hongshan reeled in a caiman pike weighing around 10 pounds, which filled him with immense joy. However, to Lu Chi, this size was merely a juvenile pike, as he had previously caught 2 massive caiman pikes weighing 70 to 80 pounds at Lingnan's Yunqiu Mountain Park. Today, having arrived at the Cayman pike's homeland, he was determined to surpass his previous record. Chapter 160. The Pike Bulletproof Vest. After observing Chun Hongshan fish for half an hour, Lu Qi instructed Deng Failong and the 3 bodyguards to retrieve the inflatable boat from the helicopter. Once inflated, they launched it into the river. Lu Qi then prepared to embark on a quest for the large Cayman pike. "Brother Lu Qi, I want to go too," Chun Shaojing exclaimed, following Lu Qi onto the inflatable boat. As Lu Qi's personal camerawoman, Chun Jinyu naturally accompanied him to capture the moments. Fortunately, the inflatable boat was spacious enough that the 3 of them did not feel cramped. "Remember to bring back any large fish for me to see." Chun Hongshan chose to remain to guard the fish, thus he did not accompany them. However, he instructed Lu Qi to bring back any large fish he might catch to broaden his horizons. "No problem," Lu Qi responded with a smile, then set the electric rubber boat in motion, embarking on a quest for the formidable alligator gar. The river flowed sluggishly, its waters rather murky. After traversing over 3,000 meters, Lu Qi spotted numerous alligator gars. Although he had yet to encounter an exceptionally large specimen, it was evident that this river was teeming with them. Lu Qi refrained from hastily casting his line, for he sought only those colossal creatures exceeding 100 pounds. As the boat glided forward, wildflowers of unknown species flourished along the banks, and the presence of 2 beautiful women, one tall and one petite, beside him made Lu Qi feel quite content. After proceeding several more kilometers, he finally laid eyes on a large alligator gar that stirred his excitement. Instead of casting his line from the boat, Lu Qi sought an appropriate spot along the shore to anchor, disembarking to cast his line from land. Given the lightweight nature of the rubber boat, engaging in a struggle with a large gar aboard would prolong the battle unnecessarily. He prepared his fishing rod with sizable chunks of fish as bait and cast it near the imposing alligator gar. The pungent scent of blood wafted through the water, enticing the creature. Yet, whether the gar was sated or simply cautious, it remained unresponsive even after 5 minutes of waiting with bait tantalizingly close. Lu Qi opted not to change the bait, but rather to exercise patience. A few minutes later, the alligator gar finally succumbed to temptation. Opening its mouth to devour the delectable morsel, Lu Qi swiftly raised his rod, the hook finding its mark in the gar's upper jaw. The wounded gar darted through the water, resembling a miniature dragon, its strength formidable. Lu Qi tightened the reel's drag to 36 kilograms. Yet the line continued to be drawn out relentlessly. After 100 meters of frantic escape, the large alligator gar began to dig in. Lu Qi consistently manipulated the handle, raising the rod and stimulating the massive fish at the end of the line. The line, under the strain of 36 kilograms, repeatedly exerted pressure on the spot where the gar was hooked. The fish could only combat this force by fleeing. As its strength began to wane, it paused its struggle, swimming slowly in the direction of the line to alleviate its pain. The duel between man and fish continued for over 10 minutes. Eventually, a colossal alligator gar surfaced just 10 meters from Lu Qi, its size reminiscent of a crocodile. "What a gigantic alligator gar!" Chun Shaojing exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Chun Jinyu's eyes sparkled. If they managed to reel in such a massive specimen, it would surely garner millions of likes on the internet. "Go, brother Lu Qi." After the initial shock, Chun Shaojing clenched her small fists in excitement. After toying with the alligator gar for several more minutes, Lu Qi drew it closer. With swift reflexes, he seized the gar by its jaws, hauling it ashore. "Ding! Congratulations, master, you have caught a star-rated alligator gar weighing 130 pounds, earning 20,000 experience points and a bulletproof vest for gar protection as a reward." A magnificent image of a giant alligator gar, weighing in at an impressive 130 pounds, has captured attention. This extraordinary specimen has been rated as a star by the system. Its weight surpasses the 2 catches made by Lu Qi at Yunxiu Mountain Scenic Area long ago, yet the time taken to reel it in was significantly reduced. This improvement can be attributed not only to Lu Qi's enhanced angling skills, but also to his superior physical condition compared to the past. Remarkably, he subdued such a large alligator gar in just a few minutes. Chun Shaojing exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Lu Qi, can I ride on its back for a photo?" "Of course, but allow me to secure it first," Lu Qi replied. He then held the massive alligator gar steady, enabling Chun Shaojing to climb on for a picture. Watching her joy as she posed atop the fish, Lu Qi couldn't help but reminisce about that evening with Chun Jinyu. Pondering that while he could tame the alligator gar in mere minutes, he struggled for half an hour to tame her mother. "This photo will undoubtedly be the finest summer snapshot among all our classmates." Chun Shaojing beamed, thrilled by the results of their photo shoot. Indeed, not many students could boast of such a fantastical fishing adventure during their summer break. After the photo session, Lu Qi carefully lifted the alligator gar onto the inflatable boat, heading back to the location where Chun Hongshan awaited. To ensure the fish's survival, he periodically submerged it in the water. "Goodness, you've hooked the king of alligator gars." Chun Hongshan exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the impressive creature. Haha, it's decent, but it still doesn't quite qualify as the king, Lu Qi chuckled in response. As lunchtime approached, Lu Qi prepared a 30-pound alligator gar for a barbecue feast. The fish's skin is notoriously thick and tough to handle, and its entrails and roe are toxic, making it unpalatable for most. However, under Lu Qi's adept preparation, the roasted alligator gar meat was not only safe to eat, but also possessed a uniquely delightful texture, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. Curious about the bulletproof vest awarded by the system, Lu Qi discreetly inquired while enjoying the barbecue. The alligator gar bulletproof vest, as its name implies, primarily serves to shield against bullets. It can also absorb substantial impact forces. Once worn by the owner, it can withstand any type of bullet currently present on Earth. The system elucidated. Any type of bullet, including large-caliber sniper rounds? He asked. Indeed, the system affirmed. Lu Qi felt a thrill of excitement. This bulletproof vest was truly remarkable. After lunch, the group boarded a helicopter and flew over 30 kilometers to continue their pursuit of alligator gars in a new location. Lu Qi sensed that there might be even larger specimens lurking in the river. Over the course of the afternoon, he scoured more than 20 kilometers of riverbank. Ding. You have caught an alligator gar. Experience points, 800. Ding. You have caught an alligator gar weighing 50 pounds. Experience points, 3,000. Although he did not land any particularly massive alligator gars, Lu Qi still amassed a significant amount of experience points. His cumulative experience points had reached 1,250,000. As the sun gradually dipped towards the west, Lu Qi adjusted the direction of the kayak, preparing to return to the helicopter's location. At that moment, a massive arapaima, larger than the one caught earlier that morning, swam into the system's detection range. This specimen appeared to be on the verge of reaching the king level. Chapter 161. The ferocious behemoth. This was a highly probable king-level arapaima. Lu Qi felt a surge of excitement. However, there were no suitable docking spots along the riverbanks, forcing Lu Qi to cast his line from the kayak. The bait consisted of fresh pieces of fish, thrown ahead of the great arapaima's path. The fish glided steadily through the water, passing by the large fish without taking a bite. As the arapaima swam further away, Lu Qi maneuvered the kayak to a new position for a second cast. This time, the great arapaima finally opened its mouth and seized the delectable morsel. Lu Qi raised the rod and began to reel in. The line tightened. He had hooked a fish. Surprisingly, the arapaima did not panic or resist after being caught. Instead, it swam closer to the kayak, following the tension of the line. Suddenly, with a splash, a colossal creature emerged from the water, violently colliding with the kayak. The arapaima had launched an aggressive attack on the vessel. The entire kayak tilted to one side, startling Chen Jinyu and Chun Xiaojing aboard. Lu Qi was equally taken aback. It was rare to encounter such an aggressive arapaima. Fortunately, the kayak was sturdy enough to withstand the impact without capsizing. To prevent another collision, Lu Qi started the kayak's engine, releasing some line to increase the distance from the arapaima. He then maneuvered the reel, and the arapaima continued to swim towards him, not resisting this time. Lu Qi ensured that the arapaima did not come too close to the kayak, while simultaneously instructing Chen Xiaojing to adjust the speed of the kayak. Thus, the kayak moved forward while the arapaima pursued from behind. What a thrill! Being chased by such a gigantic creature, Chen Xiaojing felt exhilarated rather than frightened. Even Chun Jinyu found it exciting, securely gripping her camera to capture this rare moment. Incidents of arapaima attacking fishing vessels are exceedingly rare, and capturing such footage is even more uncommon. Chen Jinyu considered this her most exhilarating fishing experience with Lu Qi. She was certain that once these clips were uploaded to Douyin, they would astonish their fans. As for concerns about danger, neither Chen Jinyu nor Chun Xiaojing worried about safety. For with Lu Qi present, they believed that no fish could pose a threat to them. The arapaima pursued for roughly 100 meters before ceasing its chase, seemingly aware that it stood no chance against humans. It then turned and began to flee. The entire kayak was being towed along by the powerful arapaima. To maximize the expenditure of the arapaima's strength, Lu Qi engaged the kayak's engine to counter the creature's escape. The formidable alligator gar repeatedly altered its escape direction, while Lu Qi similarly adjusted the direction of the kayak's engine. A fish, a person, and a kayak engaged in a fierce struggle for over half an hour through the fishing line in the river. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the alligator gar finally began to tire. Lu Qi did not immediately haul the massive fish onto the kayak due to its considerable size. Instead, he guided it slowly to the shallow waters by means of the fishing line. In the shallows, Lu Qi managed to control the alligator gar and then dragged it to the riverbank. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have caught a king-level alligator gar weighing 198 pounds, earning 50,000 experience points and a fragment of a treasure map. This alligator gar, weighing an impressive 198 pounds, was unsurprisingly classified by the system as king level. It was indeed a colossal creature. Gazing in awe at the massive being sprawled on the ground, Chen Xiaojing exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Lu Qi, how magnificent!" Chen Hongshan, who had received word through the intercom, arrived shortly after, his eyes wide with astonishment. "I never imagined an alligator gar could grow so large. This truly broadens my horizons. The boss is indeed a fishing god." The three bodyguards of Deng Failong were equally struck with amazement. After spending a couple of days fishing alongside Lu Qi, they realized that freshwater fish could attain such enormous sizes, and they sincerely admired Lu Qi's fishing prowess. Chen Jinyu measured the length of the gigantic alligator gar. 2 meters and 4. She said with a smile. "Lu Qi, this might be a record in the United States." "Not necessarily," Lu Qi replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Given that the United States is the primary habitat for alligator gars, if he were to break their record, it would surely qualify as god level. To date, Lu Qi had caught numerous king-level fish, but had yet to capture an emperor-level fish. He hoped to shatter the record of having caught none during this fishing expedition in the United States. P.S. Originally, I intended to write as much as I did yesterday, but plans have a way of changing. This chapter is a bit shorter, but I will ensure there is at least one more chapter tonight. Chapter 162. The outdoor bathtub and venomous snakes. Lu Qi released the large king-level alligator gar. By this time, night had fallen. With no city nearby, the group chose to camp in the wilderness. Chen Jinyu and Chen Xiaojing assumed that they would be unable to wash up that night due to the murky waters of the nearby river. Though there was some bottled water on the helicopter, it was reserved for cooking and drinking. To their surprise, Lu Qi fashioned a filtration device using materials found in the wild. The murky river water flowed through this contraption, emerging clean and transparent. "Brother Lu Qi, you're amazing. You can do everything," Chen Xiaojing said, her eyes filled with admiration. "Haha, it's not like I can do everything," Lu Qi replied with a smile. For someone with maxed-out wilderness survival skills, collecting clean water was merely a fundamental ability. Subsequently, Lu Qi heated the collected clean water for Chen Jinyu and Chen Xiaojing to bathe, to ensure they could enjoy a comfortable hot shower in the wild. He even constructed a bathing tent for them and temporarily converted the kayak into a bathtub. As Chen Jinyu observed Lu Qi's diligent efforts on their behalf, a profound sense of happiness enveloped her heart. This man was not only exceptionally capable, but also remarkably considerate, treating her with kindness. "All right, Jinyu Jia. I shall stand guard outside while you bathe here." Lu Qi poured the hot water into a slightly modified inflatable boat. "Thank you, Lu Qi," Chen Jinyu replied, her gaze softening as she looked at him, inadvertently revealing an alluring charm. Naturally enchanting, yet exuding an air of elegance and nobility. She was a captivating beauty whose every smile could ignite a man's desire to conquer. Lu Qi found himself wishing to send Chen Xiaojing away, not wanting her to interrupt the precious moment with Chen Jinyu. However, this fleeting thought dissipated quickly as he smiled and said, "Jinyu Jia, there's no need to thank me in the future." With that, he stepped out of the tent, standing a few meters away to keep watch. The tent was situated several hundred meters from Deng Failong and the others' camp, surrounded by trees that offered ample privacy. "Hee, my brother Lu Qi is truly a warm-hearted man. To bathe in hot water in the wilderness, and even enjoy a soak, brings such joy to me," Chen Xiaojing mused. She was the first to shed her clothing and assisted Chen Jinyu in doing the same. The two helped each other wash and then settled into the inflatable boat to enjoy their bath. Outside, Lu Qi listened to the sound of splashing water from within the tent, feeling a twinge of excitement. Well aware that inside were two extraordinary beauties, a combination of East and West, one tall and the other petite. "Sister Kiwiya is incredibly fortunate to have a boyfriend like Lu Qi," Chen Xiaojing remarked enviously from her warm bath. "Your sister Kiwiya isn't merely lucky. She is exceptional in her own right. Not only is she beautiful, but she also possesses remarkable capabilities, having founded Shiwa biology single-handedly." Chen Jinyu seized the opportunity to impart wisdom to Chen Xiaojing. "Thus, you must study diligently to become a woman of both talent and beauty, so that you may encounter a boyfriend as outstanding as brother Lu Qi." "That is difficult," Chen Xiaojing shook her head. "No matter how hard I try, I could never find a boyfriend who could compare to brother Lu Qi, for I believe such a man exists nowhere else." Chen Jinyu silently concurred with this sentiment, as otherwise, she would not be so entangled in matters of the heart. Yet, she could not impart this to her daughter, so she replied, "You are still young. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Focusing on your studies is what truly matters." "Understood," Chen Xiaojing pouted, then playfully poked at Chen Jinyu's flawless figure, stating, "Miss Chen, in terms of physique, you are no less than Sister Kiwiya. Academically, you were accepted into a prestigious American university at just 16. With your excellence, when will you find me a father who is at least half as remarkable as brother Lu Qi?" Chen Jinyu swatted away Chen Xiaojing's mischievous hand, feigning annoyance. "You, my daughter, are now schooling me? Miss Chen, I only wish for your happiness. You have been single for so many years. It is high time you find a man who will cherish you. Chen Xiaojing embraced her mother with affection, adding, however, I hope that the man you find is at least 1/10 as exceptional as brother Lu Qi. This was not the first time Chen Xiaojing had urged Chen Jinyu to seek out a partner, but this time it struck a deeper chord within her. As the brother Lu Qi, in her daughter's words, was indeed her own man. Though she could not possess this man, she felt as though she belonged to him for eternity, the one who had gifted her with a perfect first night. Outside, Lu Qi's hearing exceeded that of an ordinary person. He too caught wind of Chen Xiaojing's words, and a pang of guilt washed over him. He had taken Chen Jinyu's first night from her, but could not provide her with the happiness and identity she deserved. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, Lu Qi turned and beheld a cobra slithering through the entrance of the tent. He dashed forward, yet was a moment too late. The snake had already entered. Sister Jinyu, a cobra has gotten inside. Lu Qi quickly alerted the two women within. Startled, Chen Jinyu and Chen Xiaojing instinctively sat up and, sure enough, spotted the snake coiled within the tent. Sister Jinyu, turn your backs. I will go in and catch it, Lu Qi urged. No, Lu Qi, I can drive it away, Chen Jinyu protested. In their current state, both she and Xiaojing were entirely unclothed, while it was one thing for Lu Qi to see her. Xiaojing's modesty was a different matter. Sister Jinyu, are you sure you can handle it? Absolutely. I have encountered snakes in the wild before, Chen Jinyu replied. Feeling capable of driving the cobra away, she seized a piece of clothing nearby and began to wave it in an attempt to scare the snake off. However, after just a few swings, the cobra lunged unexpectedly. With remarkable speed, it struck, leaving a bite mark on Chen Jinyu's wrist in the blink of an eye. Ah! She gasped instinctively, dropping the clothing to the ground. Miss Chen. Chen Xiaojing panicked at the sight. Brother Lu Qi, my mother has been bitten by a cobra. What? Lu Qi reacted instinctively, lifting the curtain and rushing inside. The scene of the two beautiful women unfolded before him. Typically, he might have faltered, but in that moment, he dashed to Chen Jinyu's side, swiftly crushing the snake's head beneath his foot. Without hesitation, he bound her arm and used his mouth to draw out the venom. The poison had not yet reached Chen Jinyu's head. She remained conscious. Witnessing Lu Qi's urgency filled her heart with warmth, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. For she was utterly exposed, and more importantly, Xiaojing stood nearby. Xiaojing, hurry and put on some clothes. While Lu Qi was expelling the snake's venom, Chen Jinyu reminded her daughter, Miss Chen, is this really the time for that? Chen Xiaojing disregarded her own clothing, anxiously asking, how do you feel? Are you dizzy? Chapter 163. The efficacy of the detox pill. The cobra's venom was potent. Despite Lu Qi's immediate intervention, a small portion of the toxin had infiltrated Chen Jinyu's bloodstream, spreading to other areas of her body. While the remaining venom was not lethal, it still inflicted considerable pain upon her. Miss Chen, seeing Chen Jinyu's complexion turn pale, Chen Xiaojing's heart raced, tears welling in her cerulean eyes. I'm fine, Chen Jinyu forced a smile through the agony. In light of the circumstances, Lu Qi discreetly retrieved a detoxification pill from his possession. The Tuntan detox pill can neutralize all poisons in the world. Sister Jinyu, open your mouth and consume this. Lu Qi offered the Tuntan detox pill to Chen Jinyu's lips. Trusting Lu Qi implicitly, Chen Jinyu did not inquire about the nature of the pill and readily ingested it. In an instant, the torment within her body began to dissipate at a remarkable pace. Within less than a minute, her complexion returned to normal. Lu Qi, what was that medicine I just took? Chen Jinyu gazed at Lu Qi with sparkling eyes, having never heard of a detoxifying agent so potent. It is a detoxification remedy I concocted myself, Lu Qi replied casually before asking, Sister Jinyu, how do you feel now? I'm no longer dizzy, and the pain inside me has vanished. I feel completely normal. Chen Jinyu exclaimed in delight. Your detoxification medicine is truly miraculous. How wonderful. Chen Xiaojing, feeling a sense of relief, threw herself into Chen Jinyu's embrace, exclaiming, Miss Chen, you had me worried sick. The scene was quite touching. However, the lack of clothing on both Chen Jinyu and Chen Xiaojing caused Lu Qi's heart to race. He had been preoccupied with assisting Chen Jinyu and had not allowed his mind to wander. Now that he was idle, he found it somewhat overwhelming. The sight of these two exquisite beauties, one tall and one petite, was simply too enchanting. Adhering to the principle of not gazing upon indecency, Lu Qi glanced away and prepared to turn. However, at that moment, Chen Xiaojing suddenly released Chen Jinyu and embraced him instead. Brother Lu Qi, thank you for saving MS. Chen, you are the best brother in the world. Completely oblivious to her lack of attire, Chen Xiaojing sought to express her gratitude and admiration for Lu Qi through her hug. It's nothing, Xiaojing. It's what a brother ought to do, Lu Qi replied, his body slightly stiffening as he gently patted Chen Xiaojing's smooth back. At that moment, Chen Jinyu also came to her senses and quickly pulled Chen Xiaojing back, allowing Lu Qi to exit the tent. Once outside, Lu Qi let out a long sigh of relief. The earlier situation had tested his willpower immensely. Inside the tent, the oblivious Chen Xiaojing finally realized her state of undress. Xiaojing, please do not tell your sister or grandfather about what just happened, Chen Jinyu urged. Although the situation had been urgent, it was a fact that Lu Qi had seen both of them, and such matters were best kept from a fourth party. I won't tell. Chen Xiaojing nodded, her cheeks flushed. Seeing Chen Xiaojing's shy demeanor, Chen Jinyu felt a pang of concern. While her own past with Lu Qi was one matter, it seemed troubling that Xiaojing might also be developing similar feelings. The night passed without further conversation. The following day, the group moved from Louisiana to Mississippi. Mississippi, adjacent to the Gulf of Mexico and traversed by the Mississippi River, is rich in fish resources, making it yet another fishing paradise in the United States. P.S. This chapter consists of only 1,000 words. There are 2 more chapters totaling 2,000 words today. Chapter 164. Is it big enough? The 4th fishing spot in the United States, chosen by Chen Jinyu, is an island in Mississippi. This island is adorned with dense mangroves, its rivers and lakes seamlessly connected to the vast sea, creating an ideal habitat for various fish species to thrive and spawn, attracting an abundance of aquatic life. Mr. Lu Qi and Miss Chun can only fish in the coastal waters, restricted from venturing into the open sea. Prior to Lu Qi's arrival on the island, FBI Captain Maria made an appearance to offer her caution. Indeed, during these past few days of fishing excursions, the FBI agents have been discreetly ensuring Lu Qi's safety while keeping a watchful eye on Chen Jinyu. However, they have shown considerable respect towards Lu Qi, refraining from intruding upon his group, as Lu Qi had previously treated them well. Understood. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lu Qi. Despite his dissatisfaction with the White House, Lu Qi bore no ill will towards the FBI agents. Thank you for your hard work, Maria. Chen Jinyu greeted Maria as if welcoming a friend. It's no trouble at all. Thank you for your concern, Miss Chun. Maria now harbored a favorable impression of both Lu Qi and Chen Jinyu. Upon landing, Lu Qi assisted Chen Hongshan in selecting a prime fishing spot before setting up his rod to fish. Compared to lure fishing, the elder preferred this more tranquil method of patiently waiting for a catch. The island teems with carnivorous fish, including large species such as the Atlantic catfish, redfish, and many others. Lu Qi prepared fresh Mexican shrimp as bait for Chen Hongshan. Beep. Within mere minutes, the fish alert sounded. Chen Hongshan joyfully reeled in a redfish weighing around 7 to 8 pounds. Beep. Just as he placed the fish down, another rod's alert chimed. Haha, this place truly is a fisherman's paradise. There are so many fish. A radiant smile graced Chen Hongshan's face. For an angler, nothing is more melodious than the sound of a fish alert. Grandfather, this spot was chosen by brother Lu Qi. Chen Xiaojing chimed in cheerfully. Haha, little Lu is indeed my lucky charm. Chen Hongshan had grown accustomed to Lu Qi's knack for finding fish. Seeing the elders so delighted, Lu Qi proceeded to the dock to rent a fishing boat. With the island's mangroves sprawling, merely sticking to one spot would not suffice to catch the truly big fish. One must venture out by boat. Chen Jinyu and Chen Xiaojing boarded the fishing vessel, while Chen Hongshan, preferring not to exert himself at his age, remained at the chosen spot to fish, accompanied by 3 bodyguards led by Deng Feilong. With the fishing gear ready, Lu Qi started the boat, navigating along the shoreline of the mangroves in search of larger fish. The sky was a brilliant blue, the trees a lush green, and seagulls soared overhead. This picturesque scene lifted the spirits. Chen Xiaojing, observing Lu Qi's focused demeanor as he steered the boat, found herself lost in thought, her cheeks subtly flushed. Just as she was daydreaming, Lu Qi halted the boat, picked up a lure rod, and attached a lure. Chen Jinyu promptly activated her camera, as her experience suggested that Lu Qi would soon hook a fish. Indeed, Lu Qi had spotted a large fish beneath the water surface. By its shape, it appeared to be a redfish. The American redfish, also known as the spotted sea trout or red drum, is a significant species in the Gulf of Mexico. Its appearance closely resembles that of the domestic yellow croaker, with adult fish exhibiting a subtle reddish hue above the abdomen. This carnivorous fish is typically lured using shrimp-shaped soft baits, which are cast into the water. The soft bait mimics the erratic movements of a live shrimp, enticing predators to strike. When the larger fish detect this enticing decoy, they launch their attack. Seizing the moment, Lu Qi swiftly raises the rod to hook the fish. The fishing line tightens, and the rod bends. He has caught something. Without delay, Lu Qi begins to reel in the line. Within 3 minutes, a sizable fish is aboard the boat. Ding! You have caught an American redfish weighing 36 pounds, gaining 1,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the new fish species, the American redfish, earning 500 experience points. A fish weighing 36 pounds is quite substantial. However, compared to the colossal catches Lu Qi has landed in the last 2 days, it pales in comparison. Thus, Chen Xiaojing playfully teased brother Lu Qi. This one isn't big enough. Hearing this, Chen Jinyu shot a reproachful glance at Chen Xiaojing and remarked, is this not big enough? Many anglers go a lifetime without catching such a fish. Chen Xiaojing understood this truth. Her teasing was merely to lighten the mood. With a smile, she said, I believe Brother Lu Qi can catch something even larger. Little girl, if I hook a giant, don't be scared, Lu Qi chuckled. Hee, I'm not afraid of any giant. I even dared to ride that enormous alligator gar yesterday, Chen Xiaojing boldly retorted. Not afraid of any giant? Lu Qi laughed and shook his head, thinking to himself that the young girl was still too naive. Even her mother, with her remarkable resilience, wouldn't speak so boldly. To fulfill Chen Xiaojing's expectations, Lu Qi continued his quest for true giants. The largest common fish in this region is undoubtedly the Atlantic gizzard shad. As a fierce predator, the Atlantic gizzard shad exudes a formidable presence, vastly different from the herbivorous white shad that feeds on diatoms. With a maximum weight exceeding 300 pounds. After searching for about half an hour, Lu Qi discovered a massive Atlantic gizzard shad in waters near the mangroves. Employing the same lure fishing technique, he utilized a small crankbait. The Atlantic gizzard shad, displaying aggressive behavior, immediately attacked upon spotting the lure. Lu Qi raised his rod to strike. He had hooked the fish. Once pierced by the hook, the gizzard shad began to frantically escape. The line hissed as it pulled out several meters, followed by a tremendous leap out of the water. Splash! The fierce, menacing head of the fish thrashed in the air, attempting to break free from the line. Wow, it's huge, Chen Xiaojing exclaimed, captivated by the size of the creature, comparable to that of an adult. Splash! The gizzard shad crashed back into the water, sending up a spray of waves. Lu Qi calmly turned the reel handle, as the gizzard shad continued its wild escape. Splash! In a brief span of 5 minutes, the gizzard shad leaped from the water 3 times, shooting out like a silvery missile. Among the fish Lu Qi had ever caught, the ferocity of the gizzard shad undoubtedly ranked among the highest. After grappling for half an hour, Lu Qi finally managed to haul the large Atlantic catfish to the side of the boat and grasped it with his hands to bring it aboard. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have caught a star-level Atlantic catfish weighing 210 pounds, earning 20,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have unlocked a new fish species, the Atlantic catfish, earning an additional 500 experience points. The first Atlantic catfish had reached the star level. What a delight! Lu Qi chuckled and asked Chen Xiaojing, little girl, this one is big enough, right? Absolutely, she replied, gazing at the catfish's formidable head, feeling somewhat intimidated. However, she still wished to ride the catfish. Just then, the catfish flicked its tail and struck her bottom with a resounding smack. Smack! The crisp sound echoed. Ha ha! Lu Qi burst into hearty laughter, while Chen Jinyu smiled gently. Chen Xiaojing, covering her rear and blushing, exclaimed, Brother Lu Qi, this giant is bullying me. I shall feast upon it tonight. Haha, that's not permissible. It still needs to reproduce. Observing that the catfish's belly was swollen, indicating it was ready to spawn, and knowing that its flesh was of mediocre taste, Lu Qi decided to release it back into the water. Having freed the Atlantic catfish, Lu Qi continued his quest for larger fish. Over the next few hours, he unlocked several new fish species and caught 5 Atlantic catfish weighing over 100 pounds. Although none were star level or king level, he still amassed several thousand experience points. After exploring most of the island's waters, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Lu Qi paused his fishing endeavors and began gathering ingredients for the evening meal. With fish already secured, he planned to catch some large crabs. The waters surrounding the island were teeming with crabs, and Lu Qi submerged himself, quickly surfacing with a palm-sized crab in hand. I want to catch a big crab too, Chen Xiaojing exclaimed. Her playful spirit ignited, and she leaped into the sea. Be careful, Xiaojing, Chen Jinyu cautioned, slightly worried about the reckless girl. Don't worry, Brother Lu Qi is here. Chen Xiaojing beamed, then dove underwater. After several attempts, she too managed to capture a large crab. I got it. I've caught a big crab. She surfaced, joyfully holding the crab up to her chest. As the saying goes, joy often turns to sorrow. Just when Chen Xiaojing was reveling in her triumph, the large crab suddenly raised its pincers and pinched her. The grip landed precisely on a sensitive area, causing her to yelp. Ah! She attempted to pry the crab away, but its grip was too firm, and she dared not pull too hard. Tears welled up in her eyes from the pain. Lu Qi, emerging from the water, caught sight of the scene and nearly burst into laughter. This crab truly knew how to attack, choosing the most unfortunate spot to pinch. However, seeing the girl on the verge of tears, Lu Qi stifled his laughter and swam over to her side. Brother Lu Qi, please help me. Chen Xiaojing bit her lip, striving to suppress her tears. Lu Qi gently pried open the claws of the large crab, instantly alleviating her pain, though a slight discomfort lingered. You wretched crab, I shall dismantle you piece by piece. Chen Xiaojing furiously hurled the crab onto the boat. Xiaojing, are you alright? Chen Jinyu inquired with concern as she pulled Chen Xiaojing aboard. Turning to glance back, Chen Xiaojing noticed Lu Qi submerging again and began to inspect her clothing. Fortunately, the area pinched by the claw was merely red, with no blood drawn. Chen Jinyu applied a bit of saliva to soothe it. Wretched crab, just wait and see how I deal with you. Chen Xiaojing huffed as she removed the crab's claws. Her precious possessions, reserved for her dream prince, had been assaulted by this vile creature. How could she not feel humiliated? Well, it was your own carelessness that led to this, Chen Jinyu chided, restraining Chen Xiaojing from further tormenting the crab. Ms. Chun, will this affect my development? Chen Xiaojing asked worriedly. Silly girl, of course not. Chen Jinyu reassured her with a smile. With that, Chen Xiaojing relaxed. Her aspirations were to possess a figure as perfect as her sister Chiya's. Being interrupted by a crab would be a significant loss. That night, on the island's sole beach, Lu Qi prepared a sumptuous feast. An array of exquisite local fish, along with the large crab, was presented in various cooking styles, including steaming and braising, filling an entire table. Maria, come join us. Lu Qi called to the distant FBI agents. With the invitation extended, Maria promptly led her team over. Having watched Lu Qi and his companions indulge in delightful meals for days, they were eager to partake. They knew Lu Qi possessed culinary skills akin to a master chef, and they would never forget the delectable grilled fish he had prepared. Gathered on the beach, they embarked on this lavish banquet. Chen Xiaojing devoured 3 large crabs in one sitting to avenge her earlier misfortune, though her precious area still ached slightly. The exquisite braised crab prepared by Lu Qi was so delicious that it made her forget all her troubles. This job was worth it, even without a salary, thought Deng Feilong and the other bodyguards. As Lu Qi's protectors, they felt their choice was undeniably right, enjoying not only generous wages, but also a variety of gourmet seafood. Mr. Lu Qi, thank you for your hospitality. Maria and her fellow FBI agents sincerely expressed their gratitude after they had eaten to their fill. Compared to the food they typically consumed, they felt like they had been dining on refuse. His charm was truly irresistible. Observing the respect and appreciation the FBI agents showed towards Lu Qi filled Chen Jinyu with a sense of pride. After dinner, Lu Qi reclined on the beach gazing at the stars, while Chen Jinyu sat nearby, occasionally feeding him grapes. As Chen Jinyu attended to Lu Qi with fruits, Chen Hongshan perceived nothing amiss. After all, Lu Qi had just prepared a sumptuous feast for them. It was only natural for Chen Jinyu to reciprocate by serving him. With the cool sea breeze blowing, the vast starry sky above, and a beautiful companion by his side, Lu Qi relished every moment. Brother Lu Qi, shall we stay here and gaze at the stars tonight? Chen Xiaojing, lying beside him, suddenly suggested. What are you thinking? Brother, we have to go fishing tomorrow. Lu Qi decisively replied, contemplating that such romantic endeavors were reserved for his mother or sister, not for her. Oh yes, fishing is indeed more entertaining than stargazing. Chen Xiaojing remained unfazed, her smile undiminished. Thus, the group engaged in lively banter, enjoying an hour of stargazing on the beach. Thanks to the resort hotel on the island, they did not need to camp for the night. I still prefer the kayak bathtub that Brother Lu Qi made last night, Chen Xiaojing remarked to Chen Jinyu while lounging in the hotel bathtub. Noticing that Chen Xiaojing frequently mentioned Lu Qi, Chen Jinyu grew increasingly concerned that the young girl might develop a crush on him. The following day, Lu Qi set out on a fishing boat into the waters surrounding the island. The Gulf of Mexico abounds with diverse fish species. Although Lu Qi could not take Chen Jinyu into the open sea, there were plenty of fish to catch near the shore. Indeed, not long after departing, he encountered a particularly large fish. Lu Qi recognized this unique fish. It was the grouper he had previously caught. He had once reeled in a star-rated grouper weighing 220 pounds in the waters of Huaxia. Although this one was not as immense, it promised a significant experience boost. Employing a jigging technique, Lu Qi cast his iron lure near the grouper. After 3 casts, the grouper took the bait. Hooked securely, Lu Qi began to reel it in. The grouper, exhibiting a somewhat prolonged reflex arc, hardly attempted to escape. It only swam a few meters when provoked before returning to its original position. After nearly 20 minutes of effort, Lu Qi finally brought the grouper aboard. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for catching a rare grouper weighing 180 pounds, earning 15,000 experience points. This grouper shimmered in a vibrant green, resembling an intricately carved jade, with plump lips that instantly captivated Chen Xiaojing's youthful heart. Wow, this fish is absolutely adorable, she exclaimed excitedly, reaching out to caress the grouper, momentarily forgetting her previous encounter with the Atlantic's catfish. Brother Lu Qi, what kind of fish is this? It's so cute. After petting it, she opened her arms to embrace the grouper. Its distinctive appearance might strike some as unattractive, yet others found it charming. This is the Sumei fish, scientifically known as the wavy-lipped fish, which Lu Qi enthusiastically explained to Chen Xiaojing. Brother Lu Qi is truly remarkable. He can catch all kinds of fish. Chen Xiaojing sweetly praised him. Although Lu Qi had heard such compliments from her numerous times, her adoring expression still elevated his spirits. Since the Su Mei fish is an internationally protected species, Lu Qi released it back into the water before continuing his sea fishing. After an hour of searching, he stumbled upon another uniquely shaped fish. Judging by its appearance, this fish appeared to be the ghost knife fish. The ghost knife fish, scientifically referred to as the Trichiurus lepturus, is a pelagic migratory species. The name ghost knife may sound peculiar, yet it aptly describes the fish's form. Firstly, it possesses a sizable head, with a bony protrusion on its forehead that becomes increasingly pronounced with age. Secondly, its body is elongated and blade-like, tapering towards the rear, resembling a knife. It is precisely due to this distinct shape that the Trichiurus lepturus is known as the ghost knife fish. This species is a rather aggressive carnivorous fish, often pursuing flying fish and sardines at the surface, and occasionally leaping out of the water to catch its prey. Lu Qi opted for a jigging technique to catch it, casting out his metal lure. As the lure sank to the depth where the target fish resided, he began to jerk the fishing rod and manipulate the handle. The peculiar fish beneath the surface quickly launched an attack on the lure. The line hissed as it was drawn out, and the reel emitted a crackling sound. He had a catch. Lu Qi hastened to reel it in. Compared to other large ocean fish, the ghost knife fish is not particularly large. Thus, Lu Qi managed to bring it aboard within 5 or 6 minutes. Congratulations, Master. You have caught a rare ghost knife fish weighing 30 pounds, earning 15,000 experience points. A voice echoed in Lu Qi's mind. Simultaneously, Chen Xiaojing exclaimed, "This fish is so unique." Under the sunlight, the ghost knife fish's pale green body shimmered with a metallic sheen, evoking a sense of alien life. Not only Chen Xiaojing, but even Chen Jinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the ghost knife fish. Is this really a ghost knife fish? This was Lu Qi's first time catching one, and it was also the first sighting for Chen Jinyu. Indeed, Lu Qi replied with a smile, "I've had good fortune today, having caught 2 extraordinary fish in succession. Hee. With me, Chen Xiaojing, by brother Lu Qi's side, his luck is bound to be exceptional," she joyfully remarked. Hearing this, Lu Qi and Chen Jinyu exchanged amused glances and chuckled. The ghost knife fish has good quality flesh and is not a protected species. So Lu Qi decided to keep it for dinner later. Half an hour later, Lu Qi discovered a large school of ghost knife fish, among which one was particularly massive. With a gentle chime, a ghost knife fish was caught, granting 1,000 experience points. Another chime echoed as a larger ghost knife fish weighing 18 pounds was reeled in, rewarding 1,500 experience points. Lu Qi cast his lines several times, yet the bait was not enticing enough for the largest ghost knife fish. The fishing boat meandered, pursuing the elusive school of ghost knife fish. Ultimately, after successfully catching 3 ghost knife fish, the largest one took the bait. With vigor, this formidable ghost knife fish, boasting a break force of 36 kilograms, pulled out over 20 meters of fishing line. However, that was the extent of its strength. 7 minutes later, a sizable ghost knife fish was drawn near the fishing boat. With a splash, it unfurled its fins and leaped from the water, resembling a pale green scimitar slicing through the air. What a magnificent ghost knife fish! Amidst Chen Xiaojing's excitement, Lu Qi dedicated an additional 2 minutes to successfully bring the fish aboard. A notification chimed, congratulating him on capturing a king-level ghost knife fish weighing 55 pounds, granting him a remarkable 50,000 experience points and a fragment of a treasure map. This impressive ghost knife fish was classified as king-level by the system, allowing Lu Qi to collect 4 pieces of treasure map fragments, which could be exchanged for the precise location of the treasure. Such a large ghost knife fish could potentially garner millions of likes. While Lu Qi reveled in his secret delight, Chen Jinyu joyfully recorded a 360-degree video of the ghost knife fish. Presently, their fishing account had ascended to the pinnacle of online popularity, with newly released videos accumulating at least several million likes. However, due to Lu Qi's extraordinary prowess in catching large fish as if it were a mundane task, and the rarity of such species, some began to speculate that these catches were not the work of a single individual, but rather a team dispersed across the globe. Lu Qi remained unfazed by the skepticism circulating online. In contrast, Chen Jinyu felt a twinge of discomfort. While she could brush off comments directed at herself, she felt compelled to defend Lu Qi. Lu Qi, shall we host a fishing live stream today to silence those who doubt your prowess as the head of this endeavor? That could work, but let's save it for the afternoon, Lu Qi replied, as his primary focus was on the treasure. He concluded his fishing for the day and returned to the island, discreetly inquiring of the system, "What exactly is the treasure you have rewarded me with?" His curiosity was piqued. What treasure could possibly rival an SSS-level business opportunity? Please use the 4 treasure map fragments to exchange for the treasure information, the system responded. Very well, I will now spend the 4 fragments. With a chime, the system congratulated him on obtaining a piece of treasure information. However, this information contained only one detail: the coordinates of the treasure, with no further description of what the treasure entailed. Is this all the information? Lucci pressed. Indeed. The system confirmed. Checking the coordinates on his phone, Lucci discovered they pointed to the central region of the Atlantic Ocean. Is the treasure located beneath the sea? Yes. It lies over 1,000 meters deep in the Atlantic. Over 1,000 meters deep? Upon hearing this, Lucci's lips twitched in such profound depths. Even if he ventured there now, he would not encounter any treasure. System, could you possibly reward me with a submarine? Lucci inquired. Certainly. As long as the master manages to catch a king-level fish, the system shall bestow upon you a submarine. This time, the system was quite accommodating, agreeing to Lucci's request. Chapter 167. Director YYDS in a bid to swiftly acquire a submarine. Lucci resumed his sea fishing after lunch. Lucci, can we commence the live broadcast this time? Chen Jinyu asked him. Earlier in the morning, she had broached the subject of broadcasting their fishing session, and Lucci had consented. Yes, that would be fine, he nodded. Although he was indifferent to some of the netizen skepticism, he recognized that since Chen Jinyu wished to uphold his image as the director of the fishing club, it was only fitting that he participate in a live broadcast to demonstrate his abilities. Before the broadcast commenced, Lucci donned a mask. With the fishing club boasting millions of followers, he preferred not to be recognized casually on the streets. I am about to start the broadcast, Chen Jinyu announced, activating the Douyin live streaming feature once Lucci was prepared. Within the first minute of the broadcast, tens of thousands of viewers flooded into the room, eagerly anticipating the fishing club's live session. Upon entering the live stream, viewers were greeted first by Chen Jinyu, who wore a mask. Wow, my beloved fishing club is finally live. Fishing club members, report in. Hello, Vice Director. What will today's broadcast entail? Many of the audience members were longtime fans, well aware that the enchanting beauty, adorned with a mask, was the club's vice director. Hello everyone, I am the vice director of the fishing club. Today, we will be live for 3 hours, showcasing the director's fishing process. Chen Jinyu communicated with poise and ease before the camera. Is it finally time for a fishing live stream? How wonderful. I've awaited this day for so long. The fans were overjoyed to learn that today's broadcast would feature the director's fishing activities, as the previous 3 broadcasts had little to do with fishing, leading them to believe this one might follow suit. Amidst the fervent excitement of the fans, Chen Jinyu shifted the camera to Lucci's side and introduced him. This is our esteemed director. Director, please greet everyone. As Lucci piloted the boat, he turned to the camera and waved. Hello everyone. Hello, director. I love you. You are the fishing deity in my heart. This marked Lucci's first appearance in a live broadcast, and though his face remained concealed, the fans were tremendously excited. Vice Director, please activate the gifting feature. I want to send rockets to the director. I want to send planes. Fans of more affluent means sought to express their support and admiration for Lucci through gifts. The director is quite wealthy. There's no need for anyone to send gifts. Chen Jinyu playfully clarified the reason for not enabling the gifting feature. In a sense, Lucci could now be considered one of the wealthiest individuals in Huaxia. A netizen gifted the richest individual in Huaxia? Lucci would certainly not permit such an occurrence. Deputy Director, where are you now? We are in the Gulf of Mexico, nearing American waters. Chen Jinyu is responsible for interacting with the netizens, while Lucci navigates the boat in search of fish. After a mere 10 minutes of streaming, Lucci has yet to catch a single fish. Meanwhile, the viewership in the live stream has surged to 1,500,000 and continues to ascend rapidly. With a burgeoning audience, an assortment of characters inevitably infiltrates the crowd. Why has he not caught a fish yet? Indeed, we came to witness fishing, not merely to observe boating. I have long asserted that the fish caught by the Explosive Fishing Bureau were not all the work of a single angler. Precisely, where is the so-called fishing deity? The director of the Explosive Fishing Bureau is merely a constructed persona. A small faction in the live stream has begun to openly question Lucci's abilities. These individuals are those who frequently disrupt the comments section of the Explosive Fishing Bureau's videos. Foolishness. Do you not see that the director and the team are traversing the sea? Do you think sea fishing is akin to fishing in a stocked pond, where one expects a catch within 10 minutes? Many fans retorted against the skeptics. In reality, Lucci has already spotted numerous fish in the ocean. If he desired, he could catch one within minutes. However, his current target is a king-sized fish, and he refuses to squander time on ordinary catches. Dare to question my brother Lucci? Just wait until he reels in a colossal fish weighing hundreds of pounds to silence you. Chen Xiaojing thought bitterly. She refrained from appearing on camera and instead perused the netizens' comments on her phone. 20 minutes into the broadcast, the viewership peaked, surpassing 3,500,000. However, as Lucci continued to navigate the boat, some impatient viewers began to exit the stream. The audience dwindled from 3,500,000 to 3 million. A few minutes later, Lucci halted the boat and began to prepare his iron jig. Once ready, he cast the jig into the water. Wow, such a large iron jig can be cast so far. The director is incredible. Ordinary individuals cannot directly cast a jig weighing several hundred grams. It must be deployed while the boat is in motion. After the jig sank for a while, Lucci began to rhythmically lift the fishing rod and jiggle the handle. Suddenly, the fishing line tightened and the rod bent. Zing! The line was drawn from the reel. He has got a bite. It must be a substantial fish. Go, director. After waiting for over 20 minutes, the moment the viewers witnessed Lucci hook a fish, the live stream erupted with excitement. Under the gaze of 3 million viewers, Lucci commenced his battle with the great fish of the sea. Splash! Suddenly, from a short distance away, a large fish with a blue-black back leapt from the water. The mouth of this magnificent creature resembled a long spear, soaring over a meter high. Wow, what a gigantic fish! What ferocity! The director is magnificent. My goodness, that fish is incredibly fierce. What species is it? Many were unfamiliar with the creature. That is a swordfish, also known as a marlin. Chun Jinyu educated the audience. At this moment, not only the viewers in the live stream, but also the on-site Chun Jinyu and Chun Xiaojing were overwhelmed with excitement, for the marlin was truly colossal, weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds. With a tremendous splash, the hefty marlin, boasting its elongated snout, surged and leapt upon the surface of the sea, creating a breathtaking spectacle. What an exhilarating experience! Who knew that fishing could be so thrilling and enjoyable? The 20-minute wait was certainly worth it. Long live the fishing tournament. The majority of the audience in the live stream were witnessing the process of catching a marlin for the very first time. Lucci alone battled with the marlin for 30 minutes. As the marlin's strength waned, it was drawn nearer to the fishing boat. Observing from a close distance, the marlin's immense size was even more awe-inspiring. Goodness, that must weigh at least 500 or 600 pounds. To think that the director managed to subdue such a gigantic fish all by himself is simply remarkable. Typically, it would take several people taking turns to land a fish of this magnitude within an hour. The director is truly impressive. Chapter 168. The Royal Marlin in the classic literary work The Old Man and the Sea. The old fisherman struggles for 2 days and nights to catch a giant marlin over 5 meters long and weighing more than 1,300 pounds. This tale has made catching a marlin a dream for nearly every sea angler. At this moment, Lucci was just one step away from landing a large marlin. However, the marlin's exceptional leaping ability, combined with its formidable, sharp bill, posed considerable danger to the angler. Injuries, even fatalities, have occurred when fishermen were pierced by marlins. Thus, despite the appearance of exhaustion in the marlin, Lucci remained vigilant, instructing Chun Jinyu and Chun Xiaojing to keep their distance. Caution is justified. As Lucci prepared to secure the marlin's tail with a rope, the marlin suddenly twisted its body and leapt out of the water. Its sharp bill aimed directly at him. Director, watch out. The crowd in the live stream felt their hearts race at this alarming sight. At such close range, an ordinary person might not react in time, but who is Lucci? He merely sidestepped, evading the marlin's lethal thrust. With a resounding thud, the marlin, having missed its target, crashed onto the deck, causing the entire boat to shake violently. After this desperate attempt, the marlin was left utterly spent, lying motionless on the deck. What a perilous encounter. Fortunately, the director was unharmed. This marlin is indeed ferocious. The viewers in the live stream collectively exhaled in relief. Fishing can be this dangerous? This was something they had never witnessed before. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have caught a star-rated marlin weighing 666 pounds, earning 40,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have unlocked a new fish species, marlin, earning 500 experience points. At 666 pounds, this catch set a new record for the heaviest fish landed by Lucci. To Lucci's slight disappointment, the marlin weighing over 600 pounds did not reach the king class. It was merely classified as a star class. He then beckoned Chun Jinyu to come closer for a photograph. As the camera zoomed in, the marlin appeared even more massive. Director, could you measure the length of this fish? Chun Jinyu inquired while filming. Lucci proceeded to measure the marlin's length. 4 meters and 6. The live streaming room erupted with excitement. The number of viewers surged to 4 million. The director, undeniably a master angler. What about those who questioned his abilities earlier? Would they dare to speak now? This battle thoroughly demonstrated the prowess of the head of the Fish Protection Bureau. Chun Jinyu felt elated, believing that no one would dare to publicly doubt Lucci again. What an eye-opener. Thank you, director, for bringing us this visual feast. Indeed, far more thrilling than watching a movie. The live broadcasts from the Fish Protection Bureau never fail to impress. After the initial shock, many viewers expressed their awe, having gained new insights. In the end, Lucci released the marlin back into the sea. Wow, If the director participated in weightlifting, he would undoubtedly take first place. As they watched Lucci effortlessly lift the enormous creature over 4 meters long, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Subsequently, Lucci continued his quest for fish. His target for the day was a king-class fish, thus he cast his line sparingly. The viewer count gradually declined from 4 million to 2 million. After 2 hours of streaming, only 1 million viewers remained. At that moment, Lucci finally cast his line again. Utilizing the system's detection feature, he discovered a larger fish in the ocean. It appeared to be another marlin, but significantly larger than the previous one. If he could reel it in, it would break his record for the heaviest catch. With a hopeful heart, Lucci began casting, employing the metal plate fishing method once more. He cast twice before the large fish struck the metal lure. The fishing line sizzled as it was rapidly pulled out. Unlike the previous marlin, this one did not leap out of the water. Instead, it darted away beneath the surface. Within a mere 2 to 3 minutes, over 300 meters of line had been drawn out. Has the director hooked a shark? This fish was substantial, likely weighing several hundred pounds. The viewers in the live stream became increasingly excited, their eyes glued to the screen. The number of online viewers quickly climbed. Lucci focused intently on battling the large fish. However, the fish exhibited tremendous strength, making it difficult for the 48 kilograms brake force to impede its escape. As the line spool dwindled, threatening to empty, Lucci had no choice but to let Chen Jinyu take control of the fishing boat. The livestream task was temporarily handed over to Chen Xiaojing. As the fishing boat moved, the distance between the fish and the boat closed, allowing Lucci to recover 200 meters of line. Yet, the large fish remained elusive, pulling the line out another 100 meters beneath the surface. The tug-of-war between man and fish continued for over half an hour. After this prolonged struggle, the fish began to tire, altering its escape strategy by rising from the depths to the surface and launching into leaps. Splash! The majestic marlin leaped from the water, its enormous form resembling a colossal missile. What a spectacle! The super marlin. As this magnificent creature soared above the surface, the live stream erupted with excitement. Chen Jinyu and Chen Xiaojing were equally exhilarated. With a splash, the gigantic marlin breached the sea multiple times, akin to a dragon frolicking in turbulent waters, sending spray cascading everywhere. Such a rare and thrilling sight propelled the stream's popularity to unprecedented heights, with the number of viewers surpassing 7 million. With a fish of this size, it's unlikely to be caught in just a few hours, some newly arrived spectators remarked. For others, let us wait and see. I estimate the captain will have it in half an hour. The fans of the Fishing Bureau had already developed a certain appreciation for Lucci's prowess. Indeed, after another 20 minutes, the colossal marlin was drawn close to the fishing boat. Observing it up close, its immense size was reminiscent of a creature from the silver screen. Lucci continued to tire the marlin for several more minutes before finally securing its tail with a rope. This time, there were no fatal mishaps. He utilized a hoist to lift the marlin onto the deck. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have caught a king-level marlin weighing 900 pounds, earning 60,000 experience points. This marlin weighed an astonishing 900 pounds, and the system duly classified it as king-level. Master, do you wish to receive a submarine as your reward? Certainly. Ding. Reward, 1 submarine. Without the submarine, Lucci could not retrieve the treasure. Although receiving a fragment of an SSS-level business opportunity would grant him a complete SSS-level opportunity, Lucci opted for the submarine instead. For him, the allure of discovering what the treasure entailed outweighed the prospect of the SSS-level opportunity. In Chapter 169, The Treasure Hunt, Lucci measured the length of the marlin in front of the camera. 5 meters. The sight of this 5-meter-long fish left the audience in awe, thoroughly entertained. Chen Xiaojing donned a mask and appeared before the camera, climbing atop the marlin. Compared to her petite frame, the massive marlin resembled a dragon, evoking an image of the young Neza riding on its back. Wow, it's even longer than my family's car. Incredible, the captain is invincible. Observing the gargantuan creature dwarfing human proportions, the online viewers erupted with enthusiasm. Naturally, Lucci would not keep such a magnificent marlin for consumption. Instead, he released it back into the ocean. All right, everyone, that concludes today's live stream, Lucci announced to the camera after the release. Captain, when is your next live stream? Captain, I want to see you fish again. I was feeling down after a breakup today, but watching your stream revealed how marvelous the world is. A breakup is but a trivial matter. Captain, please do more fishing live streams in the future. Fans are quite reluctant to part with Lucci, the esteemed director of the Explosive Protection Bureau. Observing the fervent enthusiasm from the audience and recognizing that his live broadcasts could impart a modicum of positivity, Lucci announced, there shall be future live streams, though they will occur at random intervals, and the timing remains uncertain. Cheers erupted. Long live the director. Thank you, director. Until next time. The absence of gift-giving features during the live session indicated that this director was not motivated by monetary gain. Rather, he approached streaming from a perspective of sharing. Thus, even a mere promise of sporadic future broadcasts left the audience pleasantly surprised. Thank you all for watching. Farewell. The camera shifted back to Chen Jinyu, who waved to the audience before terminating the broadcast. How was the live stream, Lu Qi? Chen Jinyu inquired with a smile. Quite good, Lu Qi nodded. Although the stream had commenced with some dissonant notes, overall, it uplifted his spirits, prompting his commitment to future broadcasts. Over the past hour, the Explosive Protection Bureau had garnered 3 million new followers. If he were to continue streaming intermittently, it seemed likely the Bureau would become the most followed personal account on the entire Douyin platform. Chen Jinyu gazed at Lu Qi with her bright, beautiful eyes, filled with pride. The online community could hardly fathom that this fishing enthusiast with millions of followers was, in fact, the wealthiest individual in Huaxia. It appears I should stream more often. This way, Sister Jinyu can purchase more dresses, Lu Qi chuckled. More than just dresses, you could even buy a house. Chen Jinyu replied, her lips curving into a smile. At the inception of the Explosive Protection Bureau, Chen Jinyu and Lu Qi had agreed that 1/3 of the profits would belong to her. Although the Bureau had only partnered with Shiwa Biological for a free advertisement, the revenue, through traffic sharing, had reached 10 million, with Chen Jinyu receiving 3 million. While Lu Qi deemed this sum inconsequential, it held special significance for Chen Jinyu. Upon returning to the island, dusk had fallen. Sister, I must attend to an important matter tonight and may be away for several days. Lu Qi confided in Chen Jinyu after dinner. He had obtained the coordinates of the treasure and possessed a submarine, eager to embark on his treasure hunting expedition. What will you be doing? Is it dangerous? Chen Jinyu's concern was palpable. There is no danger, but it requires confidentiality, so I cannot disclose the details just yet. Lu Qi replied. Well, just ensure your safety, Chen Jinyu murmured softly, seeing the concern in her eyes. Lu Qi felt an overwhelming desire to embrace this beautiful sister and kiss her. However, with others nearby, he suppressed his impulse. Half an hour later, Lu Qi set sail alone on the fishing boat. Chen Jinyu stood at the dock, watching until the boat's lights faded into the distance. She understood that this man harbored some mysteries. As long as he remained safe, she would refrain from inquiring about his undertakings. Meanwhile, Maria, accompanied by 2 FBI agents, followed Lu Qi's vessel. As long as he was within the borders of the United States, they were tasked with ensuring his safety. Mr. Lu Qi is truly audacious. Venturing out to fish in the dead of night, one of the FBI agents remarked. For those who cherish angling, night fishing is perfectly normal, especially for someone of Mr. Lu Qi's prowess, Maria responded. At that moment, Lu Qi's voice crackled through the intercom on the boat. Maria, I intend to fish in the open sea. You need not accompany me. Mr. Lu Qi, we must ensure your safe passage to the open waters, Maria insisted, ever diligent in her responsibilities. As long as Lu Qi remained within American territory, she was committed to safeguarding him. Very well, Lu Qi conceded, allowing Maria and her team to follow him. 2 hours later, the fishing vessel reached the open sea, and Maria's team ceased to shadow Lu Qi. He navigated the boat another 100 kilometers into the depths, confirming the absence of nearby vessels before halting the craft and plunging into the water. Beneath the surface lay a submarine, the reward bestowed upon Lu Qi by the system. This submarine, though not large in size, boasted advanced capabilities, capable of effortlessly diving to depths of 2,000 to 3,000 meters. While its stealth technology rendered it undetectable by sonar or radar, a slight disappointment arose from the fact that this was a research submarine, devoid of armaments. Otherwise, its stealth alone could easily outmatch American nuclear submarines. Lu Qi entered the submarine, inputting the coordinates of the treasure, at which point the vessel commenced its automated journey, showcasing remarkable intelligence. He named the submarine Treasure Seeker. The treasure's location was situated in the deep waters of the Central Atlantic. After a day and a night, the submarine arrived at the designated coordinates and began its descent. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters. Common submarines can only dive to depths of 300 to 400 meters, and even the most advanced nuclear submarines cannot exceed 1,000 meters. Yet, at this moment, the Treasure Seeker had already descended to 1,500 meters and continued its plunge. Upon reaching a depth of over 1,800 meters, the submarine arrived at the ocean floor. Below, the seabed was marked by steep cliffs and numerous fissures. The submarine navigated into one of the immense cracks and continued its descent. After plunging over 400 meters within the fissure, the submarine's searchlight finally illuminated the bottom. There, it revealed a colossal object, encrusted with thick sediment, stretching several hundred meters in length, resembling an interstellar spacecraft. The treasure had emerged. System, is this an alien spacecraft? Lu Qi's heart raced as he inquired. No, this spacecraft originates from a parallel world known as Huaxia, the system explained. Chapter 170. The Mighty Civilization in This World. Multiple parallel universes exist. In other parallel universes, Earth and Huaxia are also present. However, the trajectory of civilizational development varies significantly across these realms. In the second parallel universe, Huaxia began advancing technologically from the Qin dynasty, establishing itself as the unrivaled dominator of Earth. 300 years ago, it embarked on voyages through the stars, boasting technology hundreds of years ahead of the Earth in this universe. This interstellar vessel is indeed from the Huaxia of the second parallel universe. After listening to the system's narration, Lu Qi was profoundly shaken. The existence of parallel universes in this world was indeed a startling revelation. Furthermore, the disparity in the development of civilizations between these parallel universes was astonishing. How did this spaceship come to be here? Lu Qi voiced his curiosity. 5 decades ago, during an interstellar voyage, this spacecraft encountered a malfunction and inadvertently appeared near a massive black hole, subsequently being captured and drawn into it. Under the influence of the black hole, space-time was distorted, ultimately leading to its emergence here. The system explained. So it was the black hole's influence. What about the occupants? Are they all deceased? Lu Qi inquired further. Living beings cannot traverse a black hole. Once they enter, they are reduced to their most fundamental particles. The system responded. Thus, it follows that this interstellar vessel contains neither living souls nor remnants of bodies. After being submerged in the ocean for 50 years, can it still be activated? The materials of this spacecraft are unique. Even after a millennium submerged in seawater, it remains largely unaffected. Currently, aside from its inability to conduct interstellar travel, its other functionalities are essentially intact. Upon hearing the system's reassurance, Lu Qi's excitement intensified. A spacecraft with functioning capabilities is indeed remarkable. System, how shall I enter? Rest assured, Master, this treasure is your reward, and the system will assist you. As the system's voice faded, the colossal vessel that had lain dormant beneath the sea for 50 years began to tremble. The silt that covered its surface swiftly fell away. As the muck cleared, the deep blue hull emerged, glistening anew. With a rumble, the ocean floor quaked, and a translucent energy membrane enveloped the ship's surface. The once tilted vessel gradually adjusted its position, ultimately achieving a stable hover in the water. Master, the system has successfully rebooted the spacecraft and implanted your information within. You now possess the highest command authority over the vessel. Lu Qi's heart swelled with joy. Following the system's instructions, he maneuvered the submarine beneath the ship. The bottom of the spacecraft opened, revealing a vast entrance, and Lu Qi guided the submarine inside. The entrance sealed shut, the water level receded, and Lu Qi exited the submarine, officially stepping into the interior of the interstellar vessel. Welcome back to the civilization, Master. I am the intelligent assistant, Xiao Wan. A melodious voice resonated. Xiao Wan, guide me through the civilization, Lu Qi called into the air. Certainly, Master. The intelligent assistant displayed remarkable responsiveness. Lu Qi began to explore the spacecraft with palpable excitement. This vessel, named Civilization, was astonishing in its sci-fi interior and advanced equipment. The primary function of the civilization was to explore unknown planets. It could traverse interstellar distances as well as navigate within atmospheres. If the civilization were to hover over the White House in the United States, it would likely terrify the president beyond measure. Having grasped the formidable capabilities of the civilization, Lu Qi mused internally. Crafted from advanced materials, the ship boasted a defensive energy membrane on its surface, rendering it impervious to any weaponry currently existing on Earth, including nuclear arms. It could be said that a single civilization could incapacitate the entire military of the United States. Lu Qi harbored a desire to pilot the civilization towards America to impart lessons in humanity. However, the remaining energy aboard the vessel was less than 1/10,000th of its capacity. Although this minuscule amount of energy could sustain the civilization's flight for an extended duration, depleting it would leave no means of replenishment. Given the current technological capabilities of Earth, there was no feasible way to recharge the civilization. Thus, embarking on a grand display of might with the entire ship would be an imprudent endeavor. Fortunately, the civilization housed several atmospheric craft intended for exploration of unknown planets. Equipped with defensive weaponry to counter potential extraterrestrial threats, these vessels could easily overpower any aircraft currently on Earth. Upon delving into the specifications of these crafts, Lu Qi was elated. The models, designated as Kunlun 100, resembled small flying saucers. Despite their seemingly innocuous appearance, their energy weapons had the capacity to obliterate a small mountain, achieving astonishing speeds of up to 20 Mach. This meant that no missile on Earth could hope to catch the Kunlun 100. Unlike the massive civilization, Lu Qi could freely deploy the Kunlun 100, returning to the civilization to recharge once its energy was expended. Dear old America, today I shall indulge in some amusement, he thought. akin to a child reveling in a new toy, as he eagerly boarded one of the Kunlun 100s. The advanced design of the Kunlun 100 lay in its minimal piloting requirements. Once seated and donning a specialized helmet, the craft could be maneuvered using brainwaves. As the Kunlun 100 departed from the civilization, Lu Qi contemplated the journey ahead. The helmet detected his brainwaves, converting them into electrical signals that initiated the craft's functions. With the hatch of the civilization opening, the Kunlun 100 gracefully emerged into the aquatic environment. Designed for extraterrestrial exploration, the Kunlun 100 was capable of soaring through the skies as well as diving beneath the waves. Under Lu Qi's command, the vessel commenced its aquatic journey, accelerating at a pace several times that of a submarine, all while effortlessly avoiding obstacles thanks to its automatic evasion system. After frolicking in the sea for a while, Lu Qi guided the Kunlun 100 to breach the surface and ascend into the air. With a swift rush, the speed surged to 5 Mach. Yet Lu Qi felt little in the way of gravitational strain. Fast, powerful, easy to operate, and remarkably comfortable, the Kunlun 100 far surpassed the capabilities of Earth's most advanced 5th-generation fighters. Within mere minutes, the Kunlun 100 soared over American territory. All radar systems in the United States failed to register its presence. For the current earthly technological detection methods could not perceive the Kunlun 100 unless it was visible to the naked eye. Should optical stealth be activated, even the naked eye could only discern it from an exceedingly close range. Ah, dear America, you perpetually indulge in military hegemony. Did you ever foresee this day? Lu Qi mused, observing an American military airbase displayed on his screen with a smirk of derision. He activated optical invisibility and boldly flew the Kunlun 100 at an altitude of 200 meters above the military airport, astonishingly unnoticed by anyone. At his discretion, he could effortlessly obliterate this military installation. However, destroying a military airport on American soil would have little impact on the United States, for it is the formidable aircraft carrier strike groups that underpin their global military dominance. Thus, Lu Qi refrained from expending energy on annihilating the airport below. At that moment, an F-22 fighter jet, the most advanced aircraft in the U.S. arsenal, had just taken off from the airport. Each F-22 costs over $100 million. Lu Qi decided to toy with this aircraft, often dubbed the strongest fighter jet on Earth by the West. He piloted the Kunlun 100 silently to hover above the F-22. The distance between them was less than 5 meters, yet the F-22's instruments registered no anomalies. The Kunlun 100 continued to close the gap until it was directly atop the F-22, resembling the fighter jet carrying a large, unidentified object. Beep. The F-22's pressure sensors finally triggered an alarm, indicating an object was on its fuselage. The American pilot glanced back and was instantly startled. Above his aircraft loomed a massive, dark shape. My God, what is that? The pilot broke into a cold sweat. It was nighttime, and he could not discern the true nature of the Kunlun 100, instinctively mistaking it for an extraordinarily large bird. Whoosh! The pilot hastily maneuvered the F-22 in a series of flips, successfully shaking off the enormous shadow. However, before he could catch his breath, the F-22's alarm blared once more. He looked up, his scalp prickling with fear. The colossal black figure reappeared above the F-22. What on earth is this? The American pilot was an ace with over 3,000 flight hours, yet he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Whoosh! The F-22 executed multiple evasive maneuvers. Meanwhile, Lu Qi watched with amusement as the F-22 frantically attempted to escape. Subsequently, he decided to conclude this little game by firing a beam of energy at the F-22's engine. Boom! In an instant, the engine was obliterated. The American pilot was engulfed in terror, completely bewildered by the sudden attack, and could only hastily eject. Boom! 2 seconds after the pilot ejected, the entire F-22 erupted in flames. The fighter jet, worth $150 million, was reduced to scrap. Through the fiery explosion, the pilot vaguely glimpsed a circular shadow swiftly vanishing into the distance. Destroying one F-22 was not sufficiently exhilarating for Lu Qi. He contemplated targeting another aircraft carrier strike group. However, upon reflection, he realized such an act could incite global turmoil, so he temporarily set aside that notion. Jinyu. Lu Qi reached out to Jinyu. The civilization has already assisted him in deciphering the American satellites, thus enabling him to communicate with others at any moment aboard the Kunlun 100. Lu Qi, where are you? Lu Qi had vanished for an entire day, causing Jinyu to feel a tinge of concern. Sister Jinyu, I will return shortly. Lu Qi piloted the Kunlun 100, soaring above the island where Jinyu resided, then activated its optical invisibility and landed upon the hotel rooftop. Knock knock. At that moment, Jinyu was preparing to bathe when a sudden knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find Lu Qi, the very person she had been longing for, standing outside. Luchi. A wave of joy surged within her, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, smiling as she greeted him, "You're back." However, Luchi seized Chun Jinyu's hand fervently, saying, "Sister Jinyu, come with me." "Where to?" With his warm hand grasping hers. Chun Jinyu's heart raced, anxious about being seen by Chun Hongshan and the others. "Back to our homeland." I can return home?" Without elaborating, Luchi pulled Chun Jinyu to knock on the doors of Chun Xiaojing and Chun Hongshan, leading them up to the rooftop. The trio felt somewhat bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be going back home? Why bring them to the rooftop? Oh, Chun Xiaojing, possessing the keenest eyesight, noticed what appeared to be ripples undulating in the air ahead. It seemed as though a nearly transparent object was hovering nearby. Suddenly, a door materialized out of thin air on the once barren rooftop. The astonishing scene left Chun Jinyu and her companions utterly speechless. "Let us enter," Luchi urged, guiding them into the Kunlun 100. The hatch closed behind them, and the Kunlun 100 ascended slowly, then swiftly darted into the sky. It was only then that the trio emerged from their stupor. "Brother Luchi, is this a UFO?" Chun Xiaojing inquired excitedly, her large azure eyes sparkling with wonder. "This is not a UFO. It is the most advanced aircraft of our nation," Luchi replied earnestly. "You must keep this a secret. It is a classified weapon of our country. In recognition of my significant contributions to the semiconductor industry, the state has lent me this aircraft, allowing me to discreetly bring Sister Jinyu back home. Yes, I will keep it confidential." While Luchi's explanation sufficed to appease Chun Xiaojing, Chun Hongshan and Chun Jinyu were not so easily deceived. The capability of this aircraft to silently land on the rooftop, coupled with its visual invisibility, surpassed their understanding. They were certain that such advanced technology did not exist in their nation. Otherwise, the United States would not dare to provoke their country in international affairs. Recalling Luchi's previous solitary venture at sea, Chun Jinyu and Chun Hongshan speculated that this was likely an extraterrestrial craft acquired by Luchi. As she gazed at Luchi's silhouette, a tenderness akin to flowing water filled Chun Jinyu's beautiful eyes. This man, willing to unveil his grand secret to rescue her, stirred profound admiration within her. "Little Lu, you truly astonish me." Chun Hongshan felt an overwhelming excitement. His granddaughter's husband was not only extraordinarily wealthy, but also possessed an extraterrestrial vehicle. Luchi was well aware that he could not deceive Chun Jinyu and Chun Hongshan entirely. Yet he could not divulge everything at present, leaving them to speculate on their own. The Kunlun 100 accommodates only 2 seats. Thus, 4 individuals would constitute an overload. Consequently, Luchi did not drive at excessive speed, returning to Huaxia after 2 hours. This velocity, nonetheless, far exceeds that of an ordinary combat aircraft. Another 10 minutes elapsed before the Kunlun 100 landed on the basketball court in the backyard of Luchi's villa. As Chun Jinyu and the others exited the cabin, they gazed in astonishment at the familiar villa before them. Just 2 hours prior, they had been on an island in America, and now they had returned to Lingnan. The speed was indeed astonishing. "Mom, Dad, we are back." Upon entering the villa's grand hall, Liang Mei and Chun Xiuya expressed their sheer delight. An hour earlier, Luchi had already called them to announce their imminent return. "Jinyu." Liang Mei embraced Chun Jinyu tightly, exclaiming with excitement, "You've worked hard, Jinyu." "Sister Mei, I'm perfectly fine, not suffering at all," Chun Jinyu replied with a smile. "Aunt." Next, it was Chun Xiuya's turn to embrace Chun Jinyu. In the presence of Chun Xiuya, Chun Jinyu felt a twinge of guilt and unease. While Luchi's family reveled in the joy of reunion, the military in America was thrown into disarray. Chapter 172. The shock of the American military in F-22 was destroyed by an unidentified flying object. This incident sent shockwaves through the U.S. Air Force Command. It had approached my F-22 silently, like a ghost, before it descended upon it, triggering the F-22's alarm. The pilot, who had narrowly escaped with his life, recounted his experience to the investigation team. The more they listened, the more astonished they became. For if the pilot was truthful, it meant that the stealth capabilities of the mysterious aircraft were extraordinarily advanced, rendering all of the F-22's various sensors ineffective, akin to rendering a person blind. Moreover, the maneuverability of this enigmatic aircraft was astonishingly unparalleled. Even the 6th-generation fighter jet currently under development in America failed to compare to this mysterious vehicle in any aspect. Could such an advanced aircraft truly exist on Earth? The investigation team found it hard to believe and leaned towards the notion that the pilot had fabricated a story to cover his own mistakes. However, upon analyzing the wreckage of the F-22, they discovered that the aircraft had not crashed due to pilot error. The engine had indeed suffered an attack prior to its demise. They further examined the black box of the fighter jet, confirming that, as the pilot had stated, aside from anomalies in the pressure sensors of the fuselage, all other data remained normal. Not even a record of the attack was captured by the black box. All evidence pointed to the fact that the pilot had spoken the truth. At this revelation, the entire investigation team was utterly astonished. When the findings were reported to the U.S. Air Force Command, the generals within the command felt a chill run down their spines. If this mysterious aircraft originated from another nation, it would signify that the U.S. Air Force had become defenseless before it. The United States would utterly lose its air superiority and its capacity for global military dominance. This was inconceivable. Other countries could barely produce fifth-generation fighters. How could they possibly have developed such an extraordinary aircraft so suddenly? In a high-level meeting, the President of the United States expressed disbelief. For a long time, the United States has been regarded as the foremost military power in the world, a notion deeply ingrained in the American psyche. Thus, when someone asserts that they are no longer the preeminent military force and that they have been outmatched by others, it effectively shatters their worldview, leaving them in disbelief. Mr. President, China has been capable of producing fifth-generation fighters for a decade, a think tank expert quietly reminded the president. That is not the crux of the matter. The president retorted, fuming, I refuse to believe that there exists an aircraft on this planet that can overpower our American fighters. Mr. President, we share that sentiment. It must be an extraterrestrial spacecraft. The investigation team has also largely concluded that current earthly technology could not possibly create such a flawless aircraft. Indeed, it must be a UFO. After extensive discussion, the upper echelons of the United States and the think tanks reached a consensus. The craft that attacked the F-22 was of extraterrestrial origin. This realization somewhat alleviated the president's dismal mood. Gentlemen, let us analyze whether this UFO will continue to assault us, the president inquired, or whether aliens might invade our planet. Mr. President, I believe the likelihood of an alien invasion is minimal, as they would not need to act in such a manner to avoid detection if that were their intent. I concur with this perspective. Based on the pilot's experience, that UFO exhibited little hostility. It seemed more playful than threatening. Otherwise, the pilot would not have been able to eject and escape. Following further deliberation, the high-ranking officials and think tanks concluded that there was no need for excessive panic, but vigilance was advised for future developments. After several hours of continuous meetings, the president returned to his office, weary. Mr. President, the hostage has vanished. A trusted aide whispered to him. What hostage? The president momentarily failed to grasp the situation. The lover of Liu Qi from China, along with Liu Qi himself, has suddenly disappeared. They have likely left our country. The aide reported. A bunch of incompetents. You couldn't even keep track of one person. The president fumed. The absence of the hostage meant he had lost leverage over Liu Qi, who could now release damaging videos to the media at any moment. Get me in touch with Mr. Liu Qi. Yes, Mr. President. Shortly thereafter, the president successfully reached Liu Qi by phone. Mr. Liu Qi, you have taken Miss Chen with you? The president spoke cautiously. Yes, is there something you need? Liu Qi replied indifferently. Mr. Liu Qi, our previous request to keep Miss Chen in the United States was made out of necessity. I hope you can understand. The president, reluctant to bow to a businessman, felt compelled to adopt a submissive tone to preserve his position. Rest assured, as long as you do not provoke my company or China, I will not disclose your secrets, Liu Qi stated. Mr. Liu Qi, you must understand that in our country, certain matters are not solely determined by the president. I can assure you that we will not provoke your company, but I cannot guarantee that we will not engage with China, the president replied bitterly. Very well. Just ensure that you do not take the initiative to make the first move. Liu Qi was well aware that, on certain matters, the president of the United States lacked genuine decision-making authority. After hanging up the phone, he mused, United States. It would be wise for you to remain compliant during this period. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to engage you once more. In the following days, Liu Qi kept a vigilant eye on the news, noting the absence of any reports regarding the attack on the American F-22, suggesting a deliberate media blackout by the U.S. military. As for the military itself, it appeared to be maintaining a status quo, with no alterations to the global deployment of aircraft carrier fleets. It seemed that the United States had come to regard the Kunlun 100 as an extraterrestrial UFO. Liu Qi surmised the underlying reasons for this. While monitoring the news concerning the United States, he also stumbled upon a report pertinent to himself. For over a month, there had been a widespread die-off of catfish in the Pearl River system, necessitating daily efforts by river cleaners to capture and dispose of the deceased fish to prevent water quality degradation. The cause of this mass mortality remained undetermined by aquatic experts. Poor cleaners, Liu Qi silently remarked. The catfish's demise was, of course, attributable to his use of the system-rewarded catfish DNA virus. In addition to following the news, Liu Qi was particularly attentive to Chen Jinyu and Chen Qiuya. Compared to the past, Chen Qiuya had been notably kinder to Chen Jinyu, and their relationship had grown increasingly intimate. If Qiuya were to discover the affair between him and Jinyu, would she still maintain such a bond with her? Liu Qi felt a headache coming on, fearing that the Chen sisters might turn against each other because of him. Was it truly necessary, as Jinyu suggested, to treat the events in the United States as a mere dream and restore their previous relationship? Chapter 173. Breakthrough in Naked Eye 3D Technology. Upon returning to the country, Chen Jinyu dedicated herself to the establishment and refinement of a charitable foundation. Throughout this process, she demonstrated the capabilities befitting a high-achieving individual, impressing Liang Mei and fostering a closer relationship between them. Son, your Jinyu sister is exceptionally talented, truly a match for Qia. Liang Mei had praised Chen Jinyu for the third time in Lu Qi's presence, a testament to her fondness for Jinyu. Seeing that Jinyu was so well liked by his mother brought Lu Qi joy. However, the following words from his mother left him in shock. Son, your Jinyu sister is remarkable. Yet she has endured everything alone for years. It pains me to watch. If you happen to know any promising young men, perhaps you could introduce them to her and see if any might capture her interest. Lu Qi felt a mix of emotions upon hearing this. For the one who held Jinyu's affection was none other than himself. Though your Jinyu sister is a fiercely independent woman, Liang Mei continued, I believe she is still young and deserves to find a man who loves her and will stand by her side for a lifetime. You have invested in numerous companies. Surely, among them are some distinguished young men. Please assist her in finding a suitable partner. Help Chen Jinyu find a suitor? Even his boundless generosity could not permit such a thing. Although he was uncertain about how to navigate his relationship with Chen Jinyu in the future, he could never bring himself to relinquish her to another man. Mother, Jinyu's sister is not in a hurry. Please do not fret unnecessarily. Moreover, given her circumstances, as long as she has the intention of seeking a partner, there is absolutely no need for me to make introductions. A line of outstanding youths from across the province eagerly awaits her selection. After a lengthy discussion with his mother, Lu Qi finally managed to dissuade her from the idea of introducing Chen Jinyu to potential suitors. Very well, I shall attend my classes now. In order to better manage the charitable foundation, Liang Mei is currently enrolled in various management and finance courses. Watching his mother depart, Lu Qi heaved a sigh of relief. Seizing the opportunity of having some free time, he took a tour of the companies under his purview. First on his agenda was Shiwa Biotechnology. The first phase of the Shiwa factory has been fully completed, capable of producing 300,000 bottles of Shiwa cream daily. However, this output still remains woefully inadequate to meet the demand. Despite a limit of 1 bottle per person per week, the newly launched 300,000 bottles of Shiwa cream are snatched up within hours, priced at 200 yuan per bottle. Each one yields a pure profit of approximately 100 yuan. This translates to a staggering daily profit of 30 million yuan for Shiwa cream. This is still a result of Lu Qi deliberately setting a more accessible price. In truth, given the efficacy of Shiwa cream, even a price tag of 500 to 600 yuan per bottle would not suffice to meet the demand. Yet, Lu Qi does not wish to position Shiwa cream as a luxury item. He hopes that students facing financial difficulties can also benefit from its use during their struggles with acne. Overall, the development of Shiwa cream is thriving. However, there has been a slight change among the shareholders. Chen Jinyu has transferred half of her shares to her father, Chen Funan, an action that Lu Qi has consented to. Prior to Lu Qi's acquisition of Shiwa cream, all the funds for the company's establishment and research had ultimately originated from Chen Funan. Thus, it is only reasonable for Chen Xiuyue to transfer half of her shares to him. Initially, Chen Funan viewed his financial support for Chen Xiuyue's establishment of Shiwa Biotechnology as merely indulging his daughter, never anticipating any profit. Yet now, his 6% stake is valued at over 10 billion. Departing from Shiwa Biotechnology, Lu Qi made his way to Lidi Real Estate, the least significant of his investments. This company relies solely on a single property development, ultimately yielding a profit of around 2 billion yuan for Lu Qi. Qi, our high school classmates are planning a reunion, and everyone expresses a desire to see you. Would you consider attending? After reporting on the company's status, Zhou Jiaming addressed Lu Qi. Zhou now speaks to Lu Qi with an added tone of respect, knowing that Lu Qi is the owner of Carbon 9 Technology, the true wealthiest individual in Huaxia. Lu Qi does not wish for his relationship with Zhou Jiaming to become distant, yet he recognizes that such a change is inevitable. Although they once shared an unreserved camaraderie, the staggering wealth and social standing achieved by one party inevitably alters the dynamics. I can attend. At Lu Qi's level, most individuals would no longer consider participating in high school reunions. However, Lu Qi does not perceive himself as superior, if time permits. He sees no harm in attending a gathering with his classmates. Lu Qi then arrived at Carbon 9 Technology, where progress across various facets was proceeding smoothly. It is anticipated that within a month, the first phase of the factory will be completed, enabling large-scale production of carbon-based chips. Subsequently, Lu Qi visited K-Cancer Technology, managed by Chen Xiuya. The research there was also advancing well, having developed a medication currently under application for use in late-stage cancer patients. It appears that significant breakthroughs may take another month or two. as the efficacy of the drug must be established through patient trials, a process inherently slow. Finally, Lucci visited 1-2 Visual Effects Company, specializing in naked-eye 3D technology, presided over by Ning Yi. "Boss, you finally arrived." Ning Yi greeted Lucci with a smile. This marked Lucci's inaugural visit to the company since its establishment. "Old Ning, you mentioned a major breakthrough in technology during your call yesterday?" Lucci inquired. "Indeed, boss. We have successfully advanced naked-eye 3D technology," Ning Yi exclaimed excitedly. "Is it a breakthrough suitable for market application?" "Yes, it can be utilized on smartphones and televisions." He eagerly showcased the research results to Lucci. A screen displayed a video of a girl dancing, creating the illusion of being present at the performance. The 3D effect was outstanding, surpassing even the finest 3D films in cinemas. More importantly, it did not require specialized 3D glasses for the viewer to experience the effect. "Excellent. Old Ning, you and your team have done remarkably well," Lucci praised with a smile. "I never anticipated such smooth progress. Our luck has indeed been extraordinary." Reflecting on the research period, Ning Yi felt as though he were in a dream. Unbeknownst to him, this was not merely luck, but rather the influence of Lucci's extraordinary system. "We now possess a complete application plan for smartphones. New devices adopting our system can capture 3D videos with their cameras and display them in naked-eye 3D. As he spoke, Ning Yi could hardly contain his excitement, asserting that this would revolutionize the mobile industry. His assertion was not an exaggeration. Mobile manufacturers, upon learning of 1-2 Visual Effects breakthrough in naked-eye 3D technology, were flocking to the company. "Boss, the president of the Huaxiao region from Fruit Company is currently at our office, representing their interest in acquiring 1-2 Visual Effects," Ning Yi reported. Chapter 174. Sanctioning America in a personal capacity. With the president of Fruit Company present at 1-2 Visual Effects, Lucci decided to meet with him. "Hello, Boss Lu. I am Qian Fu, the president of Fruit Company for the Huaxiao region." He introduced himself before getting straight to the point. "Boss Lu, our company intends to acquire 1-2 Visual Effects for a sum of $8 billion. $8 billion equates to 500 billion renminbi. Since the establishment of 1-2 Visual Effects, Lucci had only invested a few hundred million in the company. If sold for 500 billion, the return on investment would reach an astonishing hundredfold. I apologize, but I will not part with any shares of Air Vision." Lucci resolutely declined the acquisition proposal. Faced with the prospect of 500 billion, he remained unfazed. Though substantial, the value of Air Vision transcends such figures. "Boss Lu, if this price does not meet your approval, we can certainly negotiate further. How about $100 billion? Qian Fu raised the offer by $20 billion. The board of the Fruit Company had issued a stern mandate to secure Air Vision at all costs. Should they successfully acquire Air Vision and transform the naked-eye 3D technology into an exclusive feature for Fruit phones, the sales of these devices would soar, solidifying their dominance in the market and rendering competitors powerless. Conversely, if Air Vision fell into the hands of rival manufacturers first, it would pose a significant threat to the sales of Fruit phones. "Mr. Qian, I have already made my position clear. Air Vision is not for sale," Lucci stated calmly. "If there is nothing else, our conversation concludes here." Seeing Lucci remain unperturbed even in the face of $100 billion, Qian Fu grew anxious. "Boss Lu, may I have a few minutes of your time?" With that, Qian Fu hurried outside to make a call to the board at the headquarters in America. A few minutes later, he returned to the office and said, "Boss Lu, let me share some information with you. Our board is willing to exchange 2% of the Fruit Company's shares for 60% of Air Vision's shares. The current market value of the Fruit Company exceeds $2 trillion. 2% of those shares is valued at $400 to $500 billion. This transaction would undoubtedly astonish both the tech and financial sectors." "Mr. Qian, I do not wish to repeat myself for a third time. Please leave," Lucci replied, visibly displeased. "Boss Lu, 3% of the Fruit Company's shares is worth $500 billion. Qian Fu reminded him. "I have no interest in any additional money," Lucci stated. Qian Fu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone could remain so composed in the face of such wealth. Realizing Lucci was indeed unwilling to sell shares, Qian Fu pivoted. "Boss Lu, might you consider signing an exclusive supply contract with us at the Fruit Company? We could certainly offer you a satisfactory price." "Are you serious?" Lucci scoffed lightly before replying. "To be frank, Air Vision will not engage in any collaboration with the Fruit Company." Taken aback, Qian Fu asked in confusion, "Why? Did I offend you with something I said?" "Because the Fruit Company is an American entity, and I, in my personal capacity, have announced sanctions against America. My companies are prohibited from collaborating with American firms," Lucci explained. Qian Fu was astonished, not expecting such a reason. "Boss Lu, your Air Vision's breakthrough in naked-eye 3D technology could indeed spark a revolution in the mobile industry. However, I must warn you that if you truly intend to oppose America, they will not recognize your technological patents. Before long, they will find ways to establish another e-air vision, perhaps by poaching all your technicians. Regarding Qianfu's remarks, Lu Qi perceived them not as threats, but as truths. Given the nature of American companies, it is entirely plausible that they would attempt to poach all the technical personnel from e-air visual effects. He shrugged indifferently. For the breakthrough of autostereoscopic 3D technology at e-air visual effects relied primarily on the efficacy of the fishing god system. The technicians were merely ancillary. Even if all the technical staff were to be lured away, establishing a new venture would not enable them to replicate the breakthrough in autostereoscopic 3D technology unless they also absconded with all the company's proprietary documentation. Therefore, as long as the core data of the company is safeguarded, the departure of the technical personnel poses no significant threat. Observing Lu Qi's resolute demeanor, Qianfu could only shake his head and depart, fully convinced that their fruit company would go to great lengths to entice e-air visual effects researchers. As anticipated, the following day, various headhunters began to reach out to e-air visual effects researchers. The salaries of e-air visual effects researchers were already quite substantial, and they had all signed non-disclosure agreements that restricted their mobility. However, the offers from these headhunters were exceedingly generous. Should they choose to switch jobs, each would receive an immediate payment of $10 million and a monthly salary of $100,000. As for any ensuing legal disputes, the fruit company would assist in resolving them. Faced with such monetary temptation, many researchers hastily submitted their resignations to President Ning Yi. Although Ning Yi did not approve their resignations, these individuals failed to report to work the very next day. 3 days later, only 5 steadfast researchers remained at e-air visual effects, including Ning Yi. To entice Ning Yi away, the fruit company even proposed an astronomical annual salary of $100 million. Yet, Ning Yi remained unmoved. He was a man of gratitude. Without Lu Qi, his benefactor, he would still be a despised failure. He admired Lu Qi and was willing to follow him loyally. Furthermore, Ning Yi was deeply patriotic. He found Lu Qi's call for personal sanctions against the United States invigorating and aspired to be a participant rather than a traitor. Boss, 2/3 of our research personnel have been poached by the fruit company, Ning Yi urgently reported to Lu Qi. Is it truly this blatant? Lu Qi narrowed his eyes and replied, we shall sue them all for theft of trade secrets and seek damages for breach of contract. Lu Qi was not particularly concerned about these individuals joining the fruit company. Rather, he was disinclined to allow the fruit company to acquire them so effortlessly. As long as e-air visual effects pursued legal action against these departing employees, they would be hindered from joining the fruit company in the immediate future. Even if the fruit company employed a formidable legal team, resolving the matter swiftly would be improbable unless they could offer a substantial sum to reach a settlement with e-air visual effects. The ultimate outcome would likely see the fruit company compensating the departing employees a significant amount, resulting in a settlement. Yet they would still be unable to achieve breakthroughs in autostereoscopic 3D technology. The fruit company, with a market value of $30 trillion? If, a year later, they still retain $5 trillion in value, then I shall consider myself defeated. A benign smile graced Lu Qi's lips. The fruit phone that does not utilize naked-eye 3D technology is destined to be forsaken by consumers. The curtain has merely been drawn on Lu Qi's personal sanctions against the United States. Chapter 175, Fishing in Southeast Asia. The matters concerning the company are relatively easy to resolve, yet the issues of the heart have indeed perplexed Lu Qi. He is reluctant to hurt Chen Qiuya, and equally unwilling to entirely forget the bond he shares with Chen Jinyu. After several days of torment, he has yet to devise a satisfactory solution. Ultimately, he decides to invite both Chen Qiuya and Chen Jinyu to go fishing, hoping that perhaps during this outing, a reasonable resolution might present itself. However, I have work obligations. When Lu Qi extended his invitation to go fishing, Chen Qiuya responded in this manner. She understands the significance of Qian technology to Lu Qi, thus she is quite dedicated to her role within the company. Not to worry. The research at Qian technology is already on the right track. As the president, you can afford to take a break for a while, Lu Qi reassured her. Persuaded by his words, Chen Qiuya eventually agreed to accompany Lu Qi on the fishing trip. On the other hand, Lu Qi's invitation to Chen Jinyu did not fare as smoothly. The charity foundation has just been established, and there are numerous matters to attend to. I cannot join you. Chen Jinyu declined the invitation. While indeed busy, her primary motive was to maintain distance from Lu Qi. She feared that being alone with him might undermine the resolve she had painstakingly established, to prevent herself from straying further down the wrong path. She felt compelled to bury her feelings and the memories of what transpired between them. Unable to extend his invitation to Chen Jinyu over the phone, Lu Qi decided to drive directly to her workplace with Chen Qiuya. "Aunt, what brings you here?" Chen Jinyu's heart raced upon seeing Lu Qi and Chen Qiuya together. Let us go fishing in Southeast Asia together. Chen Qiya smiled. You two may go. I have much to attend to. Chen Jinyu politely declined. The Charity Foundation's affairs won't be significantly affected whether you attend a few days earlier or later, Lu Qi interjected. Indeed, Aunt. Weren't you once fond of fishing with Lu Qi? Chen Qiya remarked. This statement startled Chen Jinyu. It was true. If she were overly intentional about keeping her distance from Lu Qi, it would starkly contrast with her previous demeanor, potentially raising Chen Qiya's suspicions. Very well. Fishing in Southeast Asia has always been a dream of mine. Chen Jinyu relented, adding, but just the three of us might not be lively enough. Let us invite a few more people. Chen Qiya responded. Xiao Jing is climbing Huangshan with her classmates. And Grandpa just returned from fishing in America and needs time to recuperate. Lu Qi's parents have classes, so it's just the three of us. All right then. Originally, Chen Jinyu had hoped for a larger group to ease her thoughts while interacting with Lu Qi and Chen Qiya. Thus, the three of them boarded the plane bound for Southeast Asia. Lu Qi chose not to utilize the Kunlun 100 aircraft for their journey, as it remains one of his trump cards. Although the Kunlun 100 possesses optical invisibility, frequent use could increase the risk of exposure. For instance, he had been in China half an hour ago and now finds himself in Southeast Asia. Should this matter inadvertently come to the knowledge of American spies, they would undoubtedly connect the crash of the F-22 to him, thereby exposing the Kunlun 100. Although Lu Qi is not currently intimidated by the United States, he prefers to avoid drawing attention to himself. Xiaoya, those 4 flight attendants are quite beautiful. Are you not concerned about Lu Qi's wandering eye? Chen Jinyu whispered to Chen Xiaoya aboard Lu Qi's private jet. Lu Qi, possessing extraordinary hearing, caught wind of Chen Jinyu's words and was curious about Chen Xiaoya's perspective on this matter. P.S. The narrative has experienced a hiatus, primarily due to the realization that writing became increasingly challenging, and I did not wish to resort to trivial content to appease the audience. This book has 2 critical narrative constraints that complicate the latter sections: the system's fishing feature and Chen Jinyu's identity. There are still 5 fishing venues to explore: Southeast Asia, the Amazon, Africa, Europe, and the Atlantic. While I cannot provide this book with a flawless conclusion, I will endeavor to pin the details of these locations. Chapter 176. Golden Arowana. The path ahead for Lu Qi is destined to be a flourishing avenue, where flowers bloom vibrantly and butterflies flutter gracefully. It is evidently unrealistic to uproot all wildflowers along the way and chase away all the buzzing bees and fluttering butterflies. However, I firmly believe he will be the enlightened soul who traverses the garden of beauty without becoming entangled in its allure. Chen Xiaoya responded to Chen Jinyu in such a manner. The sophistication of her reply implied that a young man as exceptional as Lu Qi would inevitably encounter various beauties, and it would be impractical to prevent his interactions with them. Yet, she trusts that Lu Qi can maintain his composure. Listening to Chen Xiaoya's words, Lu Qi felt both touched and guilty. He was moved by her trust in him, but guilt-ridden for not being able to navigate the garden of beauty unscathed, as he had already shared certain experiences with Chen Jinyu. Chen Jinyu, too, felt a sense of discomfort, recognizing that because of her, Lu Qi was compelled to do something that would betray Xiaoya's trust. The 4 flight attendants aboard the private jet were also meeting Chen Xiaoya and Chen Jinyu for the first time. No wonder the boss rejected my advances. His girlfriend is simply perfect. Observing the stunningly beautiful Chen Xiaoya, Huang Yutong finally understood why Lu Qi had turned her down that night when she had made an overture. In terms of both temperament and appearance, they could not compare to Chen Xiaoya. Must I remain merely a fleeting presence in the boss's life? Huang Yutong secretly gazed at Lu Qi, her heart entangled in complexity. In Southeast Asia, 2 types of fish particularly captivate Lu Qi's interest. One is the Mekong giant catfish, among the largest freshwater fish in the world. The other is the Asian arowana, also known as golden arowana, scientifically named Scleropages formosus. Its scales shimmer with a metallic luster reminiscent of armor, its coloration is striking, and its demeanor is majestic. It is highly esteemed by aquarists and regarded as a precious ornamental fish. The golden arowana can be categorized into various types based on color, such as red dragon, chili red dragon, blood red dragon, orange red dragon, golden dragon, green dragon, and the crossback golden dragon, among others. Lu Qi's primary target fish for this journey is the golden arowana. The airplane descended upon the lush land of Malaysia, renowned for its bountiful golden arowanas. Upon disembarking, Lu Qi spent a delightful day exploring various tourist attractions with the 2 ladies, Chen Qiya and Chen Jinyu. Although his primary intent was to fish, he believed it unwise to solely pursue that endeavor. Instead, he relished the opportunity to travel and embrace the local culture and scenic beauty, allowing for a more leisurely experience. As they wandered, Chen Qiya and Chen Jinyu, the exquisite daughters of the Chen family, strolled hand in hand, one exuding noble elegance, the other embodying mature allure. Their contrasting yet equally captivating charms set Lucci's heart aflutter as he admired their graceful silhouettes from behind. Only children make choices. I desire them both. He recalled a popular phrase from the internet, birthing a daring idea within him. Ever since the incident with Chunjinyu, he had grappled with the complexities of their relationship. This newfound bold notion provided him with a refreshing perspective. After their escapade, Lucci embarked on a journey to the first fishing spot in a rugged vehicle. Prior to setting off, he had thoroughly researched the prime locations for golden arowana fishing in Malaysia. After an hour's drive from the city, he found himself amidst a dense jungle where a serene lake awaited, his initial destination for fishing. He parked the vehicle by the water's edge and began preparing for lure fishing. Given the ferocious nature of the golden arowana, which primarily preys on live fish, shrimp, aquatic insects, and frogs, the lure method proved to be quite effective. In the enchanting realm of Malaysia, Lucci successfully caught 6 varieties of golden arowanas, including the golden, blue, and red variants. Subsequently, along with Chun Kiwia and Chun Jinyu, set their sights on the next fishing destination in Thailand. There, in the Mekong River, resides one of the largest freshwater fish in the world, the Mekong giant catfish. Lucci spent 2 days navigating the river, ultimately capturing a colossal Mekong giant catfish weighing an astounding 580 pounds. In terms of weight, this catfish appeared significantly larger than its marine counterparts, with its immense mouth seemingly capable of engulfing 2 adults. However, despite its size, the system classified this giant catfish as a king level, falling short of the emperor level. Lucci lingered in Thailand for an additional day, reeling in 2 more Mekong giant catfish of similarly impressive weight, though neither surpassed the previous catch. Thus, his fishing odyssey in Southeast Asia drew to a close. He observed that each excursion into the wild brought Chun Kiwia and Chun Jinyu closer together. Consequently, he resolved against returning to China and instead set his course for the Amazon rainforest to continue his fishing journey. He aimed to create an opportunity to definitively address the complexities surrounding the Chin sisters. Upon arriving in the Amazon rainforest, Lucci piloted a fishing boat, carrying the Chin sisters along the winding waterways deeper into the verdant expanse. The river's serpentine paths twisted and turned, and even local tribal guides could easily lose their way within. For an ordinary person to venture recklessly into such terrain would be exceedingly perilous. However, Lucci possessed unparalleled wilderness survival skills, enabling him to navigate the treacherous rainforest with remarkable ease, even without a guide. Lucci, the Great Python. Within the depths of the jungle, they encountered creatures such as the Amazonian anaconda, thick as a waist, palm-sized deadly spiders, and colossal crocodiles capable of capsizing boats. Such thrilling and exhilarating experiences left a profound impression on Chun Shoya and Chun Jinyu. Yet, they never faced genuine peril, for whenever danger loomed, Lucci adeptly mitigated the threats, ensuring their complete safety. In regions seldom touched by human presence, they reveled in their adventure as if on a leisurely vacation. On the 10th day of their expedition into the Amazon rainforest, Lucci successfully caught a gigantic arapaima, comparable in size to a small boat. After an arduous struggle lasting over 3 hours, he managed to land the colossal fish in shallow waters. Ding! Congratulations to the master for catching an imperial-grade arapaima weighing an astounding 1,000 pounds, along with an SSS-level opportunity as a reward. This extraordinary fish, weighing an impressive 1,000 pounds, was classified by the system as imperial-grade. This marked Lucci's first imperial-grade catch, and the reward was exceptionally generous, granting him an SSS-level opportunity. The opportunity entailed investing in a company researching human genetics, which within 2 years could develop a genetic serum to eliminate the aging factors within human DNA, significantly extending human lifespan to an average of over 500 years. Upon reading the details of this opportunity, Lucci's heart raced with excitement. An SSS-level opportunity is indeed remarkable. Since the time of Qin Shi Huang over 2 millennia ago, humanity has sought methods to prolong life. Yet, to this day, no means to extend lifespan beyond the century mark has been discovered. Now, this SSS-level opportunity presented by the system could potentially extend human life to 500 years. This could undoubtedly transform societal structures, alter the course of civilization, and mark a monumental breakthrough in human history. Shoya Jinyu. The elated Lucci embraced both Chun Shoya and Chun Jinyu. This future was destined to be his world. The book concludes. P.S. I originally intended to elaborate on the various fishing grounds, but found it exceedingly challenging, both due to the extensive research required and the constraints imposed by earlier plot elements. Therefore, I opted for a brisk and succinct ending to avoid prolonging the narrative further, causing discomfort for both you and myself. I understand this conclusion may leave many disappointed, but alas, my abilities reach their limits here. I sincerely apologize to all, wishing everyone a life of contentment.